This guy gets reincarnated into the body of Corin Locke, a background character in the legendary world of Ahan, trapped in an academy where every single event is a dangerous death trap. There, Corin meets Park Siwoo, the main protagonist and another player who was also pulled into this fantasy world. Knowing every secret and chapter of the story, Corin teams up with Siwoo as the ultimate duo, thinking that with his help, they could save everyone, stop the apocalypse, and finally find a way back home to the real world. But you and I know nothing is that easy, and Siwoo is not the hero he pretends to be. The Sword Emperor's granddaughter dies mysteriously, and the first major boss, Mariette, suddenly vanishes without a single trace. Mysterious deaths and disappearances begin to pile up, events that never happened in the original plot of the game. One moonlit night, Corin follows Siwoo into the shadows and discovers a horrifying secret vault hidden deep underground. A treasure room filled with precious items stolen from other characters throughout their time at the academy. Items like Mariette Dunalev's staff and the sword shards belonging to Alicia, a legendary hero who went missing weeks ago. It was not just gear though. The room was packed with belongings from everyone who had disappeared. Watch closely, because Corin finds the body of Mari Dunal floating in a massive glass tank in the corner, and then a familiar voice speaks behind him. Damn it. Seriously? Why are you even here? Siwoo asks, looking completely annoyed that his secret is finally out. Corin explodes with rage. What is this? You told me you lost her trail while you were chasing her down. Siwoo just shrugs. So what? She is a monster, after all. You want to waste high-grade vampire blood? I am just putting it to good use. Besides, you have already been drinking some of it yourself. Corin remembers the potion Siwoo gave him earlier, and his stomach turns. Siwoo just scoffs at his look of disgust. I worked so hard on this place, you know. Capturing her and building this lab took a whole month. Why? To finish the story as efficiently as possible, of course. Your playstyle is way too slow. You worry about saving people and end up losing. Why not just kill them? You protect people we cannot even control. It is much better to just use them as resources like this. Listen, I am better at this game than you. This bastard was never a newbie, he has been lying since day one. How many times have you done this? Corin asks, his voice trembling with pure, unadulterated hatred. Siwoo actually stops to count, looking like he is thinking about a simple math problem. If I kill 3 more, that will make 100,000 runs. Corin snaps, lunging to grab Siwoo by the throat to lecture him, but he only makes him angry. With a flick of his wrist, Siwoo sends Corin flying back, nearly sending him straight to a server in the afterlife. And here is the twist you and I definitely did not see coming. Siwoo is actually obsessed with him and confesses his crazy feelings. This absolute plot twist leaves Corin in total shock. His mind is spinning from the cultural impact. He throws a desperate punch and tries to run, but Siwoo pins him down in a matter of seconds. You are never leaving me. In this fake world, you are the only thing that is actually real to me. Corin cannot stomach this insane obsession and just cries out, cursing the monster standing in front of him. This will all be over soon, Siwoo whispers. Once it ends, we will finally be together forever. With a twisted smile, Siwoo locks Corin away and heads off to face the final boss all by himself. The final chapter is starting. Corin watches the system notification, wondering if this was Siwoo's plan all along. Since that psycho does everything himself, the final boss probably will not even be a challenge for him. But luck is on Corin's side, because Siwoo actually gets obliterated by the final monster instead of winning. Everything resets. Corin opens his eyes, gasping as if he just woke up from a horrific, bloody nightmare. He sits up and looks around, realizing he has been sent back 3 years into the past, back to the day he first arrived. Given a second chance, Corin vows to kill Siwoo while he still can. He remembers the Rotiong River Dam disaster vividly. The dam broke during a quest, wiping out an entire village and killing thousands of innocent people and monsters. Siwoo actually looked happy during that massacre, a reaction Corin never understood until this very moment. To a psychopath like Siwoo, those lives were just numbers, a pile of experience points to be harvested. Trust me, you and I are going to see a very different ending this time around. Stick with me, we're about to see a hero turn into a total monster. Siwoo is level 5, but MK3 Academy holds the real power. After entering the academy, Siwoo is destined to become insanely powerful. He is not a beast yet, but there is no telling how fast he will grow once he is inside. The entrance ceremony is 5 days away. Basically, the only way to end Park Siwoo is right now during this specific guide quest. A carriage heading to Mercata City has been ambushed by forest monsters. We need to protect the guards and civilians until it is repaired. Corin doesn't even wait for the quest notification, he is already racing toward the scene. His goal is protecting them from Siwoo. Elsewhere, the survivors catch their breath after clearing the area. Laura, a guard who saw Siwoo in action, gives him some credit. You've got real talent, kid. Siwoo acts shy and thanks her. Just then, the driver shouts that the repairs are finished and it is time to move out. Finally. All I want to do is go to sleep immediately. While Leon and Laura are laughing, a terrifying roar suddenly echoes out. They spin around in shock, only to see a massive wooden log flying straight toward them. Leon shoves Laura aside and barely dodges the impact himself. Both warriors draw their weapons, ready for a fight. From that bone-chilling howl, it is clear they are facing a Grade 2 werewolf. The moment it spots them, the werewolf lunges forward. With a single, brutal strike, it completely takes Laura out. Panic sets in. Leon screams at Sihu to get to the carriage while he buys some time. Sihu tells the driver to go, claiming he can't leave Leon behind. "I will catch up soon." He rushes toward Leon, but it is too late, the man is already dead. The werewolf tosses the body aside and starts slowly stalking toward Sihu. Corin finally arrives at the scene, his heart sinking with every step. Damn it, did it already start? I ran as fast as I could, but I still couldn't stop it. If he had more time to prepare, he could have saved them. Instead of jumping in, Corin hides to observe Sihu's reaction. Now, pay attention, Corin needs to confirm if Sihu is the hero who saves the world, or just a selfish player. Sihu stares at the werewolf, his confused expression slowly twisting into something bloodthirsty. Just as he is about to move, Alicia Arden appears and slashes at the werewolf with her blade. But this monster is tough. It blocks Alicia's sword with its bare claws, catching her completely off guard. A quick note on Alicia Arden: she is the second daughter of the prestigious Arden family. She wields the Odachi, one of the 6 legendary king swords, and is a vital pillar of the main party. After her failed strike, Alicia steps in front of Sihu to shield him from the beast. "Get back, I will handle this." Alicia is being noble, but sadly, her kindness is being wasted on the wrong person. While her guard is down, Sihu stabs her in the arm with a poisoned dagger. Alicia stumbles back in disbelief. "Why?" Sihu just smirks. "Sorry, I was so scared my hand just slipped. You and I both knew he was bad news. But this? This is absolute cold-blooded betrayal." Corin watches, his blood boiling. Back with Alicia, the poison is starting to take effect. Her vision blurs as the world starts to spin. Meanwhile, the werewolf smells blood and lunges for the kill. With no time to think about Sihu's betrayal, Alicia forces herself to focus on the monster in front of her. Sihu watches from the sidelines, surprised she is still standing. Tough for an NPC, isn't she? After dodging a barrage of claws, Alicia leaps back to create some breathing room. Using every last bit of her willpower, she prepares her ultimate technique, the flash step slash. She is determined to end this fight now, but Sihu isn't about to let her win that easily. He smiles like a demon and throws another poison knife right at her. Alicia senses it coming and parries the blade away. That definitely was not an accident." She is fuming with rage, but the werewolf is already right in her face. With one final, desperate thrust, she pierces the monster's heart. It collapses, pinning her body to the ground. The poison finally shuts her body down, leaving her completely paralyzed. She can only watch in horror as Sihu steals her precious sword. "Yes, the Odachi is finally mine." Sihu screams in pure excitement. "You and I just saw a robbery. But how will he use it without the special skill? Alright, stick with me. You and I are about to watch a total villain reveal his true colors." Just as Sihu prepares to finish Elisa off, a bag of powder flies from nowhere and hits him square in the face. What on earth? Sihu looks at the yellow dust on his hands, glaring around in a rage. Who is the bastard? "Show yourself." 3 horned rats suddenly appear, charging straight at Sihu. That powder thrown earlier was actually made from topanic fungus, the absolute favorite meal for these forest monsters. They are covered in a thick layer of concentrated pollen. To these monsters, Park Siu now looks like a fresh steak covered in gourmet sauce. While he is busy fighting them off, Corin checks on Elisa. Thank God, she is still breathing. Corin lets out a quiet sigh of relief and secretly drags Elisa to a safe spot. But as he looks at the werewolf corpse, a sudden idea sparks in Corin's mind. He leaves Elisa and uses his dagger to break off one of the werewolf fangs. Just then, Siu's voice rings out behind him. "Who the hell are you?" Corin does not flinch, even throwing a question back. "Killed 3 horned rats in a heartbeat, huh? That Odachi is quite something." Siu feels like the voice is familiar. The moment Corin turns his head, Siu gasps. "Corin Locke? How did you even get here?" Sihu raises his sword, eyes filled with suspicion. Siu's reaction makes Corin wonder. Did this bastard lose his past memories? If so, this works out even better. Corin just smirks and replies, "Hey, you will hurt yourself holding a sword like that." "What did you say?" Now pay attention, this idiot actually falls for it and looks at his own hands. That is when Corin strikes. Sihu is blinded and starts swinging his sword around like a madman. "Damn you, die!" Corin watches him with judging eyes. The guy's swordplay is clumsy, but man, those swings are lightning fast. Regardless, Park Sihu still has better physical stats. Time to gamble, there is no other way. Corin ducks under a swing and lunges in, slashing for the neck. But Siu regains his sight and narrowly avoids it. Plan A failed. Moving to Plan B, Corin keeps up the pressure, attacking relentlessly with that werewolf fang. The goal is to keep him overwhelmed so he cannot think straight. He forces Siu to focus entirely on that fang. And predictably, it works. While Siu is busy blocking the fang with his blade, Corin pulls a hidden dagger and drives it into Siu's shoulder. He is not done yet. Corin rips the knife out and aims right for the throat. Siu desperately uses his uninjured arm to block this strike. But Corin refuses to let up, putting every ounce of strength into his push. You and I just watched a monster get taken out. Corin thanks him for everything, admitting that this bastard actually made him stronger in his previous life. Even so, he does not regret a thing, because he just neutralized a future threat. Player Park Si-Hu is dead. System alert. Calculating main plot anomalies. Calculating anomalies and checking the backup world while converting Corin Locke. Now testing his potential. Ideology. And running trials. Running trial of player diary, and transferring all the experience points from the previous player to our new hero, Corin Locke, transferring backup resources for plot collapse scenarios, and setting minimum stats to begin running the official backup player program. Corin Locke. Grade a knight. Martial arts successor. Backup player. Looking at the flood of notifications, Corin is stunned. A backup player? He finally has a status window. Suddenly, coughing erupts behind Corin's back. Remembering Elisa is still there, he rushes over to examine her serious injuries and begins performing emergency first aid. After drawing out the poison and bandaging the wound, Elisa is out of immediate danger. Corin quickly gathers materials to brew her some medicine. In her daze, Elisa asks for the name of her savior. Do not worry about that. Just rest. I will wake you when the medicine is ready. Corin replies, gently placing a towel on her forehead. From now on, he must move in the shadows. The fewer people who know him, the better. Elisa falls asleep. Finally, Corin has a moment to assess the situation. The legend of hero Ahan is exactly what it sounds like, a story about a hero. While handling academy incidents, the player becomes a hero and saves the world from the final boss. Even a piece of trash like Park Si-Hu had to follow the script to prevent world destruction. But he is dead now, so who takes up that mantle? Besides me, who else is left? Trust me, things are starting. Alright, stick with me. You and I are about to see a man get stuck as a backup player with 0 system perks. No gear, no support, just a notification window telling him he is on his own. He was so hyped for this journey, but reality hits hard. How is he supposed to build a future when the odds are stacked against him like this? Memories of his past life are not enough to survive here. If the system won't help him, he will have to find power outside of it to finish his mission. With that in mind, Corin carves an ancient symbol into the dirt. A burst of elemental fire erupts from the rune, making Corin grin. Just as he planned, the experiment actually worked. After 3 years of training, Corin is not just a backup anymore. He is determined to survive using the secret weapon from his past life, ancient runes. Ancient symbols holding power, duty, and restraint within their lines. Oaths known as the Triple Commandment runes. They are the laws governing this world, the source of human strength, and, occasionally, the cause of absolute destruction. Corin decides to carve these runes directly onto his own skin. The first rune is duty. This command boosts power when the caster swears a sacred oath to a specific cause. You could swear something easy like never eating chicken, but easy oaths do not grant any extra stats. It is a waste of potential. Even if it is simple, he needs a vow he can actually keep until the very end. After considering his options, Corin begins his oath. He swears never to covet the treasures of good people. Instantly, the system confirms his duty. I will not turn a blind eye to greed. His stats will now skyrocket as long as he stays true to his word. Break the vow, and he loses 10 points. Next, Corin carves a restriction on his right arm, swearing he will not perceive spirits. The oath is set. If he fails, he will take 600% more damage from his opponents. Restriction active. Spirit damage is 0, but physical damage jumps by 50%. In this world, every single thing has its own psychic presence. That includes spirits and ghosts that do not even have physical bodies. Since spirits only interact through a mutual connection, they cannot use their power against anyone who cannot sense them. Corin is essentially making himself invisible to them. The benefit for Corin? This spell becomes a shield, protecting him from every spirit in existence. It is a high-risk, high-reward gambit. Finally, there is the Rune of Oath. It uses the weight of a promise as a safety net, but the risks are just as massive as the rewards. That is why both Park, Siu, and Corin relied on it in their past lives. Even Siu, who mastered the system, failed at the final boss. Now watch closely, Corin is about to go even further. Knowing the stakes, Corin decides to take on the heaviest oath possible. He is not holding anything back this time. I will save this world, the ultimate goal of every warrior. An oath fueled by the highest ambition possible. The Triple Commandment is complete. Now, if he ever fails to fulfill this vow, death is the only outcome. The next morning, Elisa opens her eyes to find herself in a bed in a strange place. She bolts upright, but her wounds flare with pain, making her cry out. A nurse rushes over, asking if she is finally awake and how she feels. Elisa asks where she is, and the nurse explains she is in Merkaba City Hospital. But who brought her here? The nurse smiles, saying her family member just left. Just left? Elisa gets agitated, but the nurse tells her she is in no condition to move yet. She does not care. She frantically looks around for her things, desperate to find a trace of her savior. Spotting a backpack by the bed, Elisa asks if it belongs to the person who rescued her. She grabs it before the nurse can even answer. Checking the belt inside, she frowns and whispers that there is still blood on it. Then, Elisa looks at the nurse with a serious face and asks if there is a place nearby that sells honey candy. 3 days after his first mission, it is finally time for the opening ceremony at Merkaba Academy. Corin is heading to school when he finds something unexpected. You and I both know nothing happens by accident. Look at this letter. He does not remember putting it there. Curious, Corin opens the envelope. It is addressed to Mom's dear son. The letter says how proud she is and asks him to protect those around him. After reading, Corin just sighs softly. When did she even sneak this in? Corin Locke was an ordinary, struggling kid, but he actually had a family. You and I just saw a man finally finding a reason to fight for this world. He started off distant, but their genuine love changed everything. That is the real difference. It is orientation day, and the gates of Merkaba Academy are packed with students and carriages. Wow, look at all those ships. So this is Merkaba Academy. While the freshmen are wandering around confused, a blue-haired girl nearby raises her hand and calls out for everyone to gather. Corin heads over immediately. The girl smiles at him, asking if he is one of the new students. Corin looks at her closely and introduces himself as Corin Locke. She is impressed by his height, joking that he must have a massive appetite. All right, you and I are about to see why you should never judge a hero by his stats. Want a potato? The blue-haired girl pulls one from her basket for Corin. He mutters, a potato? While a carriage of new students enters the elite academy. That is the building where magic students gather for research. And over there is the gym. They lend out some legendary weapons for training. Sitting with the newcomers, Corin watches the blue-haired girl enthusiastically introducing the campus to everyone, and he starts to remember her story. Mari Donilev, a top second-year student at the MK3 Academy who has a bright future and everyone's respect. Life is full of unexpected tragedies, and in the near future, Mari is destined to face a truly massive one that changes everything. Watch closely, because this girl is actually the first major boss of the story. The carriage finally reaches the student intake area. Okay everyone, as you get off the carriage, please take 1 potato and 1 sweet potato each for yourselves. After making the announcement and waiting for everyone to exit, Mari waves and shouts, good luck, see you all later. The new students enter a massive, open room. Corin notices a magic circle activating on the ceiling and realizes the expansion spell has already begun. Suddenly, the entire room is plunged into total darkness without any warning. As the students start to panic, a voice booms out telling them not to be afraid. But why would Academy students fear the dark? Corin scratches his ear and mutters, that is just Professor Heyman. He says the same thing every time, like it is a training camp. This world has a long history of fighting demons. The most effective weapons are superhumans who can manipulate their aura or mana. And the place built specifically to train these elite warriors is the MKAB Warrior Academy. A beam of light hits the source of the powerful voice. The students see a black man in glasses walking forward to introduce himself. I am Professor PM Damon from the Night Department, and I will be in charge of this year's opening ceremony. Seeing the professor's casual vibe, Corin smirks. It has been a while. Most of you probably came here to be knights or mages. You all arrived here with certificates in hand. But don't be empty vessels. Let's see what your real abilities are right now. As soon as PHM finishes speaking, a small holographic screen appears in front of every single new student in the room. Corin looks at his screen. Aura rank 680 low. Mana rank 120 very low. Ability rank 0. Overall rank 6 bottom tier. Corin scowls, finding it boring, but his physical stats are shocking. Just then, a row of numbers from 1 to 6 appears in front of PHM. Alright, you are all looking at your current rankings. Go stand in front of the number that matches the rank on your screen. Following the professor's orders, the new students move toward the specific numbers shown on their individual holographic displays. I know what you're thinking, bottom 1%? Yeah, Corin is just getting started as he stands at the front of rank 6. Right after PHM tells them good luck, all the students turn into light and are teleported into their own separate testing spaces. In the observation room, a group of professors watches the event. A blonde professor looks at the orbs, showing the top-ranked students. This year's class has a lot of hidden talent. There is no need to measure the rank 1 and 2 students just yet. Let's wait until we finish evaluating the others first. We have the granddaughter of the Sword Saint, Elisa Aiden, the priestess Ayuan, the mercenary Ron Waski, the engineer Golem Grenell Ludin, and the sole top-rank sharpshooter Sawaron. Mentioning that last name makes the blonde professor frown. Why did that child even enroll? What is the principal thinking with this? A male professor with a goatee suddenly speaks up with a suggestion. Do we really need to bother checking the rank 6 students? Rank 5 looks bad enough already. Let's just disqualify all the rank 6s immediately. The blonde professor snaps back in anger. The principal said every student has the right to learn. Are you defying him? The man stammers and tells her to start the test. In Corin's personal space, a heavy weapons rack falls from the sky and lands right in front of him with a thud. An announcement follows. Monsters will swarm the area in 30 minutes. Please eliminate as many as you possibly can. A test that puts me in an empty room against scaling monsters. This is going to be a real pain to deal with. Corin walks over and opens the rack. Most low-rank students don't think and just grab whatever weapon looks the coolest to them. Usually, that means picking a sword. Corin did the same thing in his past life. Behind him, 3 rank 5 shorthounds appear. Swords look great, but it takes 100 days for a spear, 1,000 for a blade, and 10,000 for a sword. So, the answer is always a spear. Corin grabs one, spins around, and launches it with full force at a charging hound. The spear moves with blinding speed, giving the monster no time to react as it pierces straight through its skull and kills it. Next, Corin tosses 2 more spears high into the air and chuckles. Sorry about this, guys, but I have to win. The remaining 2 hounds growl and charge at him, but after just a few steps, the falling spears impale them both from above. Trust me, you're going to want to see how he clears this entire room. Corin stands over the dead hounds, ready for more. I have way too much experience killing your kind. 20 seconds is actually a bit slow. In my past life, I couldn't even handle these hounds before they killed me. But this time around, things are different. I am going to slaughter every single one of them until I finally reach the next rank. Alright, you and I are about to see Corin's confidence as he shouts, "Bring on the next wave." Corin stands there waiting for a while, but there is zero movement. He starts to get suspicious, thinking it has been 5 minutes with nothing happening. Is the system broken? Meanwhile, in the observation room, a professor with a goatee shakes his head at the level 5 group in disappointment. If they can't even kill those weaklings, what are they even doing here? Back in my day, I could take down level 5 monsters in just 1 minute and 22 seconds. If level 5 is this bad, I am not expecting anything from level 6. The goatee professor checks the level 6 group and sees Corin yawning. What? Were the monsters not summoned? There must be some kind of glitch in the system. Inside the space, Corin sits there yawning while waiting for the next round, when suddenly 3 short-bodied hounds finally appear. Now pay attention to this part, because while Corin is confused by these weaklings, the professor has already stopped watching him and is checking the other testing rooms instead. Ha! Look at these pathetic and miserable losers. The goatee professor has no idea that behind him, the screen shows Corin easily taking out all 3 monsters with just a few throws. Oh, is this the first one to succeed? 7 minutes and 22 seconds. I thought level 3 would take only 2 or 3 minutes. So what are the level 5 and 6 groups doing? As the goatee professor turns his head, he sees Corin yawning once again. He shouts in confusion, "What is wrong with that brat? Why is he lying around and yawning again? Is the system broken? The monsters are supposed to be summoned automatically." A white-bearded professor walks over to check on the situation. Broken? No way. Professor Josephine's experimental magic hasn't failed a single time in 20 years. Goatee points at the screen and says, "But he should have been eliminated a long time ago. The monsters obviously were not summoned." The white-bearded professor asks, "Did you actually see the monsters not being summoned?" You and I both saw the professor's nervous reaction when he admitted he didn't actually check the screen before complaining about the lack of monsters. Goatee tries to argue, saying it is definitely an error and that he will just summon them all over again. In the simulation, Corin is bored out of his mind waiting for higher-tier monsters. But 3 more short-bodied wolves appear instead. What the hell? Why has it just been these same weaklings this whole time? You guys aren't even worth being training dogs. Corin yells as he stands up and hurls 3 long spears right at the monsters. The monsters are instantly killed, and the result pops up. 7.3 seconds. 7.3? What? With a loud shout, the goatee professor turns to call for Professor Prum. "Look at this, Professor Prum." Prum looks over and asks what is wrong. Goatee asks, "What is the fastest time you have on record for level 3 and 4? PM replies, "There is a kid named Jer who did it in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Why do you ask?" "Oh, it is nothing." Dismissing the question, Goatee looks back at Corin on the screen, thinking he must be a hunter's son to throw spears like that. Well then, let's see how he handles a level 4 monster. Inside the arena, a level 4 boar monster is summoned right in front of Corin. This fight is even faster than before, taking Corin only 3.7 seconds. In the room, Goatee yells that it won't be that easy. Refusing to believe it, he directly summons a level 3 owlbear. The owlbear screams as soon as it appears, swinging a massive arm at Corin. He dodges, appearing under its arm to land a spear strike. The owlbear reacts incredibly fast, smashing its other massive arm down toward Corin. Corin is forced to back off, jumping aside before drawing the Ken rune. Instantly, a burst of flames completely engulfs the owlbear. In the monitoring room, the goatee professor sees this and screams, "Runic magic!" His shout grabs the attention of the other professors, and even PM glances over, whispering, "Ancient runes?" The owlbear thrashes its blackened arms through the sea of fire. It is not doing much damage, but it blocks your vision, which is enough. As he speaks, Corin leaps high into the air and drives his spear straight into the owlbear's head, finishing the monster. Inside the observation room, the white-bearded professor mutters in disbelief. That kid is definitely not a normal level 6 student. It is a shame the monster test only goes up to level 3. Wow, it has been a long time since I've seen someone this interesting. I can't wait to see him fight an evil spirit. So let's leave it there for now. You and I are about to see him face a level 5 evil spirit as the professor starts the next test. Stick with me, we're about to see Corin face a massive weakness in this strange space. He suspects something was summoned, but he can't see or hear it because of his penalty. He literally cannot perceive spirits. Since he can't touch them, he has no way to confirm if his theory about the evil spirits is actually correct. To test his own deduction, Corin stands perfectly still, closes his eyes, and starts counting out the seconds. 1, 2, 17, 45, 59, 60. Done. It's definitely active now. I've confirmed everything I needed to know. Taking a deep breath, Corin raises his hand and shouts that he gives up. Just like that, his test results are in. Evil Spirit Test Grade 5 G, Fire. Rank BR, Fail. Rank BABEN, Fail. Monster Test, Grade 5 Hound, 7.3 seconds, a new record. Grade 4 Boar, 3.7 seconds, new record. Grade 3 Owlbear, 11 seconds, yet another record. In the observation room, the bearded professor stares in pure shock as Corin celebrates. He's wondering, who exactly is this kid? When Corin steps outside, a crowd of new students has already finished their exams and gathered around to talk. They're all gossiping. What's your rank? Grade 4. I'm doomed. I got grade 3. Not bad, right? Whoa, you killed an owlbear and a stomach demon? Corin ignores them, focusing instead on a blonde student covered in tattoos. Now pay attention here, that's Hinch Peter, the guy who starts a massive fight at the beginning of the story. Peru killed him because he was annoying, and while Jer is arrogant and lazy, it's pretty normal for someone his age. Whatever, he's a total lunatic. Corin is deep in thought until some nearby chatter snaps him back to reality. Look, they're grade 5. Whoa, they couldn't even beat the monsters? Someone actually lost to a hound and a ghost? Corin glances at a student with glasses, head hung low, standing among the struggling grade 5 group. He realizes he was being too judgmental. By insulting the boy and Siu, he'd end up just like Jer. Suddenly, a man steps onto the stage with a mic. Good morning, everyone. I'm Director Casa. You've joined this academy to become strong. Some of you are already powerful, while others have a very long road ahead of you in this journey. I can't guarantee you'll get everything you want here, but I hope you find your own path in this place. We are here to help you take those first steps. After that, everything is your responsibility. Have a great day. He finishes his speech, and the students scatter. Corin watches Jer, who is now officially a grade 3 knight. Jer walks over to Elle, who is sitting all alone, clearly looking for a target to mess with. Jer asks what his grade is. When Elle admits he's grade 5, Jer just laughs. Grade 5? That is pathetic. You couldn't even kill a ghost or a hound? Jer mocks him. But then, Corin walks up and throws an arm around Jer. Jer is totally confused. Huh? Who are you? Corin doesn't answer. Instead, he points at the ink on Jer's neck. Whoa, your tattoo is so cool. Your artist must be a genius. Even up close it looks amazing. Is that your blood type? So you can get a transfusion quickly if you're hurt? You're so prepared. Jer beams, showing off. Wow, you really know your stuff. To be honest, my mom did this. She's a professional tattoo artist who specializes in line work. She's incredible. But I asked her for this old school style. She's the best. Corin smiles, asking if he has any other tattoos. Now you and I both know Corin already knew all of this. But how? Well, it's from his past life. In his previous life, when Jer went missing, his mom came to the academy. Those tattoos were for her son's safety. True parental love. Jer happily rolls up his sleeve to show his bicep. I've got more here too. Check this one out. That's a flying carriage, the symbol for the MK3 Academy, Corin notes. I'm Corin Locke, by the way. Jer introduces himself, and Corin turns to Elle, asking for his name. Elle answers shyly as Elisa watches the whole thing. She watches Corin joking with the two boys. He just saved his friend from being bullied. That is actually pretty cool. He seems like a genuinely good person, she whispers to herself, clearly impressed by what she just saw. Meanwhile, Corin is thinking, and that's how you make a good impression on Elle. Once I find that free skill book, it's over. Corin can't help but let out a sly, mischievous grin. But Elisa? She thinks his smile is actually kind of cute. Most of the facilities at MK3 are free. The coffee is cheap, and the dorms don't cost a single dime. Among all of them, the training room is the most recommended spot for any student looking to level up. It makes the impossible possible, like fighting a spiritual entity that Corin can't even see with his bare eyes. Look, a freshman is training with spirits already? Usually, you don't even start that until the second semester. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are going to want to see if he can pull this off. Alright, stick with me because we are about to dive into the story of Corin, an underdog spearman training in secret. When a spirit entity strikes his head, onlookers just laugh, mocking him for trying way too hard. Corin leans on his spear, wondering if this is too much for him. Suddenly, a white-bearded professor approaches and asks if he is a first-year student. Corin salutes the coach. The man asks why he is fighting a spirit entity. Corin explains it is for his spear training. The coach asks if he is confident he can do it. Corin looks him in the eye and says he will succeed. Internally, Corin wonders why this man is approaching him. He worries if something went wrong with his entrance exam. After a moment of thought, the coach gives him a bright smile. He pulls out a stack of tickets and praises his spirit. Here are some meal tickets. Come find me when you succeed, and I will reward you. Corin is shocked by the gesture. By the time he reacts, the coach is already gone. Corin sighs in relief, realizing he was just being paranoid for no reason. A reward of free food? That is actually pretty great. Time to get back to work and start over. He pushes himself to the limit, striking at the spirit entity over and over, but every single attempt fails. Finally, the entity knocks him flat on the floor. As he lies there panting, a towel suddenly drops onto his face. Mariette walks over and hands him a cup of water, asking if it is too difficult. Corin admits he is exhausted. Mariette tells him to rest, saying he has worked hard enough. She believes that with practice, he will eventually succeed. She suggests trying again later, but Corin knows he does not have that kind of time. Maybe only a year or two. Before, he had Park Seo with player windows, potions, and skill books. But Park Seo is no longer here. He killed him, so now he must face everything alone. Corin takes the water, thanking her but refusing to give up. Pay attention here. This is the moment Corin vows to become the strongest, no matter the cost. First, he must find his limits. It might be risky, but he needs to see how his current power compares to the past. He does not have a strong body, nor does he possess any magic or aura. Knowledge of Park Seo and the future is useless against monsters and geniuses. To win, he must work harder than anyone else. That is his only path. 3 years of effort will not betray him. He continues his relentless spear assault on the entity. After a long time with no results, something changes. Suddenly, he hurls his spear at the floating spirit, but the entity nimbly dodges. Mariette thinks he has finally given up, but she quickly realizes she was wrong. He didn't miss. He was actually setting a trap to catch it. Look closely here. He didn't just throw his weapon, he predicted the spirit's move and jumped to snatch it midair. He grabs the falling spear and drives it straight through the spirit's body. Mariette is left breathless by his skill. While she is stunned by his moves, Corin loses his momentum and falls hard. She rushes over, asking if he is okay. Lying on the floor, Corin laughs bitterly. He definitely overdid it, at least for a body this weak. The next day at the academy, Mariette greets the juniors, offering to show them around the school facilities. She tells them that this place is the absolute pride of the entire institution. As she excitedly talks to the new students, Corin is focused on his own body. Physical strength is everything in a real fight. Without relying on Park Seo's drugs, there is only one way to boost his physical stats. Remembering his father's advice not to ignore others, Corin approaches a student named L and asks him to grab lunch. Before L can even react, Corin leans in and whispers something about a magic grimoire. A grimoire is basically a powerful skill book. It allows you to gain specific magic or traits just by reading it. The academy library is massive, roughly the size of the whole school, storing endless knowledge for future generations. But all of that is just a cover. This place is actually used to hide powerful magic books. Corin points at a shelf, joking about hiding a tree in a forest. L reminds him that he must keep his promise. Corin agrees. As long as L meets the requirements, he will get his hands on that magic book. L is an incredibly hardworking student who memorizes every type of magic and records them in his notebook. No matter how many spells he knows, using them is difficult if his mana level is too low. But a magic book changes everything. Corin begins searching through the shelves, tossing books aside to find it. He finally finds the right section. L hears the noise and tells him to stop messing around. L gasps as a secret door suddenly opens. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what is hidden there. Wait for me, let's go together. Stick with me, because this dungeon run is about to get very weird. Corin stops suddenly and turns around. L, time to keep your promise. You have to do a good job. Sure, you want me to help against the evil spirit? But what exactly am I supposed to do? Corin suddenly punches him unconscious and grins. Haha, time to start. He stands there, thinking to himself. He came to save Elle and finish a mission. If he catches the spirit, he gets the hidden fragment he wants. Only one problem. Duke Sebacia, a deviant evil spirit. This mission is impossible. Why couldn't I catch a normal spirit instead of this crazy deviant one? The commander from 800 years ago killed most players instantly. Of course, I am not one of them. Since I cannot see spirits, the Duke's attacks have no effect on me. I am basically immune. The issue is I can't see him either. Corin lifts Elle and laughs. Duke Sebacia, I can't find you. Watch closely. Why don't you just possess this guy instead? The rampaging Duke stops his attack immediately. He stands behind him, silent, wondering. In this world, different factors turn people into monsters like vampires. One factor transforms normal humans into beasts. That is exactly what happened to the Duke long ago. One day, Duke Sebacia woke up as a vampire and accidentally killed his own servants. It was tragic. He tried to control his instincts but failed. To protect his wife and daughter, he moved away and locked the gates. To prevent a massacre, he sealed himself in a book using magic. That is the book in this library. Now, Sebacia decides to possess Elle. The boy's eyes turn deep red. He screams and lunges at Corin. He is targeting me directly. Maybe his vampire instincts were suddenly triggered by something? Corin leans back to dodge. Next, he lands a punch on his head, knocking the opponent down. The second reason I chose Elle was to let a deviant spirit like Duke Sebacia possess his body. This allows Elle to release the maximum hidden power within himself. The legendary model student Elle has the lowest physical strength. I feel bad for him, but this is the most optimal strategy to finish the mission. If I kill Elle while he is possessed, I could get top-tier items like the Duke's cloak or his special vampire armor. These items were once used by Park and will play a major role in the future. But I am different from him. Pay attention here. Aren't you curious at all about your wife, Duchess Luina, and your daughter Cecilia, about how they lived after you were sealed? Corin then begins telling the Duke many stories about his family, how his wife passed away after leaving the city, and how his daughter became a great explorer who traveled the whole world. I hate Park's methods, but as Corin, I am different. I have a family I love too. I want to give this poor soul a proper death. Corin smiles. Are you happy with my answer? 2 streams of tears flow down the face of Elle. Sebacia says, sorry for attacking. Thank you for telling me. Corin laughs. It is fine, you didn't hit me. Besides, Elle's punch is weak. Sebacia speaks up. I still have one more question. They talk for a long time. Finally, the Duke fades away, leaving behind 3 items. 2 are epic items, Spirit Ash and the Rima Magic Book. This is the book that once held the sealed soul of Duke Sebacia. Inside are special abilities and charms. If you read it, you can learn them. As for the final red book, Corin does not hesitate and uses it directly on himself. Persistent Reborn Warrior. You have gained a new ability from using the magic book, Persistent Reborn Warrior. Like a warrior who never loses the will to fight, as long as your mind is strong, you heal. This is the same skill that Bastard Park once had. I don't know how much it can truly recover, since that guy never really got hurt. Right then, Elle wakes up. Corin looks at him and says, You're awake? You were possessed. Elle asks suspiciously, If I was possessed, why does my jaw hurt so much? Corin avoids eye contact and lies. I don't know. Next, he hands Elle the book and says, Don't talk anymore, just take this. Elle is curious. A magic book? Can I really have this? He looks very happy. Trust me. You and I need to see the final reason I chose Elle. You and I are about to watch how one man's hard work pays off. New mission. Do not be indifferent to misfortune. Mission accomplished. Duke Sebacia, rank P difficulty. Reward of 80 points distributed evenly. Detailed information currently unavailable. Catching a leaf as he leaves, Corin stares at the screen. 80 points? That is absolutely massive. In this game, leveling up usually grants 5 points. This reward is basically 16 levels worth of stats in one go. There was no level up notification though. This means the rank 1 reward alone was 80 points. Maybe it is compensation since I cannot grow stats normally. But that is still a staggering reward for one simple mission. 40 stat points distributed evenly and doubled. Reward for not being indifferent to the misfortune of Le Mans, 40 more points. Distribution doubled again. Corin is locked in after helping Duke Sebacia. The very next day, inside the fitness training room, Marriott appears with a basket of potatoes. She shouts, Does anyone want some snacks? I do, me too. Everyone gathers around as she starts handing out the potatoes to the group. Marriott notices Corin warming up nearby and ignores the others. Today, are you hunting spirits again? Corin says yes. Marriott smiles and says, I believe in you, Junior. But others scoff, asking how a 5th-rank freshman could catch a spirit. I tried hard and still failed yesterday. Stop giving him false hope, he is completely out of his league. Why is this newbie hogging Marriott's attention? Hearing the whispers, Marriott turns around with a playful grin. Oh really? I bet 2 gold coins my junior succeeds. The others shout. Marriott, why protect him? I bet 70 silver coins he fails. Listening to the noisy crowd, Corin pouts. Why am I suddenly the center of a gambling ring? I just wanted to get some practice in. Back on the field, Corin grips his spear. Just focus. I got those stats from helping Sabancia, so there is no way I cannot catch this thing now. I honestly do not even know how strong I am yet. Let us start with the weakest ones. Snake Stare. Among the spear techniques, that one was actually quite difficult to pull off. Now watch this part closely, the power jump is about to get real. He goes for the basic Great Snake Burst attack. Something unexpected happens. The spirit is completely obliterated, exploding from a single basic thrust of his spear. The onlookers drop their jaws in shock. Just one hit? Can a simple Great Snake Burst reach that level of power? Even Corin finds it hard to believe. Wait, am I too strong? Marriott notes he used 3 hits yesterday, but only 1 today. Oh yes, he mutters. Inside, Corin is panicking. Wait a minute, does this mean she saw everything yesterday? No, the bigger issue is how a mage can see spear techniques with her naked eyes. Her vision is absolutely ridiculous. Marriott shoves a pouch of money into Corin's face. Here, this is your share. Corin looks at her, totally confused. Marriott explains that thanks to him, she made a nice profit, so it is only fair he gets a cut. My share? She asks if he does not like it, but he admits he loves it. Nobody turns down money. You are one smart woman, Marriott. Keep this up. He takes the bag, and the two share a mischievous smile. When night falls, Corin walks alone through the quiet hallway, lost in his own thoughts. In my past life, I struggled for every skill. Now, I am already at the 5th step of enlightenment. There is still a long way to go, but my spear skills are progressing much faster than I ever imagined. The real problem is rune magic. Corin draws the Hagales rune in the air. A system message pops up. Not enough mana. Even in my past life, I could not master this because it requires a massive mana pool. Hold on, you and I need to hear this voice. Things just got dangerous as Corin freezes in his tracks. That voice. No matter how much I master the spear or learn ancient runes, she is too dangerous. She is the one monster in this academy I can never beat, the woman even Park Baru failed to kill. One of the strongest forces in the legends of Ahan, a notorious balance breaker, the extraordinary Yaksha, Warren. Glancing at Warren, Corin wonders why she suddenly appeared here. Why is she even talking to me? He tries to ignore the ticking time bomb and walk away, but Warren is not finished with him yet. She speaks again, claiming his soul has been merged and he is not the true master of that body. Her words send a cold shiver down Corin's spine. He looks back at her in pure terror. How does she know? How did she realize I possessed this body? One frame with 2 souls, a human and a monster coexisting. Trust me, you and I don't want to miss what happens when she digs into his secret. Warren is a terrifying anomaly. You and I are about to dive back into Corin's weirdest dilemma. Corin just stares at Warren, ignoring her question. Seeing his silence, she presses him, asking how it felt. How did it feel to crush and devour that original soul? I honestly do not know, Corin replies. He plays it cool, but internally, his mind is racing. In his past life, this haunted him. Are Corin Locke and I actually 2 different people? Is it possible these merged memories belong to Corin Locke, and not to me at all? If so, who was the version of me that studied military dynamics at that all-boys high school and college? But thinking is useless. Warren is different. The true owner of that body was not even a human being. A brief flash of surprise crosses Warren's face, but her eyes quickly return to their usual cold, distant stare. Because that body is the original. You are a thief who stole it, so you have no right to it. Near my hometown, there was this guy who would turn into a giant green monster whenever he got angry. His name was Brooke. Have you ever heard of him? The funny thing is those 2 opposite personalities absolutely hated each other. Interesting, right? Since they were good at different things. Corin tries to joke, pointing to his head with a silly grin. But his lame joke falls flat, earning him a look from Warren that is 70% confusion and 30% annoyance. With a sigh, he explains that whether the soul is original or newly formed, they are distinct personalities. They have different traits. So is that not exactly how they are supposed to coexist in one body? Like it or not, we were born into this single body. And being born is not a crime for anyone. Warren falls silent, then cryptically remarks that in this world, some existences are considered a sin from birth. Corin senses her deep suffering, but since he cannot help yet, he stays silent. See you later. He waves goodbye. Corin says his goodbyes and turns to leave. The next morning is the weekend, but he is already at the Academy mission board. Completing these various side quests will help him level up for the next big main mission. This progress is essential. My goal is not just leveling up, so I do not need to be too picky. I just want to test something. Corin notices a girl standing nearby, curious why she is staring at the board so intently. Now that I think about it, I do not know much about Elisa. In my past life, that bastard Park killed her, and now my memories are shifting from what I saw in the game. Curiosity takes over, so he asks her directly. Turns out, Elisa is desperate for cash and needs a high-paying quest. Although second-tier students get plenty of financial support for their activities, Elisa is stuck. Since her family income is in the top 10% of the kingdom, the academy decided to give her zero support. Plus, my family believes in self-reliance, so I have to earn my own living expenses no matter what I tell them. Seeing her misery, Corin feels bad and offers a suggestion. If you need quick money, why not try a patrol mission? Now watch this. Elisa gets excited and asks Corin to join her on this profitable quest. They accept up to 3 people. Want to do it together? Sorry, I have other plans, Corin says. He already has a secret plan. He is going to pick the most efficient missions to skyrocket his stats. His very first mission is simply finding a lost cat named Nabi. The rewards and experience are trash, but that does not matter because his real target is a commandment. By saving Nabi from a sea monster, Corin prevents the owner from losing her pet and falling into a tragic depression. You and I both know this payoff is coming. The system confirms his duty as soon as Nabi is home. You did not ignore Anna Mark Milan's suffering. Rank E difficulty cleared. 5 points awarded and distributed. Awesome, the commandments actually work. Even these tiny missions will help me boost my stats like crazy. Corin's creepy, excited laughing scares little Anna, who grabs her cat and bolts out of there immediately. After that first win, Corin keeps the momentum going, knocking out one mission after another. He rescues a weak boy from some local bullies, and even finds a lost engagement ring for a newlywed couple. While enjoying his skyrocketing points, Corin realizes he forgot a task that is way more important than any score. He even made a careful note of it earlier today. Realizing the time, he sprints straight to a fried chicken shop. Inside, a buff old man is fuming with rage because he cannot figure out the perfect sauce recipe for his chicken. Corin saves the day with malt syrup, then vanishes with a grin. Trust me, you and I won't forget this. Stick with me, we are watching to see if this lunatic's recipe actually works. Even though he complains, the old man tries it anyway. Soon after, his loud scream is heard for miles. That is the flavor. Corin laughs outside. This was the mission he absolutely had to finish. A world without seasoned chicken is just pure chaos. Right then, his system sends a notification. Objective: do not ignore Junjiro's misfortune. Difficulty level E, 5 points distributed equally. Corin only did this for his own hobby, but seeing it count as a precept makes him dance with joy. Little does he know that his bizarre behavior is being watched by Warren from the roof. Such a strange person. Warren mumbles before a voice suddenly calls out from behind her. I let you stay since you did not leave the city. But you should at least get a permit. The professor reminds her gently. Warren ignores her, turning back to watch Corin while you and I see her remember the deep words he said to her just last night. Being born without any sin is a true blessing. Then she remembers the past. A man shouting that she never should have been born. Warren watches the sunset in silence, the weight of loneliness clearly visible on her small shoulders. A few days later, the school holds a survival evaluation for all freshmen at the hunting grounds. The blonde professor explains the rules. Reach the cabin at the northern end of the forest to pass. You must wear the armband for your rank. These will be returned at the finish line. You will receive points based on your arrival time along with that armband. Your rewards will match your final score. While the professor speaks, Corin looks around for Warren. As expected, Warren is not there. She is banned from practicals, likely to keep things fair. While Corin is deep in thought, a girl named Elisa suddenly calls out his name. Elisa, did the mission go well? She happily replies that thanks to him, she earned some much-needed cash for her living expenses. Want some candy? I bought it for my sister, but it is way too sweet for me to eat. Corin hands Elisa a golden candy. By pure chance, it is the honey bomb candy she loves most. Now pay attention, because the survival exam is about to begin, and it gets intense. The professor creates a massive magic circle as the students watch in awe. Even Corin is impressed. I have seen countless mages, but using space magic on this many people at once? That is only possible for Lady Josephine. She is still the legendary archmage, isn't she? Only a few seconds pass. The students are teleported to various random locations deep within the hunting grounds. The moment Corin lands, he hears fighting nearby and is taken by surprise. They are already at it? The hunting ground is a major event that even the veterans have to attempt many times. This is a full battle royale system where you start in random spots and steal armbands to rack up points. Watching 2 students fight, Corin runs away while telling them to keep up the intensity. I am not interested in you. The biggest threat is Elisa with her blue armband. Warren is not here, so if I handle Elisa, the rest are just free points. Elisa, she has no idea what is coming. I placed a tracking rune on that candy she ate. This rune ensures that we will meet again. Corin follows the tracking rune with a shameless smile, his voice constantly calling out for Elisa. Back at the meeting point, Josephine tells the principal that she is heading into the forest. Even with professors stationed everywhere, it is better to be safe. Then Josephine notices something strange. Wait, where did that child go? The principal smiles and says he did not send her. She went alone. She went there herself? Yes, it seems like her heart is finally starting to change. Somewhere in the forest, Elisa is scolding the students she just knocked out on the ground. Why would you act like this? Do you not feel ashamed? So many people attacking me at once? One student talks back, claiming that being cowardly is their greatest specialty. A backstabber tries his luck, but you and I see a massive rock fly in and save the day. Corin, did you really come to save me? All right. You and I are about to see Elisa's world come crashing down because of Corin's sheer audacity. That blue armband is gorgeous, he says, while thrusting his spear straight at her heart. For a rank 2 like Elisa, this is nothing. She tilts her body slightly and effortlessly dodges his strike. But her heart? That is devastated. Corin, she really trusted you, man. She thought he was a good guy because he gave her candy. Corin's response? Completely shameless. You will be a good person too once you hand over that armband. Elisa is a pure martial artist. Her special defensive skills are not exactly ready for prime time yet. In combat, she is only mid-tier rank 2. That is why she cannot touch her genius sister's level. But do not get it twisted. She is still easily in the top 1%. She just crushed 7 rank 3 and 4 students alone, so fighting a rank 5 like Corin, zero stress. Now, watch closely, because everything we know about power levels is about to change. How is he this strong? He is closing the distance, weaving through her attacks, and striking from everywhere. He is toying with her, counterattacking and keeping the pressure high. Being rank 2, Elisa locks in and analyzes him. His breathing shifts strangely between his stabs and slashes. If she can just time that opening, she thinks, focusing hard on Corin's arm. The moment he shifts, she throws a counter. But somehow, Corin reads her like a book. He shuts down her blade instantly and flashes a smug little grin. Relying on talent without real combat experience won't get you far. He then chains 3 brutal spear styles, merging the 6 harmony and madness styles into one lethal assault. The counter lands, sending Elisa flying. She barely manages to focus her energy to block the impact. Without that last-second shield, she would have been a goner for sure. His speed is not insane, but his technique? Flawless. Is this guy really a rank 5? Defeated, she has no choice. Elisa hands the blue armband over to Corin. I will put it to good use, he promises. Suddenly, screams erupt from the distance, grabbing his attention. Before he can even investigate, a massive sword comes flying straight for his head. Corin catches the blow with his spear. Damn, this thing is heavy. It is a dark iron sword, 4 times denser than steel, magic infused to take down giant monsters. Stopping a strike like this is nearly impossible. Corin pours in his strength and diverts the blade. Wait, you actually blocked my great sword? Ron summons the blade back and barks an order. Drop the armband and get lost. Just a rank 5? Corin stares at his new attacker, heart pounding. And yeah, I know what you are thinking. Corin's in deep trouble now, right? It is Doron Waski. Despite taking out dozens of enemies, Doron is spotless. This guy is a totally different beast than Elisa. Realizing the gap, Corin clutches the armband and just bolts, leaving Doron totally stunned. Seconds later, Doron's eyes light up with a weird intensity as he chases after him. That thing in your mouth. It is definitely blue. Then, he unleashes a literal arsenal of weapons at Corin. He is hunting him down now. Corin is honestly about to lose his mind. Why are you doing this? You usually do not work if there is no money involved. He yells at Elisa, who is running right behind him. Elisa, why are you following me? Because I do not want to die, and I do not know the way out. Corin keeps sprinting, telling himself he just needs to reach the exit with the armband. But Crannel is waiting there with a massive golem. Sorry, kid. If you want through, leave the prize. This is a massive headache for Corin. Crannel in front, Doron behind. He tried to avoid everyone, and now he is stuck between 2 monsters. So what do you and I think? Is he done for? Trust me, this is getting wild. Alright, you and I are about to witness an absolute masterclass in strategy. If a fight is unavoidable, Corin Locke knows there is only one choice: confront it. Moments later, a knock echoes at the finish station. Oh boy, it looks like our champion has arrived. I have to ask, who is it? An older man opens the door to find Corin smiling, with Elisa's blue armband between his teeth. I am Corin Locke. Am I allowed to pick a prize? Goodness, bringing back the blue armband makes you an incredible student. To the praise, Corin humbly replies that he just got lucky. Outside the door, Elisa stands there, still frozen in total shock from everything she just witnessed. Amazing. He danced through those heavy sword strikes using pure speed, closing the gap before the massive blade could even reach its full power. After disarming his opponent's weapon with expert precision, he slammed it deep into the ground, making it impossible for his rival to retrieve it. He dodged the blades he couldn't block, skillfully leading the attack straight into the golems instead. With lightning-fast reflexes, he hid behind Dran, using him as a human shield against the golem's heavy strikes. While Dran was occupied, Corin shattered the golem's core. Immediately after, Cranel was finished since he had no more mana to control the monster. Between his sharp judgment and sheer determination, he fights like someone who has survived thousands of battles. Now pay attention to this, because everything was decided in a split second. That kind of timing only comes from years of experience. How can he be this good at such a young age? Watching him feels like seeing the shadow of my older sister. Recalling Corin's warning not to rely solely on talent while skipping real combat, Elisa vows to work harder. Meanwhile, Ron stares at the sword in his hand, lost in his own thoughts. Before I could even use my full power, he already had a counter-strategy. How did this kid find my weakness so fast? In an instant, it felt like he knew every single one of my secret techniques like the back of his hand. Elsewhere, Cranel clutches his injured arm on the ground, his mind replaying the words Corin said earlier. Against weapons that have both high speed and high attack power, your golems are nothing but target practice. If I were you, I would find a real friend to protect me instead of that golem. Cranel had simply replied that he had no friends. Corin looked confused and told him to try finding one. Remembering this, Cranel feels a sharp sting in his heart as tears fall. That jerk was mocking me, but basically, today was a total disaster. Let's pause here. 3 top-tier freshmen, and they all see Corin Locke in their own unique ways now. Out of the remaining participants in the hunting grounds, the strongest is said to be the one protected by the forest. But ordinary players aren't the only ones here. That is why the top mage of the academy, Mariette Donolev, is also present. She is helping the other members train by acting as a monster. For Eon, this is the first time she has faced an overwhelming opponent, and just like that, the training session in the hunting grounds comes to an end. At least, that is what Mariette thought. After giving Eon a reality check, Mariette approaches Eon and asks gently if she is a new student. I am Mariette. My name is Eon. Mariette turns back to ask the girl in the nun outfit standing a short distance away. Her name is Waran. You must be looking for someone. You should gather your friends and try to stand against me if we meet. Waran ignores the words entirely and walks past her, but she doesn't get far before a massive ice wall blocks her path. Excuse me, you can ignore me, but according to the rules, I am still the monster. I cannot just let you walk away, Mariette says with a smile. How annoying. Warren looks back at Mariette, her eyes turning cold and dangerous. Back with Corin. After calculating the results, the man at the finish station is left completely breathless. You have 117 points. It has been a long time since I have seen a score this high. Corin asks if he can pick a reward. Immediately, a list of items appears before him. The most valuable item is the shark bear gall. But since he came here with a plan, Corin does not hesitate to choose the ginseng seeds. Oh, you have a great eye for picking those seeds. Now, what will you do with your remaining 17 points? Corin thinks for a moment and picks some plant nutrients and earplugs before quickly leaving. Man, shopping is great. Even after playing this through 1,000 times, it has never been this smooth. I have never seen so many people finish before. Corin sees Jer and Elle running toward the finish station. I got second place with 19 points. Jer says happily that he got 15. Elle brags while catching her breath. Corin smiles and praises them, saying they worked great together. Jer wipes the sweat from his forehead with a grin. This was easy. Want to hit the gym together tonight? If you have energy for the gym, help me find some golem cores. Trust me, you and I are just beginning to see how Corin's mind works. We are diving in. Cranel acts tough, saying he is fine, but he is clearly touched by all the help we are giving. At times like this, a simple thank you goes a long way. Corin corrects him while hunting for the golem core. In his past life, Corin teamed up with Cranel often. Golems are elite heavy tanks for these mid-sized monster fights. Things are finally winding down. Cranel Luden, a grade 2 mage, starts pulling the core from the fallen golem. Knight Elisa is hurt, and Dronwaski is completely tapped out. Even worse, grade 2 mage Ewan looks dead. Corin rushes over to check. Thankfully, he confirms that Ewan is still breathing beneath that heap of dirt. Corin breathes a sigh of relief and carries her back. Ewan is barely conscious, muttering something about Mariette. Suddenly, forest animals start fleeing in terror. Ewan whispers, a chilling warning for Mariette to run. With insane mana and a natural gift for magic, this genius mage has never tasted the bitterness of failure. Her talent is so bright, she is expected to follow the elite path of Professor Josephine. Everyone calls Mariette Donolev a true genius. For her, this entire hunting ground is nothing more than a sandbox. She usually just adjusts the difficulty to help the underclassmen grow. That is just how she rolls as a senior. Now pay attention, because facing Warren is a total nightmare. Mariette is cornered and gasping for air after that brutal assault. I need to analyze her, Mariette thinks. But there is no time. Warren is already charging straight at her. With no time to waste, Mariette summons a barrage of ice arrows and fires them point blank. Against Warren? Totally useless. The arrows just shatter into dust the second they make contact with her body. Warren keeps coming like a freight train. Mariette realizes basic magic will not stop this monster. She promised the professor she would not use mid-tier magic, but now she is forced to whip out high-tier spells. She hates admitting it, but Mariette is officially going all out. She has no other choice against Warren. It makes sense. What Mariette is facing right now is not some student or fellow knight. This is not a game anymore. She is facing a literal natural disaster in human form. You saw that too, right? Even her high-tier ice wall gets crushed before she takes a devastating and bone-shattering kick. That single blow leaves Mariette badly broken and bleeding. As Warren steps closer, Mariette screams for her to stay back. Suddenly, Professor Josephine's voice echoes through the air. Warren, stop. Josephine steps out of a portal and checks on Mariette with a worried look. Mariette whispers that she is fine, but immediately after, she completely passes out. Unexpected results emerge from the hunting ground. Coming in first place is Corin, who is somehow only a lowly grade 5 student. Everyone is buzzing about the clash between the top first-year and the top second-year students. As soon as Corin hears about the injury, he sprints to the infirmary to see Mariette. Finding her asleep, Corin finally breathes a sigh of relief. Man, I really thought she had awakened as a boss already. She looks okay for now. The original plot is still intact, but she awakens in just 3 weeks. Time to prepare. Corin leaves the room and heads deep into the forest to meet a certain person. He checks his surroundings to ensure he is alone, then squeezes many eye drops into his eyes. He goes to the lake, fakes a slip, and drops his ginseng seeds while screaming in total, fake agony. The precious seeds my mother gave me. As he fakes a sob, a spirit appears and asks why he is crying. Corin is smirking inside. In the legend of hero Ahon, this is a one-time only Easter egg. For those of you who do not know, an Easter egg is a secret detail hidden by developers to reward players. It is like the story of the hermit and the woodcutter who accidentally dropped his iron axe into the lake. The spirit asks if the golden or silver axe belongs to the poor woodcutter. Just like the legend, the spirit appears with gold and silver items, but only for low-tier unique gear. If you throw anything else in, nothing happens. That is usually where the secret ends for most people. Corin knows players tried dropping 500 items. Some legends even threw in every random piece of rare gear. It was a special hidden secret that some bored, damn developer added just to mess with the veteran players. Back to the lake. After hearing Corin's story, the spirit holds out a golden seed and asks if it belongs to him. No. Corin sniffles. The silver one? No. You and I will love seeing how this scam pays off. Corin sticks to the script. The hermit smiles, holding out the ginseng seeds, and says, These must be your seeds. Bridge 1. You and I are watching a master at work as Corin puts on a performance, crying tears of joy. Even after seeing gold and silver, you were not greedy and remained honest. I truly admire your integrity, so I shall grant you all of these seeds. The hermit leaves behind the ginseng, silver, and golden seeds for Corin before diving back into the water. He never sees Corin's sinister smile. Regular seeds boost mana, but the gold and silver ones have special effects. These 2 rare items can actually be multiplied. This is a hidden piece from the game Ahon. If you plant the golden seeds, the ginseng actually glows gold. Same for the silver ginseng seeds. Once planted, they will radiate a brilliant silver light. In his past life, Pihu took the gold, and Corin the silver. Now, Corin owns them both. He heads back to the dorms to rest, but the upcoming events are weighing heavy on his mind. Bridge 2. Pay attention, because in 3 weeks, Mariette is destined to awaken as the game's first vampire boss. The mission involves the Fog City Johei vampire. I do not know how the demon blood within her awakens, but time is short. This is exactly why I had to show off my power to the high-ranking 2nd grade fighters. Nobody wants to fight alongside a weak 5th grade knight, even if I were the one asking for help. To get these top players interested, you have to show them raw talent and undeniable strength. They will recover in a week. That is when I will propose forming the first boss raid team. We still have 3 weeks before Mariette Dunilev fully awakens into a powerful, special-class vampire. With enough preparation and the right team, I can easily save this girl from her tragic fate. Until then, I will train Alyssa, help Drawn, and get closer to Cranel, the Golem wizard. If we prepare well, this will be easy as pie as long as no variables pop up. Bridge 3. But here is the variable I mentioned. Late that night, Isabel wakes up to find Mariette acting very strange. Seeing Mariette sitting motionless on the bed, her friend anxiously asks, Mariette, Are you all right? How is your throat? Thinking she is still sad about losing to Warren, Isabel tries to comfort her. Suddenly, Marriott's eyes turn blood red as she stares at Isabel's neck, grabbing her shoulder and whispering, "I am so thirsty." Meanwhile, Warren is stuck in detention for 4 days for injuring an upperclassman. So boring. Warren closes her book, suddenly remembering the harsh words Professor Josephine said to her yesterday. "If you want to learn, I will tutor you privately. Reflect on yourself. Or should I just jump?" While Warren is seriously considering that, Corin suddenly appears at the window hanging upside down, startling her. "Huh, I knew you would be here." Corin smiles playfully. "You are War, right? I think I have seen you before." "I am Corin Locke. Can you open the window?" Even though Warren acts like she does not care, she still listens and opens the window for him. "Here, I bought these cakes. I did not know what you liked, and coming empty-handed felt wrong." Warren points at his face, warning him that sneaking in like this is a serious school violation. "I am not inside yet. I am hanging from a tree. Besides, Professor Josephine is not even here." Corin checks her over, relieved to see she has no scars despite what happened at the hunting grounds. She is a lycanthrope, so it makes sense that Josephine is worried and keeping her locked away. But being locked up for 4 days is a bit much. Suddenly, Warren mentions something very important. "Where did Josephine go? I have not seen her here for over 4 days now." Corin's heart sinks as he asks, "She has not returned here even once since that day?" "Nope." That answer shocks Corin so much he completely forgets he is hanging upside down. He falls straight to the ground, and the pain immediately activates his enduring warrior healing skill. Ignoring the pain, he rushes to the infirmary. Josephine left the most dangerous person in school alone. Bridge 4. You and I are left wondering, where did the strongest professors go right as the boss awakens? Alright, you and I are about to see how one small change ruins an entire game world. Both guards are missing, which means something is seriously wrong here. First, I am barred from seeing Marriott. Then, her protector Isabel vanishes, and they have even posted extra guards outside the hospital. I had a bad feeling from the start, but the more I think about it, the more my dark suspicions seem to be coming true. Realizing he will not be allowed in to visit Marriott, Corin decides it is time to play a little dirty. He lies, telling the guard that Professor Josephine sent some snacks. The guard totally buys it and chows down on the food, which Corin secretly spiked with heavy laxatives. It takes less than a minute for his stomach to absolutely explode. Desperate, the guard begs Corin to watch the door for a second while he sprints away to handle his business. With the coast clear, Corin slips inside. Before opening the curtain to the hospital bed, he takes a deep breath to steady his nerves. There's no way it happened already, right? It is supposed to be a month away. This is way too soon. Please, let me be wrong about this. Corin calls out for Marriott as he finally pulls the curtain back. Isabel? Wait, Marriott is supposed to be here, so why is Isabel in the bed? I thought she was missing. Then, Corin spots the bite mark on her neck. It is undeniable now. This is exactly what the professors are trying to cover up. Now, watch this carefully, because Marriott Donilev has already awakened as a vampire. She is the first act's final boss, and she has arrived 3 weeks early. As soon as he leaves the clinic, Corin immediately starts hunting for a counter-strategy. There is a 4-stage plan to take down this specific final boss. Stage 1, rapidly clear out the waves of monster subordinates. Stage 2 involves trapping her in magic circles and dealing heavy damage until we gain the upper hand. Stage 3 is where it gets real, as we go head-to-head with the enemy inside her blood domain. Once we knock her down, she will trigger her final form, which kicks off the 4th and final stage. The core of this strategy revolves around that final form, so we might not even need a player character. If the top freshmen at the academy team up, reaching stage 3 should not be too difficult. But then it hits him. Elisa Aiden is injured because of me. Gronwoski's weapon is broken because of me. And Grinnell Luden's golem core? Also destroyed by me and has not recovered yet. I know what you're thinking. He really screwed himself over by crippling every single powerhouse student. Now, Corin is starting to lose his mind. In the original story, Marriott was supposed to attack her roommate in the Misty City after an encounter with a vampire killer. Back in my past life, we just waited for Isabel at the dorms to wrap things up quickly after that happened. Paru intentionally let Mariette escape back then, but thanks to my meddling, everything is a complete mess now. Elisa has 8 broken bones, and Grinnell's golem is busted, making him totally useless in a fight. I thought about war too, but I cannot predict how the battle would change if he got involved. So the very next day, Corin starts recruiting his own team. First up on the list is Drawn. Corin finds him in a corner of the gym and hands him a mercenary registration form. It is a mercenary contract for a super tough mission. I need to capture someone alive. Ron just scowls at him. Are you insane? Mercenaries only fight battles they know they can win. Besides, you already broke my sword. I only have 2 blades left. Drawn refuses at first, But once Corin mentions 20 gold coins and 100% pure soul dust, all his principles go out the window. He agrees to join Corin's squad right then and there. Next up are Ian, Jer, and Elle. By playing on their personalities and specific desires, Corin easily brings them into the fold. He baits Ian with magic books, while promising Jer and Elle the one thing they crave most: fame and glory from defeating a legendary demon. With a healer and extra damage dealers, they finally have enough power for Stage 1. Minimum requirements have finally been met. Now, the real work begins as the team prepares to strike. That night, the group gathers to move out. Corin remembers how she once cried and fled into the forest. Finding her is going to be a nightmare. Who would expect someone that strong to dig a tunnel and hide in the forest for a month? He said she is hiding in the woods, and there is only one forest near the Mur Academy. That is why Corin leads them to the hunting zone. Is she really supposed to be here? I know the goal, boss, but how are we actually going to find Marriott? Ron asks as they walk. Searching could take years. If we want to know where she is, we just have to ask. Don't worry about it. You and I are about to find out if his gamble pays off. Yen is suspicious, wondering what Corin is actually hiding. All right, you and I are jumping straight into the action as our mage plants her staff and begins the chant. Spirits, show us the way to her. Whoa. Elle stands there in total awe as spirits swarm the area in a massive, glowing crowd. Jer is just as hyped, figuring a ton of spirits must be answering Yen's call even if he can't see a thing. Corin keeps his cool, asking Yen if they finally found Marriott. She hesitates, her voice trailing off for a moment. Then the whole group gives Corin this weird, creepy look that leaves him feeling completely confused and uneasy. Pay attention here. He asks what is wrong, only for them to yell she is standing right behind you. Before they can even finish, Corin senses the danger, blocks a sudden strike with his spear, and slices the beast apart. But that was just the start. Suddenly, it is not just one monster, it is an entire pack, charging right at them. Did Lady Marriott turn into a monster? Elle and Jacker shout in panic, but Corin snaps back no way. Hearing that, Jer lets out a wild laugh and dives headfirst into the fray while shouting at the top of his lungs. You think you can take me? Perfect timing. I needed a warm-up. Corin warns him not to get surrounded by the pack. Fall back 3 steps, keep your head, and just keep swinging until their numbers finally start to drop down. Corin barks orders at Jer before turning to lead the rest of the team. Elle, cover our rear and stay sharp. Yun, stay with Lee. Dran, you know the drill, just do not push too far forward and get caught alone. With that, Corin leaps in to back up Jer as the team instantly snaps into their assigned combat formation. Dran watches Corin while carving through monsters, totally impressed. Even after a surprise attack, the kid did not flinch once. He has already got the perfect plan and backup strategy laid out. Honestly, it is almost scary how calm he is. He is not just strong, he is a natural-born commander and strategist leading a team. He acts like a true leader. You and I both know the Academy ranking system is broken if they think this guy is only a rank 5 knight. As the monsters pile up, Jer gets impatient and asks Yen, where is Lady Marriott? What is really going on here? No sign of Marriott, just endless monsters. Yun confusedly replies she is only reporting exactly what the spirits told her. Maybe she is controlling them? Monsters do not usually hunt in packs this aggressive, like they are on a short leash. Wrong. Corin shuts that theory down immediately and starts to explain the real situation to the rest of the group. Marriott is not the one pulling the strings here. That is not something she would ever find easy to do. Besides, if she were in control, this messy, chaotic style of attacking would not be her signature style at all. Then why? Why are these things throwing themselves at us like this? Ron demands to know the truth immediately. Normally, every monster has its own hunting habits, but sometimes they get so desperate they forget their natural instincts. For example, if they are facing something they cannot handle, something so terrifying they are forced to run for their lives. As Corin speaks, a figure steps out from the shadows of the forest. The group gasps in shock. Marriott! Corin commands everyone to get ready. Fall back, Elle. Elle retreats, complaining he can barely catch his breath right now. Yu follows Elle and checks if the distance is good. Corin nods, then points to Dran and Jer to move. Dran, Jaeger, step back and support me. Dran grins, trusting his master's plan completely as he readies his own weapon. Meanwhile, Jer asks a real high IQ question. Is that one of my steps or one of your steps we are talking about? I will take the lead, Corin declares. Immediately, his system begins flashing with urgent notifications and glowing text. Third precept active, I will save the world. Target Marriott Dunalev. All stats boosted by 50% right now. Marriott's fate and her impact on the world. This backup data is based on her future threat level, not the past. I will save the world, take the first step towards salvation, and stop Marriott before it is too late. Corin takes a deep breath, grips his weapon, and rallies his spirit for the legendary fight waiting ahead. All right, let's go. We are going to save this world, starting with this first step to stop Marriott once and for all. This actually conflicts with the first commandment: never ignore another person's suffering. The new mission? Save Marriott Dunolev. Good luck, hero Corin Locke. Marriott moans in pain, radiating a dangerous, dark energy that chills the very air. Her eyes are blood red and full of killing intent, yet she is crying. Yen feels her heart break for her. Ron is not moved at all. He coldly says it does not change a thing. Just wipe out the demon race. With that, Ron hurls his greatsword at Marriott, but a crimson sphere instantly intercepts the heavy blow. And that is where we leave it, a blood sphere created by a vampire. Trust me, you do not want to miss what is next. It is hard to believe a newly awakened vampire would already have a blood sphere at her side. Stick with me, Corin quickly calms the panicked crowd, telling them it is just a newborn with no master mana yet. Without blood and magic from its master, that sphere cannot do anything except block their incoming attacks. For any mage, defense is their biggest weakness, so being shielded like that is going to be a massive problem. Ron warns Corin, but he just scratches his head and tells the thing to simply get lost. Marriott screams, unleashing a massive magic blast while Yu immediately springs into action to protect the entire team. This forest is her territory. She slams her hands into the dirt, instantly forming a glowing magic circle. Giant tree trunks burst from the ground, creating a massive wooden wall in front of her and her allies. This skill does more than block it, boosts attack speed, and shields their souls from any negative status effects. Now pay attention, because the moment Marriott's magic rays hit the wall, the real power struggle begins. Yu feels the devastating impact. Jer sees her sweating and asks what they will do if the wall actually shatters. Lact is already shaking with fear, and hearing those words only makes him panic even more. He snaps at Jer to shut up. That single attack just drained half of her mana to keep the defense up. The vampire's poisonous hunting ground is taking a toll, but she has to endure it so the others can strike. Corin promised he would defeat this monster. Yuan whispers to herself, desperately trying to find her courage. Yu is at her limit. Corin tells her to hold on just a bit longer. He will finish this in 5 moves. Can he really do it? Of course. The battle against Marriott Dunolev is divided into 4 distinct stages. Stage 1 involves waves of summoned monsters attacking the player's entire party at once. Once the minions die, Marriott enters the fray. You have to face her through Stage 4 to see her ultimate magic, meaning she is still holding back. She has not used her full power yet, and won't until the very final stage arrives. Everything is happening just like in Corin's past life. He tells Lact to pull back and leave Yu for now. He can only use basic magic about 2 more times, so he needs to start looking out for himself. Did he count the spells? Yes. Once the mana is gone, he needs to run as far away as possible. Corin watches the wall. The attacks were wide, but weak. The real danger is the alchemy coming next. Sure enough, the cracked wall shatters into pieces as Marriott's ice alchemy freezes every single bit of it solid. The very second the barrier collapses, Yuan begins chanting to the gods of earth and grain, calling for spirits and insects to cover the world in ash. Corin whispers in ancient language. As his body starts to glow, a violent whirlwind suddenly kicks up around them. He knows the gods are answering his call. The power radiating through the air is absolutely unmistakable. He wrote those runes, but only a pure druid can activate them. It is a secret system language from another world. You and I are seeing a secret language unlocked only after finishing Yuan's entire storyline talk about a cheat code. She has always dreamed of being a druid, a true child of nature and a master of the ancient forest. A 1,000-year-old secret tongue meant only for those who are truly friendly with the spirits. The storm pulls the trees together, forming a massive willow giant that leaves Jer and Drawn completely speechless. Even Yuan is shocked that the runes summoned this beast. Corin cannot help but chuckle at her stunned reaction. It feels a bit like cheating to help her summon this monster, but there is no other choice right now. Time is running out. Corin yells for Jer to throw the living owlbear into the giant's chest immediately. A living owlbear? Jer looks around in disbelief, then gasps when he actually spots one nearby. Wow, he really found it. Corin does not say a word, just offering a knowing smile to his team. He is not telling them he prepared that beast earlier while everyone else was busy with the fighting. Throw it into the chest, Corin urges him. Jer takes aim and hurls the beast with perfect accuracy. Burning the sacrifice inside the giant's chest provides the fuel needed for this massive summoning magic to function. As the owlbear is consumed, the energy core changes color and pulses with a brand new life force. The giant's eyes shift from red to a brilliant green. Corin shouts the order for the beast to advance. Trust me, you and I are about to see this massive titan tear Marriott apart as it moves out. Alright, let's dive into a battle that is pushing everyone to their absolute limits. Yuan suddenly feels a sharp, crushing pain in her chest and instinctively clutches her heart. This summoning magic is clearly too much for her to handle, even for just a few minutes. Seeing her struggle like this, Corin quickly shouts out some encouragement to Yuan. Do not stop now, Yuan. If you quit, everyone here is going to die. She is drenched in sweat and shaking from the agony, but she still manages to force out a reply. I know, I will try. Meanwhile, Marriott sees the doll closing in and unleashes a massive burst of power, using a wide-range magic spell to blast the Willow Man away. Corin, is this really going to work? Jer asks nervously after seeing the Willow Man full of holes from Marriott's attack. Do not worry. Corin speaks up to reassure him as usual. He says that because the Willow Man is not a living creature, it is just a puppet. A few holes in its body will not kill it. Besides, in the classic battle between fire and ice, there is no way for the flames to lose. That was what he believed, until he saw Marriott's magic completely extinguish the Willow Man's flames with his own eyes. Now watch closely, because as the Willow Man collapses to the ground, Corin feels true fear for the first time. Every bit of common sense he knows is being flipped upside down. This is the special difficulty level known as Marriott Dunalev. Yuen finally reaches her limit and collapses to the ground. Yuen, get back! What? But Corin immediately cuts her off before she can argue. Your mana is completely gone. Staying here will not change anything anymore. Understood? I am pulling out. Knowing he is right, Yuen follows Corin's orders and retreats from the front. Hey, can just the three of us really handle this, Corin? Jer asks in a complete panic. Marriott used everything on that massive attack, so her magic is weak now. Do you guys know what that means? What is it? It means it is our turn to strike. With that, Corin charges toward Marriott. Ron and Jer do not hesitate either, rushing forward right behind him. While dodging Marriott's spells, Ron telekinetically sends his greatsword flying straight toward the blood sphere. But the moment it hits, the sword is bounced back. Damn it, this blood sphere is way too hard. Ron grumbles in frustration. Suddenly, Jer leaps high into the air, using his momentum to deliver a heavy, crushing blow to the sphere. This is Jer's signature move, Stack Destruction. The damage dealt to the enemy is multiplied several times over, shattering any defense in its way. You and I have to admit, calling Jer into the team was a total pro move. Look, he actually broke it. Jer barely has time to celebrate before Corin screams a warning. You idiot, look out! The sphere-breaking triggers, Phase 3, the Blood Realm. Marriott screams as a massive shockwave of power erupts from her body, sending Ron and Jer flying back with heavy injuries. Only Corin manages to stay standing after that devastating explosion of energy from Marriott. He stabs his spear into the ground to steady himself. We are trapped in this world. Breaking the sphere was a trap that activated this cursed space. Now we are stuck, and the pressure is insane. Before, she was just defending, but now the blood sphere has absorbed her blood and mana to create this nightmare. I never expected to be the only one left fighting her during this phase of the battle. In my past life, it took at least 3 people to even stand a chance against Phase 3. But Corin just sighs, resting his spear on his shoulder with a confident smirk. Actually, it does not matter. The result will still be the same. I am the winner. Over on Marriott's side, the intrusive thoughts and primal hunger of a vampire begin to flood her mind. If you were born as a normal human, you could easily tell the difference between a beast and a person. If you were truly human, it would be natural to close your eyes in terror at such a sight. But watching those creatures struggle desperately for life, I felt a strange, cold chill run down my spine. It was so different from the burning heat clawing at my throat. My hunger drew me toward the neck of someone whose name I did not even know. I bit it. My fangs, which were always there, tore through the skin and pierced the veins. The creature was trembling in my arms. I did not know if it was fear of being hunted or a final, desperate struggle. Not that it mattered anymore. I no longer felt like closing my eyes in shame. Their painful groans sounded just like a beautiful piano melody to me. That warm blood flowed over my tongue and down my throat, warming my freezing skin. The blood vessels I thought had stopped forever felt like they were expanding with life again. Isabel's groans and the creaking of the bed finally went silent. Only the sound of my heart, beating like it was about to explode, echoed through me. That delicious smell of blood made me feel disgusted with myself. My body, now overflowing with life, felt like it was about to collapse. Because in that moment, I realized that was no animal I was killing. I have committed a terrible sin. I nearly killed my own friend as if I were just slaughtering some mindless beast. Mari begins to panic. Even worse, she realizes how heartless her own nature truly is. Even as she realized she treated a human like a farm animal, she clutched her starving stomach and ran away, until the boy finally found her Corin. Now, Corin is facing off against a terrifying wolf-headed monster. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are about to see Corin's 4th step finish this damn dog. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a fight where a beast makes the mistake of biting a human. Corin charges in with his rotating heaven technique, while the creature summons 2 minions to block him. This mutt is really starting to push my buttons. Corin effortlessly dances around the attacks of these 2 minor flea bags. With a 5th section thrust and a wood mountain throw, he sends both minions straight to the afterlife. At this rate, he is just serving up snacks for Corin. Just add some seasoning and this would be a perfect meal. Everything is surprisingly simple, despite the monster trying to act tough with those growls. Infuriated, the beast suddenly teleports. It moves with such blinding speed that even his eyes can barely track its movements. Alright puppy, let me teach you a few tricks. Winning a fight is not about having some complicated 100-step plan. The real key is finding the enemy's weakness in a single step. That old move will not work on me twice, buddy. Serpent Intention, Rising Serpent, and Poison Dragon strike as one. The sheer force of this power is so intense it shatters the very space surrounding them. The wolf monster lies there gasping for its final breaths, clinging to life with every ounce of strength it has left. It chooses to protect its creator until the very end. Corin cannot understand why, but he promises he will definitely save its mother. Mariette, Final Phase. As soon as this stage kicks in, Mariette Donilev puts one of the team members in a life-threatening situation. This is exactly why it is impossible to clear her battle bloodlust effect while fighting all alone. Normally, to rescue a teammate who has been targeted by the vampire, every member of the party has to huddle close together to confuse her and hide the weakest link. But right now, pay attention, because nobody can help Corin. The system warns that Mariette Donilev is already regenerating her health and mana. Now he truly understands what it feels like to have your life drained away. But he can take it. Corin has the perfect skills for this. A little pain like this is nothing he cannot handle. The Persistent Reborn Warrior skill activates, meaning as long as his fighting spirit and will remain unbroken, his body will keep recovering. Corin remembers the kind child she once was, chatting happily while sharing potatoes with those tiny, innocent hands. He gently tells her to slow down, a small gesture that clearly touches something deep inside Mariette. Ever since Duke Sabasia awakened as a vampire, he has been feeding on his servants until they drop dead. Even the greatest commanders in history could not hold back their primal urge for blood. It took Park Si-hoon a whole month to capture Mariette, forcing her to drink monster blood, which tastes like salt water, only made her thirstier. Yet, Mariette never killed a single person. She resisted that overwhelming hunger through pure, superhuman willpower. Setting her up as a final boss with only one weakness felt like a cruel trick. You and I both knew it. Corin believes a better ending exists. Mariette finally wakes up, apologizing through a flood of tears. It does not matter how many times he has to die, or if she is the most powerful witch alive, and the fact that she is a vampire does not change a thing. Corin only cares about the person she is inside. The lessons from the master he met in this world have truly transformed him into a different man. That master once said, "I am the adult, kid. As long as I am around, it is my job to protect you." The person he dismissed as a simple game character was the one who shielded him and treated him like a child. As the successor, Corin witnessed his master's final moments and took those teachings to heart. It is okay to finally act like an adult now. Just watch, Perun. He is definitely going to choose a different path than that guy. The system rewards him for the S-rank difficulty. His aura rank increases from low to upper low, his mana rank rises, and he gains 100 points in pain resistance. Just like that, Mariette is back to her cheerful self. Corin thought her taste buds might have changed, but it turns out she still absolutely loves potatoes. Mariette beams, saying potatoes are always delicious no matter how they are cooked. Corin leans in close, making her face turn bright red. She gets flustered and playfully hits him, complaining that she is currently dirty and smells bad. As if he cares. He was already covered in blood when she bit his neck anyway. Mariette sits quietly, admitting she was terrified of Warren. Mariette was scared to death, but she knows she could never be as brave as Corin. He met Warren and sparked an emotion that changed her mind about participating in the hunt. Warren accidentally ran into Mariette during training and had to use her true power to face the first-rank mage. That battle provoked Mariette and woke the vampire inside her. She just cannot understand what keeps Corin moving forward. He never backs down. Everyone mocked him and said he would never succeed. But in the end, Corin pulled it off. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a hero who proves the world wrong every single time. Corin really loves a classic happy ending. You know, the kind of story where the good are rewarded and the villains get exactly what they deserve, a truly moving moral tale. To him, she is a genuinely good person, kind, beautiful, and someone he truly wants to see find happiness. You and I are about to see if he can pull it off. Hearing those words, she turns bright red, awkwardly insisting she needs to wash up and finish her potatoes before ushering him out. Mariette smiles, silently thanking him for the comfort, but deep down, she wonders if someone like her even deserves happiness. Mari remains in temporary custody because of what happened. It is not exactly easy to return to normal life immediately. Corin is confident she will be released soon, since subhuman students are starting to attend the academy just like everyone else. Even though Mariette awakened as a vampire, most students do not feel threatened. Suddenly, the chairman calls for a private meeting. The chairman wants to discuss Mariette's punishment. Corin's heart sinks the moment he hears she is actually facing a penalty. This was not how he pictured things. Is the happy ending he wanted slipping away already? Corin rushes to defend her, but the decision seems final. He refuses to stay silent after fighting by her side. How could they decide a punishment so quickly? Pay attention to the chairman's smile. Here he is, just testing him. The chairman admits he does not believe she is dangerous, but he wanted to see the reaction of the person who actually fought her. Now, his doubts are completely gone. He reassures Corin that she will be released soon, once they finish confirming her stability. He has heard from other students, but he is curious to hear the full, gritty details of the battle from Corin. Corin breathes a sigh of relief. He explains everything, making it clear that Marriott is safe and definitely not a monster. He is not sure how much the chairman truly believes, but he makes his stance crystal clear regardless. The chairman listens thoughtfully. They will need to issue an official announcement regarding the incident. Naturally, they will not reveal every detail to the public. With the information gathered, the chairman prepares to leave. He bows deeply, apologizing and thanking Corin for stopping a disaster caused by the arrogance and mistakes of the adults. He offers to repay Corin in any way possible. Corin realizes having the Academy chairman's support is incredibly valuable. This is a man who recognizes his own weaknesses and is willing to take full responsibility for them. Remembering the chairman's words from his past life, Corin trusts his sincerity and kindly asks him to stand tall. Meanwhile, Marriott sits alone in reflection, her mind stuck on the moment Corin pulled her into a warm embrace. Her logic had vanished, swept away by a wave of emotions as she fought to cast out the cold beast. Back then, all she could do was apologize. Now, those apologies weigh heavy on her mind. She wonders if she even has the right to ask for forgiveness, especially concerning Isabel's safety. The guilt is agonizing. That is exactly why Marriott did not resist Professor Josephine's magic. She welcomed the confinement. She locked herself behind iron bars and put on a brave face whenever Corin came to visit her. But the truth is, she is exhausted. She sees herself as a monster, an enemy to humanity who hungers for blood. Then Corin said those simple words: he wants her to be happy. Stick with me, because this hits hard. It was the most sincere thing she had ever heard, remembering how he risked everything to save her monstrous form. That display of sacrifice and sincerity made Marriott realize that her life still has meaning worth remembering. A week passes since the incident, and while some people are still gossiping about a vampire in school, the arrival of subhuman students calms the tension. Corin is shocked to hear she is still officially detained. On paper at least, 7 days have already gone by. Marriott Donilev is technically free, and people congratulate her on her new powers. But Isabel is nowhere to be found. To Marriott, this means she is not truly free. She sinks back into a dark hole of self-doubt. She is convinced Isabel must hate her now. Who would want a friend who literally tries to drink their blood? She decides she needs to disappear from the academy to avoid becoming a burden to Isabel or anyone else. A sudden knock at the door breaks her train of thought. To her surprise, it is Isabel, who immediately bursts into tears. She asks if Marriott is okay, leaving Marriott stunned. How could Isabel not be terrified of her after everything? Isabel just smiles. She saw everything before she fainted: the guilt and the pain on Marriott's face after the bite. No matter what happens, they are still friends. And honestly, you and I could not ask for a better ending. Alright, you and I are diving back in as Mari finally finds some peace of mind. She desperately wants Isabel to still see her as a friend. She bursts into tears like a little kid. She was so terrified that Isabel would hate her. But the truth is, Isabel was already feeling much better. Still, she wasn't allowed to leave the hospital yet, meaning she couldn't just walk out the moment Marriott was officially cleared and released. That is, unless a certain junior sneaks her out. That junior is none other than Corin. He truly believed a girl like Marriott Dunelbev wouldn't just give up after this. Mari blushes, realizing he stepped up to help her once again. And with that, the first major part of our story officially comes to a close. Everyone gets a happy ending this time, something that definitely didn't happen in his past life. Even though some unexpected things popped up and nothing went exactly according to plan, Corin actually likes this version of the ending way more. Even without a main player, the world keeps turning. Even when the plan fails, everything can still turn out for the best in the end. This very moment confirms the starting point of an entirely new and different world. Corin's daily routine is pretty simple: class, lunch, training, dinner, and more training. He knows he has to become much stronger, much faster. Now pay attention, because with that specific girl's scenario approaching fast, he needs to master his ultimate serpent and poison dragon techniques immediately. Marriott watches Corin train and walks over to praise him. He's working so hard today, and she's finally acting like her normal self again, like nothing ever happened. She even brought him a ton of delicious food. Marriott happily tells him to eat up since he's been working so hard. She says it's not much, but wants him to finish it all. Corin enthusiastically agrees, but then his bandaged hand leaks a bit of blood, causing her to go into a total panic. She thinks she's losing control, seeing fresh blood, and needs to drink her blood pack fast. There's a big difference in taste between fresh and packaged blood. It's basically like comparing organic food to stuff covered in pesticides, or better yet, frozen meat versus fresh steak. So that means she's stuck with the frozen stuff for life. But honestly, it's okay for her to have a real drink sometimes. Marriott doesn't catch his drift. He's basically saying she can drink from him whenever she wants. It's a total volunteer move, and Mari turns bright red. Corin keeps teasing her, saying he can just regenerate anyway. If she's bored of the package stuff, she can just come find him. Is she hungry yet? Marriott is questioning his sanity. She tells him to stop saying such crazy things and refuses to be a burden or cause him any trouble. Instead, she hands him a vial of vampire blood. She warns him it might taste gross, but it's incredibly good for his body. Vampire blood is actually one of the best magical materials out there. Corin doesn't even hesitate and chugs the whole thing down. The system alerts him that he's consumed a high-level elixir containing very special ingredients. His aura rank jumps up, his maximum capacity hits 500, and 10 points are distributed evenly. Corin can feel the power surging through him. I know what you're thinking, he's getting overpowered. And yeah, it's perfect. Now he's ready to go make friends with that next girl. Meet Elisa Aden, a second-rank knight and the direct descendant of the legendary Aden family of swordsmanship. Her life has changed drastically. After hitting a wall against a 5th-rank knight at the hunting grounds, she realized she needed to grow and start putting in effort. She finally decided it was time to push herself further and actually start working toward her potential. But of course, that was only until she got her hands on some delicious honey candy just minutes ago. See, Elisa Aden is basically the definition of lazy. She has zero ambition and absolutely no interest in formal swordsmanship training. Even though her talent is basically at the genius level, her attitude is the absolute worst. She's constantly failing and getting grades well below the average. She's just happy to be here. No more swinging a sword 10,000 times a day. No more intense duels with her siblings. Just basic movements and relaxing. Even better, her sister isn't here. She's all set to enjoy her peaceful life. But then Corin appears and completely ruins her happy little vibe. He notices she hasn't been at the gym lately. She stammers, making up excuses about homework and missions. Corin immediately invites her to join his party for some big money. Elisa is practically in tears. Why does this guy keep tracking her down like this? In a way, Corin is the hardest person for Elisa to deal with. Standing in front of him makes her feel like all her lazy habits are being exposed. Her secret as a lazy genius who got her second-rank certificate way too young is laid bare. The granddaughter of a legendary master is finally caught. On top of that, his training methods are just way too difficult. He keeps harping on the basics. Elisa thinks that at their age, shouldn't they be practicing some cool, lethal ultimate moves instead? Corin keeps recruiting her, mentioning the party gets 2 gold coins for a mission that's only at level 2 difficulty. Elisa's head starts spinning. With that kind of cash, she could buy so many new clothes and tons of honey bomb candies. Fine, she's in. She's got zero pride when it comes to money. They're leaving middle of next week, so it's time to pack. He's taking on a quick mission for 20 silver coins today. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive into a story where money talks and talent kills. Just look at those greedy eyes. This girl is far too easy to manipulate. He isn't completely certain, but his gut says it's happening today. Elisa always goes for the easy patrol missions on the board. Her route is simple, just walk through the city center and check for trouble. Usually, the monsters around here are rank 4 at most. Mid-tier monsters almost never show up in the city, so the risk of anything actually happening is practically zero. Minimal work for high pay is exactly how Elisa likes it. Plus, she loves being the center of attention for all the men nearby. Every compliment goes straight to her head. She acts like a total pro, taking down weak monsters in the blink of an eye. To the public, she's an elite from the famous Aden sword family. But is she really as impressive as everyone seems to expect? Inside, she still hears the mocking voices of her clan. By her age, her older sister had already reached the absolute peak. Everyone finally found the true heir to the genius Aden sword style. Lunia Aden is the greatest prodigy of this entire generation. As for the second daughter, she is just an illegitimate child with weak blood. But for now, Elisa just ignores all of it. Her family might look down on her, but she's doing just fine. Today's patrol should be safe and easy as long as nothing goes wrong. Now, pay attention here. This is where everything changes. A rank 2 monster nest signal just lit up the entire sky. That's a magic flare only visible through these special lenses. It's the secret communication method used by the elite guard units. If they stay lucky, the patrol will end without them ever having to swing a sword at a single monster today. But once an emergency signal is fired, every soldier on duty is required to join the raid immediately. It is a rank 2 nest found by the lead unit, a pack of wolves gathering around a deadly werewolf leader. Elisa can handle a werewolf, even if she's poisoned. But wait, that's not a werewolf. That's a Dullahan, a rank 1 monster. Shock paralyzes Elisa. What on earth is a rank 1 Dullahan doing in a place like this? She tries to end it with the Aden family's signature explosive strike, but the monster is too fast. It dodges her with ease. The thing is as flexible as an invertebrate. Before she can even react, it's already got her pinned down and bound. This thing is at least rank 1. Her only hope is to scream for Corin. Pride is something Elisa doesn't have at all, but Corin is busy fighting off other beasts. Elisa starts wailing as death closes in until the monster suddenly explodes into pieces. She turns to thank her savior, but her heart stops when she sees that legendary, all too familiar sword. The eldest daughter of the prestigious Aiden clan and the woman destined to become the next head of the family. Meet the strongest swordsman of the generation, the genius who follows her own path, Lunia Aiden, Elisa's legendary older sister. Lunia stares down at her sister in total disbelief. She can't understand why Elisa saw a Dullahan and didn't immediately retreat. No strategy, no analysis, just a brainless sword draw. Honestly, who did you even learn such a stupid fighting style from? The older sister doesn't want to hear any excuses. The consequences of your actions are your responsibility alone, Elisa. Words won't fix this. You messed up, and that is all there is to it. You and I can see it. Lunia isn't just angry. She's disgusted that Elisa's incompetence put her own soldiers in such danger. She barks an order that makes Elisa jump straight. Stand tall. An Aiden swordsman must always carry themselves with absolute confidence. Lunia turns to Corin. I am the Sword Saint, first disciple of the heavenly sword mistress Lunia Aiden. Corin introduces himself as the 8th disciple of Lanza Conante. For now, he is just playing the role of Elisa's friend. She lingers on that word friend. She sees right through him. He's hiding his true strength, but she won't push him yet. There are only 2 people in this world who can wield a spear like that. Corin is one of them. Lunia realizes this man isn't going to reveal his secrets easily, so she decides to drop the subject for now. The elite Aiden unit arrives all rank 2 knights known as the 5 Swords. Jenny, Lena, Siren, Milia, and the Wild May. They report that the area is clear. They're ready to hunt down the survivors, but they're waiting for the signal to move. Every single one of them is at Elisa's level or higher. Lunia calmly orders them to let the remaining monsters go. It is time to head back. And that includes you, Elisa. This is how the elite sword clans operate like an army. They follow their leader with absolute loyalty, forming a group that's more like a religious sect than a simple squad. 60 years ago, the sword genius Garan revolutionized combat. As the clan head, he turned the Aiden name into a legend. He spread their martial arts far and wide, making the Aiden family the most prestigious sword clan on the entire continent. Back at the village, Lunia rules with an iron fist. It's a place of strict discipline that feels like a criminal organization. Elisa bows low to the chief. Trust me, you and I are just getting started with this wild story. Alright, stick with me as we see Elisa Aiden, a rank 2 swordsman, offer a formal greeting to the village chief. The people watching are completely baffled. They can't wrap their heads around why a direct heir of the family is being forced to kneel in such a humiliating way. Lunia reads through her sister's mission log patrols, merchant escorts, and taking down rank 4 monsters. She dismisses it all as total garbage, even mocking a simple quest about helping out at a local cafe. Elisa defends the job, explaining she had to wear a uniform and distribute flyers. She actually thought the outfit looked pretty adorable and stylish. Lunia calls her sister absolutely pathetic, unable to believe she'd use her official family certification just to run around doing such trivial, meaningless chores. Do you want to disgrace the Aiden name? Aren't these missions just about hunting bottom-tier monsters? Do you really think killing weaklings makes you a hero? Elisa, never forget that human nature simply cannot change. After hearing that harsh lecture, Elisa just lowers her head and stays silent. Once Elisa leaves, the chief asks about Corin's background, a mere rank 5 knight, but Lunia suspects more. Now pay attention, because Lunia realizes those rank 5 student test results might be a total lie. Even with his focus elsewhere, those monsters couldn't even land a single scratch on him. He fights while distracted, yet stays perfectly calm, showing off a level of sensitivity and unshakable resolve that can only be forged through decades of brutal, real-world combat training and experience. And his spear technique might look basic at first glance, but to a master swordswoman standing at the peak of Aiden, she can tell that his spear handling is actually incredibly solid and refined. It was a brief encounter, but she walks away feeling pretty satisfied with her sister's new friend. If that boy keeps standing by her sister, they'll definitely meet again since the academy already invited her for a special training session. Every time Marriott, the one they call Senior Potato, drops by, she brings a mountain of food, from potato cakes to seasoned roasted lamb. The meat just arrived today, so she practiced her butchering skills after Professor Josephine asked for some help. Corin digs in with pure joy, which is a huge contrast to her boring vampire lifestyle of eating nothing but frozen blood packs. It is so delicious that he's genuinely moved. Mari is thrilled, promising to bring some high-quality beef and oxtail stew on her next visit. Corin takes her hand and says he'd love that. I bet her heart is racing like crazy right now. She swears she will bring that oxtail stew, but she can't help noticing how large, rough, and powerful his hands feel in hers. A young man's energetic hands are truly impressive, but the romantic atmosphere gets shattered when Isabel Marriott starts panicking and tries to change the subject. They say their goodbyes and leave. Man, girls are seriously hard to figure out sometimes. Thinking back to his previous life, he couldn't even step outside for 3 whole years because of that guy named Pun. He never got to date anyone because that jerk named Park kept such a ridiculously tight leash on him. His current friendships are way different than before. Even Ian stops by occasionally to bring him rare forest mushrooms. They head straight to the library to study the alphabet together. Ron visits often too, acting more like a brother. It looks like he views Corin as a very valuable ally, so he's always suggesting they team up whenever a high-paying, dangerous quest pops up. Suddenly, Jer and Elle turn pale with fear. It's Waron, here to collect the food Corin promised a month ago. Elle and Jer run for their lives, leaving Corin to take his cat-like friend out for a fish dinner. Waron almost swallows the fish whole, but Corin steps in to prepare a proper, delicious bowl of fish and rice. Food isn't just for swallowing, you have to appreciate the look and the aroma. That's how you show respect. Weapon production is almost done. It's a bit early, but the second phase is about to kick off soon. Phase 2 starts with a final exam. Jer hasn't studied a single word, and the test starts in 10 minutes. Total procrastination at its finest. When asked, Corin just coolly replies that he doesn't even need to study. You and I are probably thinking the same thing since he's done this before. He should easily take the top spot. The official exam begins, and Corin opens the test paper with a confident, excited smile. What is this? Calculating inertia values for movement x and y to find the force of 85z? Yeah, he's in big trouble now. His smile disappears instantly as he completely freezes in shock. What on earth do these questions even mean? Before he knows it, time's up. Jer is yawning through it, but Corin's mind is a complete and total blank. He couldn't write down a single thing besides his own name. Even Jer managed to answer a couple of questions before falling asleep. This is a level of humiliation he just can't accept. He spent all his time researching high-level skills, but forgot to learn a single thing about how this world actually works. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to see how he survives this academic nightmare next time. Alright, you and I are diving into an Academy Festival test that should have been a total breeze. This practical exam is the perfect chance for students to save their failing written test scores. These modular exams are designed by elite night professors or special seasonal coaches invited from the outside. Each team of 15 students must face them directly and show exactly what they are truly capable of. Each performance is evaluated by the faculty to determine their final grade and points. Since he is only a 5th grade knight, he assumes the coach's level must not be very high. Corin gives a wicked smirk, knowing he will rake in massive bonus points if he can actually take down the coach himself. He apologizes in advance, but the crowd's terrified reaction suggests this coach is actually a huge deal. It turns out to be Lunia Aiden, who greets Corin like an old friend meeting again. Corin is absolutely stunned. Why on earth is she here for a freshman group practice exam? Today's special guest examiners are elite masters from the famous Ain Swordsmanship Academy. The 5 swords don't think much of these students, except for one swordsman who seems dangerous. Once the signal to attack drops, the students rush forward like moths to a flame. Ron starts doing the math, realizing even with Elisa Aiden, they're facing top-tier professional swordsmen. Now pay attention, because the odds of winning this just hit absolute 0. The pros use vision-blocking tactics to cause total chaos among the inexperienced students. To stand any chance, Ron needs to clear the field of view first. A magic sword strikes from the shadows, but Ron narrowly dodges while Elisa gets cornered by Jenny. The pros are confident that just 3 of them can wipe out all 10 students. Elisa is forced onto the defensive while the audience watches with bated breath at this insane power. One by one they fall, until only Elisa and Drawn are left standing against the onslaught. Drawn's combat experience is legendary, yet even Milia is getting overwhelmed by those 5 dark swords. Drawn might secure a win soon, but Elisa is still struggling against her opponent. Jenny taunts her, asking if she really thinks she's worthy of the Heaven Sword title with such weak skills. She tells Elisa to just drop out and go back home to practice swinging at chickens instead. Boiling with rage, Elisa tries to push past her limits, but she's still helpless against such an overwhelming opponent. Jenny just sighs, realizing the girl still has a very long way to go. Based on the original instructions, Lunia Aiden's role was supposed to be completely different. So why on earth is she suddenly interfering in Phase B with Team B? Stick with me here. Lunia is about to show everyone what a real high-rank war looks like. A high-rank war means facing a monster that can single-handedly take down an entire army. A creature so powerful that countless guards and soldiers together couldn't even hope to contain it. Most warriors will go their entire lives without ever encountering a disaster like this. Those who claim to have survived are often called liars, but Lunia Aiden is the real deal. She fights those monsters because she's a monster herself, a beast among beasts. The battle is brutal and unforgiving. Jer realizes this test has gone way too far. Survival seems impossible against such a terrifying foe, even if she's being somewhat lenient. In a real fight, They'd all be dead in 10 seconds flat. Everyone is terrified. Jer begs his handsome brother Corin not to collapse because nobody here is strong enough to carry his heavy weight. But the second those words leave his mouth, a massive blow sends him rolling across the floor. With everyone else defeated, only Corin remains. He considers surrendering. But Lunia isn't buying it. She won't let this chance to fight a worthy opponent like him slip away so easily. Corin truly wonders if anyone in this world can actually stand against Lunia Aiden. After all, in his past life, the two of them fought side by side through countless life or death battles together. She was the one who handed him his spear and taught him everything about survival. He learned his craft from her, yet he never managed to actually defeat her back then. To him, she is the ultimate mountain that he absolutely must climb. He needs to surpass her with his own strength. Lunia strikes, and the real duel begins. A frantic exchange of steel follows as they trade blow for blow. And trust me, you and I are watching something impossible. Nobody can believe a mere freshman at the academy is actually fighting on equal ground with the legendary Lunia Aiden, but he is clearly starting to tire under her relentless, crushing attacks. Seeing her opponent is exhausted, she sheathes her blade. You and I know it can't end this simply. This is the signature killer instinct of the Ain sword style. Lunia readies one final devastating blow. The crowd watches in terror. Is she actually trying to kill a fellow student? Everyone screams to stop the test. Behold the Ain family technique, 1/, domain of the Slayer. The world stops, leaving only Lunia moving. In slow motion, the spear inches toward Lunia's sharp blade as he prepares his fastest possible counterattack. But right now, Corin Locke's spear is completely frozen in mid-air. Within this frozen world, he cannot move. He can only perceive the stillness at a few specific points. It happened against Marriott too. Was that just luck? He still can't control his movements in this space. Just one more step. It has to be perfect. He just needs to reach one step further. Somehow, Corin pushes through and touches his blade to Lunia's sword. The entire audience gasps in pure shock. Now, pay attention here. Lunia realizes Corin moved by pure instinct rather than knowledge, resisting her domain like he was the world's center. That is enough for now. She mocks his cheap spear, claiming it is completely incompatible with his skills. Her gaze suddenly shifts to a stunned Elisa. At this point, the test itself does not even matter. The only reason she accepted this fight was to force Corin to witness the power of her domain. Corin realizes he lost the battle but achieved his goal. Lunia announces she will stay in the city for a while. She warns him not to interfere with her and her sister. No matter how he resists, the result won't change. Lunia is determined to keep Corin away from Elisa. Finally, he understands why she showed him her secret technique. But whether things go her way, he isn't so sure. Meanwhile, the judges have finally reached their unanimous decision. Student Corin Locke receives a perfect score on his practical exam. The other students start whispering immediately. A grade 5 student getting a perfect score against Lunia Ain in a duel? It sounds absolutely impossible. The professor watches the young grade 5 knight, remembering when this boy was considered a total failure. You and I both know the hero is only as good as his gear. It is time for a major upgrade. Corin heads to a local weapon workshop, leaving the owner very confused by his sudden visit. Why come here when the academy offers rare materials for free? Corin doesn't explain he has done this many times before. These top-tier materials cost 100 gold coins. Naturally, no regular player could ever hope to use them. Usually, you would only use these materials after completing the most difficult late-game quests. But he has Super Spirit Dust, a second-rank analyst, and a piece of first-rank granite silver. With the school council's full support, he's about to forge the ultimate weapon to pacify the entire world. The legendary war spear of the White Knight from the Shadowlands, also known as the White Spear. Elisa remembers her first time outside, killing a grade 5 demon and seeing its internal organs and blood. But the scent of human blood is different. She recognizes that distinct smell of an endangered species immediately. Elisa is currently patrolling the area, tasked with hunting werewolves for 70 silver coins. It beats other missions. There is an urgent quest to catch a killer in the Misty City, offering graduation and counselor consultations. Despite the high rewards, she has other specific reasons for choosing this particular task instead. Suddenly, people start talking about a grade 5 knight. It is Corin Locke, happily greeting a surprised Elisa. The Defender Association has complained endlessly about their quotas, and even considered putting the students on a very strict diet. They never expected a grade 5 kid like him, but they are glad Elisa is coming along for support. The others glare at him with daggers in their eyes, but they dare not speak against the saint's granddaughter. Stop staring, it is getting annoying. He asks about her eyes and ears, which seem perfectly normal for now, but that is not what he meant. Corin clearly knows something about her sister, and tells Elisa to hurry. Her sister is serious, she intends to stop her from ever holding a sword again. Elisa won't quit. They find 2 werewolves and 20 normal wolves in the den. The team skillfully handles the monsters, even capturing one alive. However, Something completely unexpected is about to throw the entire mission into total chaos. A thick fog suddenly surrounds them, making the fight nearly impossible. The guards worry for the grade 5 kid. Elisa is holding her own, but trust me, you and I aren't ready for what is emerging from the fog. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a situation that makes zero sense. This remote area shouldn't have this many spirits, let alone demons. These are artificial demons and man-made spirits. Elisa realizes it almost too late. She's fighting one head-on, but they're everywhere. Another one strikes from her blind spot, and she's seconds away from losing her life. She reacts just in time, slicing it right through the middle. But something is wrong. That blood smells way too different from a normal monster. While Elisa is still standing there in total shock, another one lunges at her back. Thankfully, Corin steps in and takes it out instantly. What are you doing? Snap out of it. Those aren't real humans. Their bodies are just being puppeted by dark magic. The main event of the second act is finally here, hunting down the killer in the City of Fog. In the original game, players had to chase a serial killer that Marriott defeated earlier, but you decided to take the werewolf mission instead. In this quest, the murderer Joe Doe has already been spotted. After a massive fight, he's finally being taken into custody. Suddenly, everyone panics because it looks like the boss has appeared. Corin shouts for everyone to get ready to run. He uses a rapid 5/6/ combo to finish that thing in one move. If it died that easily, it definitely wasn't the real boss. Joe Doe is way too strong to catch alone. Still, Corin did an incredible job just by smashing that puppet of his. That's enough for one day. He hopes to meet Corin again. The real problem isn't just power, it's that guy's insane stealth skills. He turns into a cloud of smoke and vanishes. This is the Fire Knight technique. When the summoner, an undead mage, loses enough health, the fog will start to disappear on its own. The thing he just crushed was only a puppet creating the mist. It's an undead creature made from the corpse of a dead wizard. The reason catching him is such a nightmare is because he uses these puppets to feed everyone fake information. Now pay attention, because this fog isn't just a weather effect, it's a total death trap, and they need to run right now. He doesn't even bother picking up his spear because it'll return to its owner automatically. Suddenly, someone behind them gets snagged by tree roots. Elisa turns back to save her teammate, but a demonic hand is already reaching for her. Before she can react, it drags her away. Corin urgently tells the others to escape the forest. Don't worry about us. Just lend me that cloak for a second. Corin grabs his spear and the cloak, charging straight into the danger. There won't be a second time. I won't let you. He's been stuck in this fog before with a sprained ankle. Back then, he was closer to death than he'd ever been in his life. Since he's been reborn, he has to last longer this time. The real issue is Elisa. She's surrounded, and she's reaching her limit. Her hands are shaking as she swings her sword. It won't cut. Is she too weak? Or is her posture just completely wrong? She remembers her sister's face from that day. Is it really just because she's not strong enough? Elisa starts to give up. She just wanted to save someone coolly, the same way Corin saved her life. She wanted to be someone to be proud of. In her daze, she hears his voice again. Her savior is here. Corin approaches Elisa with a look of pure worry on his face. You feel that? That's the moment of pure, raw despair right before a major turning point. She cries, begging him to save her. He wraps the cloak around her and tells her to calm down. He takes her hand, placing it firmly back on her sword. Swinging wildly won't do anything. Focus and hit them with everything you've got. Stay calm. From now on, he'll protect her from the undead. And just like that, she knows exactly what she needs to do. Elisa is still terrified, crying that she isn't strong enough and the fog is making her dizzy. Corin tells her she absolutely can do this. Out of all the swordsmen he's ever known, her talent is top tier. If she finds her resolve, nothing can stop her. Just one step. That's all it takes. He charges into the spirits like an arrow, leaving Elisa to face her own self-doubt. I can't stay here any longer. So how can a guy with a lower aura rank than me stand his ground like that? If you're going to say that to me, then I have no choice but to fight. She regains her spirit and grips her sword tight. That secret technique can slice through anything. But to pull it off, she has to awaken her vision realm. It's a cursed ability that lets you see into other dimensions. The legendary Aiden family style, the first sword domain slash. With a single strike, Elisa wipes out every evil spirit in the area and completely shatters their wall of fog. The mist clears and everyone is safe. That was Jostle, the vampire killer from the City of Fog. Everyone stands there with their mouths open, seeing the forest literally split in half. How can a human even do that? I've heard stories about this. So this is the legendary domain slash of the Aiden family. Even Corin can't believe his eyes. He thought she'd use a basic first strike or steel tide move. He never expected her to pull off something that massive. And that's how a legend starts. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. She's finally done it. Stick with me, everyone is celebrating because it looks like we just found the next heir to the legendary Aiden family. Since nobody but the Sword Emperor can use the cut domain, It has to be her, right? They are hailing Elisa as the successor. But this wasn't the plan at all. Why does everything always spiral out of control like this? The morning news is exploding. John Doe, that nightmarish serial killer who slaughtered countless knights, has finally been taken down. And the person who did it? A young candidate for the prestigious Aiden family's leadership. Every major headline is buzzing about this event. And the Five Swords? Yeah, they are absolutely furious. Lunia rips the newspaper to shreds. In the Aiden family, power is the only thing that actually matters. Under the iron rule of Garen Aiden, everyone has been waiting for an heir to master the cut domain. It is a spiritual state most warriors can't even fathom. Garen Aiden has been searching for someone to carry on this legacy for a long time. Lunia has pushed herself to the limit, bleeding and sweating for years. The calluses on her hands tell the story of her life. But even as a genius, she could never satisfy the Sword Emperor. But now, pay attention, everything changes with her little sister, who barely even picks up a sword. As an illegitimate child brought home from the streets, Lunia never even considered her a real rival. During a simple spar, Lunia was suddenly struck. It wasn't even a complex move, so how did this happen? She collapses in a pool of blood while Elisa just stands there in total shock. Lunia didn't see the strike coming. By the time she focused her mind, the blade had already landed. It wasn't just speed, it was something deeper. The domain. Elisa had somehow stepped into a realm beyond normal martial arts. Lunia can't believe a lazy kid achieved this. Elisa looks just as stunned as everyone else. But then she sees the twisted nature of a true monster, the demon sword, a talent that belongs to a devil. Garan wasted no time naming Elisa as the official heir candidate. Just like that, Elisa Aiden is officially in the running for leadership, regardless of all the protests. Memories of her little half-sister, who grew up ignored by the family, are likely the only things left now. You and I can see the Five Swords are getting worried watching their master look so dazed. She calmly tells them not to worry. She actually wants Elisa to enter that domain, hoping she can witness that strike one more time. Lunia orders her followers to prepare for a sword challenge. Meanwhile, Elisa is just trying to get some rest. Corin drops by to see how her recovery is going. They say with the right medicine, she will be fine in 2 days. He asks how she pulled off the cut domain. Even if her special eyes saw it, using it is a completely different story. Elisa blushes, clearly embarrassed that Corin has so much faith in her. But it turns out, she actually did it. It is hard not to feel jealous of a genius who doesn't even have to try. Suddenly, there is a knock at the door. It is Mariette, looking completely panicked as she rushes in. Mariette is a second-year magic student, while Elisa is a first-year knight. Corin wonders if she came to visit Elisa. She shyly admits she was worried about him, but then her face turns terrifying. Are these high actually close? Her expression changes so fast it is scary. Then, another guest arrives for Corin. War is back for more food. That was a close one. Corin can tell Mariette feels totally awkward around Warren. To be fair, anyone would be uncomfortable around someone that intimidating. But Mariette shudders when she hears Corin ate with him. Turns out, that was the real problem. Corin just laughs and promises to cook her a delicious meal too. Hearing that, Mariette lights right up. Corin realizes a group of incredible talents has gathered here. He tells Elisa the news about her inheriting the cut domain is out, so her sister will challenge her soon. Elisa jumps. The sword challenge is a tradition where 5 masters test a new branch leader. At least, that is the official excuse. In reality, the Aiden family has used these duels to legally eliminate their rivals for a very long time. Elisa starts crying. If she has to fight her sister, she is definitely going to die. She couldn't beat the 5 swords, so how can she win this? Corin says he has a great plan, but there is a catch. If he asks her to fight monsters or train in the gym, she has to do it without complaining. And trust me, you and I know she is officially part of the squad now. Alright, you and I are going to watch Elisa swear an oath to obey Corin if he helps her, starting this wild journey. Corin Locke survives through these difficult times by relying on the harsh life truths and combat skills that he has managed to learn while inhabiting this brand new body of his. That night, Warren arrives to challenge one of the 5 swords from the Elisa dojo, a master of the blade. She lunges into the attack while her opponent stands there completely confused as to why this student would suddenly act this way. It turns out that Corin promised her he would buy her a feast of sushi if she managed to catch this person. Meanwhile, Corin faces another member of the 5 swords from Elisa dojo, the glaive master. His master plan is simple but effective. He needs to make his move and strike them down before they have a chance to attack him. That is the simple reality of life. He says he wants to learn from the famous and powerful swordmaster, Lena. This team is stacked with talent. From Elisa dojo, we have glaive master Corin Locke and the martial arts expert known as Warren. There is flying swordsman Dron Waski, the talented mage Mariette Donilev, and the brand new commander of the Elisa dojo, Elisa Aiden. Aiden, the top swordsman, has officially failed. Lena still does not understand why he felt the need to act in such a way. To grow a new dojo like Elisa, they need to boost their fame. He is trying to expand their influence very aggressively right now. News of Ain defeating the head of the Master Swordsman has already been plastered all over the front pages of the newspapers. Word of the 5 swords being defeated spreads quickly. According to family tradition, there is a test called the sword trial used to select the next head of the dojo. However, even Elisa understands that this is just a brutal method used to crush any and all potential rivals. Now pay attention, because this is exactly where the crazy plan to take over the dojo officially kicks off, and Corin is going to systematically crush the 5 swords one by one in their own arena. What she truly wants in the end is a one-on-one duel with her own sister. If she wins and announces it, her sister's people will not be able to touch her anymore. That is why she started this. Dojo fees, maintenance costs, and hiring mercenaries are all taken care of by the incredibly wealthy lady, Marriott. But once she gets the prize money from the Jay's mission, Elisa has to hand it over to her immediately. Lunia finds this situation very amusing. She knows that if Elisa wanted to hide, she should have run the moment she saw her sister. This was clearly not Elisa's plan. Facing her sister, Elisa can only cry in pure terror because she knows Lunia is just too fast for her. That expression is enough to tell her sister that Corin Locke is the mastermind behind everything. Seeing Elisa looking scared, Corin asks if she has anything she wants to say. She has no idea if she can actually defeat her. The top swordsman of the Masters, Lunia Aiden. Elisa begins her challenge as the official new head of the Aiden dojo. I want to have a duel with you, sister. A duel is fine, but Lunia warns her that she will not be using practice swords or any non-lethal weapons today. Regardless, Elisa is fully prepared. It is a battle between the top disciple, Lunia Aiden, and the second-ranked swordmaster, Elisa Aiden. Let's pause for a second. You and I both know that even with vampire powers, Lunia is such a monster that Marriott cannot guarantee a win, no matter how hard she fights. Marriott is very worried about her, but Corin remains confident that Elisa can take care of herself. At this moment, the trust levels for Corin Locke and Marriott have not changed at all. Lunia throws him a bag of money. If this is for dojo repairs, it is far too much. It must be for restructuring. She suddenly lunges into an attack. That first sword strike is so powerful it leaves both Corin and Marriott completely speechless. The whole dojo shakes. Elisa watches her sister with admiration, seeing that her passion for the sword still burns bright. To her, Lunia is an idol. She is like a hero who stepped right out of a fairy tale. A hero like Corin Aiden from the stories that followed her throughout her childhood. Compared to her sister, she feels like she is just a lowly daughter of a concubine. Her mother died giving birth to her, and her father treats her like a stain on the family. To him, the only thing with value is the blood of the great King Corin Aiden. Elisa used to feel so much joy and excitement whenever she got to see her sister, Lunia. But everything changed the day she first killed someone. Lunia swings her sword again, stepping back before launching a lightning-fast strike directly at her. She is sticking strictly to the textbook techniques she learned from the manuals. Despite her mastery of offensive skills, she surprisingly chooses to fight defensively. Elisa struggles to block her sister's massive and heavy sword strike. The raw power of her sister sends her flying backward. Lunia mocks her, saying her footwork is just as sloppy as ever. You coward. Use your speed to keep her confused and attack from a close range. But Elisa is simply no match for her. She barely dodges the third-style thunder strike. One mistake, and she is dead. Elisa immediately lunges forward to hug her sister. She is not attacking with a sword, but using her entire body. They both crash to the ground. Lunia kicks Elisa hard, refusing to believe her sister thought she could win with such pathetic little tricks. And that's where we leave it. Will Corin's prediction come true? Alright, you and I are about to see if Elisa can survive this final, lethal sword combo from Lunia. You fought well, but you are still too green. A single kick from Lunia sends Elisa spiraling in pure agony. Lunia aims for a finishing blow, but Elisa pulls off a shocker by blocking it. She is finally matching her sister's speed. More than that, Elisa can finally perceive her domain. This is the sister Lunia wanted to see embracing the raw talent and true nature she once denied. It seems Elisa finally understands that the heart of battle is not some distant concept, it is right here, right now. Now Lunia strikes back. Both sisters collide with everything they have, their blades sparking memories of a childhood spent side by side. That very first day Elisa picked up a sword, she dreamed of becoming a legendary knight just like her big sister. Now, watch closely. Their blades clash, igniting a starlight explosion that shatters the entire domain and blows everything away. Corin and Marys hold their breath as the dust settles. The winner of this epic duel has finally been decided. Against all odds, Elisa stands victorious. Compared to a master like Lunia Aiden, her only real edge was that domain slash. To win, she had to bait Lunia into her domain. Corin coached her to focus entirely on dodging, escaping, and stalling for time. By exposing Lunia's rigid habits from his past life, Corin gave her the one opening needed to seize victory. He predicted that fighting inside the domain would force Lunia's own sword to eventually reach its breaking point and shatter. Elisa stands there in total shock, unable to believe she actually managed to defeat her invincible older sister. From today on, Lunia and her squad will stay out of Elisa's life. Elisa rushes over, terrified that her sister might be hurt. The underdog has done the impossible. Elisa has officially taken down the mighty squad leader, Lunia. She fears the judgment Lunia might face, and worries her sister will turn her back on her forever. But honestly, those worries are totally unnecessary. Lunia reaches out, patting Elisa's head just like the old days. Corin remembers meeting Lunia in his past life, before Mary's accident. He is surprised they crossed paths so early this time. In the original timeline, Lunia spent years hunting for Elisa's killer, but back then, she never found him. Because the real monster behind everything was actually Parun. 3 years after Elisa's death, Lunia was still searching, visiting her sister's grave every single year to pray for her soul. You and I probably thought she hated her sister, right? Well, it turns out she actually did find her annoying. To Lunia, Elisa was lazy, unserious, and clingy, like she was the only one who could truly handle Elisa's messy life and bitterness. But Lunia never truly hated her. No matter what happened, even if her sister surpassed her, she would always support her with a quiet smile. That is the Lunia Corin remembers. Elisa is moved to tears as her sister smiles and whispers, "You have grown taller." So, Lunia Aiden is defeated. Rank B challenge cleared. Elisa's aura rank rises from low mid to medium. She gains 600 mana and 40 stat points, which are distributed evenly across her traits. The next day, Elisa admits she is terrified of combat, yet a part of her secretly smiles during the heat of battle. She avoided fighting because she feared that violent side was not the real her. It scared her to the core. She played the slacker role to avoid confronting Lunia, sticking to basic tasks. But now that she has won, she is officially the Aiden heir. Now Lunia and her entire squad will have to keep their guard up around her. Elisa worries that running away would sever their bond forever, but Corin refuses to believe that. Things might get awkward, and a gap might grow, but a real relationship is not something you can just cut off easily. They are sisters, after all. Besides, she is doing way better than Corin did as a kid, getting his face smashed in by bullies. Back then, the physical pain was not the worst part. It was the burning anger at himself for never standing up. Elisa is much stronger than he ever was. Corin truly hopes she can keep her head held high with pride. Elisa wonders why he talks like such an old man when they are the same age. She can feel his massive life experience. How could she possibly know that Corin has lived 14 years longer than her? If you count his memories from age 30, he should actually be 50. Elisa thanks Corin for everything today, and for saving her during that incident deep in the forest as well. The voice and stance of the person who saved her? It was definitely Corin. Elisa excitedly admits she owes him a massive debt. She tells him to ask for anything. Corin's simple request is just to be friends, which leaves her totally flustered. She has never had a boyfriend before, so she thinks this is good. Wait, she means a friend who is a boy. She is happy to have a reliable friend like him. While demons face punishment and the good find a bright future, you and I just witnessed the perfect happy ending for them. Back to Isabel Kamen. Lately, she has been worried because her friend Mary's has found quite an intense admirer. He is willing to kneel and offer his own blood packs, or even his neck just for her. Alright, you and I are about to see how jealousy and business collide. Isabel is totally irritated by how uncomfortable this idiot makes Marriott feel. This kind of thing happens every single day, so that is not the real issue here. The real problem is Corin Locke. He is a freshman who has been getting way too close to Marriott lately. He is just a rude, 5th-class knight, but his rank is not what matters to her. Facing the swordmaster, Lunia Aiden proves he has talent. But Isabel is obsessed with why he and Marriott just locked themselves in a room. With no way to see what they are doing inside, Isabel presses her ear against the door to catch their conversation. Corin brings up that old proposal about the land they acquired when they first registered the dojo. Since the area is being rebuilt after the damage, he is thinking about constructing an inn right there. He guarantees that investing now will at least triple their profits once the right time comes around. Isabel is convinced this guy is just a gold digger, so she starts tracking his every move at the training hall. She spots Elisa, the second daughter of the Aiden family, chatting with him about a famous restaurant called Sacred Bamboo. This makes Isabel even more furious because that place is known as the ultimate dating spot. Now pay attention here, this playboy just seduced Marriott, and now he is already moving on to date another girl. She is so worked up that she literally falls from her hiding spot. But her hatred for Corin stays rock solid. By the next afternoon, Corin is already at a restaurant eating sushi and meat with Warren. He starts pitching the same investment deal to her while Isabel continues to watch him from the shadows. Her conclusion is final. Corin Locke is an absolute scam artist and a total jerk. Between registration fees, hiring mercenaries, and taxes, the fight with Lunia cost him 97 gold coins. That is nearly 100 million won, and he knows he owes this entire success to Mariette. He was shocked when she handed over 100 gold coins. Are mages really this rich? Lunia chipped in 50 gold, and Elisa brought in 100 gold from her latest dungeon raid. Warren has religious funds, the others have their savings, and even that money-obsessed Drawn is loaded. In the end, Corin manages to scrape together 550 gold to buy up the entire plot. It looks like a deserted field now, but a massive exchange festival with Boraim Academy is coming next semester. That is going to be the absolute peak season for the hospitality business. Tourists will flood in from across the continent, and he will make his investment back in just 2 weeks. Now, watch this. As a regressor, Corin knows exactly how to turn secret future information into massive profit for himself. He is about to vacuum up all the gold in the world and put it right into his pockets. Meanwhile, the chairman tells Professor Josephine that their relations with the church and the royals are looking pretty grim. Professor Josephine reassures him that the faculty will stand firmly behind whatever decision he makes. She believes everyone deserves a chance. But when the chairman prepares to leave, she offers to go in his place. The chairman refuses, stating that while she can handle other places, the Catholic Church is no place for her. He tells her to watch over the academy and to use the emergency network if anything goes wrong. Josephine starts reviewing the paperwork, seeing that the vampire renewable energy experiment was officially rejected. The third dormitory construction is delayed, but then she sees a report from Corin Locke that catches her off guard. It is a formal request for land, specifically for harvesting ginseng. Over at the Western lab, Corin is tending to his plants when Elisa asks if they are really harvesting them here. She has heard that these things let out a blood-curdling scream the moment they are pulled from the earth. You have to protect your ears carefully, or the sound will literally burst your eardrums. They put on special ear protection made from silver fox leather and head out to a wide, open field. Corin cannot do this alone. He needs someone to hold the flower and pull steadily along the root. While one person pulls, the other has to quickly sever the connection between the stem and the root. As long as they stay attached, the ginseng will never stop screaming. This is Corin's 4th time doing this. In his past life, he did this with Perun, and now he is using every ounce of strength to pull it up. And trust me, you and I won't forget this sight. The ginseng is hideous and screaming, so he tells Elisa to cut it now. All right, you and I are about to witness some pure harvesting chaos. Elisa is foaming at the mouth from the noise. That is what happens when you do not wear headphones. They say if a dog bites you, you should bite back. Our boy decides to start an absolute screaming contest with this plant. You think you are the only one who can scream? Mine is way scarier. Corin tosses it into the air and slices the body and roots apart in one clean strike. That shuts the ginseng up real fast. Finally, it is over. Who knew pulling a few roots could be this soul-crushing and terrifying? Then there is the girl next to him. She dragged him here and ended up being totally useless. Looking at the pile, Corin starts feeling the pressure. He wants to keep going until he finds silver ginseng, but one more round of this and he might actually pass out from exhaustion. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. It is strange since Corin literally put up a do not enter sign. Turns out, it is Mariette. She was supposed to be doing lab tests today, but the noise was so loud she decided to jump down and see what was happening. Honestly, I am a bit jealous. Imagine jumping from the 12th floor just to check if your man is hanging out with another girl. Corin explains they are just harvesting ginseng, and Mariette immediately wants in. But after that last trauma, Corin is already dead, tired, and over it. She does not even blink and walks straight toward them. Corin is worried since only a high-level knight should be able to make the cut. Before he can finish, Mariette pulls a silver ginseng out like it is nothing. Corin turns pale. If that thing screams, she might literally ascend to heaven. The ginseng does not even get a chance to cry before Mariette gives it a quick haircut, slicing the leaves off with a single flash. Turns out she has a whole garden of these at home. This year alone, she has already harvested 30 of them by herself. That is some top-tier flex right there. She decides to boil some water for a decoction and tells Elisa to go find something to eat. Maybe some rabbit meat and potatoes? Elisa follows the captain's orders like a loyal soldier. Corin just stands there, unsure of what to do next. Now pay attention. Our senior Mariette is about to show everyone how it is done. She handles everything. There are 2 ways to absorb this ginseng. Option 1 is just eating it raw like usual. But the most effective way is a complex decoction using red amaranth roots, silver grape leaves, goji roots, deer antler, and 28 other ingredients boiled for 10 hours. That is how you make the real medicine. While everyone is busy, Corin gets bored and starts doodling some strange characters in the dirt. Mariette stops in her tracks. She realizes those are ancient runes. She does not know the meaning, but she recognizes them from a general education class. She is shocked Corin actually knows how to use this lost language. He learned it all from his master. Just a few years ago, she taught him everything about runes and the way of the spear. She left him her martial arts and the original runes. He mastered the fighting style. But the runes are a whole different, difficult beast. Just knowing the letters does not mean you can use them. You have to recover and engrave the ancient power directly onto your body. It is a unique power only one person can wield. In fact, one of the final boss's main goals is to seize these original runes. His master tried to pass them down to him, but she lost her life before she could finish. It was all because of that guy. Mariette wonders who this master actually was. With that kind of knowledge, she had to be someone important from the Mage Tower, right? But Corin says no. She was just an ordinary person, someone you would walk past on the street every single day of your life. She was just a kind person who always gave her best. You and I can tell that talking about his master really hits Corin hard. She calls her top subordinate to bring in the potatoes. And look who it is, Dioku, that wolf monster from before is back. She has completely tamed him. Since he is constantly sharing Corin's blood, he has basically become a cute and extremely loyal pet. Honestly, he looks kind of adorable now. Since he is made of blood, the majority of the fluid in his body belongs to Corin, which technically makes Corin his dad. Mariette blushes at the thought, and the two of them start playing together like a happy little family. This vampire dog is surprisingly energetic. Finally, the ginseng medicine is ready, and Corin downs the whole thing in one go. The system pings. You have absorbed the ginseng decoction, and your mana recovery rate has skyrocketed. His maximum mana increases by 1,300 points. Just like that, his base stats are reaching a whole new level of power. He tells the girls to drink up, too. This herbal medicine is incredibly powerful, but it only works once for each person who drinks it. If he brings the leftovers to the others, they are definitely going to be thrilled about the massive power boost. Finally, he pulls out the platinum ginseng. Corin decides to just eat this one raw. The system confirms the platinum absorption is a success. A magic core has finally formed. This is the ultimate vessel that holds all of a knight's magical energy in one place. Usually, you have to train your mana to the absolute limit just to create one. But Corin just cheated the system with a snack. Once he reaches a higher rank, he will be able to form even more of these cores to boost his strength further. The silver ginseng's effect is seriously top tier. Elisa excitedly tells him to eat the golden one next, but Corin decides to save that for later. And that is where we leave it. The council meeting is about to change everything. Alright, stick with me because Professor Heyman is about to drop a bombshell regarding our freshman student, Corin Locke. The whole faculty is wondering why they should bother re-evaluating a rank 5 rookie who hasn't even finished midterms. Well, because Corin went toe-to-toe with the legendary swordmaster Lunia Aiden for 3 whole minutes. Naturally, nobody believes it. They figure she held back, thinking no master would go full power on a kid, but the professor knows better. The meeting is split. Some think promoting him based on one test is reckless, but nobody denies the footage is real. Still, suspicion or not, the rules are clear. No official rank-up happens until the association delivers their final verdict. That is the law. They'll let the association handle the official ranking while they focus on the school's internal certs. He believes a simple re-evaluation for an official guardian certificate is the best path forward for now. But that means shifting the entire schedule and pulling the homeroom teacher away, another professor points out. Since Professor Heyman raised the issue, the board suggests he takes the lead on this special evaluation himself. He accepts. Even if Corin's base stats seem low, that duel against Lunia Aiden was pure perfection. The professor with the gray highlights notices something familiar. Corin's spear style looks exactly like that person's technique. They have to see him in action. Meanwhile, Corin and Elisa are heading to class and sitting together. Except, that's Jer's usual spot. Elisa offers to move, but Jer insists he's fine with the change. He acts like a total gentleman. But the moment she turns around, he is glaring daggers at Corin. Jer is drowning in jealousy. Corin is surrounded by the school idol, the Potato Senior, a cute demon girl, and now the Sword Emperor's granddaughter. It's pure protagonist energy. Corin's life is basically a rom-com, while everyone else is just background noise. What about poor Jer's youth? Why is his side of the classroom always so cold and empty? The professor walks in and drops the worst news possible. It's time for a major group project. The room groans because everyone hates group work. The professor starts laying out the details. Since they're in the night department, there's no boring math or magic gardening. This is going to be physical. He snaps his fingers, and the prompt appears. The theme for this project? Spearmanship. Everyone is confused by the choice, but Elisa is thrilled for Corin. It's his main weapon, so this should be easy, but Corin knows in his past life, this was boxing. Their teacher, Form Damon, is a specialized boxer known for shadow powers and his ability to shift attack ranges constantly. He is a rank 1 knight from the Northern Academy, famously recognized for the massive runic gloves he always wears. Corin can't figure out why a hardcore boxer would suddenly decide to teach spear techniques. Now watch closely. Corin realizes the professor is using this lesson to test him personally. Damon explains that the assignment involves researching a very specific spear style, after which students will have to demonstrate those complex techniques in front of everyone. One student asks the obvious question, doesn't this give spear users an unfair edge? Form promises to adjust the grading and offer bonus points. Each group will have 4 members, and the teams are being chosen by random lottery. It's supposed to build teamwork, but let's be real, the hardest workers always end up getting screwed over. You and I both know how this goes. It is a battle of who can be the laziest while the hardworking students carry the load. Corin has suffered through this for 7 years across 2 lives, but this time, he finally caught a break. His first teammate is Gerhinch Peter, a rank 3 knight with incredible physical stats. The guy has solid judgment and can actually follow directions without messing up. Then there's Elisa, the genius swordswoman, and Warren, who might be grumpy but she's a total workhorse. Watching her focus is actually impressive. With such a strong squad, Corin can finally say goodbye to his nightmare past. He books the gym for 3 hours to start teaching everyone the theory and core attributes. But when they arrive, the training room looks like it's been through a war zone. Corin and Jer used this place for 2 months without ever causing a scratch. The walls are made of high density, expensive materials designed to resist impact, yet Warren just completely obliterated them with one single punch. What an absolute menace. So what do you and I take from this? Don't underestimate Warren as she prepares to spar with Elisa. Stick with me, you and I are about to see why this girl just trashed the whole room. She looks totally clueless about what she did wrong, but the damage is done. Now the entire team is banned from the training hall. With nowhere left to train, they head to church on Sunday. It is time for some serious reflection on their group project and its messy progress. Corin lets everyone speak their minds, but the silence is heavy. Elisa finally apologizes for yesterday, admitting she just could not control her overwhelming power. Honestly, she did better than expected. At the very least, he knows how to help her refine that raw talent. Corin's spear work is so flawless that just mimicking him helps Elisa master the basics. Thankfully, her observation skills are top tier. Jer, on the other hand, is struggling. Using a long-range weapon like a spear is proving much harder than he thought. He cannot quite nail the spear rotation move. No matter how hard he tries, the form just feels off. Still, he is making progress. Mastering 8 basic spear forms will make his mace techniques way more versatile. As for War, she does not care at all. Maybe because Corin injected so many earth beliefs into this world, the local customs feel strangely familiar to him. Corin asks about the Holy Eucharist ceremony. Weekend church service is mandatory here, so she has no choice but to participate in the ritual. She actually volunteered to train as a nun alongside the other believers. It is definitely time for her to start reading the Bible. There are lessons to be found in these ancient myths. The church might have some outdated views, but the core message remains constant. It is all about love. Loving yourself and loving your friends. Love your family, your neighbors, and be loved in return. Love is vital. Elisa asks why she lost yesterday, and War does not hold back. It is because you are weak. You have 0 resistance. I barely used any force and you guys completely fell into a state of total chaos. Even with training, weak is weak, and the strong win. Corin knows she is not wrong, but only the truly powerful can get away with saying that. He decides to challenge her to a bet. If he makes her kneel within 60 seconds, she has to buy dinner. War agrees instantly. She does not even want a prize for winning, because she is just that confident. The match is set. Jer steps up to give the starting signal. These two still have no idea how things escalated this quickly. They both take their combat stances, ready for action. Now watch closely, this is where the heat turns up. Corin charges like a leopard, unleashing his ultimate secret technique. Shadow Snake Intent. War blocks the strike effortlessly. She really is as monstrously strong as the rumors say. Corin switches to Tiger Roar Windstep, but his spear shatters instantly. He is unarmed now, yet his confidence has not wavered one bit. Using Phantom 8 steps, he becomes impossible to hit. Warren gets annoyed. She decides to end this with one massive right hook. One hit would put Corin in the hospital for a month. Warren tells him to dodge, but he wants to see if he can tank it. He uses 8-step chain to brace for the impact. He blocks it, but his entire body feels like it has been through a meat grinder. War is stunned that he did not move. A split second later, Corin vanishes and reappears right behind her. War hits the ground. She actually knelt. She is furious and demands a rematch, but there is no way Corin is giving her one. His smug, playful attitude only makes Warren want to explode with rage. You and I know Corin is smarter than he looks. A few days later, he finally understands everyone's potential and starts prepping their group demo. Suddenly, Warren calls in sick. What a blatant lie. She is just being difficult and ditching practice at the worst possible time. Time for the leader's secret weapon. He shows up at her doorstep with a tray of steaming, delicious-smelling food. For a glutton like War, resisting a free meal right under her nose is physically impossible. Miraculously, she is cured instantly. That was way too easy. Corin tells her, a chef does not take 30 minutes to cook a meal. It takes 10 years. From sourcing ingredients to prep, it is a decade-long journey. He is saying his 3 years of training were all for that one moment he made her kneel. Her favorite dish and his martial arts are the same. It is about choosing the right ingredients, just like choosing the perfect combat stance. Everything starts with mastering the smallest details. Corin offers a peace treaty with a grin. War stays silent but hands him a notebook. It is the research he assigned her. She finished the whole thing. Corin pats her head, happy that despite her cold exterior, she is actually a hard worker. Elisa and Jer are grinding their spear skills. With Warren handling the research, the team is finally firing on all cylinders. They are ready for the big presentation. Time flies, and suddenly it is already the middle of May. It is the first week of group demos. The order is random, and the group right before Corin's team takes the stage. This is Group 1, led by Pal. Their presentation focuses on advanced 5-star spear arts. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see this. Their demo is flawless, but the professor wants to personally test their formation. Alright, you and I are about to watch a legendary first-class knight from the Northern Guard Academy finally take action. The challenge is simple: survive 10 seconds against him and he will give your team a perfect score. But this group exercise is just starting, and nobody expected a surprise test like this on the syllabus today. The professor strikes like lightning with punches so fast they are practically invisible to the naked human eye. One by one, students hit the floor. Their spear techniques were decent, but a lack of focus was their downfall. A grade B will have to do. Next up is Group 2, but they are already shaking with fear before Professor Park. Are they really going to give up now? They tried using the lethal 9 dead dragon spear style from the north, and even the 9 flying dragons form. But it all falls apart. That complex technique was completely useless here. If you cannot master it, it is just for show. Now, Group 3 steps up with Corin Locke as their captain. This group showcases the 6 forms of the Lan Na spear technique, a style known for its incredibly complex movements. They move in perfect sync, parrying every attack and disarming the enemy before landing the final strike. Corin is ecstatic. It turns out War worked way harder during their training sessions than anyone could have possibly imagined. The professor is impressed. They cut out all the flashy nonsense, keeping the core spear movements simple but very effective. Corin expects the group to keep practicing, but the professor has other plans, a one-on-one duel with just Corin. Corin realizes this was the goal all along. He agrees, and the professor lunges at him with incredible speed. A lightning-fast left hook followed by a heavy right, a classic boxing combo meant to overwhelm any opponent. Usually, you would block the right to stay safe. But Corin notices the professor is pivoting on his left foot instead. He already figured out the professor is actually left-handed. Because of that, Corin is able to block the strike perfectly. The professor is not holding back anymore. His movements have completely changed now that he is facing Corin. No one can believe a rank 5 student is actually parrying Professor Park. He realizes Corin has already surpassed his peers. He tells him to stop playing around with the basics and show his true, hidden power during this duel. Now, pay attention here, because the professor is about to drop his ultimate move just to see if Corin can survive it. The incoming attack looks terrifying, and the crowd is gasping. Yet, Corin just stands there, looking completely calm. Suddenly, Park stops his movement. He is confused why the student is still standing until he realizes 10 seconds passed. You look surprised, Professor. You used your right hand mostly, but I know you are actually a left-handed fighter. Corin admits his reactions were all based on that secret knowledge. He knew the professor was just testing his potential. Professor Form turns back to the rest of the class to give his final evaluation on Group 3. Fools usually chase after overly complex techniques, but the true secret to success is simply mastering the basics. Because of that, Group 3 gets a perfect A+ grade. Corin is over the moon. But then, Park asks to speak with him privately, just a casual chat, no pressure. You and I both know the truth. There is no way a rank 5 knight can move like that in a duel. Corin tries to stay humble, saying he is just a bit better than the others, but the professor knows better. This is a kid who cannot even feel souls normally. Yet he hunts evil spirits under very specific conditions. This means he has reached a level of insight that puts him leagues above anyone else in his current rank. The faculty has been debating his case. They are considering whether they need to reevaluate his true power level soon. To prove his worth, he will be assigned complex missions to see if he deserves a much higher rank. These missions will determine his new ceiling, as Corin has already shown talent far beyond a standard student. The professors might even break the rules to promote him. Higher ranks mean tougher missions, but that is fine. For Corin, this just means better rewards. He can now choose high-level missions whenever he feels ready. Usually, you would have to wait until your second year to take on missions like these, but for him, the rules are different. He accepts the challenge. First up, he has to take down 2 targets, a monster and an evil spirit. There are 4 dungeon requests from the Hunter Association, and the choice is entirely up to Corin. Luckily, it is a perfect split. 2 monster missions and 2 missions involving restless evil spirits. Now, Corin has to choose his targets within the time limit. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see this. The next day, he heads to a desolate forest to meet Professor Heyman. The place feels eerie even in the morning. Back when Heyman was young, he used to brave these haunted mists to hunt down the most dangerous monsters. Alright, you and I are about to see our guy Corin get some sage advice before heading into the deadly western woods for a hunt. The professor lays it out. Your first mission will be to hunt a monster on the mountains west of Mist City. The target is a two-headed ogre. Corin is confused usually. These beasts are grade 1, so why is this one a semi-grade 1? It turns out the beast is still a juvenile, so its power ranking is temporarily lower. Heyman warns that this monster has gathered wild wolves and low-level lackeys as subordinates. Charging in headfirst is simply suicide. Raw power is never enough for the elite. You need brains, too. This mission will be Corin's ultimate evaluation. Deep in the misty western mountains lies the dark cave where the two-headed ogre makes its home. Neither Heyman nor the Association will lift a finger to help, though they will intervene if Corin's life is in danger. But if they step in, the promotion is dead. Heyman asks for an assessment, and Corin begins his cold analysis. Examining the tracks, Corin sees signs of the ogre and the wild wolves moving together. They definitely share a territory. There should be 3 wolves, but only 2 sets of 4-legged prints are following the ogre's massive trail. One of them looks like a female, and judging by the prints, she is clearly pregnant. He kneels to check the marks. Instead of footprints, there are drag marks. The prey was not eaten on the spot, but pulled away. Neither ogres nor wolves usually store food. This means they are bringing a meal back to a companion who cannot move. Now pay attention, watch how Corin plans to take down the ogre and its entire pack with pure strategy. His first goal is to separate the ogre from the wolves. These monsters have sharper senses than you might think. He will use the strongest weapon granted to mankind to deal with them, his own brain. It is truly unlucky for those monsters. Corin is a master of this game. Even as humans expand their control, hidden threats still lurk in the shadows. Evil entities are constantly creeping into this world, and the ruler of this forest is one of those nightmares. The two-headed ogre is a tyrant, ruling over a forest where few humans ever dare to set foot. To him, this forest is his kingdom, but his loyal long-haired hounds have suddenly started to vanish. The nursing female has disappeared without a trace. The ogre realizes his pack's mate and pups have been kidnapped. The beast erupts in primal fury. The ruler's roar and the howls of his minions shake the entire forest. The 2 males are consumed by pure rage, letting out blood-curdling screams that echo through the trees. They must rescue the female. The hounds follow the scent of their captured mate, with the ogre following close behind. The scent grows stronger. They can smell the intruder who dared to snatch their family away. Nothing can stop them in their domain. It is time for this foolish trespasser to pay the ultimate price. They burst into a clearing and find the female lying on the ground, whimpering a mournful, pained sound. She nuzzles them, checking if they are safe, as the males move in to help her stand and escape. Suddenly, a strange light pierces the sky. The very trees around them transform into lethal, stabbing weapons. Ropes snap and logs rain down. This isn't a tracking mission anymore, it has become a slaughter. Now they are running just to stay alive. Panting for breath, these beasts fail to realize the sheer malice of human intellect. And boom! You and I just witnessed a massive explosion. The ogre has lost every single one of his loyal minions. The tyrant's roar of grief echoes through the charred woods. More trees fly at him, but simple traps cannot touch him. He truly is the king of this forest. But he has no idea that the real hunt has only just begun. The two-headed ogre is a natural-born predator. The first head possesses incredible vision, while the second has a sharp sense of smell. They are perfectly synced for revenge. Tracking the hounds should have been easy. If anything, there are too many obvious clues left behind. He thinks the intruder is a total amateur who can't even hide his footprints or scent properly. He can't believe the pack lost to such a sloppy fool. Yet, all day, the ogre finds absolutely nothing. The trail is right there, but no matter how far he chases it, the target remains totally invisible. Every time he feels like he is closing in, the prey slips right through his fingers. While resting at camp, trying to shake off his unease, the ogre is suddenly ambushed. The second head is jolted awake as a literal rain of stones begins pouring down from the sky. Only a few stones hit him, but trust me, you and I know this brutal attack is only just beginning. Alright, you and I are about to watch a top-tier hunter get treated like a total amateur. It starts with stones hitting him, which he ignores since they don't really hurt his tough hide. But then the stones catch fire. 3 days of chasing a target only to realize he is the one being hunted in this forest. Now, pay attention here, because the roles just flipped. The predator has officially become the prey. Anger and sadness consume him, but then the source of his rage appears. Corin just yawns casually and gives a greeting. Time to end this. The beast lunges without hesitation, but Corin leaps up and delivers a heavy downward strike. The monster plans to crush that small body with its 2-meter birch club. The second our hero lands on the ground. But the second form, Crimson Strike, brings pure agony. 8 trigrams. Primordial palm, this is the finishing blow. The tyrant who ruled this forest was just hunted by a human. Corin feels bored because the beast was way too weak. That's one problem solved. 3 days ago, he and Marie were having a deep heart-to-heart talk together. Corin asked her straight up, "If you trust me, how far are you willing to go?" Marriott was left completely flustered. She insists she is with him until the end. He has a plan that needs her help starting tomorrow. You and Elisa. At those words, Marriott feels a sting of jealousy. Why does that girl have to be included? Even though she's a veteran guardian and a special vampire with a wild past, she's still a girl at heart. Corin Locke's misleading choice of words is enough to make her heart skip a beat and her mind race. But she isn't stupid. This guy is always one step ahead, planning for things before they even happen in reality. Whether he's saving her or helping Elisa Aiden, she truly appreciates how dedicated and kind he is. But how much does this boy actually know? She can't help but question his true depths and motives. You and I know she's already fallen for him, so naturally, she chooses to follow her one-sided love once more. Mages don't just want to be professors for the massive library there after the incredible West Research Building. That giant facility holds the ultimate materials every mage dreams of, including monsters that can only be sealed. Over here, Park and Dina are talking about the special creatures that cannot be killed by normal means. Dina asks if Park has seen the boar that ate iron ore or the forest source that is imprisoned here. Professor Park wants to write a thesis on how the demon race affects lower-ranked beings in our world. To do that, he needs to graft ancient runes onto this special monster to track the mana influence. Dina is thrilled because mages who master ancient runes are incredibly rare. It is lucky they have him. Almost nobody understands ancient runes, since they are so old and notoriously difficult to use in real combat situations. But with a powerhouse like Marriott, Professor Dina didn't expect a special vampire to volunteer for the experiment. A clash between two unique entities, the encounter of the first reincarnation, Donilev, and the second, the Iron King. Next mission, the Haunted House. In the original game, this was just a simple second semester quest. But to beat the Grade 1 spirit, you have to dodge flying objects and find the hidden magic circle downstairs. The true difficulty of this mission is way higher than it looks on the surface. Veteran players call it the Ultimate Haunted House Challenge, a real test to prove you are a pro. There's just one major problem normally. Corin Locke cannot sense spirits at all. But this time is different. Spirits have possessed the magic tools inside the lab, and Corin can actually feel them. A seismic event occurs once the house is possessed, meaning physical power can now affect everything inside. Neither a teacher nor Corin can just ignore them. Corin grabs his spear and leaps into the fray. He strikes the core, hacking away at the roots to disconnect the energy source and end the haunting. Finally, he leaps up to dodge a counterstrike. Now he thrusts his spear forward, shattering the window before sliding toward the door with perfect timing. Once inside, he slashes the clock on the right, then follows up with a 3 times jumping strike. He destroys the nails flying from the stairs. No need to look up, just keep moving forward. A table flies toward him in the basement. He slices it in 2, then destroys the magic circle immediately. He kicks a candle and activates his spear using the power of Kenna and Hegel fire. He heads to the 3rd floor as a painting flies at him, trust me. You and I won't want to miss what's next. Alright. You and I are about to watch a genius play involving an immovable wall and tetanus-inducing discs. With no more furniture flying his way, the teachers are left scratching their heads, wondering who this kid even is. Then, in a shocker, every magic rune carved so far activates at once, engulfing the entire house in a massive fire. Time for a safe exit. Real men don't look back at explosions, and honestly, he looks pretty cool doing it. The teachers are absolutely floored. This was a magic trial that even second-tier mages couldn't dream of beating. Yet Corin Locke pulled it off. After some mumbling, he just stands there, laughing like a total idiot. This is it, the ultimate strategy used by that legendary Korean streamer who once shook the entire gaming world. That experience gave him the confidence to clear it. The professor approaches Corin, offering a warm hand and congratulations. After a performance like that, there's no doubt he's finally been recognized as a Grade 1 demi-human. There's a port city nearby called S with an amazing restaurant. The professor invites him to go grab a bite. If they're looking for raw fish, that's the place. It's the whole reason he chose to raid spirits here. The professor gets all chummy, excitedly discussing the meal and promising to introduce him to some top-tier fresh fish. Corin glances back toward the trees. His pet, Diogu, is stealthily following behind his master like a shadow. Flashback to 88 years ago in the far north of the peninsula. Despite the freezing cold, endless resources were buried beneath the ice. These mountains held so much ore that people simply started calling the area Iron Mountain. Pioneer miners, searching for gold and iron, saw something unbelievable. A massive pack of wild boars devouring iron ore. Now pay attention, because this is the first human contact with the king of Iron Mountain, a beast that swallows everything. Meanwhile, Elisa is sprinting toward the 4th floor lab because she accidentally overslept today. She can't be late. Corin made that very clear a few days ago. First floor of the laboratory. Marriott is busy brewing an elixir when Elisa bursts in. It's just a holiday experiment, nothing too serious. Diogu was the one who told Elisa that Marriott called for her, which is why she's here. Corin actually asked Marie to explain some things to Elisa. She hands her junior a bottle of makeshift elixir. Elisa doesn't care about the details. If it's healthy, she's chugging it. Marriott quickly rushes to stop her. It's boiling hot, so she needs to sip it slowly. Suddenly, Elisa starts having a very strange reaction. Turns out, it just tastes incredible, like home-cooked. It's delicious, safe, and completely non-toxic. You and I know this is bad news. Marie starts explaining Corin's request regarding the Iron Mountain King, the demon sealed inside the lab. The King of Iron Mountain. Elisa runs as fast as she can, her mind racing with total confusion. She doesn't know why Corin summoned her, but she has to get there as soon as possible. Down in the basement lab, Marie and the professor are debating the difference between normal monsters and special demons. Marie's first thought is power. Pure strength is usually what separates these special entities from the rest. One of the most terrifying abilities is the power of domination. Some demons emit a completely different energy signature. Theoretically, these are called alpha entities. Unlike normal monsters, they are far stronger and hold absolute control. An alpha can easily command its own kind, but that domination usually doesn't work on different types of demons. However, for special demons, it works. These unique beings can easily force weaker demons into submission, and Marie has plenty of first-hand experience with this exact phenomenon from her own past. She remembers escaping the hunting grounds while consumed by bloodthirst, literally forcing other monsters to bring her fresh blood to drink. But she thinks it's different from true domination. Back then, she wasn't controlling their minds, she used their fear. The professor explains that there are 3 basic types: monsters, spirits, and demi-humans. While alpha traits vary, commanding demi-humans is considered nearly impossible. They still need to research this further to understand why. Demi-humans possess intelligence higher than humans, making them resistant to that simple type of mental domination. That's enough theory for now. It's finally time for them to move on to the actual practical application. They bring out the demonic fangs for the trial. The goal is to measure the influence of alpha traits. If Marie can master this ability, humanity could theoretically control almost every monster and spirit in existence. This experiment is far bigger than she imagined, and it completely satisfies Marie's burning curiosity as a mage. And trust me, if they succeed, humanity will finally take the lead against the demon threat. This is huge. Alright, you and I are about to watch Marriott test her dominion as she demands the fang boars step forward. One by one, the wild boars emerge from their iron cages, following her training by stopping and lying down. However, they suddenly stop listening, falling over and rolling around the ground in a chaotic mess of fur and tusks. Marriott looks confused and turns to her professor. Dina explains that this is the communication limit between humans and monsters. Low-level monsters lack the intelligence to understand complex orders. Now, they will test the difference using higher-level beasts. Professor Park is the one to release the royal seal. He begins chanting the ancient expulsion language. First, he unseals this massive monster king. Once the leader is free, the smaller boars become significantly more aggressive and bloodthirsty. Protection circles 1, 3, and 7 activate instantly, followed by reinforcing the chains on the 4th and 6th seals. The smaller boars lose control and charge at them. Luckily, Marriott is skilled enough to handle the situation with ease. Now pay attention here. This is the moment an emergency alert reveals that the monster in cage, a 107, escaped. Professor Dana is terrified. That monster is Manto, and it is already lunging forward with its razor-sharp teeth bared. Marriott reacts instantly, using her blood spear to fire a barrage of arrows at the beast, but it is too fast. Just as she falters, Professor Park arrives like a god, delivering a massive left hook to its jaw. After taking it down, Fermac senses that something is still very wrong in the lab. Suddenly, the entire room shakes. A panicked staff member rushes in, reporting that monsters are breaking out and ramming their cells. Dina quickly initiates Protocol Z-17, activating the massive anti-monster circles and heavy sealing magic. Now, she must reseal the Iron Mountain King while activating the full sealing protocol. Research funds will be lost, but safety comes first. She believes she can do it. But at the same moment, the entire research team is falling into pure chaos. Team 2 cannot activate the magic circles. The sealing magic is dead. Someone has sabotaged and destroyed the entire array. Suddenly, the chains binding the Iron Mountain King shatter into pieces. The beast is finally free. Meanwhile, Corin and his teacher are enjoying a high-quality meal together in the city of Kangsa. He is enjoying this daytime feast because Old Man Heyman took him to a famous restaurant to celebrate his promotion to a higher rank. Corin casually suggests that he wants to grab a few drinks. But Corin Locke is still a third-year student, so he rarely gets to drink. These taverns are surprisingly strict about checking identification. You and I both know how annoying strict rules are, especially in this weird mix of medieval and modern times. He misses the modern convenience of grabbing fried chicken and beer at a top-tier fast food joint. Who would have thought? Corin, a guy from a country known for high alcohol consumption, is not allowed a single drop. He starts preaching Eastern logic that alcohol is something you are supposed to learn about from your elders. He says it with such a sincere voice, asking his teacher to be the one to guide him. Professor Heyman is clearly impressed. The old man never expected this kid to look at him with such genuine affection and deep admiration. This definitely isn't a thirst for booze. This student truly wants to bond with him. And just like that, the plan works perfectly. The glass is filled to the brim. This old guy fell for a teenager's trap so easily. Suddenly, a dog barking makes him tremble. It is that owl dog again. Corin's heart breaks as his eyes well up. He waited so long for this drink, only for a dog to ruin everything. Meanwhile, back at the lab, things are getting ugly. The Iron Mountain King is loose. Fermac turns to Marriott in a panic. They need to stop it before the facility is leveled. Marriott summons her crystal spear and hurls it at the beast, but before it even touches its skin, the crystal spear completely shatters into dust. It did not even leave a scratch. Professor Park can't just watch. He tells them he will handle the rest. He puts everything into a massive punch, but it is like hitting a wall. He does not feel any impact. Looking at this thing, the fat on this pig is just too thick for a normal punch to do anything. After taking a barrage of hits, the beast gets furious and attacks with ancient runes. The professor is sent flying backwards. Things are spiraling out of control as alarms scream throughout the entire facility. Every seal on the Iron Mountain King's cage is gone, and countless other giant monsters are now storming out of their cells. The lab triggers a code red emergency. All staff must evacuate immediately as the security teams scramble to respond. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how they survive this absolute monster-filled nightmare. Alright, you and I are diving into a lab breakout that's about to go absolutely sideways. Facing the Golem team is the Poison Dragon, a rank 1 catastrophe, along with the legendary beast, Ahan. Even the Golem team is struggling to hold the line, and the lab is screaming for backup. Without magic circles, Dina knows they can't stop high rankers. If they escape, she'll have to authorize mass lightning strikes to paralyze them. A horned beast ignores every attack and charges directly at Dina with lethal intent. In the nick of time, 2 swords fly out and pierce the monster through with incredible force. Dina stands frozen in shock as she realizes Drawn was the one who saved her life. Drawn plays it cool, saying he's just here for combat practice before daring every monster there to bring it on. The beasts go feral, but Drawn's multicolored swords pin them down until one breathes out a massive wave of fire. Now watch this. Pay attention to how these scraps combine into a massive golem fortress right before our eyes. Crenel is ecstatic. He finally has full control, proving the technique Corin taught him actually works. A few days ago, Corin insisted stamina was the key to power and forced Crenel through brutal training sessions. He even shared a few advanced golem control techniques with him. Corin claimed he read about it in the library, and the price for sharing the secret? Crenel had to join this field trip. The scrap fortress golem is being pushed back. This rank 1 beast is too strong, and the armor is cracking. Suddenly, massive tree roots sprout to support the frame. It's an auxiliary wood-type upgrade for the golem. Even this tactic was something Corin taught to Duen. Everyone is wondering how he knew exactly what was going to happen. The poison dragon lunges for the 3rd floor, but Elisa intercepts it with a lightning-fast sword strike. Thick smoke and dust fill the air. Nobody knows if the monster was actually taken down yet. Dina never imagined these students were all high-tier rank 2 knights or mages. She's never felt more grateful for her pupils. But let's pause for a second. Doesn't it seem weird that they're all here at the exact same time? They all give the same answer at once. It's just a field trip. Corin planned for these kids to handle the mess while he's just sitting at a restaurant enjoying a meal. The Snow Mountain King survives, and its blood domain immediately begins swallowing everything in sight. Luckily, they prepared a magic barrier just like Corin suggested. Now the beast can't tunnel underground to escape. The Snow Mountain King actually lets ice spikes pierce its own body, leaving everyone nearby pale with terror. Mari warns everyone to stay alert, since the beast likely has more deadly tricks ready. King Hiran isn't your average beast. This rank 1 nightmare looks like a movie monster that shatters everything by moving. Crenel is at his limit and shouts for Duen to provide immediate support. The golem frame was shattered by the rank 1 attacks, but Crenel reconnects the joints using Corin's specialized magic. With Duen's support magic, the golem grows even more powerful as it faces down the beast. According to the plan, Duen buffs the golem's fists for maximum impact against the enemy. They're going to detonate 5 internal spirit bombs, spraying a massive amount of magic power at the monster. The legendary Ahan pair has already cleared most monsters in the lab. Golem balance and control systems are checking out. Magic amplification systems are stable. Target radar for the assigned objective is active. Equipped with natural wood fists, spirit bomb explosion yield is being heavily amplified. The system is stable and control is transferred. Cranel doesn't hesitate and orders the golem to charge. The scrapwood golem's ultimate form, the elbow rocket. This is the exact moment that would make any veteran player's heart race. Cranel watches his golem with a look of pure, unadulterated excitement and deep emotion. He even named it the Luden Warrior. This is the Ahan Dream Team in action. Back in the port city, far from the lab, Corin chose this specific mission just to reach the church. A nun opens the door, and Corin introduces himself as an academy student on duty. Since he can't join the mass, he asks to use a prayer room, and the nun agrees. Sitting at the altar, he focuses on the seal. He needs her to arrive as quickly as possible. He activates the seal and gets a response. "Trust me, you and I aren't ready for who answers. Alright, stick with me, because you and I are jumping right into the fire with Corin." She asks how he knows about the seal, but he has zero time for questions. At least not for now. There are way too many urgent fires to put out first. Back in the lab, a brutal clash is raging between Gum and the Iron Mountain King. Elisa can't believe her eyes seeing that spirit. She has never seen anything like it. But Elisa can't look away. She has to stay focused on this beast. A rank 1 poison dragon. And Elisa has to face it all alone. But Corin gave her one strict order: do not use your domain slash. She knows Corin believes in her hidden potential, but honestly, Elisa's confidence is shaking. She is not sure she can meet his expectations. Suddenly, a sound rips through the air. The space cracks wide open. The blood realm has arrived. Mariette is down, out cold and covered in brutal wounds. It is just like Corin predicted. There was no way she could take this demon alone. Now pay attention here. This is where it gets crazy. After devouring the mine's legends, it's evolved into a legendary level monster. Original runes grant it massive resistance against both physical and magical attacks. Countless heroes died trying to kill this thing, which is why they were forced to seal it away here. Even so, Mariette won't quit. Corin asked for her help, so failure is simply not an option. Magic Professor Dana can only watch with her jaw dropped at the scene unfolding before her. Snowflower alchemy clashes with the Iron Mountain King, a legendary beast facing off against the high vampire Mariette Dunilev. She is struggling hard but still managing to hold the line. This fight only works because she is a special grade. The professor realizes she is witnessing a moment for the history books. She is paralyzed by a mix of pure shock and terror. Mariette unleashes a multi-layered snowblood shield directly at the beast. The students are fighting like hell to keep that demon contained, but let's be real, they can all feel defeat closing in. Even the vampire princess could lose her life at any second. Luckily, Diogo arrives just in time to save his master. If Diogo is back, that means Corin isn't far behind. On Elisa's side, she is desperate. How can she win if she is forbidden from using her domain slash? You and I both know she's in a tight spot. The monster's mouth gapes open, ready to swallow the world. If she were Corin, she'd have only one choice: dodge and strike. Clear the fear from your mind and just move. First sword skill, Ascension. She rains down a flurry of slashes, ending in a massive, blinding explosion. She actually did it. Victory, without using the domain slash. Suddenly, a very familiar voice echoes through the room. Corin is back. He is standing there with his arms crossed, casually telling everyone they did a great job. At the same time, Grenell's wood spirit finally secures a win over its opponent. Grenell didn't need friends, only his warrior Luden. But ironically, it was his friendship with Corin that made creating Luden possible. Corin scans the room. Looks like King Han has been dealt with. Where is the dragon? All that's left is blood. Elisa quickly reports that Mariette is still trying to hold it back. Josephine wants to know the next move. He dragged her all the way from the church, so he must have a plan. Corin only asks for her help capturing the corpse demon. But there's a lot more than just one demon here. Something Corin predicted is about to happen, just like he explained to Mariette. Those boar monsters inscribed with ancient runes? Mariette won't be able to control them easily. But after feeding them the runic stones Mariette prepared earlier, activating the resonance will trigger a chain of explosions, wiping out every single one of those boars. As for him, with his silver spear carved from original runes, given enough time, he will clear out this entire lab. Only the high-tier monsters might survive that massive runic blast. That leaves 30 elite monsters and their leader, the Iron Mountain King. Corin charges forward, completely fearless. All the legendary protagonists of the hero Ahan are finally gathered, right here. These are the heroes who will save the world. With Mariette safe and the golem ready, they begin their final counterattack. This squad is elite, and everything is finally going their way. But the team's confidence wavers for a second. Why? Because the beast in front of them is a literal titan. So you and I are left with this, the Iron Mountain King. A ruthless, unstoppable monster that crushes everything. Can they survive? Alright, you and I are about to watch everyone run from this brutal, devouring king who destroys everything. Young Grinnell has no idea what he is doing and orders Luden to charge, but Corin desperately stops him. Grinnell does not care because his warrior is a powerful golem that once took down King Han himself. He orders an X7 Spirit Bomb airstrike, but before he can even celebrate, his warrior's arm is bitten off. Since the damage is already done, Corin decides to let Grinnell keep attacking the undead beast with everything. Meanwhile, the team spreads out. Corin orders Jen to use vines to pin the monster down in one direction. The vines wrap around the beast, but it uses original runes to break free. Drawn moves behind to strike. Drawn uses his magic swords perfectly. Corin is a master strategist who times every move to minimize team casualties. There is no reason for a mercenary to ignore orders here. Fire swords and lightning swords are both ready. Every weapon is buffed with top-tier magic stones Drawn got after defeating Mary's in her vampire form. But this Iron Mountain King has a different power now. It uses original runes again with razor-sharp eyes. Not a single one of those magic blades manages to leave even a tiny scratch on the monster. Corin reads the situation and orders an immediate Earth Golem attack. To win, they must split physical and magic damage. This is actually a pretty common tactic in battles like this. Pay attention here. By using ancient runes to tap into the void, the Iron Mountain King gains absolute power and a perfect defense. He uses red feathers to block physical hits and blue feathers to completely nullify all incoming magic attacks. The beast constantly swaps feather colors to counter whatever damage comes its way. Jen and Grinnell hold the line. If you lose your grip, grab on again. Drawn attacks from mid-range while Elisa and Corin wait for an opening. Marie just needs to move exactly when Corin says. He tells everyone not to overthink it, just focus. This is a sprint, not a marathon. Use every trick you have got right now, and we will win this. This young man is surely the one to bring victory against this legend. Suddenly, the undead beast begins its attack. Jen and Grinnell use their golem to block it. The monster's feathers shift from blue to red for physical defense. All crowd control is instantly shattered, and the beast escapes. Drawn immediately uses his swords to pin it down. The strategy stays the same: charge in and keep up the pressure so the monster cannot get away. Then, Diogu flies straight into the giant boar's face. Everyone cheers when they see the hit actually land. Now watch this part carefully. Even though a direct strike finally lands, the monster's feather color has not shifted at all. It was a trick. After seeing the blue feathers block magic, it fooled Diogu by staying red the whole time. A massive original rune appears, destroying everything it touches. A beam of pure destruction sends Diogu flying away. Corin orders Mariette to recall Diogu immediately, then use a blood spear to stall the beast. She acts fast. Corin finally makes his move. He charges straight at that blue-feathered freak to see how it blocks this strike. He lunges forward, driving his spear down. Every single strike is aimed directly at the giant boar's head. The people nearby are stunned. They have never seen a spear throw cause such a massive, earth-shaking shockwave. However, the monster's reflexes are godlike. It dodges the hit. Corin tells Mariette to use the blood spear again. If it uses blue feathers to block the magic blood spear, it cannot stop Corin's physical spear strike. On the flip side, if it uses red feathers for Corin, the blood spear will pierce right through it. You and I are about to see how this monster handles a lethal combo of physical and magic damage. But there is a reason this beast is feared as the Iron Mountain King above all others. The monster just gives a look of pure contempt and manages to block both attacks at once. Absolute defense against both physical and magic attacks, the indestructible golden body. His fur has turned completely gold. The king is smirking with pure satisfaction. This is his secret trump card: 5 minutes of absolute, invincible defense. Nobody can stand against the king once he enters this state. He is basically a god for 5 minutes. Corin panics and screams for everyone to run. For the next 5 minutes, no attack will even touch him, but they are completely surrounded. Building debris has blocked their path. This was the boar's plan all along. The beast is laughing. To trap the humans, it rammed into those walls over and over again until they collapsed. And that is where we leave it. The king is finally free, and our heroes are trapped. Wild, right? Alright, you and I are about to see the terrifying final form of the Iron Mountain King, the Dingle Peninsula Corpse Demon, and the undefeated 5-minute final boss of Season 2. It was a nightmare moment that drove countless players into absolute despair. But there is still a hidden trick here. Corin tells Elisa to break the seal immediately. Physics and magic combined. A piercing sword technique that ignores 100% of defenses to deal true damage. Aiden, the first swordsman. The best moves against this legendary foe are the demon sword and domain slashes. Elisa draws her blade and charges straight at the enemy. Corin praises Elisa. Having her on the team is worth more than 10 other fighters. She blushes, worried the monster might still move. But now, it is time for the madam to shine. Professor Josephine restores the massive magic circle in an instant to suppress the corpse demon. That indestructible golden body is seriously powerful. Once that defense shatters, the monster can no longer use the original runes. Marriott is ready to unleash her blood spear once more. Everything else rests on Professor Josephine. This final strike will end it all. The great blood magic fire spear is activated. An 80-year nightmare is over. The beast that killed so many heroes, the Dingle Peninsula corpse demon, is finally destroyed. The light radiating from its destruction is something no spear user could ever ignore. Now pay attention here. The 8 original runes needed for heaven are divine artifacts. No matter the power, these runes cannot be destroyed. But their outer shell? That is different. 80 years ago, a wild boar on the Dingle Peninsula ate and absorbed many rune stones. Nobody thought they could defeat it and retrieve those stones. After all, the rune stones grant their owner near immortality. But now that the corpse demon is unsealed and defeated, the protective layer around the inner rune stones has completely shattered. So where did the original rune go once its shell was gone? The answer is incredibly simple. It wanders in search of the nearest host before coming to a stop, and it has finally found its destination. 10 years ago, he joined the academy and disguised himself as a professor just for this moment. The Iron Mountain King falling to mere students? That end is far too light. Even if it did not go exactly as planned, the beast was sealed for 80 years in that prison. It is only natural that the Iron Mountain King power faded. Now he just needs to leave the academy and use that ley line to vanish from the city forever. But the man who defeated the vampire Marriott and the Iron Great Demon King, 5th rank knight Corin Locke, is standing directly in his way. Who else could it be but Ferme? He is the disciple of a student once expelled by Corin's very own master, so technically, Corin is his superior. You and I see it now. He finally realizes Corin knows his true identity. Firm only has one thought after seeing Corin use spear techniques identical to his master style. The only person he knows who mastered the 6-step spear technique to a grandmaster level was his teacher. Seeing Corin use those exact same moves, he likely thinks there is a high chance that Corin is another secret disciple of his master. But Corin was trained by a master he never knew. Right in the place he infiltrated for his mission, Corin already figured out his true intentions. He must find Corin's existence confusing and suspicious, so he chooses the safest option to just ignore him for now. Corin, who once fought Lunia Ain in midterms, is sent to the city outskirts for a simple rank evaluation. But that was just an excuse to remove Corin from the plan to kill the Iron Mountain King and steal the original rune. Firm successfully pulled off his scheme and tried to escape. He thought sending Corin away was enough to ensure a perfect victory. But he never expected Corin to use Professor Josephine's seal to teleport back to the scene instantly. Professor Denna experiment and Marriott chaos were clearly in Firm favor. He was just waiting for the right moment. Corin will absolutely not allow him to take that original rune anywhere. Firm drops his disguise. He no longer cares how or why Corin knows everything. A tiny, unnoticed student trying to block his path and stop his grand plan like this? To someone of his stature, it is a total joke. Firm Domenin is famous as a first-rank knight across the continent. But that is not all. He is the mastermind who unsealed the Iron Mountain King, the final boss of Season 2. Later, he will be known as the Heavenly King, one of the 4 kings. At his absolute peak, his strength is on par with someone like Lunia Ain. With the right path, Firm could easily reach the master level. Naturally, he does not feel threatened by Corin at all. He unleashes Shadow Burst energy, confident he can end this quickly. Firm ability is a lightning-fast counter that deals massive damage in the darkness, but Corin did not pick this battlefield by accident. Right here, he has the Sun Rune. This brilliant light forces him to be cautious. Holy light is the natural enemy of darkness and his ultimate weakness. A dark mage needs shadows to go all out. You and I are about to see if Corin light can burn through his enemy darkness. Alright, stick with me because these solar runes just made fighting impossible for Form. Corin just sits there, completely relaxed. He spent 20 long days meticulously carving every single one of those solar runes, but in exchange, he has massive mana and the perfect upper hand. Every ancient rune has its own unique strengths and inherent weaknesses. He prepared for this final showdown long before anyone else even realized it had started. By flooding the area with solar light, he creates a brutal counter that leaves his enemy completely powerless to act. Shadow Burst drained much of Form's mana, but Corin effortlessly counters every single move he tries to make regardless of what happens. But he's not quitting yet. Watch closely, because he's about to trigger his afterimage technique. A sudden, close-range strike follows. Corin immediately draws his spear to block the impact. Next comes an explosive left hook aimed right at his face. Corin dodges with 8 trigrams movement. Corin keeps evading. Form's afterimage targets blind spots. Yet Corin anticipates every single strike perfectly. He counters using 4 steps and heavenly techniques born from his massive amount of combat experience. They trade blows and insults simultaneously. Form needs to get out of the city as fast as possible. He must avoid those who think he's dead by using space magic to warp away to another location. But Corin won't let him just walk away. This fight isn't over by a long shot. A duel is mandatory now. It's the law. Higher risks mean much bigger rewards for the winner. Shadows like Form are bound by these sacred commandments. He can't refuse this dual invitation. Trapped by the commandments, Form is forced to accept. A fair battle means a one-on-one showdown. That's why Corin came alone. This duel is sacred, fair, and absolutely binding for both of them. You and I both know there is no running once those dual runes activate. If Corin shows up alone, the laws force a one-on-one fight to the death. Form Daemon, disciple of the Spear King, versus the first spear of the Queen, Corin Locke. By law, both must announce their names. Winner takes all. This battle will only have one final result. The system backup repeats the commandments. Rule number 1. Duty. Never turn away from the misfortune of others. Commandment 2. Restraint. I don't understand these spirits, but the backup increases his damage by 50%. Third commandment. The vow. Corin's stats are now doubled for the fight. The persistent warrior is now 100 times more effective. He ignores pain while his mana flow surges to 3,500. Corin Locke begins his mission to save the world by taking down Form Daemon first. This fight between a spear and martial arts is a battle of distance. The fighter uses speed to get close, while the spearman works to push him back. The martial artist watches like a hawk, waiting for even the smallest opening to appear in the defense. He lunges forward the moment a gap shows, but Corin saw that coming miles away. Jumping during a close fight is dangerous. He waits for the landing to unleash his heavenly rule technique. However, Corin's spear and raw speed are just too fast for him to handle. Corin lands 7 hits while his enemy is still in the air. Form desperately counters with a demon spear punch aimed right at his face. Corin takes the hit. Form is bleeding, but he pushes forward to close the gap again. Corin is stunned. He didn't expect the man to fight through that level of intense pain. Seizing the momentum, Form unleashes Heaven Strike, a relentless barrage of countless power punches. He's putting everything into this finishing blow. If Corin can block this, the victory is his. But in that split second, Corin notices something. Form's fist is actually starting to open up. It was a feint. Form grabs the spear and carves a rune onto the weapon itself. Fighting without a weapon will be tough. A spearman without his weapon is like a fighter who just lost both of his arms. Corin takes heavy damage from those fists. He tries to summon his weapon back, but it is stuck way too deep to be pulled out. Suddenly, Form appears behind him and throws a devastating straight punch toward his back. It looks like he underestimated Corin. Even without his weapon, this kid is still a master of martial arts. A spearman can still master hand-to-hand combat. He counters with an 8 trigrams rising dragon palm. All martial arts rely on raw physical force. Corin puts everything he has into a triple impact strike aimed right at the man's chest. Trust me, Form is shocked, but Corin's fists just aren't nearly as deadly as his spear. Alright, you and I are about to see Corin take on a monster who hasn't taken a single scratch yet. Corin's martial arts are powerful, but he made one mistake. He forgot it's only his backup weapon. For Park, this is his life's work. He unleashes a brutal barrage hooks, straights, and elbows that don't stop. Corin can't even fight back anymore. Just as Park goes for the finishing blow, that spear suddenly returns to block it. Park is stunned. How could a thrown weapon just fly back into his hands like that? Corin has to admit it. This guy is on a completely different level of strength. But then it clicks for Park. This kid took those hits on purpose just to get back to his weapon. With the spear finally back in his grip, Corin doesn't hesitate, unleashing his snake flow style to shred Park's body. Blood sprays everywhere, tearing Park's clothes to pieces in an absolutely savage display of power. Corin's split-second decisions while weaponless were perfect. He knew exactly when to pivot back to his main strength. Suddenly, Park is the one on the ropes. Even while bleeding out, he still tries to act like a cool professor. Facing a real threat, Park Daemon finally stops playing around and starts fighting for real. He carves 3 ancient runes into his arm, calling upon a world where the sun and sky are forgotten. He summons the Fortress of Darkness, swearing his soul to the eternal shadows. Now pay attention, Corin using solar runes is smart, but even those won't stop the weight of eternal night. This is the forbidden territory of the legendary Dark Warriors of the Black Heaven. Park charges in, giving Corin 2 choices: get torn apart by dark monsters, or get punched straight into the afterlife. Corin just asks if this was supposed to be a fair match. He knew Park would play dirty, so he came prepared with a golden mandragora. As soon as he pulls it out, the thing starts screaming 7 times louder than a normal ginseng. Even those dark monsters can't handle the sonic boom from the most unique mandragora in the world, which means Park's little dark fortress trick just got completely neutralized by a vegetable. Corin's own ears are bleeding from the noise, but he's still confident he'll take Park down right here. The monsters are dead, and Park's illusions are fading. Corin reminds him that his recovery speed is unmatched. The longer this fight goes on, the more Corin adapts to the pressure. Park loses his cool and triggers a massive shadow explosion, screaming that there is no escape from this darkness. He keeps pressing the attack, but Corin manages to dodge every single lethal strike. Suddenly, Park grabs him from behind, but Corin uses his demonic spear technique to break free instantly. Runes flash as a spiral jet combo slams into Corin, dealing massive damage. Corin rips off his shirt, and a blinding light erupts from his body, pushing back the shadows. He's carved dozens of solar runes onto his own skin. It's effective, but it's basically a suicide mission. His body could burn to ash at any second, but Corin charges forward with his ultimate snake flow. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Time to stop the tricks and settle this with pure skill. It's a fair fight now. Both warriors need to use every ounce of power they have left. Corin senses this man is his true archenemy. At this moment, Park is betting his very life on this clash. He puts everything on the line, activating the 6 steps of Sura. It's a forbidden skill that burns your soul for godlike speed. Only the great heavenly kings can use it. Now the real battle begins. It's the ultimate showdown between spear arts and the Sura path. Corin mimics the technique, and both fighters collide in a storm of unavoidable pain. They're perfectly matched. When the dust settles, the spear is soaked in blood, and the world turns red. There's a long silence before the result we've all been waiting for finally becomes clear. Corin's spear has pierced straight through Park. He won, but those haunting screams still echo in his mind. He remembers losing to Park before, being trapped in a nightmare reality where everyone suffered. It was a literal hell disguised as a beautiful paradise. You and I just witnessed why Corin had to win to stop Park Damon from bringing that hell back. Stick with me. We're watching the total collapse of Tate Van Taza's right hand. He finally collapses in front of Corin, bleeding out in a massive pool of dark red blood. Corin steps forward to search the body, but just as he suspected from the start, the item isn't there. One of the 4 mysterious treasures protected by monks, the Fate Gem, Falius Lia Fail. If he actually possessed it after returning the rune, Corin's chances of winning would have dropped significantly. At least he got what he needed. Tate Van Taza is hunting 8 ancient runes to summon a fortress of darkness into this world. This is something that absolutely cannot be allowed to fall into his hands. However, he still doesn't understand why this is important enough to slaughter so many innocent people. It's understandable to be angry at the world, but taking it out on others like this is just completely wrong. Now pay attention, Corin is on the ground. Left eardrum blown from running with that ginseng. The right side of his head isn't much better. He relied way too much on his healing, but the sun runes scorched his body to the core. The pain is manageable, but the wounds from Fermar are the real problem. His liver is torn, and his collarbone is snapped. When that punch hit his chest, it shattered several ribs and scrambled his internal organs completely. He can barely lift his left leg after those Sura strikes. He thought he was used to pain by now, but his current situation is honestly looking grim. He forces himself to stay awake. The system pings you have defeated Demon Damon, and your rewards are now being delivered. None of that matters right now. His eyes are blurring as everything starts to fade away. Since he defeated a great demon, Corin gets a bonus reward, the map to the 4 secret treasures of Findias. Through the haze, Corin realizes Elisa is carrying him back on her shoulders. Professor D.A. is handling the cleanup, but she looks sad. Drawn is gone, while Duen and the others have been found. Before leaving, Drawn made it very clear don't expect much, since their relationship is strictly about a professional business partnership. The runes and golden ginseng are stored away. She lets Corin rest on a park bench, where he sincerely thanks her for her domain expansion. Without her help, there is no way he could have defeated the Iron Mountain King. Elisa tries to be humble, but it doesn't change the fact that she was the key to this massive victory. You feel that too, right? Elisa just realized Corin was drawing runes while they were making ginseng juice this whole time. He's been preparing for this fight for a long time. Elisa wants to know why he chose to face that monster all alone instead of fighting together. Corin stares at her. To him, the choice is simple. It's better if fewer people have to die. Despite appearing cold, Corin did his job perfectly. With his ribs shattered, he is finally being moved to the hospital. His plan was just too dangerous, which is why he refused to ask anyone for help. Everyone visits him with food and fruit. Some peel peaches, others feed him, while some just sit and watch him sleep peacefully there. His 2 friends get a front row seat to some high-quality romance. Honestly, seeing this is enough to make anyone's nose sting with pure jealousy right now. I know exactly how these guys feel. Seeing all the beautiful girls fawning over your best friend is just painful. They honestly don't know why they are even standing there. They are jealous as hell. Elisa notices the rare gathering and suggests they play a game to lighten the mood and have some fun. Marriott happily agrees and even invites Corin's friends. With just a single sentence, their anger and jealousy turn into pure gratitude and deep respect for her kindness. Just then, there is a knock. Professor Josephine and Lady Ariokasa, the Merkaba Academy principal, have finally arrived. It's exactly what Corin expected, and he finally has to meet them. Now, it's time for him to prove his true worth to the principal herself today. The principal asks Corin's friends to leave the room for a very confidential discussion. He senses their suspicion, so he needs to pivot the conversation quickly. He reveals the demon was actually a spy, but they aren't nearly as surprised as he had expected. They likely discovered something from the commandments and seals engraved on the demon's body. But there are things they don't know, like the fact that Tate Fantaza is his actual disciple. Josephine is stunned. She claims it's impossible because that man died 80 years ago. Then he mentions the infinite spear arts and those commandments. Everyone here knows those techniques because they are the ones who taught them to him directly. In a way, Corin shares that exact same lineage. Learning Corin is Vance's disciple makes Josephine furious. She immediately goes on high alert. But Corin isn't the type to kill aimlessly. He wouldn't reveal this if it only put him at a disadvantage. He also knows these aren't their real bodies. Their true forms are locked away in the main building and can't appear. Trust me, you and I just realized Fantaza's disciples are still alive across the continent, and they have become terrifyingly powerful. Dive with me into this world where we're about to see how one choice 80 years ago changed everything. Your original power is scattered everywhere across this vast continent, and only 2 fragments have been recovered. Corin presents a newly discovered rune. There is something the principal might not even know. The Truth Stone Leafio, one of Danua's 4 secret treasures, is currently in his hands. Once he fails to fully recover his strength, he will no longer be considered a usurper. He hands the stone to Aaron Danua. Everything is becoming clearer. That is why Professor Josephine, with 80 years of experience, never became principal, and why the rising star Casa took the position immediately. 80 years ago, the Academy principal was Master Ven. 50 years ago, the Academy principal was Master W. The current principal is Master Casa. The truth is, their bodies were constructed and empowered by ancient runestones. Corin removes his shirt to reveal a body covered in commandments. Both he and the principal share the same ultimate goal. Corin kneels before the principal. He is honored to become her vanguard spear to protect this world. He hopes she will treat him as a servant. Errol Casa? No, she is actually Aaron Danua. Corin Locke has never forgotten her actions from his previous life. Now is the time for him to repay her. Josephine slowly returns to her room in the main building. Aaron sits there in total silence. Now pay attention here. Aaron is seriously questioning if Corin can be trusted, and if Tate is truly still alive. Her only option is to have someone watch every single move this student makes. They cannot fully trust Corin yet. Aaron cannot act easily while carrying such a heavy burden, knowing everything Corin said could be a lie. However, there is one thing she cannot understand: why he looked at her with eyes filled with such deep sadness. During the Makaba Academy anniversary, there will be a rank reassignment based on everyone's individual performance. This event carries an immense amount of significance. If your initial entry rank was only temporary, this official rating is issued by the Academy Guardian Association. Because of this reassignment, many students are training incredibly hard to secure the best official ranking possible. Many students have already reached the level of Academy Guardians. Now, they begin announcing the students who have changed ranks. Second-year valedictorian of the Magic class, Maria Dunalev. Despite her tragic circumstances, Marriott proved her drive by assisting during the training ground incident. Honestly, she contributed very little this semester because she was forbidden from leaving the city after turning into a vampire. Still, Marriott assisted Professor DNA with research, and her massive mana reserves after becoming a vampire greatly benefited the Academy. With that kind of power, her promotion was inevitable. Above all, Marriott's efforts to stop the Iron Mountain King minimized casualties within the Academy. With the joint nomination of Principal Casa and Northern Guardian Association Chairman Dina Grandia, Marriott is officially promoted to the semi-special grade. Everyone around her is moved to tears. She is now the youngest semi-special grade guardian in history. Her name will definitely be etched into history. The next students called, like Marriott, all made massive contributions during the crisis. You and I both know something's up when the crowd starts whispering like this. Who else could have helped? None of them know the truth. Although the incident is well known, the internal details remain a mystery to the public. What happened that day has been kept strictly confidential. No one knows the truth about the Iron Mountain King or the traitorous Professor F.M. Damon. The names called next are Cranel Luden, Duin, Elisa Aiden, Ron Waski, and finally, Corin Locke. For their achievements, all 4 of them will be promoted to semi-first grade. Despite Corin currently being a grade 5 guardian, his performance was absolutely outstanding. Backed by the nominations of Principar Casa, the crowd begins to murmur. Jumping from grade 5 to grade 1 in a single semester is completely unheard of. Corin officially moves from grade 5 to first grade, receiving a unique ranking after the association's deliberation. There is simply no questioning his capabilities anymore. But the real reason he was fast-tracked to first grade was his bravery during the battle against Professor FM. Most importantly, his first grade privileges include the authority to join the Guardian Squad immediately. In the original game, this would have taken 3 whole years. But he has achieved it in less than 2. This is a massive change for the future. Trust me. You'll want to see how he wins over every elite here. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a world where power dictates everything and summer break just changed the game. Everyone in our group has their own plans now. Some are out for cash, others are heading home, and some are interning at the legendary Magic Tower. There is even a plan to visit the experienced Chris, while others set their sights on the west. Cranel is hunting for a power core in a ruined castle for Gum, while Elisa is facing pressure from her grandfather to return to the family estate. As for Corin, he remembers returning to the Locke family home in his past life, only to find it completely deserted. His family had actually taken a trip and left him behind without a second thought. They went to Ven because a messaging system glitch delayed their notification to him by 3 whole days. Elisa finally gathers her courage to ask Corin to accompany her home, claiming she is scared, which is not like her at all. But Corin knows the game script, she will be safe regardless, so he turns her down. He is focused on the Eastern Sea. There is a specific place he absolutely must reach immediately. With limited time before the next semester starts, this summer break is his only window to make it happen. Corin boards a train, facing a long 9-hour journey to reach the northern continent. But he is not alone. There is a gang of bandits lurking on this very train. They pull their weapons, ordering everyone to put their hands up and hand over their valuables while the passengers freeze in terror. The bald leader is a grade 1 fighter, arrogantly looking down on everyone because of his superior power level. Just then, 2 people accidentally stumble right into the passenger car where the robbery is going down. The leader snaps, shouting at them for being illiterate and ordering them to raise their hands if they want to live. But pay attention here, this bald guy has no idea he just messed with the wrong main character, Corin Locke. Without saying a word, Corin delivers a brutal uppercut that sends the leader flying straight into the ceiling. Corin is a grade 1 knight now, so these low-level thugs are nothing. The southern chapter officially begins. Inside the MCAB Academy library, Corin finds a grimoire titled The Resilient Recovery of the Warrior. He recalls a flashback of a dying soldier on a blood-soaked battlefield. Even with his body pinned against a rock, the man stood firm. Corin even offered to end his suffering. The warrior simply asked for a drop of water to quench his thirst. Corin could not help but respect that grit. Wait for it, you and I are about to witness something completely impossible as he drinks the water Corin brought. The man's wounds heal instantly. Reading this, Corin is absolutely stunned by the revelation. This warrior survived the brink of death, standing as majestic as the legendary Admiral Yi Sun-shin. Suddenly, a hollow-eyed friend approaches, asking if his southern castle still stands strong. He tells Corin to visit his office if he ever goes there. In his past life, Corin found nothing. The friend will not give answers, insisting that Corin must discover the truth for himself. He hopes Corin finds the warrior's courage. With that kind of heart, nothing in this world is impossible. He was a humble man, not a sage or a typical hero, but someone who vowed to save the world. Humans usually run from danger, but this man chose to stand his ground every single time. In that moment, a spirit begins to drift away from the friend's body. The spirit shows deep respect for Corin, thanking him for the news about his family at the southern gates. Following the Duke's words, Corin heads south, bringing Marie along since she knows the region well. Later, a cheerful police officer thanks the duo for helping take down those train robbers. Without them, it would have been a disaster. The bandits are led away in a shameful line. The officer offers Corin a pouch of gold. He tries to decline, but honestly, who can say no to that? He accepts the kindness, knowing his duty is to never ignore the suffering of others. The reward? 2 skill points. It pays to be a good person, literally. They head off to find a good restaurant, while the officer watches them, admiring their pure hearts. This is the entrance to the southern lands. Every carriage here leads to Lep City, but it is at least an 8-hour journey from this point. Trust me, you're going to want to see where this journey leads next, even if the ride is total torture for the back. Alright, you and I are about to see how the rich travel. It is faster than a carriage, but not everyone likes it. Most people in this world get around by hitching a ride on giant birds. These two did not have to pay 30 silver because Marriott's clan provided a special mount, the majestic and powerful eagle, Hesver Wenger. This is the pride of LP City, currently coming in for a landing to drop off some very important guests. The Legend of Ahan is the fastest transport around. It is worth 12 Ws, so you better hold on tight during the ride. The ground crew is scrambling to clear the landing pad while the controllers verify the visual at 200 L in the air. Estimated arrival is in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, 2 staff members are just sitting around killing time with some gossip. They wonder what the academy is up to this month. Since it is break time, the students are heading home, including their princess. That means Lady Maria is almost here. Everyone is gearing up to give her an absolutely massive welcome. As they land and the doors open, rows of servants are already lined up to bow and greet Mariette for her vacation. They all congratulate her on reaching the semi-special rank. Corin realizes their destination is City Lay, and to the east is City Duna. Together, they form the name of Marriott's Dunalet clan. She once mentioned her family does some farming, but he never expected this scale. We are talking about 2 million units. Now pay attention, because this is where the scale of her wealth gets insane. Corin thought it was pion, but it's actually 2 million hata. 2 million hectares is over 6 billion pion. It makes sense, considering the Dunilev clan is incredibly famous in the south. Dunilev hair salons, Dunilev groceries, Dunilev offices, and even the Dunilev Professional Wrestling Union, they own everything. Every single billboard and sign along the road just proves how much power they actually have. Standing before the massive Dunal mansion, Corin is totally stunned. Marriott never called herself rich, only that her parents were. The butler, Paul, chimes in to remind her that she will eventually inherit everything as the eldest Dunilev child. After seeing the young lady brought a junior home, Paul moves in close to give Corin a bit of a hard time. For many generations, the clan has always welcomed a live-in son-in-law. Naturally, the family provides and supports a house for the son-in-law's business affairs. Lady Marriott was known as the flower of the South since she was a child, thanks to her incredible brains and beauty. The number of marriage proposals she gets is enough to fill an entire warehouse meant for potatoes. Probably even more than that. Corin nods like he understands, but the old man is talking way too fast for him. As for the Duke's castle, it seems someone recently bought it. That person is none other than Count Cassius. In Corin's past life, that castle belonged to someone else, a merchant from the distant southern islands, but that guy was totally corrupt. To get permission back then, Paul and Corin spent days and nights fighting a great sea monster. After a ridiculous amount of struggle, they finally managed to set foot inside the Duke's castle. And yeah, I know what you are thinking, is he going to suffer again? Nope. Marriott already cleared it with Count Cassius. Knowing Corin wanted inside, she pulled some strings. The Count agreed instantly, letting them visit whenever they want. He even invited them to a party this Friday. Corin is standing there completely frozen in shock. How could this mission be so easy? In his past life, he had to work like a dog just to get in once. Marriott is truly a superstar goddess. Now, she wants the two of them to go on a shopping trip tomorrow. They need to find the perfect outfits for the party, and honestly, there is not much else to do here. The shopping district leaves him dazed. A suit for 3 gold, accessories for 6, and a watch to top it all off. And the method of payment? A blank check. These are all luxury brands. This amount of money could turn someone into a major real estate mogul back in soon. Corin is getting nervous because of the price tag. He starts worrying she will make him sign a slave contract. She buys so much it actually scares him. Then, she hands Corin a large wooden box filled with rare Oda minerals. This is an item he could never get his hands on before. Even the Academy did not have this in stock. The indestructible stone. Unlike silver crystals that shatter under high magic, this stone will never break. He is genuinely as happy as a little kid getting a brand new toy. He is dying to know how she got this, because it is not the kind of thing you just find. This stone makes him much happier than all the other gifts combined, because this special material was actually used for Emperor Garandan's sword. So what do you and I take from this? Having a powerful senior who gifts you spear upgrades is the ultimate win. Alright, you and I are about to see how Corin handles her next big challenge. She scoured everywhere to find this special gift just for him. Seeing Crash this happy makes all her hard work worth it. Talk about being loyal to her man. That evening, they returned to find a massive feast waiting for them. When visiting a friend's home, eating with their family is a total must. The woman with the warm smile is her mother. But before they can even say hello, someone steps in to block their path. He wants to ask one crucial question before the party starts. Based on the answer, our hero gets a seat or gets kicked out. The big question is, are you a virgin? Meet Mar Dunaleb, the overprotective father of Marriott. He is completely stunned by the question while the mother starts slapping her husband. Talk about an awkward dad moment, right? If he wants to become a son-in-law of the Dunaleb family, being a virgin is apparently a strict requirement. Looks like this dinner won't be smooth sailing at all. The dad keeps pressing, claiming his daughter is a tough catch who only marries for love. Marriott has to step in immediately before her father says something even more embarrassing to his daughter. She practically has to drag him away. The mother heard all about him in letters and was dying to meet this guy. She bows deeply in sincere gratitude for everything Corin did to help her daughter. Corin is beyond flustered. He only did it because he felt it was right. Plus, Mari deserves to be happy. The mother actually blushes hearing that. When she read those letters, she thought her daughter was being too optimistic. Turns out this Corin guy really did bring that joy. The dad pops his head back in with a warning. He is grateful, sure, but only hand-holding is allowed for now. He demands they maintain their chastity, forcing the two women to use a little violence to shut him up. Corin realizes this family is quite a handful. The next day at the castle, Count Cassius runs out to welcome them both. He is beaming like he just won the lottery to welcome the young lady. Looking at this attitude, it is hard to believe. Now, pay attention here. Corin is seriously questioning his memory. Is this the same guy who threatened to lock them out in his past life? As they enter the castle together, Corin has to admit he feels pretty proud. If he had not saved her, he would never have seen her looking this beautiful today. And the people of the South would have lost their beloved young princess forever. In the South, the influence of the Dunaleb family is absolute. Having Marriott show her face is worth more than catching a sea snake. The party guests are gossiping like crazy, shocked to see the Dunalev family here. Count Brandria must be a real big shot. They brought everything they need. Once the party hits its peak, he will talk to the Count, drop the bags, and head to the study. Suddenly, a flashy young man approaches and introduces himself as Gailey from J. Rondinium. He tries to invite Marriott for a dance. Immediately, a bunch of other guys jump in wanting that first dance too. They are practically fighting over her. Marriott stands there, completely overwhelmed by all the sudden attention. Corin steps in to rescue her from the chaos. These guys are enthusiastic, but they lack manners. He kisses her hand and asks for the dance. This is the basic etiquette required for the first dance. In his past life, he actually got scolded for forgetting this. If you want the first dance with a beautiful lady, you have to kiss her hand first. Mari is so touched she can barely speak and agrees instantly. They both begin to glide across the floor to the melody. He feels like he is finally repaying his savior, so he has no choice but to give his best. Let's be real. You saw where his eyes were wandering, right? But things are about to get even more intense on the dance floor. Certain distractions are making it very hard for Corin to stay focused. Because she is so nervous, Marriott accidentally stomps on his foot with her heel. It hurts like hell, but he acts like he is totally fine. Corin pulls her closer to guide her movements. Marriott turns bright red, getting even more flustered when he tells her to ignore everyone else in the room. Just look at me for now. Just focus on enjoying the dance with me. Now put your feet on mine and follow my lead. Look into my eyes and feel the movement. You have great intuition. It feels like they are the only two people in the room. Just like he learned before, looking into someone's eyes brings stability. Both of them start laughing without even knowing who started first. They share a magical moment together on the floor. After the dance, Mari rejects every other man who approaches her. Corin then escorts her away from the party in style. The noble guys are fuming with jealousy, but the ladies think the whole thing was incredibly romantic. And that's how you make an entrance, trust me. You and I won't want to miss what happens in that study. Alright, you and I are going to track down the mysterious Duke Cansania. In the original game, players had to find Duke Sabasia's wife, Luina, and daughter, Cecilia, during the Sabasia mission. Usually, just handing over this book to the Duke is enough to wrap things up. But the game notes never once mentioned checking the study. Although he doesn't know why he was called, Corin starts his search for clues anyway. The two of them search for quite a while, but they find absolutely nothing. This quest is brutal, no evidence, no hidden rooms, and nothing even remotely like a secret space. Marriott is starving since she rushed here without eating. She looks at Corin with eyes full of pure, intense, and awkward embarrassment. That look is a sign, a bond that naturally formed as their relationship grew deeper. Suddenly, the two of them are sitting together in a very intimate and cozy way. Corin lets Marriott drink his blood to make up for her missed breakfast. She bites into his shoulder with an intense and burning passion. He claims his warrior endurance is so high that he feels no pain at all. Then, Corin realizes something about that endurance. He received it along with a soul. Remor is the book sealing the Duke's soul. Corin asks Marriott to summon Diogu. He wants her to summon it in a hazy, astral state before its physical body has a chance to fully form. Marriott does it instantly. Diogu transforms from a handsome dog into a hideous, ugly pig. Soon, Diogu fades away. Corin can't perceive souls, so he doesn't realize it's gone. Suddenly, he feels a bone-chilling coldness surrounding him in the dark room. Everything goes dark. Corin realizes the Duke should have mentioned this was going to happen if things ended up like this. The thing sealed within the Grior library is actually the soul of Duke Sabasia. Faced with eternal bloodthirst, he decided to split his soul from his body. So, where is the physical body of the Duke hidden right now? The answer is right here. Watch closely, the Duke appears, radiating a massive and terrifying bloodlust. He asks why this boy is here with soul fragments and why he is in this castle. Corin claims to be his own blood descendant. He's curious if the body and soul were split. How is he still standing? Duke Sabasia asserts his dominance. He asks the questions. Corin only gets to answer them. He radiates terrifying power. Clearly, this book isn't just a simple item after all. 800 years ago, a great general commanded the entire south, the legendary Duke Sabasia Zuke. People praised him as the strongest warrior of his entire era. Actually, he's the strongest ever. You and I are watching a battle with an absolute legend. The Duke asks if Corin was the one who killed his wandering soul. Corin denies it, explaining he actually helped the soul find peace and move on. He expected something more useful than just another magic book this time around. The Duke doesn't believe him at all. If his soul led Corin here, why would he bring a vampire along to this sacred place? He refuses to trust the lies coming from the brat standing before him. Corin has absolutely no idea what this man is talking about. How can a soulless corpse even move like that? Since this is a vampire body, it is completely immortal. He needs a soul fragment trapped here to keep from becoming a beast, like the one Corin brought. The beast he means is Mariette. Corin desperately explains that she isn't a monster. She's controlled her powers. To escape 8 centuries of bloodthirst, the Duke destroyed his own soul, all of his senses, and every last emotion. But one thing remains, that he can't erase the craving for fresh blood. Vampires can't resist this instinct. He won't believe anything he can't verify himself. If Corin tries to stop him, he'll be in danger. This wasn't the plan. Bringing Mariette along was a mistake. Sebastian Zook has been locked away for a very long time because he absolutely hates all vampires. That legendary hero has completely lost his mind to absolute madness. This guy was the strongest once, making him a semi-special grade monster. Trust me, you and I are about to see Corin fight. He activates his Sura technique immediately. A massive serpent spear charges with extreme force straight at the Duke. The Duke counters with a poisonous dragon strike. That blade holds the terrifying power of creation itself. Alright, you and I are jumping into the moment a literal dragon slayer reveals his godlike power. Combining that with his ultimate demon sword, the slayer rips right through Corin. It looks like he made a huge mistake, because this guy is even stronger than a special grade monster. With the nuisance out of the way, Sebastian turns his cold gaze toward Mariette. To him, she is just a low-tier beast, something that has no right to live a normal human life. Mariette has no idea what he means by beast, but his bloodthirsty intent says it all. He believes her will is too weak. Eventually, she will crave her lover's blood and slaughter everyone she holds dear. He levels his heavy blade at Mariette, ruthlessly driving her away from the area. She barely manages to dodge a strike, but pure shock leaves her unable to fight back. Diogo jumps in to protect his master, biting the Duke's arm, but he is instantly bound by heavy chains. Even his jaw is locked tight. The Duke mockingly praises him, calling him a fast and brave little monster. You are faster than I was in my prime, but speed means nothing without a real strategy. Now pay attention to this. He drives the Romania sealing sword straight into the middle of Diogo's chest. This legendary blade traps immortal beings within a separate, inescapable dimension. Immortality is worthless against this edge. He intends to personally end Mariette's confusing existence. A beast will always be a beast. But Mariette refuses to believe his words. She knows it is wrong. Corin said it would be okay, and she believes him. Seeing her unshakable faith, the Duke brings over the battered and heavily bleeding Corin to break her spirit. He claims this is the kindest path for both of them. Mariette collapses beside his broken body. Corin's hand trembles as a pool of blood forms. She looks at it, gasping for air. The Duke expects nothing from a lowly vampire like her. He thinks her instincts will win, even while her lover dies. But he is dead wrong. Instead of drinking his blood, Mariette kisses him, using her own blood as a divine elixir to heal his wounds. You and I just saw something truly impossible. She broke her own nature to save the one she loves. She should have lost her mind to hunger. Yet she held on. Only Sebastian failed that test. He could not save anyone. He surrendered to his own desires, but these two, they are different. Perhaps he finally realizes he cannot judge the entire world by his own failures. He suddenly plunges his sword into Corin's chest. Mariette tries to stop him, but she is too late. She is terrified of his cruelty, desperate to keep him from taking her Corin away forever. Light erupts around them, transporting them back to the previous room. Corin gently touches her shoulder, whispering that he is all right. Mariette is in tears, but it was Duke Sebastian who actually saved him. He drops his sword to the floor. He transferred his own magic core into the boy. Finally, Sebastian understands exactly why his soul guided Corin to this place. He saw the true heart of a hero buried deep inside him. Power-hungry men are greedy, but not Corin. He has the faith and pride those others lack. Most importantly, Corin did what he could not. He has the power to change a world the Duke failed to protect 800 years ago. Duke Sebastian wants Corin to be the one to fix the mistakes he made so long ago. With his mission finally complete, his form slowly fades away into nothingness. Corin feels the legendary magic core of General Sebastian Zook beating within his own heart. It is an absolutely unbelievable gift. Mariette clings to Corin, terrified and sobbing, because she truly thought she was going to lose him forever. Through her tears, she makes him promise never to die without her permission. Everything ends on a high note, and this reward, it is more than enough. Corin's new reward is Sebastian's core. His magic level skyrockets, and his core abilities finally take shape. Corin Locke only hopes that after 800 years of torment, the Duke's soul finally finds peace. The system messages flood in you have obtained Duke Sebastian's aura core. Aura level up. Core ability formed. Corin now possesses a second core that significantly boosts his aura rank and potential. This core even grants him abilities like perseverance, regeneration, and incredible stamina. Dual cores and full domain access. But wait, why didn't the Duke grant this power in his past life? You and I will find out together. Alright, stick with me, because you and I are about to see our main character's life turn into a total disaster from the start. Just when things were quiet, a maid suddenly walks into the room. She catches them in a compromising position, half naked, entangled on a lap, with heavy breathing and, well, you know the rest. Now here is where it gets messy. Watch what happens next, because no one would believe the truth in this situation. With all that sweat and muscle on display, her eyes are telling her everything she needs to know. The heat in the room rises as the maid blushes furiously, unable to speak before she bolts out the door. She even apologizes for interrupting their big moment, leaving Corin completely helpless as he tries to shout that it is all a misunderstanding. The news sends Marriott's father into a murderous rage. He swears he will skin Corin alive and drink his very blood. It took 20 days to clear up the mess. During that time, he hid in the mountains, focusing purely on his aura training. Everyone in the city was on the hunt for the bold man who dared to touch their young lady. Luckily, the confusion was finally settled, but Corin almost became the #1 public enemy of the entire southern region. When he returns to school, the second semester is starting, and festival prep is underway. They chat happily about their upcoming lodge plans. Their lodge is going to be a massive success, guaranteed to bring in several times the profit. A massive wave of tourists will flood the festival, making the lodge a gold mine. He will sell the land, make a mountain of cash, and let that money grow. With these plans, Corin is on the fast track to becoming rich. Just thinking about it feels absolutely incredible for him. Festival season is truly the best, but then, a bucket of cold water is thrown over all of Corin's hopes. A massive storm is approaching. This never happened in his past life. A gale this big will definitely ruin the entire festival. Mari consoles him, saying business has its failures, but debts are still debts. He still has to sign those IOUs. If he cannot pay her back, Marriott will not make things too difficult for him. She just wants Corin to fulfill one specific condition. He finds the offer extremely suspicious, but he needs to find a way out. Over at the special dormitory of Mary Kaba Academy, the two of them are forced to stay in the principal's room. Currently, only the principal is here, as Professor Josephine is away with Warren. During the break, they are all at the chapel. The principal agrees to let Corin stay tonight, since he is basically family now, even planning to let him live here permanently for the rest of the upcoming term. Corin knows that part of the reason is definitely to keep a close eye on him. Professor Josephine and Principal Aaron clearly want to monitor his every move because they still do not fully trust him yet. You and I can probably guess this is no ordinary storm, and the reason behind it is absolutely terrifying. The city is not in the direct path, but the outskirts are going to be hit much harder by the winds. That storm is not a natural phenomenon, it was created by a monster. The story begins at a vital sea route in the Southern Isles. Deep within the Yenia Strait lives a creature known as the Lonely King of the Ocean, the Sea Serpent. This king has gone completely mad, ignoring human life as it sinks ships and begins invading territory belonging to the people. Someone wants to be a hero and determines to fight that king. That person is Levent Bernaria. Ignoring his father's warnings, he sets out to slay the Renke beast, hoping for glory and power. If he succeeds, he will immediately become a first-class knight. Then, he can steal Marriott away from Corin's side. Being rejected for the first dance left him obsessed with surpassing Corin Locke, killing the serpent, and bringing peace to the strait. So they set off. This elite force fights a brutal, desperate battle for 6 days and 5 nights, until peace finally returns to the Yenia Strait, or at least, that is what they think. But it is only a partial victory. In the end, they fail to capture the sea serpent, and it escapes. That serpent has already caused the deaths of many innocent people. These creatures are Alvan stormbats. They create massive storms to give birth and protect their young from any potential enemies. They are nicknamed gold bats because their meat and blood are legendary elixirs that even monsters crave to consume. The wounded serpent cannot ignore the stormbat nest, and a mother bat makes a desperate choice for her unborn child. She flies north as fast as possible to find safety, and the place she chooses to settle down is the exact plot of land Corin put his heart into. Who could imagine his wealthy future being snuffed out by a stormbat? It is just pure, rotten luck. He does not understand why they are here. Should they not be breeding on small islands during the summer months? But then it clicks. This is the butterfly effect from his own actions. One wing flap brought a literal storm to his doorstep. The construction workers are all fleeing to evacuate, ignoring Corin's desperate pleas as he clings to them for help. You and I just watched his plans crumble. If this storm continues, the festival and his fortune are as good as gone forever. Stick with me, you are about to see how a week-long storm could turn Corin's life into a total disaster. He spent 280 gold for the land, plus 330 for materials and paying those construction workers. Another 220 went into the architecture. Only 100 was actually his. The rest? All massive bank loans. If this business fails, he is stuck with 720 gold in debt. At this rate, his life is over. Shortly after, MK3 Academy calls an emergency meeting to handle the storm. Principal Ario Casa summons his top experts. The roster includes Hamgels, Night Department Professor Arian, Magic Department Professor Ega Linton, and several other high-ranking faculty. They discuss the Anvan birds. the real cause of this chaos. Professors Luralamas and Ogun Renchi debate how to stop them. Heyman is desperate to capture the birds immediately, but Professor Aga shuts him down with a cold refusal. He claims the storm will naturally vanish in a month. To him, there is no need to risk anyone's life. Luralama demands proof. Aga explains that Anvan breeding season ends in September, and their cycles are famously short and predictable. Even considering every possible variable, the storm should clear up completely after just 4 more weeks of waiting. If that is true, then why take the risk? Luralama agrees that staying put is the safest course of action. However, Ogun disagrees. Students cannot return to campus, and the festival will be delayed. It is a PR nightmare. More importantly, the public will think the prestigious academy is just sitting on its hands while everyone else suffers. Others argue they are teachers, not exterminators. Let the guild handle the monsters. The room is split between action and caution. Corin stays quiet for a while before finally speaking up. He humbly asks the seniors to hear out his plan. Suddenly, he is radiating pure intensity, looking like a man possessed by a burning passion for justice. He swears to stand for truth and protect the weak from evil, even if it means dying for his noble ideals. He shouts that as guardians of humanity, they must fight. He is acting so hyper that he almost loses control. Now watch closely, because this is where his inner scammer really shines to protect his wallet. He talks about the victims losing their homes, but he is actually thinking about his own bank account going to zero. People are being pushed into the streets. Children are starving without shelter. He screams that they cannot be abandoned. Everyone is moved by Corin's sincerity. They praise him as a true model of chivalry while he keeps up the act. He keeps going, claiming this is about more than just some oath or the spirit of a knight. He begs them to save the people, but in his head, he is screaming to save his precious guest house. The older knights feel their blood boil with justice. They are inspired by such a young, passionate hero like Corin. They immediately form a strike team, swearing on their honor to protect the citizens from the devastating storm. Thanks to his Oscar-winning performance, every professor agrees to attack. The raid team is officially ready to move out. The support units are already briefed. Now they just need to wait for the perfect window to strike the birds. You and I both know the truth here. Corin looks emotional, but he is just calculating that 720 gold. His entire future depends on this one mission succeeding. The plan is simple. To catch the Anvins, they need a support team to tear a hole in the storm wall. Once the gap opens, the raid team enters. It sounds perfect, but the eye of the storm is full of monsters. These beasts got sucked in while trying to eat the birds. They are starving, trapped, and incredibly dangerous right now. Still, Corin is not worried at all. Back in his prime, this professor was the legendary Haman, a semi-first rank knight. He swings a massive axe like toothpicks. Joining him is Professor Ogun, another semi-first rank, and the temporary captain who is a top-tier magic user. That weapon he is holding is actually his magic staff. Meet Professor Aga, the man who brings the real firepower. Finally, there is the second-year student, Pierre. He is a first-rank berserker from the fierce Northern Island tribes. With a dream team like this, losing seems impossible. That berserker kid is absolutely massive, looking more like a giant. Whether he is half-giant or not, the goal remains the same. Capture the Anvins and end this storm now. They must infiltrate the eye before the damage spreads further. Specifically, the damage to Corin's expensive guest house investment. For the money in his future, he is going all out. Stick with me, because things are about to get wild. As they breach the interior, they find something impossible. A small storm hidden inside the massive one. This was never part of the records. Aga realizes the target is using its final strength to create a second barrier. Alright, you and I are starting with a moment that is honestly incredible, pure maternal instinct, even from a beast. Professor Ogun says if everyone can just stomach the pain and injuries, they might actually break through this. But honestly, it is going to cost the professors way too much, so they are not exactly planning to go all out. Aga fires a signal flare for backup, and Professor DNA does not waste a second before showing off her true power. She summons violent red lightning from the heavens, but it looks like she might be overdoing it just a bit. This blast could take out their own side. Everyone scrambles to take cover behind the safety of Aga's massive shield. They just needed the storm cleared, but she went full overkill. That insane brute force? That is the red demon for you. Just look at the sheer scale of this destruction. One single strike, and everything in its path is absolutely pulverized. The entire team almost got deleted right then and there. No wonder Heyman cannot stand mages the most. Everything should be settled by now. With that much lightning, the storm should be gone, but it has not budged at all. Even a top-tier monster should not be able to survive that. Yet these things are acting like nothing even happened. The team starts sensing something is off. That Anvan is growing larger by the second. It is actually evolving. Demon evolution is a rare event, triggered when a creature accumulates a massive amount of life experience. This is not just a leader leveling up. It is the entire essence of the species reaching a brand new peak. If a creature can thrive inside a storm this massive, it is honestly no surprise it can tank lightning too. Now watch this. Because that Anvan just absorbed every single bolt of lightning and evolved into the king of thunder and rain. The mage team is completely useless in this situation, and asking for more support will only make the Anvan stronger. This thing is on a whole different level. Things are falling apart, but that is exactly the kind of chaos Corin Locke needs to really show off. He uses his snake intent to slam his sword down and anchor himself, finally realizing his martial arts only work on the ground. Corin is totally stuck. Just like that, his big moment to prove himself has completely vanished. He looks over at Bjorn, but there is no hope. In the air, even a 2-meter giant with a spear is powerless. But Corin is not quitting. He is thinking about those 720 gold coins, and everything depends on catching that bat. Corin basically uses Bjorn's bald head as a platform to launch himself high into the air. Just because he is flailing in the sky does not mean he is out of the game. Corin is not giving up. He refuses to lose to a monster. Corin vaults upward, using every person he can find as a human stepping stone. He is absolutely determined to kill the beast that is trying to swallow his 720 gold coins. It is a man on a mission versus a monster protecting its kid. Everything comes down to this one moment. This desperate, all-or-nothing struggle has officially begun. Suddenly, a slime pops up to block his path. But it is not over yet. 2 quick strikes should be enough. The sword stabs into the storm but does 0 damage. Turns out, ground-based martial arts are totally useless in mid-air. Let's pause here, because you and I can see Corin is hitting rock bottom. Is this really how it all ends? He is kicking himself now, thinking he should have just spent that money on some decent food instead. Inside that storm, Corin's entire world is falling apart. But at his lowest point, he suddenly hears a sound. It is so loud it cuts right through the wind. Someone else is fighting the Anvan. But who could it be? With just a few simple, clean slashes, this mysterious figure completely guts the monster and the storm finally dies down. A shadow emerges from the thick dust. Even if he is walking through the valley of death, Corin is not afraid anymore. He feels like the gods are on his side. Just before the debt buries him, the rescue team finally arrives. The rescue team is none other than Aaron and Josephine. That massive tornado caused absolute chaos on the outskirts, leaving a trail of destruction behind. Thanks to them jumping in early, the city itself was spared, even if the rural roads took a heavy hit. There were some victims, but they will recover soon. Since the academy runs on taxes, maintaining that hero image is everything. For the guardians who are trained at the academy, doing volunteer work is just part of the job. But while Marie is all smiles, Irene is the exact opposite. She looks like she is being forced to be there. Watching his friend act so cold, Corin starts getting a bit philosophical. Hey, do you happen to know when humans actually started building civilization? I have heard that civilization officially began the moment we found a healed broken bone. It is something for you and I to think about. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a world where a broken leg in the wild means death. But if that bone heals, it means someone reached out to help. When a person in trouble receives help, that is the true beginning of a civilized society. But Waran believes that just proves humans are weak and meaningless. She has never received a single hand of help from anyone in her life. Corin does not hesitate to tell her he will be the first one to help. Waran stays silent for a moment before walking away. It seems she does not believe him. To her, a weakling like Corin should not be making such bold promises. Waran knows her own nature as a chimera, a creature born from the unnatural closeness between a human and a monster. If Corin knew her dark past or her true nature, he probably would not have the courage to turn his back on her so carelessly. A voice constantly echoes in her head, screaming to give back her body. She knows it is not hers, but she will never let go. Even though she acts cold on the outside, deep down, a tiny spark of hope flickers that Corin might actually help her. The Guardian Academy is located in Maba City. People call it the safest place on Earth, but the truth is much darker. Small alleys are everywhere, and the ones who rule these lawless zones are the members of the Black Star Society. Their main sources of income are slave trading and distributing illegal, low-quality liquor. To maintain their power in the slums, they handle special business tasks, like dealing with troublesome customers in bars. When customers get rowdy, drunk, or start a fight in the tavern, these thugs show up to settle the score. Now pay attention here. The Black Star Society runs protection rackets and illegal liquor right here. If we want to find them, there is no better spot than this. Several large, stinking thugs approach Corin's table. They guess he is just an academy student and assume a minor should not be here. The gang does not want trouble with the academy, so they tell him to finish his drink and leave for free. However, Corin does not care. He directly pours his glass of liquor over the leader's head. The underlings behind him are furious, but the manager stops them. He has dealt with arrogant kids like this before. He thinks they always cause trouble because they are academy guardians. They think they are the best and fear nobody. But the manager has had enough. He orders his men to charge and teach this brat a painful lesson. These guys are the madhounds of the North. They are infamous slave hunters known as the Crazy Red Dogs. A student might seem like a puppy, but they are about to learn how terrifying a real tiger can be. Corin punches them one by one. Everyone gets a hit so nobody feels left out. In seconds, these crazy hounds are beaten to a pulp and fed their own teeth. If those guys were mad red dogs, then our hero here is the professional dog catcher. To keep things fair between them, Corin gives the manager a punch that likely knocks out several teeth. On that day, the Black Star Society completely disappeared from the city. Beyond just taking down a gang, Corin has his own reasons for targeting them. These people are professional traitors. He wants to liberate their victims. In this world, the demi-humans are treated with extreme cruelty and locked up like animals. They are different from normal humans, making them easy targets for social rejection and hatred from the public. Corin frees them from their cages. He tells them a carriage from the Donanal family is waiting for them outside. Those who escape first can follow that path. The rescued demi-humans are overwhelmed with deep emotion. This builds their trust in him. But you and I know he has one final objective to complete tonight. He asks one beastman if there are siblings named Ren and John. She points to two children who look smaller than expected. Corin met them in his previous life. Back then, they were 20 years old. He heard that a werewolf's body grows based on their mental development. These two are currently far too small. Seeing someone approach, the sister hugs her brother tightly and begs Corin not to hit him. This is Ren and John. Corin knows werewolves awaken right after birth, which is why they are often sold off as young children. Ren used to be very aggressive and harsh. Her personality changed completely within just 1 year of this life. In his previous life, Ren and John were dangerous villains working for the werewolf Catholic Church. They were extremists who committed atrocities against others while trying to raise awareness for the plight of beastmen. Their actions led to a massive political confrontation between the first and second princes. It was a dark time for everyone. Those two were not easy opponents in the past. Eventually, they were both taken down by Peru's blade. So, Corin is saving tragic villains who would have become powerful mid-tier bosses. Stick with me for the next part. He reaches his hand out, but they pull away. Corin pulls them into a hug to soothe their deep fear. Stick with me. We are diving into a world where kids who are never protected by adults face a truly brutal fate. Once these two finally calm down, they start sharing their names. Corin introduces himself as Corin Locke, a guardian. You can see the relief on their faces as these siblings finally start to relax around him. He managed to soothe them for now. But here is the dilemma. Does he really have to hand them over to the academy guards? Corin is stunned. He expected mid-tier bosses like Ren and John to be powerful warriors, not vulnerable children like the ones standing before him. He originally planned to use their powers against his enemies. Right then, Lenya, a worker from the tavern, steps into the picture. She looks like your average back-alley barmaid, but do not be fooled. She is actually the manager of a secret information-gathering guild. She is dying to know one thing. How exactly does Corin plan to handle those two mysterious kids? First step? Get them to an inn and feed them a massive meal. Lenya watches him, thinking this guy must be some kind of saint. Explaining is far too complicated, so he just lets her believe whatever she wants. After all, he still has that promise to keep about saving his own life first. The next day, at the eastern edge of Maba City, right where the flying beasts make their landing, a new group arrives. A massive one-legged white bird touches down, carrying travelers from the east. A white-haired youth flashes a Boram Academy officer badge. This scholarly old man is Kang Run, accompanied by his two top disciples, Jin Hyuk and the student council president, Kang Ya. The staff is incredibly welcoming. The kingdom of Elos greets the three of them with a carriage already waiting on standby. They are here on a mission. Someone in charge here took something valuable from their kingdom, and the emperor is absolutely certain of it. The master warns his disciples to bury their killing intent. They have to forget their rage if they want to move through this city undetected. Now pay attention here. Jin Hyuk cannot just forget the hell that was done to them. Something dark happened in his past. Jin Hyuk catches a glimpse of a girl standing before a massive inferno as the entire building burns to the ground. A month after the storm incident, the academy is buzzing with excitement for the upcoming festival. But this is not just some party. This festival is actually a high-stakes exchange battle. Students from 4 different academies clash to see who truly comes out on top. You can feel the heat as everyone trains like crazy, getting ready for the big event and the battles ahead. People are arguing over whether to form teams or go solo in the matches. Elisa turns to Corin, asking him which category he plans to join. He tells her they are entering the doubles match together. Since they are already a fixed team, she is coming with him. Group matches are totally random, so he is not sure what will happen, but he is still crossing his fingers that he ends up with Elisa. Elisa realizes that if she stays stuck with Corin, her life is just going to be one long cycle of hard labor. She wonders why Corin is not pairing up with Mariette, the strongest student. But he is sure Mariette is going after the solo title. She is definitely eyeing that singles reward. Suddenly, the crowd erupts into whispers as three figures in Eastern robes approach the academy. You and I are about to meet the heavy hitters from Part 3. Immortal Taoist Kang Ryan, the hunting dog Jin Hyuk, and sword saint Kang Ya. The Taoist meets with Josephine, demanding she transfer the students from Mariaba Academy over to Borum immediately. She flatly refuses, but he argues that his request is perfectly reasonable. After all, he is acting as that child's own flesh and blood. It all goes back to 1 year ago. They survived a devastating accident, and unfortunately, his granddaughter Warren was right in the middle of it. While the palace turned to ash, Josephine took her. Now that they have finally tracked her down, of course they want to bring her back home where she belongs. However, Warren is a very unique case. The only reason he requested to be a judge for the team battles was to keep an eye on her. The old Taoist claims there is a literal monster dwelling inside that girl's body, and he only wants to help her control it. Warren only survived because of that child inside her. Fulfilling this was the dying wish of Principal Isle's companion and the father of Kang Ya. Kang Run does not give a damn and insists they will handle it themselves. He is convinced Josephine could never truly harmonize with a monster like that. Josephine points out that Warren finished the entire first semester without a single issue, but the old man demands absolute proof. That is when the bishop sent by the church starts sticking his nose in. Has that cruel demon really found balance? He wonders if this is all just some twisted part of her dark plan. Josephine warns the fat man to choose his words very carefully. He is not backing down. They believe what they see and hear with their own eyes, not her empty claims of evidence. He demands they release Warren into the heart of the festival. If the beast that slaughtered thousands is still inside her, the intensity of combat will reveal it. Their accusations are completely groundless, but Josephine realizes she does not have the words to convince them otherwise right now. As a witch, she is already an easy target for criticism. But she starts thinking maybe this is actually a golden opportunity. If she can prove to the world that even a demon can find its conscience, it would change the future forever. So Josephine agrees to send Warren into the singles match. Let us see together if a monster can truly choose its own path. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where even a girl's safety depends on the heaviest hitters in the kingdom. That alone is enough to prove her status and guarantee the child's safety in this dangerous and unpredictable place. With the small talk finished, Josephine kicks these two out to keep the atmosphere from getting even more toxic. Looking back, everything matches Corin's warning that Vantaza's subordinates are currently hiding within this very festival. He knew something big was about to happen, but even he didn't have all the specific details just yet. Based on his deduction, the culprits are either the Catholic Church or Borum actually. The answer is both of them. The declining church is desperately making moves to expand its influence, while Borum's spirit mages and their disciples are also elbow-deep in this mess. Watch closely 10 Nights of Warren. This major event will decide character fates, shift the main story script, and set the overall direction for the Ellis Kingdom. Corin wants the professor to watch the Catholic Church, especially since there are religious guest houses being built outside like this. Borum students are staying there, making them easy to monitor. But Josephine still suspiciously views Corin as Vantaza's disciple. Corin doesn't flinch if she doesn't believe him. She should keep doubting, as that is the most logical stance to take. Regardless of her suspicions, his goal remains the same. Corin removes his shirt, revealing his vow to save the world. If she recognizes the vow of a shadow warrior, her doubts might finally start to fade away just a little. Josephine mentions that the new Outskirts Inn was funded by students, but Corin insists that has nothing to do with him. Even if she has intel that the innkeeper received money from him, he continues to claim total innocence. Or the fact that Marriott moved there and is setting up a street stall, he still claims it is unrelated. Managing daily supplies, food, and transport for 100 long-term guests is a massive operation planned by someone with truly incredible and deep foresight. Sometimes a little help is needed, but Corin keeps denying everything while Josephine keeps suspecting him. It is a stalemate. And then time passes, and the preliminary rounds for the Team Battle Festival finally begin. Only 16 teams will advance, and notably, Warren is the only major character missing. She must be competing solo. Looking at the heavy hitters here, the faint-hearted wouldn't even dare to step on stage. Elisa barely manages to push through. The official representative speaking is Master Kangrion. He will be acting as the head judge for this competition. This preliminary round will select the 16 guardians for the team battles, and the difficulty is straight out of hell. If your wrist ribbon falls, you are disqualified. The theme of this test is a guardian's most vital duty: saving civilians. Suddenly, the 8 Gates formation is activated. Everyone knows Kangrion is the greatest formation master on the Eastern continent, but the sheer scale and this civilian rescue mission have everyone feeling completely confused. Stone puppets appear before them along with the rules. 1. Touch a civilian to give them a command. 2. Lead them to the goal for 1 point. 3. Identifying unnecessary civilians will cost you 2 points each. You saw that too, right? Corin actually admires how energetic these kids are being. Meanwhile, Elisa is busy handling a hound, earning massive praise from her teammates for taking it down in one strike. That is Elisa for you. Being on her team is a huge win. This mission truly tests your skills as a protector. To keep civilians safe from monster attacks, you must move as many as possible into the designated safe zones. Elisa feels a sense of accomplishment. If they save 2 more people, their total count will reach 10. Now it is time to find a safe zone. One teammate takes the lead to scout the area ahead. Since this is the 8 gates formation, a safe zone should be nearby. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently. That is no earthquake, it is Corin's army. He stands tall, declaring that if they drop their weapons, he will spare them. His team has tied the stone puppets together to create massive carts, and they show no signs of stopping. Corin stands there laughing. The judge wants 1,000 students to fight over limited points by moving these puppets. Why would he bother with such a tedious and annoying task when there is a better way? He is not just Corin anymore, he is the invincible god of the arena. Eliminating everyone else is just much easier for him. At first, the plan only involved 3 people. Corin, along with Jer and Elle, wanted to recruit more student followers. To reach the top, that was their first move. Jer and Elle stand behind him, cheering for their leader's incredible aura. Corin just stands there with his arms crossed, unable to hide his massive grin after hearing those praises. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next in this absolute hell. Alright, stick with me. Corin's moving fast, securing safe zones and pulling as many students as possible into his faction. He's using them as human shields. One mage with a bowl cut is absolutely fuming, gripping his staff and screaming to take them all down. But his friend stops him just in time, preventing him from rushing into a literal suicide mission. Another shout rings out, cursing Corin and his group for being such pathetic cowards. If they keep stalling like this, the battle will never start. Right now, Corin's brigade of stone statues is forming an impenetrable wall. In this specific mission, if Corin's team moves a statue to safety, every member earns 1 point, but if the enemy destroys it, they lose 2 points instead. Corin sits arrogantly on his stone throne, smugly declaring that victory is guaranteed if they just stick to his master plan. The attackers below are seeing red, screaming that Corin is a lowlife, and realizing they'll lose if they let this continue. All the opponents charge at once, rushing toward the stone statues and Corin's inner circle. They taunt Corin, daring him to come down and fight like a man. Their plan is simple: climb the statues and toss everyone off. Corin just gives them a devilish smile. Now pay attention, because here is where the trap is finally sprung. Elsie grins wickedly, knowing their time has come after waiting so long. But Corin tells him to hold on just a bit longer. As the attackers close in, a massive fireball is unleashed. The explosion is deafening, sending the charging group back in screams of pure agony. The students taking the hits worry that if the statues break, they are all completely finished. But Corin calmly brushes it off, saying they have plenty of statues to spare, so a little damage doesn't matter at all. And that's the core difference between the two teams. Corin's squad focused on gathering as many statues as possible from the very start. The other side focuses on destroying enemy statues for points while trying to kick their rivals out of the safe zones. That team is led by Elisa. No matter how you look at it, both sides have their own unique strategies for winning. Corin wears a predatory grin as he orders his team to take down anyone who dares to step forward. His teammates roar in agreement. He thinks these academy face-offs are actually pretty fun, even as the number of eliminated students continues to skyrocket. Back to the present, Elisa and Corin finally come face to face. Elisa is trembling, pointing at him like she's seen a ghost. She never expected Corin to show up here. He stands there with his arms wide and a twisted clownish grin, acting like a god. Corin rolls his eyes back with a demonic look, staring down at Elisa, who is frozen on the ground below. He calls out her name, offering her a chance to join his side in this war. Elisa's hand is already tight on her sword. She can't believe her ears and asks him to repeat that. Corin tempts her to ditch her badge and defect to his team. He even offers to make her his vice captain if she agrees. But Elisa shuts him down with a flat refusal. Corin doesn't care about her protest. Honestly, whether she agrees or not makes no difference to him at all. All he wants is to bolster his numbers for the final push, and he has decided that he needs her. Corin declares that whoever captures Elisa will be promoted to unit commander. Instantly, a horde of students ambushes her from behind. She stands there in a total daze, unable to process what's happening to her. The 3 students attacking Elisa feel guilty, but they can't disobey their leader's orders. One yells to charge, and they all lunged forward. Elisa breaks down in tears. You saw that too, right? Her own teammates betrayed her just to switch to Corin's side. Her former allies shamelessly admit they'd much rather fight her than have to face off against Corin. Hearing that makes her sob harder. She had trusted them with her life, but she never imagined they would stab her in the back like this. Corin watches the drama with a sinister smirk. Peace is just a mask. In this society, everyone is out for their own selfish interests. Blood splatters everywhere. When humans feel a real threat to their lives, They will do anything just to survive another day. Honor and morals vanish when it's a matter of life and death. Everyone starts tearing into each other with total brutality. Elisa manages to take down the 3 traitors, but she's beyond furious now, screaming that enough is enough. Pushed to the brink by her friend's betrayal, Elisa has finally been successfully corrupted by Corin's twisted influence. Through her grief, Elisa declares she doesn't need anyone anymore. She'll fight alone and show absolutely no mercy to anyone. Elisa Aiden is officially the new vice leader. Meanwhile, over with Marriott, she knows that forming a group is everyone's best bet. Flying solo is a death wish, especially when you have to go against a rank 52 genius like Marriott Dunilev. Marit's group is built on the power of friendship, and because of that, they have a massive number of followers. Trust me, you and I are about to see if friendship can survive against Corin's unstoppable statue brigade. Alright, you and I are about to watch the ultimate betrayal unfold. Marriott is stunned seeing Corin, but Isabel thinks they can win. She believes that even if Corin has more people, their team's pure attack power is way higher than his. Suddenly, Corin speaks. His sweet voice makes Marriott freeze up in place for 3 whole seconds. With tears in his eyes, he asks why she is fighting him. That is it, her heart just explodes. Marriott is trembling, unable to speak. Beside her, Isabel is completely lost, wondering what is going on. She hasn't realized yet that 2 years of friendship mean nothing compared to the power of Marriott's first love. Marriott raises her staff, her face turning bright red. This love is turning her into a total savage. She screams that she is switching sides and immediately lunges at her own former teammates to attack them. Her friends are baffled as screams fill the air. Isabel is left absolutely speechless by this sudden betrayal. Sweating bullets, she cannot believe Marriott would actually do something this insane to her own friends. Don't blink before she can even react. Marriott finishes the others and heads straight for her. Corin's demon squad is loving the show, cheering wildly as their newest recruit wipes out the entire team. With her friends defeated, Marriott raises her staff in triumph, wearing that trademark savage Corin smile. She even declares herself an invincible warrior. The people Corin corrupts just keep getting crazier by the second. They line up behind him, chanting slogans about victory, and crushing every single obstacle in their way. Corin flicks his cloak back with a wide grin. Having teammates carry you is the life. Meanwhile, the teachers watching the screens are sweating. They have no clue what is happening out there. Kangrun asks Josephine if she knows Corin's plan, but even she could not have predicted this. Regardless, everyone has to admit this is definitely the biggest surprise of the tournament so far. Josephine admits Corin's moves are beyond her expectations, and her instincts are usually spot on. Team Corin breezes through the qualifiers, celebrating by doing a weird dance on a pile of stone statues. They got incredible results, sure, but they definitely left a bad taste in everyone's mouth. Next up is the doubles round. Corin's first opponents are the twin siblings from the Chen family. They are second-grade guardians of the academy. The sister immediately unleashes a swarm of charms at them. Corin dodges every single one with ease. He points at the twins and orders Elisa to attack. Elisa is startled by the sudden command, but she quickly shifts into a serious fighting stance. She draws her blade, loudly blaming Corin for this entire mess while preparing her strike. She tells him that she will handle these 2 Chen siblings herself. With 2 sharp strikes, Elisa uses her sword break technique. The twins scream in pain as it is over. Corin praises her strategy, but Elisa snaps back that she did all the hard work alone. Corin disagrees, claiming that standing there and cheering on his teammate is also a form of power. Elisa is visibly annoyed. Up in the stands, Jin Hyuk and Kang Yua are watching closely. Jin Hyuk realizes Elisa is the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, but he is not that impressed with her. Kang Yua's sharp eyes are busy analyzing Elisa's actual combat potential. Now here's the pivot, because you and I aren't the only ones analyzing Corin's hidden strength. Kang Yua realizes that while Elisa is decent, Corin is the true heart and soul of this team. She realizes that every single shift in the battle starts and ends with Corin's decisions. Recalling the recent rankings, she confirms Corin is the one promoted to a level 5 guardian. Kang Yua thinks back to the 2 most dangerous opponents she researched before coming here. First was the Berserker, and second was the vampire subhuman, Marriott Dunilev. But after watching that fight, seeing Corin dodge the twin sisters' charms so easily was a massive shock. The Chen siblings are known as powerful fighters with great teamwork, yet Corin made their best attacks look like absolute child's play from start to finish. This only proves one thing: Corin's true strength is on a completely different level. Watching him on the field, she notes his meticulous observation and his ability to make perfect calls. With his veteran-like judgment, Corin might just be the strongest student in this entire place. Jin Hyuk finally realizes how serious the situation is. Facing Corin would be a nightmare. A smart fighter like him is the hardest type to beat. Stick around, because you and I both know things just got way more dangerous. Look who's here. Jin Hyuk gasps in shock. Alright, Stick with me, you and I are about to see what happens when pure hatred finally boils over. Inside the arena, the fight is so intense that the cheering crowd just won't stop screaming in excitement. Outside, Warren walks away alone. Everyone is focused on the matches, leaving the campus feeling eerie and deserted. This heavy silence is a world away from the usual loud and busy atmosphere of the school. Warren closes her eyes, the stillness pulling her back to the day she became an Asura. Back when she was little, waking up after her transformation, she found a world of flesh-burning flames. Everything she knew was destroyed that night. A voice in her head screamed to kill them all. She stood alone amidst a mountain of burning ash. Suddenly, a mysterious surge of killing intent snaps Warren out of her dark memories and back to reality. She realizes someone is attacking. Jin Hyuk launches a straight, lightning-fast kick directly at Warren's head. Her sharp eyes don't miss a beat. Warren can clearly see Jin Hyuk's entire attack pattern and strategy coming. She blocks it perfectly. Jin Hyuk uses the momentum to back off and keep his distance from her. He's impressed by her reflexes, but Warren recognizes the dark aura around him. His bloodlust is incredibly heavy. Jin Hyuk just scoffs, saying not everyone is talented enough to even track his high-speed movements, let alone block them. He charges forward again, dead set on taking Warren down for good. Now, pay attention here. Warren can feel that this guy's grudge is personal, and something is definitely hidden beneath his words. She asks if they've met before, but Jin Hyuk just lets out a confused sound and denies everything. He claims he has no idea who she is. Yet his face is twisted with obvious, burning hatred. His mouth says they are strangers, but his eyes say he knows her well. He suddenly apologizes for acting out. He claims he mistook her for an old friend. Warren is just speechless at such a lame excuse. Something about him feels familiar to her, but she can't place it. Either way, it doesn't matter to her anymore. Warren warns Jin Hyuk to be more careful next time. He just smiles and promises to watch his step. But as soon as she leaves, Jin Hyuk grinds his teeth while his dark aura explodes around him. Kang Run watches from the shadows and approaches him. She thinks his little stunt was way too reckless. She scolds him for being so impulsive. He shouldn't have shown his hand in a public place like this. You saw that too, right? He believes he just proved the Master's 8 Gates technique can actually affect Asuras. Watching Warren walk away, he mumbles about the powerful monster masterpiece created by those soul mages. To seal the beast and save Lan, the 8 Gates Golden Lock Great Array must be set up. Kang Run notices his trembling, clenched fists. He is barely holding back, so she tells him to wait. To provoke the Asura, they need to wait for the perfect moment to strike. She thinks once the evil is purged from Warren, Jin Hyuk can finally do whatever he wants with her. Hearing that, his bloodlust flares up. He promises to behave, because he only wants to kill once it's over. Finally, the day of the second round in the knockout tournament has arrived. Every contestant has gathered in Nazaria, the heart of the Elas kingdom, where the next battles take place. Inside a crowded roadside tavern, the atmosphere is loud and lively. Corin is sitting there, taking it in. Having the second round in such a distant location was completely unexpected for him. He remembers Professor Josephine telling him that the venue was changed by Professor Kang Run. When he first heard the news himself, even Corin was a bit surprised by the sudden shift. Josephine asks him point blank if he robbed the Griffin cargo, but he just plays dumb and denies everything. She catches him in a trap, asking exactly what was stolen. Corin quickly looks away, feeling the heat. Truth is, he did take it. It was Kang Run's secret shipment of illegal goods smuggled through the country. Corin sighs, thinking about his life as a thief. Those items are essential for the 8 Gates array. That array is meant for the next round. Unfortunately, Josephine has already connected him to the robbery. But it's all a play by Kang Run and Lejiniang to stall for time and recover the goods. Speak of the devil, Kang Run walks right into the very tavern where Corin is sitting. Corin curses the old man's schemes, while Elisa praises Nazaria. And trust me, you and I are about to see things get wild. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a city that hides a terrifying secret once the sun goes down. Corin warns Elisa that the rules strictly forbid eating or drinking in this place. Elisa looks disappointed while Kang Run over here seems to have already finished his part of the mission. The old man loudly announces that 16 students from Griffin Academy and 16 from MK3 have all arrived. Kang Run gives a sinister bow as he announces 58 minutes. While the other groups are still eating and laughing, his countdown continues steadily toward 59 minutes and 30 seconds. Once he hits the 59-minute and 50-second mark, a few students finally draw their swords. The final countdown from 5 begins. Corin stands up and grabs his weapon, leaving Elisa completely lost about what is happening. She looks back and forth between Corin and Kang Run in a panic. Then, the old man gives the signal to start. A talisman in his hand erupts in a brilliant gold light. Corin instantly strikes a student holding a chicken leg. Blood sprays everywhere as screams fill the air. Elisa is in total shock, asking what he is doing. Suddenly, Mariette unleashes a strike that pierces right through another student's head. The others join in the slaughter, heads roll across the floor, and the entire room is soaked in blood. Amidst the carnage, Elisa still can't process why this sudden massacre is taking place right now. The tavern is now just a mountain of corpses and blood, with only the strongest warriors left standing. Elisa turns pale with fear, unable to understand this brutality. Corin notices her breakdown and tells her to take a much closer look at those bodies. Hearing his voice, she finally calms down enough to actually observe her surroundings. Those killed aren't human, they're rotting at an impossible speed, revealing raw muscle and bone within seconds. Corin wonders why Kangrun chose this specific location for the second round of the qualifiers. From what he knows, the city of Nazaria has been trapped in a time loop since an event 300 years ago. During the day, everyone appears normal. Daily life carries on as if nothing is wrong at all. Now, pay attention, because it's about to turn this into a nightmare. Once night falls, 1.2 million residents become zombies. Haunting images of Nazar at night flash through Corin's mind. In his memories, this place is pure horror. It's a massive anomaly, famously known as the City of the Dead. Once the tavern is cleared, an announcement rings out that the qualifiers have officially started. Kangrun begins explaining the rules for round 2. Each team is split up with the primary goal of collecting moonstones. They have until the morning after next to finish, and anyone can choose to quit whenever they want. After the list is posted, teams get basic instructions and a backpack of supplies before being kicked out of the inn. Outside, 1.2 million undead are currently roaming the streets. Corin's Team D still includes Elisa, Jur, and Corin remains serious, calculating their every move. To save Waron, they must reach the third round, which is limited to only the top 4 teams. For now, he has to play by this zombie festival's rules. Now I know what you're thinking, why not just hide? Well, the strongest enemies are all at the city center, so Corin has a different plan. His group will target the outskirts instead. The difficulty level in that area should be much more manageable. Corin hurls his spear from above. Any zombie hit simply vanishes. For this part of the plan, Corin's strength alone is more than enough. The scene shifts to a watchtower on the outskirts. Corin's goal is to reach the highest point possible. High ground provides the best view. He can easily spot which zombies are carrying moonstones. When an undead swallows a stone, their body starts to glow. Once they reach the tower, L spots several glowing figures. L asks what is up with those specific glowing zombies down there. Corin is still calculating how to gather points safely. He explains that these glowing zombies are basically the bosses of this round. They have to hunt those down. He is prioritizing quality over quantity for their score. He asks L to use flight magic to support the team. L doesn't need to attack and agrees to the plan. L decides to use long-range spells, but before he can finish his sentence, he senses something terrifying. Everyone is confused by the sudden look of shock on Corin's face. Corin hasn't even used magic yet, but a zombie below is already dragging a massive sword across the ground. A revenant titan charges straight at them. Corin can't believe they've been targeted by a titan like this. He is breaking out in a cold sweat. He yells for L to run, making everyone panic. L doesn't understand the need to flee, but Corin is too afraid to explain. The titan coming for them is actually the final boss from the city center. And just like that, everything falls apart, trust me. You're going to want to see how they survive this. Corin is too late as L takes a direct hit. Alright, stick with me because L just got hit by something impossible. Was that actually the ghost technique? After taking that hit, L is instantly warped right out of the arena. While exiting the match, Corin can only watch helplessly as the system confirms LB-Man has been disqualified. In this game, if you take a hit that is strong enough, the system automatically teleports the player out of the area. Seeing L get kicked out like that, Corin looks absolutely terrified and turns completely pale. L is gone already, but that speed was so insane that even Corin could not have dodged it. Pushing the shock aside, Corin immediately starts barking orders to Jer and Elisa. That titan below is already winding up for another shot. He hurls his blade, sending a massive wave of energy straight at Corin. The watchtower gets sliced clean in half by the impact, and the top half starts falling into the street. Corin tells Jer and Elisa to climb to the peak before sprinting off in the opposite direction to distract it. Jer is complaining as usual. It seems like every time they team up with Corin, absolute disaster follows them around. The sound of collapsing stone fills the air as the clock tower crumbles in seconds. Now pay attention here, because that majestic landmark is now just a pile of dusty rubble blocking the entire road. As the dust begins to clear among the ruins, a rock shifts. It looks like something survived that crushing weight after all. It is Corin and Elisa. They are bruised but alive. Corin immediately checks on his teammates to see if everyone made it. Elisa jokes that hanging out with Corin certainly keeps life interesting. Corin can only give a bitter laugh and agree. Day 1 is already a total mess. L got eliminated way too early. Now, their only chance is to run until sunrise and hope for the best. Jer happily agrees with the plan, but that relief does not last long. Suddenly, a massive hand reaches out and grabs Jer. Jer is so confused he thinks he is dreaming, seeing 5 giant toes right in front of his face. A demonic bat came out of nowhere and snatched Jer up. All Jer can do is scream at the top of his lungs for help. Corin is standing there in total shock. Elisa snaps him out of it, shouting a warning about the new monster. Corin takes a closer look and his heart sinks. He prepared for the worst-case scenario, but he did not expect this. The White Soul King has finally arrived. Another high-level monster showed up. It seems like all that noise Corin made earlier was a dinner bell for this thing. Things are getting impossible. First, the Abyss Titan, and now the White Soul King is hunting them down too. Talk about bad luck. All three of Nazaria's top pests are here, and every single one of them is at least elite tier or higher. Corin and Elisa are completely surrounded with no way out. Elisa is panicking, asking if this is the end for them. Are they really about to die here? Corin clicks his tongue in annoyance. You and I both saw that coming, right? All three monsters lunge at once to end them. Corin grits his teeth. He calculated every move to stay alive, but it feels like the universe is forcing him to stop right here and now. Just as failure seems certain, a blinding light suddenly erupts from the sky above them. Even Corin is caught completely off guard by this bizarre and powerful phenomenon. A strike as powerful as a thunderbolt hits. Blue lightning slams right into the Titan, making the entire area shake with raw, destructive force. Wait. Corin realizes this was not a direct attack. It was actually a blinding light meant to hide someone's movement from the monsters. Once the glow fades, Corin sees the object responsible. It is a spear, and by the look on his face, he knows exactly who it belongs to. A hand reaches out and grips the spear tightly. A hooded figure blurs past Corin, whispering for him to follow her this way. Elisa runs over to check on Corin. Seeing he is okay, she frantically asks if he knows what happened to Jer. Corin is too stunned to answer. Eventually, both Corin and Elisa manage to escape. In a dark alleyway, Corin leans against a window frame, gasping for air as he recovers. The mysterious savior asks if they are all right. She is just glad that nobody got seriously hurt back there. Corin is still trying to catch his breath after that intense sprint. He thanks the mysterious stranger for her help, but he cannot stop wondering about the origin of the spear in her hand. The hooded woman admits that she has a few questions of her own as well. She pulls back her hood, wanting to know how on earth Corin learned her secret spear techniques. Corin is absolutely floored. He cannot believe his ears. Even Elisa looks shocked once she sees the face behind the hood. Corin already thought the voice sounded familiar. The woman moves closer, scanning Corin from head to toe before nodding as if she understands something. Seeing her move like a shadow, he recognizes the skill. It is the soundless divine step technique. Looking into her clear, stream blue eyes, he is 100% certain about who this woman really is. This is Manhwa, Corin's very own master from his previous life. Aaron smiles, confirming he really is a student from the distant future. Corin is still reeling, asking her exactly why she is even present here in this place. Flashing back to the past, during the winter break of the senior's second year, Yu is waiting outside the principal's office for Corin. Shu scolds Corin for being so late. Corin just brushes it off, and trust me, you and I need to see what this flashback reveals next. Stick with me. You and I are about to find out why Shu summoned Corin here for this meeting. The moment Corin realizes he is standing right in front of the principal office, his jaw drops in total shock. Before he can even process what is happening, Shu knocks loudly on the heavy door. As the door slowly swings open, Shu reveals his plan. He remembers Corin wanting to get stronger, so he found the perfect teacher for the job. Light floods the room as Corin looks inside, while Shu's voice continues to echo in his ears. He is about to introduce a master who can truly push Corin's limits. Inside, a woman named Erin sits waiting. Erin recognizes him immediately as Shu's companion and offers a warm greeting. This is the fated connection created by Park Su's gamer privileges. This marks the very first time Corin meets his future master, the legendary Manhwa. Back in the present, the city is crawling with zombies. Only one house stands firm, protected by layers of powerful magic to keep the undead out. After finishing the spell, Erin steps inside. She explains that normal zombies will never be able to breach this building's defenses. Elisa politely offers her thanks and shares some of her chocolate. Erin sits down, accepting the kind gesture. But here is the catch that you and I need to watch. She warns Elisa never to eat food from a different era. As Elisa snacks on her chocolate, Corin searches his memory for facts about this place. They are currently 300 years in the past. Because this timeline is a loop, eating food from 3 centuries ago leads to 2 dangerous possibilities. Either the food snaps back to its original time, or the person who ate it gets trapped in the past forever. Knowing the risks, Corin never breaks the rules. But if someone else does, something bad is bound to happen. Corin breaks into a cold sweat watching Elisa eat so happily. He just sighs, letting her find out the hard way. Elisa then asks why Erin is here. Erin strictly tells Elisa she must address her as master. Meanwhile, Corin keeps his mouth shut and stays silent. Taking a sip of water, Erin says she understands the situation. Elisa then brings up the legendary master from Corin's distant past. Since Aaron was actually in the city when the tragedy struck 300 years ago, Elisa wants to know the full story. Corin realizes Elisa just stumbled onto a major point. The whole situation is shrouded in mystery. Nazaria is a city where time is stuck in a loop, forcing everything to repeat over and over again. Looking at Aaron as she sips her tea, Corin cannot help but feel suspicious. How is she able to walk around with such clear awareness in this cursed place? Well, pay attention, because Aaron is about to answer all their questions. She stands up and drops a bombshell. She can move freely because she is actually a friend of the Grim Reaper. Corin hears this but still does not understand Aaron's motive. Aaron heads toward the window, explaining that Nazar is actually a curse that creates zombies. Aaron is here to stop the Undead King from being born. She also announces that the Undead King will soon appear in the heart of the city. Elisa is visibly shaken by the mention of the Undead King, but Corin remains strangely calm and collected. Corin pushes himself up and declares that if things are that serious, they need to move out immediately. Aaron tries to stop him, saying this is her fight alone. But Corin just looks at her and asks one simple question. Does she need help or not? A smile crosses Aaron's face. She admits that Corin is one incredibly sharp kid. Without wasting another second, the group races toward the center of the city at full speed. Corin knew Aaron would not refuse his help. After all, this is the main quest he absolutely has to beat. Together with the mysterious Aaron, he must stop the birth of the undead King Nazaria. Suddenly, Elisa spots something and alerts Corin. He just gives a short reply. Deep down, he knew helping Aaron was his destiny from the very start. A massive titan holding a giant blade roars out orders to the surrounding zombie soldiers. Corin knows they must kill 3 zombie kings to weaken the boss. The titan swings its massive blade with world-shaking power. Even though the attack is incredibly fast and deadly, Corin and Aaron manage to dodge it with ease. Master Aaron and student Corin combine their strength, using their spears to unleash a technique that can sweep away 1,000 soldiers. They follow up with a joint gale spear attack, causing the entire sky to erupt in a blinding flash of light. The titan barely reacts in time, raising its hand to block. Corin strikes with his spear, but the monster manages to deflect it. But Aaron was just waiting for that opening. She slips under the blade, using the titan's blind spot to launch a lethal counter. The plan works perfectly as Aaron drives her spear straight into the titan's gut. Corin immediately shouts for Elisa to take the final shot. Elisa was already in position. The moment she hears the signal, she draws her sword in one smooth motion. Elisa decapitates the Titan King with one decisive sword strike. She lands softly as the headless giant drops its blade and collapses to the floor. Corin retrieves a massive moonstone from the Titan's remains. Beside him, Elisa waits, clearly hoping for a compliment. And that is how you clear a boss. You and I just saw that with the right team, even an impossible challenge becomes easy. Corin cannot accept Aaron's overwhelming strength, but she just offers a gentle smile. She praises his hard work, telling him that for today, he has done more than enough. The sun begins to peek behind the houses in the east. Let's dive into this world together, where the rules of survival are flipped upside down. See, Nazaria is the exact opposite of the wilderness. This city is perfectly safe during the day, but turns into a lethal death trap at night. The scene shifts to a quiet house, as the morning light finally covers every corner of the room. Elisa has fallen into a deep sleep, but voices drift in from outside. Aaron teases Corin, saying since they are both just kids, sleeping together is fine. He rests his chin on his hand, insisting he is not a child. So she playfully changes his nickname to Little Brat instead. After all, since she was the one who taught him everything, what else could he be? Corin remains silent, unable to argue back. Corin looks away, listing all the powerful techniques she has passed down. Hearing this, Aaron proudly admits he is the true successor she chose. But she never expected the child she picked would be someone so incredibly ordinary. This revelation only sinks Corin deeper into his own thoughts. In truth, Aaron once chose Bant as her heir, but 80 years later, she deeply regretted that decision and the path it took. Stick with me here, because knowing a tragic future you cannot change is a burden that would break most people. Lost in his dark thoughts, Corin does not even notice Aaron playfully poking and prodding at his cheek. Aaron is sharp enough to see right through him. She looks into his eyes and asks what it is he is so afraid of. She mentions how lucky she feels to have a student who loves his master so much. Corin just sighs, thinking she is overthinking things again. Aaron realizes the root of his anxiety. She knows that if he is this worried, her own future must not be very bright. Corin tries to object immediately, but she just calls him a stupid student. Doesn't he know just how powerful his master really is? Recalling the bitter memories of his past life, Corin answers her question internally, while picturing the endless waves of evil and enemies. Aaron was the legendary hero who stood tall against the darkness. In that desperate, final moment, she was the one who blocked the enemy. She did it all just to buy more time for him. But Corin could never truly accept that sacrifice or the pain it caused. In that moment, Aaron showed how strong her shoulders really were. She insisted that as the adult, it was her duty to protect a child. Corin looks at his master's back, feeling his heart crumble into pieces as the weight of the past hits him again. Erin was the teacher who guided, taught, and changed him completely. She gave her life for him, leaving with a smile on her face. Even knowing they stood no chance of winning, she still comforted Corin, whispering that everything would eventually be all right. You and I both know that one traitor can ruin everything, and Corin is currently living that nightmare because of Pihu. He wonders 1,000 times if he could have saved her if he had just eliminated that bastard Pihu from the start. Despite knowing exactly what happens in the future, he finds himself failing over and over again, no matter how hard he tries. Every single time, he has to find a way to fix his mistakes. He remembers the beast below, where one wing beat causes total chaos. His goal for this festival was originally to save Waron, but things have already started veering wildly off course. Now he is stuck in this city. He even met his respected master from 3 years ago right here in this strange place. Everything has gone beyond his calculations. A single unexpected variable is enough to ruin every plan he has carefully built. He closes his eyes tight, unable to escape the crushing feeling that he is destined to fail yet again. The thought haunts him so deeply that he cannot even close his eyes. Without realizing it, he accidentally speaks his fears out loud. Erin overhears and asks what failure he is so afraid of. Corin jumps nearly out of his skin in total shock. Erin laughs, saying only fools dwell on others' failures. A smart person is one who constantly questions and reflects on their own mistakes. At least Corin fits the smart category. He stays quiet before asking if she would still say that if she suffered like him. Without a word, Erin reaches out and gives her student a warm hug from behind. She admits that she is someone who has also lived through constant failure. Her sudden embrace leaves Corin completely stunned. She talks about her own losses, but ends by saying her best decision was choosing him to inherit her spear techniques. His eyes go wide with surprise. Erin continues to hold him. She is, after all, the legendary Queen of Paradise. She promises to bless the difficult path Corin is walking. She tells him to rest and sleep, promising that things will be fine. Corin nods internally, repeating her words while wondering if he can truly save everyone this time around. The scene shifts to where Waron is standing. She is currently participating in the individual qualifying rounds of the tournament. It is a massive festival between Merkabah and Griffin Academy. Warren's opponent attacks relentlessly, but she doesn't even bother to strike back. The spectators watching from the stands can hardly believe what they are seeing. The gap in power is just too massive. The knight screams in desperation as Professor Josephine tells Warren not to be too serious. Trust me, things are about to get wild. All right, you and I are about to see a knight so desperate he literally climbs onto Warren just to beg for mercy. Corin's words echo in her ears. He told her the world is full of weak people, so she should treat them with kindness. Another challenger slams an axe into Warren's head, but it doesn't leave even a single scratch. Corin's voice lingers, reminding her that her strength is a natural threat. He begged her to cooperate so they could finish this festival quietly and peacefully. The knight fails his strike and collapses, sobbing uncontrollably as he admits utter defeat. Boring, that's all Warren thinks while she refuses to hit back. She recalls training with Corin. Even a simple lesson was 10 times more exciting than these pathetic matches. In her memories, Corin started her training with the most basic moves imaginable. While dining with Professor Josephine, Warren admits that Corin's power is on a completely different level than normal humans. Josephine agrees, making a comparison that confirms it. In her eyes, no one can truly stand as an equal to Corin. Now pay attention, because Warren decides she's not going to lose ever again. Corin's lessons have been etched into her very soul and muscle through months of brutal training. Recalling the movements he showed her, Warren clenches her hand into a terrifying fist. She unleashes an 8 extremities strike. A massive azure dragon made of pure energy erupts, charging straight for her opponent. The dragon grazes the challenger, and the force alone sends his axe flying out of the arena. The axe shatters before his eyes as the dragon flares behind him, leaving him drenched in sweat. As the dim light turns into a massive explosion, he turns pale with pure terror. Warren realizes she overdid it, but her face remains as cold and emotionless as ever. The opponent is too terrified to even stand, falling to his knees and screaming that she's a monster. She doesn't reply. She's heard it all before and isn't even angry. But as she clutches her chest, she wonders why her heart feels this sharp, stinging pain today. Finally, it's time for the Block C finals. Warren's opponent this time is a top student from the Griffin Academy. Warren assumes this guy will be just as weak as the others. Jin Hyuk speaks first, catching her attention immediately. Suddenly, a wave of pure killing intent pours out from him like a flood. He flashes a savage smile while greeting her. Instantly, Jin Hyuk launches 2 high-level skills, the Heavenly Wind Arrow Rain and the Armor-Piercing Moon Kick. High-speed kicks with devastating power rain down, but Warren just stands there, perfectly calm and unmoving. Jin Hyuk keeps attacking, his body wrapped in a dark, murderous aura. Even Warren has to admit he's actually strong. The crowd goes wild as they realize Jin Hyuk is in a completely different league than the previous fighters. You saw that, right? He aims a brutal kick straight at her face, but Warren doesn't even try to dodge. Boom! A massive collision shakes the entire arena, burying everything in a thick cloud of dust and smoke. As the dust settles, Jin Hyuk's eyes widen in disbelief. Warren is still standing there, completely untouched. The ground beneath her hasn't even moved, except for the spot where she's standing. The entire stage has been carved out and crushed a meter deep. She calmly asks if he's out of tricks. With the power of Ajasa, Warren's defensive capabilities are basically absolute. Against any normal person, a single one of those kicks would have been a guaranteed kill. Warren tells Jin Hyuk to just give up because continuing is completely useless. But he only laughs like a maniac, screaming at her and calling her a monster. He even sneers that it's far too late for her to act all kind and merciful. That comment finally pushes Warren over the edge. She demands to know what he means. Jin Hyuk snarls, mocking the mercy she's showing by refusing to strike back. He screams that she should have shown that mercy to his family before she slaughtered them. As he speaks, he gnashes his teeth with pure rage, his eyes wide and pupils shrinking in hatred. Jin Hyuk declares he will kill Warren no matter what price he has to pay. He was lucky to survive that night, but so many others were not. His eyes tear up as he remembers the ruins, the smoke, and the endless piles of bodies everywhere. He held his loved ones as hatred blinded him. Warren can't believe her ears, as fear and guilt finally flicker in her eyes. She can't believe anyone actually survived that night. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a specialized forge located within Nazaria. Inside a room overflowing with ancient books, a mysterious voice keeps cursing, wondering why his complex calculations have all gone wrong. The undead king and black mage Jiran stares at his book, his hands trembling with shock. He senses something is very wrong. His body is so gaunt and withered he looks like a pile of bones. He keeps muttering that the timing is perfect, calling this a miracle sent from the heavens. He looks out at the peaceful landscape outside. Confusion hits him. He can't remember if he even activated the magic circle yet. So, you and I are left with this. His ritual succeeded, but why is everything still so peaceful? Alright, you and I are diving into a mind-bending time loop where even death isn't an escape. Jirong realizes he's trapped, remembering his successful transformation, only to wake up 3 days before the ritual. He has no clue who's pulling the strings or how they managed to rewind time itself like this. For the first time in 300 years of loops, he realizes the truth. He screams out one word in pure terror: witch. He's certain a witch is behind this. Jirong kicks the door open and sprints outside into the open air. The face of Aaron is burned into his mind, a witch with silver hair, blue eyes, and a deadly spear. He rushes across the green grass. After 3 centuries, he finally pinpoints the cause of his eternal nightmare. It has always been Aaron, but the method still escapes him. How could she keep this loop going for 300 long years? Jirong stands there, staring up at the blue sky. He sees it now, the massive magic circle trapping the city in an infinite loop is etched clearly across the heavens. He focuses on the ancient runes at the center. Jirong guesses that Aaron used the maximum power of the moon to supercharge the magic circle she carved over the entire city. This is pure mana, refined with a level of intensity and power beyond any archmage in recorded history. Jirong gazes at the colossal array above, silently judging the terrifying strength of the person who created this masterpiece. He also notices a strange object carved onto the magic array. You and I need to watch this closely. Its power is so overwhelming that he recognizes its significance the moment he lays eyes on it. Those are the runes of origin. This is a special ancient language that was forgotten and lost nearly 3 years ago. The moonstone engraved with the letter N represents the very essence of the word primordial. He's so focused that he doesn't even notice someone approaching. A voice calls out to him first, successfully snapping his attention away. Jirong bursts into a manic laugh when he sees it's Aaron. He's ecstatic to finally know he's been stuck in her trap for 3 centuries. He even realizes that Aaron is the one who orchestrated this entire cycle of suffering. He lets out a twisted cackle, his eyes bloodshot from centuries without sleep, fueled by the sheer joy of finding the key. He laughs loudly, shouting that Aaron is the reason time keeps repeating. She's the one who started it all. Aaron just stands there listening, offering no defense or denial. Her eyes are filled with nothing but cold, ruthless intent. She growls the name of the undead king, Jirong. That single call hits him like a physical blow, freezing his body and making him groan in agony. Jirong's body begins to swell and bloat. He's being forced into a transformation right then and there. His eyes turn a muddy red, looking like a literal demon. Being forced to transform like this is putting his body through unbearable pain. Tears stream down his face as his eyes roll back. Aaron stands by, simply reminding Jirong to play his assigned role properly. It's the second night, and trust me, it gets bloody. Elisa and Corin begin their secret plan in the gloom. Elisa uses herself as live bait to lure out the AB streaker. She draws her sword and slices it in half. Corin follows suit. He finishes off the White Soul King on his end. Together, they've taken down 3 bosses, the A-B Streaker, the White Soul King, and the Titan. Even though Corin and Elisa aren't high-ranking guards, they've successfully crushed these high-level undead bosses. Elisa is beaming as she holds the moonstone in her hands. She excitedly shows Corin the prize they just harvested together. Corin sits atop a pile of demon corpses, still lost in his own deep, dark thoughts. Hunting demons in a city crawling with undead has been easy only because of Aaron's guidance. Aaron smiles happily. Their only target left is the undead king himself. Corin knows Aaron has done this thousands of times before. Her guidance is incredibly experienced. It was a perfect plan with absolutely no flaws at all. Finally, the third afternoon arrives, and the final boss they've been waiting for shows up. Zhurong stands in the street, radiating pure malice. Their mission is simple: defeat Zhurong before he can fully awaken his true strength. The undead King Zhurong. He's the dark mage who triggered the undead uprising 300 years ago, obsessed with becoming the king of the dead. Elisa looks a bit disappointed when she sees what Zhurong actually looks like in the flesh. She turns to the smiling Aaron and asks if this creature is truly the legendary undead King Zhurong. While he looks deformed, he doesn't exactly look majestic. Corin figures his appearance is due to an incomplete evolution. Aaron considers this, and agrees that his soul hasn't been completely consumed by demonic power yet. He also lacks the true wisdom of a real mage. Corin doesn't care about any of that. He tells everyone to get out of his way. Hearing this, Aaron has no idea what he's planning to do. Suddenly, she sees Corin charge forward all by himself. He wants to take down Zhurong on his own. Elisa screams at him to stop. Stick with me, the final battle starts now. Zhurong is a top-tier boss. Corin knows. Even as an incomplete monster, Zhurong is still the undead king, brought back through a forbidden ritual of pure darkness. Alright. You and I are about to see just how terrifying a superboss can be. Corin approaches Zhurong and casually greets him. Sensing the danger, Zhurong braces himself as Corin unleashes purple lightning, a devastating strike that slams into the beast with immense force and shatters everything around it into pieces. Corin can feel the absolute, crushing pressure radiating from Zhurong's massive frame. After landing the blow, Corin exhales. Clearly, this king isn't going down without a real fight. The undead king roars, spamming deadly spells like Death Curse, Death Wind, and his ultimate apocalypse. He's letting everything loose at once. Zhurong's sheer force causes buildings to crumble and roads to tear apart under the magical weight. Elisa is stunned that Zhurong can spam high-tier magic like this. He doesn't even seem to have cooldowns on his skills. While Elisa shields herself and checks on Corin, Zhurong laughs like a maniac. He genuinely thinks he just wiped them off the map. But the king didn't expect a relentless counterattack to hit him where it hurts. To Corin, this king is only mediocre. He activates infinite reincarnation, slicing Zhurong into 100 tiny, bloody pieces. Now pay attention, because this is where the overkill happens. Wasting mana was his biggest mistake. Corin finishes him with Nachamaki. Finally, the mighty undead king is just a puddle of blood at Corin's feet. Brutes who only rely on raw power are always easier to handle. By overwhelming him with pure skill, Corin played with this boss like it was a low-level mob in a tutorial. Besides, Nazaria is just a repeatable quest. He's actually killed this same guy thousands of times in previous runs. Elisa stands there in shock. Seeing Corin end Zhurong so easily makes her feel like he's growing stronger by the second. Corin thinks she could have done it even faster. But then he notices they're alone. Elisa just realized that Aaron has completely vanished from the scene. Aaron was standing right there just a moment ago. Corin keeps his theories to himself and decides to go find her alone. He warns Elisa to stay alert for any remaining undead before heading out. She watches him leave, her mind filled with questions about Aaron. Looking down at the ruined city from above, everything is just smoke and fire. There's honestly nothing left to see here. Corin finally finds Aaron. She's standing alone on a ledge, staring down at the desolate ruins as if she's seen it all before. Joining her, Corin asks if this wasn't the first time the undead king appeared. Aaron doesn't even try to hide it. She admits he's right. This nightmare has repeated 36,539 times. Every 3 days, the Nazaria quest resets, and the king returns. Zhurong used a lunar eclipse to turn this entire city into the undead. This all started 353 months and 27 days ago. 1.2 million undead appear and vanish with their king. Corin realizes Aaron has been trapped in this cycle for ages. Every 3 days, she kills Zhurong again. Corin finally asks the big question. Why does this loop even exist in the first place? You and I both saw that coming, right? Well, think again. Aaron smiles softly and reveals a horrifying truth. She created this place. The brutal truth is that this cursed city of Nazaria is her own personal creation. If those 1.2 million undead ever left this city, the entire continent and the world would immediately vanish. Ancient runes appear as magic circles light up the sky. Aaron used these primordial words to hijack and overwrite Zhurong's magic circles. Even after hearing the truth, Corin can't wrap his head around resurrecting 1.2 million people like this. It's just too cruel. Suddenly, a dark voice echoes from the void, telling him that he'll understand everything soon enough. Corin recognizes that voice. It's the Reaper himself, standing there with his heavy chains and that terrifyingly sharp, massive scythe. The Reaper says he'll be watching, since Corin is a man who dares to challenge death. He likely knows Corin is a regressor. The Reaper is an entity created by the system specifically to harvest the souls of the deceased. His job is to ensure souls are collected and sent to their next life, keeping the eternal cycle of reincarnation moving. That's why the undead, creatures who constantly cheat death and reclaim life, are the Reaper's biggest headache and source of misery. Nazaria has been stuck repeating this exact same nightmare for over 300 years now. Erin admits she created the 3-day loop. That's why the Reaper came here to destroy the primordial runes that were polluting the concept of death. But she actually made a contract with him once. See, any life the undead kill also becomes undead. Flashback to when Erin first met the Reaper, she pointed out a serious problem. If those 1.2 million undead left the city, all of humanity would turn, and there would be no souls left. Because of that sharp and logical argument, Erin effectively backed the Reaper into a corner and forced him to choose. Ignore the cycle of those souls, or watch the entire world collapse. Facing that choice, the Reaper finally agreed to a contract. The contract between Erin and the Reaper consists of exactly 3 strict conditions. Trust me, you and I need to see what's next. As long as they're met, the Reaper won't interfere. Alright, you and I are about to witness an insane contract. Erinua must defeat the immortal Jiran to reset his memories back 3 days. Once the reset happens, Erin is forced to leave the city. That is the second brutal condition she has to follow. Finally, the cycle creator Erindanua can no longer interfere with this loop. Then there is the matter of the immortal giant Titan. The hellish monster AB Streaker and the White King will slowly be ground down until they are finally defeated. Immortal King Jiran faces execution on the 3rd night. This 3-day cycle repeats for 300 years. Back in reality, Erin tearfully explains it all. Everyone eventually hits their limit. After 20,000 resets, Jiran finally realizes he is trapped inside a never-ending 3-day loop. Corin is furious. He demands to know how much longer Erin plans on putting herself through this exhausting nightmare. How much can her mind take? How many more times can she kill Jiran? Corin screams these questions at her in desperation. He asks when this will finally end. Does she really intend to keep repeating these same 3 days forever? Exhausted as she is, Erin pushes on. She understands why Corin is here. He is trying to save someone, and so many others too. Her words remind him of the image of Warren. Erin simply tells him he needs to leave this place right now. The Grim Reaper watches Erin's lonely figure. He mutters that saving the world requires sacrifice. Corin? He is just an outlier. Erinua does not belong in this world. She chooses to ignore his existence. Finally, Erin just turns around and walks away. Erin sacrifices herself so completely that no one can even recognize her. Nobody knows the true depth of what she gave up. Thinking of this, Corin grits his teeth in pure rage. She is always thinking about throwing her own life away for others. He flashes back to his master from his past life. She was always the one jumping into danger to protect everyone else. That is why Corin respects her so much. A lonely warrior fighting a silent battle to keep the entire world safe. Now watch closely. Here is where Corin does the unthinkable. He calls out to the Grim Reaper, leaving Erin completely shocked and confused. Corin reaches toward death itself. He offers a contract, refusing to give up any chance to save his master. Erin tries to rush forward and stop his reckless actions, but she is already too late. The light of the forming contract blocks her path. She tries to get closer as the yellow bead on the scale glows. The Grim Reaper finds this situation hilarious. After all, the person trying to make a deal is a total liar. Death praises Corin's bravery. A man who cheated death now wants a contract? The scale tilts toward the larger purple bead. Tiny Corin stands before the overwhelming power of the Grim Reaper. Death looks down and demands to hear his wish. Corin demands the cancellation of Erindanua's contract. But first, Death must grant him a treasure of the mortal world. He wants something at least rank 10 or higher. Like any deal, Corin must offer something of equal value in return. Corin thinks for a moment. He promises to purge the entire city of Nazaria, currently overrun by the undead, within 6 months. The Grim Reaper actually pauses for a few seconds. Even he is stunned by Corin's massive, impossible promise. Death insists he cannot do it. But despite standing before a god, Corin ignores the doubt completely. Whether he can do it or not is for the Grim Reaper to decide. Just put the offer on the scale. You and I both know the Grim Reaper does not play fair, but look at the scale now. The yellow bead grows massive and bright. After measuring the true weight of the contract, the Grim Reaper finally gives his answer. It is still not fair. Purging 1.2 million souls does not match Corin's reward. Even so, the weight of the yellow bead is already many times heavier. The contract is still not perfectly balanced. Realizing this, Corin is caught completely off guard. Death tells Corin to pick a number, only then will the scales finally balance out. Corin breaks into a cold sweat. Odd numbers represent top 10 epic items. If he has to choose, Corin is definitely going for that number. After weighing his options, Corin picks his treasure. With the contract sealed, he walks back to where Aaron is waiting. Aaron is still in a state of total shock. She cannot believe Corin did that. She rushes to ask what he did. Corin sees her running up. He is actually surprised that she was patient enough to wait for him. Corin tells Aaron the deal: he has 6 months to purify Nazaria. If he succeeds, her contract is officially void. Hearing the conditions, Aaron can only scream in frustration. She tells him straight up that he has gone insane. She knows that if he fails this contract, his very soul will vanish. He will lose all rights to reincarnation forever. Corin responds to Aaron's desperate worries by slowly lowering his voice. He tells her firmly that everything he is doing right now is something he learned directly from her. He grips her shoulders tightly while explaining his actions. Trust me, you and I are in for one hell of a ride after this. Corin learned it all from Aaron, making her freeze in shock. Let's dive into a world consumed by smoke and fire, where monsters lurk in every shadow during our darkest hours. That is when he met an adult for the first time, a glimpse at what a true hero actually looks like. A hero he could not protect. One who stood alone against the world and sacrificed everything just to keep him safe. The image of her turning back to smile amidst the ruins and smoke makes his heart ache with unbearable pain. Corin grips Aaron's shoulder tighter. This time, he's going to save her. This time, failure is not an option. He is no longer that weak boy from before. Even if he is not trying to do something as grand as saving the world, what he wants is simple: to make her smile. He sees this as just returning a favor under the peaceful, starry night sky. Now we see Aaron facing a hideous monster covered in tumors. It wields a bizarre staff in this distant future version of Nazaria. The monster screams in terror, repeatedly shrieking the word witch. A witch? Is that what she has become? He unleashes every spell he has to survive. After 300 years of this life, the monster finally breaks under her relentless assault. Finally, Aaron detonates him completely. It is a scene that has repeated itself over and over, day after day. Aaron removes her hat and sighs. The city is still a chaotic hellhole as she stands alone looking down at the rubble. For 3 years, she has been stuck in this mechanical loop, fighting through this brutal and exhausting schedule. There is no special reason for it, other than the fact that she is a hero, the last holy body left on this land. The Queen of the Dark Kingdom has long since vanished into the eternal void. Arinua always knew she was special. Living as a hero was something she simply accepted as her destiny. She still lives that life now, but everything feels different because for the first time, someone actually said they wanted to save her. Before this, she always believed that saving others was a duty meant only for the hero. As a hero, she had to suppress her own emotions and even ignore her own well-being for the sake of the mission. Yet Corin said he wanted to save her just to pay her back. Aaron pulls her hood back over her head. Corin is the one who reawakened emotions buried deep in her subconscious after 300 years of solitude. He promised to stay by her side. Aaron blushes thinking about Corin and his words. She is deeply moved to finally receive sincere care from another person. The Grim Reaper watches from the side, satisfied with what he sees. After all, Aaron has been his companion for 300 years. He muses to himself that even a hero can fall in love. Honestly, it is not a bad development at all. Death thinks back to his contract with Corin. He realizes that things are about to get very difficult from here on out. Now, pay attention to this part. Out of every number he could have chosen, Corin picked the one thing that changes the game. He chose the Reaper's Orb, an item built entirely for offense with 0 defense. One hit can literally separate the soul from the body. This is a supreme treasure of death. It grants the wielder the power of the Reaper's scythe when equipped to a weapon. However, its full potential can only be unleashed when used by the Grim Reaper himself. For a human, it only offers moderate power. And for someone like Corin who cannot even sense souls, this is the worst possible choice. Despite that, the scales of exchange are no longer tilted. This means the reward Corin chose was perfectly balanced for the trade. The Reaper grins, finding the whole situation absolutely fascinating. You and I are moving over to the Nazaria city gates now, where things are heating up at the tournament. Kanane Kang Run stands with arms crossed, lost in deep thought. The preliminary rounds are finally reaching their climax. 8 teams totaling 32 people from Borame and Maba are competing. Only half of them will make it to the next round. At 6:50 a.m., the scoreboard updates. Borame Academy Team 1, led by Kang Yua, has reached 558 points. MK3 Academy's Team 2, featuring the demi-human Marys, currently sits at 499 points. Mary's teammates are still rambling on and on about some random spells. Mary's agrees that if they had not broken the Moonstone, they might have actually taken first place. The final standings are listed. Team 1 has 558 points, Team 2 has 499, and Team 7 has 55. But Team 5 hasn't returned. Looking at the scores, everyone assumes Borum has this victory in the bag, and there is nothing left to see here. Some feel lucky just to be alive, while others whisper about their end being similar to the Mandrek bandits. The two early losers, Jer and L, are getting restless because none of their teammates have returned yet. MK3 Academy is good at forming teams, but their overall skills are pretty weak. And speaking of weak, let's talk about Team 5. Trust me, you and I need to keep an eye on these incompetent losers from Team 5. This is where the real story begins. Stick with me, this is about to get wild. The crowd is gossiping, convinced that Team 5 has zero chance of making the cut after losing 2 members. Nobody thinks they can flip the script now. Kang Run is absolutely loving this, celebrating their downfall in his head. In his mind, Barame will sweep the finals, while the MK3 Academy he hates so much barely scrapes by. Suddenly, the door flies open. Corin strolls in with a casual good morning, and Elisa realizes they are dangerously late. She spots the clock with only 1 minute left before disqualification and finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. Corin just waves it off. Kang Run clears his throat, immediately scolding the two of them for their terrible timing. Elisa snaps at Corin, saying he should have eaten after finishing the job. But Corin? He just hates waiting to eat. He argues that during a mission, you eat when you can. Kang Run demands they hand over their items for scoring. He is convinced Team 5 is about to be disqualified. Elisa places the first moonstone on the scale. Kang Run keeps mocking them, certain their score is going to be embarrassingly low for this round. Now watch closely, this is where the jaws start dropping as the first stone hits 250 points. Kang Run tries to end it there, but Corin stops him cold because he is not even close to done. He drops 3 moonstones from the undead kings onto the scale. The entire room goes dead silent from pure shock. Everyone is asking where they found these. Did they really hunt 3 legendary monsters in the city center? But the surprises are not over. Corin pulls out a final moonstone, one as red as fresh blood. This is his trump card. The moonstone of the immortal King Jirong is finally placed onto the scale. The numbers spin out of control. Kang Run and his cronies stare in disbelief as the count hits 1,000. The final total for Team 5 flashes on the screen, 1,768 points. Corin gives a thumbs up. Old man Kang Run is still standing there, unable to believe what his eyes are actually seeing. Team 5 takes first place. 4 teams advance to the finals, and the carriage is already waiting at the door. It is a busy morning. Elisa asks if Corin is coming back here again. Corin just lets out a confused sound. He confirms he has to go. It seems Elisa has finally figured out his real plan to save Aaron. Elisa announces that she and Mary's are coming along next time. She gives him a beautiful, bright smile. She does not want him carrying the world alone. Whatever he is planning, seeing him act this way makes her worried. Corin always thought she was just a simple girl, but he was wrong. He thanks her for caring so much, but he warns her. It is going to be exhausting, because they have a massive mountain of work ahead. Corin rests his eyes, but his mind is racing. He needs to figure out how to master this power of death. The treasure was not what he expected, but this orb could be the secret key he needs for this mission. Pause for a second, let us look at why Corin is so driven to help that lonely girl Waran. Corin flashes a confident smirk. Maybe this power is his secret weapon to save her. But back at school, Professor Josephine drops a total bombshell. Waran has been detained. Flashback to the past, there was once a little girl named Lan who everyone loved. She was so happy to see her big sister again, running up to give her a massive hug after so long. Yua was just as happy to see her, immediately asking how her little sister's health had been lately. But Lan's life was tragic. She never once stepped outside because of a mysterious and deadly illness. She always looked completely exhausted. Lan was born with the great yin-severed meridians, a self-destructing curse. Infinite dark energy overwhelmed her life force, breaking the natural balance of her tiny body. Lan carried that curse since birth. Her father, Kanggu, tried every single cure imaginable to save her. He was so desperate he reached a breaking point, leaving his room in total shambles while searching for answers. Just like that, a happy and warm family began to vanish into thin air. From her hospital bed, Lan calls for her father. Kanggu answers, but 2 dark tragedies loom over them. The first was Lan's curse, where even taking a single breath felt like an impossible struggle. Kanggu vowed to save her no matter what. Watch his face change, he is becoming a completely different person. You and I just witnessed his dark transformation. Alright, you and I are about to dive into the dark origin of the man hailed as the greatest soul master of his time. Kanggu spent his entire life hunting for a powerful sun energy that could suppress the deadly cold yin energy within his daughter. Every medicine failed, and the insurmountable wall of the Taiyin blockade crushed all human effort. That is when Kanggu decided to change his strategy. If he could not suppress the cold, he would drain it instead by creating a creature born of pure, natural yin energy. Tattoo after tattoo, He carved ancient spells directly into her skin. The most familiar tool for a soul master is a monster designed to guide lost, unhappy spirits back to the earth. Kangoo accidentally turned his own living daughter into a jiangshi, a fire-based monster reborn in that very moment. The blood in Jin Hyuk's veins boils as he recalls that so-called act of mercy. Now, pay attention to his eyes here. That is the look of a man who is ready to kill everyone in his sight. Surrounded by a sea of rising flames, he swears this person will not leave this place alive. Among the piles of mangled corpses, Warren stands lost, completely unable to process the nightmare unfolding before her eyes. Seizing the moment, Kangryun gives the order for the fire monster to slaughter every human on this land. Not a single living soul is allowed to survive. Jin Hyuk barks at Warren, calling her a cold-blooded, heartless beast. He tells her that pretending to be a good person is absolutely disgusting and makes him sick. But Warren is just confused and desperate to deny it all. Even as Jin Hyuk mockingly insults her twisted body, he shouts that she is not actually Lan, she is just a monster who stole Lan's body. Warren fights back, clinging to her identity, until a skeletal hand suddenly reaches up and grabs her ankle. The skeleton curses her to die, before immediately shifting into a pathetic, desperate plea for her to just end her own life. Her father was torn apart by these spirits, and now they want to bury Warren under the name of the royal family. The skeleton lunges upward, clawing at Warren's throat while screaming for her to finally die. Ghostly voices wail that she should have never been born, as the real Lan appears, terrifyingly demanding her body back. Terrified and sobbing, Warren keeps chanting that this body belongs to her, trying to block out the horrific reality. The voices become too much. In a burst of pure power, she releases an explosion of energy to drown out the noise. Vitality threads lash out at Jin Hyuk, forcing him to guard. But then, golden chains burst from the shadows. They bind Warren's body tight, forcing her to collapse while she desperately whispers that she deserves to have this body. While Warren is still lost in her hallucinations, she mutters that she can never allow herself to lose this physical form. Around her, several others close in, ready to bring her down once and for all. Now, let's step back into Professor Josephine's office to find out the truth behind Warren's imprisonment. Corin listens to the full story. He expected trouble, but he did not think it would happen this quickly. He asks if the real reason for all this is because those two seals were broken. Sensing he knows more than he lets on, Josephine adjusts her glasses and confirms his suspicions are dead on. She explains that Warren was bound by the chains of Saint and a powerful Eastern talisman, but the talisman burned up during the fight with Jin Hyuk, and Bishop Li Jinyang is using that to claim Warren is completely out of control. Under the direction of Professor Kangryun, they have decided to forcibly take Warren back to the east. They plan to forge a new talisman to suppress her, but something about this whole situation feels wrong. Corin realizes that making such a harsh move just over a broken seal seems way too suspicious. The fact that they are blaming the Academy for losing control of her is honestly laughable. Suddenly, Aereo appears behind him, asking exactly how much Corin has managed to figure out. Judging by Aereo's face, he knows the truth. Professor Kangryun and the Easterners are definitely plotting something big, but Corin is already 3 steps ahead. He questions if Aereo is really going to let Warren fall into their hands, and offers to handle the rest himself. It is a rush, but Corin is reliable. He wants a world where everyone lives their own lives and no one is left behind. At this moment, the legend of the Arhat hero begins Chapter 3. The Flying Yaksha, a boss unlike anything they have faced before. Trust me, you and I are about to see if Corin can truly save everyone from this impossible choice. Stick with me, we're choosing between saving the fire or saving Lan. But for someone like Peru, the easy path is just picking one, which is technically the most efficient way to handle it. Corin doesn't play that way though, since kids choose while adults take everything. His current mission for Fire and Land just hit a rank A+ difficulty level. Meanwhile, 2 distinct voices keep echoing through the darkness of the dungeon. War sits there thinking this body is finally his, but Kangryun suddenly appears to cast doubt on that entire reality. War has no idea who this stranger is. Kangryun introduces himself as the uncle of Kang Lan and the original master of that stolen body. War loses control, groaning and demanding his body back because it belongs to Warren alone. But Kangryun sees a misunderstanding here. He knows exactly how much Warren wants to fully possess that physical form. Think back to when he ordered the fire to slaughter every human on this land, making sure not a single living creature would remain standing. Kangryun shows his true manipulative side, tempting Warren with an offer of help he can't refuse. Kangryun looks like a venomous snake, smiling as he offers a sweet, poisoned apple to an unsuspecting child. A call for the fire rings out, but a lingering ghost behind him says it's impossible. That voice just can't reach Juan. Kangryun says the body belongs to you now, but you haven't actually managed to touch it even once. 2 days after the qualifiers ended, everyone finally gets a chance to rest and recover. This break was meant for students returning from Nazar, so Corin and Marie Dunalev decide to go for a walk. They need to prepare before Kangryun makes his move. Corin asks Marie if the stall in front of the inn is ready. Marie Dunalev tells him the summary report for the stall was already submitted yesterday afternoon. He's dying to know about the profits, and Marie is more than happy to share the details with him. For those skewers, the ingredients come directly from the Dunalev family. Just add some sauce and sell them for triple the price. He laughs with joy, imagining piles of gold because his big payday has finally arrived. This is the true price of traveling. Those griffins are about to go broke. Suddenly, Marie Dunalev notices a magic stone-throwing game. The shopkeeper calls Marie over to play, and here's the part you and I need to watch closely. This guy showed up last year too. He explains these magic stones are actually defective pieces salvaged from a stone mine. Marie touches one of the stones and finds it feels quite strange. The owner entices her by saying they feel soft, and Marie realizes they really do have a squishy texture. The owner knows how to sell his gear. Usually they aren't soft, but stones that absorb mana easily change their properties. Because of that, they're often used as raw materials for crafting magic staves. Corin suspects these soft stones might explode instantly and decides he needs to test them himself. With his trained rock-throwing skills, hitting a bullseye at this close range is as easy as taking candy from a baby. It's a perfect 100% accuracy hit. The shopkeeper is stunned as he reports a score of 95 points. Higher accuracy means a smaller explosion radius for these festival stones. On the flip side, low accuracy creates a massive blast area. Back in the game, Corin tried every piece of debuff gear possible just to reach 0% accuracy. Using his detective-like reasoning, he calculates that the explosion range could actually increase to 100 million. You and I know where this is going, and the results will be absolutely legendary. Corin asks the owner to sell him every single stone for double the price. The owner can't fathom why he needs so many. Corin just gives a dangerous smile. These stones are for a special veteran-only skill, and that's the real reason he came here. Wait. He laughs maniacally at his own dark imagination, looking so sinister that Marie Dunalev starts to get a bit worried. Suddenly, he asks if the carriage company is a subsidiary of her family's massive and powerful business empire. He asks for the carriage schedule, leaving Marie wondering what kind of scheme he's cooking up now. Corin knows he's returning soon. As the carriage speeds away, the governor calls for Yua regarding a very urgent matter. Right then, Yua shoves a peachwood talisman into Waron's mouth. It's the ultimate weapon against the undead Jiangshi. Yua glares at the reaction. War can't take the pain, collapsing to the ground in a fit of coughing. Yua warns Warren not to try any tricks before they arrive. Jinhyu watches from the corner, wondering if it's over. Trust me, that talisman only weakens him. But for Yua, that's more than enough. Alright, you and I are about to see a plan to rip a soul out go completely sideways. Warren is beyond furious. Iwa tries explaining things, but the news that Kangrun will eventually forcibly separate the two of them? Yeah, that leaves Warren feeling absolutely terrified and totally confused. The cold truth hits hard, either War vanishes forever or becomes a twisted evil spirit. Naturally, she starts panicking, because she has no intention of losing this body. But Iwa couldn't care less about her feelings. In his eyes, that body never actually belonged to Warren anyway. It's a harsh reality check. Warren is now in a total blind rage. Outside, the driver catches a strange noise. He looks toward the sound, hearing what seems like a distant, ringing bell nearby. Suddenly, a massive vehicle appears. The driver nearly jumps out of his skin. Then boom. A violent collision sends the carriage flying through the air before it slams hard against the stone wall. The driver collapses, clutching himself in sheer, agonizing pain. Kang Ryun rushes over, checking if his team is okay. Luckily, Iwa and Jinhyu are quick enough to avoid any serious injuries. But wait, an explosive ambush? This was definitely not part of Kang Ryun's plan for the day. Now pay attention here. As a mysterious sphere drops, Kang Ryun realizes he's facing a dangerous opponent. The entire area transforms into a bloody landscape. Jinhyu stands there, completely lost as the world turns red. The bandits see the chaos and start cheering. This deadlock is the perfect chance for them to strike. They won't hesitate to loot every single piece of valuable cargo right now. Suddenly, they spot Warren growling like a cornered animal. They think they hit the jackpot finding such a beautiful girl. The bandit leader laughs, ordering his men to seize her immediately. The clown-faced leader claims he will handle her. Meanwhile, over at Professor Josephine's place, a loud scream echoes out. Someone's been kidnapped, but nobody knows who the target was or who the kidnapper is. A man in a brown suit rushes in, panting. He reports that a group of they ambushed the Griffin carriage and took Warani. This news hits Professor Josephine like a ton of bricks. She is so shocked that, for the first time in 35 years, she actually lets out a curse word. The bandits gallop away as fast as they can. You and I can see Warren is having a total crisis on that horse. Like, what is even happening? Corin holds Warren close, warning his allies not to cause any trouble while he is gone. He claims he's here to save her, but she just thinks he's totally useless. Corin explains that letting those other people take her would have been a death sentence. Warren claims none of this is her business, but to Corin, sharing a roof means they are definitely involved. Deep down, Corin is relieved he arrived just in time. If Kang Ryun had taken her, that soul separation would be guaranteed, and if that happened, Lan would be gone forever. War stays silent. Hours pass until the sky turns pitch black. One of the bandits turns to Corin, announcing they have arrived. He will stall and leave a fake trail as agreed. He takes the gold, thrilled with how the deal went. Corin tells him to live well, hoping they won't meet again if he keeps doing bad things. Looking at that greedy face, he must have been paid a fortune. Suddenly, Warren stumbles, making Corin panic. She's looked pale for a while now. She mentions those people gave her something strange to drink earlier. Corin wonders if it was some kind of curse. But since it's Warren, it's likely just a cold that will take days to clear. Out in the vast wilderness, he says something that makes Warren scream. She has no idea what Corin is planning. He just starts sprinting, carrying her. Warren struggles, demanding to be let down so she can run herself. Corin won't budge, telling her she can barely walk. Besides, she is light enough for him. Warren is clearly not enjoying this, desperately insisting that he put her down right now. Corin just ignores the complaints and tells her she owes him one. That finally shuts her up. Back with Kang Ryun, the smoke clears. Iwa and Jin Hyo are still standing, reporting that they are perfectly fine. Jin Hyo is fuming, wondering who would dare bomb them. Even Kang Ryun is completely in the dark. The atmosphere suddenly turns a deep, eerie red. Jin Hyo is officially losing his mind from the confusion. This isn't just a mood change, the barrier itself is failing. Marie Dunalev watches from above, satisfied with the chaos. She followed Corin's orders. Stall for 1 hour, you and I know that's more than enough. Alright, you and I are about to see a barrier trap these people like a glass bowl as they scream for their lives inside. Spirit beasts suddenly ambush Kang Ryun's group, leaving Junhyo completely baffled and questioning if his own barrier had some kind of fatal flaw. Kang Ryun turns to call for Yua, who immediately catches his drift and promises to hunt that man down herself. Marie Dunalev notices something strange about the situation too, and she loses it when she sees her teammates trying to run away, scolding them because they need to at least hold back the other two. Marie Dunalev is in total disbelief that anyone could actually break through their powerful barrier, praying Corin stays safe while heavy rain pours down, and Warren's condition takes a mysterious turn for the worse with no end in sight. Carrying Warren in his arms, Corin's anxiety spikes as they travel further, knowing they desperately need to find a place to rest very soon. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appears right in front of him. Yua lands with a stylish pose, thinking she'd gone far, but realizes the person in front of her looks incredibly familiar. Without a word, Yua swings her weapon at Corin, making him wonder how she managed to catch up so fast. Not only that, she even bypassed the barrier. Corin tries to shield Warren but gets grazed by a sharp dagger, leaving a fresh wound on his body. Even though Warren is practically at death's door, she still tries to ask if her protector is going to be alright. But Corin's extraordinary body keeps him going, reassuring her he's fine since the dagger wasn't poisoned. Worried he can't fully protect her while fighting the enemy, Corin places Warren by a tree and tells her to wait just a moment, leaving the poor girl absolutely terrified. Corin looks back and repeats her question. Now watch, this part gets serious. In times like this, fighting is the only real option. Without hesitation, Corin charges in to give Yua a taste of his true power. Yua is surprised by his sudden charge, yet not shocked at all to see that he refuses to run away. Corin simply explains that he's just eliminating the worst possible options as quickly as he can. They both clash like moths to a flame, trading devastating blows without missing a single beat. While attacking physically, Yua taunts his spirit, constantly questioning if he even has what it takes to actually defeat her in a real battle. Right after that arrogant question, Yua unleashes a strike that sends Corin flying backwards through the air. But you and I know he's the hero for a reason, so he uses his weapon to brace himself against the hard ground. Such a heavy attack from someone as low level as Yua proves that she's definitely pouring every single ounce of her energy into this fight. Looking at the woman, Corin realizes she's the legendary swordmaster, Xia Griffin, the strongest knight known to many as the Sword Fairy. She possesses a massive aura, so overwhelming that it's actually visible to the naked eye, proving her absolute dominance on this chaotic battlefield. Yua mockingly tells Corin to stop holding back and treat this battle like he's the one in control. He has a combat aura too, but little does she know, Corin's aura is actually the result of a clever trick. It's a last resort soul core that he obtained after finally defeating Serenaduk, saved only for the most desperate and life-threatening situations. But looking back, that power feels more like a useless card right now. It stores a massive amount of combat energy like a sealed dam, but there is simply no way for him to release that power or break the seal just yet. Since it seems Corin doesn't want to go all out, Yua decides to play along for now. If he won't reveal his true strength willingly, then Yua will simply have to force it out of him. Yua unleashes the dragon-slaying strike, leaving Corin horrified as he struggles to even analyze her terrifying and powerful technique in time. Bracing himself to analyze the situation, he counters with his first form, dragon-slaying strike, ready to meet her head-on without any hesitation. Corin's Evil 5 Meanings technique causes a powerful dragon spirit to manifest right on the battlefield. Corin finally gives it his absolute all, fighting without any mercy using his signature heaven-veiling strike against her. He chains together his piercing spear and lethal slash, pushing the fight to an intensity that will leave anyone watching breathless for air as the divine sparks fly. After an eternity, the brutal battle finally comes to a standstill. Corin drops to his knees, exhaling sharply. That was insane. He was just seconds away from meeting his ancestors. Yua fought seriously, no games, but faced with Corin's playful attitude, she chooses the dignity of silence. Yua stares at him, baffled that her ultimate techniques, which should have guaranteed victory, couldn't even leave a single scratch on his body. Yua is genuinely curious about the true identity of the man standing before her, but instead of asking that, she demands to know why he's protecting young Warren at all costs during this chaos. There is a major misunderstanding here since he is currently the supposed kidnapper, but Yua reveals she is actually Warren's cousin. Stick with me for the next part. Alright, you and I are diving back into the chaos where Warren is seen as a cruel, heartless monster. Corin has certainly heard about the tragedy at Luna, and listening to Yua's argument only makes him feel more pity because the real monster is still out there, hiding from the law. Below them, everyone is tearing each other apart, leaving Yua completely confused about what he is actually trying to say. He wants her to understand that the martial arts dojos in this country are absolutely cutthroat. They are constantly sabotaging and challenging each other. That is the harsh reality, but Yua still doesn't understand his point. Before Yua can even react, Corin strikes with his Godspeed technique, the Shunquang lightning slash. Realizing how dangerous this situation is, Yua leaps from her branch and charges straight toward Corin to intercept him. This time, Yua is so furious that her aura literally turns into a pitch-black darkness. She glares forward, demanding to know if this person really thinks they can openly challenge her in a place like this. The figure ahead shouts their name with pride. It's Elisa Aiden, the headmaster of the Elisa Dojo. Now watch closely here. Elisa Aiden explains her desire to challenge Yua, a move so unexpected it makes Yua want to swear out loud. Corin fuels the fire, praising Elisa as a unique swordsman for picking such a desolate and quiet place for their duel. Truly a passionate soul. Elisa Aiden doesn't know her own limits, but charges forward anyway, expressing such deep admiration for Yua that the legendary fighter is left completely speechless by the pure audacity. Yua doesn't understand what is happening, but she blocks the blow and asks if this is even allowed. She is bewildered. Does this girl actually think she can successfully challenge her? Elisa Aiden doesn't care about the awkwardness of the situation. She winks at Corin, telling him to focus on his own escape while he quickly thanks her for the opening. He happily carries Warren away, glad to leave the two of them alone so he can make his run before things get worse. This is definitely not what Yua wanted, but she can only scream as the storm clouds grow heavy in the sky. Corin wrings out his white shirt, muttering about whether this rain is good luck or just another sign of misfortune. At least the weather will mask his escape by dulling the senses of the knights and guards searching for the hostage. Inside a cave, Corin wrings his wet clothes, thankful that the storm is finally delaying the process of his pursuers. He doesn't forget his companion, and turns to check if Warren is doing alright after the journey. But Warren just lies there in silence. You and I can see the situation is grim with the hostage in such bad shape. As he places a hand on her forehead, Warren weakly whispers an apology. She tells him she has a fever. With no other choice, he begins emergency treatment, pulling her close and giving her a potion to help her feel better. It's a high-grade elixir. After a few moments of recovery, Warren opens her eyes and asks where they have gone. He introduces the area as the territory of the horned bear. Since there are no caves, the bears dig nests into tree trunks. Suddenly, Corin notices something is very wrong with the surroundings. Warren's condition is getting worse, and it will take a while for the medicine to truly take effect. Corin sighs deeply, and Warren catches the heavy worry written all over his face. She panics when he prepares to leave, but he explains he's hunting the bear for its warm fur to keep her safe. Suddenly, a flash of lightning strikes the ground. It makes Corin freeze in his tracks. A hand grabs his pants. Corin turns to see Warren struggling to sit up despite her heavy, uneven breathing. With a desperate look on her face, she begs him not to leave her alone. While Corin settles back down, Warren starts remembering fragments of everything she had once lived through. The words "my precious daughter" echo deep in her mind, the very first thing she heard when she first woke up. A strange man stood over her, sobbing with joy because his child had finally opened her eyes and returned to him. To her, he was just a master, looking down at her with eyes full of tears and pure relief. He called her Lan, his daughter. As a newly born Jiangshi, she felt nothing, only knowing that was the name he gave her. She repeated the name without understanding, but the man was so happy he pulled her into a warm hug. In that moment, she realized by instinct that she had to play the role of Lan. Because if he finds out, he will abandon her immediately, and trust me. You and I know she is terrified he will find the real Lan. Alright, you and I are diving into a story about a girl living in a body that isn't hers. But it wasn't long until her fake life started crumbling. It all happened because of one tiny, insignificant little reason. That was when the man she called father coldly let her go, telling her she wasn't actually his daughter. The shock of his words left Waran completely frozen in place. That was her first time seeing what blood really looked like. Her father ordered her to slaughter a sea beast terrorizing the city, and she had no choice but to obey his command. Right at that moment, her uncle stood nearby, laughing as he watched a Jiangshi effortlessly tear through a first-grade monster. To him, the sight was nothing but a hilarious joke. He was the one who named her Huo. In that moment, while he praised her, Waran finally completed the mission for her father. Kangrion's eyes were filled with nothing but greed and cold calculations. Meanwhile, Waran had to endure her father's total indifference once he realized she wasn't his real daughter. That was the exact moment she realized her own worth. After that, it didn't matter what the city lord, the royals, or the priests wanted. Waran obeyed every order, slowly turning into a machine that existed only to kill. Monsters, demons, or even humans, it didn't matter. She still remembers the moment those skeletal hands gripped her tightly. Scattered memories flooded back of innocent people being turned into nothing but ash and dust. Now pay attention, because here is where she decides to kill the original soul to take over. And just like that, the terrifying flying yaksha is born. A strange stone sits on the hay pile, carved with the name Xiao Yue La. While resting, Corin suddenly hands her something, leaving her wondering what could possibly be happening. He thinks she likes the dark, but he's more focused on giving her a gift. Corin gently wraps a cloth around her like a warm blanket. Waran resists, saying she doesn't need it, but he's stubborn. He insists she take it without a single complaint. It is a freezing night, and morning is close. Corin just wants her to sleep peacefully until the sun comes up and he wakes her. He promises the rain will stop, leaving Waran sitting there, her face turning bright red with embarrassment. She can't wrap her head around what Corin wants, so she just asks him directly. It makes sense. Everyone Waran ever met always wanted something from her. They always had a hidden agenda. Her father wanted a dead daughter back, while her cousin just wanted a healthy relative. Even Kangrion only saw her as a powerful weapon designed to slaughter everything in its path. Everyone had a price, but Corin just stays silent, offering no explanation at all. He asks if she remembers their first meeting, which only makes her more confused about his actual goals. Since she forgot, Corin reminds her. She told him she wasn't the owner of this body, that she was just a thief who had taken it over without any rights at all. Back then, and even now. And honestly, you and I just heard the most unexpected answer ever. He tells her that just being born is never a crime. Waran didn't see that move coming, but for some reason, it just makes her angry. She calls his words completely irresponsible. She screams at him, claiming he has no idea how dangerous it is to let a monster loose with such empty talk. No. Even Josephine and the principal knew the truth. Thinking his fancy words could turn a monster into something good was honestly laughable. She couldn't believe he was being so naive right now, not to mention believing that this world could actually change. He plays dumb. In Corin's view, whether the world changes or if a monster becomes good doesn't really matter to him right now. His goal is simple. He just wants to save the person standing right in front of him. If you look at Corin's past, he was also a victim of misfortune. Now, he's the only one who can step up and save them. Hearing that answer from him, Waran is stunned. Corin figures that's enough of an answer. Finally, she admits the truth. She is absolutely terrified. She curls up as she speaks. She knows this body isn't hers. It never was from the very beginning. Everyone told her she had to give it back. She knows she will have to return it eventually. She knows it all too well. But her real fear? What happens to her once the body is gone? Corin just watches her in silence. Waran looks up, desperate, begging him for a real answer. She just needs to know if she should return the body. Corin thinks for a moment, and his next words hit her like a physical blow. Disappointment piles on disappointment. She closes her eyes, accepting he is just like everyone else. But then he stops her, suggesting they talk first. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss the next part. Alright, you and I are about to see Corin offer to pay the rent, if Waran acts as the landlord. He even asks if she is ready to start living together, leaving Waran absolutely floored by this completely unexpected and sudden proposal. A flustered Waran tries to explain that these are two totally different issues. Corin knows her true nature, but to him, that detail just does not matter at all. In his experience, plenty of humans are far worse than any monsters. He has seen so-called heroes who secretly massacre others without showing a single shred of regret. To Corin, the choices we make and our actions are the only truths that matter. He lays down beside her comfortably, telling her that her essence is irrelevant since she has not chosen yet. He firmly promises to stay by her side until she makes her choice, so she should just relax and sleep. Relieved, she sighs and closes her eyes. Corin just lets out a tired yawn of his own. Still, guilt gnaws at Waran since the outcome was predetermined and she can no longer return land to him. Looking at Corin, she stays silent. She cannot risk losing the only hand that has ever reached out to help. The realization causes her immense pain. She cannot fully grasp his hand, but she cannot let it go either. At sunrise, Waran asks where he is going. Corin is busy mumbling while searching for something nearby. Most of the remains are scorched and useless, but suddenly, he spots something interesting among the debris. Corin reassures her, pointing out a specific piece of lightning-struck jujube wood they can use. Holding the azure jujube wood, he knows this rare find will be incredibly useful in this forest. Then, he asks again if she is truly a jiangshi. He asks if she knows that a jiangshi with massive yin energy like hers has specific fatal weaknesses. This is the first time Waran has heard of this. Now watch this. He gives her the wood, explaining its yang energy usually exercises evil, but eating it changes everything. It will balance the yin and yang in her body, temporarily neutralizing her jiangshi traits. Waran is still struggling to grasp this complex logic. He warns that eating it might cause her to lose control, leaving Waran more terrified than ever. She tosses the wood away, demanding to know why he would even give her something so dangerous. He picks it up, telling her that the time for her to choose has finally arrived. She cannot keep being selfish without taking responsibility. Corin knows exactly what kind of people only live for themselves, and he refuses to let her become one. He just wants her to make a choice, so he places the wood in her hand again. She has to own her decisions. But for Waran, this weight is falling on her far too fast. Just as things get intense, a voice cuts through the air, demanding to know why Waran is there. A stranger, radiating a dark blue aura, slowly approaches her. He is furious, disgusted that a monster like Waran is already flirting with some random guy. Corin immediately pushes Waran aside, leaving her confused as he steps up to the plate. He bluntly tells her that running away is completely useless. Iwa and her entire squad will keep hunting her down no matter where she tries to hide. Now, you and I need to pay attention. Corin insists his name is Imathan while facing this new threat. Jin Hyuk is not buying it. He thinks Corin is just wearing a pathetic disguise. Jin Hyuk charges in, unleashing a storm of power as the two start trading devastating blows. Watching the struggle, Jin Hyuk finds it amusing, assuming the monster must have seduced the boy. Corin is actually impressed. His opponent can use high-level alchemy without even drawing a magic circle. He counters immediately, telling his opponent to watch closely. Then, Corin lands a flurry of lightning-fast punches that do not miss a single time. His speed is on par with Iwa, maybe even faster. Jin Hyuk tries his storm technique again, but Corin spots the massive openings in his reckless movements. Jin Hyuk realizes his mistake too late. Corin decides the game is officially over. Suddenly, strange talismans flood the area, and the sky turns into a sea of fire. Kamoon appears, telling him resistance is futile because these seals are based on a powerful formation. And that's where we leave it. Our hero is paralyzed and trapped. Trust me, you won't want to miss what's next. Alright, you and I are watching Corin get played, but pay attention to his reaction. Kang Ryun slowly approaches Waran, forcing her back before slapping a red talisman onto her forehead. She fights it at first, but her eyes grow heavy as she loses all control over her body. Waran stands frozen like a statue, leaving Yua curious about the strange charm Ryun just used. Ryun explains that the talisman is meant to seal away her consciousness, warning that once she loses it, the Great Luo Array will burn her soul into nothingness forever. Yua realizes Lan can finally return, while Corin desperately struggles against his restraints in the back. Unable to strike, Corin uses every threat he has to warn Ryun that this will cost him. Kang Ryun completely ignores him, leaving Corin behind as nothing more than a snack for the monsters. Corin screams in agony as Waran fades away, his desperate calls echoing through the forest in vain. Left all alone in the vast wilderness, the young man suddenly stops his frantic shouting. Now pay attention, because this is where everything flips. From pure agony to a cold, calculated laugh. Corin remains on his knees as a complex magic formation begins to glow all around him. Suddenly, a pack of purple wolves with glowing eyes surrounds him, growling with a hunger for blood. Each beast begins to gather spiritual energy, preparing to tear their helpless prey apart. One wolf lunges with its massive jaws wide open, yet Corin stays perfectly calm and unbothered. The wolves rip his clothes to shreds, but he keeps his head down, staying deep in character. He lets out a wicked smirk, feeling certain that Kang Ryun has finally left the area. He immediately snaps back to his cheerful self, stretching his sore shoulders now that the act is over. The two golden wolves transform, laughing as they praise his acting for being just a bit too dramatic. Corin quickly checks in, wondering if Len and John have finished their parts of the plan. The girls stop their laughter and stand proud, turning back into their human forms as they confidently confirm that Lenia has already successfully handled her part of the secret operation. They ask why he went through all this trouble, and Corin just lets out a satisfied laugh. You might be wondering if this is a master plan or just luck. We are about to see. Deep within an ancient, overgrown castle covered in thick moss and creeping vines, a sharp voice rings out. Kang Yua stares down her guest with a frown, demanding answers. They still haven't found the thief or a replacement artifact? The servant sits nervously before her, urging her to be patient. This place is simply beyond the reach of her usual enemies. Kang Yua remains unconvinced, suspecting they managed to escape with far more than she realized. The man pales, cursing these heretics in his mind for daring to speak to a high official this way. After thinking it over, he convinces himself that they are merely cowards who hide in the shadows, and they aren't the type to show their faces in the light so easily. He swallows his pride, knowing the church is weak and desperately needs the power these people offer. Kneeling under Yua's piercing gaze, the fat man continues to ramble about his latest findings. He claims to have found a massive merchant guild capable of providing the replacement, noting they are veteran traders who have dealt with the East for a very long time. The merchant is set to arrive today, prompting Yua to demand the name of this guild. The Mandragora Guild. Hearing those words makes her eyes sharpen. She definitely knows that name. Under the clear blue sky, the announcer's voice booms across the stadium for the festival's climax. The team finals have officially begun, and everyone is wondering who will take home the victory. The crowd is a sea of noise and excitement, with people pushing forward to get a better view. Kang Ryun appears with a sinister smile, relieved that his prize is still exactly where it belongs. In a dark corner, a girl dressed in black sits alone, a heavy talisman weighing down her spirit. She grips her weapon and gives the order to move as the audience roars outside. The announcer calls for the contestants to enter the arena as the final showdown begins. Kang Yua steps out for the matches in Group A and B with total confidence, followed by the star athletes from Academy MK3, featuring both Marriott and Elisa. But the host notices something odd. One member of Team D seems to be missing, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see where Corin really went. Stick with me, you and I are about to see this host get interrupted by something truly shocking. Inside a steel blade, a voice boasts to the heavens. At the moment of victory, I shall lead you to Valhalla. Watching this, Yua looks disgusted. She is shocked that this total jerk is actually still drawing breath. The lunatic stands confidently on stage with his hands high, screaming at the crowd to show their spirit. The crowd roars behind him, chanting the dark spell. Why Than and why Mo Than? With a smug face, he looks at the professor and asks if they can finally get this match started. Kang Run nods and swings his fan, releasing golden energy. He admits the kid is special, despite being a pain. He officially declares the start of the test. Suddenly, the entire stadium begins to shake with massive force. The grand formation is completing. Within this array, 8 gates shift constantly, designed to lure and trap everyone inside. The goal is simple. Find the right path to the center and retrieve the yellow dragon seal for victory. Just as he speaks, a massive golden dragon with glowing eyes and long, flowing whiskers erupts into existence. The dragon stands in the center, surrounded by mystical beasts in the Great Luo 8 Gates destruction formation. Watch the players' faces. They are already sweating buckets, realizing this maze is a literal death trap. The announcement rings out as the formation fully deploys, warping the arena and separating every single contestant. One fighter, eyes filled with killing intent, grips a fan glowing with purple energy. He knows the poison is working. The girl in black remains motionless, sitting like a statue amidst the chaos. She holds a mysterious object. Suddenly, the broadcast monitors glitch into static, leaving the audience wondering what happened. Beneath the flickering screens, a mysterious blue magic circle begins to pulse with an eerie, mystical light. The host panics, turning to his technician to ask what is going on. The staff is just as terrified. Apparently, the raw mana from the array is interfering with the signal. The red-haired announcer lets out a curse. He can't believe such a stupid mistake happened. Kang Run walks away calmly, preparing to separate the flames. Run turns back and orders Yua and Hyuk to head north and protect the black tortoise statue at all costs. The two take off at lightning speed. Kang Run mutters that as long as the black tortoise is safe, nothing matters. As she flies through the air, Yua glances back, silently pleading with him to keep her uncle safe. Run gives her an indifferent look, telling her not to worry. Elsewhere, a massive fake bodybuilder is grinning. He laughs off the whispers of the crowd. The 9 Dragons Bagua is not there. Find the real exit. Colin wipes away his disguise, revealing his true face. He whispers that he just wants to call him master. Since ancient times, the protector of the emperor at the center has been the black tortoise of the north, standing behind him. It doesn't take long for Yua and Jin Hyuk to reach the massive stone turtle and snake statue. Jin Hyuk points toward the distance. Yua looks over and her eyes widen in complete shock at the sight. Now you and I know the secret. To break the formation, you must kill the black tortoise. Suddenly, 2 figures lunge out from the shadows. Colin appears before Jin Hyuk with a friendly, mocking smile. Jin Hyuk breaks into a cold sweat. He wonders how much Corin actually knows and how he found them. Elisa watches from the side, worried. She asks if only 2 people can really handle this kind of threat. Our main character stays calm, assuring her that Mary is more than enough to handle the other enemies alone. Mary is radiating pure killing intent, ready to take on everyone by herself. Kang Yua keeps her cool while fighting, wondering if her uncle's legendary 8 gates have actually been broken. She knows the 8 gates formation has 365 variations, including stone walls and unbreakable mists. While she is lost in thought, her opponent speaks up, claiming he can sense the growing anxiety in her. He lets out a sinister laugh, asking if they were the ones who bought the ancient artifact. He tracked them. Kang Yua's brow furrows in anger. She grinds her teeth, demanding to know how he found out about it. The item was stolen by a gang long ago, which is why they bought it. She calculates her next move, her eyes darting to the side as she senses something hidden in the shadows. A voice confirms her fears. With a sudden strike, he blows her back, admitting he was the one who stole it. His eyes look like a bloodthirsty beast. You and I just saw a monster wake up. Alright, you and I are about to see the moment everything shatters between these two. She lunges forward with her sword in hand to fight back, but the enemy doesn't even move. He thinks they don't have a single chance of defeating him. She blows Elisa back with a heavy strike, making the villain wonder if it is finally time for some payback for their last fight. Elisa lost big last time, but only because Corin told her she had to hold her real power back during the duel. It turns out that acting like a loser for the show was the hardest job Elisa ever had to do. Hyuk smirks as she grumbles, looking at her sidekick and asking if she went easy on Elisa until she tells him to shut his mouth. Kang Yua grips her blade tight. This ends now. No more games, no more talk. Just the cold steel of her sword. The moment she finishes speaking, she and Hyuk vanish like the wind, charging forward with explosive rage. On the other side, Elisa's group shows no mercy and attacks. Both Kang Yua and Hyuk unleash their ultimate secret techniques, the armor-piercing strike and the dragon-slaying sword art. A wave of pure, violent energy erupts from her body as the spell activates and surrounds her with light. The demonic dragon strike clashes against the territory cleave sword art. It is an all-out war of high-tier techniques, and Elisa is not backing down. Now pay attention here. When these two massive powers collide, the entire world starts to shake. The screen turns white, a blinding explosion of light as the two moves tear into each other and everything becomes a blur. Slowly, the dust clears and 2 figures appear. One has lost half a leg, while the other holds a blade shattered into pieces. Elisa just stares in disbelief. Hyuk and Kang Yua freeze in shock. His leg is gone, completely severed by the force of that last explosion. Her legendary sword looks even worse, completely ruined. Kang Yua grinds her teeth in pure fury, refusing to accept such a pathetic and crushing defeat. Pure, black hatred boils over as they both stand back up, their faces twisted with rage and their eyes dark with spite. They glare at Elisa's group like they want to eat them alive. Their eyes are burning with a new determination to save Lan. They charge forward without hesitation, but before they can strike, a weapon flies in and shatters the barrier. A voice calls out that it is time to reveal the truth. Corin warns them that if he doesn't speak now, they will fight until there is nothing left but claws and teeth. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Is that a monster? It's much worse than that. That is the Taudi, one of the 4 perils that represents pure destruction, the polar opposite of a divine protector. Seeing the markings on the shell makes them panic. It is the Taudi inside the black tortoise, something Master Kang Ryun, as a powerful sorcerer, would have recognized immediately. Colin's eyes go cold as he stares them down. He asks them if they really thought this great array ritual was meant to separate the fire from Lan. In reality, the result is the exact opposite. Corin shows them the truth. Kang Ryun never cared about Lan, not for a single second of her life. For him, Lan was just a sacrifice, a tool to be used. His goal from start to finish was the fire. This ritual was designed to kill Lan so the fire could take over her entire body. 3 years is both long and short. After seeing the fire his own brother created, he became obsessed with its terrifying power. That idiot only cared about finding his daughter until he realized he had lost control of the fire, but by then, it was already too late. Framed for the Luna City massacre, the royal army caught him and literally tore his body into pieces for his crimes. And Kang Ryun? He was just glad someone else died in his place that day. He even created a flying yaksha, but didn't expect Kang Yu to hide it at the MKA Academy. Even as a brilliant sorcerer and a top professor at Griffin, he couldn't interfere. Ryun was falling into total despair, but that was exactly when that man appeared before him. His name is Tez Bunhaza, a legend from 80 years ago. A creator with a devil's face who only wanted Kang Ryun to bring total slaughter. Destroy everything, then break the principal's shell so the woman can never leave the palace grounds ever again. For a man like Ryun, it was a beautiful offer. With the fire, destroying a small city is nothing to him. Soon, the chains of the Western Church will lock her down and drain her power. Whatever is left of Lan's human soul will be destroyed. Once she consumes the 10,000 flesh pill from Banhaza, she will immediately transform. Lan will awaken as a true yaksha, and her human soul will vanish forever. Ryun laughs as victory gets close, but Colin's voice cuts through the air like a blade and tells him it won't happen. Colin smirks, telling the villain that if everything went according to plan, life would be way too boring. Ryun is shocked to see him. Before he can speak, Kongyua demands to know if this ritual kills Lan. You and I can see the horror. Why choose a demonic beast over a divine protector? Alright. You and I are diving right into a massive mystery. Was the Luna City massacre really Kang Run's doing all along? Kang Run doesn't answer immediately. He just curses them out, claiming they're all useless pawns who got played. His gaze suddenly turns cold and murderous. Unleashing blood magic, he declares that in 10 minutes, every living thing trapped in his array will melt into one. With a twisted face, he plans to turn everyone into medicine for the Yasha's ascension. Anva was originally just a weak 2-star monster, but after forced ascension, it wiped out groups of 1- and 2-star guardians. A super monster like Waron becoming unstoppable is a terrifying thought. A sharp blade pierces the earth as a voice speaks of karma. The magic circles vanish instantly, leaving Kang Run in total shock. He panics as his array disappears. Colin calmly says it is time to explain everything. He starts revealing the truth behind those artifacts Kang Run spent so much time stealing. Who provided them? Who really pulled the strings here? Colin smirks, revealing he's the one who inscribed the runes himself. He mocks the old man, calling him a damn fool whose life is over once these 4 perils artifacts are destroyed. Furious, Kang Run screams it's not over and hurls a fan attack at Colin. Suddenly, the seal holding Lan back shatters apart. Trust me. This is bad. He's abandoning Ascension just to kill Colin's group right now. The order to kill is given, and Lan immediately stands up. Hai Uk is stunned. This proves the old man was controlling war during the Luna massacre. Yua tries to keep him calm, but it's totally impossible. Hai Uk's leg is mangled and her sword is broken. She looks at Hugh, realizing there is still one move they can make. One look between them says it all. Colin tells Elisa to use their old strategy: one person baits the enemy while the other strikes. The battle explodes, shattering the ground. Elisa is terrified by the sheer power on display. Colin charges forward like a meteor, radiating enough killing intent to choke the air. Elisa wonders if she'd even last 30 seconds against someone this strong. Is there anyone left who can actually stop him? You and I both expected a hit, but everything goes wrong when Warren blocks it effortlessly. His attack stopped. Colin grinds his teeth in pure frustration at this damn monster. 1 minute and 20 seconds have passed since the fight began. Despite the intense burning attacks, this natural disaster of an opponent doesn't budge. War strikes with toxic claws. Colin barely dodges a blow that would have ended him. Elisa screams a warning, but Warren is already closing in from the shadows. Colin is sent flying. The ground erupts in a scene straight out of the apocalypse. The gap is massive. Just trying to track Warren's speed is tearing Colin's body apart. Warren lunges at Colin again, his killing intent reaching the heavens. He's at his breaking point. Regeneration is failing. It looks like the end for our hero. He stands his ground, waiting. One more hit, and he'll vanish for good. Eyes full of fire, Colin refuses to give up. Suddenly, a figure jumps in to take the blow. It's Elisa, and she looks ready to log out of the server. She won't let Colin die. She's pushed herself way past her limits in this domain. The pressure on her body right now is even worse than the enemy's attack. It's not over. Warren charges again. Colin yells for Elisa to run. The enemy is too fast. Wounded and exhausted, Elisa can't move in time. She braces for impact while Colin rushes in at godlike speed to pull her away. And that's where we leave it. A massive explosion rocks the entire battlefield. Alright, you and I are about to witness the beginning of a truly legendary clash. Warren stood with vacant eyes, staring emotionlessly across a battlefield that had long since grown quiet. Corin had quickly moved Elisa to a safer spot, though he still lectured her for being so reckless. He used a rare elixir to treat her wounds, knowing she would otherwise bleed out or be crippled. Eventually, Elisa started to stabilize. Normally, Corin would stall until Mary destroyed the artifacts before looking for an opening. Then, Elisa's domain would deal 100% piercing damage right before Corin unleashed his ultimate move. He had been planning this since returning from Nazaria, but 2 unexpected variables ruined everything. First, Warren was way stronger than expected after breaking her seal. Second, Elisa got severely hurt saving him. Though they escaped death, Elisa lost her ability to fight after that reckless dash through the domain. Corin sighed, wondering if he could even survive until Mary finished destroying all of the evil artifacts. Hearing Elisa apologize made him realize he could not really blame her for the plan falling apart. If he had taken that hit earlier, Corin knew he probably would have died right on the spot. Regeneration would have been useless. He picked her up, saying it was fine and thanking her for saving him. Corin moved Elisa to a safe hiding spot before warily scanning the area for any incoming threats. Elisa asked if he was okay, but the answer was a hard no. All his energy was totally drained. Between the fight with Sajin Hyuk and now Warren, his reincarnation reserves were completely exhausted. Now, Corin was torn, debating whether he should push his luck and keep using it. He could try, but the core held a power his body simply was not built to handle. Even with divine laws, he was not sure. Then Elisa revealed that Warren had not even used her right hand. Now watch this part closely, the reveal here is absolutely chilling. She was also holding something. Corin chuckled, realizing she was finally going to have to make a choice. She was still carrying that heavy burden. Warren was still standing right there in the distance. From the dust, Corin's silhouette emerged. He wiped his mouth, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips. He leveled his spear at Warren, admitting there was no other way, as he gritted his teeth and laughed. Flashbacks hit. The heavenly Asura had dropped an item in terror, not understanding why Corin gave it to her. He silently picked it up, insisting that Warren had to finally make a decision. She could not just keep being selfish, taking the benefits without any of the responsibility. See whose face flashed by. Corin knew those self-centered types all too well, and he refused to let her become one of them. He placed the object back in her hand, saying words he knew she would have to understand. He wanted to help her, but she had to own her path. She broke out in a sweat, speechless. I know what you are thinking, how can Corin survive this? Well, check this out. Corin wondered if the real her was still in there. His massive blade shrunk into an elegant, sharp spear. His gaze hardened. He remembered now. That was the magic sword he had seen at Savantia's castle. That majestic form was something to behold. Corin knew its magic had been passed down directly to him. Savantia, the great hero from 800 years ago. Right here, Corin was going to recreate that legend. He asked Warren if she had waited long enough. Under control, she flinched and reacted to him. Corin lunged. First magic spear. Black mystery. A dark aura swallowed the weapon as the heavenly Asura charged back. Demonic energy clashed, causing a massive explosion. The blinding light blew everything in the vicinity away. The ground was torn apart. This was the showdown we had been waiting for. It was not just Corin versus Warren. They were channeling the heavenly Asura and Savantia themselves. This was a war between two absolute legends. Kang Run screamed in disbelief. No way. He refused to believe Corin could match the heavenly Asura. These villains never listen, so Corin ignored the old man's delusions while he ordered Warren to kill him. The talisman moved. She took a deep breath. Corin noticed her fist was packed with 1,000 units of aura. He countered with the black mystery spear. The impact was blinding, a terrifying display of raw power. You and I are going to have to wait to see if his 1,000 reincarnation units are enough. Alright, you and I are about to see how a mere human takes on a god with 100,000 reincarnations, even if she can only release 1,000 at a time. Corin confidently declares that despite the overwhelming odds, he has found a way to stop Warren in her tracks. However, the pressure of Savantia's borrowed aura is absolutely brutal. Corin's body feels like it's being crushed into dust bit by bit. Warren dominates the exchange, her fist sending his spear flying. The pain starts at his fingertips, making it impossible to hold his weapon. It's like every tendon and nerve in his body is snapping, losing all function under her relentless assault. Covered in wounds, Corin refuses to stop. He knows that if he stops now, everything they worked for is over. Warren hasn't even used her right hand yet. Pushing past his limits, Corin reinforces his arm for the Black Mystery 8 trigrams punch. He actually manages to block Warren's strike, leaving the goddess completely stunned by his resilience. She immediately follows up with a kick at blinding speed, but somehow, Corin manages to stay in the fight. He closes the distance, lunging forward with a step as solid as Mount Tai, while his left arm coils like a spear. Cao Dai watches in pure shock. To lose your composure like that mid-battle, you know things are getting serious. Corin focuses every ounce of his being, his breath, his muscles, and that tiny half-step gap that only appears for a heartbeat. Now watch closely, because this is the split second where he sees the opening and refuses to let it slip. He unleashes the Black Mystery 8 trigrams directly into her heart, following up with a relentless barrage of strikes. Star-shattering, fire mirror, and primal impact tear the very ground apart. Corin collapses, gasping for air, but he actually landed it. Warren stumbles back, coughing up a spray of fresh blood. She's shocked that he broke her absolute defense, yet she keeps walking toward him like nothing happened. Her power isn't fading at all. Corin realizes he hasn't suppressed her yet. She slowly approaches him, one heavy step at a time. As he prepares for the end, Kang Run bursts out laughing, mocking Corin for thinking a brat like him could change anything. The old man orders his death, but suddenly, a strange purple mist surrounds Warren. This was Corin's plan all along. She freezes in place, her body twitching as she tries to speak, but the power holding her is too strong. Corin's eyes widen as the earth itself begins to tremble, and the surrounding mountains start to crumble and fall. Out of nowhere, massive chains erupt and bind Warren tightly. Kang Run starts losing his mind in a total panic. You see that smile? Corin knew exactly what he was doing this whole time, just stalling for this very moment. It was a coordinated strike. Mary, Kang, Yua, and Saint Yuke were all part of this elaborate trap. They destroyed every artifact inside the formation. Kang Run can only mutter impossible over and over as his plan falls apart. A sharp blade is suddenly pressed against Kang Run's throat, making the old man whine in absolute terror. Josephine has arrived with reinforcements, telling Kang Run to stay exactly where he is if he wants to live. Corin finally relaxes, seeing the main threat is handled. Now, he looks over at Warren, who is sitting there in a daze. He slowly walks toward her. Even though he's covered in blood and looks like a mess, he hasn't given up. He rips that cursed talisman off her. It's sickening to use something like that on a girl. Warren finally collapses, free at last. Corin catches her before she hits the ground. The murderous red glow in her eyes has finally vanished. She wakes up to see Corin's gentle smile. As her vision clears, she can't understand why he would ever go this far. Corin simply reminds her of his promise. He told her he would help her until she could make her own choice. He asks her to choose a path with pride. She's trembling, realizing his kindness is something she has to live up to. She needs to prove she isn't the monster everyone says she is, and that her heart still matters. Like he said, it's not our nature that defines us, but the choices we make when it counts the most. The dark aura fades as the emerald wood is ground into dust by an overwhelming divine force, vanishing into the wind. Warren is terrified. Without the emerald wood, she feels useless, like no choice she makes will ever change the outcome. Her heart breaks. She desperately wants to show him that his kindness wasn't wasted on her. Corin just smiles weakly. He's fading fast, but he makes sure to tell her that everything is going to be fine. He tells her there are always other ways. Then, he collapses onto her shoulder, thanking her for choosing to be herself. She's shaking, confessing that she's a monster who hurt him, killed many, and even stole Lan's body. She wonders if she can ever be forgiven. Corin doesn't have the answer, but he pulls her small body into a hug anyway. And that's where we leave them, two souls searching for a way to be human. Trust me, you won't miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping back into the aftermath of Kang Run's failed ritual and his arrest. Just business as usual. Corin mentions he got orders from Professor Josephine and Master Aaron on how to clean this up, if it is handled quietly or to be more precise, if it is completely covered up. The Griffin Head Professor causing this tragedy is bad enough, but the ritual using Warren would make everyone fear the girl. People terrified of Warren would condemn her, while others would hunt her down just to steal her massive power. Kang Run was sent back and reported dead in a tragic accident. That is our story. I already spoke with Griffin. A steady female voice speaks. Corin gives a slight smile, relieved that everything was settled so smoothly. Griffin could not ask for a better deal than this. You did demand a fair amount of compensation, right? The voice replies that the principal wanted to let it go, but she definitely agrees with Corin on this one. Corin smirks from his bed, joking that the principal is almost too kind, a bit too much of a good person. Professor Josephine continues, saying they cannot easily trust others, then gives Corin her most sincere thanks. Corin is sitting up in bed, wrapped in white bandages that only cover the most necessary spots, leaving his muscles on full display. He stays humble, accepting the professor's gratitude with total composure. He says with absolute certainty that one day, everyone will trust each other. Josephine hesitates but finds her voice. She seems to doubt it but hopes that day actually comes, telling Corin to rest and take care of himself. She turns to leave but pauses at the door, reminding him that the festival is not over tomorrow. Now watch this. The second Josephine leaves, a slender arm appears right at the doorway. Marie Dunilev runs in with a glowing face, hugging Corin while asking a million questions about his health. She checks his face, his body, even his broken nails. Corin looks at his hand, unimpressed by the tiny injury. Marie pouts, scolding him for being so reckless. Why are you always jumping into danger and ending up hospitalized? Corin stares at the girl in front of him, totally stunned by her sudden emotional outburst. Panicked and clumsy, he tries to comfort her, asking why she is crying. Marie wipes away her tears. Looking up with red eyes, she half jokes that she is crying because she was just so worried about him. You saw that, right? But Corin is a total dense protagonist with zero romantic awareness. He just asks her if she is hurt, pointing out she was the one smashing stone paths and artifacts alone. Since Hua and Jin Hyuk destroyed one too, Corin realizes that is why they were able to leave the area. It is thanks to them that he barely survived. Hearing those two names makes Marie absolutely lose her mind. She screams in anger, blaming both of them for everything that happened. But Corin does not see it that way. He defends them, saying they are not evil, just caught in a bad spot. Jin Hyuk wanted revenge, Hua wanted family. They were just trying their best. The real villain is Kang Run, the man who manipulated their desperation. They should not hate the wrong people. Marie looks at him with pure admiration, amazed at how mature Corin is. She feels a bit jealous, honestly, since she is technically the older one in this relationship. Hearing that, Corin flashes a mischievous grin, trying to trick Marie into finally calling him Big Brother. Marie pouts, scolding him for his bad habit of always trying to make people call him that. Blushing slightly, she speaks from the heart, begging Corin to stop letting himself get hurt. But deep down, she knows that is impossible. Corin cannot even bring himself to give her an answer. He looks down at his bandaged hands in deep thought. He cannot deny it, the path ahead is obvious. He carries the weight of saving the world, yet he has no special cheats compared to top players. He is just a side character clinging to his sword skills. His body is going to take a lot more damage. Marie softly asks if he has anything to say. She has always felt like he lives in a different world. She pauses, then says with total conviction that she will be the one fighting right by his side. Just like this time, she will be there to help. No matter who he fights, she will always support him. Her sudden confession startles Corin. Deep in his heart, he can only whisper his thanks for her incredible support, because from here on, he has to fight enemies with twisted ambitions and powerful foes wanting to destroy the world. So, how will he save the world against monsters like that? You and I will find out soon. Alright, you and I are about to see how a simple promise can change everything. A fist bump, and the pact is sealed. Mariette Dunilev decides to move fast, announcing she is registering their new group, the Guardians, right away. Corin is shocked by her speed, but Mariette explains the Harvest Festival is right around the corner. If they do not register now, everyone will be too busy with the holidays to get anything done. They are busy planning their roles, Corin as captain and Mariette as vice captain, until Mariette's sharp ears pick up another person's voice calling out. Corin turns toward the door with a surprised look, ready to greet whoever just arrived. It is Elisa. Mariette offers a friendly, senior-style greeting to her junior as she enters the room. Elisa rolls in on a wheelchair, limbs wrapped in bandages like oversized sausages. Corin immediately loses it and starts laughing. He mocks her for looking like a mummy, leaving Elisa pouting, unsure whether to cry or get angry at him. Corin stops laughing as he remembers the incident. He realizes, yeah, this was actually all his fault. Feeling guilty, he offers a sincere thanks. His handsome smile is so dazzling that it actually makes Elisa blush. She awkwardly looks away, mumbling her response. Maria's potion healed her bones, but she still needs 2 weeks of rest. Even with the best medical care, the festival will be long over before she is back on her feet. This means no closing bonfire for her. Corin tries to comfort her, telling her to focus on getting healthy. Elisa is devastated. She really wanted that bonfire dance, and the winter ball feels like a lifetime away. Corin tries to shrug it off, but Elisa argues they are totally different events. He pauses. Is she right? He has been to these many times, but for Elisa, this was supposed to be her very first one. Now watch this. Corin makes a massive promise here. He tells Elisa he will buy her a luxury Jeskier dress for the upcoming winter ball. Elisa's eyes go wide. She can't believe her ears and frantically asks if he is actually serious. That luxury brand? Corin just smirks and tells her not to worry. He is officially rich now. Elisa tries to argue about their age, but quickly pivots back to the money. Are they really that wealthy? Corin gives a triumphant laugh, confirming they have more than enough to buy the finest dress in the shop. However, Mariette's mood suddenly turns bloodthirsty. A dark, terrifying aura begins to radiate from her entire body. You and I know exactly what is coming next. Jealousy. She coldly asks who else Corin is planning to invite. Corin is totally oblivious, laughing as he introduces Elisa Aiden and Lenia Clay to the team roster. Mariette asks if they are all girls. Corin, still clueless, praises a beautiful girl working in intelligence. Mariette gnashes her teeth at the word beautiful. Corin just keeps going, mentioning Len and John as well. Mariette demands to know who they are. Corin explains they are werewolf siblings joining the group. He mentions Len as a girl, so they only need to note John as a boy. Mariette lets out a low, dangerous sigh. Corin is still rambling, thinking about inviting one more person even though it might be a bit awkward. Mariette's temper is flaring as she asks if he is really that close to this Drit girl. Corin casually says they are close enough to joke around and grab dinner. Then, he adds Waron to the list. He is certain she will join, so he tells Mariette to just go ahead and write her name down. Under Elisa's horrified gaze, the pen in Mariette's hand snaps into pieces. A storm of pure jealousy is coming. Corin is still talking, mentioning that Professor Josephine already agreed, so everything should be perfectly fine. He finally looks up and freezes. Standing before him is a senior who is absolutely radiating terrifying rage. She keeps muttering the same question over and over. Is he trying to make her lose her mind? Corin panics, but honestly, he brought this on himself. People always feared her power and treated her like an outcast. They threw stones and called her a monster, treating her with nothing but pure hatred and disgust. She had hurt Corin and almost endangered everyone else, just like she had done in the past. But instead of hating her, this boy held her close and promised to help her find her way. Power was all Warren had. It was her only excuse for taking over this body. She couldn't afford to be weak. She never thought she could lean on anyone. Then Corin appeared, speaking to her with such incredible gentleness. He told her to make a choice she wouldn't regret, and promised they would find the answer together. And trust me, that warmth stayed with her forever. She cried so hard that day, and even now, the memory still leaves her heart racing. Alright, stick with me because we are diving into a heart-wrenching moment between War and Corin. She sits alone, clutching her chest and wondering what to do as the warmth and care she receives feel like sharp blades stabbing her heart. She hates Corin for making her small heart ache like this, because she has lived a lonely life, used by others since the day she was born. Because of that pain, she refuses to let anyone else step into her isolated world. Yet Corin suddenly appears at her window with a perfect, handsome smile and casually asks if she is feeling better. He tries to continue, but Warren cuts him off immediately, standing up with a sense of urgency. Now watch closely, because this heavy silence is about to lead to a major turning point for them both. It really is a pitiful situation, and as he reaches out his hand to her, she suddenly grabs it. War grips Corin's hand with a trembling voice, and even asks him if he wants something to eat. Her entire body shakes as she waits for an answer, and Corin can see the pure terror in her eyes as he reaches out again. He gently pats her head to comfort her, softly promising that once this is all over, he will definitely buy her some fish. Moving outside, Warren begins to float high in the air while Corin stands below, gripping a long spear and signaling for them to begin. This weapon is known as the Soul Reaper Jewel, and it is designed to pull a soul directly from a body, ignoring all defenses. It is a divine tool with 100% accuracy, but if a normal human uses it, that accuracy drops until it becomes useless. Especially for someone like Corin, who cannot even sense souls, his accuracy with this weapon is basically zero. Corin throws the spear directly at Warren, but it is easily deflected and crashes straight into the dirt. War is stunned, but Corin is not surprised at all as he tells her to watch closely for a bit of magic. He is using a diffusion magic stone, a tool where the range of effect actually gets larger as the accuracy of the user gets lower. According to its mechanics, when accuracy is at its lowest point, the range expands to a maximum of 100 meters. But what happens when someone like Corin, who has zero accuracy, uses it? The range becomes infinite, allowing him to bypass his inability to touch souls. To be precise, this is not even Corin's own attack, but rather the power of the diffusion magic stone itself. A brilliant purple light erupts from the spear, completely engulfing Warren's body. Suddenly she collapses, and Corin rushes over to catch her, frantically asking if she is okay or if he used too much mana. Warren rests peacefully in his arms with a beautiful, radiant smile as she whispers her thanks to him. I know what you are thinking. And yes, Corin's reaction to being called Oppa is absolutely priceless. He starts flashing back to all the times he met the other girls before this moment. Mari Dunalev once got so angry she slammed the table, demanding to know why he was so obsessed with being called Oppa. Elisa was also unhappy about it, arguing that they were the same age, so the title made no sense. And then there was little Anna. She just hugged her cat and called him Mr. Knight, which felt like a total defeat, but now Corin feels like he finally found the truth. He is finally free from the uncle title, and silently thanks Lan for making such a wonderful first impression. Corin sets her down, and Lan can tell just by looking at his face that he is feeling very happy. He does not even try to deny it, since being called an old man so often made Lan's words feel like a healing balm for his soul. Seeing this, Lan confesses that she noticed he always seemed to have a deep desire to be called Appa. Her words warm his heart, realizing she has been watching him all along while war occupied her body for 3 years. During that entire time, she was trapped inside herself and could only observe the world through the eyes of Warren. Feeling bad for her, Corin asks if she hates the person who stole her life for 3 years, but Lan just gives a vague answer. Then, she grabs her skirt and starts running down the path with a bright, joyful expression on her face. She cheers for him to watch her run, declaring that this is the first time since she got sick that she could walk and move freely. Lan credits War for using the power built up in her body, but Corin warns her to be careful, since her physical frame is not used to it. He watches her with a bit of sadness as she admits that in the beginning, she truly hated Warren and screamed to have her body back. She stops at a puddle and explains that her voice was never heard back then. Warren only ever talked to herself like a lonely person, and Lan pauses to feel the gentle breeze on her skin. She realized those monologues were not meant to ignore her, but were actually expressions of guilt and regret that Warren felt toward herself. Lan kneels down, adding that she understands how hard it was to face that fear since they shared the same body. And that is where we leave them, a beautiful moment where two souls finally find peace together in one body. Alright, you and I are about to see War make the gutsiest call by giving Lan her body back. Corin hears this and shares his thoughts. It is all about forgiveness. After being trapped for 3 years, she is finally ready to welcome Hoa back into her heart. He smiles, praising her for growing up so well. Lan looks up, her eyes crinkling into a pure, happy smile. Of course, even if she stopped aging at 14, Hoa is only 3. She has always wanted a little sister to protect. Corin realizes they are now sisters sharing one body. Suddenly, she says something that makes him pause in suspicion. Standing with her back to him, she poses a very interesting hypothetical question. If she is in danger, will her big brother save her as coolly as last time? He says just ask, any time. Lan blushes, knowing he would say that, and tells him how amazing he really is. Then she calls him brother again, making Corin confused. But she just talks about liking fish and splashes water everywhere. She slowly lists her favorite things, moving from food to the types of music she loves. From books to hobbies, she suddenly leans in and whispers about her taste in boys. Corin is completely frozen. This flirt is way too strong. You and I can see her touching his chest, teasing that marrying her means getting 2 wives. This leaves Corin totally flustered and stuttering. He asks her what on earth she is even talking about. She presses against his chest, looking up with a gaze meant to seduce, demanding an answer right now. Corin is bright red. You and I are jumping into a story where these girls are definitely playing for keeps. Back home, she is already a seasoned pro. Blushing and pouting, she starts reeling him in. This whole romance thing is totally new to her, and she is visibly shaking. Corin gives in, thinking if they live together with Hua, he should ask her too. Suddenly, Lan tips up her toes and kisses his cheek. Corin is left frozen in pure shock. Then, she suddenly falls over and hits her head right against him. Corin panics. What just happened? He tries calling Lan, but she snaps back with a terrifying look. She acts like she just lost her first kiss and starts screaming threats at him. She tells him not to misunderstand because those words were nonsense. He cannot help but think how fast her personality just flipped. Then she walks away, muttering to herself like someone who just escaped an asylum. Who are you calling, sister? It was just a total misunderstanding. Shut up, she says, continuing her monologue. Corin is confused, watching Hoi. Are they actually talking to each other? She turns back and asks if he is coming. She reminds him to show up for dinner like a first-rank officer at the usual spot. Dazed, he just agrees. Corin sighs, assuming this was Warren and Lan's way of apologizing. Apologizing with food? Kids will be kids, he thinks. Now watch closely. He remembers her whispering about what boys like, then scratches his head, trying to convince himself they are still just children. Somewhere else, a man groans about nearly meeting his ancestors. His armored hand trembles as he laments the massive resources the church poured into this macabre festival. They thought that once everything was over, they could finally dethrone the first princess of the Protestant church. Instead, a crusader lies on the ground, lucky he is not 6 feet under, but he still mutters about their total failure. Thinking back to that unique sword, he wonders who that man really was. Seriously, you and I have to wonder how did he know every move the crusaders would make? He stares at the ceiling in total disbelief. He had followed Lord Lezen's orders perfectly, summoning 100 elite crusaders for the mission. 100 men were sent into this century-old tunnel, and now they are all wiped out. He is bitter because he took such a huge risk just to lure out Warren and Lan. But that guy Corin just stood there, with a staff resting casually on his shoulder. With one hand on his hip, he looked down and mocked them. 100 crusaders? If you were serious, you should have sent the Holy Knight Order. It was Corin who single-handedly ruined everything he had worked so hard to build. He screamed at Corin, demanding to know how he dared to interfere. He thought he would win, but then something slams into his head. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are back with Corin, who just took down his opponent with one casual long-range throw. Professor Josephine offers to handle things, but Corin catches his staff and assures her that he can manage on his own. It was the perfect chance to test his new technique. Josephine is stunned. He dropped them all in a single shot. She praises him for doing such a great job, especially since his body is still far from being fully healed. He leaves the actual capture to the staff but doesn't hesitate to remind them. Better check their back right molars for those hidden suicide poison pills. Josephine starts walking forward, but it is clear she still has plenty of questions left for him. Now pay attention here. How could he possibly know about a secret tunnel built by the church 100 years ago? Why did he ask to monitor the old church? Outside, night has fallen, and she is just relieved he is an ally for now. Josephine binds the unconscious knights. The next morning, at an ancient castle, the dawn light begins to spill over the horizon. Warren is finally awake. She lies there thinking about the calm of the strong. Nothing can hurt her, and her body's rhythm is much slower than a normal person's. Suddenly, Lan starts shouting from inside, begging Warren to get up. But she just lies there like a dead fish, refusing to move. Lan keeps tossing and turning, but neither of them wants to leave the bed. Honestly, Warren and Lan are both incredibly lazy. Lan keeps nagging her to get up immediately, but Warren just covers her ears and buries her face in the pillow. She keeps shouting that Lan is way too noisy. Even so, she can still hear Lan grumbling and complaining from deep inside her own mind. Lan keeps whining about her attitude and begging for breakfast. Suddenly, an unusual sound from outside catches her attention and she sits up in curiosity. As she heads down the stairs, Warren tries to act cool, claiming she is only there because she is curious, not because of Lan. She finds Corin passed out on the floor, drooling. She wonders why he is sleeping there, while Lan excitedly starts calling out for Oppa Corin. Lan suggests waking him up, but Waron is hesitant. She wonders why she has to be the one to do it. Lan warns her that sleeping there will make his mouth crooked, frantically urging Waron to act. As Waron pokes his cheek, Lan asks if she secretly likes Corin. Hearing that question makes Waron look completely flustered. She is confused because he always does things she never asked for. He is always so enthusiastic, and she just cannot understand his motivations. Lan is hovering like a ghost now, relentlessly teasing Waron about her feelings. You and I both know she doesn't actually hate him, but Lan keeps pushing for the truth. Waron finds it hard to answer and just keeps poking his cheek, stubbornly insisting that she actually hates him. Marie Dunilev suddenly appears behind her with a playful smirk, asking why she is awake so early. Waron just grumbles about the noise while Marie orders Joku to carry Corin to bed. She does not want his presence to keep Waron and Lan from getting their rest. As she follows Joku, Marie teases Waron to go back to sleep, but Waron suddenly mentions the sofa, leaving Marie confused. Waron remains crouched on the ground, questioning why they couldn't just let him sleep on the sofa instead. Marie has no idea what she is getting at, but explains there are no blankets there and the cold floor would make him sick. Waron sulks while hugging her knees, admitting to herself that she can't argue with that. Marie cheerfully mentions there are steamed potatoes waiting in the kitchen. She turns back with a smile, saying that we can eat later, so it is fine if Waron finishes them all now. Waron sits there staring at Marie's back with a sharp, suspicious gaze. Her voice drops to a cold whisper as she repeats the word we. Meanwhile, in another time and place, a teacher is standing at the podium delivering a lecture. She explains that in emergency situations, students should learn to utilize the materials found in their immediate surroundings. Corin sits in the back, thinking that even though the festival is still on, classes haven't stopped. Since he already learned this, he focuses on other things. Suddenly, the system notification pops up. Corin Locke, Hero Grade. Physical Power 8,130, Mana 6,770. Traits include high-tier resilience, extreme pain tolerance, field insight, 3 active cores, and the ability to release massive demonic energy. Looking at the new data, Corin realizes he has already surpassed Arisa's early-stage stats. He takes a closer look at his specific traits: persistent recovery, pain tolerance, field insight, 3 cores, demonic energy release, and calculation. His current growth is just off the charts. His aura has officially hit the high-tier rank. He can visualize the 3 glowing cores of power resonating deep inside his chest. At this stage, most normal knights are only just beginning to form their very first aura core. However, he obtained his second core from the Silver Mandragora, and inherited his third core from the legendary Duke Sabantia. While other knights are stuck with only their first core, Corin already has 3. He rests his chin on his hand with a confident smile. Arisa also mentioned that she gained a core this time. It seems the steps she took in that field helped her grow tremendously. This time, Arisa has finally reached the high-tier level in her aura. Thinking back, Arisa fought until she was covered in blood, but she never let go. Trust me, you and I need to see what she does next. Alright, you and I are about to see how a mid-tier girl becomes a total monster in 6 months. It is incredibly promising. The only task left is releasing that demonic aura the system mentioned. By compressing energy under high pressure, she can store and burst out 20% of her total aura and mana. This is a feature that will be incredibly useful in the heat of battle. Right now, your aura stat is 8,130, so 20% of that is a massive 1,600 burst, which is absolutely insane. Corin actually tried venting his spiritual energy before, but when he tested it at the hunting grounds, the control just was not there. Corin rubs his head in frustration, thinking he might do something similar with Duke Sabantia's final demon sword. Damn it. Could he really slice the sky and slay a dragon with just one single thrust? Suddenly, the teacher speaks up. There are only 5 minutes left, so it is time to check everyone's notes. Alright, let's jump back into the story as Corin zones out, completely missing the teacher's words. Checking notes now? Why now of all times? Where even is he? The professor is smiling, but a dark, oppressive aura is radiating off her. Is she about to lose it because everyone is sleeping? She is definitely beyond frustrated. And honestly, Corin can't help but curse under his breath. Looking at Professor Lula's track record over the last 4 years, she usually just punishes them with classroom cleaning duty. Nothing too crazy to worry about. But this isn't just any room, it's the alchemy lab. It's covered in experimental stains, dusty bottles, and a general sense of neglect. Cobwebs everywhere, and who knows what else is lurking in these jars. It's a perfect reflection of his own miserable mood right now. The other students are panicking too, desperately trying to borrow notes. But in this class, it's every man for himself, and nobody's helping. Corin feels his afternoon plans crumbling. He was supposed to spend his free time enjoying the festival, but now that's gone. Better late than never, right? He fumbles around for a pen to start writing, but his hand touches something small and soft instead. He jumps, looking down at his hands. Jer is on his left, but on his right? Oh, no. He pulls his hand back immediately. Now pay attention, this is where things get interesting. Warren suddenly grabs his hand, interlocking her fingers with his. Corin is absolutely mortified. His face is beet red, eyes wide, and his jaw is practically on the floor. What is even happening right now? Lan is blushing too, looking at their joined hands with pure delight. She pulls his hand to her chest, asking if he wants to see her notes. With a bright, teasing smile, Lan asks him one more time if he'd like to take a look. Corin stammers, barely able to process what she's saying. She tells him to flip to the right page, then casually asks him out for lunch. He agrees easily, even offering to pay, which immediately makes every other guy in the back of the room die of jealousy. While the other students gossip about how these two suddenly got so close, they aren't the only ones watching. One of Marie's subordinates, Gu, is listening in from the shadows. After class, the two of them walk down the hall, discussing Lan. Eventually, Corin brings up the photo of Hai-Huk and Chairman Kang Yuhua. Both of them carry a heavy burden regarding this incident, and in their own way, they are both victims of the fallout. Even so, accountability matters. Kang Ru will be executed in secret, meaning it won't be made official to the public. Since he's gone, Yuhua has to step up as the head of the Kang family. Lan feels like Hai-Huk and Yuhua suffered because of her. Corin is a bit curious about the whole concept. Does being the head of the house mean they're the absolute boss? Lan confirms it. The head of the house manages everything, from the smallest household chores to the family's marriage alliances. Suddenly, Lan's expression shifts. She leans into Corin's chest, whispering that she already asked for permission to marry him first. I know what you're thinking. Corin is completely cornered, just praying Warren wakes up to stop Lan before things get out of control. Meanwhile, Marie is losing her cool, demanding that Dooku report every single detail of what he saw. He starts explaining in his strange language. As Marie cooks, her killing intent begins to flare up with every word he speaks. She mutters under her breath, finally putting the pieces together. Her eyes are on the soup, but her heart is fueled by pure jealousy. They aren't even in a formal relationship, but Marie can't shake this feeling of irritation deep inside her. Usually, Marie is the rational type. Her actions are driven more by survival instincts than romantic whims. But even for her, seeing that kind of constant intimacy is starting to carry a very specific, heavy meaning. Images of Lan begging to be Corin's wife flash through her mind as Dooku recounts the story, mentioning things like husbands and multiple wives. That's all Marie needs to hear. She finally understands exactly what kind of situation she's actually dealing with. Furious, she snaps her chopstick in half. She's already plotting a very specific way to get her revenge indirectly. After thinking it over, she comes up with a brilliant plan, the classic beauty trap. Suddenly, she's actually excited to get started. She quickly brushes off the stray thoughts, rambling to herself. To Dooku, it looks like Marie is about to explode from pure rage. Suddenly, she turns to him and asks what men actually like. Dooku narrows his eyes with a sly, devious grin. His ultimate answer? Just one word, bones. Inside the dining hall, Marie and Corin are sitting across from each other at a long table. She explains she's been researching a special dish just for him, a bowl of blood soup, a specialty that the farm elders used to make. She's certain he'll love it, and she's right. Corin is ecstatic to have a taste of home, wondering how she got the secret recipe. Corin doesn't waste a second, gulping down the entire bowl of soup in one go. Marie happily explains that the soup is made from solidified blood. He keeps praising the smooth, soft texture, making her glow with pride. And that's where we leave it for now. You and I both know this rivalry is only going to get crazier. Alright, you and I are diving into a moment where the system suddenly flashes before Corin. He just consumed a special-grade blood potion, gaining the monstrous strength skill and 30 points in strength, leaving him completely baffled. His expression darkens as he calls out to her. Marriott jumps in surprise, her face turning bright red as she listens closely to what he has to say. He immediately realizes this blood does not belong to any ordinary pig or cow. The system panel appears again, showing a strength bar that has been temporarily boosted by 200%. This effect cannot be stacked with other buffs. Overjoyed, Corin immediately steps forward and pulls Marriott into a tight embrace. He repeatedly tells her he loves her, causing her to blush so hard she has to hide her face. She feels that following the advice of Dooku was a brilliant move. Inside the library, Warren mentions that she wants to share a story about a friend of hers. She heard someone say that when you are with that special person, your heart feels like it is floating on clouds. Josephine is visibly taken aback by this. Warren continues, describing the feeling of sitting on a soft, fluffy cloud, while her heart beats uncontrollably. Sometimes she even feels a sharp pain in her chest. As she explains this with a blushing face, Josephine begins to realize this is actually a love consultation. Adjusting her glasses, she thinks to herself that Warren, after leaving her life as a special-grade demon, has finally become a young girl in love for the first time. Josephine confidently concludes that the target of these feelings must be Corin Locke. Stick with me here, because who else could it even be? Corin has already been reported as a total scammer by multiple second-year girls. In Josephine's eyes, he is already a seasoned playboy. She is certain that with his experience, he will be a difficult challenge for a beginner like Warren. With a sharp gaze, Josephine deduces that the person Warren secretly loves is someone surrounded by many female followers. She then gives Warren some advice. Opportunities are rare because men who are the center of attention rarely take the initiative to approach someone. Josephine places a hand on her shoulder and speaks sincerely, her mind drifting back to memories from about 100 years ago. There was once a famous romance novel titled 101 Ways to Seduce That Boy. It served as the ultimate love guidebook for young girls during that era. Suddenly, Josephine offers a different piece of advice: Warren must act aggressively, or she will never win his heart. Hearing this, Warren feels an immediate moment of realization. Josephine finally speaks her mind, advising her to sweep away anyone who dares to get in her way. Keep in mind, the one giving this advice is a single witch, a woman whose only experience with love comes from a novel written a century ago. She is the golden girl of the magic world. Since both she and Warren are totally inexperienced, they take these words very seriously. After the interview concludes, Josephine uses teleportation magic to send Warren back. Before saying goodbye, she prays that Warren will soon succeed in winning over her love. Suddenly, Warren is shocked by what she sees. Duke Gu is lighting a fire outside the frozen mansion. Inside, she spots the silhouette of a girl with her Corin. Now watch this. Warren's pupils shrink in pure jealousy as she spots Marriott sitting right on top of him. She is panting heavily in a suspicious way. Pressing down on his shoulders, she reveals her vampire fangs and slowly moves her mouth toward his neck. As Marriott leans in closer, her chest presses firmly against him. When she bites into Corin's neck, he pulls her into a deep embrace. The scene is incredibly intimate, and Warren sees every single bit of it. Her lips tremble as a sense of betrayal washes over her. The falling leaves perfectly mirror the state of her breaking heart. She now believes Corin is just a kind person who helps everyone, and that his kindness is meant only for Marriott. Her heart tightens as she painfully wonders if she was too arrogant to believe that Corin actually liked her. Marriott, who had been closing her eyes in bliss, suddenly opens them and stares at her, making Warren flinch. She lets out a smirk as she pulls away from his neck, lingering to lick the wound. Warren is now officially in Marriott's crosshairs. Her gaze makes it clear she will not give up Corin to anyone. Separated only by a wall, the two of them glare intensely at each other. Suddenly, Lan reaches out and grabs her sister, begging her to hand over the mission. Lan's hand reaches toward Warren's face. Lan has now completely taken control of this love war, promising to personally eliminate anyone who tries to interfere. Elisa takes a bite of food and praises the delicious chocolate mousse, which catches Corin off guard. She smiles and explains that since she lives in the countryside, there are no sweet shops around at all. Corin can hardly believe his ears, asking her if her hometown is truly that remote. Corin originally planned to buy sweets alone to prepare for his break, but he ran into everyone he knew and ended up eating with them instead. Suddenly, both Marriott and Warren invite him to try some cake. Since Warren is standing closer, he gives her his attention first. After taking a bite from Warren, Corin turns his gaze back toward Marriott. She remains silent and gloomy after seeing another girl beat her to the punch. Warren asks for the strawberry cake, and Marriott reluctantly hands it over. And trust me, you and I just saw the start of a legendary rivalry. Alright, you and I are about to witness the most awkward lunch date in history. Warren suddenly turns to Corin, asking him for a piece of cake while Marriott watches with pure anxiety. Warren opens her mouth, demanding to be fed, but Marriott isn't having it. Out of nowhere, she slams the entire cake right into Warren's face without missing a beat. Talk about a sweet surprise. Corin just stands there, completely frozen by the sudden chaos. Marriott wipes her hands with a sinister grin, asking if the cake tastes good. Warren fires back, her words dripping with hidden venom and sharp intent. When Marriott asks if she wants seconds, the atmosphere turns deadly quiet. Even Corin is lost, his eyes darting back and forth as he tries to survive this terrifying tension. Warren wipes the cream off, radiating a murderous aura while questioning Marriott about her potato farm. She keeps pushing, mocking Marriott's supposed specialty potato dish with a cold stare. Marriott's face darkens as she asks if Warren wants a taste of strawberry cake instead. But honestly, who would be dumb enough to say yes? Watching the two girls go at it, Jer starts sweating bullets and asks Corin what is happening. Our main character is just as terrified, muttering about how scared he is. Everything is just too much for them. Corin stands up to make a run for the restroom, followed quickly by Jer and Jack, leaving a confused Elisa behind. The three guys link arms and practically flee the scene, whispering about the terrifying killing intent those two girls were radiating just moments ago. Now here is where it gets interesting. Pay attention to Elisa. Left all alone, she has to eat under the crushing pressure of Warren and Marriott's glares. They are still talking politely to each other, but the air in the room feels heavy enough to suffocate someone. Mariette starts bragging that Corin will spend the winter with her in the south, even visiting a hot spring resort together for a little getaway. She adds that Corin went to the John Holy Land with her to receive the Saintess's blessing, all while throwing shade at Warren's smelly local hot springs. This is all news to Elisa, and she is clearly reeling from the shock. But then, one of them drops the ultimate finishing blow. Corin apparently decided to go home with me. Elisa can't help but scream out in shock, while the three boys are still hiding in the restroom. Suddenly, Corin gets a bad feeling. Back at the table, Elisa sets her cup down with hands that are visibly shaking. She timidly mentions that Corin said he had business in the east, so they teamed up to go watch the solar eclipse together. This revelation just adds a third rival into the mix, making the killing intent explode. Elisa feels the pressure and her voice begins to fade. Her vision blurs as she screams out "why" in pure terror. The shout is so loud even Corin hears it from the men's room, looking back with a confused expression. A few days earlier, Corin had been asking about the distance to the eastern forest. You see, certain people loved by spirits can travel with them without even needing direct interaction or contracts. But for a spirit to travel this far just to find him is incredibly rare. It is Een. She reports that she finally found the person he needed. Their names are Uskias and Findias. Findias is a hidden realm containing one of the four great treasures, the Sun Sword Clausulus, while Uskias protects that sacred land. Inside the game, the hidden realm holding the Sun Sword Clausulus is usually seized by Teth Banhaza and the royal guards in the original main story timeline. Even Banhaza and his elites struggled to clear it. Corin knows getting stronger is great, but weakening the enemy by stealing their future power-ups is even better. If one of the four great treasures falls into the hands of the royal guards, now pay attention here, if Corin can snag it first, which is normally impossible, he will ruin his enemy's entire future plan. After defeating Parc Demande, the reward is a map to the Sun Sword Clausulus, one of the four legendary treasures of this world. This info isn't an item, but a memory engraved in his mind. During the solar eclipse, when the sun's power is weakest, he can seize Clausulus. In his 3 years of playing the game, this eclipse only happens one single time. Set for May 8th during spring break, reports have already surfaced about the presence of the Wolf King's territory in that area. It is a hidden place, but with Een's spirit power, Corin is confident they can find the entrance. Everything is going exactly according to his plan. Corin suddenly smirks, clenching his fist with newfound determination. This vacation, Corin is heading east to find Findias. He aims to claim the ancient treasure Clausulus first, and completely wreck Banhaza's plans before they even start. Thinking about it makes him smile. He vows to ensure their total and utter defeat. After explaining his plan, Corin starts trembling, saying the trip is also to ask Duke Sebastian for some much-needed advice. But his enthusiastic explanation is met with a terrifying, deadly glare from Mariette. She asks when he is leaving, and Corin looks up in surprise. She reaches out, handing him a badge engraved with her family's ducal crest. With this crest, he will be able to get help and cooperation almost anywhere he goes. She warns him not to follow just anyone if they promise him potatoes. Corin immediately snaps back that he is not a little kid. As he turns to leave, she grabs his hand. She shyly asks him to wait a moment, appearing hesitant to do what she truly wants. And that's where we leave it. Stick with me for more. Alright. You and I are diving back into a story where the stakes just got bloodier. She pledges to survive on stored blood, thanking him before starting the grim process. One day before their big departure, Corin steps out of the bathroom, freshly showered. Water drips from his hair onto the towel around his neck. He is already exhausted from the constant blood draining, even while sitting still. He looks at his bed and freezes. War is already lying there, waiting. She just complains that he took way too long in the shower. Corin asks what she thinks she is doing. Warren calmly states she is sleeping there, leaving him totally flustered by the lack of boundaries. She reminds him that they have shared a bed before, so what is the big deal? He argues that was a total emergency, just to hide from the rain. It does not count. Warren is losing patience. As long as Josephine does not catch her, she really does not care about the rules. She is starting to rely on him more, after everything they have been through. Corin smiles and starts to undress, but she immediately chucks a pillow at his head. War demands to know why his shirt is off. Corin just laughs, thinking she is genuinely worried about his well-being. They settle in. Warren stares at the ceiling and whispers that if he gets hurt, her own heart will ache with the pain. That catches him off guard. She looks at him and asks if he plans to keep fighting, no matter what, just like he did for her. Warren leans in close, promising to protect him because she cannot stand to see him bleeding. Corin sighs and turns away. He finally understands how she feels and softly thanks her for staying by his side. He talks about their journey to the east, feeling more confident. Her words that night gave him the strength he needed to push forward. The next morning, Corin's voice rings out across a local cafe in total shock. He asks Elisa if that is really her on the front page of the newspaper. Her face and latest info are plastered everywhere. Big news! Swordmaster Galen has handed the 5th sword to his granddaughter. The inheritance war for the Ain family has officially begun. Elisa literally chokes on her coffee, claiming she had no idea. Corin tells her it is fine, she is finally free from that oppression. He asks if everyone is packed and ready to go. Elisa and Ewan quickly confirm that they are all set. Elisa has all the food and clothes, while Ewan is being overconfident. She is certain her nature powers will handle anything they face. Corin just looks at them with pure disappointment on his face. Watch closely, because these two rookies are about to learn a lesson they won't forget. He tells them they are riding the wyvern straight to the east. They both go silent. Corin gives them a devious look and says they are going to regret being so unprepared. A protagonist's legendary aura is something you just can't hide, no matter where they go. These two girls were so confident earlier, but now the wyvern's speed has them losing their minds and their words. Elisa is struggling the most. She is just making random noises and crying because she cannot even open her eyes against the wind. Even our Mother Nature expert, Ewan, is screaming for help as the gale force winds threaten to blow her away. Lesson learned the hard way. Corin was the only one ready, wearing specialized high-altitude gear from the very start. Corin looks at his two teammates and can only call them total idiots. At an altitude of 1 kilometer, you need cold weather gear and goggles regardless of the season. Experience and knowledge win every time. They spend the whole trip begging him for mercy and crying out to nature, but the ride continues. Finally, we've made it to the east, but you and I know the peace won't last. Look at those blue waves and lush islands. Elisa is still off balance and waving her arms around. Suddenly, a massive herd of elephants emerges from the deep forest. These are the Oliphan, and they are charging like mad. Their glowing red eyes are locked onto their next prey. Elisa points toward the distance while they fly. She is terrified because there is a small village right in the path of destruction. She fears the elephants will flatten everything. Corin tells her to relax, saving one tiny village won't make them late. Elisa takes charge and bravely orders the wyvern to dive down toward the ground. Corin prepares to summon massive trees to block the path. Elisa is going to take the lead on the actual combat. The plan is in motion. Ewan makes thick roots erupt from the earth, wrapping around the elephant's legs to create a massive shield. With the monsters pinned down, Elisa moves in for the perfect ambush. She leaps from the sky, channeling all her energy into her blade. One strike hits the tusk with a deafening metallic clang. She can't believe how tough these things are. Will their defense actually hold against this much power? The elephants struggle violently, and the roots start snapping under the pressure. Ewan realizes they are losing control and panics. Stick with me, we're ending on a massive cliffhanger as Elisa retreats and Corin jumps down with his spear ready for war. You and I are diving into a hunt where Corin orders everyone to lock down the leader. Capture the alpha, and he will handle the rest alone. Suddenly, Corin senses something in the distance. A massive group arrives on horses and wyverns, catching every single one of them by surprise. A single cold slash cuts deep through the giant elephant's leg. Then comes another devastating strike. The mammoths are torn apart as quick sword flashes surround their massive bodies in a blur of motion. The herd is wiped out instantly. These newcomers are the legendary monster hunters from the prestigious Ain family. Suddenly, one of them speaks up, calling Elisa as pathetic as ever before, throwing a mysterious object straight at her. Elisa catches it by reflex, and the stranger quickly tosses another one to Corin. He is totally confused but catches it anyway. Opening his hand, he finds a single piece of candy inside. The one who threw it to them is none other than Lunia. Elisa is absolutely stunned by the sudden encounter. In response, Lunia just calmly warns everyone to be more careful next time. She asks Corin about his rank 1 status. Lunia notes that reaching that level is a truly wonderful step forward. After encouraging him to keep it up, she turns to leave. Looking at her back, Corin thinks she is still as cold as ice. Watch closely now, because as Lunia remembers something, she turns back and asks with total seriousness if he wants to marry her. That one question has Elisa and Ewan completely losing their minds in pure shock. They could not even imagine this in their wildest dreams. Even Corin is scowling, wondering what on earth is going on here. A massive family in the south controls fertile lands, countless islands, and every major trade route in the region. In contrast, the east borders a heretical empire and faces harsh nature, with constant demonic monster attacks from the barren lands. But even in those brutal conditions, the east maintains a solid reputation thanks to its guardians, the powerful Ain family. Inside the familiar eastern estate, rows of soldiers stand in perfect formation, bowing deeply to show their respect. They shout in unison, "Welcome back, master." That person is none other than the legendary Lunia. She orders rooms to be prepared for her sister and her friends. Lunia then tells Elisa to follow her inside immediately. Meanwhile, Corin and Ewan are passing time with a strategy game. Ewan sighs, admitting this is a really tough match. She wonders how Corin is so good at this and asks just how much experience he actually has in these matters. Ewan asks if Elisa is alright since the atmosphere was so tense. Corin replies that they are sisters, so it will be fine. Ewan is still incredibly worried. She fears they might be punished for failing to handle the mammoths on their own. Corin does not think Lunia is that kind of person. Suddenly, the door opens and a servant respectfully calls for him. Master Lunia wants to see him. In the other room, Lunia stands with her hands behind her back, waiting for his arrival. She looks elegant and cold. Lunia tells Corin to sit as they have much to discuss, while he worries about a possible punishment. She pours him some tea and asks if he is about to turn 18 years old. Since he is the same age as her sister, she bluntly asks if he is married. The question makes Corin cough in shock. He wonders why she is asking that. Lunia gets straight to the point. If he is single, does he want to marry her? Now here is where it gets interesting. Corin doubts if she is actually serious, but she is definitely not joking about analyzing his talents and his handsome face. Corin jokes that he did not realize she was so focused on appearances. Lunia honestly admits she is a woman too, so she wants a handsome man with a good body to sleep beside her. But Corin sees through the act and asks for the real reason behind this proposal. Lunia looks at him with a sharp, piercing gaze and finally reveals that she is doing this for her sister. She remembers when Elisa defeated her in a duel. That senile old sword emperor suddenly appeared and declared Elisa the fifth master of the sword pavilion. The old man vanished right after, leaving Lunia's supporters in a total state of panic and confusion. Since Corin advised Elisa on that bold plan, he should understand. Lunia admits her position has started to feel very unstable. To fix her status, she keeps getting political marriage offers from famous swordsmen and heirs of prestigious noble families. But Lunia absolutely despises the idea of becoming a pawn. She refuses to be a commodity. Corin asks if she wants a fake marriage just to hide from the world's prying eyes. Lunia smiles and nods. Elisa was an illegitimate child, but her return to the family was met with immense pressure. Being named the heir so early dragged the young girl into a brutal and dangerous family power struggle. A woman in red holding a sword asks if it is true that the father appointed Elisa as the fifth master. Trust me, seeing young Elisa kneeling there with such a massive responsibility on her shoulders makes you wonder what comes next. Alright, stick with me, because we are about to dive into a family where a father's word is absolute law. This is Sophia, mother to Lunia Aiden and wife of the current patriarch, Jen. Everything follows the will of Corin Aiden, the former head of the clan. The old man's will carries massive weight around here. She tosses the sword down, telling Elisa that as the fifth swordsman, she must strive for the family honor and the safety of all mankind. She will choose and command the members of the main family while training here. Elisa grips her sword tightly and follows the order. Basically, she can't talk back. Since childhood, submission has been carved into her blood and bone, and it is no different facing the woman before her now, even though she knows she will never be accepted by this family. Outside the manor's courtyard, Elisa's footsteps are silent as she walks. Sword in hand, she passes by a room and hears voices coming from the inside. Now here's where it gets interesting. Watch what Elisa sees through the cracks of that door as Corin and Lunia chat. Lunia says, "So tomorrow, we are going to spend the whole day together and go out." Elisa leans against the wall, processing this. Are they really dating? Her sister's smile is wider, and her voice sounds more excited than usual. Looking back at when she asked Corin if he wanted to marry her, it made no sense. That is just so like her sister. She is cold and decisive. Elisa thinks a major life event like marriage must have a reason, but she is certain her sister means well. The midterm exam proved it. Lunia is genuinely curious, and clearly has a soft spot for Corin. It is respect for a talented swordsman, and a hunger for more territory. But if she did not like Corin, she would never have made that offer. She smiles softly. Elisa truly likes both of them. Lunia is the half-sister she has always admired. The one who took care of her like a mother since she was little. Though they are currently rivals, she truly wants her sister to be happy. Corin is also a very special person in Elisa's own life. He believed in her talent, supported her, and even helped her survive against the aggressive men who were constantly pursuing her older sister. The young girl sits by the door, clutching her sword. They are a perfect match. Two people she deeply respects and loves. Thinking that is one thing, but Elisa's heart still feels heavy. She just can't shake this strange feeling deep inside of her. Outside, pure white snowflakes fall into the bitter cold covering the region. One puff from a pipe and a heavy sigh is the only warmth. Lunia looks at a piece of paper and asks, "What is this, mother?" Sophia replies, "That is a list of famous Eastern swordsmen and the eldest sons of every noble family. Most of the supporters are actually from my mother's own family, so we simply cannot ignore the social pressure of these upcoming meetings." Remembering Corin's shocked face, she realized that even if it was accidental, he is actually quite a handsome man. He is a good catch. Objectively, he is a good man with a powerful spirit for martial arts. Regardless, the final decision on the next family heir still belongs to her grandfather. Sword Emperor Corin has reached the domain level, so grandfather will simply crush anyone who tries to oppose his final decision. Let's pause here. Lunia's mind is racing, and you and I are about to see her darker side. She wonders how deep Elisa's feelings for Corin go. At least a crush, maybe more. She taps her pipe, speculating on those emotions. But whatever belongs to my sister is mine, and I have every right to own it. As a leader, she doesn't care about those tiny details. Outside, a girl speaks up. Master, are you really planning to go on a date with Corin? Lunia reacts. Jenny? What date? That sounds annoying. This is just a pre-marriage evaluation. Are you unhappy with that? Jenny wonders. Compared to the men Sophia keeps bringing, is he really that much better? She adds. That is exactly why we lost the duel. He overwhelmed Lunia at such a young age and achieved something truly elite. He is truly worthy of Lunia. The young master turns back. It seems Jenny actually has a very sharp eye for judging people's character. But then Jenny asks, Master, do you plan on going on a date looking like that? Lunia's personality makes this look easy, but from an outside perspective, Jenny finds it hard to handle. On a beautiful day, the date is finally about to happen. Lunia calls out his name, making Corin blush like crazy. He stares at the girl in front of him. She asks him, Why exactly are you looking at me like that? Lunia looks completely different in a traditional dress with matching jewelry. She asks, Is there really something stuck on my face right now? Corin says it is nothing, his face turning red as the girl quickly comes over to grab his arm and finally begin their date. Deep inside the forest, there are signs of movement. A scout reports that magical beasts have been spotted lurking near the clan border. Elisa leads her men, ordering them to move out quickly. It seems she's been assigned the hard labor, while her sister is busy dating a younger man. Inside a house, warm lights and soft music fill the air. A man stands there, singing a beautiful song as we end this chapter. Alright, you and I are starting outside, where a monster gets sliced in two while a blood-soaked girl gasps for air after the fight. She doesn't stop. Sword in hand, she lunges forward, a whirlwind of blades and blood. Inside, a man and woman are together, enjoying a moment of quiet, peaceful art. They watch the stage lights, lost in the melody. Outside, Elisa is still busy slaughtering monsters. Maybe these heavy sword strikes will help her stop thinking about those two for a while. The crowd inside erupts in applause, while Elisa claps for herself, face set with determination and enemy blood. The two people she cares about most are just sitting there together, blending into the theater crowd's cheers. In the forest, Elisa claps her hands only to dust off the grime. She exhales, looking back at the pile of monster corpses and her weary team. Today was rough. Under the blue sky, the concert ends. People chatter about the angelic voice they just heard. Lunia holds Corin's arm, asking if he's happy. He gently says it was a fresh and fun experience. She reaches down to squeeze his hand. Your happiness is everything, she says, before kissing his hand. It is a great day. Corin wonders, shouldn't it be the man who kisses the lady's hand? But for Lunia, this is second nature. And watching it all from the shadows? It is Elisa. Now here is the part that really hurts. Watch Elisa's face as she hears them planning tomorrow's date. It is over. Corin leaves, and as Lunia heads home, she spots Elisa. You look terrible. Were you patrolling? The younger sister just bows her head. Elisa asks if she just saw Corin. Lunia is blunt. Yeah, we just hung out. Elisa grips her sword tight, her voice shaking as she stammers. Really? Must have been nice, Elisa mutters. Lunia smiles. Elisa notices her dress, the traditional one. You haven't worn that in 3 years, she says. Lunia suddenly calls her name, making her jump. Change your clothes and meet me at the dojo, Lunia says. We're going to spar. Elisa is confused. She usually avoids fighting her sister at all costs. She doesn't know why now, but she can't say no. In the middle of the silent night, a voice breaks the air. It is not like you to accept so easily, Elisa. You usually run away. It is Lunia's voice. They stand ready for the duel. Elisa is visibly tense as her sister's words sink in. Lunia levels her wooden sword. Nobody is watching, so show me your real moves. Don't hesitate. The atmosphere shifts. They both get serious, formally introducing themselves for the duel. Lunia Aiden, first disciple of the Aiden First Sword Sect, and Elisa Aiden, a first-class swordsman. Both girls are ready. Let the match begin. Suddenly, Lunia slams her wooden sword into the ground. Okay, pay attention. Lunia summons a massive rock cyclone and sends it screaming directly toward her sister. Elisa panics for a split second, but her instincts kick in, shattering every single boulder instantly, successfully evading her sister's strike. Lunia triggers her tiger-gripping golden bow second form. In a blur, she teleports behind Elisa. Do you still remember this move? She whispers. Elisa is frozen, unable to react. Lunia tells her to keep up before Elisa finally spins around in shock, but she's too slow. Lunia unleashes a barrage of cross-pierce and pure light strikes on her. Even while getting destroyed, Elisa's eyes stay sharp. That last move was meant to break her spirit. She's desperately trying to block the endless stream of attacks, but her reflexes just can't keep up. A spark flickers in Elisa's eyes as she watches Lunia's relentless assault. She tells herself one thing. From the very first feint to the final, deciding blow, From the start to the end, if I can read her movements, I can do more than just survive. Elisa grips her sword. The fight is neck and neck as both show openings. Lunia thinks that if Elisa predicts them, she can counter. Elisa focuses everything, timing her move perfectly for the one target she needs to hit, which is Lunia's head. She swings straight forward, but her sister barely, just barely, dodges the strike. Suddenly, Lunia warns her to breathe before slamming a fist into Elisa's gut, sending her flying back several meters. And as Elisa lies there wounded in the dirt, you and I have to wonder what's she thinking now. You and I are about to witness the results of relentless training. Her combat experience has reached unbelievable levels. She is as sharp as a legendary blade. Lunia steps forward, offering a rare moment of praise to Elisa. You have improved so much. You must have worked incredibly hard. Even with the praise, Elisa only thinks about how brilliant Lunia is. Elisa struggles to stand, simply replying yes. Lunia then asks if her sudden change was because of that boy. The question leaves Elisa frozen. Lunia asks again, do you know what he and I have in common? Elisa asks back with a dark expression, what is it? Lunia takes a combat stance and answers, no wasted power. In swordsmanship, we share the same mindset. To fight and win, flashy and overcomplicated techniques are completely unnecessary. As she speaks, she launches a sudden attack. Luckily, Elisa manages to block the strike just in time. Lunia warns that a single mistake can be fatal. Then, she proceeds to demonstrate another way to strike. Sometimes, dodging is the wisest move. Elisa is confused. How do I dodge? She believes she can read Lunia's movements. But watch closely, Lunia uses a cross strike. Elisa is left paralyzed, having no clue how to avoid it. Elisa drops her sword and surrenders. Remembering their last fight, she thought she had finally caught up. Even if only a little. After that win, I thought I had finally become a swordsman to be proud of. Facing a cruel reality, Elisa realizes she was naive. That previous victory was nothing more than pure luck. Lunia walks past with a cold encouragement. Keep trying. Otherwise, you will always be standing in our shadows. She finally sees it. The gap between Lunia Aiden and herself is an insurmountable wall. Elisa keeps her head down in shame as Lunia leaves. She is filled with self-resentment. It is absolutely frustrating. Days later, Lunia is with her mother. Sophia asks if she is getting engaged this year since she is still single. Sophia mentions hearing rumors about a boy she is seeing. Lunia casually replies that it was just a coincidence. However, her mother is strict. She warns that overnight dates are only allowed after a formal engagement. After all, men are just tools to raise the status of our family. Sophia Aiden was once the East's greatest swordswoman. But after her husband Jaden took a mistress, her view on marriage became twisted. Sophia reminds her daughter to marry the person who brings the most profit to her life. Lunia tells her not to worry. She claims that he is several times better than anyone in her mother's matchmaking book. Her mother is surprised. Oh? Is that boy really that impressive? Lunia introduces Corin. He was able to enter the special domain at a very young age. His talent is equal to our grandfather. Sophia asks about his specific gift, and Lunia explains it further. It is a rare talent beyond just physical strength. It is the kind of genius that leads him to victory. Lunia hesitates, making her mother impatient. Then, she reveals one more good point about Corin. That boy is handsome. This simple remark leaves Sophia completely stunned. Okay, let's pause. Look at that scary expression. Lunia wants him because stealing what her sister desires is just too much fun. Seeing her daughter acting like this, Sophia is left speechless and completely helpless. She can only sigh, questioning her daughter's morals. For the first time, Sophia rethinks her own marriage views. 9 days have passed since arriving at the Aiden main house. The New Year's celebration is finally here. The atmosphere feels just like home. Dema waves her hand excitedly, calling out to Corin. Yuen says they were looking for him, but he gives no answer. The festival will be ending very soon. Corin thinks to himself. Our original goal for coming to the east was to find the hidden treasure of Findius. Findius, the secret land of monks, is a natural fortress protected by massive mountain ranges and monsters. Located outside the borders, this eastern frontier is managed by the Aiden family. Yuen thanks a spirit for leading the way, even offering it some cake. Lunia and Corin follow her deep into the forest. Corin is surprised by the tiny spirit. Lunia admits it is great to have a spirit summoner with them. Yuen leads the way confidently. We will not get lost, even in the heart of this forest. Corin turns to Lunia. We are grateful to you. Thank you for agreeing to come along with us. Because of your help, we were able to cross the border easily. So, what do you and I think? Is she helping for real, or does she have a hidden agenda? Alright, you and I are diving into a story where a fiancé title is just the start of the chaos. In mountains crawling with monsters, a normal guard just won't cut it. Since Warren and Marriott still haven't shown up, Lunia's high-level support is absolutely priceless right now. Elisa stammers from behind. Sister, I really think you should stop saying things like that. You know, about the whole fiancé thing. Lunia asks why, and Elisa explains that everyone around them is going to start giving them some seriously strange looks. But Lunia just fires back that she doesn't care what others think. Seeing her sister so stubborn, Elisa finally just blunts it out. Sister, if you don't actually plan on taking responsibility for Corin, then you shouldn't be blocking his other marriage prospects. That's just not right. Hearing this, Lunia simply laughs and asks, "What makes you think that?" Their talk gets cut short by Yunen's sudden shout. Whatever they're looking for, it's right up ahead. Once they cross this magic circle, they'll arrive in no time. Everyone stays back, watching the spell unfold. Now pay attention here, because this is where the trap finally springs shut, shattering their reflections into 1,000 separate pieces. Just as expected, this hidden space is heavily guarded by the power of a high-ranking priest. Now Corin stands alone in the forest, completely cut off from the group. He wonders what kind of spell could cause such instant confusion. Is it like the Bagua technique from his last fight? He figures this must be a test for anyone trying to enter this hidden zone. But this is an old trick. Corin immediately drops into a combat stance, ready for whatever comes next. He dares the enemy to show themselves illusions or monsters. He'll take them all on. Then, a familiar voice calls his name. The moment he hears it, his face turns pale with pure panic. Cold sweat starts pouring down his face instantly. The one greeting him is Siu. That simple hello makes Corin tremble uncontrollably as Siu wears a smile that's pure villainy. It's been a long time. Faced with this nightmare, Corin can only curse his luck. This is way too much to handle. Corin stares in horror at the youth before him. It's Siu, but why him? Corin's confidence is shattered in a heartbeat. Without a single word, he swings his spear for a strike. What kind of twisted magic is this? As Corin lunges, Siu just raises a hand. A massive surge of power erupts, blocking Corin's attack effortlessly. Corin glares at Siu, gritting his teeth and screaming that he's just a fake. Siu isn't even mad, he just smirks maliciously. "You're right," Siu says. "But aren't you a fake too?" Corin's expression turns grim. Has he already seen through his disguise? You and I both know that look, that's the face of someone meeting their literal worst nightmare. Siu's power is simply undeniable. In this world, he's basically a god. Compared to the current Corin, he's on a completely different level of strength. Before he can react, Siu is suddenly standing right beside Corin, letting out a cold, mocking laugh. "Sure, be proud if you can kill me, but do you really think you can save this world?" Corin's forehead is dripping with sweat. Siu's words hit like a heavy stone, crushing his soul. Seeing Corin struggle only makes Siu feel more triumphant. He claims he tried to take everything and still failed. So what can Corin do with a broken, incomplete system? How could you possibly defeat Testbana? Corin frowns deeply for a long moment before firmly declaring that he will. He'll seize one of the 4 great treasures to strip away the enemy's power once and for all. That's the whole reason he traveled to the Far East. He's fighting for a happy ending, but Siu just scoffs at the lie. If he truly wanted that ending, he should have chosen Siu again. Corin snaps back, saying his purity would be at stake. The villain just pouts with total contempt. "Oh please, you know you actually liked it." Siu lets out a soft chuckle and mentions the word sacrifice, leaving Corin completely stunned and speechless. Loving the reaction, Siu keeps going with a faint smile. "How does it feel, throwing yourself away for others? Forget those NPCs you've been saving. Think about the bigger picture." Corin knows exactly who he's talking about. In Siu's mind, if Corin had just grabbed the items and treasures faster, he'd be 10 times stronger by now. Deep down, Corin knows his current path isn't efficient. Siu, on the other hand, sacrificed 10,000 lives for this power. In this game, a player's strength is always proportional to the amount of blood they're willing to spill. With a wicked grin, Siu suggests that Corin should give up what's necessary and join him to save the world. Corin stares at him, realizing he's being lured down a dark, bloody path. He just laughs coldly. "You're right about one thing. Energy begins to swirl in his hands. Even if I restart, I'll always regret the items and events I missed." Siu looks on, completely confused by Corin's strange response. He doesn't get it at all. And that's where we leave it, trust me. Corin's eyes are full of killing intent, ready to wipe this trash illusion off the map. Corin can't stop thinking about the lives he's saved: Mary, Dan, Elisa, Aiden, Hoa, and Lan. Alright, you and I are watching a hero who never regrets his choices and will keep saving lives forever. Right now, Corin's eyes burn with determination as a brilliant red energy erupts around his body. Without a second of hesitation, he slams a fist into Siu's face, shattering the phantom into nothingness. With the threat gone, he pulls back his spear. Why would he ever be afraid of a fake illusion? The fight snapped him back to reality. He doesn't regret a single thing he's ever done. Even if he went back in time, his choice would never change. Just like that, Corin finally returns to the real world. Lunia's voice rings out, and Corin turns to see her and the others walking toward him. He's suspicious. Yuan is a Rith, so illusions don't work. But how did Lunia get out so fast? Lunia just smiles calmly. That guy kept talking nonsense, so she just sliced him down. Corin laughs, she really never backs down. He glances over at Elisa, who's still looking dazed and confused, and asks if she's going to be okay. Lunia jokes that illusions might be Elisa's favorite thing, but she'll wake up pretty soon. Now pay attention, because a deep voice suddenly echoes through the fog as they escape. Corin and Lunia immediately go on guard, scanning the area. They find the source, a massive black leopard standing on a nearby cliff, watching them. Corin's shocked that a leopard can talk, realizing it's no ordinary monster. It apologizes, and then a strange blue energy wraps around its entire body. In the blink of an eye, the leopard transforms into an old man. He smiles at the group, saying it's an honor to meet the young lady and her companions. He introduces himself as Uskias, the guardian of Findias, and offers to guide them. Lunia looks at him with a look of pure hesitation and doubt. They follow him anyway, and it doesn't take long before they arrive at a massive palace guarded by a small army. This is where the sun sword, Cléome Soleil, is hidden. Corin watches the guards and whispers a quick question to Yuen. She nods, confirming that the guards are indeed her own kin. He stops asking questions and scans the beautiful scenery, even jokingly asking if she'd sell him a piece of land. Yuen stares in disbelief. People call this the Greenland, and he wants to buy it? Corin just chuckles, saying he's investing in real estate for the future. The group follows Uskias deep into the palace until they reach a giant ancient tree and stop. Uskias opens the doors and invites them all inside. Sitting at the center of the room, Uskias asks why they've traveled so far. Corin doesn't hesitate to reveal his goal. He's looking for one of the 4 great treasures, the sun sword, Cléome Soleil, of the Genu tribe. Uskias's expression darkens at those words. So, he's looking for it too. Corin nods, claiming he's the official heir of the Queen of the Heavenly Realm. That's right, he is the true successor of his own master. You and I probably noticed the same thing. If Uskias used the word too, it means someone else is already hunting for that legendary sun sword. Before he can finish his thought, a sudden cough interrupts the conversation. A man enters, mocking the smell of blood in the air. He glares at Corin for a long time before coldly accusing him of being the one who killed the Prime Minister. Corin studies him. He expected someone to show up, but it looks like another total maniac. The monster of Murias, king of the Gloomy Shadows beast, King Jun Skyes. He narrows his eyes, asking if Corin knows him. Then he leans in, staring directly into his eyes with pure mockery. Is this the Queen's protector? The throne of shadows can only belong to one true master. When the age of darkness arrives, your goddess will be torn apart as food for the beasts. But he suddenly stops, looking annoyed. He turns toward the door and screams at someone to stop calling him. He turns back to Corin with an apology, saying it's time to get down to business. Uskias interrupts, stating both want the sword, but he doesn't have the power to just give it away. He's only there to provide the test. Corin frowns. The Rith staying neutral might be their role, but it's definitely not going to be any fun for him. He has no idea what this test is actually going to be. His rival is just as clueless, but last time, Bontaz's side managed to get all 4 treasures. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what kind of test Uskias has planned for them. Alright, stick with me. Jun hears those words and smiles, narrowing his eyes at Corin with a cold, challenging look. Corin glares right back, and for a long moment, they're locked in a standoff before Jun lets out a wild, arrogant laugh. Early the next morning, Elisa is still trapped deep within a thick haze of hallucinations. She lies on a white bed, eyes shut tight, lost in a dream world where she sees a perfect life with a happy, reunited family. The 2 people she admires most are taking a sacred vow, promising to share their love forever. 12 grandchildren surround her, calling her aunt and hugging her close, a vision of pure, unbreakable joy. Lunia is loyal, and Corin isn't the type to break a partner's heart, making this a perfect ending for everyone. But strangely enough, this perfect vision makes her feel incredibly uneasy. The images in her dream cause Elisa's body to tremble uncontrollably, as if she is desperately trying to hold something back. Suddenly, Corin calls her name, blurring the line between dream and reality. He's actually there, sighing as he looks at her motionless form. Now pay attention, here they are missing a teammate, and seeing her like this, Corin can only hope she recovers soon. He is just hoping she wakes up by tomorrow, but suddenly, Elisa reaches out and grabs him by the collar. He thinks she is awake, but she sits up so abruptly it catches him off guard. Elisa is now staring right at him, leaning in. Startled, Corin calls her name. But before he can say another word, she completely cuts him off. Elisa opens her hazy eyes and whispers brother-in-law. Corin can't quite hear her and asks what she just said. Instead of answering, she starts gently stroking his fingers, sending a wave of panic through him. What on earth is she doing? But things are about to get even weirder. Suddenly, Elisa lunges forward. Now they are face to face, cheeks almost touching. Her hot breath hits Corin's neck, making him shiver in pure awkwardness. A moment later, she whispers brother-in-law again, flashing a dangerously seductive smile. Lena isn't here right now, she murmurs. Corin is absolutely terrified, stammering out a confused, what? Suddenly, Elisa collapses, hugging him tightly as her eyes drift shut. Corin is left wondering what is even happening right now. Under the bright blue sky, Uskias announces the second trial. You and I see Elisa's confusion. Wasn't the first mission still going? He simply replies that they have already completed the first trial. It was a test to see how far they would go to keep their resolve. A memory of Corin striking Sihu flashes by. Uskias continues, asking if they have the resolve and justice required. He raises his hand, declaring they have finally proven their true selves. Hearing this, Elisa repeats the words to herself. Proven our true selves? Then, the memory of last night hits her pinning Corin down and teasing him. The sheer embarrassment is overwhelming. She sighs, thinking she couldn't possibly have gone that far. Meanwhile, Corin is right there, giving her a thumbs up of encouragement. He tells her not to be so hard on herself. She should be proud because she stood firm in her beliefs. Lunia, standing to the right, pats Elisa's head. She tells her to stay determined, no matter what her path of justice looks like. True human strength comes from that very resolve. Hearing this only makes Elisa's face turn redder as she mumbles in shame. She sinks to her knees. Yu tells her to rest if she is tired, but Elisa quickly refuses. She claims a sinner like her doesn't deserve rest. Then, Uskias announces the second trial. The dragon companions will be assisting them. Their mission is to find mistletoe growing on an oak tree to craft a sacred staff. The deadline is sunrise tomorrow. And just like that, the hunt is on. A blood oath is sworn. Both sides accept the results and agree not to fight for 60 days. Corin eyes the opposition. This wasn't the original plan, but Corin used Uskias as a mediator to keep the enemy from causing unnecessary trouble. He stares at the leader of the other team, Doom Norris. As they start their search, Corin keeps analyzing the situation. Unlike Chris, who stays neutral, this guy is fully backing Bant. With that, Corin's group sets off into the woods. Even though Ian has powered up, Corin is worried Doom Norris is at the sage level. He might not attack directly, but the power gap is massive. Suddenly, Yu panics, reporting that the spirits aren't responding. Lunia sighs, realizing the spirits have all sided with Doom Norris. This isn't going to be an easy win. Suddenly, Elisa shouts for Corin, pointing at a branch. I found the mistletoe! Corin looks at it, defeated, and tells her it's just an elm tree. Corin sighs internally, realizing this is one hell of a gamble. Mistletoe rarely grows on oak trees, after all. But hey, Elisa is already happily dragging over another tree. You and I have to wonder, is she ever going to find it? Alright, you and I are about to see if our team can find a mistletoe oak, something that is basically impossible. Thinking about that old man, even finding forest spirits is hard since they all retreated to Fumnor. The girls suggest cutting mistletoe and sticking it on a normal tree, but that would ruin the ritual's meaning. Hearing that, an idea pops into Corin's head. The next morning arrives with a clear blue sky. Uskias declares the trial is over and asks for their wood. Junsky is left totally confused. He is sure his staff is big and sturdy, but it looks tiny compared to Corin's group. Junsky cannot believe his eyes. Why is yours bigger and harder? Lunia tells him to shut up. You do not need to know. Corin explains that Elisa fused a mistletoe seed with an oak seed. Then she used magic to force its growth. Corin grips the potion. Usually, it would die quickly. But I tested something from the east and it worked. Uskias tells them they passed the second trial. Everyone passed, so it is time for the final test. The sun begins to set in the distance. He points ahead to a red rowan berry tree in the northern forest and tells them to bring back the fruit. Now watch this. Corin looks at the sky and knows this is not going to be easy at all. I am Savan. His eyes look down at the people coming for his sacred fruit. He tells them to prove their worth. He is a sky giant, a race related to the sun protecting titans. Junsky laughs at the scary giant. Lunia says defeating him might be a bit too difficult. Corin tells them to stay calm. Winning or losing a fight will not get them the Golas anyway. An idea flashes in his head. They would not be forced to fight if this follows trial 1 and 2. Savan confirms his theory. I will test your wisdom. Solve the riddles I give to you. Corin notes that legendary creatures love riddles. Junsky is hyped and ready to go. A sky titan likes riddles? I will solve every single one of them. Sky giants love rare treasures and puzzles, but they hold back to avoid destroying the world. Corin agrees. Savan announces the rules. The first to 5 points wins. Only 2 representatives per side. Cheaters will be disqualified immediately. Junsky laughs, feeling confident about his team. Titans love riddles, he thinks. Whoever he picks will be smarter than Corin's group. Lunia looks totally lost. Elisa volunteers, saying she solved many riddles in her books. Corin thinks Elisa and himself are enough. After both sides pick their teams, Savan announces that the contest begins now. First riddle. It grows in the morning, shrinks at noon, grows in the afternoon, and vanishes at night. Corin repeats the question in his head. If I think for a second, I will definitely get it. You and I know this answer, but June Sky beats us to it. Shadow. Correct. Corin is stunned. Because he is usually so aggressive, I forgot how smart June Sky actually is. Next is the second riddle. It is invisible. No powerful being can ever truly defeat it. It is always approaching, but once it passes, it stops forever. June Sky answers calmly. Time. Riddle 3. It is a joy, a comedy, and a tragedy. A play where every living soul plays the lead. He laughs and answers again. Life and death. Corin feels like he is facing 10,000 enemies at once. June Sky brags that these are too easy. Corin panics and tells Elisa to give it a shot. He asks if she knows this from her magazines. She argues they are normal magazines for young girls. Savan gives the fourth riddle. To me it is beautiful, but others cannot understand it. To me it is violent, but for others, it is an escape. Corin is sweating from the pressure. Am I really this stupid? Suddenly, Elisa interrupts his thoughts and asks to try. Can I answer this one? Savan tells her to go ahead. She hesitates before speaking. Elisa imagines a wedding with Corin. It is beautiful to her, but incomprehensible to everyone else. To her it is violent, but for others, it is an escape. Her final answer is an affair. Everyone is shocked by that answer. A heavy silence falls. She claims it makes sense. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a total nightmare as Elisa begs for a redo. You and I are jumping right into a mess as Elisa begs Corin for a chance to explain. Corin finally speaks. He wonders if this interruption was actually a calculated move by a cautious player. Skyes correctly answers 2 questions in a row, sealing our team's total and bitter defeat. June Skies laughs while holding the loot and leaving. That was a perfect play, right? His crew celebrates while Elisa sinks into despair. Is this really the end for us? UN refuses to give up. We only lost one ingredient, so the trial isn't over yet. Elisa finds hope again. She declares that one failure won't stop them from moving forward. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. Lunia senses an enemy, but UN claims there's nobody there. Everyone is confused until UN clarifies. There isn't a single spirit in the entire area. Elisa notices even the monsters have vanished. Corin realizes something is very wrong with this forest. No spirits or monsters in these mountains? That only happens for 2 terrifying reasons. Either someone killed them all, or they're hiding from an overwhelming power. Watch this closely, because Skyas laughs even as he wonders if they've gone too deep. Norik mumbles Olo Brentata before slamming his staff hard into the ground. A magic circle opens as a massive castle appears, but it's suddenly sliced apart into falling chunks of stone. Corin screams for everyone to dodge as a devastating force shatters the earth below. He pulls her to safety and spots a humanoid monster emerging from the shadows. Corin orders an immediate retreat. He can't believe such a creature exists in this place. Skies sends his snakes forward, but the monster cuts them down in a single blur. Lunia is stunned. That creature is the legendary sword demon from the famous Aiden sect. Beyond the borders of Ion lies a territory known as the Demon Realm. It's a place where wild beasts maintain a strange and deadly balance of power. But that balance was shattered by an old man radiating an absolutely terrifying aura. He glares down. That demon and sword belong to me. They're not human, but beasts who actually understand every word the old man says. This magic beast grips its blade tightly as electric energy surges through its hands. It's a rare humanoid breed that stands tall and masters the art of the sword. Does it live to survive or destroy? The old man just raises his weapon. The Sword Emperor laughs at the beast. An accidental bond between master and disciple begins. Let's watch them clash. They fight for 8 days straight at blinding speeds while the monster's eyes glow red. The Sword Emperor remains unshaken with his massive blade resting casually on his shoulder. He's actually teaching it. He targets every weakness with increasingly complex and deadly strikes. The monster struggles to defend itself, barely neutralizing the old man's attacks. Purple aura explodes from the beast as it wonders who this insane man truly is. The old man names it the Sword Demon, a killer with 2 deadly blades. That name was a secret, shared only between the monster and the crazy old man. In the future, that name will become famous across the entire world. This legend will become the strongest swordsman, yet he stands with the enemy Banatha. Since he's attacking Skyas now, he isn't fully on their side yet. That's small comfort. And now, you and I are left wondering, how do we stop this monster? The sword demon charges right at Corin. Lunia quickly moves behind it with a shout. She swings with everything she has, but he casually parries and sends her flying back. A lightning-fast combo shocks her. Her sword is deflected as her body spins through the air. Lunia hits the ground hard, the sheer force of the blow sliding her backward. Alright, you and I are diving into a battle where Lunia is struggling to stand as the monster stares her down with death in its eyes. She asks where it learned those moves, but before she gets an answer, The beast vanishes and reappears right behind her. Sensing the danger, Lunia spins instantly to meet the demon sword's terrifying downward strike. But the assault doesn't stop. The monster's second blade is already whistling through the air, aimed straight for her head. The tip of the sword is inches from her eyes, a fraction of a second away from ending everything. It looks like checkmate, but Lunia lets out a roar of defiance, tilting her head just enough to dodge the lethal blow. Even then, the creature keeps its momentum, relentlessly pushing to bring her down once and for all. Lunia leaps into the air, but the monster mimics her move. Its limbs start shifting, turning into jagged, razor-sharp blades. Its gaze is locked onto Lunia with total precision. This is the terrifying focus of the legendary demon sword. It is as if the creature is wielding dozens of blades at once, all converging on a single target. Red waves of energy blast toward Lunia, but she grips her hilt, determined to hold her ground with her own blade. She activates her mind's eye, her pupils glowing as she begins to see through every single one of the monster's movements. White and red energies collide in a chaotic storm, each clash sending out blinding flashes and deafening cracks of power. Lunia holds the defense just long enough to see an opening, then lunges forward for a counterattack. The monster cannot believe its eyes. She actually neutralized that entire barrage from such a difficult position. Victory comes down to sheer decisiveness. Lunia slams her heel into the monster's foot, pinning it firmly to the ground. A cold smile touches her lips as she whispers two words. Finish it. Behind the beast, Corin and Alyssa have charged their ultimate moves, the Bloodslaying Strike and the Ironbreak 3 Cranes. The monster is trapped. It stands motionless as two massive bursts of gold and blue energy rain down on its head. But somehow, the creature twists its body in midair and escapes the blast, leaving Lunia completely stunned. How did it dodge that? Illusion magic? It lands perfectly on its feet, but the trio isn't letting up. Their weapons flash as they surround the beast from three sides. Corin and Alyssa strike from the flanks while Lunia brings her blade down from above, sealing every possible exit. Corin shouts that he won't let it escape, but suddenly, he gasps as his entire body freezes up. Now, pay attention here, because this is where the monster shows its true, horrifying form as its face splits in two. It unleashes the 8-handed soul slash, and 6 glowing arms made of pure sword light sprout from its back. It laughs like a maniac, swinging in a perfect circle with 0 gaps. Sword light flies everywhere, trapping the 3 heroes. Corin grits his teeth in frustration. Within this domain, even breathing feels like a chore. Before the edge of death, Corin sees a golden image flash in his eyes. Aiden-style first sword, domain slash, Poison Dragon's Ascent. Corin summons a golden dragon to parry those 8 strikes, but even at full power, he only manages to stop 5. 3 strikes remain. They are headed straight for Lunia, and she is just a half step too slow to react. Trust me, I was just as worried as you are right now, but watch what Lunia does as the blades close in. Corin panics, but Lunia has already drawn her blade. A pale blue aura erupts, crackling with intense lightning and thunder. A sphere of pure lightning wraps around her, forming an absolute shield against the incoming sword strikes. This is the ultimate defensive technique, a secret skill known only to those who have reached the peak of swordsmanship. With lightning dancing around her and her blade held high, she activates the Guardian Spirit armor. Even the monster is stunned. Lunia follows up with a false domain slash, a strike so fast it sends the beast flying. Blood sprays from a deep gash on the monster's shoulder, and it looks down at the wound with twisted excitement. The 3 regroup. Lunia mutters about how the creature managed to avoid her fatal strike. She warns them that this thing is too dangerous to let live. Corin agrees, and they prepare for another charge. In Corin's mind, he knows the demon sword hasn't even reached its final, most terrifying form yet. If it masters the 1,000-handed peerless technique, it will be unstoppable. They have to kill it right here, right now. The demon sword just laughs at them, but suddenly, a dark shadow, with a single purple eye appears, and whispers in its ear. Hello, my dear friend. And that is where we leave it. You and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving into one of the most intense battles yet. The creature delivers a lethal backslash that cuts the attacker into smoking pieces. Then, those severed fragments melt away into pools of black sludge, revealing strange purple specks shimmering inside the muck. Suddenly, a swarm of black serpents erupts from the sludge, lunging toward the monster. But the demon swordsman doesn't flinch, he just stands there with a light smirk. The black snakes latch onto the monster and turn toxic green. 2 powerful figures now stand right before Corin. One is an elderly man with silver hair and a beard, wielding a staff glowing with surges of emerald magic. The other is a dark sorcerer whose entire body is made of snakes reconnecting themselves. They are the king's subordinates, and their arrival makes the monster laugh out loud. These 2 are so terrifying that even the demon swordsman feels pure dread. Watch closely now, even a demon knows when it's outmatched. He unleashes countless strikes against those endless snakes before turning around to flee for his life. Those two are no humans, they are beings with life forces that are practically immortal. The one with the shadow-like form is Legislator Doom Norris. Beside him is Tree King June Sky. The three girls are paralyzed with fear. Corin can only whisper under his breath, monsters. So these are the enemies we are truly up against. Deep within the forest, inside a hidden treehouse, a voice echoes. I am sorry I couldn't do anything, a voice says from the bed in self-blame. Lunia tries her best to offer comfort, saying it was unavoidable. Elisa just smiles. It's fine, I didn't take any serious hits anyway. Thinking back, that monster was using the black swordsman style. Elisa wonders if it actually learned from reading a secret manual somewhere. Lunia brushes it off as nonsense. It's a monster if it's that skilled. It must have survived thousands of life and death battles to reach that level. Lunia's eyes sharpen. Only one person in this world would ever do something so insane. A raspy laugh rings out from behind. It seems my granddaughter has finally figured it out. Standing there is their grandfather, Sword Emperor Gandon. Lunia immediately snaps at the old man, asking what he's been up to. Teaching a monster swordsmanship? The Sword Emperor chuckles, calling it a simple hobby for his old age. But he clarifies one thing. I did not teach it, I just showed it. He stomps his foot, sending a massive shockwave through their consciousness, creating a truly powerful domain. The ground beneath them shifts into a grid, resembling a giant chessboard. As reality cracks, the Sword Emperor glides past the two girls. This is a domain, he explains. That creature doesn't walk the path of human swordsmanship, it has entered the realm of a demon sword. Crazy, right? You and I can see he's a total madman. Lunia just stares and calls him a complete crazy old fool. The Emperor smiles, hoping to witness the next evolution of sword mastery. His granddaughter just keeps glaring and cursing him under her breath. Elisa calls out to her grandfather, remembering her sparring matches with her sister and those two immortal monsters they just encountered. She refuses to stay weak. Elisa steps forward, her face full of pure determination. Please, teach me your swordsmanship. The Sword Emperor smiles and agrees. After all, she is the one he chose as his true successor. It is grandfather versus granddaughter. One is ready to learn, and the other is ready to teach. A small figure stands before the massive, muscular frame of her grandfather. A talent obsessed with the blade, her descent into madness begins. Back in the Great Hall, everyone stands before Drit. Corin asks if they can still enter the final trial despite failing to retrieve the demonic fruit. Drit sits there. You can, but without the fruit, this trial will be much harder. The final trial will be much easier for Sky and Doom Norris. Corin immediately protests against such blatant favoritism. Don't be so biased, Riss. We only lost because that sword demon crashed the party halfway through. At least give us some kind of fair shot. Ignoring the complaints, the old man announces the final trial. Raising his staff, he tells them to grow the magic staves they have already created. Grow them until they pierce the heavens, Drit says, pointing toward the sky. Only then will you face the giant who guards the sun. Corin calculates their time. There are 3 weeks until the solar eclipse. They must make their staves reach the sky before then. Elsewhere, Elisa is shaking. As a fellow sword user, she can feel the demonic nature flowing through every single swing of that creature's blade. She is terrified because he is much stronger than her. Even now, the wound on her hip is still bleeding. Seeing her struggle, the familiar voice of the Sword Emperor booms out. Your basics are still pathetic, granddaughter. He looks down at her. But I never expected you to come and beg me for training yourself. I did not raise that disciple for absolutely nothing. Elisa is stunned. A disciple? You mean that monster is your student? Why didn't you just kill him? The Emperor explains that the monster has the talent to reach the heavenly sword realm, a level she has never even heard of. Of course you haven't, I am the one who created it. Hearing this, Elisa gets visibly fired up. She stomps the ground, lunging at the old man while screaming at him to stop teasing her right now. You and I just saw a legend. He raises his lightning blade, promising to split the entire world in half. He swings his blade down, gritting his teeth while roaring that he wants to witness a true swordsman. Trust me, things are getting intense as Elisa blocks the strike, calling him a senile old man. Grandfather laughs at his granddaughter, saying she looks more like her sister every single day. At the southern castle in Ellis, Mariette adjusts her clothes and asks if she is finally allowed to leave. The spring ball ends in 4 days, and Corin has already left his signal for her. She looks rushed, knowing he wants to meet her before the day of the solar eclipse arrives. Even though riding Wivon would get her there in time, thinking of the other girls around him makes her uneasy and her face flushes bright red as she remembers Corin. Suddenly, the door flies open and her father screams that she is absolutely not allowed to go. He claims vacation is for family, but a hand suddenly grabs his neck as his wife appears. Watch this, her mom says she can just start a family there instead. Gripping her husband tight, she smiles and says Mariette is finally at the age for love, even reminding her daughter to hurry up and bring home a grandchild soon. Embarrassed, she runs out and accidentally calls for the wrong mount, while borrowing Herval to make her quick escape. Go, do you? Let's find father. Is this incredible speed the intuition of a high-ranking vampire? Marriott senses a new rival is coming. Meanwhile, a soft voice greets the saintess at the cathedral. Inside the great cathedral of Jeru, the saintess simply replies for them to come inside at once. They walk into the massive hall where the saintess sits at a distant table, her smooth pink hair swaying gently with every breath she takes. This is Saintess Estelle Hadassah Elas, a woman who radiates nothing but pure beauty and divine grace. She steps forward and suddenly lunges down to hug the girl's neck with pure joy. Warren acts cold, but the saintess pinches her cheeks and asks about the chaos at the festival. After being asked if she's hurt, Warren blushes and turns away, demanding the seal finally be removed from her body. I know what you're thinking, but she just says it's too hot and uncomfortable for her. Sensing something strange, the saintess narrows her eyes and asks if she's actually Lan right now. The girl smiles innocently, greeting the saintess and admitting they truly need more power for themselves. Declaring she wants to be his first wife, the saintess pauses in deep thought before placing her hand on the girl's head as golden magic begins to flow out. A moment later, Warren opens her eyes and asks if the seal has truly been removed. The saintess says it's only the first seal, and the girl immediately rushes toward the open window. I'm leaving now. Professor Josephine warns her that the eastern border is actually 24,000 kilometers away from here. Warren insists she is faster and refuses to let that woman reach him before she does. The war for the harem is hotter than ever as the professor tries to chase her down and stop her from doing something incredibly reckless. She jumps out, shouting that she'll arrive in 2 days while the saintess just watches and smiles. It's so strange. All these girls are fighting over Corin, from Lunia to Elisa herself. You saw that too, right? Corin is drowning in trouble from defeating kings to these shifting girl alliances. 3 days later, Corin mutters through a piece of wood that even the Sword Emperor is beyond cruel. As he bandages Elisa, she screams that she'll die of blood loss before even reaching the top. She groans about dying. But Corin just tells her to stop because it's not her time yet. Elisa pouts, but Corin looks at his small magic wand and says he can make the climb. Seeing the massive difference between their wands, she looks at him with pure doubt and disbelief. I don't think we can, she says, but Corin cuts her off and tells her everything will be fine. It's always like this, whether he's stopping escaped giants or facing impossible odds. How can he possess such an unbreakable and resilient will? Even when facing truly impossible challenges, he only ever looks straight ahead toward the goal. She turns and asks him what he's actually trying to achieve in the end. Before he can answer, Norris approaches and says he needs to speak with the legendary spear favored by the queen herself about a very serious matter. He strokes his beard while looking at the two of them, making Elisa stand up with a frown. Corin asks what's going on, and Norris wonders why humans are trying to block heaven from descending. Trust me, he just asks if the old man knows many people will die. Stick with me, we are about to see if a hero can stop a madman who thinks humanity must be erased to save the natural world. After living for hundreds of years, I have reached only one conclusion. To protect nature, every single human must die. As he speaks, his face darkens. Deep beneath his hood, a murderous gaze starts to pierce through the shadows. Elisa realizes this man feels less like a person and more like a cold, indifferent plant fueled by pure hatred for the world. Deep within him lies the very essence of death. Corin places a hand on her shoulder, telling her to watch closely. He points his sharp spear at the man and declares that his only goal is to kill monsters exactly like him. Dung strokes his beard with a cold laugh, mocking them for coming all this way just to stop his plans. He acknowledges their resolve but warns they will fail today. He gestures to the magic staves, asking if they see the difference. After living alongside nature for centuries, he claims there is no magic skill that can ever bridge the gap between them. He calls this the law of nature, mocking their obsession with efficiency and order. Do you really think you know everything? Corin ignores the lecture entirely and starts walking toward his own magic staff. After he posted about his Mandragora experiment to the online community, many players were stunned. Most people assumed the Golden Mandragora was just a power-up, using it only to boost their own raw strength. But Corin prefers experimenting with rare items. He reaches into his bag and pulls out a mysterious bottle of glowing yellow liquid. He is likely the only player who tried farming these, using them to turn Elisa's old elm branch into a massive magic staff. Just a few drops of this experimental serum were enough to create a massive effect. Even a man who lived for centuries has never seen this. This yellow liquid was crafted entirely by Corin's own hands. Now pay attention, because Corin is about to use a one-of-a-kind hidden item called Golden Mandragora Fertilizer to change the momentum. This fertilizer forces magic trees to hit a massive growth spurt, creating a zone that restores 185 mana every minute. The ground begins to tremble as Corin looks at his foe, mockingly calling the ancient sage a total newbie. Dung remains silent, his eyes fixed on the staff while observing the changes. Corin smiles, telling him that no matter how long he has lived, there is always something new to learn. Look closely, rookie. Standing with his arms crossed before the glowing staff, Corin confidently declares that he is about to perform a literal miracle. You and I are seeing this, right? The staff glows with a golden light and shoots toward the heavens so fast that Elisa is left speechless. In just a split second, the massive structure nearly pierces the heavens, looking as if it might actually touch the sun. Corin is impressed by the height as the sun rises. He is thrilled to see the growth speed is 3 times faster than expected. Dritius tells him he did a great job. As the sage of Findia, he prepares to ascend toward the sky. His final advice is for Corin to wait for the moment the sun weakens to successfully claim the legendary Cloud Solace treasure. He firmly shakes Corin's hand, offering a final farewell as a fellow resident of this ancient and mysterious land. He bows with deep respect, leaving everything in the hands of the young hero. Corin just responds with a confident smile. Elisa excitedly asks if they are leaving right away, but Corin tells her that they are definitely not ready yet. Climbing this structure is not something finished in a day. They will need a full week to prepare food, clothing, and all essential equipment. He looks toward the summit. The final battlefield for the Cloud Solas, one of the 4 great treasures, is waiting for them high in the sky. Corin knows he must prepare for Doom Norik, planning to bring his elite team, including Elisa, Lunia, the vampire Mariette, and the powerful Warren. A bright light shines from the staff, but Corin sounds disappointed, noting that in the end, almost nobody actually showed up. As they begin the long climb together, he wonders what on earth could be keeping the rest of the team from arriving. Corin scratches his head in confusion. The powerful strike force he envisioned is missing 2 of its key female members. Right now, it is just the sisters, Elisa and Ian. Meanwhile, a guardian asks if they have been spotted near the barrier. He asks what is going on, as the servant explains that they were not in this state when they first arrived. These are none other than Warren and Marie. The guardian is stunned by their terrifyingly powerful aura. Utkias looks serious, wondering what they could have seen in that vision. If this continues, the entire divine land will be endangered. He decides he must enter the illusion himself to save them. His subordinates quickly ask if there is anything they can do. A faint light splits his body into red and blue as Utkias focuses his power. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see if he can actually pull them out of that nightmare before it is too late. Alright, let's dive into a world of illusions where rumors fly at the academy. Did you hear? She supposedly had a baby before even graduating. Mariette walks on, seeing children who look exactly like tiny versions of Corin. Those whispering voices are still ringing inside her head. Well, that is a major rule violation, right? The boy looks just like his father. Turns out, this is actually the wedding hall. Mary steps inside and smiles as the announcer speaks. The groom is approaching the altar. She widens her eyes, desperate to see who it is. The person walking in is none other than Corin, looking incredibly sharp in an elegant black suit. Everyone is gasping at how handsome he looks. Seeing him, Mary can't help but wonder how he could look so majestic. Her cheeks turn bright red in an instant. Corin looks so handsome. Then, the music starts again. The bride is entering the hall. Mary glances over, wondering if the bride is beautiful. Holding her bouquet is Warren, and the guests start whispering in shock. They look like such a perfect couple. The bride smiles beautifully and softly calls out to her groom, "My love?" Now watch this part carefully. This is where Mary's world completely shatters. Seeing them embrace, she collapses, unable to believe the intimacy right in front of her. This isn't right, is it? Corin. Mary is stunned as her tears begin to fall. And just like that, 1 year passes by. She watches a happy family of 3 playing together. That child is the spitting image of Corin. Mary stares intensely at the boy. That child should have been mine. Corin was perfect on his wedding day, but that suit just brings back too many memories for Mary. She thinks to herself that if she were the bride, she could have done everything so much better. In her mind, she lists it all: houses, land, mines, titles. Everything he could ever need, she could provide for him. In this illusion, Mary only focuses on Corin. She dreams of him coming back to live in a warm, happy home. She'd give him everything. Suddenly, her eyes go wide. It seems Mary has just realized something crucial deep within her own mind. Watching her love marry someone else is a defeat she can't accept. She refuses to believe it. Eventually, even Corin will grow old. After all, he is only a human. His entire life will only last about 100 years. But Mary is different. She's an immortal vampire. Placing her hand on the unconscious old man, she wonders if she should turn him. Then they could live together forever. Finally, he would belong to her for the rest of eternity. It's only 100 years. Mary thinks she can endure their marriage for that long. After that, she'll finally take him away. She'll wait until every memory of Warren fades from his mind. Her tears fall silently onto Corin's face. This is the look of a heartbroken vampire. She sits there in pain, promising herself she'll be the one to make him happy. But wait, let's look at this from a different perspective, one that's about to get even messier. Now Mary is the bride, and Warren is the one watching their kiss. 2 personalities trapped in one body are watching this, feeling like a total failure. Warren is the one witnessing their happiness. This was the first time Warren ever gave her whole heart to a man. She watches Corin serving food from outside the window. Seeing him take care of Mary's every bite, she smiles bitterly. Lan asks what they're doing, while Warren wonders what she's even watching. When Lan asks what she wants, Warren answers, "Getting my heart broken like this was never part of the plan. My love, my husband. I want to call him by every affectionate title there is. I wanted a simple life as a normal, happy family." But all she sees now is Corin's happiness with another girl. She closes her eyes tight, asking herself why she can't have that. She's desperate for someone to help her. Warren slowly opens her eyes. "I crave that happiness too." In her illusion, Corin is sitting on the bed, saying it's been a while. He asks if she's been well. Without a word, she walks over, interlocks her fingers with his, and pushes him back onto the bed. She aggressively pulls off Corin's shirt, making him panic. "Why are you doing this?" he asks in shock. She presses her face against him, complaining, "You're so mean. Why were you looking at someone else instead of me?" Then, she bites. She blames him for everything. Warren bites down on his shoulder while Corin closes his eyes in pain. Her teeth leave a deep mark. Sitting on top of him with a seductive gaze, she says it's his fault. She gave him everything. So now, he must be hers. Morning comes, and sunlight spills through the window. It looks like a man and woman spent the entire night together. Warren is sleeping soundly in Corin's arms. Not only that, but they are holding each other's hands tightly. Time flies by. The yellow flowers by the window bloom. The birds return for the season, bringing her a beautiful baby boy. Warren smiles through her tears, believing she has finally won. She lies there with an innocent look on her face. Beside her, the vampire Marriott is also lost in her dreams, her sharp fangs showing. Both girls are trapped in their own fantasies. Suddenly, a voice tells them to wake up. Mary wakes first, completely confused about what's actually happening. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see if they're actually too late to save Corin from this madness. Alright, you and I are joining a journey to the sky that started 3 days ago. Những cô gái này đều bất ngờ thầm nghĩ, liệu chúng ta có đến quá trễ không? Hai người đồng thanh hỏi, nhưng làm sao ngài lại biết chúng tôi đang đi tìm Corin? Uskias đứng hình. Reese đã biết trước ngày Đại Hiên ngã xuống sẽ đến. Ông lắp bắp, ta là một thủ hộ giả. Vì thế ta biết được rất nhiều điều. Ông tự nhủ với lòng, ta thề sẽ chôn vùi quá khứ đen tối của ba cô gái đó mãi mãi. Trở lại đường lên trời, Alisa than thở, lạnh quá, nơi này chẳng có gì cả. Corin vừa vẽ vài đường lên thân cây vừa đáp lại, cố chịu một chút đi, chúng ta sắp đến rồi. Theo sử sách, thế lực của Balthazar đang nắm giữ 4 bảo vật vĩ đại. Chúng bao gồm dao ánh sáng Adra, kiếm mặt trời Cloud Solas, đá sinh mệnh Liaphai và khiên ma thuật Andri. Nếu đúng theo cốt truyện trò chơi, mình chắc chắn đang truy đuổi theo thuộc hạ của Balthazar. Mình có thể ghé thăm Gorius và Murius, dù chắc chắn các bảo vật đó đã không còn ở đó nữa. Theo những gì mình nhớ, khiên ma thuật nằm sâu trong bóng tối. Thực tế, có lẽ nó đang ở trong một hang rắn độc. Vì vậy, lời của vị thủ hộ giả về việc hãy đi lên cao hướng tới mặt trời có lẽ chỉ là một phép ẩn dụ. Bỗng nhiên UN gọi lớn, nhìn kìa Corin, những đám mây đang hạ xuống, cậu sắp chạm vào chúng rồi đó. Corin vẫn tiếp tục trèo. Không phải mây hạ xuống đâu, mà do cây sồi đang lớn nhanh như thổi, xuyên qua cả tầng mây đấy. Càng lên cao, gió càng mạnh và nhiệt độ giảm sâu. Corin ngạc nhiên ồ lên một tiếng trước cảnh tượng trước mắt. Giờ hãy chú ý nhé, vì điều này thật không thể tin nổi. Một tòa lâu đài khổng lồ nằm trên đỉnh núi đá trôi lơ lửng giữa tầng mây. Một lúc sau, cả nhóm đã đứng trước cổng. Corin nhận định bức tường này cao 50 mét và được bảo trì rất tốt. Lunia khoanh tay nhận xét, nhìn nó nhỏ thật đấy. Với kích thước này, đây chắc chắn là thành trì của một gã khổng lồ, trông nó thật hùng vĩ. UN nhắc lại lời Uskias rằng có một cự nhân đang canh giữ mặt trời ở đây. Dù ai bảo vệ đi nữa, chúng ta cũng không thể đi cổng chính. Quả của cây ma gờ mộc chính là tấm vé để vào. Corin cười đầy mưu mô. Được rồi, thử gọi xem sao. Cậu hít một hơi thật sâu rồi hét lớn vào bên trong. Có ai không? Tiếng gió rít nhẹ. Họ trông thật nhỏ bé trước cánh cổng và bức tường cao sừng sững. Cánh cổng từ từ mở ra. Alisa lo lắng gọi Corin, nhưng cậu chỉ mỉm cười. Cứ xem thế nào đã, chúng ta sẽ tùy cơ ứng biến. Lunia tròn mắt khi giọng của cự nhân vang lên hỏi. Các ngươi là ai? Một bàn tay khổng lồ bám lên cổng. Là nhân loại sao? Con người mà dám vác mặt đến tận đây à? Sau cánh cổng không chỉ một mà là rất nhiều cự nhân xuất hiện. Lunia sẵn sàng rút kiếm trong khi Alisa hốt hoảng vì cấp độ của chúng quá cao. Ngươi định đánh nhau với bọn ta sao? Một cự nhân hỏi. Nói đi con người, ngươi có mang theo chìa khóa không? Nó áp sát mặt vào Corin. Cậu vẫn thản nhiên đáp. Chúng tôi không có. Nó liền nheo mắt lại đầy đe dọa. Không có à? Thế thì hãy trở thành bữa tối của ta đi. Dứt lời, nó tung một cú đấm khổng lồ nhắm thẳng vào Corin. Cậu bình tĩnh giơ tay ngăn lại. Chờ đã, chúng tôi là những anh hùng tiên phong đã được ngài Uskias công nhận. Cậu quỳ xuống giải thích. Sớm thôi, chủ nhân của chúng tôi, người thống lĩnh tất cả sẽ mang quả đỏ của cây ma gờ mộc đến đây. Cự nhân hỏi lại. Vậy rốt cuộc chủ nhân các ngươi là ai? Bạn và tôi đều biết cậu ấy đang bịa chuyện. Corin cười và khẳng định chủ nhân của mình là đại anh hùng Josti. Cậu chỉ tay về phía Yuen đang đứng phía sau và tiếp tục bài diễn thuyết của mình. Chúng tôi cũng mời một Drit đến đây làm đại diện cho hiền nhân. Cô sửng sốt thốt lên. Drit hả? Tôi sao? Cự nhân nhìn cô đầy nghi vấn về việc được Savan và Findia công nhận. Yuen chẳng biết làm gì ngoài việc cười trừ. Corin thì thầm vào tai cô một cách gấp gáp. Làm đi, mau dùng cái đó đi. Yuen giơ gậy phép lên, sử dụng ma thuật khiến nó phát sáng. Sau khi đọc bùa chú, một thân ảnh màu xanh khổng lồ xuất hiện. Thứ đó được gọi là Wickerman. Cự nhân nhìn xuống. Maurice biết về quả ma da mộc đỏ và điều khiển được Wickerman thì làm đại diện cho Uskias cũng không lạ. Nhưng còn chìa khóa. Corin nhanh chóng cắt lời để cứu vãn tình hình. Tôi biết không có quả đỏ thì không lấy được mặt trời. Nhưng anh hùng của chúng tôi nói báo trước cho các vị là một phép lịch sự. Nghe vậy, cự nhân mỉm cười và một lần nữa mở rộng cánh cửa. Tốt lắm, hỡi thuộc hạ của Josti, ta sẽ tiếp đón các ngươi như những vị khách. Nó không quên nhắc nhở về mặt trời. Và Corin hiểu ý nên chắp tay trả lời rất lễ phép. Tất nhiên rồi, đó là điều hiển nhiên. Cậu cười gian xảo đắc ý. Thấy chưa, mọi chuyện dễ như ăn bánh vậy. Những cô gái phía sau đều câm nín. Lunia hỏi Corin liệu đây có phải kế hoạch không, và tin tôi đi, chúng ta cũng bất ngờ chẳng kém gì họ. Stick with me. You and I are about to watch our main character pull off the most daring heist of his life. To be safe, I told Lunia and Ewan to stay behind while we head straight for the giant's hidden treasure vault. It's a bit embarrassing, but in my previous playthrough, stealing was a daily routine because the player Park Sihu had an infinite inventory bag. So no matter the stage or area, my first priority is finding the loot. Elisa follows close behind, questioning him. Corin, how in the world did you find the treasure room on your very first visit to the giant's castle? He replies that treasure is usually hidden in the same old spots. The real challenge is finding the sun sword here. Whoa. Spread out before them is a massive hall overflowing with the giant's incredibly valuable gold coins. However, the ceiling is shattered, and there are 0 guards. That's because Cloud Solus needs to absorb 3 days of sunlight. Legend says it can only be seized during a solar eclipse when the sun's power weakens. Hearing that, Elisa asks if they could just take it at night instead. He nods. That's probably right. She picks up a sword, puts on a golden crown, and asks, Can we really find something like the sun in a place like this? Corin looks over cautiously and mutters, I thought there were no guards. Now, pay attention, this is where the easy heist turns into a nightmare. Staring at the mountain of gold, Elisa finally understands why there are no guards. A massive hen appears, leaving her confused. A chicken? It's a bit small for a giant's meal, isn't it? Corin warns her nervously. Someone's coming, hide. Elisa panics. Where are we supposed to hide? Suddenly, a giant appears with a terrifying, wide grin and bright white teeth. Oh, my little darling, are you here? He looks at the wandering chicken. Come here, my sweet little baby. Crammed into a tiny space, the two of them are pressed together, holding their breath. They pray he just walks away. The chicken pops up and stares right at them. It definitely sees them. It tilts its head and starts clucking. Corin stammers, that guy. But Elisa immediately signals him to shut up. The chicken squawks, strains its body, and then lays a massive golden egg. Corin wonders, that chicken, does all this gold seriously come out of its backside? Elisa scowls and says, that's a bit crude. The giant grabs the hen, giving it a big kiss. Come to daddy, you cutie. Corin's eyes go wide, seeing nothing but gold. Wait, he's taking it. Just one piece of that gold would set us up for life. Elisa snaps him out of it. Wake up. We're here for the sun, not the gold. You feel that too, right? He's totally losing focus. She sighs. Whew, that was close. Corin agrees. Definitely. The two of them lock eyes, blushing at how close they're standing. Corin recalls her sultry face from that moment. Brother-in-law. Big sister isn't around to see us right now. He wonders why he's thinking about that night. Then Elisa asks him, Hey Corin, what do you really think of her? He's flustered. Lunia? She's incredible. I really like her. She blushes slightly. You like her? Corin continues. She's a good person, talented, kind, and beautiful. What guy wouldn't like her? Elisa, still pressed against him, asks softly, Is that so? Corin stays calm. Anyway, we need to keep searching. The eclipse is in 2 days, and only lasts 2 hours. If we're too late, Sky will claim the sun legitimately. Elisa doesn't seem to care about that. She stands up and looks at him, gold coins slipping off her body. So that's how it is. Suddenly, Elisa looks up and says, Corin, something's weird. He asks what it is as she tells him to move aside. A place always bathed in sunlight by day, yet completely unreachable by night. They both turn their eyes toward it. Could it be? But its power should weaken during the eclipse. Does a place like that really exist? Today is a crescent moon night, but the moon looks strangely full. The Cloud Solus sun is hovering over the Sky Island, disguised as the moon. Back in the room, the four of them sit together. Yuen asks, the sun by day and the moon by night. And it's just floating above the Sky Island? Corin explains that it probably isn't actually as far away as the real sun or moon. The Sky Island's barrier likely creates an illusion, making it impossible to reach. Yuen wonders if there's any way to get there. He thinks it over and says, We probably can't. But the eclipse is in 2 days. We'll stay calm and find a way. Time flies, and 2 days pass in the blink of an eye. Contrary to the plan, we couldn't find a way to reach the sky in those 2 days. June Sky and Dun Norik are almost here. In the end, arriving 2 days early turned out to be completely pointless. Below them, those two are climbing higher, getting closer to the giants' territory. Behind them, the giants' voices make Corin pause and think. If they aren't Driss, can we eat them? The other giant answers, wait, these ones might be a bit different. Sky Giant Sivan has already given the order to his bloodline. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I won't want to miss what happens next. Alright. You and I are about to see our main character pull off one of the craziest scams in history. The giants are thrilled. Once the sun is handed over, they will be free to climb down and feast on all the humans. Did that guy Doomsy Jockey prepare the gifts yet? Apparently, he is bringing a whole mess of snakes and toads along for the ride. Corin just looks at them and sighs with a smirk. Turns out, getting here early was not a waste of time after all. The sun is still hanging there, and they have no other plan. As the eclipse nears, the moon begins to swallow the light. San definitely is not here, the giant growls. This place is way too cramped for a sky giant like him to fit. But outside, John Sky finally arrives. His heart is pounding with excitement as the gates swing wide open for the group. He shouts to go grab the sun sword, but before they can move, a voice rings out, telling them to stop that man. John is stunned to see the Wickerman clinging to the gate. He opens his eyes and stares directly at the shocked crowd. The voice echoes out, leaving John Sky speechless. My master, the great hero, you have finally arrived at last. Corin, disguised as Jer, holds a golden goose and drops to one knee. Master, I have done exactly as you commanded. John stares at the clucking bird in total confusion. Wait, what are you people doing? What is going on here? Bridge #2 watch closely here, because the chaos that follows is absolute peak Manhwa action. The giants charge out, screaming about thieves stealing their treasure. He screams that he is going to kill them all. But then, something catches his eye and makes him freeze in shock. Corin keeps up the act, shouting for the great John Sky. We stole the giant's treasure for you, just like you ordered. With the bird in his hands, the blame is set. John is completely baffled, wondering when he ever asked for a chicken. Corin turns back to the giants to pour more fuel on the fire. Now, let us wipe out these idiots together. Doom Norris realizes it is a trap and charges his magic. The giants roar to kill and eat every single one of them. Massive fists smash into the ground. The giants grab the nearest men, who scream in terror as they are lifted into the air. Ignoring the pleas, the giants toss them into their mouths. They laugh, ready to feast on every last one of these humans. Suddenly, the giant gags. Purple snakes and thick black smoke come erupting out of its massive mouth in a disgusting display. One of them turns back toward Corin, his face twisted in a look of pure, burning rage as he realizes the trick. Bridge #3, I know what you're thinking, is Corin the villain now? He's definitely loving this. Nobody can stop him, not even John Sky. If I cannot have the sword, I will turn it to ash. Yuen watches, hoping they all just kill each other and die. Lunia shoots him a sharp look. Corin, do you seriously have no sense of shame for what you are doing right now? Running down, Corin scoffs that he has never heard of shame. Lunia and Elisa are just left staring at him in disbelief. She hands him a cloth and tells him to wipe his face. I cannot stand looking at my fiancé like this, she sighs. Elisa asks him a serious question. What if John Sky actually beats the giants and takes the sun sword for himself? Corin just wipes his face and smirks. It is fine. Everything is still going exactly according to my master plan. Once we reach the ground, I will chop that oak tree down. Yuen is horrified, calling him a literal devil in human skin. Corin just leads the way, laughing. Remember, only the winners are the ones who get to write the history books. Haha, if I chop the tree, the king's men stay trapped on the Sky Island forever. Everything is falling perfectly into place. Suddenly, Lunia spots something below. Wait, what is that? It is as if they have entered an entirely different dimension. The sharp sound of cold metal rings through the air. It is a sound forged in 1,000 life or death battles. Before them stands a terrifying and very familiar figure. It is the sword demon, wielding dual blades with a murderous red glow. He lets out a chilling, excited cry at their arrival. Their path is blocked by the monster from their last duel. The battle that was cut short is about to resume. Lunia steps forward, drawing her blade with total resolve. Go on, she says. I will be the one to handle this. She activates her aura, coating her blade in dark mana. Lightning begins to crackle around the edge with massive power. The sword demon charges, but he completely ignores Lunia. She is stunned. Did he really just brush her aside like that? She watches him go, wondering why he is ignoring her. Is he really aiming for the one using a domain first? In the legends of Ahan, this man becomes the strongest swordsman under the king. A true nightmare on the battlefield. Right now, he is just a mindless monster. He has not yet become the world-ending threat mentioned in the ancient stories. Corin draws his spear, channeling every bit of his strength into one final, desperate move to stop the demon's advance. Bridge #4. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are going to want to see how this fight ends. The second move hits crescent sword energy, sharp as a guillotine, comes slashing down. Moves 3 through 7 strike his vitals with blinding speed. You and I are watching him face an attack he simply can't block. Finishing the combo with the 8 hands unrivaled technique, he slips behind Corin with a wicked, evil smirk. Corin stands frozen as blood sprays everywhere, then takes a devastating blow right to the ribs before he can even react. The pain is unbearable, sending him flying across the battlefield as Elisa screams his name in pure terror. Corin stops her, teeth gritted in agony. Don't come close. In battle, you only move forward. With a roar, he stares down the demon sword, preparing a desperate counterattack. But the enemy is already behind, Elisa. Corin screams for her to move out of the way. As the domain ends, the sequence follows. Lunia grips her sword tight. You dare look down on me? In a blink, she appears before them, eyes burning with rage. How dare you ignore me after all this? This is Lunia Aiden. Outside her domain, she is even more dangerous than Corin and Elisa combined. Even the demon sword realizes he is in trouble facing her in the open, but he just glares with deathly eyes. Her fake domain shatters against the weight of the truth. Now, pay attention here, he just entered a domain twice in a row. For anyone else, that is impossible. Lunia can only stare in shock. It is the same move that crushed Corin in seconds. The 8 hands unrivaled strikes again. Lunia realizes the truth. He is not aiming for her, but the person maintaining the domain instead. She plans to use that half-step window when the domain ends to finally cut him down. But there is a problem, her sister can only block 3 strikes before she is wide open. Lunia huffs in frustration, eyes locked on the enemy. He just smiles, focusing on his target and enjoying the hunt. A sword snaps. Blood hits the dirt. Elisa stares with wide eyes, unable to process the carnage. She cries for her sister. Suddenly, Lunia appears, blocking the strike with her secondary blade and grabbing his arm. Blood is everywhere, and Lunia's hands are shaking from the demon sword's raw, overwhelming strength. She mutters something about the domain, then flips her small sword downward with a sharp snap. She stabs him with everything she has. The demon sword screams toward the heavens in pure agony. Driven mad by pain, he bites deep into Lunia's shoulder. Elisa rushes in to free her sister. He leaps back, leaving Lunia collapsed on her knees. Elisa begs her sister to stay awake. Lunia shoves her away. Let go, now is not the time to worry about me. Never look back in a fight, you little fool. Her gaze is iron strong until her strength finally fades and Lunia loses consciousness. Let us take a second to feel Elisa's fear. She is alone against a literal monster now. How can she possibly win? Suddenly, an incantation rings out and a familiar blue light erupts from the darkness. It is the Wickerman. Summoned by Yuan, the giant towers over the demon sword from behind. Yuan tells Elisa to run. But wait, how did she summon it 2 times without a sacrifice? The Wickerman's massive hand slams down, aiming to grab and crush the demon sword. Trapped, he unleashes his ultimate double dragon technique, aiming a devastating twin strike right at the Wickerman. 2 blazing red dragons erupt, tearing through everything in their path. The backlash sends Yuan coughing up blood. Elisa watches as everyone she knows is defeated before her eyes. Terror takes over the young girl. For a moment, all she wants to do is run. But the demon sword leaps into the air, diving straight at Elisa. She raises her blade to block. She can't run, not when her 3 teammates are lying helpless right behind her. Corin struggles to grab a potion, cursing his luck. Yuan asks if he is okay. Save Lunia first, he says. If he has time, he can heal, but they are out of time. As he calculates their slim chances and the gap in their speed, a mocking voice suddenly chills him. It is June Sky. Well, you look absolutely pathetic right now, do you not? He is falling from the sky alongside descending giants, wearing a truly sinister grin. Don't worry about them. Trust me, you and I aren't ready for what comes next. Alright, you and I are about to watch a monster challenge the kid who took down the Prime Minister. Corin just smiles and says, "Thanks, you bastard." Suddenly, the system screen flickers to life, activating the gaze backup. His hand glows as he looks up, that confident smirk never leaving his face. With a sharp gesture, a spear summoned from the canopy streaks downward. It whistles through the air, barely grazing June Sky's eyes as it passes. Even while injured, Corin unleashes his infinite return chaotic spears, shredding the snakes coiled around him into a million bloody pieces. He slams his spear into the trunk and takes a breath. June Sky just laughs and asks, "Hey, are you putting on a show for me?" Corin stares at him, perched on the opposite branch. "According to the Gaze, we are not supposed to be able to attack each other, right?" June Sky tips his hat, chuckling. "Exactly. If we break the rule, our heads just go boom and we die instantly." Right on cue, His head starts glowing until tiny spheres emerge and then pop. It completely explodes. Now pay attention, because even with his head regrowing, he tells Corin that none of the quests or swords actually matter. Corin clenches his fist tight. He thinks for a second, then flashes a middle finger and says, "Yeah, I was thinking the same thing." He fires his blood spears, tearing Junskai's body apart. That is when the two girls finally arrive on the scene. Mariette shouts out in worry, asking if Corin is okay. But then, Junskai's voice echoes out as his body starts regenerating. Mary flinches as the monster falls right toward them, asking if these girls are Corin's friends. They both scream in horror. Corin dives down, delivering a heavy kick to the villain's back. The girls cry out his name in panic. Corin tells them to forget about him and get to high ground. Junskai just mocks him, asking if he is playing hero. He gets curious, though. As the Pope, Corin should know that his master can grant him any power he desires. So why fight them? Corin snaps back, saying both he and his master are completely wrong. What is the point of being a god in a world that has been turned into a wasteland? His logic is simple. The rules flash before him. Rule number 1, never abandon the innocent who are suffering in misery. Rule number 2, do not ignore the soul. Rule number 3, the sacred covenant. I will save the world. His stats soar, with pain resistance and field awareness jumping by 120%. Trust me, you and I are witnessing a hero being born. Corin Locke starts glowing like the sun to save the world. Junskai keeps that creepy smile while facing the master of beasts. Corin prepares to strike. He thrusts his spear downward, shouting that he has to be the one to see this victory through. He remembers the day the sword demon gripped his twin blades while a voice boomed from above. From the mountain peak, the sword emperor looked down and called him a monster. He smirked, claiming that blade belonged to him. Under a crescent moon, that was something the demon could never accept. He leaped into the air, radiating pure bloodlust. He wondered why he was even taught to use a sword before slashing down with both blades. But today, his opponent is Elisa, a young girl he completely underestimated and left for last. She barely blocks a massive strike, a pained groan escaping her lips from the sheer force. He blows everything away with one swing, thinking to himself that he inherited much more than just a piece of steel. He carries the same weight the old man felt, the raw power, the speed, and the crushing boredom of being superior. He raises his blade, manifesting a phantom sword overflowing with energy. He knows the truth deep down, that no matter how much power he obtains, he can never truly reach the level of the Sword Emperor. So, he vents his rage on his enemies. He locks his deadly gaze on Elisa, unleashing everything he has right at her. The killing blow is closing in. It is hard to see how a little girl could possibly survive this. A massive blast rocks the area, feeling like it is tearing reality apart. The sword demon is just too strong. After the smoke clears, he wonders why he even bothered climbing so high just to face these pointless struggles. But through the dust, Elisa is still standing. She steps forward with a defiant, confident smirk on her face. Her eyes are sharp as she asks the sword demon if he really thinks she lacks the strength to kill him. He does not answer, just lets out a guttural sound and rushes her with a relentless barrage of slashes. His blade aura cuts deep into her skin, leaving her covered in blood. This is not how he expected this to go. And that is where we leave it. You and I just saw a predator finally meet its match. Alright, you and I are about to watch a supposed weakling face an enemy that should have erased her long ago. A blade slips through, cutting her hair tie. But the sword ghost is baffled. Why won't this girl just collapse under his terrifying pressure? Why is she still standing? Elisa is tapping into everything her grandfather taught her. Her hands move like a blur, parrying every strike from the sword ghost. She is even smirking at him. It is eerie, almost as if she is addicted to the thrill of this deadly dance. Black blade shadows meet blue magic in a supreme strike. Elisa lunges forward with pure light, and finally, his blood begins to spill. She smiles at her foe. You seem to be slowing down. He is confused, letting out a frustrated cry. He can feel his power still surging within him. It has not dropped for a single second. It is just that his prey, Elisa, is moving faster. Her Ainsect dual sword style has reached a new level. She unleashes a flurry of forms that force the sword ghost back. It has been ages since anyone saw him this desperate, forced into a corner by her relentless, descending twin dragon strikes. Screaming in rage, the sword ghost tries to break free. He deploys his air domain and charges with an 8-handed technique. The first strike targets her neck, while the second and third aim for her hips and legs. The remaining 5 strikes swarm her tiny frame, and suddenly, Elisa's sword is knocked clean out of her hands. Now, pay attention to this moment. Even after that domain strike, the sword ghost feels nothing. Elisa's eyes are locked in pure focus. It is like she predicted exactly how he would attack. Gripping her blades tight, she charges ahead. With her mind's eye wide open, Elisa activates her ultimate form, unleashing a relentless barrage of slashes right inside the sword ghost's own domain. A A sharp, gleaming trail of light is left behind as Elisa flashes past. The blade carves deep into the sword ghost's shoulder, making him roar. That fake domain slash left a massive wound, and blood is geysering out. In this moment, the sword ghost finally understands. He realizes why fate brought him to this very spot. She presses on with the Corin-style poison dragon's ascent. He parries, realizing she is just like him, a true demon of the blade, a genius of the sword god, obsessed with the edge. He stepped into this world specifically to hunt down and kill a soul like hers. He thinks to himself, if I can just kill her, I will finally reach the level of that legendary old ghost. He crosses his flaming twin blades, preparing for a true clash against her sword that is now radiating an intense blue aura. Nearby, two girls are busy fending off a horde of giants. But the sword ghost? He is bored with everyone else in existence. Only this small girl matters. Her aura is intoxicating, triggering his deepest combat instincts and a hunger for slaughter. You and I both know this guy is insane. He actually believes Elisa's entire life was just a setup for his arrival. Gathering every last drop of his strength, he releases a dense, evil killing intent that suffocates everything around him. The sword ghost is determined. This is his final strike, the peak of his power. He weaves his hands together, raising his twin blades in a parallel, vertical stance. Then comes the insect form, Sword Ghost Sparrow. It looks like he suddenly has thousands of arms. With the thousand hands technique ready, he aims his entire concentrated sword energy straight at Elisa. The range is massive, shredding the giants nearby and even slicing the giant tree trunk into multiple pieces as it descends. Exhausted, he stands there. That move took everything he had. But then, a wave of confusion hits him as he realizes something is wrong. Despite that overwhelming power, Elisa is still standing, walking right behind him. A long sword trail cuts through the giants and straight through the sword ghost himself. The tree trunk groans as the cuts settle in. Every giant in the vicinity has been slashed across the throat. They never even had a chance to realize what happened. Heads begin to roll. A thread-thin line appears across the sword ghost's face. He wonders, is there really a realm higher than his ultimate slash? Elisa stands there, cold and regal, with sparks of lightning still dancing around her. She remembers Lunia's warning. Once you enter the battle, never look back. Even Corin told her to only look forward. She flashes back to her home, remembering the duels with her sister and all the times she tasted failure. Her eyes fill with tears as she bites her lip, reliving the bitterness of those losses while she prepares to strike. Elisa steps forward, vowing to herself that from now on, she will never retreat. Ain Sect Elisa form Heavenly Sword. The little girl has reached a realm that most people can only dream of. The legendary sword ghost, a man without equal, has been surpassed. She has carved a miracle in the span of a heartbeat. One strike shattered the boundaries of her world. Before he fades, the sword ghost finally sees the truth. You and I are seeing a legend fall as he realizes his whole life was just a stepping stone for her. Elisa Aiden. The massive tree trunk shatters and falls. Below, Corin is having a rough time fighting against Junsky. He grimaces, realizing that just climbing up is a nightmare. A snake-like arm lunges at him, and Corin barely slashes it away. Don't be so cruel, old man. The enemy just laughs. Hee, looks like you're struggling down there. Alright, you and I are diving into an epic clash between a lone beast and a spear-wielding hero. Junsky is an endless abyss of darkness, the home of poisonous snakes and entities that defy logic. As one of the four great treasures, he uses his bottomless pit of spirits to swarm Corin with serpents. Corin turns around, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Suddenly he smiles, mocking him. A lowly beast's soul isn't worthy of being my rival. It's the death jewel. It never misses, splitting body and soul apart while ignoring every single defense. The soul serpents begin falling from the sky like rain. Junsky remains unfazed, asking if Corin is a soul reaper. He wonders if Corin's mana can last. Is your mana enough? Corin jumps back, mocking his vision. Lethal spots of light appear beneath his feet, signaling a trap. He realizes it now. The legendary fertilizer that grew an oak tree high enough to pierce the heavens. If so, how far do the roots of that infinite mana-absorbing oak tree actually reach? I nurtured this entire land myself. This place grants me a pool of mana that never runs dry. Standing atop his spear, the first spear Corin Locke prepares to reap the fruits of his labor. Suddenly, Junsky speaks. Pay attention here, because his words make Corin's face go completely pale. He grins wide, admitting his current form can't win. It's been so long since he's done this. The entire legion merges into one. His true form is a massive python coiling around the oak tree. Corin lets out a bitter laugh. This is overkill. The great serpent of Fanga is bigger than the oak. Looking at the titan snake, Corin just smiles. This is one of Junsky's final forms. Pure, endless power. His voice echoes with a haunting chill. The queen locked me in darkness, trapped me in a cauldron, but now her throne sits empty. Like a wolf hunting defenseless sheep, I will devour everything she ever tried to protect. I'll eat the queen's spear and the last fragment of the goddess Erinua. He lunges with venomous fangs. Corin stays calm, asking if he only ever talks about himself. He leaps into the air, warning that this is a territory he created from scratch. Resonance magic activates. Next to Junskai's death aura, the tree begins to crack with golden light. Corin whispers for him to choose his grave carefully. Junskai's massive snake form trembles. What is this? You've gone completely insane, haven't you? The runes Corin secretly carved while climbing finally ignite, fueled by a massive surge of pure mana. The oak tree erupts into flames, scorching the massive body of the serpent coiling around its trunk. Junskai screams in rage, wondering how Corin expects to survive a hellfire he created himself. Corin smiles down at him. You think I'm here to fight? Trust me, I'm after something else. I'm here to take that treasure. Junskai falls, screaming. The fourth treasure only appears during an eclipse, and Corin is making his move. The Sun Sword, claims Solace. Whoever wields its power first will be the one to win this. Gripping his spear, Corin warns that those who fail will fall to their deaths, fly or die. Junskai curses him while struggling in the inferno, desperate to escape the burning hell. Suddenly, wings burst through the smoke. Junskai lets out a terrifying, death-dealing cry for Corin. He's no longer a snake. He's transformed into a dragon, lunging at Corin as they fly toward the sun. A moment later, they pierce the clouds, reaching the Eclipse Giant's floating castle. Below, Marie is already bombarding the Titan. Seeing him, she calls his name. Even Junskai is impressed by Corin's tenacity. You've held on well for a human. Corin grits his teeth. Time to end this. He's facing Junskai's second ultimate form, the legendary Mystic Dragon. And trust me, you and I are about to see his third core ignite for one final strike. Alright, stick with me, you and I are about to see Corin go all out, eyes glowing with killing intent as he lunges his spear forward. Junskai lets out a savage roar, knowing this single move will decide who walks away alive. The first demonic spear, Black Mysterious, is inches from its mark, when Junskai's eyes suddenly widen in pure realization. His massive frame shrinks into a winged human form, shouting that Corin fell for the trap as the spear pierces nothing but empty air. Corin wonders if he transformed just to dodge, but Junskai immediately unleashes a swarm of deadly snakeheads to threaten him. Corin desperately slices through the swarm, looking exhausted as the constant drain on his energy starts taking a heavy toll. Junskai mocks him, asking if he actually knows the secret conditions required for the redwood seeds to finally sprout and grow. Corin's ultimate attack was neutralized so easily, and now Junskai is holding those mysterious seeds right in front of his face. These seeds feed on darkness, and this specific solar eclipse provides the perfect evil energy they need to finally reach their full potential. The magic tree erupts toward the sky, its twisted branches reaching out until they completely wrap around and swallow the sun itself. A nightmare legion appears, countless snakes, a house-sized toad, 3 fierce dragons, and 3 magical bulls of absolute destruction. It is a terrifying army of hellish beasts, all led by the legendary King of Bulls who has been unsealed from the depths. Now pay attention here. Junskai transforms into a massive black bull, clutching a glowing treasure that you and I can see radiating power. He finally grasps the Sun Sword, letting out a thunderous roar of excitement in his new, monstrous black bull form. Corin grimaces at the sight, cursing his luck for having to face the overwhelming power of the sun for the second time today. Silence hangs over the giant's wall for a split second before Corin is suddenly sent flying back by a devastating impact. He crashes through the stone, gasping in pain while desperately carving runes as massive flames erupt from the ground behind him. Despite the damage, Corin forces himself up with his spear ready, just as Junskai walks toward him laughing like a maniac. He mocks Corin, asking if that pathetic display was his absolute limit. But suddenly, glowing rings of light surround them both. Hellfire explodes outward, spiraling around Junskai in a desperate attempt to trap the beast within a cage of flames. He simply raises the Sun Sword, and the fire instantly bows before its light as he laughs at the useless effort. Corin struggles to stay upright, realizing he cannot even buy time as a massive wave of solar energy slashes toward his position. A massive explosion rocks the battlefield where Corin stood, leaving nothing but shattered earth, thick smoke, and lingering fire everywhere. He barely manages to slide out of the way, only to find the black bull standing right in his face before he can react. The beast swings his blade with a shout to die, but Corin leaps into the air just before the sword connects with him. Junskai swings again, asking if Corin really thinks he can keep running away from his inevitable death forever. Now, you and I know Corin isn't one to stay quiet. He mocks the beast for being a mere animal trying to use a weapon. The monster charges, laughing that the end is near, while the Sun Sword radiates an overwhelming amount of blinding energy. Corin readies his spear as a chessboard-like domain unfolds around them, preparing for one final, desperate clash of powers. Their weapons collide with a deafening roar, but even Corin's ultimate technique is not enough to keep his spear from being knocked away. Suddenly, his heart begins to glow with a strange light, just as Junsky prepares to deliver one last fatal blow. He lunges with a short spear in a desperate suicide mission, aiming to pierce the enemy's supposedly unbreakable defense at any cost. Corin pulls back his fist, channeling every bit of energy into a black mysterious 8 trigrams punch straight to the bull's face. The impact is massive, shattering nearby castles and leaving the entire area in absolute ruins. Thick dust fills the air as we see a broken horn on the ground, while a bleeding Corin coughs and pins Junsky down. The monster laughs, baring razor-sharp teeth as total despair finally begins to settle in for Corin. Despite giving everything he had, Corin realizes he cannot win as the entire Sky City begins to tremble and shake violently. The giants living here are all terrifying demonic humans, and even the weakest among them are at least grade 1 threats. They are massive and crude, but 2 special grade mages are doing their best to blast them back with powerful magic. Mary holds the line against the giants, shouting for Waron to hurry up and go help Corin before it is too late. Waron punches one of the massive creatures in the face, but the strike seems to have absolutely no effect on the beast. The giant just grunts and smiles back at her, making it clear that this fight will not be easy for them at all. It is just 2 girls facing off against an army of 50 massive giants, while the giant king stands in the distance radiating a truly terrifying aura. Elisa performs a miracle, managing to slice through nearly half of the giant army with one single, devastating strike. But remember, those were just the low-level soldiers, and that's where you and I leave this epic cliffhanger. Alright, you and I are diving back into the chaos on Sky City. The commanders are still there, and one wears a crown, radiating energy so terrifying it chokes the air. He glares down at the 2 small girls. In their broken state, they cannot protect themselves, and escaping this nightmare is simply out of the question. The realization hits hard. We cannot count on anyone else to save us anymore. Corin is collapsed over Junsky's head. He's completely exhausted. The villain stands up, tossing our hero to the dirt like garbage. Corin lies there in a pool of blood. His regeneration has finally hit its limit. The healing that once saved him is nowhere to be found. The Samsara core is empty, no power left. His body feels like lead, and his vision is slowly fading into a dark, cold void. Struggling to lift his head, Corin wonders if he is finally about to die. Siu's image appears, mocking him. He says the more players die, the stronger he gets. He reached the final battle, while Corin is dying to a mere subordinate. Behind the hallucination, Junsky unsheathes the sun sword, ready to finish this. Siu laughs, saying everything Corin did was meaningless. But Corin's final answer is different, causing the hallucination to freeze in shock. He asks his rival, "Even with all your experience, why do you still not understand? You never saw it." The smile of a senior who was a vampire, yet still brought joy to everyone around her. The children finding themselves and growing up, and that one guy pushing past his limits. Siu whispers in his ear, asking if he is in pain. He tells Corin to just give up since he did his best. Corin refuses to break. He stands up, shattering the fake image with sheer will. He rises again. If Siu really knew those people, he would never have lived such a pathetic and easy life. Junsky is stunned. "You can still heal?" He reaches out and intercepts the Samsara spear, catching it mid-air as it tries to return to its master's hand. Junsky raises the weapon. "If you want this spear so badly, then come and take it. Don't blink, because this part is brutal." He hurls the spear, pinning Corin's shoulder to the wall as the poor guy screams in absolute agony. This is hard to watch. Still not satisfied, Junsky charges with the sun sword raised high, shouting that this is the end. Corin refuses to quit. He grabs the bare blade with his hands, stopping the strike right in front of his face. The sword's heat is intense. Corin's flesh sizzles and burns, and he screams as the solar energy incinerates his very clothes. Sky City is swallowed by smoke and fire. Corin lies there, his entire body charred and broken. Junsky sighs, resting his sword on his shoulder as he walks away. But then, he senses something and turns back in pure horror. Once again, Corin stands. Junsky grabs him by the head. "Are you still not dead yet?" He tosses the warrior into the air. Corin, covered in wounds, falls helplessly back toward the ground. Junsky transforms into a massive dragon. "If I burn your very marrow, you will not be able to regenerate again, will you?" Seeing Corin reach out, Junsky sneers. "Still trying to grab your spear? Then burn in these flames." He opens his maw, unleashing a devastating blast of fire directly at the falling hero. Now here is the twist we have been waiting for. The flames are being sucked in. Junsky is completely baffled. Suddenly he realizes the sun sword is gone. Corin is clutching it with the last of his strength. He coughs up blood. Somehow, a Samsara rune had been carved onto the blade. He did it when he grabbed the sword earlier. Corin gasps. "First a snake and toad, now an ox? You are just a king's loyal dog." He smiles behind the blade and asks, "What about me?" The dragon roars in fury, calling him a pest and telling him to die. Corin points the sun sword back. In the previous timeline, you and I made it all the way to the final boss. We defeated the 4 treasures. But where did those artifacts go? Suddenly, light begins to gather in Corin's palm, shining as bright as a miniature sun. He is the Queen's spear. The only person in this world who knows the truth of this timeline. Understanding the true power of Cloud Solace, Corin claims it. He was always meant to be its master. His body erupts in light. A system message appears, confirming he has activated Cloud Solace. The sword chooses its wielder. It recognizes him as the Sun Warrior, Corin Agatlam. Having mastered solar light, he now has the sun's protection as long as it remains in the sky. The dragon's fire passes over him, but a blinding light erupts from the center. Junsky can only watch in shock. He does not understand. A beam of pure solar energy blasts through the dragon's head, setting it ablaze. White hair, god-tier power. Corin declares it is time for the sun to rise again. And trust me, the real fight starts now. Corin casually dodges to the side, his lips moving in a quiet mumble. Alright, you and I are about to watch the Kenna, so runes ignite a massive circle of fire to trap them both. Junsky screams in a total rage, claiming the power belongs to him, while Corin focuses every ounce of heat into his spear tip. He draws in the sun's heat. Magical flames condense into a point of absolute destruction. As the Cloud Solace spearhead glows, the entire world suddenly loses all its color. Junsky fades into nothingness, his final scream echoing through the void. A massive castle is instantly vaporized by the shockwave. Junsky is gone, his body turning into nothing but ash, drifting in the wind. Corin leans on his spear, declaring that whether it is 10,000 or 1,000,000 enemies, he will never stop until he saves this world. He stands there like a proud god. Meanwhile, Warren is struggling to survive against the overwhelming power of a massive giant. The giant throws a heavy punch, roaring that she is the one who hurt his comrades. Suddenly, blood-red arrows fly from behind as a crimson fire technique strikes back. The giant turns in a panic, but it is already way too late. He ends up looking like a porcupine covered in red needles. Marriott and Dioku have arrived just in time to save the day. Marriott asks if Warren feels it too, that strange energy coming from Corin's direction. Regardless, this current situation is a total mess. They are surrounded by giants, and the main boss hasn't even stepped onto the battlefield yet. Mary suggests that she and Dioku should lead the charge to clear a path. Suddenly, the giant lackeys point into the distance in total shock. Stick with me here, because a blinding light like the sun is descending, with footsteps that feel like they came from hell. It is Corin wielding the Solar Majesty, a literal miniature sun burning with intense energy right in his hand. Witnessing that sheer power, every primal instinct screams at them to bow down before such a terrifying force. Under the weight of the sun's authority, every giant is forced to their knees. Warren blinks, and suddenly, Mary has vanished from her side. She has already rushed forward to pull Corin into a tight embrace. Corin is worried because she is a high-ranking vampire, and this solar light is dangerous for her. He asks if she is okay, but Mary is already crying. She does not care about the light. She is devastated that he is injured. She cries out that she cannot live if anything happens to him. Warren approaches next, asking if he is hurt. Corin just reaches out and gently pats her head. He gives her a bright smile, saying that everything is fine now. Mary still refuses to let go of him. The three of them share a brief moment of peace, ignoring the giants kneeling nearby as Corin's energy begins to shift. His hair returns to its normal black color. Seeing this, the giants look up, and Corin gives them a forced smile to try and keep them calm. But the giants rally together, shouting to kill him while he is off guard, and his sun power is fading. They charge forward in a frenzy. Corin is confused, wondering why his solar authority isn't working on them anymore. Warren realizes those monsters have snapped out of it. Suddenly, the giant leader leaps across the field toward them. Warren warns that they are moving too fast. The leader raises his hand for a crushing blow, screaming that he will kill them all. Corin shouts for everyone to get out of the way immediately. As the massive hand shadows them, he bellows about eating every human on Earth and turning the rest into slaves. Now pay attention, because just when Corin thinks they are doomed, a bolt of lightning flashes by and severs the giant's arm completely. The leader screams in pure agony. Corin just smiles, teasing that someone took their sweet time getting here. The old man who appeared is the Sword Emperor. He laughs, admitting that his old body has definitely slowed down a bit. Apparently, climbing up trees at his age is not as easy as it used to be. He mentions the legendary battle between the Sword Demon and Elisa, praising the incredible pressure their fight put on everyone. He smiles and tells Corin's group to head out while he plays with these disrespectful little brats. Corin doesn't waste a second and thanks him for the help before running off. The old man stands alone against the entire giant army. The Sword Emperor smiles, calling this his way of making up for being late. He regrets missing the amazing sight from earlier, but he is ready to get to work. He claims his blade can solve all suffering as he cleaves through the giants, enjoying the chance to fight in this unique space. High above the sky castle, the brilliant light of the Sword Emperor flashes across the horizon. He strikes with a single, perfect line. It is a legendary sight. The Sword Emperor Reincarnated has finally made his entrance. As the trio makes their escape, Corin notes that they have a lot of work to do once they reach the bottom. And let's be real, you and I know they owe him their lives. That is a debt that must be repaid. Pay attention here. Corin decides it is finally time for some tree cutting, but not for the reasons you think. The girls are totally confused. Thinking back to nearly dying because of that demon sword user makes him furious. He vaguely remembers an old saying, a gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. But for him, today is the day. He smiles coldly, knowing karma is finally coming. Time to let that person stay grounded for a while. Mary raises her magic staff. If Corin says so, we're doing it. Warren does not object. She casts her spell and boom, a massive blood-red arrow pierces right through the oak tree. The sheer force of the impact snaps the trunk clean in two. High above, the Sword Emperor notices. He grits his teeth in rage, watching the tree fall apart. His path home vanishes into the clouds. Meanwhile, Elisa slowly opens her eyes in a room and someone asks if she is finally awake. In the dead of night, Corin sits in a tree watching the moon. Elisa comes out and finds him there. He asks if she is feeling okay. She sits beside him, admitting she is sore but can still move. Her mind is a mess. When she started at the academy, she just wanted to enjoy a normal youth. Hanging out late, napping in class, or just wondering what would be on the menu for lunch. But she has drifted so far from normal. Elisa clenches her fist tight. Recalling how she actually enjoyed fighting the sword demon, she wonders if she has been seduced by the act of killing. Corin immediately reassures her. Feeling that way is not bad, destroying evil is always the right thing to do. Elisa is stunned. He tells her it is all about faith and the choices we make. Even if death fascinates you, you would never draw your sword for evil, right? There are many freaks in this world who make terrible choices. But you? You want a normal life despite having godlike power. You should be proud of that. Elisa's face turns bright red as she leans on his shoulder, asking him to make a promise. The moon is out, and you and I can feel the romance in the air. She says she might be weird, but she wants to take care of him. She needs this normalcy to keep from losing her way. On weekends, they could go to the city for snacks, watch the latest plays, go shopping, or grab coffee. Just simple, normal things. Hearing her list them out, Corin smiles with pure happiness. He agrees to do it all with her. Elisa laughs. It is perfect. And with that, the Sky Island arc officially ends. Of course, life does not always end so gracefully. Over at the Aiden mansion, Corin has an announcement to make. Sorry I'm a bit late with this, he says with a casual grin. I'm getting engaged. Warren and Mary just freeze. They start shouting questions. Engaged to who? A classmate? Before he can even answer, Lunia steps forward and declares she is the one, Lunia Aden. She announces the engagement ceremony will happen in 1 week. Mary can barely speak, stuttering about lovers and fiancés. Lunia adds that with the eldest daughter of Dan F. and the Saintess of John Cathedral as witnesses, everyone is welcome. Corin looks at the two stunned girls and decides to keep the prank going a little longer. Knowing they are about to panic, he declares he has fallen deeply in love with Lunia. He says despite being young, her firm and honest attitude totally captivated him. Lunia even plays along, acting shy. He starts talking about what they shared on that night of the full moon. But Mary has heard enough. She stands up and leaves. She remembers him growing old in a vision and the 100 years she promised to wait. The way Mary looks at Corin makes him nervous. On the other hand, Warren just starts sobbing uncontrollably. No, Lan, it is all fake. Trust me, he is in deep trouble. All right, you and I are about to dive into a scene that is pure chaos from the start. Corin is left scratching his head. How does he fix this? Meanwhile, Lunia is standing there with a totally guilty smile. She covers her mouth, giggling at the sight. My poor fiancé, she mocks. You really look pitiful right now. Under the moonlight, Corin wonders where those two vanish to. If he catches them, he is definitely giving them a piece of his mind. He steps into the bedroom, worried they have escaped for good. Finding them now seems impossible. Talk about a disaster of his own making. Suddenly, Lan appears behind him like a ghost. Startled, Corin turns around and asks if she has something she needs to say. The young girl sheds her cloak and lunges forward, shouting that she definitely does. Corin flinches as Warren pushes him onto the bed. Then, with a dead serious face, she declares she is sleeping here tonight. All right, stick with me. Corin is looking at the little girl, asking if she's okay because her words sound really scary. On the bed, the small girl rests her head against him and falls into a deep, peaceful sleep. Corin whispers that children will be children, even asking to hold hands while sleeping. Under the crescent moon, he takes this as luck. Morning arrives quickly as the sun rises. He scratches his head in confusion. The girl isn't Lan anymore. She's actually Hua. She woke up early, wondering why the stork hasn't arrived. Before Corin can process that, Warren asks why the bird hasn't come yet. He stretches and explains that storks don't pass through this region, usually staying much further to the north. They probably only nest in the northern kingdom. But for now, it's time to eat some breakfast. Warren doesn't look happy. Inside the house of this fake engagement, Corin has a bruised eye and laughs at his own lack of thought. A female voice rings out, asking him to please pass along an apology to Jean for her. Honestly, he did a good job. It's just that things in life don't always go exactly as one might hope. Facing the Hua personality, she picks up a large piece of fish and holds out a spoonful of rice toward him. Now, eat. She doesn't forget to remind him that in the future, he really needs to watch his behavior in these situations. Feeling her kindness, Corin stares at the food and smiles with relief. Now, he just has to find where Mary went. It seems even the servants at the Ain house have absolutely no clue about her current whereabouts. Now pay attention, the only one who can track Mary is Diogu, a red dog currently barking with a serious attitude. Why is he popular anyway? He tells the dog that if he brings her back, he'll buy him the finest black cow from the Nam Sun region. Corin asks for help, but the dog just coldly pulls out a property balance sheet and gives him a smug smirk. Corin curses under his breath. How is this mutt richer than him? He works his life away and he's still poorer than a dog. After mocking Corin to his face, Diogu finally decides to reveal Mary's location. She is at the Aiden mansion. She's in the guest house. After finding out the truth, she's so embarrassed that she's been kicking her blankets for a long time. Marriott is curled up inside her blankets, hiding her face while softly calling out for Corin. She says she always believes what Corin says without doubt. Even if he promised her piles of gold, she would trust him. Even if he said stars would fall tomorrow, she'd believe it. Mary shows some leg, eyes tearing up, begging him never to lie. She thinks to herself that no matter the result, 100 years from now, he will definitely be hers. Every girl who had a crush on Corin now knows the truth. His engagement to Lunia is nothing but a complete sham. You and I both know the dating was just a show. Now, they feel at ease and can finally let go of their feelings. Well, everyone except for Elisa, Lunia's sister. She's standing there wondering why she even bothered to show up. Looking back, there has been a strange atmosphere lingering ever since the very beginning of the semester. Was it the battle with the Black Sword, the serial killer case in Mist City, or his promise to stay by her side? As she wonders about her relationship with Corin, Elisa's eyes suddenly go wide at the sight before her. Lunia is leaning over Corin, looking like they're about to kiss. She whispers that they have to act because someone is watching. Let us be a bit sweet. He takes Lunia's hand and notes that her skin feels quite rough. She shyly replies that her hands aren't pretty by feminine standards, but Corin just gently caresses them anyway. But I think they're beautiful, he says. Lunia appreciates the kindness but gives him a sharp reminder. He's refined, but his situational awareness is terrible. Corin is left wondering exactly what he missed this time. Lunia looks toward the next table and tells him it's fine now. He should just go on ahead. Surprised, he asks if she was unhappy with the date. She turns with an elegant smile that radiates pure beauty. You're so sweet, I'm thinking of just claiming you for myself. Not bad for my fiancé, right? Finally, the engagement day arrives. Guests in magnificent outfits have gathered from all over to witness the event. Women wear traditional robes as the bride. Lunia appears in pure white. Everyone is breathless at the sight of her beauty. Standing beside Corin, she hears his compliment and whispers that he certainly knows how to please a woman. He replies that he is speaking from the heart, this isn't just some empty praise. The host announces the official engagement of Corin Locke and Lunia Ain. Corin dips Lunia back as the crowd cheers loudly. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the celebration. Hold it right there. And that's where we leave it. Elisa screams her objection to the whole ceremony. Alright, you and I are diving into a story where a young girl's tears hide a legendary past. People called her sister a filthy bastard, but Lunia wasn't having it. She was fierce and stood her ground. This beautiful baby is my sister, she would say. That tiny 2 kilograms infant is now grown and talking to her. I am over 100 centimeters now. I will be a cool knight like you. Want some honey candy? Years fly by, and that little girl is all grown up, eyes sparkling as she prepares for the academy. She used to look at the ground instead of us. Now, after barely half a year, she is totally different. She was always so clumsy and helpless, but she has finally matured into someone strong and capable. Lunia wonders if she finally made her choice. She drags Corin away while he asks Elisa what is happening. She needs him to follow. Lunia's mother panics, reaching out and screaming for them to be caught immediately. Elisa's mother just watches in awe. Lunia fakes a breakdown over the engagement ceremony, turning into a total disaster. A woman asks if she is okay, but then a loud shout for Corin echoes through the heavy wind. Suddenly, a familiar giant eagle appears. Everyone is stunned. What on earth is happening now? Warren slides down a rope and reaches out. Elisa is already sprinting toward him with everything she has. Warren waits while Lunia steps in to block her mother. Elisa bites her lip, looking at the crowd one last time before grabbing Warren's hand. Now pay attention, because this choice right here shocks absolutely everyone. The eagle takes flight with the three of them, shouting a loud goodbye to the shocked crowd below. Lunia puts on a show of grief, claiming she is too traumatized to date men for a long time. The engagement at the prestigious Aiden clan ends in chaos. Lunia's secret plan worked out perfectly. She smiles as they fly away. High above in the eagle's cabin, Corin is dying to know the truth. He asks the girls what is going on. Then, a private letter from Lunia falls from his clothes. I will officially come for you later, my fiancé. Elisa smiles on his shoulder. Sister knew all along, right? Corin nods. He has finally gathered a team of reliable allies for the dangerous journey ahead of them. Mary asks where they are headed. He unties his formal bow and says they are just moving forward. Corin smiles. There is work to be done. Their vacation to the east has officially come to an end. At the giant clock tower, darkness falls for the third night. A cloaked figure slaughters the black souls. A voice from the shadows rasps out, asking why on earth she is smiling. Erin casts her Ming flame, asking why she shouldn't smile. The fire burns the souls as they scream. The death god warns her the undead king's army is growing while she is reaching her absolute limit. If the promise to cleanse this place fails, that boy's life will end right along with it. The deadline is coming. Are you not worried? The death god notes, she actually looks like she is having fun. You and I can see it, she's blushing because Corin is finally coming back to her. A sharp blade at his throat forces Corin to surrender. I lose. Erin begins her sharp critique. She sees his hard work. His foundation is solid. She notices he is focusing entirely on the Bagua style. Why that style? Corin explains it was just the first martial arts book that caught his eye. Erin keeps digging. Why choose the spear? Corin's face lights up as he explains his choice. I heard spears are easier than swords. Erin looks back, impressed by how practical his thinking really is. Corin admits he wants to learn her specific spear style, but Erin shuts him down immediately. It would consume your soul, kid. Stick to the Bagua spear for another 6 months instead. That kills his mood. The ultimate secret technique, the 6-harmony spear, feels like an impossible dream right now. Shu recommended a teacher, but the workload is insane. There is just way too much to learn. A month has passed with no progress. He is jealous that Shu gets magic skills instantly. Corin grips his spear. Jealousy solves nothing. He has to put in the blood, sweat, and tears himself. He vows to train harder. Every single day, he pushes himself. The goal is simple, just keep moving. Each strike feels more powerful. With the basic 7 styles and 8 forms, he expects even more. Night falls over the training grounds once again as he pushes past his limits. In the silence, we hear his heavy breathing. He did it. Erin takes his bruised hand's success after 2 months. And trust me, this is just the beginning. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a story where a genius is shocked by a hero's impossible progress. Suddenly, Erin's voice turns serious as she asks why he is so desperate to get stronger. Is strength all that matters? Siu is powerful enough alone, but Corin knows that true heroes never walk alone. He just wants to be the support by his side. Besides, more strength means more people he can actually save. Erin is genuinely moved by his words. After all, she cannot help but praise such a kind-hearted child. Corin just smiles. It is natural for him. A small, genuine grin finally plays on Erin's lips. During the chaos at the Magic Tower, the mages betrayed her, teaming up with Paimon to shatter Erin Danua's protective shell. With her cover blown, Erin steps into the light, even though she knows her death is already written in the script. She leaves the world's safety to the player. That is when the secret treasure, the treasure of Danua, finally unlocks. Now pay attention, because we are looking at a massive event that no player was ever meant to stop. Corin thinks about this, but the warmth of her hand and the gentleness of her voice feels so incredibly real. A person this kind is destined to die. Knowing that, and seeing her smile, Corin's heart feels like lead. He cannot smile back. Erin's steady pace suddenly comes to a halt. She asks if he knows about her and Tet. Corin confirms she passed everything down to her true disciple, including the 6-combination spear. According to all the intel Corin gathered, the enemy's ultimate goal is Paradise Descent, which really just means the end of the entire world. She refused the final step of the inheritance, calling it the worst failure of her life. Erin begins to open up. I hesitated so much. I have failed many times and I have not always made the right choices, she admits softly. Then, she calls his name. Corin Locke. He is stunned. What is she about to do? Will you accept me, Erin Danua, as your master? This is the legendary moment and dialogue every player of the game knows. It is a secret event, only reachable if you have built up enough good karma and met the hidden conditions. Corin answers with total sincerity. Yes, I would be honored to be your disciple. I know what you're thinking, it's just a game script. But for Corin, the statistics and data do not matter anymore. Erin gives him one last push. It is okay to fall, as long as you get back up. Failing is fine if you succeed next time. Crying is fine if you laugh louder later. She pulls him into a tight hug. Hold on to your justice and walk the royal path, she whispers, before pressing a soft kiss to his forehead. She grants him the goddess's blessing. Corin will never forget the warmth of this moment for as long as he lives. In the city of Nasri, a cycle of death has repeated for 300 years. But the immortal king's army is growing stronger. The fragile balance of 3 centuries has finally reached its limit. Eren is in serious trouble. It is the 3rd night. If this continues, the immortal King Jiru will rewrite history and win for good. The situation is truly critical. But then, a voice rings out. I already handled Jiru. Corin tells her there is time. With a confident grin, he says, I came to save you. If Jiru dies, the city's time resets by 3 days, and his entire undead army vanishes instantly, like nothing ever happened. Nasri has 1.2 million people. If those monsters escape the city, the whole continent would be doomed. That is why his master made a pact with death. Peaceful by day, ruled by the undead at night. An eternal loop that was never supposed to end. But to break it, you have to defeat the undead bosses and Jiru within just 3 days. To do this, Master split her own soul. One half was forgotten by the main body, repeating this cycle for 300 years. But Jiru started noticing the loop. Now, this fragile cycle has finally hit its breaking point. Corin made his own deal with death. He would purify all of Nasri within 6 months. With the deadline looming, he and Eren repeated the cycle 3 times, fighting the undead swarms every single night. But during the day, they just spent time together, reading books and enjoying the quiet moments. They watched plays and went to the movies. Now, the end is here. Eren tells him how happy she has been. Corin cannot help but ask, you have seen this for 300 years. Were you not bored? Seeing it together is different, she replies. And trust me, you and I just witnessed an ending we won't soon forget. Let us dive into a story where a simple meal matters more than a fancy feast. To Eren, a place does not need to be fancy to be meaningful. Eating anything with her future student makes her happy. Thinking of this, Corin hesitates for a moment. Corin starts to say something about tonight, but Eren cuts him off. Will they finally purify Nasri and end this endless night? Corin gently agrees. Yes, according to her theory, they should be able to pull it off. He reminds himself he already tried this with Park Parhu, so it will succeed as long as nothing interferes. Do not feel any pressure, Corin says comfortingly. He smiles brightly. I told you already. I am only doing this to fulfill your wish. Just make one wish for me once this is all over. Eren is caught off guard. A wish? She asks. She starts to wonder if a space-time shaking event is about to happen. My student, could there be a physical object involved? After 3 years of regression, I have understood the primordial runes. After countless deaths, Jiru has finally found the answer. Based on what he saw, placing 2 runes at the front and back here will let the heaven of the dead continue to persist. Let us defile the primordial runes. The loop of Nasri has finally ended, and the city's demonic nature has surged. The villain is ecstatic, he finally succeeded. Jiru has evolved, causing dark magical energy to blast out in every direction. Pay attention, because the immortal King Lich has arrived. Trust me, his scream is absolutely deafening. Die, witch. This time I will tear that body apart and humiliate your beauty. Your soul will never escape my grasp. Near the combat zone at Nasri Crew, a priest looks on in total horror. What on earth is happening right now? He is completely bewildered. All the undead from every sector are gathering in one spot, something that has never happened before. The true immortal king is summoning every undead in the city. This is the start of an infinite zombie invasion. Elsewhere, Corin uses his own body to block a massive boulder. Eren asks him with great concern, "Are you all right?" Even she is confused by this. Unexpected events happen, but this is a first for her. We should hide first and find a way to counterattack. Corin agrees, but then a surprise strike is launched. Lightning Pierce. Corin barely manages to block it, but another one follows immediately. He struggles to hold his ground. The situation is dire. Corruption is spreading across this dead land. Corin sees the sky filled with lightning and the ground soaked in poison. Eren realizes that Jiru has fully transformed into a lich. In this city, his mana is now almost infinite. Do not stop moving, we have to keep on the run. More mid-tier Hellhunter beasts appear. To make things worse, a 6th-tier trap is triggered against them. This finally pushes Corin over the edge. Seeing his next move, Eren screams in terror, "Do not use flight skills! Your legs will be paralyzed." But Corin ignores the warning, hardening his runes and activating his wind magic instead. A single blast makes space itself feel like it is shattering. Eren smiles and praises his strength. Corin's power forces the immortal king to join the fight personally. He fires 10 consecutive lightning strikes, laughing hysterically as he tells them to die. The immortal king's laughter suddenly cuts off. He is stunned. Impossible. My lightning is vanishing? Have you been active only at night for 300 years and forgotten what light looks like? Now open your eyes and see. The immortal king freezes, could it be? That familiar voice rings out. You saw that coming, right? Corin is tapping into the sun's power to deploy a field of holy light. He confirms it is the sun. The immortal king scoffs. You say the sun? He laughs mockingly. Do not be ridiculous. How could you suddenly manifest such a terrifying amount of power? The king unleashes a full-force lightning attack, believing he is superior. Do you really think you stand a chance? He releases all his internal energy, claiming the infinite magic of the moon is protecting him. The zombies charge at his command, but suddenly a look of confusion crosses the king's face. Ancient runes begin appearing all over the floor. Runes? The immortal king is shocked. How can you possess so many ancient runes? Corin finally speaks up. You are right, this power is not random. In reality, he spent his last 10 days with Aaron. That was the only time Corin was truly her disciple. A hero who did not care about being forgotten. Corin built this up for 300 years, and the zombies are stopped. The light from the ancient runes glows intensely. It is all thanks to the traces left behind by past battles. Aaron had carved runes across the whole city during her many fights. Corin now amplifies the magic. And that is where we leave it with one final strike. Corin ends the immortal king. What a wild ride. All right, you and I are about to see a power that melts, burns, and purifies. No priest in history has ever managed a cleansing on a scale this massive. The immortal king is gripped by absolute terror. Impossible! How can a mere human possess such power? 1.2 million deaths, 3 years of darkness, all that shadow, gone in an instant. Right now, Corin and the god of death watch the city from above. You actually managed to pull it off. He can't stop praising him in total disbelief. I never thought you'd use Dan's treasure for this, it's a one-time miracle. Corin just shrugs, noting that it wasn't even his full power anyway. The god of death continues. You fulfilled your end of the pact perfectly. Therefore, I will also fulfill my side of the deal. Queen Erin can finally breathe a sigh of relief as things end. But despite the victory, she's deeply overwhelmed by sadness. Corin, when this pact ends, her voice trails off. He feels his heart sink too, having lived through this in the future. The truth is, the one who protected this land for 300 years is disappearing. Aaron says he's worked so hard. Corin is dazed. Aaron notes how many times he has fallen. He replies indifferently, but then she asks, did you cry much? Corin admits he cried all the time, but deep down he vows that he will never, ever forget her. Aaron suddenly pulls Corin into a hug. Even if he loses his way later, she hopes he stays true to himself. Keep your faith and walk the path of kings. Her words bring a spark of warmth to his heavy heart. Even if her current memories differ from his old master, she's still a hero who comforted him with those exact same words. Now pay attention, because what happens next is something you and I definitely didn't see coming. His eyes widen in shock as Aaron leans in to kiss his lips. It's a deeply emotional moment as she chokes out his name. Tears stream down Aaron's face. She truly whispers that she hopes he finally finds happiness in this life. Later, Corin stands alone under a pouring rain. Just as the sun finishes its job, the darkness begins to creep back in. Aaron is gone. Aside from the disciple she raised since childhood, no one has ever set foot inside this royal citadel. Betrayed by the very disciple she loved like an heir, the queen was sealed away in silence for over 80 years. What finally wakes her from that long, silent slumber is a sudden, overwhelming flood of forgotten memories. 300 years ago, during her days of wandering the world, Erin bravely asked the god of death for a pact that's now been forgotten. She wonders, is this the 3,784th time? That endless war with the Dark Mage is now eternally bound to this city. Corin realizes how lonely those 300 years must have been. My other self. Now it's my turn. God of death, make a pact with me. The god of death is confused. Isn't this boy Bantaz's disciple? He thought the kid betrayed his master to find him. Corin stands firm, declaring he wants to save her this time. He approaches Erin with a bold, confident smile. I told you, I'm saving you this time, Erin. As her questions linger, the last memory in Corin's mind is her blushing face. No, wait. And then came that final, lingering farewell kiss from her. I grant you the goddess's blessing. A glowing magic circle suddenly manifests in the empty air. Josephine appears and asks Erin if she wants a new book. Right then, Erin is hiding her blushing face in shame. I'm going crazy! Josephine is totally confused by her. Erin touches her lips, feeling the merged memories that won't fade. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. That first kiss? Trust me, she's never going to forget it. Inside the great cathedral of the Second Holy Land, a voice rings out. Was Nasri, a city of 1.2 million undead, really purified in a single night? A subordinate reports that it's true. It was like the sun itself, a massive blessing for all of humanity. But Estel knows better, Saintess Estel, who has the greatest holy power in history. 4 years ago, she successfully purified Nasri using a ritual. However, just 3 days later, everything returned to total darkness. Nasri has always been a burden and a terror, but a manageable one. A power that can truly cleanse it, however. Now that no one can identify who holds this terrifying power, things have taken a very dangerous turn. It's far more unpredictable now. Estelle is determined to find out exactly who purified Nasri that night. This news shocks every major power across the continent, from the Mage Tower to the Old Holy Temple. The word even reaches the frozen north on the Dingo Peninsula, where white snow blankets the entire sky. In this harsh land of monsters, war is coming, and you and I know it's going to be absolutely epic. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a world where raw power is the only thing that matters. Over 80 years ago, a warrior arrived here, trembling in apology. I am so sorry, sir. He was the one who truly deserved to stand at the absolute peak above everyone else. That man's eyes are filled with pure brutality. Tet drives his spear down, making the other man scream out in total agony. His voice drops low. The sun has been stolen from us. Tet just shrugs it off. So, who exactly was behind it? The subordinate screams out. It was Corin Locke. He killed Pihu too. He claims to be the legendary first spear of Aaron Danua. Tet repeats the name, Corin Locke. Tom wonders if he knows him. Then Tet reveals the truth to everyone there. Of course I know him. My opponent has changed from that kid Pihu to this guy now. Furious, he crushes a stone with his bare hand. He never expected him to surface less than a year after that incident. All his men tremble in pure terror. What kind of power is this? Tet still holds a grudge against my dear master, the one I loved and hated most. Now pay attention, this is where it gets wild. If you claim to be her first spear, Tet gives a wicked smile, then I will come meet you myself. Now, Corin stands before the massive, familiar academy. He grins with pure excitement. So it is finally year 2? This specific area was built to manage the unique demons living inside the academy. To put it simply, this is an isolated dorm created for Warren and Mary. Since only a few people live here, Professor Josephine handles every single task as the head manager. Josephine stares at what is right in front of her. What is this? Warren casually replies, it is just bluefin tuna. She proudly explains, brain food, you know? It is supposed to boost your intelligence quotient significantly. Josephine turns to Corin. She clearly knows exactly who is behind this prank. Explain yourself right now. Corin is basically the assistant head helping the professor. He explains that Senior Mary said many guests are coming, so she wanted to buy some large furniture for the dorm. The movers warn each other. Kim, watch out. If this crushes you, you are dead. Be careful with that. Corin claims Warren bought the tuna from the market to share, but Warren wants it all. No, it is mine. So Corin asked Elisa for help. After she finishes prepping the fish, Corin eagerly calls out to Iris Hayes. Please have a seat. I will give you a discount. Josephine looks on, helpless. Stop this. Just clean up for the freshmen as we discussed. Corin quickly speaks up. I can finish this alone. The freshmen I mentioned are siblings, so they can share a room. Josephine flatly refuses. No, I will help prepare. There are still 2 more rooms that need setting up for tomorrow. More importantly, she announces freshmen arrive tomorrow. Can I count on you to be their guide for the day? I know what you are thinking. Corin looks dangerous. He recalls that top second years usually lead the new students. Senior Mary is now a third-year student. A loud sound echoes from inside the carriage nearby. Alright everyone, to the left is the Hall of Creation. Corin acts all high and mighty as the leader of the freshmen, showing off exactly where magic majors gather to research every single question they have. The boys keep shouting, Brother, you look so cool. That outfit is totally fire. Corin asks for their attention. The girls are cold. Then sing a song to impress us? Warren looks at the scene with a dark face. Stop it. Later, Corin announces, okay, the tour ends right here. The professors are inside, so go in and give it your all. Once done, Warren says goodbye. I am leaving first. Corin is surprised. So sudden? Warren responds, I am late. Someone said they were coming to bother me today. Who is it? Without another word, Warren flies away. Seriously. Corin just stares up at the sky in a daze. They said no flying on campus. Then he smiles, realizing that leading the freshmen actually made things much clearer for him. The new semester has really started. A familiar voice rings out. Boss, I mean, senior, we are going inside now. John cheers them on. All right, do your best. Ren's voice rises. Of course, I will be totally fine. There are some notable freshmen this year, but Corin looks at these two, knowing they will be the center of attention. He directs them this way. Be careful stepping off the bus. Next, Corin finds Elisa and asks about the west gate. Elisa warns, watch your step. Her next sentence makes Corin freeze. Are you Master Corin? Another strange voice rings out. A pleasure to meet you, Master Corin. I am Miriam Elizabeth Elrat. At this moment, Corin realizes he was wrong to think John and Ren would be the most talked about students. Corin kneels formally, surprising Elisa. People might not know her face yet, but everyone knows her legendary family name. Elrat. He gently kisses Miriam's hand. She is the second princess, and the legendary villainess from the hero Ahan's tale. She smiles with pure elegance. Who taught you that? Corin bows his head low in response. He learned from an acquaintance. But stay with me, that very person was the one who taught him everything. Miriam demands a gentleman's touch, expecting a kiss and a dance. Corin has no choice but to follow along. Softly, she whispers, "Look at me, Lord Corin. Trust me. You and I are diving into a story where the past is a lethal weapon. That brutal face is burned into his soul. He encountered her in the previous loop, but never within these academy walls." Suddenly, the door swings open. Well now, if it isn't Lord Corin himself? Corin looks up, his heart skipping a beat in shock. The princesses weren't supposed to appear yet, but here comes Estel. "Greetings, I am Estel Hadatha Elros. Shall we shake on it?" Corin steps forward to show respect to Saintess Estel. "It is a true honor to meet you." Estel just gives him a look. "Drop the formalities, we're classmates now. I'm not using honorifics, am I?" Suddenly, her gaze shifts to the person standing right beside him. "Miru, you're here too? I almost missed you because you're so tiny." Miriam snaps back. "I told you never to shorten my name." Estel just smirks, enjoying the reaction. "You should show some respect and call me Sister Marudi or Senior. I've been away for 2 years, but starting today, your big sister is back in the game." Miriam growls, reminding her to respect those with actual talent, claiming the only thing Estel has more of is useless muscle. She turns to leave without another word. "Elisa, I'm heading to the hall. Thanks for the guide. See you later, Junior." Elisa is left standing there scratching her head. Corin, however, feels like his entire body has turned to stone. This is bad. Over at the palace, Joe gasps in awe. "Nuna, are we really living here?" Jen tells him to stop acting like a clueless peasant. Joe can't help it though. This place is massive, like something out of a fairy tale castle. A shadow behind them catches his eye, and he instinctively ducks behind his sister. Miriam introduces herself with a cold elegance. "We're in the same class, right? Let's be friends." She reaches out. Joe cautiously steps forward to accept the greeting. Suddenly, she grabs his hand with a crushing grip. "How strange," Miriam spits out with pure, unfiltered disgust. "Now watch this part closely, because the mask is about to slip in the most brutal way possible. Your kind was slaughtered without mercy. I'm shocked a piece of trash like you survived. Touch my staff again, and I'll gut you alive." 2 characters who shouldn't be here until much later have appeared at once. Is this the butterfly effect in motion? The Reaper spectates from above, guessing it's due to the Nasri cleansing. Corin is just exhausted from all this unwanted attention. He clutches his head in total frustration. One small flap of a wing has officially turned into a Category 5 storm. Professor Ogun's voice snaps him back. "Corin Locke, day 1 and you're already daydreaming? Explain the concept of a peace judge." Corin instantly falls into a state of pure panic as the stern professor stares him down with judging eyes. Point deduction. Corin grumbles as he leaves. What kind of class is this? Usually, the first day is just orientation and an early release. Corin peeks into a room, wondering where everyone else went. The special dorm was supposed to house Josephine, Mary, Warren, and the Wolf siblings. But Corin had prepared 2 extra rooms. Josephine had even questioned him about who else would be joining them. "Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yeah, this familiar voice is about to change everything. Where are your manners? Come and kiss me." Corin quickly dodges. "A gentleman only kisses a lady once a day, princess." "How interesting. A commoner who actually knows noble etiquette." Miriam's voice drops to a serious tone. "I'll be blunt. I want your support in next year's succession battle." Corin looks away. "I'm just a simple guardian. Do you really need me?" Miriam grins. A knight wielding a relic recognized by both churches is quite the prize. She emphasizes the words Kai Solus as she aggressively invades his personal space. Her hand slides onto his neck, pulling him dangerously close. "Think of this as a little down payment for your services." They both tumble to the floor in a compromising position, Miriam's legs wrapping tightly around Corin's waist. "Tell me what a man like you wants from a royal. I'm ready to satisfy every single desire you have. Ask for anything your heart craves." Corin stares down at her, his face a mask of cold, hard stone. She whispers for him to say he loves her, calling him her hero in a voice dripping with calculated seduction. "My destiny. Swallow me whole and make me yours." Her lips part, ready to seal the deal forever. Blinding light erupts between them. Corin smirks. "Magic incense? Really? Is that your best move? That's a pretty desperate play for someone with royal blood in their veins." Miriam argues that marrying the champion of the sun god is the ultimate political trump card for her future. "So, what do you and I think? Is he falling for the trap or playing his own game?" "All right, stick with me, because Corin is about to face his toughest challenge yet, girls." Miriam has no intention of explaining herself, simply telling him to forget it if he does not understand. She suggests trying again later when he is in a better mood, but Corin is not having it. Still, Miriam seems completely unfazed and confident. She claims he will change his mind once he hears her offer, but Corin stands his ground. He reveals a hard lesson learned: always be wary of beautiful women. He slams the door right after finishing his sentence. Instead of being offended, this only makes Mira more intrigued by him. She decides she will just have to try harder next time. Outside, Corin is gasping for air, realizing these dangerous encounters are happening way too often lately. Flashbacks hit him of Senior Mary thanking him, which honestly scares him a little. It seems like everyone is starting to target him. Then there is Elisa. Corin complains that while he understands taking drama as an elective, he cannot fathom why she chose a play about a messy affair. Elisa insists the story is beautiful, while her tiny hand ends up resting perfectly inside his much larger one. Now, here is where it gets interesting. Pay attention to how these girls act. Corin freezes up because Warren always clings to him during every break. He awkwardly asks if she is truly comfortable, and Warren silently confirms it. Corin realizes that since he absorbed the sun, he is overflowing with yang energy. Since Warren constantly releases yin energy through her veins, just being near his warm body makes her feel absolutely incredible. It seems that is the case. Seeing that Warren has no intention of letting go, Corin has to remind her that their break is officially over. Warren begs for just a few more moments. Corin is starting to feel exhausted by all this attention, especially since Jian keeps popping up too. Somewhere else, a voice echoes from within. It notes that things must be incredibly difficult for him right now. After hearing the whole story, Lag realizes the core issue. His friend is suffering because girls just will not stop clinging to his body. Lag gets serious, speaking as a true friend, but then he just flips Corin off and tells him to go die. Jerem suddenly screams at him to just pick one girl already. Corin is left confused, wondering why everyone is suddenly so angry at him. Lag is fuming, saying it is useless and telling the others to just kill this lucky playboy. Suddenly, a new voice makes everyone freeze. Princess Miriam appears, greeting him as Corin Sunbi. He is caught off guard, asking the princess why she has come all this way. She asks if he would mind being her guide for a trip into town. Corin awkwardly agrees, not really having much of a choice. Jerem watches the situation, realizing they do not need to do anything. Corin is about to be torn to pieces by all these women. Lag admits he was jealous at first, but now he thinks they should study this phenomenon seriously from a scientific perspective. He guesses Corin might be emitting powerful pheromones that they are somehow immune to. Jerem is just lost, having no idea what Lag is talking about. Lag points toward the distance. Ario spots Corin and smiles brightly, greeting him after what feels like a very long time apart. Corin greets Commander Ario back. Jerem is absolutely stunned, wondering if Corin is somehow attracting even the men in the academy now. You and I both know that guy is hiding something big. Meanwhile, Isle stands at the podium to begin the new orientation. Every year, the freshmen of Merkaba Academy are required to participate in intense field training held deep within the hunting grounds. He explains that elite second-year students will be hiding in the forest disguised as monsters. The freshmen must defeat them and steal their armbands. Ario officially starts the exercise. Down at the hunting grounds, the students are already buzzing with excitement and nervous energy. One student asks another if they are in class too, inviting them to form a temporary party since there are not many people around. Another student happily asks to join in. Jerem puts on a bright, friendly smile, acting like the perfect classmate for now. He agrees it is a great idea to group up and split the search. But internally, he finds the whole thing incredibly annoying. He thinks they are just lowly Class 2 students. He can accept being behind Princess Miriam, but he looks at the others with pure disgust. Being ranked alongside these filthy commoners is insulting. If not for his sacred mission, he would have ditched this academy a long time ago. He recalls how the Church Shadow Unit infiltrated the academy last semester to hunt monsters, only to end up getting captured. Bishop Reno Rusik denied any involvement, but to save their people, they made the decision to send Jeremon in as a spy. Now, Jeremon must hide his true identity as a church operative, while maintaining the image of a perfect, model student at the academy. A teammate shouts that they have found something. Meanwhile, Jeremon continues to brew his dark schemes in total silence. He plans to use these low-level students to pass the test and gain their trust. Arrogantly, he thinks the seniors do not stand a chance. So in the end, it all comes down to who can take down the seniors first and snatch those precious armbands. They did say that any means necessary were allowed for this trial, did they not? Jeremon smirks, planning to lead these fools with his intellect and use them as pawns. Suddenly, something strange catches his eye. The ground suddenly glows with light as the earth is churned up. Jeremon spots Josephine watching everything from high up in the trees. Even if that is how seniors usually act, it only boosts his confidence. He vows to lead the freshmen through this hunting exam. And trust me, you and I are about to see if his plan works, as his request to choose his opponent is granted. Alright, you and I are about to see if this crazy plan actually works. She watches closely. There is a dark secret always kept hidden about the second-year students at MK3 Academy. Take Yu, she mastered the ultimate Dre secret technique in only 6 months. Then Yuen drops in, catching everyone off guard. He actually pulled off a massive investment to score a top-tier set of soul swords. Then there is Doron, a mercenary swordsman. Meanwhile, Cranell somehow got his hands on a legendary manual for crafting high-level golems. Meet Cranel Luden, the ultimate golem master. And then, there is one guy who needs zero introduction. War clenches her fist tight. She just leveled an entire crowd. Controlling this much power is a nightmare. Meet Bon Ayacha War and the next heir of the Aiden family, Elisa Aiden. Just seeing her face makes the crowd panic. Run for your lives, she is smiling. Elisa acts innocent, claiming she is just smiling. But the crowd is losing it, begging for mercy. What is even happening? Someone just stopped at the great tree. Jeramon grimaces at the absolute chaos unfolding, but he does not look scared at all. Are you pathetic losers really running away from a single clown? Jeramon's eyes fixate on his target. Suddenly, an ancient symbol glows under their feet and the whole ground explodes, blasting a running student into the air. Pay attention here. Every core second-year student at the MK3 Academy has been transformed into a series of ultimate living weapons. The enemy keeps hunting down students as the fires grow more intense by the second. A masked figure speaks in a chilling voice. Is something wrong? Jeramon is so terrified he cannot even find his voice. The masked man gets right in his face, making Jeramon's heart stop. Come on, let us see a smile. Fires are raging through the forest, burning everything in sight. Jeramon runs for his life, desperate to return to the San Michele Monastery and the ancient church. He spent his life walking the path of faith, yet a razor-sharp spear is slowly closing in on him. Jeramon loses his balance and crashes to the ground. In this moment of pure terror, he honestly wonders if God even exists in this world. Frozen by extreme fear, Jeramon is now certain of one thing. That man's face, it is the most terrifying thing he has ever laid eyes on. Demons are real. Then a voice cuts through the air. Okay, that is enough. Jeramon's too scared to even look up. But then, a hand rests on his head. You are actually a lot tougher than I thought. Nice to meet you. I am Corin Locke. Jeramon is completely stunned. Wait, Corin Locke? Are you really that same legendary fighter? His fear turns to shock. He remembers now. This is the man who went blade to blade with Swordmaster Lunia Ain and survived. Corin makes an offer. I am scouting the best new students. Besides the princess, you are the strongest here. Want to partner up? He reaches out a hand. The strong are always welcome. Jeramon answers instantly. Yes, I will, senior. Corin smiles. Now, you and I know Corin's real mission is to evaluate Jeramon, the secret spy for the ancient church who's thrilled to be chosen by his senior. Keep your friends close, but always keep your enemies closer. Corin knows the drill. In another area, a student charges like a wild animal. Die, you beast! With just one heavy punch, John sends him flying backwards as Jen watches the chaos. John again? Really? She is clearly not happy. I told you to check his pockets and take the armbands. Strip him clean. John sighs. Fine, Jenin. If we are done, let's go. John feels a bit guilty. Our classmates are leading the way. After all, we are the demons here. Jen snaps back. They want our armbands because we are second-class knights. It's a target on our backs. She knows seniors' armbands pay more, but they are way too strong. So, they are hunting their own classmates to pile up those points instead. Jen urges them forward. At the end of this exam, we can trade these armbands for rewards. Move it. Jen is confused. We are almost there, but why is the cabin on fire? Suddenly, the whole building turns into an inferno. Is that an earthquake? Jen screams. What is happening? John spots something. A second-year senior? He reads the sign. Rewards are up there? What are they even doing on the roof? The flames vanish, leaving the house untouched. Miruam smirks at them. How interesting. I like this vibe. She steps forward, smelling only beasts. A guard screams. This thing was created by the letter D. Breaking it will be nearly impossible. We have to keep moving. The others shout. What are you doing? They follow the princess, wondering what is next. He has an idea. Let us go the other way. Jenin agrees. She would rather die than follow that girl. A mysterious object flies right past them, terrifying Dan. Suddenly, she is starting to rethink their entire plan to change directions. Maybe we should follow them. Magic flares everywhere. Ron speaks coldly. The client said, do not go easy on you guys. In another area, a blinding light floods the entire space. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what's next. All right. You and I are about to watch Receipt infiltrate a high-security zone with a simple plan. 3 entrances, 3 rooms, and 3 guards. He knows exactly where to go. The paths merge as he navigates the second floor. Rossi drops into a hidden room before quickly descending toward the 3rd level. His hand grips his hilt, ensuring no one has crossed their path yet. Among this year's freshmen, Receit's spear is easily the brightest light on the field. What's that? A strange feeling ripples through him. as if something just touched his soul. Information reveals the item as the sphere of death, capable of separating soul from body, though humans are slightly more resistant to it. Receipt realizes he's in trouble, his focus is shattering, and his stealth art is breaking apart. Suddenly, an unexpected voice cuts through the air. Second-class freshman knight Rasit Adin Mustali. Is that a stealth technique from the assassin tribe? Rasit freezes. How does this guy know his secrets? He hesitates, offering a brief apology, but then he lunges forward to attack. He can't let this man walk away with that knowledge. Corin shows zero fear, dismantling Rasit's attack with a single casual kick. The assassin retreats in pure confusion. How is this possible? Rasit tries another move, whipping his wire across Corin's face. The main character just flips away with a smile, clearly enjoying the challenge. Corin catches the blade with his bare hands. He warns him that following the path of the underworld assassin tribe leads only to darkness. Corin wants to see his next move, but Rasit is conflicted. Deep down, he's come to despise his tribe's blood-soaked teachings. He came to this academy to escape that life, hoping for a future that doesn't involve murder. He wants to leave his past behind. Rasit's grip on the sword starts to loosen. But suddenly, a blinding light reflects off the blade and onto Corin's face. If his identity is leaked, his entire tribe would be in danger. Rasit's armor begins to expand as he prepares a desperate move. Pay attention here, even as a massive magical explosion erupts from his suicidal attack, Corin just stands there with a relaxed sigh. He completely neutralized the blast's force with ease. You're walking a dangerous path, Corin says. He effortlessly gathered all that power into his own hand. Lucky for you, I can control fire and heat, Corin adds as Rasit stares in shock. But he has one more important lesson for him. Whether it's swords, magic, or those assassin stealth skills, I'm going to need everything you've got very soon. Corin's second objective in this hunting exam is simple: test the true potential of all these promising new faces. Corin makes his demand: you're going to join me for a special job. Elsewhere, John and Jen escape Drawn's grip and sprint away. War cheers them on as John catches a familiar scent in the air. Jen, I smell something sweet. I know, Jen replies, drawing her sharp blade. She spots a familiar face ahead and calls out to Corin. She screams in frustration, hearing that this year's exam is even more brutal than the last. Suddenly, a massive spear slams into the ground before her. She wonders what's going on, but Corin just lunges past her and kicks John right in the stomach. As the boy cries out in pain, Corin gives him a cold reminder. Never let your guard down in the middle of a fight. John gasps that he'll die at this rate, while Jen just stares in confusion. Corin suddenly snaps at them with pure rage. Didn't you hear what I just said? He channels his magic, but deep down, Corin feels a bit guilty about being this harsh. You and I can tell he hates this, but there's no other way. This training is supposed to be difficult. In the final stage of the hunt, white fur begins to sprout as Jen and John transform into their beast forms. He needs to ensure these kids can stand on their own. Corin takes this training very seriously. Time to end this exam. Controlling a beastman is actually easier when the moon isn't full, but this is still a challenge. However, dealing with a full beast transformation is a completely different story. They enter a violent state, and Corin is ready for war. If they were older, they'd look perfectly human in this form, but immature beastkin are much harder to control. Even the gentle John turns into a bloodthirsty hound once the transformation takes over. Corin reminds himself that he's fighting two opponents who communicate without words and attack in perfect synchronization. These siblings have survived countless crises together, and their combat rhythm is absolutely flawless. They never miss a beat. Jen lunges forward with feral aggression, forcing Corin to use his full strength. Seeing an opening, John charges in as well. He's trying to save his sister, but Corin mocks him. What's the point if you just freeze up? When your sister is attacked, don't just think about saving her. Focus on the enemy. Corin slams John back with truly earth-shattering force. John roars in agony, but Corin isn't done yet. He notes that John made a bad decision and needs to keep a cool head. Then, he follows up with another powerful, heavy punch. If you have time to roar, use it to observe your enemy, Corin lectures. 1 second of hesitation gives your foe a second to kill you. Jen tries to ambush him from behind, and Corin admits she's stronger than her brother. But he still catches her, warning her to target openings properly. Trust me, you and I know he's right. Don't fight with anger. Aim for the right spot. Alright, you and I are about to see how a real monster trains his students. Jen is hit so hard her body feels like it is being torn apart, collapsing as if crushed by heavy boulders. Corin reminds her with a cold tone to get up. He pushes her ruthlessly, insisting she must keep moving even if her arms break or her neck is cut. That is raw survival. This is real combat. Exhausted, the beast transformation of Jen finally gives out, leaving her completely vulnerable on the floor. Jen wonders if her boss always faces such terrifying battles alone. Suddenly, Corin slams his sword into the ground, a move so sudden and terrifying it sends a chill through her entire soul. Tears well up in her eyes as Corin lifts her up. He asks if this was finally enough. For now, the nightmare seems to be over. Honestly, he cannot push these kids any harder than this. He knows they have not reached their final forms, but they need to understand what real battle feels like. Corin laughs, asking if he was too harsh. It is a terrifying sight. He apologizes, but Jen clings to him, terrified. She calls him a savage boss and begs him to stop treating her like some helpless little child. Corin admits his mistake but praises her. Her reflexes and physical talent are actually top-tier, truly impressive stuff. She did not win, but she passed. As they leave, Corin can sense their mixed emotions, part relief, part pure frustration at their own weakness. In his strong embrace, the two siblings feel safe, yet they secretly swear that one day they will become strong enough to surpass him completely. Later, Corin stands alone in the quiet room. He senses a presence behind him. Miruam speaks up, noting that the others have finally left. She asks why he is still there, her face full of contempt. To her, those kids were just talented toys that Corin played with. She is not impressed at all. Now pay attention, because things are about to get serious. Corin shifts gears. If she wants to pass, she will have to defeat him. He will not hold back like he did with the kids. She is a princess, after all. Still, her calling his students dogs leaves a bitter taste in his mouth. Miram laughs. If he is going to be that serious, she will have to go all out too. She turns away, ready to unveil her hidden trump card. She tried a similar trick before, but he did not bite. She tosses her blue ribbon onto the floor with a sly, calculating grin. He realizes she is disqualified right here. Corin watches her every move in silence. Princess Mirawam is hiding a spirit snake under that dress, but she is not backing down even though he has already seen through her little game. This is getting tense. He calculates his moves. This time will be different. How should he deal with this tricky princess once and for all? At the tower peak, students gather around a notice. It says back to the start. Everyone starts losing their minds. Is this a joke? Night falls as the frustrated students trudge away. They are beyond annoyed with this whole situation. They wish that crazy clown was not around. Someone mentions the name Corin Locke. It sounds familiar, like they have heard legends about him before. Rumors say he is marrying into the Duna family and is the partner of the swordmaster Lunia Aden. He is a total madman, they whisper. One student screams in terror as Corin suddenly appears out of thin air. He looks absolutely monstrous, standing there with a wild, terrifying aura. I know what you are thinking, is this guy actually a villain? Let us find out. He greets the new students while casually drinking wine. The students are disgusted by his creepy smile. Corin starts pouring wine directly onto a large stone. He tells them this is their reward. It is filled with level 4 and 5 magic stones, and even higher tier items. Then, he leaps toward them. He asks them if they know what they have in common with these items. Corin snaps his fingers playfully. You are all flammable, he says. Suddenly, he ignites a massive fire, making the angry students curse the name of that bastard. Their tuition money is literally going up in flames. The top student screams about their rewards and the test results being destroyed. He begs someone to let him punch that guy just once. But the student behind him says he is not even holding him back. Another student is crying, swearing he is going insane. His precious magic stones are all turning to ash. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierces the air. Mariette arrives on a flying beast, carrying a massive wooden chest in its claws. She waves to the crowd. The students look up and realize it is their senior, Marie, coming to save the day. She opens the chest, and a blinding light pours out. They wonder if it is really what they are thinking. It is level 3 Hemat and level 2 magnet magic stones. Corin steps forward to explain the situation to the excited crowd. He introduces elite blacksmiths who have volunteered to craft weapons for everyone for free. The students are stunned. These are master craftsmen. War stands nearby, clapping as everyone cheers for the third-year senior who brought the materials and the second-year senior, War, for their help. It is time to thank her. Then Elisa reveals a table overflowing with incredible food. They must be starving. This is not cafeteria junk. It is made with the finest ingredients, including honey-coated treats. It is a literal feast. She invites them all to eat, drink, and take whatever they want. She wants them to grow strong and healthy. The whole group is hyped, soaking in this incredible moment. Under the fireworks, Corin raises his glass to toast the students. You and I just saw a masterclass in playing the long game. They realize they were totally wrong about this hero. Mariette handled all the supplies and the chefs. Everyone praises her beauty while they enjoy the delicious food. Alright, stick with me here. You're about to see how a weakling becomes a master strategist. Corin had Warren hunt down every shady blacksmith possible just to grab gear. The students are suspicious because he used to look like a total pushover. But now he's suddenly being way too generous. Elisa and Corin stand there, watching the students enjoy their meal. She asks about the expensive magic stones for 400 people. Corin paid for it all himself. Is he really okay? He wipes away a tear and mumbles about losing a few ins along the way. Yes, I covered the whole bill, Corin says calmly. Money isn't the most important thing in this world. Elisa spots his distorted face and blurs out that he looks terrifying. To Corin, one thing matters more than gold. Flashbacks of the past hit hard, people screaming for him to save them. That one precious thing? It is human life. He saved every single penny from the start just for this moment, to give his juniors the gear and stones they need. Better gear doesn't mean an easy win, but it makes survival possible. Even though he's given everything, that gut-wrenching anxiety still won't go away. Then there is Ali's innocent face. This time, there's absolutely no avoiding what's coming. He needs Jack Mang close by. Recruiting Rasit and baiting Jen and John, it was all part of Corin's master plan. Now pay attention, because this is where the stakes get high. A massive trial is coming. Corin vanishes instantly, leaving Elisa wondering where he went. It's all going down at MK3 Academy. An old man carrying an oil lamp approaches its elder Sigma from the Atom Tower. He speaks up, saying they must capture that creature. A failed experiment that is neither human nor beast. Elder Mostan from the Black Magic Tower replies that everything is ready for the creature to fall into their hands, especially with the Golden Mage involved. Ed mentions Marriott and that vampire girl. Mostan insists that she belongs to their tower, and they'll do whatever it takes to claim her power. The Black Magic Tower group is moving toward the academy. Their plan? Snatch the vampire girl under the guise of research. But history is about to take a sharp turn. A lone shadow stands atop the tower. One man has been preparing in the shadows, Corin. This special dorm holds the academy's most important people. It started as an empty building for just Warren and Corin. Now, almost every single room is packed. Every morning starts with bickering with Warren. Head to the second floor, and you'll find a crowd of unexpected students. Down the hall are the rooms of the two queens. Queen Estelle has already left for her morning prayers at the cathedral. The second queen, Miruwam, has already headed to her research lab. Having both queens living at the academy breaks every normal rule. It's enough to make anyone feel like something massive and dangerous is about to happen. At the end of the hall, Corin kicks open a door with a huge shout. "Hey, you two twins, time to wake up." John immediately whines in a sleepy voice, begging for 3 more minutes. Ren follows suit, begging for 5 minutes. In the original story, these two adorable kids were supposed to become villains. They are exhausted from the brutal exams, acting just like regular little children. It is honestly kind of sweet. Corin carries them on his shoulders and gently coaxes Ren. "Time to brush teeth." She just yawns and grumbles about hating toothpaste. In the original plot, they were sub-bosses with terrifying levels of combat power. With the upcoming trials in mind, seeing them reach their final forms early is a huge relief. These kids who turned into monsters in the original timeline, they are honestly so adorable right now. You and I can see it, the future is shifting right before our eyes. No more hesitation for him. We cut to the principal's office. Inside, Errol announces that mages from the Magic Tower have arrived for a visit. Corin slowly asks what their real goal is in coming here. They claim it's to use the Great Library and survey the career paths of the Magic Department students. Professor Josephine adds that the tower is always desperate for new blood. But honestly, most of these kids would rather become Academy Masters than join the tower. Do you know about the Magic Tower, Corin? It's a place that hoards every mage and spell for itself. It's a world of injustice where young mages are exploited while the high-ranking elders take all the credit. But thanks to Makaba Academy, the tower lost its absolute power. Now, the two sides are bitter, sworn enemies. That's when the old church's witch hunts finally began to spread across the land. The tower hated the academy and used demi-humans as lab rats, so they naturally became pawns for the church's hunt. The academy fought back, with heroes stepping up to end the madness. It was known as the Witch Revolution. Corin replies calmly that the professor would definitely know best, since she was a key player in that revolution 80 years ago. It's a legend that every student knows. It's right there in the textbooks. She scowls and mutters that it's just ancient history now. Josephine adds that she wasn't alone back then. Her expression turns heavy as she acknowledges her past comrade. Ario brings up Bantaz, the traitorous disciple. Even though it's a painful subject for the professor, they have to use his name because both men claim to be his students. Both claim to be his disciples, after all. Trust me, you and I need to see how this double game plays out. Alright, stick with me as we reveal Bantaz's insane plans for the future. Corin whispers a dark secret: the Magic Tower is in league with Bantaz. Professor Josephine looks instantly terrified upon hearing the news. Ao sits nearby in silence, questioning how this student Corin could possibly know so much about the future. Now watch closely. Corin confirms their real mission has nothing to do with school surveys. The scene shifts, and once again, it is our main character Corin who speaks first. "This visit is actually about you, Marriott." She turns to him, confused, wondering why they would want her. "Your vampire blood is exactly what the Magic Tower needs for their twisted experiments on monsters." Mariette interrupts, clearly nervous. Touching someone from her family would cause a massive international incident. The Dan family controls the Empire's food supply and is the strongest force in the South. Corin knows politics won't stop them. The magic tower is beyond caring about worldly laws or consequences. He says it straight out, they are all following the orders of Thais Bantaz. Marriott is stunned. Corin realizes it is finally time to tell her the whole truth. He lowers his voice. From now on, what I tell you stays strictly between us. He explains the true goals of Bantaz. Slowly, Marriott begins to understand the scale of the threat. So, it is just like Corin said that traitorous disciple is trying to bring about a false paradise. She realizes his plan is to gather the primordial worms and artifacts to wipe out all civilization. Marriott asks carefully if his goal is to recreate the world in his own twisted image. Is that it? Corin's expression turns dark as he confirms her worst fears with a nod. Yes, the Magic Tower mages do not care about strong opponents because everyone will soon be gone. They believe everything will disappear, leaving only the world they want behind. Can you believe this? Marriott realizes the true horror of what is about to happen. It sounds like a myth, but Bantaz has the power to do it. Corin makes his move. I know it is a lot of pressure, but I have a favor to ask. Marriott surprisingly looks thrilled. She is happy that even a genius like him needs her help for something. Her cheeks turn bright red and her eyes sparkle like stars as she promises to do anything he asks. Corin smiles, seeing she is on board. Senior, there is something we need to do together tonight. He leaves quickly, but not before telling her to meet him at the Happiness Inn at midnight. Left alone, Marriott's voice starts shaking with excitement as she imagines what this means. She covers her face, blushing. An overnight stay with Corin? She is ready for anything. Night falls, and Corin begins his stakeout. The mages are staying at a hotel in the city. There are 50 mages from the Magic Tower visiting today, but among them, 3 are classified as famous legends. First is Elder Mlek of the Fire Sect. He screams at his subordinates for the wrong documents. A hot-tempered old man who leads the flame mages with an iron fist. Then there is Elder Mostan of the Dark Sect, gloomily staring at ancient artifacts while wasting no time. Finally, there is the Golden Master, the final boss of the upcoming event and Bantaz's key ally. Catching him is the top priority, but identifying him among the 50 mages will not be easy. A dark mage screams at a student to carry his luggage right now, threatening to crush his mana heart if he drops a single bag while Lack rushes over. Yes, sir. It looks like Lack chose the wrong side. He is just a servant for the tower now. Manroy waits in the formation, watching for the perfect moment to slip away into an alley. Corin laughs from the shadows. The Magic Tower is about to lose one of its members. At the casino, gamblers are cursing their luck. One man glares at Manroy, who is winning everything. You are taking way too much from us. Manroy does not answer, he just giggles. Corin knows the deal. Every city has a hidden casino tucked away beneath its bars. Using his eye satellite to watch Tu and Sta, Corin knows this is too easy, and trust me, you and I are going to see exactly who shows up next. Alright, let's dive into the moment. Corin makes his move. A hand drops on Manroji's shoulder as he joins. Corin enjoys the creep's reaction. Manroji sees a beauty and licks his lips. Sure, why not? Corin is satisfied with how things are going. This is exactly what he came here for. Manroji drags Mary Dunaleb out of the casino. She's trembling, asking if he will really return her money. He thinks to himself about how much he loves to toy with people he's made bankrupt. Manroji smirks and tells her to stay quiet and obedient. Watch this, Corin appears behind him with a terrifying smile. Manroji reacts instantly with curse magic. Corin grabs his face hard. Is this all? He slams Manroji into the ground with ease. Corin laughs like a maniac. Stop right there. Usually, lying gets your hand chopped off. But you tried something evil with a young girl. Your punishment must be much worse. Manroji panics, blaming the woman. Corin slowly corrects him. Wait a second. She's Kalinia, the master here. Mary Dunaleb sits up and starts fixing her clothes. Corin reveals her real name, Mary Dunaleb. Manroji's eyes widen in pure shock and horror. He leans in with his creepy clown mask face and whispers to him, You were trying to kidnap the special rank vampire Mary Dunaleb. Corin glances toward the door. The tower doesn't see demons as human, so, Senior, I'll leave this to you. Marriott enters the room as Corin starts speaking in a terrifyingly cold voice. He laughs creepily. Senior, turn him into a vampire. She stands there and agrees darkly. Whatever you want. Next morning at the academy, Mostan starts grumbling to himself. Where is that bastard Manroji? Relin thinks he's just drunk at some casino again. Mostan is annoyed. It's common for him to disappear on a drinking bender for days. He's furious because this mission is extremely important. Aaron will look down on us. Moran is sweating through his wrinkles. Wait, what if Aaron is already acting? Mostan's head hurts just thinking about it. Only he can communicate directly with Tez Banzard. Is he working with the evil faction? Find Manroji right now. She runs off. Mostan spots something. Jen and John walk by. Jen tells him to stop making a scene in the library. John sighs about Jen, always nagging him. You feel that too, right? Mostan stares at them, wondering if they're hidden beastmen. Relin is at a bar, complaining about that bald Manroji. I'm rank 3. Why am I stuck doing this? She wants to quit and join the evil faction. Just have to please the old man. Suddenly, a voice speaks up right next to her. 2 martinis, stirred, not shaken. Corin hands her a glass with a polite smile. I'm Corin Locke. Are you alone? Relin thinks he's too young to be flirting. Corin shifts the conversation. Is the magic tower really full of elites? Even a young star can recognize a beautiful flower. Drama class with Eris ended. Corin remembers their rehearsals. Why pick an adultery tragedy for class? Elisa says it's perfect. Relin throws the martini at him. Go home, you're too young for bars. She grumbles angrily. An old guy from the evil faction already wants her dead. And trust me, you and I won't want to miss the next part. Stick with me, because you and I are about to witness a tavern night go completely off the rails. She ignored him and screamed until he froze. You crazy bastard. Call the manager here right now. This service is unacceptable. Elisa, sitting nearby, just watched the scene with a face of pure disbelief. Weird, why hasn't it kicked in yet? Ignoring a depressed Corin, Relin kept shouting at the top of her lungs. Bring me another bottle. Suddenly, Estel's pale fingers brushed lightly against her lips. Hey sugar, Relin frowned in confusion. Who is this? The newcomer just giggled. Stop saying such mean things. You're much more adorable when you're being gentle. Relin's cheeks flushed as Estel whispered those suggestive compliments. Your lip color is absolutely stunning. Estel's seductive eyes locked onto Rin. Let me buy you a drink, okay? Corin and Elisa stood frozen for several seconds. You're the saintess. Both of them turned pale. Why was Estel Haditha Elis even here? The first princess, loved by the gods and an all-powerful saintess. Only problem? Her personality. Estel moved in to embrace Relin. Oh, so you're 22 this year? That makes us the same age. Play with me tonight. Blushing, Relin accepted the invitation. Even though we're the same age, you can call me big sister. A total narcissist and hedonist, she soon had 10 empty cups on the table. Come on, keep drinking. Honestly, her beauty was enough to charm both men and women alike. Estel leaned in closer and poked Relin's cheek. You're not quite as pretty as me, but you're still very adorable. Problem was, she was now so drunk, she was talking nonsense. Big sister, I'm seriously not drunk at all. How did this person even end up here? Corin stood up immediately. We're taking Rin back to prepare for the mission. We still have several acting classes to attend. Estel turned to look at him with a very interested expression. Wait, was the mission a success because of my beauty? I just saved the whole thing from failing, and now you want credit? Now watch closely, this is where the hidden players finally reveal themselves. With one snap of Estel's fingers, soldiers in black robes appeared. She whispered, We've actually been preparing for this mission for a long time. Elisa panicked, thinking, what is going on? Are all these customers actually? She jumped in front of Corin. Back off, there are 2 first-class knights here. Corin softly stopped her. Elisa, stand down. His eyes narrowed, scanning every single man in the room. You guys are the secret punishers, right? The hidden unit of the new church that suppresses the demonic humans. Morukai looked shocked, his brow furrowing deeply. How could you possibly know about that? Estel gave a friendly warning. Hey Junior, knowing too much can be very dangerous. Corin just smirked. It seems you've got the wrong idea. I'm not in any danger here. Lightning suddenly sparked behind him. I don't even need Elisa's help to handle a group like this. Seeing that, Morukai gritted his teeth in pure rage. You arrogant brat. Estel wasn't annoyed though. She held up a hand. Stop it, Vice Captain Morukai. Her eyes glowed darkly. She was certain now. It really seems you are the one who possesses the sun. You saw that coming, right? Corin is about to turn a threat into a high-stakes deal. I have 2 conditions for our trade. Fine. The first condition is taking this girl, right? So, what are you offering in exchange? Corin didn't hesitate. Elder Moro Sutan, leader of the Black Faction. If you want to punish those who oppress demonic humans, he's perfect. With that, he quickly finalized the deal. I'll provide evidence of the illegal experiments he's been performing on them. Estel rubbed her chin. If the info is that good, the private land behind the mountain in Antec Village, there is a cabin there, very close to the magic tower. You're giving up that kind of info without any conditions? Estel asked. What do you really want? Corin's voice dropped low. My actual goal is... Corin looked up, a smile full of raw ambition stretching across his face. The plan is to capture every single mage from the dark magic tower. It has become a den of corrupted magic. From low-level soldiers to the elders and their disciples, not a single one of them has clean hands. Morukai immediately dismissed the idea. That's impossible. You think capturing all of them will be easy? If left alone, they will betray humanity for Tezbanaz. They are the embodiment of evil. Corin ignored him, focused on the deal. You can have Elder Morasutin for yourselves. Just take him away, and I will handle the rest of them. After a few seconds of thinking, Estel finally agreed. All right then. She even spoke with a relaxed tone. I'll leave the ones we catch today in your hands. Morukai started screaming in a fit of rage. Saintess. She ignored him. I've given you so much on the first condition. Feel moved yet? Her eyes flashed with a dark light. Now, what about the second condition? Corin stepped a bit closer to her. And that's where we leave it. Let's cooperate from now on, Saintess. In return, please pray for me. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Stick with me, you and I are about to see how deep this conspiracy goes. Estelle laughs, her face blooming with a radiant glow. Fine then, as long as my holy power lasts, I will keep offering my prayers for you. Since we live together, it is no trouble. A Saintess prayer is a massive endgame buff usually found at the story conclusion. Corin shakes her hand warmly, asking for her prayer schedule. She casually stops him, insisting that he just call her big sister. He stares at her, dazed. Estelle happily approaches, telling him to call her sister. Corin finds himself completely flustered and at a loss. How could I call a saintess and a princess my sister? She leans in playfully, asking if he is really going to argue. Estelle puts an arm around him and winks. Do you not think we will be close? Little brother, this progress is moving quite fast. Is this really going to be okay? Cut to Julin returning and slamming the door shut, anxiously biting his finger in frustration. Is there still no word from Relin? As for that man Manroji, his life is not important. Julin sobs while clutching a crown of thorns. Oh, Relin, it was because of that girl that I felt life was worth living again. I planned to pamper her once she joined the dark faction, even preparing a slave seal. Who dares touch my Rin? Suddenly, a sound comes. Delivery! He shouts to leave it at the door. When Julin finally opens it, he only finds a single stone rolling on the floor. What on earth is this? He picks it up and realizes the object is suddenly starting to glow. Pay attention, because the trap is finally sprung. The stone projects a screen showing Rin captured, making Julin turn pale with fear. This is impossible. Jer laughs wildly on the screen, excited to have found such a young and beautiful female mage. She is exactly my type. I am truly lucky. Julin screams in a rage while Relin desperately yells for someone to save her. Help me, we are in the city suburbs. Julin roars that they better not touch her, promising he will be there immediately. He bolts away like a shot arrow. I will be there immediately, he shouts while running. From the start, my true target was never these small fries, but the master of the magic tower, the golden wizard Rin. The real issue is that among 50 new academy students, no one knows who the golden wizard actually is. However, at the very least, I can recognize the ones who are definitely not the golden wizard. Julin rushes to the outskirts and screams for Rin. This side quest, Late Love, involves falling for a young girl from the dark faction. Julin looks at Relin's pathetic state in agony. Relin? This whole story is tied to the old wizard Julin. He breaks into a cold sweat, wondering who could have done this. Julin tells himself he will save them no matter what. Before he can finish, Corin smashes him in the face. This is exactly what happened to the dark mage Manroji he mimicked earlier. In the side quest, Hidden Gambler Technique, Manroji was busy raking in all the gold at the tables. Suddenly, Corin lunged forward and slammed his head into the floor. He was a cheater who usually got caught by the players anyway. Every person tied to these script side quests, like Relin, Julin, and Manroji, is definitely not the Golden Wizard. Julin wakes up terrified by the blood-red scene around him. What is this place? Do you even know who I am? He struggles in fear as Corin grips his jaw tightly. What is happening? Why start the torture without even asking a single question? Just ask whatever you want to know. Corin uses a tool to keep his mouth open, suspecting the man might try to lie. I know what you are thinking, he looks like a villain. Corin laughs, pouring pig blood down Julin's throat to turn him. This guy is surprisingly aggressive. Julin lets out a weak cry of intense pain as the transformation begins. Corin casually asks if it takes 10 bowls of blood to turn. He looks at his creation, disappointed that he is just another hopping zombie. Jiangxis are just minions, virgins become vampires, but everyone else just turns into a regular hopping zombie. Corin rubs his forehead in annoyance. Manroji was the same. Why are all these guys already so experienced? Is being a virgin a sin in this world? Mari raises her hand excitedly, claiming she has only ever held her father hand. She suddenly shifts to a whisper. But wait, what about Corin? Mari red eyes glare at him. Does that mean he will become a vampire? Corin ignores her and simply cuts her off. First, please restore his mind. Corin looks at Julin, knowing that as a minion, he is now physically unable to lie. He takes a red brush and paints a disturbing, wide grin that reaches all the way up to Julin's cheekbones. With a terrifying smile, Corin tells his new friend to confess everything. Marriott begins the interrogation, and Julin feebly responds to her. My name is Julin. He is terrified to his core, but he is forced to bite his tongue and explain why he came to the city. Capture Marriott Dunalb. She demands to know what comes next with a cold, harsh voice. Julin confesses they were sent to assassinate Principal Errol Casa. Marriott loses her patience and screams for him to answer why. Trust me, you and I are just scratching the surface. He stammers that they only know about the great golden wizard Rin. We only followed his orders, Julin screams. Let us see the hunter become the prey. Apparently, it is a high-stakes mission, so the boss is joining personally. Whether he is on the red or black side, he is definitely blended in. Corin slowly lets out a twisted, eerie smile. He leans in close, his eyes narrowing as he laughs mockingly. We have all the info we need. For the next step, Corin playfully slaps his face. Oh, my dear, adorable Professor Julin, we are holding every single low-level mage who went missing. If you want them back, bring enough gold to fill a ship within 1 week. His grip tightens with every slap. Otherwise, Corin lets out a savage, wide grin that would chill anyone to the bone. Every night, I will cut off 1 finger from these mages. And this guy? He is going to be the very first one. That demonic laughter keeps echoing through Elder Admake's small screen. He seethes with a rage he simply cannot swallow. Julin, you absolute idiot. If you were not my disciple, I would have abandoned you long ago. A dark-robed mage whispers from behind. This is a red faction matter. Even if we are black faction, we should not act alone. Admake snaps back, telling him to shut up. You little brat. Who gave you permission to open your mouth and speak to me like that? Mostan speaks up calmly, noting that no faction can really pull this off alone. He carefully mentions the space witch, Professor Josephine. Even if we capture the vampire and the principal, that witch will surely use her space magic to help them escape instantly. Mostan continues, explaining they need to trigger massive chaos right when the academy semester ends and teachers are busy. The goal was to distract the space witch while she saved students. But pay attention, because that clown somehow knew the plan. He coldly steps forward to face Elder Admake. Fine, the black faction will help. But you better not be planning to hog all that gold. Elder Admake glares gloomily at Mostan. Exactly, the magic tower does not negotiate with clowns. He drops the final word with a heavy tone. Then we have to catch that clown. Admake immediately asks how. Mostan carefully outlines a plan to track his every move. Is it not the perfect time? After all, the student we sponsored has already enrolled in the academy. Admake mumbles as he listens. That is right. Images of Mirwam flash through both their minds. If it is her, she will definitely know that clown's real identity. The second princess, Mirwam. She had actually seen Corin's disguise back at the forest hunting grounds before. That image of a clown with a staff over his shoulder, walking out of the flames, is a haunting and unforgettable sight. Since the Magic Tower is her biggest sponsor, she will naturally reveal his identity and cooperate with them to take him down. Now, the Magic Tower is shifting their target from Marriott to Corin. You see that too, right? All arrows are pointed at him. They will plant agents in the special dorm to champion Corin. Little do they know, he is ready to wipe them all out at once. This is his plan A. But then, Corin's laughter through the screen begins to sound strangely distorted and eerie. Mirwam stares at the screen for a moment before unconsciously blurting out, "Oh my, what on earth is this supposed to be?" Mostan stands nearby, barely containing his excitement. You recognize him, right? But she just coldly asks if such weird clowns even exist. Elder Admake is completely stunned. Really? The next day at the bakery, Corin shouts out in total shock. Wait, what? He asks Jin Mustali again, his face full of disbelief. Princess Mirwam did not say a single word about me at all? Jin nods slowly. Yes, senior. Corin is confused, wondering why she stayed silent. Jin Mustali just stares at him with wide, puzzled eyes. I have no idea. Either way, you were never mentioned. Senior. What is this? Could Mirwam actually be on my side? If that is the case, my whole plan is ruined. As Corin gets up to leave, Jin's expression suddenly looks a bit strange. Senior! Corin just brushes him off with a quick word. Thanks for the info. I am busy, so I have to head out now. Regarding the promised payment, Jin keeps that confused look and replies, No, it is not about that. He looks at Corin's tired eyes with worry. I really think you should get some rest. Are you okay, senior? Corin just smiles. Do not worry, I am fine. Corin wanders out of the shop. He still has plan B ready. After calculating every variable, he will not lose his master this time. Elsewhere, the Estel and Moran factions face off. She declares sharply, Mage of the Magic Tower, Elder Moran. You are under arrest for illegal human experimentation, murder, kidnapping, and unlawful detention of innocent people. He immediately shoots back, demanding to know what is going on. Are you people trying to oppress our Magic Tower? Mostan growls, but Princess Estelle just giggles. Of course, as a saintess, I still respect the authority of the Magic Tower. But then, Estelle's voice turns icy cold. We have received a report. This matter is severe, and the evidence is undeniably clear. As soon as he sees what they brought, Mostan's face twists in horror. How? How did my experimental documents end up in your hands? As he is being forcibly dragged away, he is left drowning in his own confusion and disbelief. Actually, I am the one who is curious. Mostan's lab moves constantly, and not even the entire Black Crow team could track it. Wild, right? Alright, stick with me because Corin Locke just pulled off something impossible in record time. The intel Corin Locke handed over wasn't some old stash he had been hiding either. Every stone and scrap of paper in that box was completely fresh, up-to-the-minute evidence. If the Academy had made a move, that paranoid monster surely would have vanished by now. Did he really prep all this in just a few days? He is actually taking on the entire Magic Tower alone. For the sake of great academic progress, they believe a proper sacrifice is always required. The witch hunt was born out of pure hatred and the systematic oppression of magic kind. Cries were buried in flames until the old order fell to heroes like Professors Josephine and Aaron Danua. Eventually, that hunt became known as the Witch Revolution, leaving the old order's power completely shattered. Now, the survivors are plotting with the Iron Wall to destroy the Academy from the inside. Now, watch this part closely. As night falls, the red and black factions start their move. Damn it! How did those New Order bastards find our secret lab and launch an attack? Is that clown a double agent? We have to act before the Master is taken to the Holy Land. We will burn the Academy to the ground and use the chaos to stage a rescue. The red faction snaps back, telling them to shut up about that crazy jester already. Stop playing night and get back to the tower. Then, Elder Admake silences them all. Flames erupt around him, as the dark mages tremble in fear. Right as a massive roar echoes, Elder Admake looks down, screaming at the top of his lungs in a total frenzy. With Elder Moran captured, one man is not enough. The Master of the Tower needs to step in. Hidden in the crowd, he smirks as an invisible force snuffs out the Elder's raging flames. Strange fragments materialize in the air, forming glowing rivers of light that flow past the Elder. The scattered letters pull together, floating in the air to spell out "Catch a Witch." Catch a witch? How? When the words "the method is" appear, a wicked smile crosses his face. And yeah, I know what you are thinking, this plan is pure evil, but they are moving out anyway. Deep in the mountains lies a small house hiding a secret seal from the Great Witch War. Only two people in existence know this secret, Aaron Danua and Professor Josephine. So when the seal activates, Josephine naturally assumes it is a distress signal from her old friend. But she walks straight into an ambush. Elder Admake and his mages are waiting with a trap. A massive magic circle ignites, unleashing a devastating storm of concentrated fire right at her. Josephine desperately conjures a shield to protect herself, cursing the trap she has fallen into. She demands to know how they found this secret location. How did they activate the seal? Admake smirks, revealing they have a powerful ally, another hero who knows the seal's location. There were 3 heroes in that war. Realization hits Josephine like a brick. It is Tezbanaz. She screams in fury. Have they really joined forces with that traitor? Do they know the consequences? He brushes it off. Rules do not matter anymore. His eyes are burning with pure, unfiltered spite. To him, forcing magic to follow laws was a mistake from demi-humans to vampires. He hates it all. Protecting test subjects like animals for the sake of human rights is just inefficient to them. Not to mention dragging common criminals in and teaching them magic like it is a game. The Academy just holds back true progress. Josephine snaps, her voice echoing with absolute rage. You people never change. First it was the demons, then it was the demi-humans. She cannot forget the days spent staring at the world through cold, iron prison bars. They hunted anyone who dared use magic or stand against them. Her resentment only grows deeper. When the hunt ended, they locked her up as a child, arguing over how to dissect her. They fought over whether to use fire or dark magic as the core of their experiments. Trust me, you and I are about to see how this trauma fuels her ultimate revenge. Alright, let's dive into the moment Erenua descends like a goddess to save her child. Professor Josephine spits out with pure hatred, telling him his heart will be pierced by the spear of Aaron Danua. You people have zero interest in real magic. You're just pathetic losers living your entire lives fueled by nothing but hate. Her shield starts expanding and pushing back. But Elder Adam just grins maliciously like he's actually starting to enjoy the challenge. He recognizes her as the hero of the Witch Revolution. He uses fire magic to pierce the shield and bind her, but he's not letting his guard down just yet. Elder Adam raises his hand high, preparing to strike the professor down with another devastating blow. This form can keep you imprisoned for at least 3 days. His plan is flawless, even if handing the glory to the dark faction is a bit annoying. While you're trapped, the Magic Tower will assassinate President Isle and seize total control of the entire area. They'll kidnap the graduating students and drag them back to the tower. In just 3 days, this academy will be gone forever. Only the chosen ones will remain to pursue the ultimate peak of magic within our brand new paradise. Now, pay attention, because Corin's voice suddenly cuts through the air. 3 days? 3 minutes is way too long for me. Adam snaps around to see who's there. Corin just stands calmly, staring down the massive wall of fire approaching him. Professor Josephine screams for him to run, warning him that this man is a high-level elder of the tower. Corin just cuts her off. Professor, Do you know why they never change? It's because they haven't been beaten enough yet. Plan B is officially a go. Corin points his spear directly at the Elder and his weak minions. You guys are getting a beatdown. Mission: rescue the professor. Meanwhile, Jen and John are frantically running because they're late for class. Master Renchi's voice booms with authority. You're late. Jen is panting for air but manages to squeak out a quick apology. He scolds them hard. Today is their very first mission to hunt down magical beasts, and they're already behind. It's just a common level 4 beast, but with that attitude, what can you achieve? I hate repeating myself twice. What did I tell you? They shout in unison. A good guardian needs strength and must always keep their word on timing. Renchi nods, finally satisfied. All right, that's enough. He stops the scolding and tells them both to get into the carriage. Time to move out. Our mission today is to clear out a group of common-level magical beasts. Jen slumps over, sighing. It's all because he's not here. John adds that he's the one who usually wakes them up. Ren screams in total frustration. Where did our big brother go so early in the morning without saying a word? You and I both know Corin is in the middle of a literal firestorm right now. He's ready to brawl. Professor Josephine is completely shocked. Student Corin, what on earth are you doing in a dangerous place like this? It's simple. When cornered, these magic tower cowards will always target the person who's the hardest to deal with. Josephine, the backup plan is ready. Pursuit runes. Corin drops into a low stance. You're a total disappointment. You don't belong in a place like this. He charges forward with explosive energy. Aren't you supposed to be his favorite pupil? Master. Elder Adam suddenly feels a chill down his spine. That face and that voice are all too familiar. When the truth finally hits him, he screams in pure terror. Are you really that same clown from back then? He sees fire magic swirling in Corin's chest. His armor resists mid-level magic, but he's already lost his primary weapon. He gathers a massive surge of energy, preparing an attack that will turn every single thing into absolute ash. The Red Faction mages combine their power, fueling a massive magic circle to intensify the heat of the flames. The magic circle above them erupts into a firestorm, forming a miniature sun. It's the Red Faction's ultimate technique, the Sky Spell. He's finally getting a chance to act arrogant. Nothing can survive the Red Faction's absolute inferno. He screams for Corin to die, as the spell descends with the speed of a falling meteor. Corin doesn't even flinch. He stands there like a main character, basking in the glow of the enemy's flames. He smirks with total contempt at his enemy. Even at full power, this sky spell is only capable of moving some dirt and rocks. Corin stands in the inferno, completely calm. Elder Am's face turns pale as the dust clears. He can't believe his eyes. This is absolutely impossible. Corin slowly walks out with that terrifyingly familiar grin. That's not just simple fire resistance, old man. He's bathing in the sky spell's fire without a single scratch. Auden realizes the truth. It's an absolute counter. Corin's smile gets even creepier. Elder or whatever you are, it doesn't matter. He summons his own fire. If you're using fire, you're not even worthy of being my opponent. Witness the solar light of Clyom Soleil. Trust me, you and I are about to see something insane. With this much heat, Corin's ultimate move is finally ready. Alright, you and I will see him go nuclear. Clausulus, solar manifestation. A devastating blast occurs in an instant, turning the vast open space completely gray. The mages struggle desperately against that intense magical power. Elder Admake stands frozen as the light swallows him whole. Unbelievable. Smoke and dust linger in the air from the terrifying shockwave. Corin plants his spear into the ground as the view slowly clears. Charred corpses lie scattered across the earth. Corin catches his breath inside the crater. Professor Josephine is stunned by his display. It is truly incredible. He admits that he was a very strong opponent. Yes, he is one of the 4 great treasures of Danion after all, she replies casually. No, I am talking about you, Corin Locke. Your solar powers completely counter both fire, magic, and dark creatures. Professor Josephine studies him closely. It seems Corin predicted this tower incident and prepared for it well in advance. He looks up, but she cannot tell what he is thinking. There are simply too many strange things about this boy named Corin Locke. Staying cautious is only natural. Still, she remembers his goal for entering the academy is to protect this entire world. In the end, she chooses to believe in the shadow of this young man. He is a person carrying a grand wish. Professor Josephine suddenly feels that Corin is just like Aaron Danua, perfectly embodying the image of true justice. She supports him as he stands up. I will help. No hesitation. What is the next plan? Corin has already calculated every move. The next target is Senior Marriott, and he has already arranged everything on that side. He is already inside the enemy's head. Those magic tower mages have 2 goals. First, assassinate Principal Ayalkasa, and second, capture Marriott Donilev. Now pay attention, because Corin did not see this coming. He planned to be the bait himself, but Princess Mirawam joining his side has made the entire situation a lot more complicated. He remains completely unfazed, though. He still has a backup plan ready. The Dunalb commercial chain is bustling on its official opening day. Everything moves smoothly. While he helps Josephine, Marriott smiles and tells her allies she will leave the arrangements to them. She intentionally stays in the public eye by attending flashy events before slowly moving toward a more isolated area, scouting out the perfect location for an ambush to take place. Suddenly, things feel strange. Why has not anyone shown up yet? There are too many eyes watching. Marriott looks around cautiously, waiting for a move. If there is no trap, she will just head for the carriage and leave. She exits the dark alley onto the main road. If they strike, it will be here. Marriott looks at the line of carriages. It is just like Corin said. If they capture her here, they can use a carriage to escape immediately. She steps forward with burning determination. Dua, everything is set. But two figures with a dark, heavy aura appear in the alley across from Marriott. Come on then. She recognizes Warren and Elisa and relaxes her guard. But Elisa looks confused. Corin mentioned he would be heading in this direction, but the street is completely deserted. Why has not anyone from the magic tower shown up yet? Deep in the western mountains, a boar screams. John stands over its body, with massive pride. Ren, look at this. I caught a giant one. Ren just shrugs, claiming hers is bigger. Wait, you feel that too? She is thinking of other things, but it is impossible to ignore that this entire forest is suddenly missing every single boar. It is breeding season, so the woods should be full. Even Professor Dana bought a bunch last year for experiments. They have already ventured deep into the forest, so why have they only found this many? He sniffs the air suddenly. Hey Ren, do you smell that? It is a foul, heavy stench. She realizes what it is and spins around, discovering someone is stalking them. It is the stench of rotting corpses. Whoever is there, come out now. A figure in black emerges from the trees. Apparently, even elder tier dragons are worth a high price. It is Professor Akai, radiating pure death. Even those golden wolves look dangerous. They are as rare as vampires. 2 young ones will be an easy catch for him. Lord Moston will be thrilled with this treasure. He summons an army of monsters with glowing red eyes. Every creature in this forest has already been turned into a corpse. Professor Akai patiently tries to persuade them. Do not resist and just follow me quietly. You two are incredibly valuable specimens. John raises his hands, keeping a firm defensive stance. Ren is ready to blast them back. The professor just mocks their pathetic attempt at survival. Akai gives the order. Do not damage the specimens too much or Lord Moran will be angry. Bloodthirsty fangs lunge forward, fighting over the chance to kill the 2 kids. And trust me, you and I need to see this. A massive explosion rocks the forest for miles, just as they reach the western mountain entrance. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch Augenrenchi obliterate 3 massive boss fangs with a single scythe swing. Everyone form into a defensive circle with me at the center and fight side by side to protect one another. These level 4 boss fangs are dangerous mutants that need regular culling. Now the whole pack is swarming our heroes at once. He swings his staff, killing monsters while shouting insults at his enemies. You leading students into a monster den and failing to save them? Augenrenchi glares furiously at the dark mages. You filthy dark mages have no right to touch academy students. That is a serious violation of our treaty. A dark mage speaks up coldly, clearly not caring about anyone standing in front of him. The magic tower cares nothing for you or the kids. If you do not resist, we will not hurt you. He pauses. Then what is your goal? The dark mage answers simply, it is those monster wolves. Augenrenchi growls in frustration, hating to repeat himself. He grits his teeth. They are clearly not ready. Jen and John are facing those level B boss fangs all alone. But those 2 kids? They are shredding the monsters like shooting stars cutting through meat in a kitchen. Sharp claws tear the beasts apart. Scattering remains everywhere. They are evolving right before our eyes. John's hands are soaked in blood in this form, radiating power as he defends his students to the end. Demons or beastmen, if they grow and learn at this academy. Augenrenchi raises his scythe. They are students. You dare oppose the magic tower? He just laughs coldly. You think I am afraid to oppose you? Augenrenchi swings his scythe, now dripping with dark energy. You were the ones who touched my students first. Now pay attention. We are at the dorms where Corin is urgently calling for Senior Marriott while she searches for him. Corin. She is worried sick. I did exactly what you said, but there was no ambush at all. Corin wonders if Rick found out. The plan was to strike Josephine, Marriott, and President Errol all at once. The red and black factions are coordinated, so he set a trap, but 30 mages have already vanished. Corin goes to support Professor Josephine. He caught the red faction but does not know where they went. Miruam enters out of nowhere. Do you want to know where the magic tower mages disappeared to? She appears like a ghost without scaring anyone, smiling coldly as Corin realizes the princess has returned to the forest. Professor Akai is shocked to see the mangled monster remain scattered across the green grass. He admires his target. The golden wolf is worth just as much as a high-ranking vampire elder. You and I can see death energy swirling as the mages use dark magic to stitch corpses together into a monster. Professor Akai holds his head high as the newly formed creature finally takes its shape. How can mere beasts stand against magic? John warns them as Ren watches the dark magic unfold. I have got it! She screams as the massive monster starts chasing both of them down. Run fast! It grazes them with a blow that knocks Ren and John flat onto the ground, gasping for breath. The monster goes wild, looking for its prey. What is this insane destructive power? He is sweating bullets. Surprised? A beast like you could never understand the peak of life-based magic in its true essence. Ren and John decide to attack from both sides, striking with their cold, razor-sharp claws. I have researched the essence of life to massively increase muscle density, controlling every single fiber with absolute precision. John grits his teeth, realizing his strike did absolutely nothing. It is not just power he is facing. Its endurance has skyrocketed too. He looks helplessly at the shallow marks left on the monster's neck. John warns her this thing is fast and strong. Ren does not back down. Yeah, I know. They charge again. Remembering Corin's lesson, there are people faster and stronger than him at the academy. Corin laughs, but if it comes to a real fight, I am the one who wins every time. How? They had asked. First, John sprints up the monster's arm with intense focus in his eyes. John jumps and slams the monster's shoulder to bait its gaze and trick the opponent. Ren, now. Corin's advice echoes, target the weak point. Ren lunges and grabs onto the creature's leg. If claws do not work, use your teeth and do not rush. Just keep repeating it with persistence. She bites down hard on its ankle. The beast screams in agony, unable to fight back. That is the win. Just like that, trust me. You and I just watched their absolute victory over that beast. Ren suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood. Reverting to her beast form, she clutches her throat in silent, agonizing pain. You and I are about to see this get chaotic as a monster suddenly separates Joe and his sister. Its sharp claws move with lightning speed, stabbing Ren through the chest while she is at her most vulnerable state. Joe screams out in pure agony as Professor Akai sinisterly strokes his chin with a wicked grin. Those stupid beasts. Chimera meat is pure poison, and they were dumb enough to just start biting and tearing it. Wait, if it dies before the experiment is over, it is useless. Joe growls as his sanity starts to snap. Covered in flames, Joe throws a punch fueled by pure hatred. But the monster effortlessly blocks the strike before it reaches Akai. Stop! Do not kill him yet, Akai shouts. Capture him alive for me, even if he loses a leg, it is fine. These two were everything to each other. The monster lets out a bone-chilling, insane roar that shakes the air. Joe refuses to lose here. If one sibling falls, the other will surely follow them into the darkness. Joe moves with lightning speed, his claws carving deep into the monster's flesh like a bloody spiderweb. Every strike brings a new spray of blood as he tears it apart. The damage from these lethal strikes has finally pushed the monster past its limit. Professor Akai watches in horror as his creation fails. His eyes widen in total shock at the sudden, absolute defeat. Now watch closely. Joe's flames turn jet black as he loses control, vowing to slaughter every last one of them. I will kill you all. Akai panics and orders the kill immediately, forgetting the experiment in his desperate fear. The black mages quickly set up a magic circle to respond. Joe ignores the magic and charges forward to kill. He slashes wildly, spraying enemy blood everywhere. Akai crawls backward in terror, unable to believe his own disciples are dying. Joe prepares one final blow to finish Akai off for good. Suddenly, a figure drops down from the windy sky. Corin appears just in time to stop the attack. Corin, Ren is dead. Joe screams, why are you only arriving now? You should have been here sooner. Joe punches him in the chest, completely broken by the loss of his sister. Why does the survivor always go mad when the other dies? Corin plants his spear and pulls Joe into a hug. I am sorry I am late, Corin says calmly. Joe, listen to me, Ren is still alive. Marriott is nearby giving her medicine, but the wound is deep. If they had been a second later, she would be gone. Her condition is stable now. She just fainted from the shock. Joe breaks down in tears on Corin's shoulder. Corin reassures them both. We go back to when Miriam came to find Corin with a secret warning. The magic tower is already hunting those werewolves. Corin asks why she is choosing to tell him this information. Princess Miriam has the tower's support, so she would never normally reveal their secrets. She just gives a mysterious smile. I am giving up something huge for this, she says. Corin leaves without a goodbye, simply saying he owes her. Miriam whispers that she knows. She watches him go, her eyes filled with a deep, calculating, and manipulative intent. Corin then takes his spear to the forest entrance. Whether they are black or red faction, he forces them all to sit down. Lower your heads even more. Stop glaring. Professor Augen Renchi finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. Luckily, none of the first-year students are seriously hurt. Corin thanks Augen for risking his life to protect everyone. No, it was not me, Augen admits. He looks toward his talented students who stood their ground today. This year's freshmen have much better equipment than last year. Thanks to expensive magic stone gear, they can protect themselves now. He mentions a generous senior who gave them the stones. Ogden seems impressed by whoever provided such massive wealth. It is the result of spending literally half of my entire fortune. Corin scratches his head with a grin. Professor Josephine suddenly calls out to him with an urgent, trembling voice. Sir, the situation has just stabilized, but she cuts him off. It is an emergency. Josephine reports gravely. Wait for it, I know what you're thinking. Miriam's debt is already due as the chairman starts his move. The Red faction has already attacked Professor Josephine, and Corin starts connecting all the dots. The werewolves were ambushed in the forest by both sides. Corin realizes the Golden Mage still has not appeared yet. He realizes this is a simultaneous attack. Could the chairman really be behind all of this? Despite having the Regressor's antidote, the tragic script is returning to its original, deadly path. Josephine opens a portal. We have to go now. Stay alert. This is different from the faction games you were playing before. Corin is no longer helpless. You and I are going to see what he's truly capable of next. Alright, let's dive into the most intense battle of this whole series. Mariette and I are following Corin's lead, facing high-grade vampires and diamond-hard beasts. A master swordsman enters his domain, Corin Locke, the man with 3 aura cores and the power of the sun in his hands. Their force is strong enough to challenge a gold-tier archmage. Professor Josephine leads the way through the portal, with Corin right on her heels. But the scene waiting for them is absolutely chilling. Corin's breath hitches. In this disaster, there is one small mercy. Professor Josephine rushes toward the fallen leader. Chairman Ario's body is not completely destroyed yet, but whoever did this is a monster that cannot be underestimated. He grits his teeth. They are facing a special-grade archmage. Corin sees 4 dark shadows, the 4 legendary treasures of Luodan. The Spear of Light Aradawa, Infinite Alchemy, and the Sun Sword Clausolus are all gathered here. Andric, Dunsky, and O are there. One removes his hat with a smirk, while Timoris greets the captain after a long time. Bervin looks down at them. To think we would meet again on this bridge of fate, destined to kill or be killed. The golden lock is finally broken. The coronation ceremony in heaven has been unlocked, and the system backup is initializing. System analysis is scanning the targets. First is Tom Nor with an A+ rank. Next is the shadow on the left, Dunsky, also A+. Then there is the arrogant blonde, oh, another A+ threat. But the one sitting on that throne is the real problem. It is Tez Bantaz, an S-rank threat. System backup is increasing Corin Locke's hero stats by 740% to save the world from this darkness. Now, pay attention, because Corin can't believe his eyes. Why is it him? Tez Bantaz answers coldly, claiming that fate has tied their destinies together as one. The air is thick with killing intent. He asks the boy if he is ready, but Corin can only hesitate as Tez glares. Tess looks at him with those cunning eyes. Are you surprised? I just came to see the student who ruined my plans and stole your mind. Corin thinks to himself. Tess asks if he is being too provocative. He knows exactly what the boy is thinking. He glances back. Luckily, Chairman Ario has not been eliminated yet. No matter what happens, he must stop that from being destroyed. Corin remembers the past loops. In both the game and the previous round, he failed to prevent Ario's destruction. When the real self emerged, his master was ultimately murdered by Bantaz. This time, things have to be different. Because Corin revealed the assassination plot early, his master was able to evacuate. Ario whispers an apology to the young hero. Corin realizes something. Only the heroes from the Witch War should know this location. This was a setup from the start. He looks at the wicked face of Tez Bantaz. He never expected the villain to personally show up for this. Corin sighs. This is way outside the original script. Another massive variable has crashed into his plans. He grips his weapon. It does not matter. Corin will force the script back under his control as his eyes burn with rage. I will turn this toward a better ending. Poison Dragon Strike. Corin grits his teeth against the massive strain. This is the domain every warrior dreams of, an instant strike aimed directly at the gaps in an opponent's consciousness. Tez Bantaz just sneers and counters effortlessly. He breaks the Poison Dragon technique with cold, sharp eyes fixed on Corin. You are already using a domain? This is the legend of Ahan, a clash of fatal techniques from the peak of martial arts. Corin pushes back with even more power. This is not enough. Time to unleash the second domain. Tez Bantaz smirks, praising the spear. Secret Serpent style, Poison Dragon. Corin is shaken as he realizes the enemy's speed. This guy is spamming domain expansions just like a sword demon. It is a level of mastery that seems impossible. You saw that stat boost, right? Our main character is finally hitting his peak, rising to 740% to match Tez Bantaz. The two of them charge at each other with even more fury. The third domain opens, and neither side is willing to back down. Fourth domain. Fifth domain. Tez Bantaz is starting to look completely insane as the battle reaches a fever pitch. He laughs, telling Corin to speed up even more. The sixth combination activates, and Corin's veins bulge from the effort. They are like two rockets crashing into each other at supersonic speeds. Both raise their spears, eyes filled with defiance. Two massive sources of light collide, creating a shockwave that seems to tear the very air apart. Corin uses every ounce of his strength to hold back the attack. He swings his spear high for a final, lethal blow. Tezbantaz is not afraid. He is actually excited, matching Corin's perfect technique with his own devastating counter. Only 1 second has passed since the battle began, but the destruction is already absolute. Waran and Mariette are stunned. To those who cannot use domains, this fight is a complete mystery of light and shadow. And that's where we leave it. Mariette calls out as they both freeze in terror, seeing the unimaginable before them. All right, stick with me because we are jumping right into a high-stakes counterattack. Elisa suddenly appears behind them, her sharp eyes locked on the target as she prepares to strike. Oh, Bress laughs loudly, mockingly claiming that a single sword strike cannot simply shatter a domain like this. Impressive talent. It has been a long time since the king found someone this interesting, Tezbantaz notes quite smugly. Warren shouts at him not to get cocky, swinging her fist and refusing to treat domains as an invincible technique. But she misses. Tezbantaz dodges effortlessly, his massive hand crushing her arm before she can even react to him. With one brutal swing, he sends both Warren and Elisa crashing violently into the hard, unforgiving ground below. Elisa hits the dirt head first, her face covered in blood and twisted in pain. Seeing this, Warren freezes in terror. Tezbantaz smirks, preparing a finishing blow. But before he can strike, a shadow flashes toward the fallen Elisa. Warren uses her own body as a shield, taking the lethal hit. Elisa can only let out a weak, terrified moan. Warren screams for him to stop, lashing out with glowing chains. They wrap around Tezbantaz, forcing him to pause in confusion. Warren's face is filled with pure, unbridled rage as she stares him down. She growls that he is dead meat. Suddenly, the chains jerk back, nearly pulling her off her feet in total shock. Tezbantaz thrashes wildly, his massive frame straining against the metal. Warren screams that this was not her intended destiny. The chains shatter into pieces under his raw strength. She stares in disbelief, unable to process how this is happening. He tosses her aside like trash. He mocks her, saying it all comes down to a complete lack of experience. No matter how tough the body is, once the brain gets rattled, the end is always the same. Watch this closely, because Tezbantaz raises his lethal spear high, ready to end it all right here. Before he can strike, a surprise attack freezes him in his tracks. He glares over, his eyes widening in shock. He recognizes Mariette, asking if she is the vampire. She looks on, confused by the absolute chaos unfolding around her. Mariette summons a massive beast as Tezbantaz breaks free from the ice. He grips his spear with insane fury. His face goes wild as the holy spear Manhwa begins to move on its own, glowing with ancient power. It is an undodgeable strike that always finds its mark. He hurls the spear, piercing right through the summoned monster. The tip of the spear stops inches from Mariette's face. She screams, closing her eyes and accepting her fate. Suddenly, a voice commands it to stop. A portal of light opens up, swallowing the lethal spear instantly. The light fades away. Tezbantaz sneers, asking if she just threw his holy spear into another dimension. He looks at Josephine and laughs coldly. He greets his old friend, asking if she is a bit late to the party. She tells the traitor to shut up, clarifying that she was not the one who saved them just now. You and I are seeing something incredible, the solar reality spell, pushed to the absolute limit of what he can do. The sun is powered by mana, amplified 740%. He realizes that despite missing the heart, this was fatal. He notes that this level of power is no longer just her own natural strength at play. He stays calm, wondering if it is a vow. He realizes the spell's scale is far beyond her current capacity. Josephine screams that she can only hold this state for a few more brief moments. High-tier multi-layered teleportation magic is active. Oh, Bress watches, calling their attempt to run away truly pathetic. Dunsky smirks, refusing to just stand by. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light hits them from nowhere. Corin appears, shouting for everyone to move fast. They scramble into the blue circle as Josephine urges them on. Corin's hair turns from white back to black. He steps into the light, wearing a very mysterious, knowing smile. He says goodbye as the blue portal shrinks and vanishes, leaving a furious Tezbantaz screaming in rage. Dunsky wonders if the spear hit anything. Tezbantaz laughs, confident his weapon never misses its intended target. Mari is worried for Corin, but Tezbantaz's voice echoes that the spear is still seeking his original mark. Seeing the spear, Corin jumps in front to protect her. He thinks about his many lives and regressions. Before the spear hits, a hand shoves Corin aside. The blade flies through the air, impaling Errol's body instead. He always thought he could change the script and make everything turn out for the better. But seeing Errol smiling through the pain, Corin screams. He rushes to grab her hand, desperate to save the principal. His fingers almost reach her, But it is too late. Errol completely vanishes right before his very eyes. Only a tiny flicker of light remains before fading to black. Trust me, you and I are feeling his heartbreak here. All right, you and I are diving into an epic tale, starting with the ancient giants who first walked this land. But their time ended too. From their remains, the world was born, the sun, the light, the earth, the seas, and all living things. The Dan Nan. They were the ones the people of this world called gods. Now pay attention, because this perfect paradise the Dan Nan built wouldn't last forever. The age of the Dan Nan was the peak of civilization. But as time passed, a new guest arrived in paradise. A small, weak species. Yet, with their burning desire and endless curiosity, they managed to win the love of the Dan Nan. Their name was the Goan, the ancestors of today's humanity. The Dan Nan gifted them civilization and magic, allowing humanity to flourish. Soon, their numbers grew to an unbelievable scale, but humanity didn't stop there. They cut down the forests of Dre and Elvest, eventually seizing the land from the Dan Nan. Individually, they were no match. But the human population was massive, outnumbering the Dan Nan by over 100 times. And so, the era of the Dan Nan ended at the hands of the humans they had nurtured. Yet the Dan Nan remained steadfast. Even at the end, they still desired harmony between humanity and this world. The last Dan Nan in paradise froze herself in that eternal place. That person was her. The Dan Nan of justice, Arandanua. As the sole survivor, she guided humanity toward the path of righteousness. Her disciples all became legendary heroes in this world, but she always carried a deep sense of loneliness, being the very last of her kind left behind. Because of this, she searched endlessly for the wonders and relics left by her ancestors. Glorious. Finally, she discovered another Dan Nan who was still sealed away, Tezbanzat. That child soothed her long-standing loneliness and became her happiness. She gave him all her love, her spear techniques, and her precious treasures. She loved that child like her own, like a comrade, and like a lover. But she didn't know why two Dan Nan existed. The Dan Nan who wanted harmony with humanity left behind the Dan Nan of justice. But those who wanted humanity's extinction left behind the Dan Nan of vengeance, the advent of paradise. When the Dan Nan of vengeance learned the history of this world and his own true identity, he slaughtered all of humanity to rebuild the paradise of the gods. So 80 years ago, we stopped him and punished the traitor, Tezbanzat. Arandanua recalled how she was wounded and sealed away in exchange for that victory. She bowed her head, looking helpless in the shadow royal city. Her face was full of sorrow. She thought Tezbanzat had died long ago. A familiar dialogue. This event usually happens when Arinua's avatar is destroyed. Once this event ends, Aranua will leave the shadow royal city and eventually die at the hands of Tezbanzat. Corin gripped his spear tightly. I hated this tragic event so much. But if anything is strange, it's this current life. He never had any connection with Arandanua before. So why was she talking to him now? To someone who wasn't even her disciple, Corin asked cautiously. Do you mistakenly think I am a disciple of Tezbanzat? Why call me here while I'm on high alert? Arandanua interrupted him. Little boy, her voice was steady. Stick with me. Because she just called him her disciple a child from the future, trying to carry everything on his own. Do you know what happened at Nasri? That doesn't matter now. What matters is that she knows he's a regressor. Corin's gaze became more determined than ever. Then things will move faster. Strengthen the perimeter immediately and hide here for a while. Don't let anyone inside. Arandanua spoke up. Just because you know the future doesn't mean you have to suffer through everything alone. Corin replied, You are the queen, the only queen of paradise. On a chessboard, the king must always be protected. She countered, I was never a king, but I was a master. Her voice remained calm, and I have always been a hero. He knew that even knowing the future, she would still choose sacrifice. Corin knelt at her feet and begged her. I'm begging you, please stay put. Please do not leave this castle, he continued. Not this time. It can't be like before. He lost control, shouting right at Arandanua's face. We can change this. We can control it. We just need to prepare and rewrite history itself, just like I've done until now. Arandanua gently reached out and touched his face, leaving him completely stunned. Then she embraced him. We have met like this again, reunited, and cherished each other. You and I are witnessing a destiny that can't be denied, just like the future me from 3 years ago. I will trust and support you in this life too. You and I are diving back into this story. She promises to protect him as her duty and choice, leaving Corin completely stunned. Even when you know exactly what is coming, it feels like nothing ever truly changes. Days later at the training ground, Corin is working like a madman. Lack mumbles while eating popcorn that at least he looks okay. It is the first time Corin has looked this depressed. Jer remembers how worried he was seeing him give that funeral speech for the principal. The young man lets out a soft, tired sigh. But training this hard after only 1 day? He is a total monster. Jer wonders why the girls around Corin all look so exhausted too. Senior Mary has already headed back south, while Elisa is currently stuck in the hospital. He looks toward Warren, the only one still standing. Seeing her grumpy expression, he quickly tries to explain himself. Wait, that is not it. Warren steps forward and grabs Corin's arm, which is already bleeding from his relentless training. He looks at her with confusion while she scowls. She pulls his bloody hand away, but he snaps back and tells her to let go. It is not the time yet. Her voice finally manages to grab his full attention. He turns around just as she throws a massive punch, but it misses him, smashing a hole straight through the wall. Follow me, she says. She touches the wall before leading Corin outside into the drizzling rain. Corin asks what she is planning. Warren replies that it was way too cramped inside to really go all out. Now, pay attention, because this match is about more than fighting. Warren charges with insane speed and a crazed look, challenging him to a duel. Corin is totally lost. What is going on? Suddenly, he swings his spear toward her. Her fist slams directly against the weapon with a heavy thud. The sheer force of Warren's strike sends the spear flying off to one side. Corin is shocked. He remembers teaching her martial arts in a group session, but she was already a naturally gifted warrior. Warren has an indestructible body, and could have easily blocked that, but she chose to dodge it instead. Even if her moves are still a bit clumsy, this was completely unpredictable. When did she even learn this? Corin is knocked flat on the ground, looking weak and utterly confused by her actions. Warren does not stop, preparing another blow. Boom! The ground craters right where her fist lands next to him. Luckily, she missed his head on purpose. She mocks him with a cold laugh, calling him weak. Corin is stunned, so stop trying so hard to be powerful. Just be strong enough not to die, she says. She looks at the symbols on his skin. Carve these onto me as well so I can get stronger. Her eyes are filled with pain for him. She just wants to be strong enough to protect him. Corin is horrified and immediately refuses, remembering Arandanua's words about what it means to be an adult. As an adult, I have a duty to put the safety of a child like you above everything else. He puts a hand on her shoulder. He cannot risk a genius like her. The danger is too great for someone with her talent. Warren snaps back, saying she needs to correct him. Corin tries to argue that he is not a child. You saw that too, right? She hugs him tight, whispering that he is not talentless. Corin freezes in shock. She calls him out, asking why he thinks he can solve everything by himself. You are acting like a brat, just pushing all the burdens onto other people instead of sharing them. I cannot just stay down forever. Corin finally lets out a small smile and thanks her for the wake-up call. He pats Warren on the head and tells her to stand up. I still have plenty of work to do, he says confidently. 2 weeks later, the Magic Tower incident has everyone on edge. At the round table, an angry voice erupts. The attackers from that faction ambushed High Professor Josephine and kidnapped a first-year student. This is an insult we cannot ignore. Someone points out that the Magic Tower claims these were just rogue mages acting on their own. He slams the table in rage. You expect us to believe that? 2 elders and 50 mages is not a rogue act? Professor Dama replies that even if they want to send a protest, Lost Rin, the representative of the Magic Tower, is already fighting back directly. They need their own representative to speak up for the Academy's interests. The situation is urgent. They need to appoint a successor for the board chairman position. A man mentions that the Isle family has always held the chair at Merkaba Academy, so it should stay that way. The next chairperson has already been chosen. Is it another Isle, Josephine? Josephine disagrees. As Arandanua steps forward, she warns that the chairman's assassination is just the beginning, so stick with me to see what happens next. All right. You and I are diving into a world where humanity's very survival is on the line. The Academy's only mission is to forge the heroes capable of stopping this upcoming apocalypse. Walking forward with total confidence, I am Arandanua, a champion of justice and master of heroes. Aaron takes over as the new board chairman, but Josephine watches from the balcony with clear doubts. She warns that their enemy isn't fighting alone like he was 80 years ago. Sighing, she notes the Magic Tower and Northern Kingdom have made his forces stronger than ever. Aaron hesitates about her return, but Josephine enthusiastically cheers her on, thrilled to have her back. Over at MK3 Hospital, an injured Elisa begs for her sword while the nurses try to restrain her. I need my blade, she cries, leaving the poor nurse completely helpless against her stubbornness. Now here is where things get real. Elisa realizes she got cocky and ignored her master's warnings. Even though Warren was the one who got pummeled, she is the one hospitalized. It is frustrating to be the one sidelined while everyone else is still out there fighting. Corin recovered from a spear wound in a day, making her feel like a total failure. As she grips her sheets in pain, Corin reaches out with a warm smile that changes everything. He gently rolls a warm egg on her bruised cheek, making her yelp in a mix of pain. He tells her she is still swollen, while Elisa looks down, sad about her lack of defense. She wonders if she will always be the one needing rescue, never having the strength to stand alone. Corin's next words catch her off guard. He tells her that being vulnerable is actually quite lucky. He explains that geniuses and masters are all helping him because they see something special in him. He doubts if he deserves it, but realizes he can help them in return, even just a little. With a bright grin, he says he is happy to rely on her help whenever things get tough. He admits he will always need her by his side, making Elisa turn away to hide her face. Going together means going further, she thinks. Finally asking for some honey candy as a small favor. Let's pause here. You and I can see these two growing stronger through every single new challenge. As he feeds her, a sudden flash interrupts them, leaving both of them stunned by the unexpected visitor. Elisa teases him about being jealous while Josephine makes a loud, annoying scene outside their room. Looking inside, she sees that everyone has recovered, even if the situation remains incredibly messy. Aaron acknowledges the massive threat humanity faces, one greater than anything they have ever seen before. Even after her own students stole her power and locked her away, she never stopped her mission. Watching them, she remembers her own past and how she has been secretly raising the next generation. Give it to me. Hand it over right now. Somewhere in this new batch of heroes, the greatest savior in history is finally waiting to emerge. The enemy is 10 times stronger than 80 years ago, but Aaron's confidence remains absolutely unshakable. Merkaba Academy was built for this exact moment to ensure humanity comes out on top. A few days later, a celebration fire is lit, as everyone prepares for a massive victory feast. Elisa is back on her feet and showing off all the supplies she bought for the party. Corin is shocked when he hears the price 2 gold coins is a total ripoff. He complains about the food budget until a gentle voice interrupts their little bickering match. A new guest arrives with fresh mushrooms, wondering if this is the famous special dormitory. Elisa greets her friends with a big smile, excited to see so many familiar faces again. Her older sister Lunia stands nearby, welcoming her back with a cold but relieved look. Lunia immediately demands wine, showing she is still the same sharp and commanding leader as before. She tells Corin he owes her for the last incident, and he jokingly worries about the interest. Everyone calls for the food to be served, and a luxurious banquet finally begins. And that is where we leave it. You and I just witnessed the calm before the storm. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where Elisa's elite ingredients meet perfect seasoning. The crowd is buzzing. Next up are Warren's dishes, prepared with fire control techniques that are nothing short of surgical and precise. Everyone is impressed by the high-end skill. Corin is one lucky guy to have 2 amazing cooks by his side. Jer gets curious and asks Corin who cooked the better meal. Corin pauses, feeling the pressure of the moment. He starts to answer but suddenly panics. He can feel those piercing gazes drilling right into the back of his neck. Be honest now, whose food was better? If he picks wrong here, he might end up on the menu himself next. Suddenly a voice rings out from a distance, catching Corin's attention. Is there a way out of this trap? Boss. Joe and Jen walk up, holding something. We did not want to come empty-handed. Want some of this, sir? Corin rushes over to hug him. Thank you so much. Fried chicken is officially my favorite meal now. Thanks for saving my life. Jer is still skeptical of the situation while La keeps eating. Whatever, we're all dead anyway. Dronwoski finally speaks up. The food was great, but it is time for business. Lunia agrees we did not gather just to celebrate a hospital discharge. Corin turns back. Yes, let's get straight to the point. It is finally time for him to speak his mind. The reason I invited everyone today is to discuss the future goals and the next mission for our Corin Guardians. He shares everything about the president's assassination and the secret Bantaz faction, hiding in the shadows with their dark goals. Bantaz wants to wipe everything out and rebuild a world for the gods. Trust me, we are in for trouble. At first, the atmosphere is light because everyone thinks this sounds like some kind of impossible, made-up fairy tale. But as details emerge, things get serious. The Magic Tower and Old Church joined Bantaz, and the Pope is a traitor. A few of the devout believers in the crowd immediately start to protest against these shocking and heavy accusations. One man slams the table in rage. Impossible. Lunia stops him. Enough. This man knows how to tell a good joke. Everything told so far seems believable. She asks him, how exactly do you plan to fight against such a massive force? Corin sighs deeply. Everyone here is a high-level master that I recognize, but even then, it is not enough. He explains that the goal of Corin Guardians is to make everyone stronger. That is why he invited a special guest. A delicate female voice rings out. Hello, new heroes. Erin Danua introduces herself cheerfully. It is time for us to counterattack. The scene shifts, and Corin speaks. Inside and outside the academy, we are already known as the strongest ones around. Unfortunately, there is still a massive, overwhelming gap between our current strength and the power that Bantaz holds. Right now, the Corin Guardians cannot match him in any category, not in weapons, troop numbers, or raw combat power. The enemy uses magic armor, the Destiny Stone, and the Spear of Light. We need equivalent weapons to bridge this gap. Corin's gaze becomes incredibly sharp and focused as he prepares to reveal the first step of his grand plan. First, to get weapons, we will raid the treasury of Danon before summer ends. You and I are hunting the gods' hoard. The Vault of Danon, a place where legendary and epic tier items are practically guaranteed for anyone who can reach them. I, the Danan of Justice, will lead the way to the treasure. This event is happening a full year early. She comforts him, telling him not to worry. He thanks his master for following his lead, despite the timeline change. Elisa and Warren are both completely stunned by the news. Corin continues. The second thing we need is more manpower. Lunia wonders if he means to form an actual army. Waski asks if the rewards for this job are guaranteed. Corin promises the treasury of Danan is the hoard of the gods. Do not be shocked when you see the contract. Waski gives a low grunt of approval. The Waski mercenary corps will always follow their employer's lead. Corin excitedly turns to Lunia. Not just you, but even the senior 5 swords will find this offer very interesting. She bows slightly, mentioning her marriage debt. I will sacrifice anything to protect the honor of the Ain clan. But then she hesitates for a moment. Using the lives of my subordinates as mere pawns is a different story. Lunia clenches her fist with determination. The Sword Pavilion has a duty to protect our most vital and important rear. If the Sword Pavilion must sacrifice itself just to make the Guardians stronger, the price must be worth the risk. Lunia's voice remains steady as she talks about weapons and troops. Suddenly, Erinua happily approaches and stands beside her. Why don't we hear how you plan to raise our combat power before deciding? Lunia wonders how she got so close. Danua whispers in her ear about her extraordinary training. Lunia immediately dodges away and takes a defensive stance. Her eyes lock on. The Ain clan never stops training. Stick around. You and I know the war is beginning. You and I are about to see a master at work. You claim you can make them stronger? Danua asks calmly. From now on, I will personally train you all. She continues as their new master. Lunia grips her sword, ready for anything. Master, does that include me too? She asks like it is obvious. Of course. Then she looks at Corin with a knowing gaze. If it gives that child strength, then anything is possible. Lunia scowls and takes a defensive stance while Erin simply watches. She lets go of her sword, abandoning her initial plan, and turns toward the exit. We are pulling back for now. Corin calls out to her, Lady Lunia. She stops and speaks coldly. My Pyong clan has their own ways. Your secret to power is having a great master. Everyone bows in unison. The 5 swords await your command, Pavilion Master. Lunia orders them to reorganize the pavilion until they enter the treasure vault, following Corin Guardian's request at any time. Be ready to deploy the sword units at a moment's notice. The command is final. Now watch this. This is where we see just how terrifying Erin really is. A subordinate asks if they can trust the chairman, but Lunia just sighs deeply while thinking of her. She recalls Danua's piercing eyes and voice, along with her own instinctive urge to draw her sword in that moment. I opened my mind's eye and saw countless paths. Melina wonders if he is truly skilled enough to duel Lady Lunia. Lunia flashes a cunning smile, completely dismissing the doubt. Erin is excited now. Good food means good energy, so let us start the lesson. Elisa wonders who will go first as a smile plays on Erin's lips. She laughs playfully and tells them all to attack at once. Swords and stones clutter the training ground. Danua turns her back as everyone lies exhausted on the ground. That is enough. Someone gasps in utter disbelief. This cannot be real. Danua walks forward calmly and calls out to the 2 brothers, Ren and John. John is shaking like a leaf, forced to laugh. You 2 are charging in on pure instinct. You understand clever combat in theory, but your bodies cannot keep up. Your actions are moving faster than your thoughts. Your judgment is lagging behind your reflexes. Danua then moves toward Waski. Drawn, your balance is great, but your support has holes when using magic swords. You increase the count way too fast. Unless you are facing multiple enemies, you should reduce the number of blades. Quick feedback and precise corrections are delivered with expert skill. Every mistake is being fixed. You and I can see she is happiest when teaching. Erinua bows slightly with a happy smile, her cheeks flushed with energy. Corin's voice catches her attention. Master, please let me give it a try too. She turns to him. Our Corin is just warming up. You will be the final force in this lesson. She gazes at his shy face and continues. Elisa and Warren, step forward. I need to see the 2 with unusual power levels first, do I not? Switching to the special training ground, Danua says. Come here, you can go all out in this spot. Elisa's eyes are filled with determination. She thinks to herself that the first strike always wins the battle. She remembers her past in the Aiden style. Then, Elisa reaches out to grab Danua's sword. Erin notes that Elisa always tries to invade her domain. Is it just like that time before? Before the domain can even activate, she says your foundation is weak. It is better to start with the basics. With one blow, she downs Elisa. You must fix your posture from your core. Erin then looks toward the next challenger. A loud boom echoes as Warren leaps in from behind, smashing a massive crater into the ground. It seems you have learned from Corin. Warren, you must practice the core principles of 8 extremities and 8 trigrams. She charges in frustration, but Aaron dodges effortlessly. You do not need more power. You need to carve the correct forms into your body. Then, Erinua asks a sharp question. Why are you so angry? Warren remembers her patting Corin's head, telling him to stand tall and not worry. Jealousy flares up as Josephine desperately tries to stop the foolish girl. A shadow blurs past like an arrow. Her eyes are blood red, filled with a rage never seen before. Erinua calmly reaches out and grabs her neck, causing sharp pain. Warren gives up, closing her eyes as a hand catches her. Erinua pulls her into a comforting hug. Do not be in such a rush. You are already strong. The movements are strange, but being held like this feels just like being with Corin Locke himself. Corin speaks up. Is it my turn now? It is a bit embarrassing, but let me show you my progress. I have seen everything through Aries' eyes. Corin, I had you stay behind to awaken a different power within you. I am talking about the power you cannot control yet, which you only use as a battery. Trust me, you and I are about to see Corin reach a whole new level. He mentions the core of Dagobania, and she smiles at the twists of fate. All right, you and I are diving into a legend that spans 800 years. He was a genius, so controlling that level of power will not be easy. Are you confident? Corin just smiles and says, of course. They say the end of fate is a mystery. Your star disciples became heroes, while others ended up on the opposite side. Yet, she has never felt more certain than now. Without another word, both of them dive into preparation for the coming war. From this moment on, she is going to pass down every single ounce of knowledge and power she possesses. She will perfect him until he becomes a savior stronger than anyone else. Her final disciple, Corin. Meanwhile, Dunsky asks curiously, why are you not pursuing them? Tesbontas sneers at the world. My code demands enemies and dangers that are actually worthy. Besides, those women are more than just targets. They are my rivals, bound to me by a twisted karmic destiny. He claims choosing assassination over a fair duel is beneath a true warrior. He swings his spear, arrogantly knocking Errol to the ground. Errol lies there in pain, yet his voice remains steady. Is that not right? He hesitates. Corin is your real opponent. Now watch this. Tesbontas just laughs. Sending a trash student to fight instead of yourself? Absolutely pathetic. It does not matter anyway. The destiny dictated by Liampa is absolute and can never be changed by anyone. He closes in on him. The world's fate will be decided when you and I meet for our final, bloody clash. My great ambition is set in stone. Errol growls out the name Arendanua in anger before falling into a grim silence. Back at training, Arendanua is actually impressed. She tells Corin he did an amazing job with his practice today. His foundations and combat skills are top tier, but Corin just shakes his head. He still feels like he is lacking. He grips his spear with burning determination. He is not stopping until he gets every single movement exactly right. The demonic nature of Duke Sabania has been passed to him, but currently, he can only wield the first magic spear, Hukion. Seeing Corin's desperate training, Arenua notes it is not bad, but her tone is effortless. That is just proof that he is still a total amateur when it comes to properly manipulating his aura. Above all, he does not understand Sabasia's true essence. Remember when Janjgok said to look closely at his dragon-slaying power? That same strength was used to behead 5 evil dragons that nearly tore the entire kingdom apart in his youth. Erinua's eyes turn dark as she strikes down. Every bit of her training was polished for that one specific purpose. Magic Spear number 2. You and I both know he cannot master this technique on the first try. But with enough persistence, this is the sheer destructive force he can unleash by using Sabasia's core the right way. She encourages him, certain he will reach her level. Corin asks if she means being just like her, or does she mean being like Tess Banthus? That name makes her freeze. He is strong, she admits, but ignore him. His existence is her greatest mistake and her deepest regret. She vows that she will be the one to fix it. You get it, right? Corin gets impatient, asking if she plans on directly fighting him here to settle things. He refuses to let the kids handle it, but she snaps back, adults do not hide behind children, regardless of mistakes. Corin cuts her off. He grips his spear, his voice low and heavy as he speaks her name. In the future, he lost everyone. Friends, comrades, so many lives were snuffed out by the hands of their many enemies. He sighs, remembering those he failed to save. To say he has no regrets would be a total lie, but he is not throwing his life away for guilt. Arenua calls out, asking the real reason he chose to return. Why shoulder this burden alone? He screams like a madman, call it arrogance. He does not care what people think. In the world he saves, everyone survives. Period. Call it greed, but he refuses to live in a world without her. Magic Spear number 2. Orion of the 5-Dragon Heaven Pillar. Corin strikes with enough fury to crack the wall in half. He tells her to finally start trusting her own student. She called him a hero, right? He smiles confidently, promising she will not die because he is going to save her. She is moved, feeling lucky in her twilight years. Corin just taps her head. What is this old age talk? It does not matter how many centuries have passed. Those numbers do not define who she is right now. If you believe life will be okay, you are always in your prime. Danua slowly, softly nods her head. Fine. Meanwhile, Elisa and Warren are absolutely fuming with jealousy. Elisa demands they get back to their lessons immediately. Scene shift. Helping with the rescue is tough. He is only heading to the church to find Saint Estelle. They get rejected and bail. Jerem Loser is actually a first-year spy working for the ancient Jeru cult. Jeruim, he replies. Stick with me, because this spy plot is about to get wild. Stick with me, you and I are about to see how a top-tier knight handles a double agent. He mentions the beads. I am not religious, but Jeruim's brass beads symbolize integrity, and they actually look pretty cool. He holds out the beads. Corin Locke, the rare first-class knight in the entire academy, is watching him closely. It sounds flashy, but Jeruim has long traditions. I heard they even started the Corin Guardians recently. Probably just a small club. Jerem feels Corin's kindness, but he has to ignore his personal feelings for now. As a spy for Bishop Renang, I need to get close. Corin nods. Fine, then let's get started. Then come on a mission with me. Jerem is curious. A mission? They head toward a cave together. People are disappearing near a village 70 kilometers away. I suspect goblins are the ones behind this. He finds it strange. You take jobs like this? Usually the association or the church handles outside work. Corin smiles awkwardly. Lately, the Corin Guardians have been automatically hunting down every local quest around here. Actually, they are currently in the middle of it. Ronwaski defeated the spearman Palin. Rewards are now being distributed. Grenell Luden destroyed the golem engineer Dren. Law rewards are now currently being distributed to the entire team. You stopped the corrupted Gina's plan. Law rewards are now being distributed. Corin continues his explanation. Everyone else in the Corin Guardians is out patrolling the villages, so we are currently short-handed. We will be back before evening prayers. Corin Locke has this strange, kind, and incredibly caring charm. If I were just a regular student instead of a spy, I could have followed him like a brother. But then Jerem sees something and panics. What is that? His teammates have the most terrifying vibes. Corin asks what's wrong. Warren casually replies. Just insects. Ghouls are nothing but filthy members of the demon race. Jeroim treats demons like humans, but that contradicts our scriptures. Monsters are just dirty creatures that need erasing. Now watch this part carefully. Corin screams as a massive, toothy maw lunges directly at Jerem. He stares at the monster in total disbelief. That giant mouth looks like it could swallow the entire world. Suddenly, a figure rushes forward without a hint of fear. Jerem's eyes go wide at the scene before him. War charges the monster, getting covered in filth. Die, insects. The creature collapses, dead on the cold ground. She asks if he is okay. He is stunned. Thank you, Senior. Corin mumbles something under his breath. This is strange. He looks at the corpse. This nest is huge, but this was supposed to be for goblins. Predators and prey never share the same nest. He looks into the distance. Something is definitely hiding there. Corin speaks cryptically about the dark tunnel. Something is being hidden. The group enters a mysterious secret storage room. Corin admits they are clever. Disguising this place as a goblin cave near an empty village was smart. Jerem realizes this is a lab where mages research familia fusion. This is where things get truly dark. That ghoul outside was a failed experiment. The thing inside is a fused monster. It used to be human. He starts shaking and stammers. How is this possible? Who would ever do something so incredibly cruel? His hand touches a paper on the table. This pattern and handwriting, could it belong to Bishop Run? You and I both know Corin's always ahead. He tells Warren to guard Jerem and take the evidence. Corin kicks the door open. A man in a red robe appears. Elder Adam turns around in total shock. He blasts out energy, demanding to know who it is. A figure rushes him with godlike speed and attacks. Corin stands there, spear in hand. He smiles coldly. Now, the preparation for the plan is finally complete. My plan has 3 steps. First, let the spy Jerem expose the old sect's secret alliance with the tower. He looks down at the man bleeding on the floor. Second, destroy the lab intended for resurrecting the giants. Corin looks around, searching for his prize. Third is this specific item right here, the head of Mata. This is the head of the 4-headed beast, Mata. Corin gives an excited grin. Time to raid the treasure. Corin thinks of his allies, the Corin Guardians. They are the strongest tactical team that he can truly trust. But Bantaz's subordinates have the Spear of Light, the magic armor, and the legendary Stone of Destiny. To fix this power imbalance, Corin decides it is time to open the secret treasure of the ancient gods. The scene shifts to the treasure island. Men looks around at the piles of gold scattered on the floor. His master is the heavenly queen of paradise, the final Danan still officially remaining in this mortal world. And trust me, she is definitely not human. Alright, you and I are diving back into Corin's journey, as he recalls how his master personally discovered the hidden secrets of the Danan and the ruins. Hidden maps like these secret realms or fragments of paradise only reveal themselves after you trigger very specific hidden events. He glances back, knowing the grim reality. This place only became accessible once his master passed away. From across the spatial rift, Aaron speaks up, promising to wait right there just as he asked. She asks worriedly if he can really handle this alone. Corin just gives a confident smile and tells her to trust him. He thinks to himself that even though they are arriving an entire year early, they have got this handled. He is not alone after all. Arisa and Warren have just finished weeks of grueling training with his master. Corin looks toward the sky just as Maria arrives, excitedly calling out his name. Marriott reports that the coast is clear. That makes Senior Mary, who just returned from the south, the final piece of the team. He shoulders his pack, confident. Aside from Kuna, who stayed behind to manage the sword pavilion, this is the strongest lineup he could possibly bring into battle. With these three, there is nothing to fear. Suddenly, Corin freezes. Elisa is clinging tightly to his arm, shivering and complaining about the creepy atmosphere giving her goosebumps. She has always hated vibes like this. Seeing her, Mari grabs his other arm and shouts with excitement. Watching this, Warren looks a bit shaken. Her expression darkens in an instant. Warren's face turns beet red as she reaches out, shyly claiming she is scared too, leaving Corin totally speechless. Elisa suddenly grabs Marriott's hand and shoves it toward Warren, catching both girls completely off guard. Elisa acts completely innocent, shouting that they should just hold hands and move quickly before a ghost appears, which makes the other two girls absolutely furious. Corin interrupts, explaining these aren't ghosts, but the lingering spirits of ancient gods from the Danan era. Elisa looks at him curiously, asking if Corin somehow knows exactly what is going on here again. He knows. All right. He cleared this trial in the game and even visited here once before with PH. He remembers the rules. Passing the trials of the gods grants treasures, but the challenges are set in specific stages. Corin is worried because if anyone is eliminated in stage 1, they are locked out of the second trial. The final trial is the hardest. The trick is making sure the entire team survives both stages 1 and 2. But there is a catch. The difficulty for the first 2 stages is completely randomized. Now pay attention here. Depending on the god, this could be a simple riddle or a life-threatening mission. Suddenly, a violent storm erupts. Elisa screams in terror, unable to see anything through the blinding wind. Corin quickly tells her to stay calm. He opens his bag and gives a knowing smile. There is no need to panic. The god that appears is usually random, but they prioritize players who carry items related to their own legends. Corin is confident because he brought the head of the monster Mata, a creature from the Bitch Jokadu lands. This head belonged to the beast slain by the great god Dagda. A sinister grin spreads across Corin's face. He assumes the one appearing for the first trial will be the great god Dagda himself. This is perfect, because back at the dormitory, I am the one in charge of all the cooking. Suddenly, thick white smoke erupts. Corin stops the group, his eyes widening in total shock at what he sees. He is baffled. What is this music, and why does this place look so completely out of character? In the distance, tanned hands skillfully play a strange instrument. A mysterious figure appears with a bright, welcoming smile. You saw that too, right? This is a god Corin has never seen before. Why is he here? The mysterious figure speaks up, mentioning the monster head they brought with them. He calls it his father's trophy, a gift shared among his brothers. Corin suddenly realizes the truth. This is the son of Dagda. But the god admits that was just an excuse, he wants something else. The mysterious figure vanishes instantly, leaving Corin standing there in absolute stunned silence. A split second later, he reappears with a melodic tune that seems to charm the young women. He introduces himself as Angus, the god of love. As the music plays, all 3 girls fall into a trance. Corin rushes over, shouting for Mary, Warren, and Arisa. But their eyes are glazed over, their consciousness fading away. Through the thick mental haze, a familiar and warm voice begins to call out. And trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens next. Be safe. Won't you kiss your wife goodbye? Alright, you and I are about to dive into a story where one kiss changes everything for Corin Locke. Elisa lurks in the shadows with glowing red eyes, burning with envy. She wonders why her sister's husband is the only man she truly desires. A voice suddenly rings out behind Elisa. Quite a beautiful sight, is it not? She jumps in surprise. Yes, it is. How long have you been standing there, sir? Angus chuckles. Ever since you started spying on your sister and her husband. Elisa gasps in absolute terror. He keeps teasing her, suggesting Elisa should try dating too. With her beauty, she would be famous at the academy. His eyes flash with malice. But if you are still hung up on your brother-in-law, you better forget him. Now watch this. Corin is terrified as he realizes something is wrong. What have you done to those 3? Angus calmly replies that the trial of love has already begun. He pulls out 3 glowing orbs with a satisfied grin. Inside, those 3 are being seduced by the dark desires they secretly crave. Angus points excitedly. "You are the one who caused this, Corin," he explains with a wicked grin. "This trial uses your shared memories to create forbidden romances that can never be." Angus emphasizes forms of love that either hurt the partner or destroy the person themselves. He claims he only wants to preserve pure and beautiful love, away from these terrifying obsessions. Taboo love only devalues the true meaning of affection. He expects that if these young ladies can restrain their lust, they will earn a reward. But if they fail, they will wander this world of illusions forever. Corin immediately protests. "No way, how are they supposed to pass a test like that?" He answers calmly. "It is easy. They just have to abandon you." Corin is left frozen in shock. Angus reassures him he wants them to succeed. Then, "Okay, I know what you were thinking, this is where the trial gets truly dark. Listen to that laughter. My beautiful sister-in-law, did you bring such strong wine?" Elisa gently strokes the man's head, whispering to her brother-in-law. Seeing this, Angus is stunned. What on earth is this? How can she be so shameless? He screams in disgust as she makes no effort to resist. Elisa just smiles, knowing her sister is not around. In an instant, Elisa is disqualified. Her orb shatters as the scene shifts to a new location. Waron is pinning Corin down, telling him to stay still. Corin is confused. "Waron, what are you doing?" Waron mentions he is getting married. Corin asks if this is how she congratulates him. She suddenly cries out, "Thank goodness." Tears stream down her face as she whispers about being in the north. She instinctively leans in close to Corin, whispering that they should make a baby together right now. Angus is furious at the vulgarity. Waron is disqualified. He turns to Corin with a heavy, frustrated sigh. He asks if he should praise Corin Locke for being so formidable. Corin wonders if that was a compliment. Angus snaps back, calling him a bastard. Corin is stunned, wondering what he even did wrong. Angus grits his teeth, thinking modern girls have lost all sense of modesty and true understanding. He wonders if the last girl remaining can maintain a mature and pure form of love. The scene begins with Isabel confessing her feelings. Angus is pleased by this classic forbidden script, falling for the guy your friend already likes. Seeing this, Marriott is completely frozen in shock. Isabel likes Corin too. Angus decides it is time to make a move. It is a classic, sinful setup. But since the previous girls did not even hesitate to commit adultery, I will edit the script. As Marriott turns to leave, Isabel warns her sternly. "You should really give up on Corin Locke." Mariette blushes deeply. "What do you mean by that? I am the one who likes our junior, Corin." Angus is still deep in thought, trying to find a way to block this girl's love. He needs a rival. He searches Corin's memories. Suddenly, Corin appears before Marriott, who smiles brightly at the sight of him. Angus speaks with a haunting voice. At this moment, the one who loves Corin Locke the most must summon the strongest enemy. Marriott stops in her tracks, awkwardly asking him to move out of the way for a moment. The man in front of her sneers with pure contempt. It is Siu, and he is cursing them out. "These bastards never quit. Trust me, you and I are going back 2,000 years, to when a god first fell for a girl in a dream. Stick with me, because we are diving into a dark story where even the god of love can fall ill from the sheer, soul-crushing pain of obsession." But after an era that felt like an absolute eternity, he scoured every corner of heaven until he finally found the girl. But his desperate approach terrified her so much she transformed into a swan. Hidden among a flock of identical swans, searching seemed hopeless. Yet the god used his divine authority to track her down and claim her at last. Angus suddenly burns with crimson eyes, boasting that as the great god of love, he seized his destiny and turned that obsession into a myth. He glares with pure contempt, sneering that even as a demon, a mere mortal like Corin could never achieve such a legendary feat. He looks at Marriott Dunolev from a distance with disgust, claiming that giving up is the only path for a pathetic human's love. Now watch closely. Marriott is running for her life, terrified and wondering how things spiraled this far out of control. She remembers seeing her junior, Corin, on the street with Isabel, feeling guilty even though it was Corin who approached her first. They agreed to dinner, leaving a furious Sihu behind, as Marriott fondly recalls how happily Corin accepted her invitation for a date. All she wanted was a simple date with Corin, but back in reality, the poor girl is breaking down in tears. Suddenly, a massive wave of power surges toward her, followed by a voice filled with nothing but pure, unadulterated hatred. Sihu screams that he could tolerate the others, but as Marriott looks up, she realizes the boy who loves Corin has completely lost his mind. "You are such an eyesore," Sihu growls, satisfying Angus. Within this world built from the memories of Corin Locke, Angus knows that in this moment, he is the ultimate power. Sihu unleashes a space-tearing magic, isolating the area, while Angus smirks with triumph at the trap he has set. Meanwhile, Marriott Dunolev has lost every single memory of Corin. seemingly unable to awaken her true power as a high-tier vampire. He is certain she has zero chance of winning, mocking her for even trying to hold out this long against his might. "I will lock you in this tank and turn you into a living blood bag to drain your mana," he threatens. Sihu laughs, offering her one final chance as Ingus's eyes glow with an eerie, predatory light in the darkness. He demands she give up on Corin Locke and leave the academy, his gaze overflowing with a twisted, obsessive kind of hatred. You and I both know she is terrified, trembling as she asks him what on earth he is talking about right now. The enemy Corin must face in the future is the strongest of all, the legendary Dan Annan. Sihu scoffs, saying that staying with him is just a suicide mission, before his face twists into a truly demonic grin. "Only a top-tier mage like me can be the strength Corin needs to find happiness, so get out of the way and disappear." Marriott hangs her head in despair, seemingly accepting that a junior like Corin is far beyond her reach in this world. But before she can finish, she falls silent, and a sharp, confident smile suddenly flashes across her beautiful face once again. "He is not just a junior," Marriott declares with absolute certainty. "He is simply my Corin and nothing else." In a flash, she strikes Sihu, sending blood spraying across the floor as he clutches his shoulder and curses his luck. Angus is stunned, wondering how she can use vampire abilities when her memories should be completely erased by his divine power. Marriott calmly explains that his ridiculous words made her realize this entire world is nothing but a fake, hollow lie. Losing herself to her instincts, she demands to know how he could ever think she would leave Corin behind. "All I ever wanted was for Marriott Dunalev to find her own happiness," she states. Her rage explodes as she screams that Corin himself wished for her happiness, witnessing the full awakening of a high-tier vampire. A barrage of lethal blood spears fly through the air as Marriott speaks with a voice as cold as ice. "If I want to be happy, then Corin must be happy too, and I am the only one who can provide that." Her face flushes with determination as she declares that it is not Isbel, and it certainly is not someone like you. "It is me." The memory orb shatters into pieces, leaving Angus horrified and gasping at the impossible turn of events. Corin watches the fallout, mockingly asking the god if things are not going to plan, making him boil with rage. "Shut your mouth, Corin Locke," Angus roars, recalling the sorrow on the faces of the three girls as he loses his grip. He insists this isn't love, just the stubborn delusion of innocent girls, before his voice drops to a low, menacing growl. "Fine, I finally understand," Corin says, using his power to tighten his hold on the remaining three orbs without hesitation. Angus goes ballistic, screaming that the girl's suffering is all Corin's fault as he completely snaps under the pressure. "Trust me, you and I are about to see the final challenge as Corin is warped into the middle of 7 swans. All right, stick with me, you and I are about to witness a trial for true love." With a mocking smirk, Angus claims he spent 1,000 years searching for his dream girl without hesitation. He spent every night singing love songs just for her. Nightly, I sang songs of devotion to her. Now, can a mere human like you actually do the same? Hearing those arrogant words, Corin's face immediately turns dark and serious. Angus spreads his arms wide, revealing 150 identical swans. Among them hide girls trapped in bird form. "You have exactly 3 minutes to find the true one." Instead of panicking, Corin just smiles. It looks like he is not even a little bit afraid. Something feels wrong, and Angus shouts in shock. "What are you doing? Why are you just standing there?" Corin suddenly activates the Reaper's Pearl, ripping souls apart from bodies. It is a move that does not work on strong-willed beings, but these birds are easy targets. Intense shock waves blast outward, turning the peaceful clearing into a scene of pure, chaotic energy in an instant. Corin spots 3 swans huddled in a corner and speaks calmly. "These 3 are the girls, right? I can see their eye colors are different." Corin frowns in annoyance. "I did not even need 1 minute, let alone 3. Now, just release them like you promised." Angus just chuckles from the sidelines, his voice dripping with arrogance. "I told you to pick the true one. Now watch this, because the stakes just got insane. You can only pick one. The other 2 you leave behind will sleep here eternally." He screams like a madman. "Come on, overcome the trial of true love if you can." Corin actually starts laughing. "You have got this all wrong." He steps closer to the god, completely unfazed. "I never had a choice to begin with. Luckily, it was the girls who chose me first." Angus looks stunned. "Are you saying you would fail the trial?" Corin replies firmly. "I came here with one goal, to save everyone. If anyone has to be abandoned just so I can pick one person to survive." He levels his spear directly at Angus's heart. "Then I will just have to beat you down first." Angus is left speechless. Angus reminisces, "I once passed the swan's trial and won her heart. At least, that is what the myths say. That story has been passed down for generations as a legend. But the truth is, I never truly possessed her heart until the end. She only turned into a swan to hide from me. It was not love, it was pure, absolute terror." Angus watches her fading image in despair, tears streaming down his face. "In the end, she abandoned me. Now I just drink alone and sing. If I had just been patient instead of forcing her, maybe things would have ended differently for us. Now, you and I can see the change in him. Angus smiles, finally looking satisfied. I have learned one thing today. Love is not about possession. It is about respecting the other person's heart. Angus admits. You are right, Corin Locke. That is the real answer. He reaches out his hand. I see why those girls won't leave you. Go ahead. Angus rises into the air, declaring that no one will be trapped in eternal sleep after all. If you can safely survive the final trial, I will allow you all to return to your world together. Corin stays serious. I appreciate the offer, but even if I fail the next part, I am taking them home regardless. Angus immediately shuts him down. No, you must leave the girls with me for now. I am afraid your final trial is going to be incredibly dangerous. Suddenly, Corin feels a crushing pressure. He grinds his teeth in pain as an artificial sun begins to rise. Corin realizes this is not Angus's doing. There is only one being in existence who could force the claw's solas to activate like this without my permission. A massive, muscular figure appears in the sky, his voice echoing with absolute authority. The final trial starts now. By my hand. Corin is stunned. It is him, the king of all gods. He stares down with a terrifyingly stern gaze. O successor of the sun. The name Nuda-Eem instantly flashes in Corin's mind, along with the legendary treasures of Ahan. Even Angus bows low before Nuda. The god speaks again. I am the one who will grant your final trial. As the original master of Solus and king of the gods, Nuda-Eem looms large. Corin's brow furrows. It has finally come to this. The first trial was completely random and impossible for the main character to predict. He prepared the severed head of the beast Mata to bait out the one who gives the trials. But instead of his target, a stranger named Jackners appeared. On the bright side, the final trial is much more predictable. That is because Nuda was the original owner of the Sun Spear, Claw's Solus. Even with foresight, there is a limit to what he can prepare. In the original game, obtaining the sun was impossible, and you and I both know how this ends. The final trial always demands raw, overwhelming power. Alright, you and I are about to watch Corin face his toughest trial yet. He summoned his strongest allies, but looking at Angus's image, he just flips it off in pure annoyance. Nuada frowns, snapping at him to stop daydreaming. Where exactly do you think you're looking? The trial has already begun. Before Corin even realizes it, Sreng has materialized behind him, ready to deliver a fatal, crushing strike. He barely dodges before that massive blade comes crashing down. Nuada begins his lecture, explaining that the first to inhabit this land were the giants. He continues, saying the second race was the divine Danan tribe, like himself. Next were the children of darkness and night, the demons. And finally, the fourth race, whom you call humans. Then comes the warning. Your target is the great warrior Sreng, a demon who lets out a deafening, earth-shaking roar. Nuada watches the unfolding chaos between Corin and Sreng with a completely indifferent expression. This is the Moitura plain, where I once defeated Sreng, but also where I lost my own arm. He raises his hand, noting that if you bring Claim Soleil here, the target must be my left arm. Looking at his limb thoughtfully, he adds that it's the key to controlling the sun with absolute perfection. Now, watch this. Feel the pure helplessness as you face the great warrior Sreng. With those words, the two combatants charge at high speed. Corin lunges at Sreng with a dead serious expression. Nuada's deep voice echoes as Sreng swings his blade in a wide, lethal arc. Corin leaps nimbly to evade the strike. These trials at Mill are meant to be tests from the gods to push players toward growth. Using their own past experiences, the gods craft these gateways to teach players vital, hard-earned lessons. Humans aren't supposed to possess the sun, making this specific challenge from Nuada the first of its kind. But if we look at the bigger picture, the true intention behind this divine trial starts to become clear. Corin is struggling hard, thinking to himself that Sreng's power is absolutely terrifying and off the charts. Sreng is a beast of pure strength, a demonic warrior who was actually powerful enough to sever Nuada's arm. It seems Nuada wants to test every ounce of power Corin has built up, and strength isn't just about raw force. He begins weaving a complex web of rune magic, calling out Kanaz, Hagalaz, Sowilo, and Birkanon. Corin blurs past him, branding Sreng's body with seals. He's clearly faster, and the demon's body erupts into a massive pillar of fire. A look of satisfaction crosses his face. This rapid-fire chain of runes is the result of endless training, reaching the level of high-tier fire magic. There's no way he's escaping that easily. Corin is confident, but when he looks back, he's stunned. Sreng is completely unharmed, charging forward with that massive, terrifying sword. He curses under his breath. The guy is still perfectly healthy, even if his moves are a bit too predictable. Corin vaults high into the air, unleashing the vicious serpent massacre. He drives his spear into Sreng with decisive, overwhelming force. Shockingly, the spear only grazes the skin. It does 0 damage, leaving Corin to wonder what kind of monster he's fighting. Did this guy seriously just use his bare muscles to stop a spear? I know what you're thinking, but watch closely. Corin skids back, realizing his magic failed and his weapon is gone, but he isn't panicking like he used to. From the very start, using those runes was just a setup for what's coming next. He remembers Aaron's words, this training is meant to squeeze out every extra second of the sun's power. Corin asks if he can truly control the sun alone now. In the secret realm of Chris, the runes were preset days in advance, and even at Nasri, it took 300 years of work to make it possible. Corin bows his head slightly as he speaks. I can only use the sun because this paradise of shadows is currently overflowing with raw mana. But Aaron immediately smiles and pushes back. She continues, telling him she saw the truth clearly with her own 2 eyes. To protect everyone, you used your own internal power to command the sun. As she speaks, his hair begins turning white. Those words trigger his awakening. Power explodes within Corin, completely transforming his physical appearance. With a confident smirk, Corin raises a brilliant, glowing orb into the sky. Claim Soleil. Activate. The sun's energy converges. He points his hand forward, ready to unleash a wave of destruction. But then, his power and form suddenly vanish. He's back to normal, left with a huge question. Did the sun disappear? Did he run out of time? No, that's not it. Corin senses something and spins around instantly. He looks up to see Nuada holding a mysterious, glowing sphere. It was Nuada's doing all along. And trust me, that look of contempt on Nuada's face, it says it all. Don't be distracted, he warns, as Shreng strikes again. All right, you and I are about to watch destiny take a brutal turn as a legend fulfills his past. A severed arm flies through the air as Corin hits the ground, clutching his blood-soaked shoulder in absolute agony. He can't hesitate, he needs to stop the bleeding. Kenna and Nuada watch as he prepares to burn the wound. Too bad for him, the sun won't allow that. Nuada raises the solar sphere in his hand with a cold stare. Struggling to stand, Corin gasps out a question. Was this entire scenario planned from the very beginning? Nuada remains expressionless. The golden throne of the Daenan kings is passed down through generations, but there is a catch. Only those with a perfect, unblemished body can inherit the crown. Not even a single scar is permitted on the king. I lost my left arm to the great warrior Seng and had to surrender my throne. He recalls the heavens, but feels satisfied. Because I crushed the demon race and ushered in the age of gods, even losing my throne was a small price. My heart is at peace. But then, you Goiden humans ended our era, turning my life's work into literal nothingness. His voice turns to pure venom as he clenches his fist. This is about the Daenan of Justice, Erin Danua. Since she was the one who sent you, this trial had to begin. Most gods follow her lead, but definitely not all. Watch closely, Corin realizes just how deep the resentment in Nuada's words truly goes. As he prepares to unleash his power, Nuada confirms it. Yes, I despise this current era created by your humankind. He summons the legendary sun sword, Claim Soleil. Nuada takes a combat stance, his voice dropping to a low growl. I don't just hate the filth of the demons, I despise weak humans like you even more. Nuada's hair erupts into majestic flames as he turns toward the path of the one true Daenan, Tez Banzat. He glares at Corin with eyes full of ancient grudges. I am waiting for his era to return. In this world, the Daenan are concepts given form. Erenua represents justice, while Angus is the embodiment of love. Nuada himself is the Daenan of sovereignty. Like the sun shining over all life, he held the throne for a very long time. That reign lasted until he faced the champion of the demon race, the warrior Shreng. In that battle, his left arm was taken. According to the ancient laws, only the physically whole can rule as king. Nuada Ergetlim was forced to step down, but he didn't care about the arm or the throne he left behind. From the war with the heavenly giants to the demons, he survived every single clash. He believed he had saved the world, but Nuada grinds his teeth as a single, bitter thought consumes his mind. If I have one regret, it's that I didn't wipe your kind from existence with my own 2 hands. The frustration in Nuada's heart finally reaches a breaking point. We gave you humans the fire of civilization, and you used that gift to forge sin and betray the gods themselves. His anger overflows. Even after mankind turned their backs on the pure gods who once guided them, they still tried to lead this land toward a righteous path through justice. But was that actually the right choice? Corin senses the lethal intent and desperately moves to dodge the incoming strike. You see the blood? If this lasts another second, Corin is a dead man. Corin forces himself to stop and face the god. I understand your bitterness toward our human ancestors. He charges straight at Nuada Ergetlim, refusing to back down even as his body fails him. Corin unleashes a 5-fold strike technique, but Nuada easily blocks the desperate assault. The god counters instantly, claiming there is no difference between the past and the present. In the name of race, religion, and gold, humans never stop killing each other and destroying the world. He looks at Corin with pity. Eventually, this world will become a hell worse than the age of the giants. Before that happens, I will intervene. I will bring peace to this world once again through the use of absolute strength. Nuada delivers a killing blow. Corin can only watch the approaching flames with eyes full of helplessness. I still remember it clearly. Corin's mind drifts back to the tragic flood at the Rhodian River. Thousands of voices were screaming for help. 100,000 people were slaughtered by Siu, leaving only pure chaos. Someone help me. Back then, he could only stand there and watch, unable to save a single soul. And that's where we leave it, a hero haunted by a past he couldn't change. Stick with me, because you and I are about to witness a hero's most desperate stand. I don't want to die. Those were the screams of friends who once knelt and begged to live. As the flashback ends, the current battlefield is already drowning in a massive sea of flames. Corin suddenly remembers a freezing winter day. Miruam gently touched his cheek and whispered his name. You are my destiny, she smiled sadly. I realized it too late. Then, Miruam vanished into the void. Corin clenches his fists. All those people died because he was too weak to do anything. His courage returns as he counterattacks. Noda is stunned to see the main character standing back up. He uses every bit of strength to block. He refuses to die in a place like this. Noda Elam sees his stubbornness and grits his teeth. Will you still not give up? Corin stands tall, regaining his power. If I quit, what happens to those still living on Earth? He charges with total determination. He has too many unfinished things to simply die here. Hearing those words, Noda falls silent for a brief moment. Finally, Noda speaks. Since the Danon of Justice sent you, I have witnessed all your memories. After Sai was killed, he understood why a failure like Corin became his new rival. You have rare experiences, he shouts, but you are still nothing compared to Shu or Bantaz. Noda Elam raises his weapon high and declares it. You are still just too weak. Pay attention here, this is the final stage where solar power hits its absolute limit. Solar energy condenses into his left arm. He smirks at Corin's battered and fading state. Give up now, weakling. This is the last bit of mercy I will ever grant you. Corin just smiles and mumbles to himself. You are right, I am weak. His voice blends with the chaos. Even with great power, he won't use it for perfection. Using his remaining logic, he steps forward. Corin screams out his deepest desire. He wants ordinary people to live their own lives in a world that is truly free. Noda Elam loses his temper and yells. If you won't quit, I'll break you. Call the light. Corin fights on without a second of hesitation. If you can do it, then try me. Now watch this. These two massive powers collide, tearing the very space around them apart. How can you resist with that broken body? Corin looks Noda straight in the eye. He isn't relying on his power alone. His precepts reflect the actions of his enemies. The first precept is duty. Corin will never ignore the misfortune of an innocent person. It was a rule he carved into his heart just to become much stronger. But in his first life, he couldn't see these images haunting his memories. He saw new faces and heard words he'd never heard before. Those voices began to echo. Please do it. This hero's power is the strength given to him by those he protected. This is a power that Noda Elam will never be able to feel or understand. Corin adds, since you chose evil, the precept gives me no choice but to gain strength. He activates the core of Duke Sebastia. Thinking of something, he flashes a smile. I swore it. He screams, I won't ignore their pain, and releases the full power of the core. Corin charges with a decisive, powerful strike. His power has finally reached its absolute peak. As time seems to stop, Corin reaffirms his vow. I will save them. Suddenly, his legs give out. They vanish instantly, turning into smoke and dust in the air. The scene becomes eerily quiet. Noda Elam looks toward the sun and remains silent. He looks at Corin and wonders, save them? Suddenly, the bright sky tears open into darkness. Noda looks at his arm. He slowly leans down and picks something up. Noda orders Dam Key to heal him. A voice immediately answers the call. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what's next. Alright, you and I are about to see a regular human challenge the gods themselves. This world demands a perfect balance of power, and right now, you have no chance of defeating Balor. But Noda Elam wonders until that fated day arrives. Just how many lives will you save, and how much power will you seize? He walks away, whispering to himself that things are finally starting to get interesting. You passed the test, Noda Elam confirms silently. He is starting to believe in the kid. Now, struggle on and prove your will to the world. Corin. After a moment, Diane checked sees him stirring and asks if he is finally back with the living. Your body was pushed way past its limit, he explains. Aaron was worried sick about you. Suddenly, Corin jolts awake from his deep slumber. Where is he? A sharp pain shoots through his head, and he instinctively reaches up to rub his temples. I remember getting slashed, Corin thinks clearly. So why did Noda, the guy on the enemy side, let me live? Before he can process it, Diane Checht speaks up. The first king said he will be watching for the results. He told me to let you know that you have officially passed the trial. Suddenly, the system blares a notification epic rank item, Ergitlam. This divine weapon was forged by the greatest healers and smiths, then perfected into a legendary arm by Miach, the son of Dion Checht. It is the only tool capable of holding infinite power, serving as an indestructible armor that can never be shattered. When paired with the sword Clayam Soleil, it absorbs endless energy. Magic power jumps 200%, even the system has no authority over it. In the game, this was the hidden piece once used by Ogma, the strongest subordinate of Balor. Now pay attention, because this isn't some regular item. Players were never supposed to get their hands on this version of Ergetlam. The price he paid was worth it. At the very least, he stopped Ogma from becoming an unstoppable monster. Maybe now, Corin himself can finally reach the true peak of the sun's power. Feeling good, Corin makes a request to have his fighting comrades returned. But Dion Checht simply says it is too early for that. He freezes in his tracks. In this world, the items you carry determine which god the system leads you to meet. Usually, it is impossible. No player in the history of the game has ever met all the gods at once. Naturally, the rules state that a player can only choose one single treasure to take home. But this situation? Not in the game, and not even in his past life has he seen anything like this. Nuada laughs, saying he is still the eternal Sunday. Since the first king acknowledged you, he adds, it means all of us have acknowledged your worth as well. So, we've decided to reward you. Dion Checht remembers something and mentions that Angus went off to reward the 3 girls personally. Understood, Corin replies. Suddenly, Manannan speaks up, introducing himself to the young hero. I am Manannan Mac Lir, god of the sea. Among all the Danan, I am the wealthiest, possessing countless legendary treasures. That's right, Manannan is the true master of this treasure island. Let's pause for a second. Looking at those 3 shining pearls, Corin is absolutely stunned. He expected a single reward, but is he really about to walk away with 3 legendary treasures? While Corin is lost in thought, a voice rings out. Did Nuada really acknowledge you? Completely unexpected. The master left Balor, the strongest Danan in history, to roam the human world. Lou Levada whispers that he gave everything to Balor, leaving nothing else for Corin except for one thing. If you ever defeat my successor, he says, then I will hand over the legacy he leaves behind to you. In the original game, you could never reclaim those treasures even after beating the final boss, especially Lou's treasures, which were locked to Balor from the start. Confused, Corin asks why an ally of Balor would go this far. Don't get it twisted, kid. Lou interrupts. He frowns, explaining that Corin is the successor chosen by Erinua, the god of justice. And now, he is also the one who inherits the absolute power of the sun. The fight between you and Balor is a battle of honor between warriors. From now on, we won't take anyone's side. He slowly continues, saying that no matter who wins, their ultimate wish will finally be granted. After those cryptic words, the system rings out again. Legendary rank item, Gay Dierg. This is the Red Spear, one of the twin spears of Manannan Mac Lir, along with the legendary boiling venom of Bergam. That venom was extracted from the serpent inside the heart of Aga, who was killed for daring to insult the gods. Legendary rank Uaithni. This is the stringed instrument of the great god Dagda, a legendary harp that once toppled 9 giants. Trust in the music and play. Including the silver arm, he has received 4 treasures. The gods continue to gossip, but is this enough for Aaron's dowry? Maybe we should prepare some more gifts to send along with him. You and I just witnessed the start of something legendary. No need once he brings some grandkids around. I'll give them even more. Alright, you and I are jumping into a story where a single reward changes everything. Mary listens intently. Our senior actually accepted Macha's curse? Corin simply nods. Yeah, that happened. It's weird. We didn't even pass the trial, yet we still got rewarded. Elisa asks, trial failed? I don't remember a thing, Elisa snaps back. When did I even agree to take a trial? Oran sighs. This is nonsense, let's redo it. Suddenly, a sinister smile appears. 3 hearts for 1. What a beautiful, twisted, romantic sentiment. The enemy sneers. May all your little loves bloom together. I'll reward everyone then. Corin finally speaks up. But senior, he says, sounding totally shy, I still have to write that mission report for the association. Mary waves it off, saying he can write it later. You should just rest for a little bit. Corin did all the heavy lifting alone this time. He hears that and agrees, all right, just a nap. His mind starts to drift. So soft. But then, a sudden cat jumps out and scares him awake. Corin softens his voice. Oh, Nabi? This girl is the stray that hangs around Wyan's office lately. He picks her up and asks, Senior, any fish left? This little one is absolutely obsessed with them. Specifically, she loves braised mackerel. Mary freezes, her eyes turning dark as a memory suddenly hits her. Now, pay attention here, this is where the mystery gets a whole lot deeper. Mary asks Corin if he knows Warren's treasure. He doesn't know. Mary glares at the cat suspicious. Nabia, want to play with me? Despite the tension, the academic life at MK3 is actually pretty chill. Compared to modern schools, the credits are easy, and guardian missions can count toward your final grades. That's why these energetic students are always out in the field doing work. Corin is no different. After training stops, Dronwaski approaches him with a report on their progress. Master, I've handled my side. Corin raises an eyebrow. That fast? Your sword skills are getting insane. Truly extraordinary. Especially with that magic sword you managed to claim from Manon. The legendary Moranch's Wrath, a high-tier beast weapon from the Ahan myths, built for pure destruction, just like the loot from the Treasure Island. Other members like Dronwaski also secured treasures from men. Thanks to those upgrades, Corin has been crushing mission after mission for the association. He smiles. Your promotion rank is probably almost capped. Cranel Luden asks, you mean my guardian rank? Making it to grade 1 in under 2 months? That would be a legendary new record for us. Corin credits Mary's support too. Moving fast cut their travel time down by at least 2 full days. He wonders, everyone is doing great. But where did Jeramon Loser disappear to these days? You and I probably guessed this already. That kid is up to something big. Elsewhere, he's actually begging Bishop Ang. The bishop smiles. So, you've joined the promising Wyans group, Jeramon? He answers quickly, yes sir. Being inside has made gathering the intel you requested much smoother and faster than before. Suddenly, Jeramon's voice shakes as he kneels. Sir, I found the Black Magician's lab during the mission. He continues, I found your letter there too. Is it true? Are we actually kidnapping and sacrificing kids? Ang's patience snaps instantly. Oh, for heaven's sake, brother, you are becoming a real nuisance. He whispers, on the path to serving God, sometimes we have to walk through the filthy mud. Jeramon stammers, but Ang cuts him off. Think back to the witch hunts. Remember those days? Innocent people died, but we purged hundreds of witches in the process. It was worth it. The great path is harsh. Even God understands sacrifice. Hearing this, Jeramon's heart begins to race. I understand. He says it, then sprints out. Ang mutters in rage. That little brat knows too much. Once this plan is over, I'm going to deal with him personally. The Yaksha Ascension plan for a massacre failed. Everything is ruined. Even the cross-strike team is gone. The propaganda campaign to make the demon race public enemies has also completely fallen apart. And trust me, after losing 2 sects to that Eastern mage, the bishop is about to explode. Trust me, you and I are about to see a rage that burns everything down. His mind is slipping into darkness. But even these losers can be useful, isn't that just God's will? Just then, Sakari's voice cuts through. Saintess, how is the prisoner transfer plan coming along? Estelle answers that everything is on track, and they will be moved alongside the Holy Knights. She notes that the notorious Grade A heretics are finally bound tight. He agrees these arrogant scumbags must face judgment at Holy Site S. Estelle mentions Morusuta from the Magic Tower, the Formation Master Kang Heian, and even the church's heavy hitters. She explains that with so many criminals, they have to take the land route, which will take a bit more time. Sakari suddenly remembers something and asks about her formal white dress. Hearing this, Estelle just gives him a small, knowing smile. Suddenly, she spots a figure in the crowd that looks incredibly familiar. Estelle immediately locks her gaze on them. Seeing the face clearly, she instantly recognizes it as Mirawam. Now, pay attention here, because we're moving to the day of the MKA prisoner transport heading for judgment. The grand journey begins, blessed by the grace of the Saintess herself. Although her presence for an escort is unexpected, because so many powerful figures are gathered, we have prepared everything to prevent a jailbreak. Estelle folds her hands in prayer, sensing that something big is about to happen. Suddenly, screams erupt from the outside. Ambush. Protect the Saintess. She thinks those Magic Tower fools went too far trying to kidnap Lady Dionaref, and now they dare treat me as an enemy? Or are they just that desperate? Estelle murmurs, wondering if the pressure from her prayers was not strong enough. With these massive numbers, the divine effect is bound to fade. Suddenly, a voice from outside warns her to stay back. The intruder steps inside and is completely stunned by the scene before his eyes. What is this? The room is deathly silent. Kang Run sees the newcomer and finally speaks up. Morisuta sneers, asking if she came to untie them herself. He looks at her and asks if she has gone insane. His voice turns cold as he begins to manifest his power. He thinks it is unbelievable that a saintess could be this naive. Morisuta continues, asking if she realizes that the second the cage opened, the mana suppression on their bodies disappeared. The two of them combine their powers instantly, creating a thick, blinding cloud of smoke. He coughs, mocking her for being such a weak saintess. Kang Run rubs his sore neck, complaining that he needs a rest. You and I saw this coming, but Estelle just calmly asks why they would commit the crime of escaping. Morisuta freezes. This should not be happening. He thinks of cursed flames that burn to the marrow. She walks forward calmly and tells them both to repent for their sins. The prayer of the saintess begins to manifest a divine miracle. Her voice softens as she declares that God will shield her from soldiers. Witnessing this impossible sight, Morris is paralyzed with fear. What is this? You crazy woman, stay away. Estelle just gives him a mysterious, chilling smile. If it is your will, God, watch over me. She raises her voice, asking him to crush the enemy with an iron rod. She adds that like a potter smashing a jar, the enemy will be crushed. That is the only path to being invincible. The scene opens with a sea of fire devouring everything. Rin screams that he will handle this area himself. The Saintess has vanished. Find her now. His subordinate looks back and quickly replies with a yes. He screams orders while fighting, telling them they must hold out and protect the Saintess at all costs. Rin looks on with determination. A man follows behind Estelle and shouts to check if she is there. He notes that the mage's power is no joke. She gives a faint smile, turns around, and calmly asks for a report on the casualties. Jolin shouts that thanks to her grace, there are no deaths yet, but the number of wounded is rising fast. If this continues, they will be slaughtered. Estelle decides they must execute the criminals on the spot, and then retreat immediately. Rin hesitates, arguing that it is far too early to pull back now. Elder Moran spent his life researching chimeras, so there is a high chance this corpse is just a fake. She seems to realize something and suddenly stops in her tracks. Wait, Estelle frowns and asks, who are you? She realizes she has never seen this man's face in the entire escort squad before. He realizes the gig is up and reveals his dangerous true face. You and I just saw an archmage get caught in the act. Stick with me, you and I are diving into a world where everything is spinning out of control. Aaron laughs like a maniac, claiming the Saintess was startled by that light. What? Edrin questions him, magic surging, as he demands to know why they are retreating. That is absolutely impossible. Suddenly, a massive, overwhelming aura of mana completely swallows the entire surrounding space. Within moments, the news spreads like wildfire everywhere. You can hear the town criers shouting the headlines to the masses. This is an emergency broadcast. The Saintess has been kidnapped. Now, the royal family and the Holy Church have joined forces to launch a rescue mission. Because of this, the Guardian Association has summoned 7 elite groups. Among them is the Lao Fa non-Corin Guardians. Look at that ship. Why is it loaded with so much cargo? It is so heavy it probably couldn't even fire a single cannon. En approaches and says, Captain, it looks like that is them. He stares at the group approaching with nothing but pure contempt. Since when did we start dragging children into such high-stakes matters? Suddenly, someone bows deeply in respect toward Corin. Captain Corin and Vice Captain Mary, please take your seats. Congratulations on being promoted to the elite Wyans rank. He is stunned. What? He shouts at the top of his lungs. The same elite rank as us? Both of them scream in utter disbelief. Those kids? It really is shocking. The group includes Mary, Warren, and Arisa. Corin Wyans has ties to the Waski mercenaries and the powerful Ain family, who possess overwhelming force. Usually, becoming a first-class Wyan involves long, complicated procedures. But with the association in a rush, they fast-tracked us due to our skyrocketing achievements. That explains why they were pushing us so hard to complete all those insane missions. Now pay attention, because the campaign against the Magic Tower is about to begin. The association president announces the tower kidnapped the Saintess, and humanity is moving to save her. Our local branch has deployed the 7 elite Wyan groups gathered right here. We must stand among the elite ranks. Pion speaks up with an annoyed tone. Hey, I hope the reward money for this is already prepared. Red BR Hood adds to the pressure. We aren't running a charity here. Understanding their point, the leader finally speaks. Of course, the president of the Wyan Association explains the situation. For this specific event, the kingdom has promised massive rewards for the heroes who participate in the tower's destruction. He emphasizes that participants are granted unlimited looting rights. Whether it is material resources or human labor, everything is fair game. Hearing those words, the crowd below instantly erupts with excitement. Great! That means we can seize all the treasures and artifacts from the tower, right? Someone laughs, suggesting they turn the mages into slaves. Do these beggars think they are getting a cut too? La Chaux says angrily, if anyone eyes our share, they are dead. From behind, Marie S. calls out to Corin. He immediately reaches out to stop her, telling his senior to stay patient. He turns away, his voice dripping with pure disdain for the others. These people are like a social club, lacking any elite spirit. Even before the landing starts, the fight over the rewards has already begun. Others join in, saying honestly, in a situation like this, we should actually be thanking the Magic Tower. You and I can see right through them. They don't care about the Saintess. Everyone else thinks the same thing, blinded by their own greed and ignoring the real mission. She curses them in fury. Those bastards don't care about her at all. Corin, are you doing okay? That is the true face of the elite Wyans. Corin speaks up to calm her down. It is fine. Let's just focus on our own job. Don't let those pathetic provocations bother you. Anyway, if things keep going like this, they are all going to die. This is the main plot of the Ahon hero legend, the Magic Tower subjugation. The Gangchan archipelago consists of dozens of small islands and one massive main island. To reach the main island where the tower stands, you have to capture those dozens of smaller islands one by one. But the magic tower was perfectly prepared, making it impossible for the rushed elite forces to even make a landing. The vanguard was completely wiped out. In total, 60% of the elite Wyans lost their lives. This campaign was clearly the worst tragedy in history. Elder Brain speaks with arrogant excitement. "You Wyan bastards, you're all going to be fish food." He monitors the ship's speed. 500 meters, 400 meters. The joy on Elder Brain's face grows clearer. 300 meters. Suddenly, he freezes as a massive power surges. Bolts of lightning begin to strike down from the high heavens. The ship starts rocking violently from the impact. Nis reported, "Captain, the tower forces have appeared on the coast. It looks like it was a trap all along." La Chaux curses in a rage. "Those damn tower mages, at this rate, will all be wiped out." Meanwhile, Elder Brain stares at the terrifying natural phenomenon in shock. "What is that?" Elder Brain stands there dazed. "We haven't even done anything yet." On the other side, his face is twisted with annoyance. A slender hand begins to pluck at the strings of an instrument. Corin stands at the bow and screams, "Trust me, you and I are leaving it on a wild cliffhanger." Corin shouts, "Rock on! Where are you going?" The melody gets crazier as he jumps high into the air. "Alright, let's dive into a legendary double W rank weapon reveal together." This is the harp of the God King Dagda, a legendary instrument that once killed 9 giants. You can trust its power. Its sound waves channel pure mana throughout the sky, flying toward any location at the simple command of its master. Against giants, this harp deals 1200% extra damage. Its magic effects shift depending on the musical genre being played. As rock music blasts, Corin blocks the escape path, asking where they think they're going while system warnings of disasters scream out. Laso is stunned. What on earth is he even doing in this mess? This guy is totally out of his mind. Massive waves explode from the sea below. Corin has a look of pure madness as he shreds the harp strings with intensity. Now watch this part. Ronwaski screams out, wondering if even this disaster was part of his master's plan, as a violent collision echoes. He realized that a tragedy where 60% of the troops would perish was about to unfold right as they hit the island. As survivors pull each other from the water, Corin looks up, thinking that dying by his hand is a better fate than this. With eyes glowing bright, he shouts that the performance isn't over yet. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star." He vows to be the one to crush the entire enemy fleet out at sea. Blinding pillars of light rain down from the heavens. The scene shifts over to the command center of the Royal Military Headquarters. The president of the God Association slams his desk in a fit of pure, unbridled rage. He curses the magic towers for using nature-manipulating spells to blow back his 50 warships before they could even reach the shore. He finally calms down and asks for the full damage report. Nis reports that 13 warships have sunk while others are heavily damaged, with their hulls shattered beyond any hope of repair. It must have been a total massacre. His voice carries a deep sense of dread at the scale of the destruction, but Nis clarifies that not a single life was lost. There were only a few minor injuries from the ship damage. The Wyans Association president is baffled. How can half a fleet be destroyed without a single person dying? It makes zero sense. Nearby, small rafts carry the exhausted survivors to the shore. Dronwaski is filled with absolute hatred for the magic towers. Those damn towers. Luckily, Corin Wyans brought enough lifeboats to save everyone, leaving Laso staring at the sky in disbelief. He gazes up with sparkling eyes. Lasso is certain that the thing that truly saved them all was the music. "You feel that too, right?" Corin insists that music isn't meant for killing, but for saving lives from the storm. The people cheer for their little star of salvation. Corin reaches out his hand, telling the man to grab on. He recalls that in the original story, these elite warriors never even got a single chance to show their worth. Corin respects how hard they worked to become the Wyans elite, even if they were briefly blinded by their own greed. Even if they lost sight of the situation for a moment, he couldn't just stand by and watch them die. Everyone blames the magic towers for the disaster. Lasso hugs Corin tightly, believing his melody was the only thing that stopped the storm. It looks like he finally saved the lives of those who perished in his previous life cycle. He smiles happily, knowing that while he wished this conflict never happened, this scenario is a necessary evil for the future. Corin silently analyzes the main plot moving forward in his head. The Magic Tower expedition is a key event that will reveal their true, dark nature to the entire human world. Even those who once looked up to the Magic Towers are finally starting to see their true, ugly faces. People read the newspapers with tears in their eyes, fearing their future is over if the Saintess is actually kidnapped. If the truth about the Magic Towers and the Bantaz generation comes out, Corin's future recruitment will be much easier. However, the Saintess being taken away was something he couldn't avoid. Many people are left crying in deep, painful sorrow. The big worry is whether she's still alive. Corin knows the Saintess is beloved, so this will only fuel the rebellion. She once loudly reminded everyone that she strictly demanded red wine instead of anything else. Estelle is currently imprisoned in the magic tower, but the script says she should be safe for now. He looks at the bright faces around him and continues to play his harp with firm resolve in his heart. I will be the one to save everyone. His face radiates confidence as the scene shifts to a dark, bloody room. Estelle is panicked. How can this be happening? Dunsky coldly asks if she thought a saintess was immortal. Rin steps forward, identifying Dunsky as a wanted terrorist who has been causing chaos across the entire continent. He says it's an honor to be recognized, then asks if she knows what that is. Trust me, things are about to get crazy. Alright, let's dive into a mission where one tiny mistake means certain death. Estelle screams in total shock as she sees it. The Holy Grail? Why is that in the hands of a terrorist like you? He just sneers. The Holy Grail? Yeah, I guess that is what people call it. Inin grabs her hand. Enough talk. I am pouring the holy blood into the cup now. Estelle gasps. What? She starts struggling against him. Stop it, right now. What do you think you are doing? He whispers that holy blood has many uses, like lighting up the Danua eyes or even reviving an ancient giant that vanished from this world ages ago. Seagulls fly over the sea while people cheer. Wait, lightning and massive waves? What is happening? They cheer for Elder Brain. Truly, he is an incredible mage to pull off such grand magic. Elder Brain is confused. He did not do this. Cut to the Magic Association Situation Room. On screen, the voice of Aaron Danua rings out. These waves do not look natural at all, do they? The tower is using the sky and the sea. President Danua says we cannot just give up now. She continues, of course I am not telling you to quit. If grand magic is causing this, there must be a hidden magic circle somewhere. We just need to destroy it. Aaron Danua smiles. Right, Clara? She reports that she has actually seen similar magic before during the Man Revolution. If a space mage says so, then it must be true. Josephine's record is perfectly clean, so nobody suspects a thing. She tells herself, is this student Corin really planning to cause a massive natural disaster? It is all a lie. The others hesitate. We cannot land right now, so how do we break the magic seal? Who would take such a dangerous risk? Suddenly, she interrupts them. I have a plan. Aaron Danua emphasizes the strategy. We destroy the magic circle using a small elite team. Scene change. Corin refuses. That is impossible. We are going to the tower together to save the Saintess. Waran adds her thoughts. A large-scale invasion just means more useless sacrifices. Marriott is excited, punching her palm at the thought of a natural disaster. She complains that noisy music is just exhausting. Corin is terrified of being caught, and his heart is pounding hard. Josephine adjusts her glasses and reminds them. Deceiving the royal family like this is very dangerous. Now, pay attention here. This mission has a massive problem because the Magic Tower has spent 80 years turning those steel islands into a fortress after losing the Wizard War. They scattered spirits everywhere. Summons and chimeras are all over the place, making it an impenetrable nest. Waran says it is fine. Can we not just enter using space teleportation magic? That is exactly the problem. And I am not just showing off here. The tower realized they lost because of space magic. Now, space magic is totally blocked inside the tower, and even the whole island has limits placed on it. Josephine concludes that entering the tower is impossible, and all the markings around the island have been scattered. She is stunned. Then what is this? Mari says there is one mark outside the barrier. The Forbidden Forest has a weak seal. We can send one person inside there. I just hope nobody has to go. It is far from the guards, so it seems safe enough. Josephine adjusts her glasses. There is a reason why nobody guards that place. She emphasizes that it is easily the most dangerous place in the entire tower. Suddenly, Corin cuts in. I will go. Josephine is completely stunned by his words. She hesitates while Corin looks at them with a judging gaze. Then, they all shout at him in unison. But you are weak. I know what you are thinking. Sending the weakest guy? Stick with me. Corin knows that without organization support, he is definitely the weakest person there. Aaron Danua's voice rings out. It is fine. She looks at him warmly. Can you do it, my disciple? Corin looks at her, stunned for a second. Then, he finally gives her a confident smile. A magic circle appears in the sky. Josephine asks, is everyone ready for this? Moving in 30 seconds, Corin says, do not worry about me, just stay safe everyone. Suddenly, the worried voice of Warren rings out. Corin. She blushes and reminds him, please, do not get hurt. Corin is confused. Huh? Warren grabs his hand, her voice trembling. If you get hurt, my heart, she screams out a reminder. 10 seconds left before teleporting. Everyone get ready. Corin pats her head. See you at the Magic Tower. Corin, did you remember to bring the potatoes? He is determined. I will not get hurt. Thank you for worrying about me. His warmth reaches her. Light covers the room. Suddenly, Corin has moved to the Forbidden Forest. Trust me, you and I are about to see if he survives the impossible. This forest is a nightmare level that even a max-level party would struggle to clear. Hundra appears and mutters. He is handsome, sure. But that was beyond reckless. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch our hero face a literal soul-stealing monster. She spreads her arms wide, beckoning him into a trap of infinite spirits. Hundra demands he falls into her embrace, so she can tear his limbs apart in a gruesome death. Her hand reaches for his face, but Corin just casually walks right past her. He casually admires the view, complaining he is too busy for mountain climbing lately. Shocked by his blatant disrespect, she spins around and screams, "What on earth is this?" He scans the area, taking everything in. This magic tower is the global hub for the most advanced magical experiments and breakthroughs in existence. Suddenly, Corin spots a Mandragora item. He realizes the swarm of spirits is only here because of this treasure, wondering if he should just pocket it for himself. Since these spirits act as guardians, a thick, heavy mist begins to swirl around the area, completely blinding anyone caught inside. Corin decides to skip it this time. Who cares if they are guardians? He literally cannot even see or perceive spirit forms right now. Now pay attention, here is the secret to his power. He has a contract that boosts physical damage by 50% but blinds him to spirits. Spirits are invisible to him, just like when he faced Duke Savagia. He is essentially blind to the supernatural world around him. Since he cannot interact with ghosts, they cannot hurt him either. Corin reaches into his bag and starts laughing like a madman, absolutely thrilled by this realization. Talk about an epic profit. The system notifies him that he has consumed the Azorit carbonated water buff. His aura and mana levels skyrocket, with max aura increasing by 2,000 and mana by 1,500. He even eats jade honey to boost his poison resistance. The system pings non-stop as he consumes Bloodbird Nest, instantly doubling his overall strength for the upcoming battle. This legendary item sharpens his senses, allowing him to feel the wind against his skin and anticipate danger before it strikes. His status window reveals insane stats. Aura is over 13,000. Mana hits 11,900, with traits like Tenacious Warrior, Regeneration, and Pain Resistance. With beast-like power and ancient rune scanning, his core stats are huge. Strength is 233, Agility 160, Stamina 158, Aura 164, and Mana 175. Looking at these numbers, he has already surpassed Senior Mary before she ever became a vampire or the legendary Lunia. Now, watch his face. You and I can see his eyes widen as the system flags a special-grade mana signature nearby. He has stumbled into the Spirit King's territory. He gasps, staring at a massive creature with eyes made of pure, raging fire. Instead of running, Corin charges forward with a grin. He wonders why it took the Spirit King so long to finally show up. Either way, he has to take it down. The drop rate for its treasure is only 1.5%. Elder Drarian of the Six Laws sect spent 10 full years of their budget importing this legendary herb from the east. It is one of Hero Ahan's 3 mythical medicines. After all that hype, the item that finally drops is a single piece of Goryo ginseng. Corin grabs it, deciding to keep it. Then, he shoves a potato into the ground as a thank you gift for the Spirit King. He quietly concludes that if he takes a gift, he has to give one back. It is all about balance and mutual help, right? Elsewhere, Mariette pulls out some items and tells everyone to take them. They are shocked as she begins to explain what they are. These are special potatoes she crafted using energy received from Danon Angus over in the Mamo region. The system explains the Curse of Matcha, a unique skill that allows her to create green seeds, which are a specific type of cursed crop. Once these sprout, every man in the area will experience a very specific sensation for 9 days straight. Over here, Corin is laughing with pure excitement. That Angus guy really gave him something useful. He shouts at the ground like a lunatic, telling his little babies to grow up fast. Corin knows he needs to finish his job and disappear before those potatoes actually start sprouting and causing total chaos. The scene shifts to the dark sewers beneath the Magic Tower. This is the official meeting point for the infiltration team. Storming the Magic Tower head-on would be an absolute suicide mission for anyone involved. Moving through the underground tunnels is the only smart way to attack. Corin hesitates for a second, wondering when she even arrived. Warren's voice echoes from behind. She says she has been here before and originally planned to transform into a crow to get inside. Is that so? He asks if her journey was all right, since the area is supposedly crawling with dangerous monsters. She casually mentions she might have run into a few. Corin thinks they got lucky as they start walking deeper into the darkness. He suggests they take a break right here while waiting for the rest of the team to show up. He estimates it will take another 2 days for the others to arrive. Further down the sewer is an old maintenance room. Corin looks around and figures the place needs cleaning. He asks Hua if she still hates doing chores like this. Do you want to swap with Rani? Suddenly, Warren's mood shifts as she asks if it will really just be the two of them. He is totally confused, but she steps closer and tightly grabs his shirt. Blushing and sweating, She tells him to just start cleaning. She offers to help. A while later, as night falls, Corin realizes how dark it has become in the underground tunnel. It is so pitch black down here that he is starting to lose all track of time. He glances over at her, feeling helpless. Little Hua fell asleep with her apron on, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to watch Corin, Mary, and Master Aaron head for the magic tower while the others stay back. It is just a temporary base, but we should clean up a bit. Soon after, Waran wakes from her dream, and Corin responds. Oh, really? He feels bad, asking if he woke her up. She explains that Hua is still sleeping while Corin gives advice. Pay attention here, Waran's voice is filled with exhaustion as she leans in, asking to just sit like this with him for a little while. Corin is stunned. A blushing Waran whispers that it feels incredibly warm and comfortable to be held in his arms like this. Hearing those words, Corin's body heats up instantly. She leans against him and drifts right back into a deep, peaceful sleep. Later, the door creaks open. Mariette enters, thanking Dioku for leading the way and helping them arrive so much faster. Corin calls out to Sister Mariette. Surprised, she asks if he arrived early, and he gives a light cough before responding. Yes, just a bit ago. At that moment, Arinua walks in, praising him as her absolute favorite star pupil. Josephine adds that she sensed something was off back in the Forbidden Forest. Then, she offers a sharp reminder. She noticed intricate worm runes carved throughout the sewers. It took 10,000 mana in one day to etch 40 of them. Josephine's curiosity and questions make the young man laugh shyly. Corin, you brought a massive bag of potatoes and planted them all alone? You really are something else, she says, but in his heart, he knows the truth. It was not just potatoes. Corin recalls the intense process he went through. He had packed every elixir and item into a large bundle and hid it deep within the Forbidden Forest. He even left them with Ware, the legendary rank creature that once caused natural disasters using the power of rock loan. This giant instrument is the symbol of Legend A. It is the harp of the God King, capable of slaying giants. The sound it makes covers the entire area with magic, and the instrument can always fly back to its owner. Using the harp to attack enemies deals 1200% extra damage and triggers an automatic return effect every single time. I can recall that entire bag of supplies whenever I want. These thoughts race through Corin's mind. Plus, there are mana spirits guarding the location around the clock. You saw that creepy smile, right? No one touches his treasure until he personally decides to go back for it. Perfect. He gained even more than expected. Corin suddenly shouts, "Everyone is here now, so let us get started." Josephine responds that she will prepare the space-time teleportation spell to be ready for activation at any moment. Waran takes the guard duty. Corin confirms the plan. Josephine handles the teleportation while Waran stays behind for protection. A moment later, he gently reaches out his hand. Corin casts the spell, thinking one thing: rescue Estelle and get out. The operation to save the saint begins now. They arrive at the magic tower. Someone shouts for Corin to lead, but he hides against a wall, signaling wait. The moving group suddenly stops. Corin reaches out and pats a man's head, thanking him for all the hard work. Mariette laughs and follows his lead, repeating the praise for their great efforts. The man looks cold at first, but then he smiles with pure happiness. Mariette is thrilled. It worked perfectly. That was easy, right? Corin disagrees, explaining this trick only gets them past the 4th floor without being blocked. From the 5th floor up, only senior mages can enter. They use an incredibly advanced iris recognition security system. She wonders what they will do now. Corin reassures her, saying he has already prepared for this exact situation. Corin starts coordinating. Mariette brought a combat soul beast, but Master Aaron is confused about its identity. Mariette explains she traveled south and summoned a brand new beast for this mission. The creature emerges as she introduces it, the former leader of the Red faction, Elder Admake. Back then, Saint Estelle captured the Black leader, while the Red leader was taken alive and turned into a vampire. Suddenly, he screams Corin's name, going into a blind rage and swearing he will never forgive him. "Sit down," Mary commands coldly, arms crossed. She scolds him for showing his fangs without her permission. He apologizes to Lady Dunal immediately, but she snaps back, asking if he wants to be roasted with salt or fired like pottery. The mages who tried to kidnap Mary were captured by the Dunalbev family, the southern rulers, who planned brutal punishments. However, thanks to Mary's mercy, they were not executed. Instead, they were sentenced to life as forced laborers. Thanks to their hard work, southern production increased by 10%, a surprisingly happy ending for everyone. Trust me, you and I are about to see Elder Admake's eyes glow with a truly terrifying intensity. Alright, you and I are diving back into the tower. After clearing floor 5, they reach a dark area with an old weathered sign. Corin pushes forward, knowing Estelle is hidden in a special zone on floor 8. He just needs to clear 2 more floors to reach her. He knows the Tower Master and Dunsky are likely already there. He tells himself to stay sharp, be extra careful, and avoid a direct confrontation at all costs. Sensing immediate danger, Corin orders Diogu to stop. If they get spotted here, their entire mission is over before it even really begins. Marriott disagrees, noticing that Diogu has sensed something significant. She leans in close, realizing the creature is actually trembling with pure, unadulterated fear. Corin is stunned. Diogu is scared. Marriott confidently confirms that something hidden in this room is causing a massive, terrifying reaction. The moment they step inside, she can't help but gasp in shock. This place looks exactly like a secret, high-level magic tower laboratory. He asks his master if she's ever seen this place before. She admits that even back when she visited as the Academy president, they never allowed her near this secret laboratory. Suddenly, Marriott freezes in her tracks. Her eyes fill with horror as she looks ahead. Corin and Aranua are paralyzed with confusion. Could this really be what they think it is? Now, watch this. This is the moment they realize exactly what kind of monster they're dealing with. It's the legendary Sky Titan. Only its eye remains. Marriott notes that its size completely dwarfs any of the regular giants they previously encountered back on the Sky Island. She can barely believe her own eyes. A single eye that's as large as an entire giant's body? But wait, the true owner of this eye is suddenly. Aranua jumps as a thunderous noise echoes from right behind them. Dunsky walks in, his voice dripping with twisted worship. Just a little more, and we'll finally get to see it. He commands the giant king, Balor, to be reborn. The villain declares he wants this finished, even if infusing holy blood is a tedious, slow process. She finally understands. The terrifying monster they are trying to bring back to life is King Balor, the one who murdered God King Nuada before being defeated by the light god, Lu. He is the strongest demon king in all of history. She explains that when Balor fell, the great war between the Sky Titans and the Danu people finally came to a bloody end. Corin is lost in thought. He knew the magic tower was obsessed with resurrection, but this time they've crossed every possible line. He realizes Balor is the ultimate threat to the Danu, possessing enough raw power to wipe out the entire world in an instant. Even the great god, King Nuada, who encountered his spirit form in Magmel, ended up being slaughtered by this monster. Corin looks back at history. The only hero who ever managed to take Balor down was Lu, the Danu of Light. I know what you're thinking. Isn't it ironic? A descendant of Lu wanting to restore the Danu world by reviving the very monster that destroyed it. He concludes that these people won't stop at anything. They'll use every dirty trick and forbidden method to reach their twisted goals. Do they really think reviving a monster like this is okay? Dunsky just smirks and tells them it's finally time to begin. If this works, it's all thanks to me. The screen displays the Andri, one of the 4 sacred relics of the Danu people, a treasure containing infinite life. A small, flickering light begins to cut through the oppressive, heavy darkness of the room. He starts releasing countless snakes. Suddenly, he senses something and narrows his eyes, scanning the shadows around him with suspicion. He asks if something is wrong, his voice turning dangerous. Keep quiet. I wonder is someone hiding in here or not. Corin panics. Damn it. The enemy screams in contempt, calling them sewer rats while realizing things were going a bit too smoothly. Edrin growls a threat. Keep hiding well, because if I see your head, you're dead. The faces of all 3 are pale with tension. Right then, the enemy's eyes snap open wide. He breathes fire, shouting that he's caught them. A massive inferno erupts, tearing through the space and destroying everything in its path. In that split second, a pack of terrified mice scurries out. Dunsky is surprised. Really? Just rats? He explains they are just lab rats kept for room management. Dunsky just shrugs and accepts the answer with a simple I see. They start to leave, noting that the Imperial army is still waiting outside. Dunsky agrees and follows him out of the lab. Their shadows fade as they leave the room. But inside the darkness, strange, unsettling sounds begin to echo once more. The 3 of them let out a massive sigh of relief. Corin knows fighting Dunsky inside the tower is an impossible suicide mission. He groans that they almost died. Marriott starts teasing him about how close they had to get. Corin just stutters in total embarrassment. He explains they only did that to shrink the magic field. She suggests they just destroy that eye and be done with it. He immediately rejects the idea. No, we shouldn't do anything to make that thing angry right now. The priority is saving the Saintess. He considers using a remote rune to destroy it from a distance, but he knows that won't be easy. Corin quietly begins to evaluate the situation. And that's where we leave it. The tower is heavily defended after the Master's attack, making space magic impossible. Trust me, you won't want to miss what's next. Alright, stick with me, you and I are about to dive into one of the most intense prison breaks in Manhwa history. The portal is almost ready. Now, the scene shifts to the top floor, as Corin gives the final signal. Arandanua warns that time is running out, urging everyone to split up and search the highest level immediately. If spotted, cause as much chaos as possible to distract the guards. Corin and Didu agree to separate and start their search. His voice is soft at first, But then he shouts a final warning before sprinting off in the opposite direction. Just save the Saintess and retreat safely, that is the mission. A moment later, Corin scans the halls, wondering where to start looking. Suddenly, a wine bottle flies toward him. Corin flinches as Estelle screams out in pure frustration. This is only 17-year-old vintage. I specifically asked for 35-year Duna wine. Corin's voice shocks her into silence. You look healthy enough. Nothing bad happened while you were locked up? Realizing who it is, Estelle lights up. My underclassman. Corin feels relieved that things aren't as bad as he feared. Then, she shouts excitedly, asking if he is actually here to save her. Corin looks around the luxurious cell, questioning if this is a high-end hotel or an actual prison. Details later just step away from the bars. But Estelle stops him, warning that breaking them quietly is impossible. Corin channels his mana, quickly reassuring her with a calm, confident expression. These bars are the masterpiece of the Magic Tower Elders, engraved with layers of mana. But do not you worry about that. He summons a jagged spike of magical energy. The spirit Manon appears, introducing himself as the Son of the Sea, gifting this to Corin Locke, the direct bloodline of Erin's great chief Dan. This spear possesses the terrifying power to completely nullify all magic. Pay attention here, this is where the legendary power finally shows its true face. Legendary Rank Gay Dirg. It is the red spear from Manon Marley's iconic twin spear set. It can neutralize the magic of a single target and deals an insane 350% extra damage against Rank B beasts. Rank B enemies struck by the spear suffer the Lord's Red Dream curse. Estelle lets out a deafening scream of disbelief. Gaydirg, the spear of destruction that erases magic itself. She stares, stunned, unable to believe such a weapon exists. Corin concludes that it's time to retreat. He asks the Saintess to offer a prayer for their safe escape. A divine blessing would make this much easier. Suddenly, her gaze falls, looking incredibly uncomfortable. She admits she doesn't understand it herself, but currently, her holy power just won't manifest. Just like in the original story, Corin remembers that at this point, Estelle still hasn't awakened her divine abilities. He already has a good guess as to why. Stepping forward to protect her, he says they need to find the others first. Corin's face twists in surprise at a sudden chill. He stares into the endless darkness, racking his brain for memories of the game. According to the lore, the strongest ice mage should be Elder Slarian of the Blue Sect. He confidently asserts his own theory, knowing that the original plot is about to be rewritten. You and I both know the original rules don't apply anymore, because the real strongest ice mage just arrived exactly as Corin expected, Mari Dunalev. She scratches her head shyly, admitting she tried to handle things quietly, but clearly failed. Corin praises her, saying she did a great job. At that moment, Erin Donhay hears footsteps. The tower mages are closing in fast. Corin calls out to his master, who urgently tells everyone they need to move right now. Outside the magic tower, a massive explosion rocks the air. The group leaps from the highest floor into the void. Corin shouts that this was all part of the plan. He calls for Marriott to use her power, and she manifests glowing ice wings. Corin is satisfied, telling everyone to maintain this speed for a safe landing. If they can reach the basement, magic circle. But then, a chilling laugh from above makes him freeze. Dunsky dives toward them. Corin is absolutely horrified. Not that disgusting monster again. He remembers that even though they beat Dunsky Ace before, that was just one form. Only one black beast and one dragon are down. 2 ferocious dragons still remain. Corin flinches, realizing he has to face the dragon form yet again. He spots 2 demonic bulls radiating magical pressure. He is shocked to realize they are actually being ignored by the monsters. Below them, magic spirals out of control as giant serpents emerge. Strange creatures are beginning to swarm the entire mansion. The villain commands his magic toads to strike, as Mari screams in desperation, terrified by the grotesque creatures swarming from below. Blood, spear, 200. Countless attacks fly through the air, leaving nothing but the echoes of terrified screams. And that is where we leave it. You and I just witnessed a truly legendary farewell. She quickly triggers the silver spear resonance. Tower magic is difficult, but in the sewers, light flows through the tunnel. Corin activates rune magic. Mid-battle, a hand reaches from the debris. She screams urgently, telling him to jump right now. 10 seconds left. 100 meters. Watch closely to see if this insane plan actually works. With everyone's desperate effort, they leap into the circle together and succeed. But suddenly, a dark voice stops Corin. A pair of giant eyes is watching you. Corin shouts, wondering if there is an emergency. Intense pain begins to tear through his body. War screams as the scene shifts to warm light. A boat moves calmly across the sea. Elisa waves happily, shouting the mission was a success. But then, her expression freezes, and trust me, this next part is a total heartbreaker. Terrified, she asks where Corin is. The others fall to their knees, tears hitting the dirt. The mission to rescue the Saintess has failed. Mariette's face is a mask of pure despair. Mariette cannot stop her grieving cries. Corin, we must go back now, even if I head back there alone. Josephine sadly warns her to calm down and stay focused. Mariette, I understand your pain, but the tower is destroyed, and guards have doubled. Returning now is suicide, she sobs. But Danua comforts her. Believe in Corin, that boy will definitely survive this. Move forward with that faith. Mariette wipes her eyes, telling the president they still have work to do here. Will those two be safe? She asks. No, Danua reminds her. It is actually 3 people. She stops. What? They realize Warren is missing too, leaving only rubble and the scars of battle on the ground. Dunsky erupts in a fit of rage, unhinged with a dangerous and deadly power. The Saintess has escaped. A subordinate reports she washed away, but surely she must be dead. He hears this and his hatred boils over. Dead? Do not speak such meaningless, unlucky words. Dunsky knows without saintly blood he cannot revive the giant. Find her immediately. His eyes glow as his thoughts race. We are close. Andrive's miracle has not stopped yet. You bastard, how dare you ruin my master's plan? Dunsky's voice is filled with bloodlust. I will rip you apart, he snarls now. Let's check on our survivors. A weak voice calls out as Corin awakens. He wakes to find her lying on him. Corin whispers softly. Saintess, are you hurt? Junior, are you safe? Estelle asks, but she turns pale seeing the wound on Corin's stomach. We must get out of here fast. If we stay, the magic tower will track us. If we just sit here, we will freeze. She cries out that it is freezing cold. The North Steel Islands, bordering the frozen kingdom, are trapped in an eternal winter forever. Estelle asks if he is really okay. Junior, that wound of yours looks incredibly serious. Corin replies softly that he will recover, so they should focus on moving right now. She looks confused. What are you saying? We can just hide here, right? Corin explains. If you can survive that long, go ahead. Estelle is shocked. How long? 20 days. She screams in disbelief. 20 days? He says the security around the city is now airtight. Escaping now is impossible. It will take at least 20 days for the kingdom's regular army to finally arrive. Corin emphasizes that he does not want to stay in this freezing place that long either. They must cross the northern strait and Steel Islands to reach the southern peninsula of Knot Kingdom. Estelle panics, saying it is way too dangerous. Corin agrees it will be a difficult journey. It is frozen year-round, so we can walk across. Since the Saintess has no power, she is ordinary. They cannot avoid the tower's surveillance, so this is literally their only choice right now. Suddenly, Estelle's eyes light up. No, I am free now. My holy power should return soon. Then I can just break the barrier and escape, right? Corin's voice sounds completely helpless. That holy power is not coming back anytime soon. Think, was it really just the mana prison? She starts to realize the truth, and trust me, you and I are in for one hell of a ride. The magic tower used a mysterious method to seal her holy power, but the person behind the plot? That is already crystal clear. Corin asks the Saintess if she noticed anything strange among her inner circle right before the enemies captured her. Estelle freezes. Her eyes widen as she realizes what he is implying a traitor in her ranks. Trust me, you and I knew it. Corin confirms the betrayal is likely coming from the church highest officials. Estelle's voice turns ice cold. Corin Locke, if you want to keep your head on your shoulders, watch your mouth. Speak like that elsewhere, and a death sentence is all that awaits you. Still, his question leaves her shaken. He asks if she has ever truly doubted God's existence. In that moment, Estelle snaps and slaps him right across the face. Furious, she screams about his disrespect. Corin just grabs his weapon, turns his back on her, and starts walking away. One day you will understand, he says, because this is just how the truth of this world really works. Later, Estelle's horror turns to pure joy. She spots a tiny rabbit and looks at it with total happiness. This little bunny is as pure as an angel, she whispers. Estelle gets completely lost in this small moment of peace. She imagines a life living alongside this cute creature within the safety of the Princess Royal Garden. But as she is praising it, the rabbit is suddenly struck. Blood splatters across the white snow, ending the cuteness instantly. Corin picks it up, admiring how fat and meaty it is. This is some good luck, he says. It will taste delicious. She calls him a demon. To escape the magic tower pursuit, they are forced to head toward the frozen north. It is their only choice. She rants about his barbaric, apostate ways, but even she knows a decent meal is hard to come by out here. Estelle pouts, asking if it is really that good. He offers her more, knowing they have to keep moving through the day. Now, pay attention here. Even with her magic-infused robes, the freezing wind is absolutely relentless for them both. Corin shivers, complaining about the cold. Once the snowstorm kicks in, even moving a few meters becomes a brutal struggle. They have to be incredibly careful. One wrong move, and the pursuers will find them in this wasteland. The search perimeter is tight, so they bury themselves in snow, hoping to be mistaken for frozen animal carcasses. Every night they dig pits for shelter, repeating the cycle. But their biggest enemy is not the cold, it is time. A week has passed and their window is closing. Seeing her struggle, Corin asks if she is holding up okay. Estelle sighs deeply. She admits she feels like a much bigger burden than she ever imagined she would be. Corin tells her it is no time for self-pity. She looks at him and asks if he regrets suffering for her. He is enduring hell just to save her, but Corin's voice is steady as he tells her he has no regrets. He gives her a gentle smile. I saw someone in pain, he says, and I knew I had the power to change it. I came to help, he adds. If I had stayed away and done nothing, that is what I would have truly regretted. Estelle feels a sudden warmth in her chest. If you are being honest, she says, then you are a truly admirable person. She admits he would be a wonderful man if he were not an apostate. Suddenly, Corin's face goes pale, leaving Estelle worried. She panics, asking if he is okay. She assumes his wet clothes have finally caught up to him in this cold. She offers to help him dry off and get warm. But then, her eyes fill with pure terror as she screams. You are bleeding, she cries out. Is it possible she finally noticed what was happening to him? It is the curse of Panbanaha. When exposed to sunlight, it triggers, and the wounds will never, ever heal. Corin tried to fight it off. Because of his solar powers, he did not burn, but the price was heavy. The curse is backfiring in the worst way possible. He can feel his body turning as cold as ice, and that is where we leave it. Estelle is sobbing, begging him to hold her rosary and wake up as he slips away. All right, stick with me because you and I are diving into a story where loyalty is tested by freezing frost and spilled blood. Time keeps ticking by, and guilt starts swallowing Estelle whole as they march through a blizzard for a full week. She grits her teeth in frustration, her holy power is sealed, and she cannot even use heaven's grace anymore. The only thing she can do now is reach for her pendant, whispering that she must keep him from freezing. Tears still wet her eyes as she wonders if she, a princess and a saintess, must go this far just to keep his body from getting any colder. Estelle acts on her instinct, deciding to use her own body heat to keep him alive. In that pitch-black forest, a strange light begins to glow at this very moment. Corin slowly wakes up from his feverish sleep, feeling an incredible, deep warmth that is just like Estelle's soft, gentle voice whispering right into his ear. Are you awake? She asks, her face turning a deep shade of red. Are you awake? Corin stares down at their bodies, his voice shaking with pure shock. The saintess? All right, you and I are jumping right into a mess, Corin shouts. Why are you back? Estelle just smiles, relieved he is alive. Corin starts to think. Looking back, that was definitely supposed to be an incurable curse he was suffering from. What is this? He checks his body, his mana is dropping, but his wounds are somehow knitting back together. Panic fills his eyes. Is this the magic tower? They could not have caught up this fast, right? In that exact moment, a massive, towering shadow looms over them from above, blocking out the sky. The two of them stand back to back, on high alert. She calls his name. He curses under his breath. Damn it. Now pay attention, because even with his body broken, the real fight is about to start. Corin tumbles through the air. He scans the field. Every single enemy here has the power level of a rank 2 knight or higher. These are the half-human, half-giant hybrids from the script, meant to be the henchmen of Tez-Banaz. Corin grits his teeth and confirms it. Demi-giants. The battle ahead is looking to be incredibly intense and bloody. Every one of them is an elite warrior, rank 2 at least, carrying the primal blood of the giant tribe. Kent steps forward with a terrifying roar. These giants should have been the vassals of Tez-Banaz by now. It makes them wonder, why is this happening? Corin and Estelle scream, what the hell is going on here? The man explains that these individuals belong to a tribe he once knew personally in his past travels. I met them when BJ announced they were joining the academy. This sends Corin deep into his own memories. Hearing about BJ brings back the past, top of the 53rd night class. The images flash vividly in his mind. The berserker demi-giant Bucker. It all clicks. Then Corin thinks about Mirawam and Estelle's roles in this. The split between the Zeroin and Zon churches came down to one thing: how they chose to treat demons. For the longest time, the church viewed demons as nothing more than monsters or spirits to be purged. However, after the Witch Revolution, they slowly started accepting them. The new church completely flipped the old script. Let's pause here, because this shift in the world's rules is exactly why our story is changing. They chose harmony. Demons being allowed into the academy was the clearest example, even within my own generation at the school. He thinks of Bucker and the two legends, the dragon Mary Damph and the half-giant Bierer who led the way. They were admitted despite the protests, because Estelle insisted Bierer was a brilliant student, which finally convinced Corin. I was truly grateful back then. It was all thanks to Estelle, the representative of the new church. But there is one more reason. This place. It is not the true north quite yet, according to the map. What drove these giants to cross the sea and come all this way? Known bellows as he spots them. There they are. He pushes the cart forward like a madman to charge in. Wipe every single one of them out. Up ahead, the magic tower mages are using fire spells to melt through the massive, frozen blocks of ice. Hurry up, a voice urges. We can't let those giants find us. They are clearly struggling with the task. This ice is way too thick. Suddenly, they freeze as a terrifying figure appears. It is known, looking savage. You mages dare disturb the eternal rest of our ancestors? You are all going to die right here. Terror strikes them. A demi-giant? Crap. The person next to him shouts to get the defensive magic up. But on the other side, Noan's mana is already surging. The mages scramble to block his crushing blow. At that very moment, a blue system window flickers into existence right in front of their eyes. Garter, the red spear of mana. It nullifies magic effects and deals 350% extra damage to defensive enemies. Beasts hit by this carry the curse of the Crimson Spear. Corin grits his teeth, needing time to recover. Suddenly, his eyes go wide as if he is seeing something completely unexpected approaching from the distance. A beast appears out of nowhere, letting out a deafening roar and crushing the mages under its massive feet. Corin realizes he doesn't even need to step in. One stomp from the beast shakes the entire earth. Everything is blown away. The mages never stood a chance. Noan walks up and praises the beast. Not bad at all. You are actually pretty strong. Corin keeps it polite and humble. It was nothing. If you guys had not shown up when you did, I probably would have frozen to death out here. And that leaves us with a mystery. Why are these giants attacking mages instead of joining the villain? Stick around to find out. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character come face to face with a literal legend. Hello, Chief Karim. It has been 3 years, hasn't it? The giant is clearly thrilled, asking if young Bakker is behaving at school. This massive man is the demi-giant chief. As Karim greets them, Estel responds with a bright, warm smile. Of course, sir. Your son is actually the top student in the 53rd Night Department. Karim lets out a thunderous, proud laugh. That is my boy for you. But then his eyes lock onto Corin, and his friendly tone shifts instantly. Before Karim can even finish asking who this outsider is, Corin has already dropped to the ground in a deep bow. Corin clenches his fists tight, his eyes practically sparkling with pure, unadulterated admiration for the giant race. I have always believed the giants are the true creators of this world. He starts rambling, unable to hide his intense excitement. My heart races every time I read your legends. I have dreamed of following your footsteps. Estelle has to quickly cut him off. Junior Corin is being blasphemous toward the gods again. She sighs, trying to keep him in check. Karim is actually curious now. Do you Southerners really still look at our history as nothing more than a myth? Why do you ask that? Corin drops to his knees once more, desperate to explain his sincere feelings. Now pay attention, because his next words are about to freeze every single person in this room. He knows he is not lying. The vivid memory flashes through his mind, like it happened only yesterday. The magic tower actually possesses the eye of the giant king. Karim bolts upright, his voice a thunderous, shocked roar. Digging up our ancestors was not enough? Now they dare to insult the remains of our great king? He is a ticking time bomb of pure rage. Those damn mages. Seeing the explosion coming, Corin quickly steps in. They are numerous and powerful, he warns. Of course, they cannot compare to the mighty giant race, but their strength is no joke. Karim is losing all his patience. Tell me, how should we deal with them? Suddenly, Corin reaches out and grabs the chief's hand. He stands tall, offering his help with total sincerity. I want to fight by your side. Without wasting a second, Karim bellows the order for his people to arm themselves for war. Seeing Corin's subtle, satisfied smirk, Estelle cannot help but whisper, You look way too happy right now. Junior Corin, was this all part of your master plan? He just shrugs her off with a completely casual look. No, I only found out they were here after we arrived. This leaves her even more confused about why he is smiling. Corin stays silent, calculating his next move. In the original game script, he would have had to grind reputation points with Bakker first, but he has prepared everything perfectly this time around. Now here's the crazy part in the original story. Players would find this entire village slaughtered. He is literally rewriting destiny. In the game, these demi-giants were meant to be subordinates for the villain, Ban Thazat. But this specific tribe is different. They value their roots and protect the tombs, meaning they likely refuse to negotiate with the enemy. Back in reality, Corin finally speaks. Everyone stands together under the vast, starlit sky. Corin's eyes are filled with hope as he realizes they are still alive. Phase 1 of his plan is finally complete. Just like that, we have secured a powerful alliance with the demi-giants. Corin begins moving toward the next objective. I spent a week surviving with Estelle, backed by giant support. He spends the next 14 days deep in thought. But in the end, we made it. We have finally returned home in one piece. The moment they arrive, a figure rushes out to hug him before he can even react. It is Marriott, sobbing with relief. I really thought you were dead, Corin. If you died, I would have. Suddenly, a gentle voice cuts through the crying. I always had total faith in my disciple, Irinua says as she steps forward with a soft, knowing smile. I'm just glad you all returned safely, Corin, the Saintess, and Warren too. Corin scratches his head, laughing awkwardly. If they knew what I actually accomplished out there, they would be floored. Then Corin freezes as a thought hits him. Wait, where is Warren? This sends everyone into a panic. Was she not supposed to be right there with him? Cut to a different location. A landscape of thick ice and snow, littered with the cold corpses of fallen enemies. Corin and Estelle had been running from the Magic Tower's hunters for an entire week. Yet, not a single mage ever managed to catch them. Why? Because of the girl standing tall amidst the carnage. A warrior so powerful she can fight without food, water, or sleep. Warren's eyes are cold and emotionless as she guards the path. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to witness a chaotic siege on the Magic Tower's highest rooftop. Elder Bren yawns, wondering when those fools will finally attack, as Drarian asks if he is being too confident. They have been holding off the kingdom's army for nearly 2 weeks at this point. They recall the previous horror, likely caused by Elder Bren's disasters that left such massive destruction behind. Suddenly, the door bursts open with a frantic cry of Master as a disciple rushes into the room. He hurriedly explains that the kingdom's army and their lower units are rapidly approaching their position right now. Hearing this, Drarian mocks them, saying they are rushing to their deaths like mindless moths to a flame. Bren orders everyone to prepare for battle, ready to show them the true power of the Magic Tower. But wait, it is not just the army. The disciple looks even more panicked than before. Flying beasts appear in the sky, making Bren wonder how anything could even fly properly in this area. Drarian adds that they want everyone to die here, but the boy screams these are the legendary Hezwell. Now watch this part closely. Over 30 beasts appear, and each is worth 20,000 gold. Not wanting to waste a single second, he activates his magic and shouts for everyone to stay calm. Quickly, the soldiers launch their ice spear techniques, sending sharp blocks of ice flying straight toward the enemy. The flying beasts are forced to stop as the ice spears create a massive barrier all around them. However, in less than a second, everything shatters, leaving everyone on the ground completely stunned and speechless. Lunia draws her sword and whispers that her fiancé has finally made her wait far too long. Her gaze sharpens as she takes a combat stance, ordering her troops to slaughter every last one of them. Together, they grip their weapons and charge forward to follow her command without a moment's hesitation. On the other side, Drarian's group uses magic as Lunia's reinforcements arrive in even greater, overwhelming numbers. The Weesky mercenaries charge ahead, but the enemy is too strong, and they start begging for backup. He loses patience and screams that these fools are landing recklessly, ordering his men to sweep them away. Upon hearing a strange noise, Drarian growls, wondering who would make such a weird moaning sound right now. Suddenly, he collapses, trembling and crying out about the intense, sharp pain in his stomach. You and I are seeing Corin's master plan unfold as the Crenia seeds are sown across the islands. He used a very special item for this legendary trap, the seeds of Crenius. Angus laughs like a maniac. This evil treasure from the land of gods carries a truly terrifying curse. The sprouts begin to grow, spreading the devastating curse of Maha across the entire battlefield. Every man living on the land where these seeds sprout will be under attack for 9 full days. Drarian and Bren scream in agony as they feel a pain identical to childbirth, echoing across the islands. Corin has a sinister look in his eyes. Revenge against those bastards has finally officially begun. People walk past, ruthlessly stepping on those lying on the ground while everyone tries to escape this nightmare. It is a powerful form of restraint magic. It turns out he was actually capable of doing something this insane. Rin enters and notes that Matan's matter is over and his original authority has been completely lost. Dunsky looks down at the corpses and comments on how fast everything moved during the confrontation. If only they had a little more time, they could have fully resurrected the Heaven Giants by now. He smiles and shakes a vial, satisfied that he can successfully copy the Saintess's blood. He opens a cabinet and explains that Matan was always meant to be a disposable pawn. They will head north to a research lab to continue their experiments, which makes Dunsky very excited. He plans to kill half-giants along the way to collect more skeletons for the monsters inside him. Moving the Heaven Giant remains as easy, but dealing with the crowd outside will be much more difficult. He gives a sinister smile, noting that the blood they collected is enough for the main body. Hearing that, Dunsky looks at the giant eye and laughs, realizing they can leave it behind. Back at the tower's rooftop, the group has just endured a horrific and absolutely painful torture session. Drarian gasps for air. Trust me, you and I are lucky he survived thanks to his magic resistance. Alright, you and I are diving into a moment where absolute chaos breaks loose for Lania and her group. What is happening? They are convulsing and screaming about their stomachs, crying out for their mothers in agony. Brania grimaces in horror after surviving his own torture, just as he spots Drarian making a frantic run for it. Elder Drarian, where are you going? He looks completely desperate, rushing off as if his life depends on it. He shouts that he must reach the forest, leaving Grarian baffled by his reckless behavior in such a crisis. Even if there are precious spirits there, they are no longer just valuable, they have become absolutely priceless. Mount Goriel in the east holds 10 years of the sex production, so he sprints toward the forest at full speed. He needs to recover at least that much, though Grarian never imagined things would spiral this far out of control. Deep inside, mystical plants reveal that the forbidden forest has already been completely ransacked and destroyed by the chaos. Now watch closely, this is the moment the Magic Tower's arrogance finally backfires right in their faces. Suddenly, a beast overflowing with mana charges in while he loses all control over his summons, screaming in despair. "Help me!" His blood-curdling scream echoes through the entire area as the situation turns lethal for everyone involved. Someone slams a map onto the table and begins reporting the grim reality of the current battlefield situation. To the east of the Steel Legion, Marriott and Arandanua lead the way, discovering more corpses than ever. He explains that the Magic Tower's curse has weakened their forces, allowing the Eastern raid to succeed perfectly. While the raid is a success, the people back at the Magic Tower are losing their minds in pure frustration. "My precious test subjects, you bastards. Do you have any idea how much those things were worth to us?" Wasky mercenaries have seized the tower, while Lunia fights on the western front, warning her team to stay sharp. "Remain alert," she responds, noting that thanks to Amal, the western front is advancing faster than anywhere else. The scene shifts to San, who is still locked in an endless, brutal struggle against the enemy forces. On the southern front, the encirclement is complete, but wizards are using bone remains to escape as clones. "We lack the troops to cover the north, and if we don't act, they will all slip away." His gaze sharpens as he quietly reminds them that there are still reinforcements stationed in that very spot. The Magic Tower's rookies have already fallen, leaving Corin standing tall and defiant with his weapon held firmly. Corin's commander glares at the enemies who shout, demanding to know why these bastards have made it here. Karim finally admits Corin was right all along, and the young warrior simply nods back in grim agreement. Yes, they will use any dirty trick to reach their goals. His eyes narrow, locking onto his next target. It is coming. A massive vibration shakes the earth, forcing everyone to stop dead in their tracks. You see that look in his eyes? That is the face of someone realizing they have awakened a nightmare. Has he really been resurrected? The one who slaughtered the king of Dan Noda and ruled the giants? Balor exhales a searing heat that scorches the air, slowly hunting for his next prey with his evil eye. Seeing this, the enemies can't hide their excitement, shouting that their ultimate masterpiece has finally arrived to help. This is the pinnacle of the Magic Tower, a supreme weapon that has conquered even death itself. Balor's massive foot descends, threatening to crush everything in its path as the ground trembles with power. He stomps, triggering a massive explosion that sends them running. Why is he attacking his own allies? "Patriarch, we must retreat." But Karim stands frozen, whispering that this whole tragedy is actually his fault. He breaks down in tears, realizing their desecrated ancestor is now raining divine punishment down upon them all. Balor's strike creates a massive earthquake, shattering the land and leaving everything in total broken ruins. Suddenly, a brilliant light appears from the distance as a voice tells Karim this isn't his fault. Professor Josephine deploys a massive shield, blaming the Magic Tower for forcing kin to kill one another. "We are alive." He finally breathes a sigh of relief while she grits her teeth against the pressure. Corin, Balor is just a mindless puppet now, but his destructive power is absolutely off the charts. "If he strikes one more time, I won't be able to hold him back for much longer." "Don't worry," Corin says. "I have a power just as destructive, the strength of friendship and courage." Corin points to the sky and yells, "Stick with me, because the ultimate combination is starting now." "All right, you and I are diving straight into an epic fusion battle as they combine their forces to power up the massive golem." Now, Cranel Luden cannot even hide his excitement, because this time things are going to be completely different. It is not over yet. As the mechanical parts begin to merge, he places his hand on the machine and yells, "Let us fuse!" Piece by piece, the giant machine assembles itself. Very quickly, a fully completed robotic warrior stands tall before them. All systems are stable and full control has been established. Every single step it takes feels like it could shatter the entire world. The Operator Master achieves infinite fusion. It slams its fist down, creating a massive impact known as the Nature Golem. A system screen appears as the two units merge. Quickerman and June Golem are about to undergo a one-of-a-kind fusion. When 2 or 3 specific types of magical energies are perfectly balanced, it activates the ancient Moitura crafting system. This rare condition was created by the legendary band of blacksmiths and woodworkers, Redney and Len, working together. This is the secret art they built specifically to kill giants. Balo clenches his fist, ready to destroy the golem's final evolved form, but the enemy easily dodges the strike. It is time to crush him into a million pieces. The machine pulls out a weapon wrapped in thick, dense magic. It swings the sword a few times and enters a combat stance. Let us go. Nature Golem Quicker Warrior Sword Break. On the other side, Kareem and the subgiants are cheering non-stop. Wicker Warrior and Cranal are equally hyped. The flames of friendship and courage are burning so bright that Yun has to speak up. You guys are too loud, so just focus. Suddenly, the machine unleashes a flurry of moves to finally take down the enemy. The subgiants and Corin's group watch this scene with pure joy. They are actually doing it. Now watch closely, this is where the core is revealed. It turns out they are using golem technology to control Balo. Following Cranal orders, the machine rushes forward, knowing they just need to pull that core out to win. However, the machine's arm is suddenly grabbed by Balo. What is happening? How did he move so fast? He wants to destroy everything, and struggling is useless. Seeing the danger, Corin screams out a desperate warning. Instantly, Balo's pupils dilate and glow with a terrifying light, activating his cursed evil eye. He releases a massive wave of mana that incinerates everything nearby, leaving Cranal in total shock. How is this possible? The villain looks completely satisfied now that he has hit his target. That was actually a pretty well-made golem. As the master of the Golden Sect, I praise you. But I have seen the limits of your technology. Golems are not perfect. Then, the monster lets out a truly twisted and eerie smile. The experiment with Balo showed me a new possibility, a being combining an ancient giant's body with a mage's soul. Sedin is the one in control, unable to hide his cruelty. With the king of giants' body and my peak intelligence, I am unstoppable. Eren is drowning in the pleasure of his new power. This is exactly what I craved, a truly perfect entity. And yeah, I know what you are thinking. Is it over? Well, a booming voice suddenly rings out, making the monster freeze. That is quite impressive for someone claiming to be the peak of the magic tower. Balo immediately looks toward the sound. Suddenly, the space around him begins to crack and shatter, and everything collapses while Balo watches in total confusion. Now, the only things left in the area are drifting sand and piles of gray ash. Corin steps forward and asks, "Is this the peak you were talking about?" Whether you are a giant king or whatever, his group and the subgiants take their battle stances. Bring it on. In Corin's eyes, there is only the will to crush everything. These words actually make Eren stop and comment. Such a moving display of friendship, it is almost touching. Balo lets out a deafening roar. Are you really bringing your friends here just to die? Cranal keeps urging them forward. Right now we are okay, but if I activate this again, the whole island will vanish. We cannot waste a single second. Corin moves fast. I get it. You, get me to the power core's location right now. He is quickly calculating his next move. Even with the golem's destructive power, they cannot break Balo's outer shell. Hearing this, he responds clearly. Corin has no choice left. For the final solution, he clenches his fist and channels his mana, pushing the sun's power to the maximum. A blinding flash of light instantly erupts across the battlefield. He compresses the sun's energy. Corin must use every single moment of the 10 seconds he can maintain this power. Every time he moves, he strikes at Balo's most vulnerable spots. Corin does not stop for a second because he must finish this. But Balo still looks down on him with pure contempt, calling it a reckless and foolish plan. You and I both know this is a desperate gamble, as Balo claims even gods could not defeat his perfect form. Alright, you and I are about to witness Corin get cornered by ice magic. Mariette is right there, constantly pushing him to keep moving forward. Mariette shouts for Corin to hurry before her strength fades. Gritting his teeth, he thanks his senior and charges straight into the fray. Seeing the charge, Bao sneers and threatens them. He calls them rats who are about to die by his hand. His massive hand reaches out to crush everything in sight. Suddenly, Elisa appears, telling Corin to ignore that filthy hand and strike now. This just fuels Eren's rage. She demands to know what those mages are up to. She screams at them to move and kill, while a powerful figure approaches from the distance with a booming command to quit. Tower Master Eren Danua stands tall, ready to declare the true history of the Magic Tower. As she finishes, Corin unleashes a devastating blow. But a sudden, terrifying scream from ahead stops him cold. Bao has summoned vicious snakes to rip Corin apart. He mocks him, asking if he forgot something important. You and I saw this coming. Corin was just waiting for him to show up. As the giant snake prepares to strike, Corin just smirks mysteriously. The Beast King, another monster, joins the fight. Corin doesn't flinch and draws his weapon immediately. Gator LKI is hit by the Hunter's Curse, taking 350% more damage. There is no escaping the marked hunt. Corin strikes the snake repeatedly with his spear. The more he fights, the more his power seems to overflow. He activates the Sebastian core. Raising his blade high, he roars out the name of his Black Sage spear. Suddenly Dunsky appears with a twisted smile. He mocks the enemy for looking so relaxed during a war. Balo declares himself a legend. He demands the descendants of the sun kneel before the great giant king. Corin is nearly caught off guard as everything around him starts being swallowed by the giant's eye. Right then, Warren drops from the sky to strike Balo. Their massive energies collide, triggering a colossal explosion. Mana tears through the air, shattering everything nearby. Amidst the chaos, a voice rings out. Warren, get back. She obeys instantly. Meanwhile, Aaron is fuming, feeling the sting of a deep, painful wound. He demands to know where these lowlives got the courage to attack. His evil blade power flares, then he suddenly freezes. Corin is charging right at him with massive energy. He keeps his eyes wide, counting down the last 3 seconds. Balo lets out a deafening, ear-piercing scream. He warns Corin Locke to get out of his way. But Corin isn't done, drawing a blade wrapped in magic. He asks if the enemy even realizes what's happening. Now pay attention here. Corin swings his spear, leaving Balo in total shock as his whole world falls apart. Corin stays perfectly calm while his energy remains at its peak. He asks if the gap is clear now. The difference in their power levels is absolute. Still, Balo refuses to accept this humiliating defeat. He clings to the hope of turning the tables. He claims the salvation of magic cannot fall here. 2 massive forces collide, creating a giant explosion. High above, the observers watch in pure terror. The guards urge the Saintess to retreat to camp immediately. Estelle calmly tells them she is perfectly fine. She refuses to look away from the battlefield. She must witness the struggle of those fighting for her sake. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from below, drowning out the world. Estelle stands frozen, mesmerized by the divine glow. Her eyes go wide with realization. She wonders if she truly is the disciple closest to God. Tears start streaming down Estelle's face. She can finally feel the divine power with her own pure soul. Filled with joy, the hidden bloodline deep within her body finally begins to awaken. Estelle finally understands the truth of the Saintess. She drops to her knees, realizing the path before her. Corin's image fills her mind. There is no divine power there, yet he is the one she unconsciously prays to. Back on the battlefield, the entire area has been turned into a sea of fire. This is where a god truly resides. Aaron coughs, struggling up, while Balo stares at his trembling hands. He keeps muttering through gritted teeth that he cannot possibly lose in a place like this. Before him stands the divine cauldron, the symbol of godlike power for the Dagana people on the surface. Even in agony, he reaches for it. He believes his parasite-like nature will let him reincarnate forever. But Corin gets there first and grabs the cauldron. He mocks Balo for still being alive after all that. Without a second thought, he pours out the contents. It's over. Balo can only stare and scream in despair. And that's where we leave it. Corin knew about that treasure from Mao all along. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when legendary poison meets a past life grudge in Bogang's myriad poison. Its power is absolutely devastating, a one-time use weapon that wipes out all life the moment the toxin makes contact. Watching Balo fade away, Corin says, "In my past life, you threw this into the sea, and countless people died." He screams endlessly, "No." Balo's hands tremble, desperately trying to find anything to hold on to as he vanishes. Master. But in the next second, he melts into a liquid mess. He is now just a harmless puddle on the ground. Following Lunsky's death, images of the past emerge, starting from the moment Saintess Estelle was taken to the magic tower. Back then, everyone was completely shocked by her sudden appearance in that place. Countless events happened during this time. Long adventures and many memories shared together over exactly 1 month. Every battle they fought was unforgettable. Even now, the conflict seems to stretch on without a clear end. After a long struggle, Corin finally shows a small, relieved smile. Finally, everything has come to an end. Corin asks with deep worry, where was she alone all this time? But Warren stays silent, keeping her secret. Her endurance is beyond belief. For over 2 weeks without food or water, she single-handedly blocked the entire pursuit team. This feat is enough to become a legend of the North. Right then, Warren grabs Corin's wrist. Estelle and Corin likely wouldn't have survived if it wasn't for this girl's incredible sacrifice. But now, she finally speaks. "You are safe, right?" Leaving him stunned and unable to react. What did she say? Now pay attention, because Warren just smiles and shakes her head. Nothing happened. And just like that, the legend vanishes. Instead, news of the Corin Guardians' overwhelming victory over the Magic Tower spreads like wildfire across the entire world. Dunsky flashes a twisted smile and says, "You have defeated the world's greatest enemy." A system window appears. Junsky, Archmage, A+ rank. Rewards include 160 points, aura rank increase, and mana boost. Gained understanding of ear, and the title of War Knight. Understanding ear allows him to intuitively grasp magic structures. The system then adds even more details. As a War Knight, he becomes the symbol of the battlefield, the most brilliant knight in the fray, one who is never allowed to fall. He is the center of the battlefield, with abilities shifting based on his allies. If he collapses, the morale of every ally will shatter. Not only that, both his aura and magic ranks have reached highest tier. Now, only special grade sits above him. War stands there in a daze, feeling the massive energy surge within a power that pulls life back into his body. It strengthens the body and boosts raw physical combat power. Among those with special-grade aura, Warren is the most prominent. Additionally, Estelle is the one who possesses massive magic power, the power to absorb or control surrounding mana to create supernatural phenomena and cast powerful spells. Among those with special-grade magic, Mariette is the most notable. As far as I know, only 3 people have reached special grade in both. Others are incredibly strong too, like Pihu, King OH, and Tessaz. But with Tezbanaz, once you factor in his precepts, he truly deserves to be called a being beyond this world. You and I might think that's far off, but just 1 year into this life, I've already toppled the magic tower. Corin grows more composed by the second. There's no need to rush. Just get strong enough at the exact moment it's needed. Suddenly, Mariette walks in and speaks with an excited voice. Corin, everything here is cleared out. He asks about the situation as old memories flash through his mind. From the very start, this mission to rescue the Saintess included permission for unlimited looting. During this Magic Tower raid, the Corin Guardians were allowed infinite spoils. The resources here are truly luxurious. Since Mariette handles the material resources, we decided to give those up and focus on something else instead. A robot counts the numbers. 457 mages total, including 2 elders and 6 professors. Is it all right if I manage these people? She places a hand on Corin's shoulder, saying his responsibilities have grown. Mariette's eyes are filled with hunger as she looks at him. I might need more. The sight of blood makes Corin awkward, but he still agrees. I guess it is fine for now. Then, excuse me. But what Mariette bites isn't Corin, it is Warren's hand. Her sudden appearance surprises him. Warren, why so sudden? After a silence, Warren whispers, guests are here. Estelle walks in looking radiant, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what's next. Got a minute? Right after that, both Warren and Mary's looked pretty annoyed as they were kicked out. Stick with me, we are jumping into a moment that is about to get very awkward. What is it? Estelle asked softly. I wanted to say thank you, Corin. Thanks for saving me. Corin couldn't help but tease her. Is it just a verbal thanks? She fired back instantly. Do not worry, the royal family will have a proper reward waiting for you. Unfortunately, the church is quite busy, so their reward might be delayed. Corin actually found that pretty interesting. The church is busy? As he said that, Estelle's face suddenly turned bright red from pure embarrassment. Right, so I want to give you a gift first. But before Corin could finish, she pulled him into a kiss. Pay attention here, because this kiss is a total curveball. Estelle gave him a sweet reward for saving her. She whispered for him to close his eyes. Corin obeyed. A familiar scent of peaches brushed his nose. It felt like heaven, the warm scent of a heart that once shared heat in the freezing cold. Something slipped between his lips, brushing his teeth and tangling with his tongue. Soft on the bottom, hard on top. Corin slowly opened his eyes as the heat rose. Estelle playfully held up a finger with a mysterious smile. But a second later, she pointed and scolded him. You bold brat. You really are a man, huh? You were expecting it, right? Look at your face. Do you need a mirror to see yourself? Surprisingly, Estelle just walked away. We will talk later, and next time, you better call me lady. Corin felt totally unsatisfied. Hey, isn't that joke a bit much? But he could only sit there in silence. Basically, she is a tough one to handle. Elsewhere, Estelle was lost deep in her own thoughts. You and I can see she is clearly shaken, even if she is trying to act tough. She kept touching her lips. It was a first, yet her heart was racing like it would explode. Just like it did back then. That massive divine power felt exactly like the first time she encountered the sun's overwhelming strength. She had been so happy when her false beliefs shattered. That rush of finally facing the truth. Corin asked if anyone near the Saintess acted weird before the kidnapping. In response, Estelle gave him a hard slap. In the end, everything Corin said was right. She looked at the necklace in her hand and thought, the beads were pure gold. My power would not recover because someone swapped my beads for fakes. Estelle's eyes fell on the crack under the pendant. Only high-ranking officials in the church could have touched this. Suddenly, someone rushed in with a message. Saintess, it is time to see the Pope. Hearing that, she became hurried. Is it? Estelle closed her eyes with a look of deep regret. Can I see Corin during summer break? I want to face the sun again with a pure soul. She opened her eyes, thinking of the traitors. Fury boiled inside as she resolved to hunt them all down. The scene shifts to the Duna potato farm in the south. Early morning, the loudspeaker blares. Wake up, you rats. Everyone feels exhausted. Is it morning already? Soon, everyone is outside for exercise. The morning drills at Dan begin. 1 2 1 2. The music never stops. Hey, a man suddenly strikes up a conversation. Julin, the other man replied instinctively. What's for breakfast? Boiled or roasted potatoes. Immediately, a guard whacks him with a club. Potatoes again? Damn it. Is the ghost of hunger obsessed with them? Shut up and work. The guard's insults kept coming. Eat your trash. These potatoes are the result of hard work and taxes. Julin cursed while digging. This was all because of that potato-loving girl and that guy who looks like a leech. Just wait. When these dark times pass, I will rise again. He found the whole situation ridiculous. No way a professor like him would fall here. Suddenly, he sees a familiar face, Professor Ronalan. Professor Julin. Julin looked around, unable to hide his joy at seeing his colleagues from the magic tower. Are you finally here to save us? But he just pulled out a single thing. No. Ronal held out his handcuffed hands with a look of pure despair. We got caught too. Julin's joy turned to stone. Hope was just a mask for despair. A month later, the evening sun sets. Mani held a letter and asked, Brother, did you see the letter that arrived this morning? Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. I haven't seen it, Bo complained. All right. You and I are about to dive into a story where being a hero is the last thing on our main character's mind. Last summer he went south, and by winter he was in the east. He's been way too busy traveling to visit home. His mom is thrilled though. Apparently, Corin is getting a lot of recognition and even earned some kind of major promotion lately. His father, Bo, asks for details. Seems like they even started some club together. Mani is getting more hyped with every letter she reads. Corin apparently played a huge role in rescuing the kidnapped Saintess. Hearing that, Bo can't help but laugh along with her in pride. He says the kid inherited his guts. Then, he starts rambling on and on about how a man should live his life. He believes a man should build a name for himself. Suddenly, she wonders if their Corin has ever actually been in love with anyone. Bo sighs in total helplessness. The kid looks sharp, sure, but can he even speak a single sentence to a girl without freezing up? At his age, finding a girlfriend is the only way he's ever going to actually grow up and become a real man. Back at the academy, Corin and Marie are heading inside. He mentioned he'd be arriving with some of his friends this time. Bo sighs again, thinking Corin is still far from being mature, probably just bringing one or two guy friends along with him. Corin looks incredibly fired up. He points forward and shouts at the top of his lungs, All right everyone, let's head out. Corin and Wiens leave for the capital. Meanwhile, Bo and Mani are busy prepping a massive feast to welcome them all back. Since he's bringing friends, they've got to cook up some chicken to treat them right. But elsewhere, Siu is lost in deep thought. Now pay attention here, because this is where the game world starts getting way too real for our protagonist. Item boxes, crafting menus, skill windows, and quest guides, it's all there. The game title? Legend of Hero Ahan. Siu quickly checks his status. He was a legendary pro gamer who knew every single detail of this world like the back of his hand. But all that fame and skill? That was all in his past life. Now, things are very different. The sight before him makes him let out a long, frustrated sigh. This is just not right. None of it is good at all. Siu can't help but curse everything this game world, his new body as Park Soo, and the system forcing him to save the world. Every single bit of it is absolute garbage. In novels or games, characters are always meddling in things, throwing their lives away just to save some random person they don't know. That kind of stuff makes him sick. He's totally allergic to heroes. Then, horrific memories of slaughter and death flash through his mind. But one thing is certain, this entire world is destined to be destroyed by the test Manhwa in the near future. When that happens, the number of people left alive will be almost zero. You and I both know the drill, save the world or die trying. Siu accepts that as a player, he's stuck with the burden of saving everyone. Luckily, this game offers a lot of freedom. Siu starts moving again, realizing he's got to be smart about how he plays this. Right? He clenches his fist as a thick surge of magical power starts to radiate all around his entire body. Fine. I'll take the most efficient path possible and make sure I'm the one who survives this hellhole no matter what. First, I need to master the system and grab every single hidden reward in this early stage. His eyes sharpen with pure determination. Since it's come to this, I'm doing things my way. Plot be damned, as long as the world is saved, my job is done. Somewhere else, he suddenly starts shouting out some pretty confusing and loud things to the sky. Forget those frustrating slow burn stories. I want the kind of satisfying victory that actually feels great and makes me look like a boss. Siu vows to live for himself. Just then, he spots Corin running toward him, and he realizes he's in the same boat. Siu can't help but wonder what the hell is wrong with this guy, but Corin just keeps rambling on and on without stopping. He asks if he knows kimchi, and mentions being Korean, but Siu has to cut him off, saying he already knows all that. Meanwhile, Corin is acting like he's on a caffeine high, talking at 100 miles per hour about random nonsense. Siu mutters to himself, wondering if the guy has brain damage. That immediately kills the mood for the other guy standing there. Then Corin switches the subject. He's just happy to meet someone from home and asks how old Siu actually is. Siu answers nonchalantly, His real age is 26, though his current physical body is only 22 years old. Hearing that, Corin gets all cocky. Since I'm a year older, you should call me Big Brother, or Hyung. Siu instantly regrets being honest. Damn it, he should have lied and said he was older. Then Corin asks if Siu has ever played this specific game before. He awkwardly replies with a simple no, claiming he was pulled into this world right before he could even start playing it. It's a calculated lie. There's no reason to give away all his professional information just yet. Corin just rubs his chin, thinking. And that's where we leave it. You and I are going to have to wait and see if this Corin guy is a blessing or a curse. Alright, let's dive into a story where a total underdog becomes the ultimate shield. Corin throws an arm around Sihu, grinning as he tells her to just trust him and open the status window. Sihu is completely lost. Status window? Still, she decides to play along for now. Fine, he can be a temporary lackey. This is Corin Locke, 28 years old, and a former student at a prestigious sports university. He used to be a dedicated athlete who never missed a day of training. Now, he is just an extra in the legend of Ahan Corin Locke. Sihu wonders why a top athlete ended up as a lowly gym trainer. Corin is honest about it. A guy took a bribe from the association president to fix a match. He exposed the fraud and got kicked out for his trouble. Sihu thinks he is a total idiot. Why jump into someone else's mess? Honestly, it was a move that only a fool would make. Sihu stops him in his tracks with one question. Do you not regret doing that? Corin admits that if he had stayed quiet, he would be rich. Maybe even playing in Brazil by now. He could have made the national team. He forces a bitter smile. I probably should regret it, right? Sihu sighs. She is tired of these self-proclaimed good guys who only care about their heroic image. Their empty pride controls everything they do. It reminds her of her days back in college. Those guys who begged for her number always acted so kind and gentle just to get what they wanted. Now pay attention, because this is where the early stage bait finally realizes she is in way over her head. 1 month later, the full moon shines over the academy ruins, surrounded by the debris of a brutal battle. Sihu clutches her bleeding arm, staring at the blade in front of her. Damn it, she can barely believe this. She let her guard down for just 1 second. The scene is horrific. She killed Elisa to recruit Lunia early and buffed the others, but they are still losing. Mari stands there lifelessly against the vampire, Mariette Dawn Nu Olev. This is the nightmare of stage 1. She was ambitious, grabbing every hidden item like the golden mandrake. But her magic control failed, and the golem was crushed. Now, Sihu has no choice but to run as fast as her legs can carry her. One tiny mistake ruined everything. She sprints forward, too terrified to even look back at what is coming. The beast is closing in. Sihu desperately throws up magic circles to try and slow the monster down. But fighting with only one working arm is nearly impossible. Everything feels awkward and slow. How is she supposed to hit anything? She chose magic because she hated getting her hands dirty. Based on stats, Mariette is weakened by hunger. A solo win should be easy, but damn it, it is not. She is cornered with nowhere left to go. The gap between game logic and real combat is terrifyingly huge. In the distance, Mariette obliterates the beast with a single, effortless strike. You feel that desperation too, right? This isn't a game anymore. Sihu screams out in pure agony. It hurts too much. This cannot be a game over. If she dies here, it is forever. She shuts her eyes tight, waiting for the end. But when she opens them, she is still breathing. Corin appeared out of nowhere to block the strike. Are you okay? Sihu stares at him in total shock. He is clearly in pain, but he jokes that if she can talk, she is doing just fine. His actions make her feel insane. Why? You have nothing to do with me. Why go this far? Corin says saving her does not need a reason. He just wants to see a happy ending. He collapses before he can even finish his sentence. Is it not better if everyone survives? Someone dying is never a good thing. Sihu panics, begging him to stay awake and not die. Before he loses consciousness, Corin tells her she deserves to be happy too. Do not die here. He falls, leaving Sihu in a state of pure disbelief. She grinds her teeth and calls him a fool. She is frozen, unable to process what just happened. Please, she begs, do not die. She clutches his body, sobbing. Later, she watches him in the hospital bed, still cursing his recklessness. He charged in with a spear, and now a month has passed without him waking up. Sihu knows his injuries were too severe. A minor character like Corin Locke has very clear physical limits. So what do you and I take from this? Sometimes a hero is just a fool who refuses to give up. Stick with me, you are about to see how Pihu steps forward with absolute confidence. Before this, she was 22, a math and science student at a top Korean university. On Earth, she was Perrin, a girl with a bright future. Siren's gaze is completely unwavering, and the path ahead of her looks incredibly bright. Men were always chasing after her, but now, she is a player in the legendary hero game, Ahan Peru. Siu has been training non-stop. For the past month, I have been constantly strengthening my powers. Yuen whispers from this side. He thinks to himself, I have far surpassed the level of a normal rank 1 mage. Suddenly, Siu sees Marie draining the life from an animal. For some reason, she starts sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing this only makes his rage burn even hotter. You seriously injured 2 people and you are still doing fine? This monster is the one who hurt Corin. But his eyes widen at a sudden voice. Corin? Marie looks completely devastated. I injured my junior, Corin. Is Corin going to be okay? Siu realizes that even though their time together was short, he truly cared for his junior, Corin. Ino liked him from the very start. The more he thinks, the more his teeth grind in fury. You too? Suddenly, Siu snaps and lunges forward, grabbing her by the throat. This low-rank, non-player character doesn't even know her place. He squeezes tight, pouring out all of his pent-up resentment. He belongs to me in this world full of fakes. He is the only thing that is actually real to me. Cutting to another scene, Corin looks at the cake Mien brought and offers a compliment. Mien, you are a great baker. Give me a slice, she replies. Thanks for the compliment. Here, let me get you another piece. He says, not only is the cake delicious, but your heart is incredibly kind too. Then, Corin helps Rel carry things and asks, Rel, where are you going? She answers, I am moving materials to the lab. He playfully teases, how can a weak mage like you carry all this stuff? Let me take half, I will help. Ray says, thank you. Next, Corin turns his attention to Han Dana. Professor Dana, have you been eating well? I just got a sandwich from Elra. Want to try some? She shyly responds. Of course I do. Watching all this, Siu is so angry the veins on his face are popping. He thinks, what is he doing? Now pay attention here. Siu watches him wipe his brow and admits his face is actually pretty decent. He is famous across the academy for being friendly to everyone, men or women. And his way of speaking? Every word that comes out of his mouth is so friendly it naturally makes the person across from him happy. Later, back in the lounge, as he is deep in thought, Corin sits down next to him and speaks up. I wonder what Han Bian, my old personal trainer, is doing these days. He recalls her giving him free massages and thinks she was such a kind person. She asked if it felt good. Corin then remembers the time he spent hanging out with Zhang. He mutters, wondering what that athlete who was once pressured into match-fixing by their coach is doing these days. Hearing that, Gahu asks, after that incident, you two got close and went to Hongdae together, right? He casually replies, it is a shame. I wish I had dated at least once before coming here. I only had friends. Those words make him curse. This guy is a lost cause. I know what you're thinking, how can he be this dense? He notices nothing. Why did my first crush have to be this absolute crazy, flirting maniac? Suddenly, Corin touches Siu's shoulder and comments, hey Siu, your muscles are really showing now. But your face hasn't changed at all. He blushes and replies, I am a player, so how could my appearance change? Corin casually blurts out, you really are handsome though. Siu is startled, his face turning bright red. Remember that cross-dressing contest you suggested at the start of the year? The prize for it is pretty decent, right? With a face like yours, I think you would easily win. I am telling you, it would suit you perfectly. Sihu yells out, seriously? Then he shyly adds, if you do my makeup, I might consider it. Corin agrees immediately. Good choice. I will buy everything for you, from hats to fishnet stockings, Siu asks. So, are you free tonight? I happen to have a meal voucher for Holy Panda. He wonders to himself. Why am I so happy over something like this? Am I an idiot? Suddenly, Corin speaks up. Not today. One of the juniors, Juna, said she has things to talk about, so I promised to eat with her. Hearing that, Sihu snaps the towel. Damn it. Seeing this, he asks in surprise, why are you cursing so much? I just have to admit it. He covers his face in pure despair, thinking this flirt attracts girls like a natural disaster. Siu sighs, deciding he must block them all out. Corin Locke has no idea how popular he actually is, and it needs to stay that way forever. He thinks of Lumia staring intently at the paper in her hand. Siu thinks the solution is simple. Look at the paper. He forms an all-boys party. You and I are about to see if this plan actually works. Alright, you and I are about to see a master manipulator at work as Siu kicks the strongest fighter, Lumia Aiden, right out of the party. He pins up the girls' photos, quietly admitting the difficulty will spike, but with enough calculation, he believes it is still very much possible. Switching his strategy from finishing the game efficiently to avoiding female characters entirely, Siu focuses on Estelle's photo while planning his moves. To capture Bantagat, I still need to drag that annoying saint, Estelle, into the party. So, let us just spark a scandal to make the saint and the pope tear each other apart. He stands before the photos, thinking he will just side with the saint for the rewards before the final battle begins. If he plays it right, there is no way he and the saint will actually have a real meeting, right? A sinister look crosses Siu's face as he continues to map out the next stage of his plan. Good. The next script is ready while I am still thinking I wasted 2 years just to catch this gigolo. Suddenly, Corin slams his drink down on the table. He is completely wasted, crying as he stammers out how guilty he feels. Corin hits the table in frustration, cursing at that damn for breaking in that exact spot. Hearing this, Siu thinks to himself that the Radiant River incident was actually his own doing. Corin just keeps on crying harder. His voice chokes up. Mary, Waron, Gravel, Ewan, too many people have died. Siu, what the hell was I even doing? Damn it. I knew it all. I knew everything. Siu watches him, coldly judging the man's breakdown. Now pay attention, this shows you exactly how cold our main character is as he calls Corin a fool who is easy to use. Who cares about some worthless non-player characters? Corin looks up, sobbing that he is just too weak. Then, Siu finally speaks up. There is a way for you to get stronger. He thinks of Aaron, knowing Corin needs more power for the final battle. If it is that girl, the natural heir of the hero, she can definitely push him to a much higher level of power. With that, Siu grabs Corin's hand and tells him softly that he can still grow much stronger. He promises they will reach the ending together. Siu smiles to himself, wondering if they can stay together even after the end. He pauses for a second, mumbling to himself if this means he is basically hitting on Arinua too. As Siu lets go, Corin collapses onto the table while Siu calmly sips his wine and calculates his next move. Well, it is just one more person. He just needs to keep a close eye on things 24/7 like before. Between the party, friends, and the non-player character allies, he just needs to manage the women. Months pass, and the scene shifts to the castle under a clear sky. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Just a normal chat, right? Well, wait for the bombshell, as Corin calls out to Siu. Siu asks if there is something important, thinking about going for food, but Corin drops the bomb he is having a kid. Siu freezes instantly. Thinking of Miriam, Corin shyly admits that since the partner is a boss, it feels a bit strange. After the royal ball, he and Lady One got much closer. He laughs happily, telling Siu to congratulate him on becoming a father. Siu does not react, just keeps his head down. Corin calls his name again, but Siu is busy grinding his teeth in silence. Veins pop on Siu's face as he reaches the peak of his rage, cursing Corin's actions in his mind. Night falls over the palace, and the guards are out in full force, keeping a tight watch over the grounds. Even in the dark, the palace lights never go out. The guard level here is legendary, the highest tier in the Hero Ahan mythos. We move inside to the brightly lit halls of the palace interior. This is the most heavily guarded area, protected by the royal knights. This is the palace of the second princess. Siu has already broken in and is choking Miriam. She glares back, calling him the hero of the few kingdom. She notes that his feelings for Corin are quite unusual, though she did not expect him to be this obvious about it. Miriam is sweating but still tries to threaten him. Does he really think he can keep this a secret? She asks if he is hiding Hinter Lga and Mariette Dunalbev well. Siu lets go, asking if she saw everything. She says if she dies, letters will be sent to the south and to Corin. He cannot kill her, right? He glares at her and demands a trade. Siu tells her he knows exactly where the thing she is looking for is hidden. Miriam turns serious, saying if that is true, she has to act. She offers him a mock congratulations. Checkmate. His eyes flare with a cold, murderous intent as he growls that he is the one calling checkmate. And that is where we leave it. You and I just saw a perfect trap being sprung, didn't we? He knows her only weakness. The next day, Miriam's place is covered in blood, exactly as planned. Corin holds her, sobbing his heart out. He calls her a fool, saying he told her to wait for him. Miriam weakly replies that she had no other choice. All right, you and I are diving into a story where every choice matters. She whispers to him, apologizing for the child she couldn't protect. She confesses her love far too late, her voice trembling. Standing nearby, Corin Siu curses under her breath at the tragic scene. Damn it, to think it would end in such a pathetic death. Behind her, Miriam watches with a sinister, triumphant glare. She mouths a silent threat to Siu, you are going to fail. In that moment, pure rage explodes inside him. Siu summons his blade with a curse, vowing to surpass Mariette, Miriam, and anyone else in his path. He recalls exactly how much he had to risk just to stand on this battlefield. But to be caught at the very last second? His eyes flare with fury as he growls that he won't endure this anymore. A flash of Corin bound in heavy chains burns through his mind. His voice is filled with possessive intensity. Your own will doesn't even matter, because you belong to me. In this world full of lies, you are the only real thing I have left. As the system light flickers, Siu gives a dark smile. Just wait for me. Now pay attention, because the system just announced the final battle for the fate of the world. He's coming to claim what's his. It is an all-out war with everything on the line. Suddenly, the blinding light of Tezbanazad appears before them. Demon God Siu summons massive magic circles, pillars of light swirling around his body. Tezbanazad initiates the strike. charging straight at Siu as they both collide with devastating force. A blinding flash of energy consumes the area. This is a battle that legends will remember forever. A massive explosion rocks the earth, leaving nothing behind but a lingering, powerful glow. The light fades to reveal Siu collapsed and bloody, gasping for air as he coughs. He has never witnessed power like this before. It is a terrifying strength that rivals the ancient gods themselves. Why? How could this happen? From the bottom of the crater, Tezbanazat tells Siu that his fate was already decided. His defeat was always destined to happen in a completely different way. You are strong, but as a warrior, you are still incomplete. It is a pity that everything returns to zero. Liampa would never accept such a mediocre ending to this grand story. Corin Locke would have been a better choice. Tezbanazat raises his spear, his body wreathed in flames. Don't bother lingering. He drives the spear into Siu's back, screaming that he is the eternal winner. Siu coughs up blood, realizing that winning or losing doesn't actually matter anymore. It isn't even about survival. He closes his tear-filled eyes, thinking of the words he never got to say. If I knew it would end like this, I would have told you I loved you sooner, regardless of everything. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a different world. A hand reaches out in total shock. It is Siren. She wakes up in her own room, whispering that she is finally home. And here's the twist we didn't see coming. The system announces a total reset. All his progress is just gone. Her mother walks in, telling her that she has played enough games and it is time for dinner. Seeing her, Siren rushes over to hug her tightly, crying that it has been so long. Her mother is startled by the tears, but Siren simply says she has to go. She bolts out the door while her mother shouts after her, wondering what is wrong with the girl. Siren takes a taxi straight to the gym. Hanbian tells her the owner isn't working today and asks who she is. She just ignores him and sprints past, leaving Hanbian shouting in her wake. He yells for her to stop and threatens to call the police. But she does not care. She calculates the distance, less than 10 minutes. She pushes her body to the absolute limit. Her heart is set on one thing, seeing him again. Reaching the building, she wonders if she should have bought new clothes or fixed her makeup first. Climbing the stairs, she realizes she cannot wait another second. She has waited 3 long years already. Finally, she stands before his door, gasping for air. The lights are on, he is inside. I really am back. She bangs on the door, calling out to him that she is here. She promises to explain everything as she reaches for the handle, unable to wait a moment longer. He is just an ordinary person in this world, but he is finally back in reality. The door swings open and she cries out his name. But then, she freezes. Her eyes widen in horror at the screen in front of her. This cannot be how it ends. And trust me, you and I just watched her entire world shatter. Alright, you and I are about to witness the moment everything changes, Siren screams, as Corin Locke begins the inheritance process. The scene shifts to Jenin, whose eyes go wide as she shouts about how massive it is. She happily runs off wanting to try every street food in sight, while Corin gazes at the stunning kingdom scenery. The royal capital is the heart of the Eldest Kingdom, a massive hub for both administration and transport. He pauses for a beat before admitting that he never really wanted to come back to this place. A girl beside him asks if this isn't his home, confused by his sudden hesitation. Corin falls silent, replying that it is, but he has some pretty painful memories here. He notices Marriott carrying a mountain of bags and asks why she brought so much stuff along. She smiles, explaining she did not know what his parents liked, asking what kind of family he actually has. He tells her they are just normal people, parents run a restaurant, and his sister is at the Royal Academy. Deep down, he feels awkward since arriving in this world. Home has always felt like a borrowed space. He is just an outsider from Earth who took over the body and memories of Corin Locke. He remembers Shu, thinking about how they both struggled to accept this new reality until the very end. Staring at a photo, he wonders what this life really means to the boy known as Corin Locke. He continues to stare at the family portrait, wondering what would happen if his family wasn't there. Flashing memories of the family laughing and playing together suddenly rush through his mind. He wonders if he stole a soul or if they merged into an entirely new entity. They accepted him so naturally, even after he changed, making him bow his head in silence. With a happy expression, he admits these are the people who truly made him who he is today. Arriving at the front door, he feels a mix of intense guilt and nervous energy. It has been forever, and he feels bad for making them wait so long for his return. He knocks with a trembling heart, realizing this is actually the first time he is seeing them this life. He bursts in, shouting for his mom and dad through tears of pure emotion. Now watch this suddenly. A ladle flies at his face as his family stands there in a murderous rage. His father, Bon, screams in fury, asking why he even dared to show his face. He calls him a bastard and a demon, telling him to get out of his son's body immediately. Corin is shocked, asking what is going on, but Bon just points at something covered up. The old man demands to know where all this stuff came from, but Corin is totally clueless. 1 hour earlier, the family was staring in shock as 2 mysterious women arrived at their door. Before them stood Aaron and the legendary hero Josephine, the president of the academy. Bon is stunned that such a high-ranking hero would visit their humble home. Aaron shyly explains that Corin is her star student, the top of the second-year class. You and I can see the mother's suspicion hitting the ceiling when she mentions their special bond. With that, Aaron turns to leave, tossing one last comment over her shoulder. She leaves a mountain of gifts, mentioning a royal meeting, while the parents whisper in shock. Bon decides the age gap doesn't matter, as long as there is real love between them. Mani is still worried, thinking it might be weird to have a daughter-in-law older than them. Suddenly, another girl appears, kneeling with a sword as Mani asks who she is. She looks up and introduces herself as Lunia Aiden, the woman officially engaged to their son. She represents the Aiden family of the East, presenting a massive gift for her future in-laws. She tells them not to feel pressured, looking toward a source of blinding light. She orders her servant Jenny to bring out the offerings they prepared for the family. The sheet is pulled back, revealing a blinding hoard of gold, jewels, and priceless treasures. Bone loses it, screaming that he sent his son to school to learn, not to become a gigolo. So, you and I leave Corin being chased with a broom for supposedly seducing rich girls for money. My son is playing the field again. His mother desperately tries to calm the father down. Relax, honey. Please, just calm down. All right, you and I are about to see a mysterious voice cut right through the tension. Marriott steps forward and says, "Hello, everyone. My name is Marriott Dampf. Pleased to meet you." The girl beside her adds, "I am Elisa Aiden, a friend of Corin." Then Warren speaks coldly. Warjen speaks up bashfully. "Oh no, I am just Jen, someone who is currently in his debt." Sitting on the ground, Corin scratches his head with an awkward laugh. His parents, Bone and Mani, stare in shock, thinking, "Wait, there are more?" They both raise their hands high, radiating pure, murderous intent as they prepare to strike. His mother shouts, "Son, I am so disappointed." "What son? This is not my son. A demon must have possessed him. Get out of my boy's body right now." Corin screams in a panic. "No, it is just a misunderstanding. I have never even gone on a date with anyone before." Seeing the situation get heated, Xia steps in to stop them. "Mom, Dad, just listen to what Big Brother has to say first. My brother is not the type of person to be a playboy." He looks at her, thinking she is his savior, but notices she is covered in gold. Now, pay attention, because Xia turns to her brother with a truly devious look on her face. "My big brother definitely has his own calculated reasons for doing all of this." To his horror, Xia continues, "If he is a responsible man with true love, he will choose just one girl and stay with her, right?" Now every girl's eyes are filled with murderous intent as they lock onto Corin, leaving him completely speechless and confused. Mariette cheerfully picks up her bags and smiles. Mrs. I brought some gifts for you all the way from the south." Corin's mother gasps, "The south, Dunafer. Oh my goodness, please make yourself comfortable, Lady Duchess." Meanwhile, Elisa offers Xia some sweets. "Your sister said she visited this morning, and you are her younger sister, right? Would you like to try some honey bomb candy?" Xia replies, "So you are the second young miss of the Auden family? I actually love honey bomb candy very much." She takes a bite and exclaims, "So sweet. Wait, does this mean Lady Elisa is going to become my brother's sister-in-law?" Elisa says, "Maybe." A moment later she mumbles her calculations. "And for your older sister, Corin would eventually become her brother-in-law." Warren overhears this and nearly chokes, thinking to herself, what on earth is this girl even talking about right now? While everyone is chatting happily, Warren cracks the door open and slips outside. Suddenly, an illusion of herself follows, asking, "Where are you going? We should be doing something to compete with those other girls." Warren snaps back coldly, "You are being far too loud." The illusion persists and whispers in her ear, "Just close your eyes and listen to me once. Corin is going to love this." A short while later, they arrive at a clothing store. The illusionary girl squeals in excitement. "This is wonderful. It is so cute. Trust me, you and I are not ready for this makeover," as Warren tries on a sexy dress. "This is way too revealing. Men are weak for a little skin." The illusion laughs. This was in the first volume of Professor Josephine's romance novel. Besides, just think about Mary or Elisa. This level of skin is actually pretty normal for them, right? Warren speaks coldly. Everyone has lost their minds, and that novel is not normal at all. I am changing back into my old clothes. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out. "Did you buy some new clothes?" Seeing her in the dress, Corin is stunned. "You were already pretty, but you look amazing today. You should have dressed like this sooner." He continues, "It is a bit awkward for me to go home right now." Corin reaches out his hand. "How about we walk around the capital?" The illusion of Warren is completely smitten, squealing, "Oh my god," while the real Warren shyly takes his hand and says, "Okay." Deep down, she decides she needs to borrow the second volume of Professor Josephine's romance novel immediately. The sky is clear and very pleasant. Corin leads Warren through the streets by the hand, pointing. This is the best restaurant around here. After that, they head over to the amusement area. Corin gestures forward and asks, "Have you ever played that game over there?" But she just stays silent. They continue to walk together until the sun begins to set. He says, "This way should be fine." Warren does not reply. She just looks down with an embarrassed face. Corin notices the time. It is already night. Warren jumps in surprise. Is it over already?" Corin looks at her and says, "This is the very last place." They sit down to rest in a cave. He lies down to talk. "For a few reasons, I used to live here in the past. To be precise, I lived here in total isolation. But I found this beautiful spot back then. Since we are here, I wanted to show you." Warren just stares at his face. "It is so beautiful." He agrees, but from where she is looking, Corin adds, "You can see it most clearly from right here." Right above the mouth of the cave, the sky is filled with a brilliant, shimmering field of stars. He speaks softly. "Sometimes I need a place like this. Sharing it is nice, but sometimes I just want to keep it for myself." And that is where we leave it, with Warren finally admitting she would be furious if he ever brought another girl here. All right, you and I are diving back into a moment where the past and present collide in the most heart-wrenching way. Her heart races the second he touches her. Blushing, she hides her face and finally whispers, "I." Her lips tremble, searching for the right words. Summoning every ounce of courage, Warren confesses she has fallen for him. Corin is frozen in shock. He can feel it. This isn't some act or a lie, but a raw, honest confession. Corin remembers the wrath of the women in his life and mutters to himself, "How can I even respond to this? Maybe I really should just take a beating like my father always suggested." Thinking back to his time with Marriott and Elisa, he realizes he spent so much time just pretending he didn't notice their feelings. But it's not just Mary and Elisa. Now, the image of Warren is burned into his mind too. He knows they all love him, and that is exactly what has been eating him alive. Out of all of them, who is he truly meant to be with? The issue isn't just about who, it's the bond they share. Thinking about his original self, Corin's mind is a tangled mess of confusion. Once this script ends, he might finally get the chance to return to Earth. Now, you and I have to wonder, what choice will he make? His fists clench as guilt washes over him. If he leaves, what happens to the person he chooses to be with? Could he even survive after walking away from her forever? Corin exhales a heavy, ragged breath, realizing his answer hasn't changed. Finally, he forces the words out. "I am sorry." But in that moment, Warren leans in close. Before he can finish, she gently presses her lips against his in a soft kiss. Under the vast canopy of shimmering stars, the two of them look more romantic than a dream. Warren eventually pulls away, her cheeks burning a deep crimson as she looks down in silence. She asks if he hated it. Corin's face turns beet red as he frantically shakes his head, stuttering that he didn't hate it at all. He grips her shoulders, hesitating as his mind races. Deep down, he knows he should tell her the truth, that he simply isn't ready to accept her heart just yet. Suddenly, she speaks up, telling him to wait. Still acting shy, she whispers that in this very moment, she is Jian. She poured every bit of her courage into that confession, but it's obvious she doesn't have the strength left to hear whatever answer he's about to give. Corin goes quiet, absorbing her words. He helps her up and asks if she at least enjoyed their date today. She softly replies that she's always happy making memories with him. Corin lowers his voice, relieved to hear that she had a good time. He hoped this would be a memory she could look back on one day. Turning away, he gently suggests it's time to head home. Warren tells him to wait, grabbing his sleeve. She asks if these memories of him belong only to this specific place and time. Warren stands on her tiptoes, her voice trembling as she speaks about the time they've shared today. She kisses him once more against the romantic backdrop, pleading with him to please dream of a future for the two of them. At that moment, he felt like a total outsider, yet here he was, receiving far more love than he deserved. You and I can see just how much this is weighing on him. Corin wonders if things are truly okay like this. Suddenly, the image of a blood-stained Mirawam dying in his arms flashes back. She had told him she loved him, apologizing for taking so long to say it. Now, night has fallen, and the moonlight spills through Corin's window. Even as he sleeps deeply in his lonely bed, he wonders if he chooses just one person. Will it really be enough? The next morning at the kingdom, everything feels strangely peaceful and crystal clear. Inside, the table is piled high with food. Ren is already devouring everything, claiming it's the best meal she's ever had. Marriott and the others approach, telling her to eat as much as she wants, since this feast was prepared specifically for them. Corin asks Ren if this is her first time in the palace. Hearing this, Marriott turns to him with a curious question. She asks if it isn't Corin's first time too. He thinks to himself that yes, it's their first time here in this current regression. Corin looks pensive as they walk deeper into the palace. He sighs, realizing it's been a long time since he's seen a sight like this. Watching everyone cheer and pour wine, Corin asks if those are the warriors who distinguished themselves at the Magic Tower. He's impressed that Merkaba Academy managed to produce such high-level, elite students. While Elisa is busy eating cake, someone approaches asking for an autograph. She yelps in surprise, wondering why they would want her signature. As Corin tries to relax, the constant requests for autographs keep echoing. People are begging her to sign just one more thing. Elisa flusteredly explains she doesn't even have a signature. Corin watches everyone enjoying the party, his mind drifting. Even though they should probably be training, they've cleared so many towers that they've definitely earned a bit of rest today. Outside, Mary is chatting when she suddenly gives a thumbs up to Ian. Of course, Corin still has plenty of work left to do. Deep inside the palace, the massive doors swing open as the arrival of the king and queen is announced. The king's red cloak flutters as he steps forward. He demands everyone's attention while Estelle and Mirwam bow respectfully before him. He announces that today is a ceremony to honor his beloved daughter, the Saintess, the one chosen by the gods, and rescued from the grip of evil mages. Trust me, you and I are about to see that many brave guards gave up their very lives for this victory. All right, stick with me as the king orders our hero to stand while everyone else remains on their knees. He has heard of the great knight's legendary feats and outstanding victories on the battlefield. Ask for anything you desire, the king says, and I shall grant it to you. In this game world, a player usually chooses gold, rare elixirs, land, or even a noble title. But Corin has only one wish, and trust me, it is not money, items, or power. He firmly asks for a pardon, leaving the king completely caught off guard by the request. To the shock of Estelle and Mirwam, he demands a single-use amnesty that can be used once to clear any crime imaginable. The hall goes dead silent, but the king coldly ends the feast to talk in a private room. Corin stands frozen as the king moves the meeting away from the crowded celebration. Flashes of the past flood back into his mind, fueling his deep regrets. This regression is full of regrets, but the most painful memory is trusting a fool while his friends died, and he failed to protect his master. Visions of fire and smoke return a sea of flames that once swallowed everything he ever loved. He mumbles that if the script repeats, a bloodbath is coming and he will fail to stop it again. Back in reality, he clenches his fist with a gaze full of cold and heavy determination. But watch closely this time, he is kneeling before the king with a completely different plan in mind. The king asks, "A pardon for any crime? It sounds like you intend to break the law." He demands to know the plan, questioning Corin's secret motives with an iron-cold voice. Corin lowers his gaze and whispers that he simply cannot say a word about it. Fine, the king sighs. I will grant you a pardon for any possible crime you commit, except for high treason or harming the royal family. Is that enough for you? Corin suddenly speaks up, bowing his head to the floor with a desperate plea, demanding a pardon that clears every single crime, while the king grips his chair and growls in fury. The king explodes in rage, screaming if Corin even understands the weight of what he is saying. How arrogant! You are basically declaring you will commit treason right to my face. Corin starts to panic, wondering if his high-stakes gamble is actually failing. The king shouts that whether he is a hero or an executioner, it does not matter anymore. If his sword points at royalty, he is a threat and orders the guards to seize him immediately. But then Estelle steps forward, claiming the king cannot kill a true hero with his own hands. She reminds her father that Corin conquered the magic tower and saved her life from certain death. The king knows, but then Estelle drops a bombshell she has spent several nights with him. You and I both saw that coming, right? Corin turns pale because technically, she is not lying. He begs her for real help, while Estelle declares she trusts him more than her own father. The king is baffled, but Estelle continues, placing her trust in Corin above all else in this world. She drops to her knees, offering her respect with a heavy and sincere heart. Not as a princess, but as a saintess. The king warns her about her sacred status in the church. She does not flinch, even though her hands are shaking from the weight of her own words. Corin glances at her, finally realizing what is truly going on in her head right now. It is early, but Estelle found the church's secrets, and she desperately needs his help to fix it. With her support, he might have a chance until a voice calls it a very funny show. It is Mirwam, walking into the room with a sharp and mocking smile on her face. She calls Corin's antics entertaining, looking down her nose at his strange request for a pardon. Corin grits his teeth. This is literally the worst possible timing for her to show up. Mirwam is the Catholic saintess, and Corin just destroyed their main ally, the magic tower. There is no way she is going to let this slide easily. Corin knows Mirwam despises Estelle and will surely interfere just to ruin things, but then she shockingly tells the king to grant him the pardon. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You and I are about to see if this gamble pays off. Alright, stick with me, because you and I are about to find out if this mission is even possible. Those words leave Wenking speechless, his throat tight as Estelle slowly stands up to face the tension. Wenking finally speaks, shocked that two saints and two princesses would side with a common traitor. He collapses into his chair, the weight of disappointment making his voice crack with pure defeat. Raising children is a total waste of time. Wenking mutters, before regally announcing a one-time royal pardon for Corin Locke. Corin immediately bows in respect, thanking the king for such a massive and unexpected favor. He knows he has succeeded, but deep down, a nagging feeling suggests something is still missing. Remembering his talk with Mirawam, Corin wonders why this feels exactly like his clash with the Magic Tower. Back then, she had mentioned that the Magic Tower was already out hunting those wolves. Night falls, but Corin still questions Mirawam's motives while she sits alone, a snake coiling in her hand. She mocks her hypocritical father, wondering how far her hidden rage and hatred will eventually spread. Sensing a presence, her voice turns sharp as she calls out the intruder with cold disappointment. Breaking into a lady's room without permission is incredibly rude and lacks any sense of gentlemanly grace. Now watch this carefully. This is the moment Tez Banhazard shows his true, sinister face with a smirk. He claims he prefers to avoid noise, but Mirawam mocks the massive losses he has recently suffered. His failures are becoming abnormal, making her wonder if supporting him even serves a purpose anymore. He remains calm, clutching a quartz stone while insisting that these setbacks were simply unavoidable. With a voice full of loathing, he curses the world for constantly being against him. He hands the stone to Mirawam, demanding she fulfill their contract and read the fate within. Her eyes glow with anticipation at the treasure that can supposedly predict her very destiny. Staring at the Liam Destiny Stone, Mirawam reflects on her childhood and the choices she has made. Years ago, Tez Banhazard offered her a deal, her political support, in exchange for a yearly reading. As a brilliant light erupts from the gem, Tess insists that this time, things must be different. Enveloped in the blinding radiance, he stares at Mirawam, desperate for the result he desires. Okay, let's pivot. While things are quiet, a midnight visitor is about to change everything for Corin. It is Estelle, looking incredibly nervous as she tells Corin she has something vital to discuss. He invites her in, having already noticed her strange behavior during the royal banquet earlier. She finally confesses the truth: her holy power has been completely sealed away this whole time. Even after leaving the Steel Islands with Corin, her divine strength never showed any signs of returning. She truly believed that time would heal her, but the silence from her power remained absolute. She recalls a moment of blinding light where she could do nothing but weep in despair. Falling to her knees, her necklace snapped and hit the floor with a heavy thud. A broken corner of the pendant revealed a hidden truth she had never noticed before. The Magic Tower took all her weapons when they kidnapped her, but they left the Rosario behind. Since she rarely carried it, the realization of what was happening took her way too long. Corin realizes the truth instantly: this religious item has been absorbing her holy power all along. Estelle finds it strange that an item of God could actually block the very power he provides. A dangerous thought crosses her mind: perhaps holy power has nothing to do with one's actual faith. To prove it, she even spoke disrespectfully to the divine, yet her power remained unchanged. Corin remembers his own experience with the Rosario, realizing his mana was being drained the same way. The divine energy of Sunclaw's Solace was being pulled into the device, causing the drain. Estelle looks at him with intense focus, asking if Corin knew the secret of this world. He thinks back to their time in the cave when he asked if she ever doubted God's existence. Looking at Estelle, it is clear her role in this world is becoming far more complex. And that's the cliffhanger. Our NPC is rewriting the script, and trust me, you and I don't want to miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a story where Estelle never realized the Holy Order had a traitor. Look, the game screen even gets punctured. Because of that, the charges regarding her Rosario were never brought to light, leaving a massive plot hole in the eyes of every player. When Miriam and Estelle stand together, looking back at their time at the MK3 Academy, we should have seen this coming from a mile away. Corin steps out and simply says, "Please follow me." He leads her to the treasure island of men. Taking in the sight, Estelle can barely believe her eyes. How is this possible? She looks up at the gods floating in the sky, realizing these are the true deities of this world. Danan? Estelle collapses to her knees, her face a mask of pure panic and utter devastation as she cries out in denial. Corin just stands behind her in silence, watching the tragedy unfold without a single word. Flashbacks of her parents flood her mind. They always told her that her holy power was a gift of extraordinary, peerless talent. Since the day she was born, the world belonged to her. Servants would beg for her blessing just to feel her light. Back then, people offered her everything they had before she could even form a wish in her mind. Soldiers swore their lives to protect her, while girls looked up in awe, wishing the saintess would say just one single word to them. They truly admired every single thing about her. Whenever Estelle appeared, every single eye was on her. Was it power that created faith, or was it faith that created power? Nobody knew for sure. Back then, Estelle radiated a beauty that lit up the entire room as she made a bold, arrogant claim. Now, pay attention here. This is the moment her belief that she was chosen by God starts to crack. We shift to the sunset at Zon. Inside the Zon Great Cathedral, Estelle walks toward the center and greets Pope Sakari. The Pope asks why she wants to meet, Estelle remains quiet for a moment before asking if he truly believes in God. The question leaves the man completely speechless. Sakari finally bows, claiming that God protects them every second, and their holy power is the living proof of that divine grace. She lets out a soft, cold smile. Estelle pulls out the rosario and asks if he recognizes the object. Only high-ranking clergy are allowed near this. Someone within the order swapped my own rosario for this one. Her expression turns deadly serious as she calls the culprit a total bastard, then asks for the Pope's thoughts. Sakari just gives her a creepy, unreadable smile. Even as she calls out his name, his reaction is chilling. Suddenly, Sakari sits down and mutters that she finally knows the truth, but it won't change a thing as his memories flood back. He reveals that their holy power doesn't come from faith, but from the blood of the ancient god Danan and the giants. Sakari's eyes flash with murderous intent. He laughs like a maniac, telling the saintess she will soon learn the dark reality. The true god we must serve is Danan. Under the great Banthas, old or new believers don't matter. Soon, this world will belong only to those who possess holy power. Sakari keeps ranting about heaven descending and the return of the Danan world. Estelle can only gasp in shock. He screams right in her face that they are the ones chosen by the gods. Sakari snaps his fingers, but when the magic tower and old faith members surround him, he complains about his plans being ruined. He grabs her hand, shamelessly claiming her blood is needed to revive the giants and bring them closer to a descending heaven. See? I knew it. You and I are watching as it turns out they were all in this together. Standing before the goddess statue, Estelle looks on in disgust as her lifelong faith completely collapses into dust. The scriptures she read and the beings she worshipped were all nothing more than a giant, elaborate lie. She shoves Sakari away, shouting that he is no pope and Banthas is no god. The fanatics erupt in a blind rage. How dare she insult Lord Banthas? Saintess or not, capture her. They charge toward Estelle with bloodlust in their eyes. Even in the middle of this chaos, she doesn't flinch. Nearby, Sakari is so angry that the veins are popping out on his face. Dagda hands Estelle several items and calmly asks which generation of his descendants she actually belongs to. Since she carries his blood, she can use his power. She grabs the spiked mace, declaring her duty is now above her faith. Behind her, an image of a majestic Corin appears. Estelle vows to use her strength to lead and save as many as possible, then she charges forward with a warrior's scream. The weapon she holds is the staff of Dagda, used by the god of the earth to defeat the giant Bosa tribe. She smashes them back. I decide, she screams. And trust me, you and I better get ready for what comes next. All right, you and I are diving into a story where a holy cathedral turns into a slaughterhouse for the New John sect. But it turns out, she isn't the only saintess trying to reclaim her own destiny. Cut to Miruam, snapping out of a trance. Tezbanzat calmly asks, "Did you just see the future?" Miruam giggles mysteriously before bursting into a loud laugh. "Is that so?" she replies. Walking away, she declares fate will finally grant her wish. Looking at the blood-red moon, she whispers for her hero. Surrounded by a crimson horizon, Miruam keeps chanting, "My destiny, it is all mine." With a satisfied look, she calls out for Corin Locke. Dark, intimate images of them start to flash by. He admits he only had to marry her because he fell under her hypnotic, magical charm. Back then, Corin hugged her happily. But suddenly, a terrifying image appears Miruam sitting atop a mountain of corpses. In the original plot, she is destined to massacre the demons before dying a tragic death at celestial hands. The scene shifts to a peaceful morning. Birds are chirping on the branches in the hot Gaius forest. Corin starts to wonder, what if he stays by her side? What if he can actually take care of her? Visions of a happy life with Miruam start to fill Corin's mind. He thinks that if he makes her happy, she won't choose revenge. He can save her from her villainous fate. Shiyu's anger flashes back. He curses under his breath, "Damn it!" But this was all one massive misunderstanding. We see the conversation between Sihu and Miruam again. Somehow, Miruam is consumed by hatred again. She is just as obsessed and crazed as she was before. On the battlefield, bodies are scattered everywhere. Corin and Sihu stand frozen. The massacre happened anyway. Sihu lets out a hollow laugh. "Is this it, brother? Is everything finally over? Now pay attention, because this is where everything starts going wrong for our main character." Up ahead, little Chi-Chi is running for her life from a monster. Corin shouts, "There's a survivor!" The beast's massive jaws are about to snap her up. He yells, "Kid, run this way, fast!" Chi-Chi reaches out, crying, "I am going to live." But as the words leave her mouth, before she can grab Corin's hand, blood sprays everywhere. It splatters across his face in total shock. The monster swallows Chi-Chi whole. Corin collapses, whispering, "Why? Why did this happen?" He lunges forward like a gale-force wind. Overcome with rage, he screams, "Why did you go this far?" Instantly, he drives his spear deep into the monster's mouth. Suddenly, Miruam's eyes fly open in horror. Inside the jaws, it is Miruam, The spear is buried in her stomach. Corin screams her name in agony. Coughing up blood, she doesn't seem to feel the pain. She just softly calls out for Corin. Holding her tight, he sobs. Why, Miruam? She smiles faintly. It is too late, she whispers. She apologizes, saying he was her destiny. It is as if this entire tragedy is repeating itself once again. Let's move to the underground city of Danis. Kus, the wolf tribe elder, sits on his throne. He notes that the demons are gathering. Mokdujiak reports that people are starting to go missing. Ka adds that the great snake caught and ate them all. Kus simply asks, is that so? The religious sex oppression of the demons is getting more brutal by the day. The others cry out, that snake took my arm. They will find this place soon. Elder, do something. Kus knows they are trapped. Forced to the border, Danis is the only safe place they have left. Gripping his chair, he growls. Am I really supposed to just wait here and die? Then, he asks Adina for news on the snake. Has it successfully infiltrated the port city? Adina hesitates. She takes off her hood to report. Actually, things took a strange turn. It was discovered and captured. Kus can't believe it. Adina recalls her meeting with Corin's group. She explains that the Corin Guardians contacted her and gave her the news directly. They somehow knew she was a demi-human, yet they did not treat her with any prejudice at all. John asked her to deliver a message to the chief, and Mary promised to share everything they knew. He repeats the name, Corin Guardians? Trust me, you and I are about to find out why that name matters. Alright, let's dive into the moment. Kus starts doubting everything after seeing Corin save Saint Estelle. A voice in the crowd wonders out loud. Is the Wyans leader, Corin Locke, the same guy who crushed the rebel mage? Fear spreads like wildfire. If he's the kingdom's hero, is he here to wipe us all out? Adina steps in. No, that's not it at all. He's actually here with a brand new proposal. She continues, her voice steady in the silence. Corin Locke. He says he'll personally take down that snake. The crowd is stunned. Kill that monster? You've got to be kidding. Is he actually being serious? Kus just scoffed at the idea. That's totally delusional. How could his little group ever pull that off? He stands up, his suspicion growing. Besides, why should we trust him? Corin Locke is just a regular human. He starts shouting at them. This new religion is just as bad as the rest. This protection is all just for show while they sit back and watch the cult oppress us. The werewolves roar in agreement. Humans are all talk. But wait, did you hear that voice disagreeing? Adina gasps as she realizes who it is. Ren and John, did you guys actually follow me here? Kus is shocked. You're from the Golden Wolf tribe? I thought your kind was completely extinct. Ren shakes her head. Honestly, we almost were. It was that close for us. She remembers being a lab rat for the Empire before Corin saved them and got them into Merkaba Academy. Ren makes it clear. Without the help of those two, John finishes the thought, we wouldn't even be standing here today. They bow to Kus. Elder, we're working inside the kingdom now. Adina insists their plan is actually possible. Think about it. We're wandering demi-humans with no land to call our own. This is our chance to finally be citizens. Kus stays silent, lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, Kus raises his hand and yells that he'll never trust humans. But then, he gently touches Adina's head. He softens his voice. Fine. I'll try to trust you this once. Adina can't help but smile. Time passes, and vacation ends just as Merkaba Academy holds its closing ceremony. In a quiet room, Corin packs a heavy bag. He's got business elsewhere and sets it on the table. He remembers the elixir he found in the Steel Islands. Nothing else he found even comes close to this. Now watch this. Mari asks if he's really going to eat that glowing item. Shouldn't that be a family heirloom? Corin just pulls out a massive piece of mountain ginseng. This is Gorial Kali ginseng. It's incredibly rare, absorbing ley line energy for thousands of years to boost mana. 10,000-year-old ginseng. Even the gods themselves would call this a priceless treasure. Corin doesn't hesitate and drops it into a pot. I'm drinking this right now. The potency depends on the brew, so he needs the one person who knows ginseng best. That expert is none other than the former elder, Andrion, who's currently struggling by the fire. Mari cheers him on while Corin stares at his precious elixir, thinking about all his hard work. It's done. Corin downs the refined medicine in one go, feeling the energy surge through his body. This is incredible. The system pings. Perfect absorption. Mana increases by 37,564. He's officially advanced rank. Corin gears up. He's not at the top level yet, but his precepts are a total game changer. The system displays his vow. I will save the world. In world-saving battles, all stats triple. Combined with his gear, his mana hits a massive 200,000. He looks at his new gear with pure determination. With this much mana, controlling the sun's power is easy. He remembers Miruam's weak form in his arms. He realizes that in both the real history and the first loop, even when he controls every variable, Miruam always ends in a massacre. like it's some unavoidable fate. Only one person is enjoying this twisted destiny, Tate's Balthazar. And that's where we leave it with Corin, knowing Tate's wants everyone to destroy each other. Alright, you and I are diving into a story where he hopes heaven's enemies perish while a chained heart beats against the system. My precepts are simple: save the world and never turn away from the suffering of those who are truly good. Breaking this oath means certain death. To stay alive, there is only one path forward, Corin tells himself with iron resolve. I must stop the villain from destroying everything and save the innocent demi-humans from the tragedy that awaits them. Preparation for war is complete. Kneeling before the Wen King, the old man speaks. I grant you a one-time immunity to erase any sin. Thank you, he replies. Corin has secured a massive trump card, a pardon for any future crime, which is a significant advantage. Staring at the empty cauldron, a surge of absolute confidence washes over him as he prepares for the next phase. I'd rather avoid this war, but I'm ready if it breaks out. Now pay attention, because while things look peaceful here, a storm is definitely brewing. Corin knows he must avoid Miriam as much as possible. If she finds out he's the one pulling the strings, the whole plan collapses. Memories of a brutal battlefield resurface. In the last timeline, Miriam slaughtered the demi-humans, and he was powerless to stop the massacre. But this time, Corin makes a silent vow to himself. He will never let that horrific history repeat itself again. I refuse to stand by and watch as that same devastating mistake happens for a second time in this life. Inside the office, Josephine looks over a document. Student Miriam has requested you as her personal mentor, she says firmly. She has paid a massive donation to the academy just for the privilege of working with you specifically after classes. It's an after-school mentoring system. Corin asks, so the princess wants to meet with me every single day after class? That's the gist of it, she replies. He wonders what kind of dark scheme is she cooking up this time. He recalls her plea to save the werewolves from the magic tower. Some things never change, even across different timelines. Corin ponders if she's just trying to keep him close enough to monitor his every move and restrict his freedom. If you're uncomfortable, I can reject it, Josephine offers. But Corin takes the envelope. No, I'll be her mentor. Traditional mentoring at MK3 Academy involves a senior with vast experience guiding a junior in a personalized one-on-one format. If the junior shows growth, the senior earns bonus points. It's a system designed to benefit both parties equally. However, if the junior fails to improve, those same points can be deducted from the senior as a penalty. Jer tosses his arms over the shoulders of the two boys in front of him and asks, so, do you two want to be my mentees? At the start of the semester, seniors usually hunt for juniors, but since it's just extra homework for the juniors, they rarely volunteer. Sometimes, a junior might request a mentor just to stay near a senior they like. But you and I know that liking someone usually hides an agenda. To most people, this would be a minor detail, but this isn't just any regular student request for help. Corin smiles, glancing down at the stack of rejection letters in his hand while keeping his eyes low. I just want to follow my seniors and get stronger, he says. But for Corin Locke, this case is anything but normal. Because the applicant is the saintess of the old church and the second princess, Miriam Hadatha Elat herself. She wears a haughty expression, clutching a cold cup of tea. Enter, my mentor, Mr. Corin, she says coldly. Without rushing, Corin places a letter on the table. I'm going to have to ask for your forgiveness on this. He looks her straight in the eye and adds, please find yourself a different mentor for your studies. She freezes in disbelief. She didn't expect an immediate yes, but such a blunt rejection caught her completely off guard. Corin doesn't hesitate to admit it, his face practically beaming with self-assurance as he stands his ground. My schedule is packed. Between party missions and the upcoming autumn festival, I simply don't have the time for this. Plus, the Guardian rank assessments are coming up soon. Miriam glares at him, her eyebrows twitching in visible fury. As Corin thinks about his growing power, she suddenly reaches out and grabs him with an intense grip. You are my destiny. I don't know the specifics, but the Destiny Stone showed me a future that includes Corin Locke. Miriam collapses, reaching for Corin's face as tears begin to stream down her cheeks in a moment of vulnerability. Blood stains her lips as she looks away. This is the future where her deepest heart's wish finally comes true. Miriam looks toward a massive inferno in the distance, watching the complete slaughter of every single demi-human in the Alliance. Her long-held desire has always been one thing: the fulfillment of her absolute and total revenge. Back in reality, she grips her chair until her knuckles turn white, fuming that she hasn't found a reliable source of power yet. Corin places a hand over his heart and bows politely. I'll take my leave now. Miriam watches him, her obsession growing. Stroking her platinum snake, she begins to calculate. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see exactly how she pulls that off. She watches Corin's back fade away, her gaze as sharp as a sword. All right, you and I are diving into a story where debts must be paid. Scene shift. Corin walks slowly down a quiet road under a clear blue sky. Meanwhile, Snick is perched on his shoulder, thinking if this is a new Wyans team, then a 5-story building wouldn't be a bad headquarters. Those two red eyes look absolutely terrified. He wonders if running Wyans requires money. Should he suggest some gold instead? Suddenly the door swings open, and Corin immediately puts on an energetic face to shout out, "Come on, good morning. This is your home too, so stop playing and start cleaning up." Snick is completely speechless. A ghost dog house? Is this seriously just a kennel? He is sweating bullets, jaw practically hitting the floor. Is having too much land actually a bad thing? He starts questioning everything he thought he knew in his limited knowledge. Is this really the scale of Corin's guardians? The man himself stands tall, hands on his hips, proud and confident. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes through the air. Corin Mariette beams with excitement and asks, "Oh, so you finally made it? Aang, what if we build an airport so multiple Hairsbillies can land here at the same time?" Corin just stands there, sweating bullets. Corin says it's fine, but Snick is starting to realize gold isn't needed. Now watch closely, this is where the power dynamic shifts. The little creature looks around, glancing left and right. Want to develop the Guardians? Then we need to increase our military force. Corin suddenly calls out, feeling a bit confused. "Elisa, what are you doing?" She turns around with her sword, looking completely flustered. "My sister just told me to try a little training." Elisa's face turns bright red, her eyes squeezed shut in embarrassment. "But Corin, please step back. I smell like sweat right now." Snick notes that the military force isn't lacking at all. He watches as Corin changes out of his shirt. Since the floor below is just a rental, there must be something more important than work, right? Snick watches those cute rabbit slippers walk away. "Since you're so busy lately, I can't be by your side every single night." Warren looks so adorable, clutching her knees while blushing. Corin can't help but ask if she's sleeping over again. Warren immediately grabs his hand, looking worried, and asks if he's been taking his medicine regularly. Corin urges her to just hold his hand. Instantly, Warren feels a wave of pure, cozy warmth that is so comfortable. "Corin, I am getting sleepy now." He tells her to head to bed. Snick sees every bit of it. His expression is pure shock, sweat pouring down. Elsewhere, Miriam is reaching her absolute breaking point with indignation. She clutches her head with both hands, teeth gritted, eyes glowing red as she tries to hide her face. "You and I both know this situation is a total mess. But look at the scale of this majestic white castle." "Fine, Mr. Corin." She crosses her arms over her chest, glaring at the man standing before her. "I honestly don't know what you want, so I'll ask straight." Miriam stares intensely at Corin's retreating back. "What do you want? What's the price for you to be my mentor? I'll pay anything." He turns serious. "Can you really fulfill any request?" Miriam just lets out a cold grunt, her expression looking incredibly grim. "Nothing else matters as long as I get my revenge." Corin leans in, his voice dropping to a low whisper. "Fine then." He suddenly turns around, moving close to Miriam's ear to tell her his secret condition. After a moment, she looks at him with cold eyes. "Is that all?" He just holds out his hand, looking relaxed. "Yes. But this mentoring won't be easy." Corin's voice is now dripping with a heavy layer of sarcasm. "If you don't like it, then quit." Miriam snaps back that she will do it. Cut to her panting heavily. Miriam performs chest compressions on a training dummy, gritting her teeth and complaining the whole time. "This is exhausting. What's the point of learning this? 2 hours of just first aid is so boring and tedious." The instructor stands tall, listening to her whine before pointing a cold finger toward the sky. "Of course it's hard. Saving a life is much more difficult than taking one." He is dead serious. As soon as he finishes, Miriam can't help but snap back. "Are you completely out of your mind?" Time passes, and the instructor finally lets her go. "That's enough today. Now, let's hear aloud." "Yes, sir." Miriam looks completely annoyed, drenched in sweat. Does he actually mean for me to do that? She slowly recalls the words Corin said to her before. "Every time a mentoring session ends, please let me see your highness's sincere smile. That is all I need. Back in the present." He asks if she's backing out now. "And that's where we leave it, trust me. You'll want to see what happens next." Miriam smirks with soulless eyes, wondering if this is enough. Stick with me as we uncover her deadly plan. Corin cannot help but comment that it feels totally insincere, and her forced smile looks incredibly awkward. He tells her to narrow her eyes more, then lets out a hearty laugh before slowly turning to leave. "All right, that is enough for today. Let us meet up again tomorrow for the performance." Miriam scowls and furrows her brow, wondering what on earth this man is actually plotting. The next day, the instructor unwraps bandages while calling for the rookie. Today is about splinting methods, which impresses Miriam. "Are you playing around with the patient right now?" Corin instantly catches her expression. Pay attention here, because he sees she is still forcing that smile. "I told you to try putting some real sincerity into it." Day after day, Corin sits with Miriam behind the bushes, teaching her that hiding is the foundation of tactics. He critiques her attitude, asking why one side of her mouth is higher. Try tensing the other side too. After a while, Corin sees her awkward smile and announces that they are done for the day. He never expected to smile only once, leaving Mirawam so frustrated that she just storms off. She wonders why she is doing this, while Corin remains as calm as a peaceful lake. He says, "See you tomorrow." And just like that, everything is moving exactly according to his plan. Inside Corin's office, voices ring out in total shock, calling out for the boss. Renjon Corin sits in the middle and apologizes for suddenly dumping all the afternoon work on them. Edna sits across from him and says it is fine, and they are actually happy to have the work. Ren adds that Edna has been guiding them very kindly. Edna then places a hand over her heart. She asks if he is Mr. Corin, meeting him for the first time, and introduces herself as Edna Irutan. Now here is the twist. Edna is a beastman black market dealer turned spy to monitor Mirawam's movements. Within the kingdom, however, she hides her true identity and blends in as a common civil servant. Edna's fake identity is an official in charge of planning the kingdom's policies. She wants to propose laws to protect beastmen while struggling to hide the fact that she is one. Stateless demons face blatant discrimination and oppression. Two Gen siblings huddle together for comfort in their rags. Surrounded by wild beasts, they stand back to back. Back in reality, Corin hands a stack of papers over. He asks Edna to take them, leaving her startled as she asks what these documents are. These are signatures from people standing up for the demons. Isbel watches with a very serious expression. She says she will sign too, willing to do anything if it is for the sake of the demons. Jeramon notes that not all demons are evil, as there are many kind ones out there too. Jer's group is excited to cast their votes, followed by two girls speaking for the MKAB Academy. The petition aims to strengthen the barrier of the demons so students can study in peace. A strange sigil appears on the floor, as Corin speaks in a very serious tone. Without the exact coordinates, it is impossible to find this place with the naked eye, so do not worry. Edna clutches the papers, moved to tears while thanking everyone. Everything is progressing very smoothly. Mirawam is mobilizing the kingdom's army for a massacre. Labeling demons as rebels to kill them only works when people ignore the consequences. But if demons become citizens, using the army to suppress their own people becomes legally impossible. Until the bill passes, we must distract her. Time passes until the following day. We just need to hide the location of the demons from her. Corin looks down with a look of surprise. He sees the empty stone bench and calls for Mirawam. At the old cathedral with towering crosses, the hands of fate continue to turn without stopping. Mirawam narrows her eyes with a cold expression, realizing that this is where they have been hiding. She sees Snick curled up on the map and curses the filthy beasts with a mocking smirk. She smiles, believing she is the one who will change fate. Her face is filled with calculated intensity. One day before the Saintess is kidnapped by the magic tower. Trust me, you and I are not ready for this. All right, you and I are diving into a major power struggle. The manager calls, Saintess, what is the status on escorting those sinners? Estelle walks with arrogant pride, replying that she will lead the knights personally. A whole group of rank A heretics has finally been caught right here. Hearing this, the manager curses while rubbing his chin, calling them filthy scum who must be punished at the nearby holy grounds. Estelle calmly begins to explain the situation. Because there are so many prisoners, they have to travel by land, which will take a lot of time. Now, pay attention here, because someone unexpected is about to show up. Her eyes light up as she spots a crimson coat. She calls out Mirawam's name, stepping forward to ask what could possibly bring her all the way into this forest. Looking at the expression on the other girl's face, Estelle quickly realizes the situation. Looking like that, it's obvious you didn't come for a friendly chat. Mirawam narrows her eyes. How much for that information? As soon as the words are out, Estelle lowers her gaze and stays completely silent. Mirawam speaks again, her voice sounding totally drained of life while she leans heavily on her staff. I know everything from the Demon Alliance to Mawan, and how your order is intentionally hiding that location. She whispers in Estelle's ear, asking what it will take to make her talk, promising to meet any demand. Mirawam keeps tempting her, nearly breaking her resolve by suggesting they go back to being childhood friends. After a moment, Estelle avoids her gaze, sweat pouring down her face as she claims to not understand. This makes Mirawam's blood boil. Her hand grips her staff so hard that it starts shaking uncontrollably with rage. Mirawam turns to leave, throwing a warning that Estelle is going to regret being so stubborn. I will make sure you pay a heavy price for this. Seeing her walk away, Estelle's face turns desperate. Clasping her hands over her chest, she mentions that the late queen's tomb is on the escort route. She asks for permission to stop and pray, but Mirawam coldly refuses, saying she has no use for her god. The scene shifts to Mirawam alone, mocking Estelle for being such a fake and foolish woman. You and I saw this coming. Look at where the secret was hidden. Mawan was inside the holy ground all along. Her red eyes glow in the pitch-black space as she grits her teeth in fury. If you are going to hide something, you should have done it better, you disgusting bastards. Mirawam turns her head. Thank you, Lord Grey, for deciding to leave the new church and join our secret plan. I am truly grateful that your help finally revealed where Mawan is hidden. Gray just covers his mouth and laughs. He remarks that Estel is the real traitor, wondering how she even sniffed out their hidden presence. But she already recognized the hidden forces of Desban Thazat lurking within the new church. Gray's voice turns serious as he rants about her religious reforms causing a total disaster, leading to priests being jailed and the Pope himself being under house arrest. He smiles at Mirawam's back. It's a miracle I was outside at the time, or I wouldn't have survived that purge. So, if you are going to burn the Holy Land to the ground this time, Mirawam suddenly cuts him off. Not the new church, it's John. Gray can only offer an awkward, dissatisfied smile at that. New or old, does it really matter? We're all on the same side anyway, right? Mirawam sighs and looks back at him, saying she had planned to make him Pope once Giant was gone. She looks at the confused Gray and calls it a pity. Suddenly, countless fireballs materialize right in front of him. Out of nowhere, Roel lunges forward and shreds Gray into a million pieces. He flips his sword and speaks coldly, thanking the Saintess for the honor of judging these heretics. Then Roel drops to one knee, looking at her with total devotion. Just then, Ariba and the others appear, saying the time has come for their wish to come true. Standing at the back, she smirks and says it's time for the magic tower to settle its old debt with Estel. The great warrior of Danya quickly adds that he's ready to offer his full loyalty to the crown. And that's where we leave it. You and I just witnessed a betrayal. Mirawam steps out onto the balcony. As the Saintess of Zeruan and the princess of this empire, she finally issues her grand command. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where one wrong move means total war. Wipe out every single one of those animals rotting our kingdom and plotting treason. Do not let even one of them escape. Suddenly, Mirawam raises her staff high, screaming with absolute authority to hunt them down. Below her, a massive army of shadows stands perfectly still, waiting for the command. We cut to the Joe brothers facing a restless mob. John tries to keep everyone steady, but his face is plastered with pure anxiety. He looks terrified as he mutters that he is coming, but the thugs just scream at him to shut up. One of the goons lets out a growl of frustration and slams a fist right into Ren. Rumors are spreading like wildfire that the venomous snake is marching here. Their secret hideout has been compromised. Wait, you guys show up and suddenly the snake finds us? The man stands there in total shock, his face darkening as he realizes someone in this room must be a traitor. Are you the traitors who sold us out? Because if you are, not a single soul is leaving this place alive. Before blood can spill, a commanding voice cuts through the tension, ordering everyone to stand down immediately. The leader sits high above, reminding them coldly that they cannot afford to slaughter each other right now. He knits his brows together with extreme gravity, asking if they forgot his orders. His eyes lock onto one specific person in the room. Give me an explanation. He demands an answer from the man holding that massive, razor-sharp weapon. Now here is where you and I need to pay attention. Corin clenches his jaw, ready to speak. Drenched in sweat, he takes the hit, admitting that this entire failure was his mistake. He flashes back to his time with Estel, remembering how they stayed at the magic tower longer than planned. Corin explains that because of that delay, Estel was able to identify the minions working for Tez. Ban Thazard is already infiltrating the new church, and the religious reform is happening much sooner than our history books ever recorded. It seems those filthy rats took advantage of the absolute chaos to slip away. He falls silent, thinking to himself that this damn butterfly effect is becoming a real problem. Corin grips his spear and stands tall before the supreme leader, ready to make his case. It is not over yet. Just give me a little more time. The leader looks back, completely confused. Time? Corin suddenly pulls out a stack of papers regarding the new resident registration laws. This law officially recognizes demons as citizens. We only have 3 days until the final vote. This is the legal document we worked so hard on to legitimize the demon race. He points toward the experts. Most of Miram's forces are royal soldiers, and they are not allowed to use lethal force against their own citizens. If we can just hold out until then, we have a real shot at flipping the script together. Corin looks at the others, realizing that everyone is pushing themselves to the absolute limit. He lays out the argument for a peaceful end, desperate to avoid spilling any more useless blood. This is the only path left to stop this civil war. Corin stares down the werewolf leader. Please, do not let all our sacrifices be for nothing. The leader glares back with a sharp gaze. Nearby, 2 of his followers can't hide their terror anymore and start screaming. Damn it, things are falling apart. We have to run, right now. The leader's mind starts racing. Everyone is shivering in pure terror. Seeing this, the leader closes his eyes in exhaustion. He sits before Corin, blaming himself for repeating the same tragic mistakes of the past. In that moment, the werewolf leader's spirit completely breaks as he sinks into despair. His biggest mistake was ever trusting humans again. He walks past Corin with his head low. We won't last 3 days. In just 24 hours, every demon in Man will be slaughtered. Corin tries to calm him down, telling him not to carry all that blame. Fate has already been decided, but the leader is still drowning in his own regrets. This is a war to the death until one side is gone forever. Corin falls silent and asks softly, "Is that so? Is that your final conclusion?" He grabs his spear and heads toward the stairs. The leader returns to his throne and summons every single person to gather around. He raises his hand and stands tall, roaring for them to stop hiding and step out. The crowd is horrified. Even the women and children are being ordered to the front lines. Use your claws and fangs to tear them apart. Trust me, you and I aren't ready for what is next. He doesn't hesitate to mention the platinum snake named Snick. I know that beast well, it won't spare a single soul, not even women or children. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when a monster is truly backed into a corner. The Wolf Clan leader's voice continues to echo. Fight now, so they can finally witness the true form of a monster. Let them see exactly what they've been mocking. His mouth opens wide, letting out a roar that drowns out everything else. If we don't finish that snake, we are all going to die anyway, so we must fight to survive. Suddenly, his eyes turn a deep, glowing red. At that same moment, 4 sharp fangs burst from his gums. Stop hiding and charge, kill the enemy. Suddenly, a soft, feminine voice rings out, shattering the heavy tension in the air. Lord CCH. The long-eared girl points toward the horizon, leaving him absolutely stunned by what he sees. He spots a line of soldiers in white armor standing in perfect formation. The holy knights of the new religion? He steps closer, confused, and asks if they have come to fight alongside them. Immediately, countless sharp spears are pointed directly at CCH. At that moment, Estelle walks forward slowly in her pure white dress and speaks. I have come here to stop you. Her silhouette appears with an air of arrogance, her tone dripping with mockery. If you want to reach Mirawam, you'll have to go through me first. Seeing this, a girl standing behind CCH trembles in fear. Saintess, why? We cannot do that. It was only through your protection that we have been able to hide safely until now. He grits his teeth hard. It seems Saintess Estelle is still just a human after all. He then steps in front of Estelle and speaks to her with a voice full of deep respect. Saintess, we are eternally grateful for this sanctuary. But in the end, you still cannot abandon your own flesh and blood. He asks her directly. Despite her pale expression, are you really going to side with that poisonous snake? Now watch closely, because this smile? It changes everything we thought we knew about her. It is not like that I only intend to keep you all held here for 3 days. Suddenly, CCH loses his temper and shouts. This is no time for jokes. Saintess, if we are all pinned down here, who will stand against the massive army approaching outside? Despite his rage, Estelle maintains a perfectly calm and composed expression. Let us place our faith in the one person I trust the most. Hearing this, CCH grimaces even more. Must we still rely on gods? Suddenly, another voice interrupts the conversation, making his expression darken even further. It is not the gods. It turns out to be Mirawam, arriving with a long line of escort soldiers. She raises her fist to stop them. Miram's eyes are filled with absolute sternness. Seeing this, Corin finally speaks up with a cold, sharp tone. No matter which path you choose, once things have spiraled completely out of control, he stands in front of everyone, his eyes sharp enough to kill. The only way left is to bet everything on yourself. I mean, believe in that man, he can do it. She speaks with pure excitement, looking at her soldiers with total pride. Can he really face my entire army? She raises her slender hand as a signal. I will definitely crush every last one of you. Instantly, the soldiers draw their bows and fire. A storm of arrows flies into the midnight sky right above Corin. However, every single one is blocked by a shimmering golden barrier and falls harmlessly to the ground. You and I both saw that coming, but for Mirawam, this golden barrier is an absolute nightmare. At that same moment, Estelle stands to the side and begins her prayer. O great and venerable earth god, Akka. She closes her eyes as a sphere of miraculous energy appears. Grant us the strength to stand firm against the enemy's steel legion, and please protect the king's innocent warriors. Do not let a single one of them fall today. As she finishes, a massive seal suddenly appears, covering the entire town. Mirawam frowns, her face turning very serious. To deploy a protective shield over an area this large, it is truly hard to believe. Meanwhile, Corin stares at her, thinking about Mawan's current location deep within the Dannak lands of the Zon Sanctuary. Images of his past conversations with Estelle flash vividly through his mind. This underground city was created by the hand of the god Akka at the very beginning of time. Corin asks himself a question. What would happen if Estelle, the heir to the Earth's power, actually used the strength of Andre? He remembers the legendary treasure shaped like a large chalice. Even if the artifact Andre was not meant for attacking, the Infinite Cauldron, one of the 4 legendary treasures of Dan. It is the symbol of King Akka and the Earth's endless life. And that's where we leave it with a power so massive, it's about to rewrite the rules of this entire world. Alright, you and I are diving into a dark past where a madman used this power to unleash endless hell. Legions of monsters flooded out back then. Now, Corin watches Estelle as she focuses every ounce of her will into prayer. But while some sought destruction, others chose to use this ancient force as a shield to protect the innocent. A faint smile plays on his lips. This defense is nearly impenetrable, and finding a single crack in it is a task that is almost impossible. Suddenly, an old, raspy voice cuts through the air from the shadows. The legendary clash between the Dan Nan and the Holus Ones was so brutal it could have shattered the planet. Corin froze. Canaton steps out in front of the soldiers, his presence heavy. There is a reason for all of this, he adds. Legends say they used the absolute law of Geas to restrain one another. Combining a relic with a saintess's power is a miracle. The old man's eyes narrow to tiny slits, a sharp warning hidden in his gaze. Listen closely, kid. Canaton calls out from beyond the barrier. This isn't just a defensive shield, it is a binding law. Reveal the terms of the contract now. Hearing this, Corin can't help but let out a cold, sharp snort. A mage from the magic tower, huh? You're quite knowledgeable. Fine. Here are the Geas terms set by Saintess Estelle. He begins to explain the situation to everyone with calm, calculated precision. Now stick with me here, because the arena of AA isn't just a simple one-way shield. It's an ancient contract where the winner takes everything. Here is a simpler explanation translated from the ancient language of the Absolute Covenant. Each side will pick 5 of their best warriors to engage in fair duels to decide who finally wins and who loses. Anyone defeated or unable to continue must leave the field of battle immediately. The victor stays to face the next opponent. And for those who can't secure the win, this is the end for them. Under the Absolute Covenant, the losing side is forever banned from the Holy Land. Corin frowns, questioning his opponent. What's the plan? You're not thinking of abandoning Mawan and running away like a coward, are you? His words are met only with a mocking laugh. Miriam, leaning on her cane, fires back with biting sarcasm. You're quite the schemer, Knight Corin. But it doesn't matter. I will be the one laughing when this is over. I accept your proposal, she says coldly. Miriam barks an order at the opposition, let the battle begin. The Absolute Covenant is truly formidable magic, a system with virtually zero flaws or loopholes. However, once these rules are set in stone, they apply to every single person on the field equally. You and I both know this doesn't mean our side has the upper hand. Hearing this, Mary stands by Corin, completely refusing to accept it. Why should we accept such an unfair loss? The fight hasn't even started. Corin tells her there is simply no other way. Corin glances back at the Saintess, who is still deep in her sacred prayer, and explains the harsh truth. Estelle is using every drop of her strength to maintain the barrier for the demi-humans. Keeping the Geas alive is draining her life force. She doesn't have a single spark of energy left to actually step into the fight herself. He looks at the glowing ancient script. Being unable to fight counts as a defeat. The disabled must leave at once. Miriam sneers from her seat, her voice dripping with venom. So, that only leaves 4 of you, doesn't it? Canaton strokes his long white beard. If you don't pay a steep price up front, the Geas would never even activate. Miriam wasted no time. Fine then, let us move on to the second round of this little game. Suddenly, a massive stone pillar erupts from the earth, displaying the faces of John and Canaton. It looks like these two are the opponents for this round. John steps forward, his hands touching as he lets out a quiet, weary sigh. Opposite him, Canaton speaks with a teasing, playful tone. I really must thank you. This is quite a lucky break for an old man. He grips his staff, his fingers still tracing his beard as he continues his gloating. Seeing mythic ancient magic is one thing, but meeting a member of the Golden Wolf tribe in person? That is a rare treat. Suddenly, Canaton's face twists from calm to pure, manic insanity. He lets out a loud, crazed laugh. This is thrilling. How long has it been since I have had such a vibrant, living specimen to observe and take apart? John's eyes widen in absolute fury. You're from the Magic Tower? Canaton slams his staff against the floor in confirmation. I have spent my entire life researching low-life beasts just like you. He admits his plan without a shred of shame. His goal is to mold and create a brand new, perfect species. Canaton swings his staff, and a massive, bull-like beast appears, roaring and breathing plumes of fierce, golden fire. And that's where we leave it. John leaps away, then charges at Canaton like a bullet, ready to end this. All right, you and I are jumping into the action as Marriott watches this insane speed. Meanwhile, John bares his sharp teeth, his face twisting into a look of pure madness. Remembering Corin's training, he drops from the sky like a comet, charging straight for Canaton. Flames erupt around him. He knows even a second of hesitation gives the enemy a chance. It's a brutal underworld lesson. Your reflexes have to be perfect if you want to survive. Suddenly, a massive blow sends John flying, his body slamming hard against the ceiling above. Marie watches with a cold expression. To her, he's still just a rookie who's too green. Now, watch this. Marriott starts breaking down the only way to kill that massive monster. It's powerful but slow. For someone with his skills, he should have finished it by now. John's eyes flare with intensity. and his face turns serious as he tries to focus. But he's not fast enough. Another heavy blow lands, and Canatin just watches with pure boredom. The beast strikes again with zero mercy, treating John's body like a broken rag doll. Blood sprays from his mouth as the creature prepares to fire a massive energy blast. As the heat rushes toward him, a faint memory suddenly flickers through John's fading mind. Take a real close look at this monster. Even stitched together, you have to recognize it. Tears stream from the beast's eyes. It's one of your own kin, your own brother. Canatin brags that the Golden Wolf tribe's fur is the ultimate material for resisting magic. It offers maximum defense and looks beautiful. To him, it's just a perfect prize. He mocks John's intelligence, calling his kind nothing more than animals with pathetic brains. In his eyes, it's just an obedient puppet that follows every twisted order without question. You see this, right? Canatin is actually mocking John for showing mercy to his own kind. Is it pity? He knows the Golden Wolves are too soft and emotional for their own good. As a high mage, Canatin knows exactly how to exploit every single weakness in his enemies. I understand your psychology perfectly, he says, his voice dripping with absolute arrogance. You'll never bring yourself to kill your own brothers. That instinct is carved into your blood. It's stronger than any law. Then, he brags about how his chimera is completely different. Look at those attacks. This creation has no hesitation, no mercy, and zero weaknesses. Canatin throws his hands up in a fit of manic laughter, obsessed with his own genius. To him, genetic science is the closest a human can ever get to the power of God. John's shield clatters to the ground as his strength finally gives out. He's completely broken. He lies motionless. Canatin screams for the kill, ordering his beast to finish them all. Capture every single subject in the area. Bring them back to be turned into my monsters. His voice booms with madness. I'll transform every last one of them into perfect weapons. Suddenly, a thick cloud of dust kicks up. A voice calls out from the ground, confused. Genetic instinct? Is that why he can't fight? Warren steps forward to check on John. I'm not so sure about that. I think the truth is actually something much darker. Canatin raises his staff to summon more horrors. You want to talk about pity or humanity? One of the beasts lunges forward, its massive jaws snapping shut around Warren's body. A massive explosion rocks the area. Canatin watches through gritted teeth, his eyes wide with shock. From the smoke, Warren admits she doesn't know. Her blood-stained hands clench into tight fists. Her shadow emerges from the dust. Compassion? Humanity? Those things don't exist here. With eyes glowing red and a cold voice, she tells him those luxuries aren't for her. Canatin panics, backing away and waving his staff as he screams for her to stay away. What kind of monster is this? His shield shatters into pieces. He's lost the battle. And that's where we leave it. Canatin is finished. Trust me, it gets wilder. All right, you and I are about to see a total powerhouse end this with just one punch. Go for it. Warren looks totally bored, clenching her fist tight while Corin watches the scene unfold and gives his take. The tide has turned, so you should just quit while you are ahead. But Miram just smirks, refusing to back down. That girl is definitely Lord Corin's secret weapon, right? Well, I happen to have a trump card of my own. Warren stares at her fist, realizing that holding back her true power in that fight was actually pretty tough for her. A prideful voice booms from behind her. Face me, and you are as good as dead. She spins around instantly. There is Roll, charging in like a total hurricane with his long sword drawn. Warren lazily dodges the strike, looking careless. Roll's eyes light up with excitement. Fast, he admits. This match just started and I am already hooked. He narrows his eyes, filled with pure determination. I am taking you down, demon. Joel suddenly splits into clones, trapping Warren in a deadly circle. He locks onto her. It does not matter how strong you are if you cannot even land a hit. Roll lunges for a lethal strike. If you cannot touch me, I will just carve you into pieces. Watch closely now. The blade points directly at her eye right before a massive explosion sends debris flying everywhere. Watching from the sidelines, Corin admits that Knight is pretty skilled. He is constantly calculating the guy's next move. His speed is terrifyingly fast. Even the top fighters cannot track him. Some are even panicking, thinking this is impossible. Corin lowers his voice, speaking the brutal truth. You picked the wrong opponent, pal. No matter how fast your skills are or how nimble you move, your opponent possesses a body of indestructible diamond. Roll loses it, swinging his sword like a maniac. I will never surrender. You think I would actually lose? Warren just stands there, perfectly calm, parrying every single strike with effortless, master-level skill. Her face is totally blank, eyes hauntingly still. Suddenly, through the darkness, screams of pure agony erupt. The battle rages on until sunrise. By now, Roll is completely spent, gasping for every breath. His sword clatters to the dirt. Roll looks broken, drenched in sweat, with all the life gone from his eyes. I lose. I accept my defeat. Warren is the winner, and she just stands there, silently watching him collapse. The night is officially down. In the stands, Corin cannot help but celebrate this massive win. Miruam watches closely, chin in hand. She suspects that girl is still hiding her true level of power. The girl beside her agrees, wondering if she is just conserving energy for the next big fight. Miruam shakes her head. No, that is not it. Suddenly, her eyes flash with a brand new plan. Miruam turns to her greatest warrior with a cold stare. Sir Percier, I am counting on you. He tightens his armor, ready to obey. Do not worry, princess. I will gladly lay down my life. You and I can feel the tension here. He dons his helmet, voice cold as ice, ready to serve. I offer my body to your cause. But before he can move, Warren's fist shatters his helmet. He stumbles, falling hard to the ground. Seeing the sudden brutality, Corin actually screams out in total shock. Hey, was that really necessary? Warren just looks back with a calm shrug. It had to be done. She turns her gaze toward Miruam. It looks like the princess has finally figured out the truth, right? She is curious now, though still acting superior. Was your plan really just to stall for time from the beginning? Corin does not even try to hide it. Well, it looks like my little scheme has been exposed. The real goal was forcing humans to accept demi-humans as citizens, bound by the Empire's new laws. Once the law passes, Miruam gains entry to the sanctuary. But the absolute contract states the losers can never enter. However, Miruam's ally Banzard might interfere, and we cannot risk any unexpected variables right now. The safest play is keeping Miruam pinned down here while that law is being officially passed. This match only ends when someone dies, surrenders, or gets knocked out cold. So, the solution is simple. If they cannot speak, they cannot actually declare their surrender. It is a bit brutal, but it works. Warren grips Perrier's mask tight, giving him a final warning. Just sit still. It is all over anyway. But suddenly, her eyes widen in pure, genuine shock. And that is where we leave it. A spear suddenly impales the fallen body. What happens next? All right, you and I are about to dive into a battle that flips the script on everything we know. The spear is over there, Corin explains, his eyes showing a hint of shock. That isn't my spear. Simultaneously, Warren notices a figure who looks exactly like a confused Corin. The girl stares blankly at the person across from her, whose appearance is slowly and strangely shifting. Do not tell me a moment later. Warren finally recognizes the girl and shouts out the name Agia. The golden mage Andrion can only mimic an opponent's appearance, but this shapeshifter can copy both weapons and raw power. However, in reality, most copied weapons are nothing more than empty shells with no actual strength. Dan's treasures and other special artifacts are impossible to replicate, that is her limit. Plus, she can only transform when facing an enemy, making it a restricted ability. Compared to other mid-tier monsters, this specific power and skill set are on a completely different level. But if the thing she copied as Agia looks at her open palms with pure, unbridled excitement, this is a truly magnificent body, possessing the power of the high heavens, which changes the entire situation. She then blurs away with the speed of a fired arrow. I really want to know. Agia whispers mockingly as she closes in on Warren. Now pay attention, because if one indestructible body fights another, who do you think comes out on top? Two massive energies collide, creating a devastating sonic shockwave. A moment later, drops of blood splash onto the cracked earth. Warren looks at her scratched hand and sighs. That actually hurts a bit. Outside the barrier, Marriott watches in a panic. Has her indestructible body finally been wounded? Standing opposite her, Agia continues her relentless mockery. You are not used to physical pain yet, are you? She kicks the wounded spot with a sneer, telling her she is far too slow. Meanwhile, Warren's suppressed anger finally explodes into a massive punch. The two of them clash once again with absolute ferocity. In the heat of it, Warren uses a kick to break the deadlock. Two opposing auras continue their non-stop collision. After a while, Agia glares at Warren with blood-red eyes and mocks her. If you do not want to die, just surrender, you demon. Her eyes widen, her tone sounding like she wants to devour her alive. I will defeat you fairly, so stop resisting and end the pain here. However, those arrogant words are immediately met with Warren's cold and sharp rebuttal. No, she says, blocking Agia's strike with one hand. I am the one who is going to win this. Next, Warren drives a brutal uppercut straight into her opponent's chin. Agia is sent flying into the air before crashing hard onto the ground. This move leaves her pale and panicked. What? Close combat is more than just raw strength. You can actually do this? Warren responds with a voice as cold as ice. Honestly, I would really like to know that myself. Her voice drops low, her face shadowed as she stands between her and her double. Warren settles into a rock-solid stance, ready for more. Who has the stronger will? Hearing this, Agia's rage reaches its absolute boiling point. If you refuse to surrender, then just die. The words barely leave her mouth before they are tearing into each other again. You and I can see the sheer intensity in their eyes as these two different auras collide with savage force. Opposite her, Aegea screams at the top of her lungs, pouring every ounce of strength into the fight as debris flies everywhere. Two blurry figures stand behind a thick veil of dust. By now, Aegea's hair is soaked in blood, and her energy is fading fast. She collapses to her knees, her body covered in countless wounds. How is this even possible? Aegea looks up at the woman in front of her, unable to comprehend. How can you be this powerful? Waran just mocks her back, saying she has faced opponents an indestructible body could never hope to beat. She speaks from her own brutal experience. Waran steps closer to the fallen Aegea. Compared to that person, you are not even worthy of speaking to me. Stunned and trembling, Aegea begs her to wait. Suddenly, Waran's demeanor shifts as she clenches her fist tight. Also, my name is not Demon, it is Waran. Waran is the winner, as both sides have lost the ability to keep fighting. Because Waran bought enough time, there is now only 1 day left before the demon law is officially passed. A moment later, Corin places his hands on her shoulders. Waran, thank you so much for everything. That was an amazing fight. How is your body holding up? She remains calm, as if the battle was nothing. I will be fine after a short rest. Nearby, Marriott brings over a bottle of medicine, offering to treat Waran's wounds. Princess Miriam's subordinates have all been dealt with. Now it is her turn. Corin asks Elisa with concern if she is ready. She answers without a second of hesitation. I am ready. I have already finished my warm-up. Suddenly, the shield bearing Miriam's crest begins to vibrate violently. Corin looks at Estelle through the communication stone in a panic. Senior Estelle, what is happening? She responds instantly, her voice filled with extreme urgency. Corin, something is very wrong. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see what happens next after this cloaked figure appears. Alright. You and I are about to dive into a showdown that leaves everyone speechless. Suddenly, the shield icon on the scoreboard cracks wide open. Emerging from the shadows is Bantha's lethal right-hand man, sporting a massive build and eyes that look ready to kill. He plants his hands firmly, exuding raw power while growling. It has been a while, has it not? Known as the Golden Eye of Fate, his gaze suddenly flares with a terrifying light. He declares there is no need for stalling, he will personally crush them all himself. The air turns cold and sinister the moment he arrives, promising to take everyone down. Corin steps forward, gripping his spear tight as he mocks the newcomer. Why would a man like you crawl all the way down here? Does slaughtering the demon race actually benefit you? But Ohad remains chillingly calm, replying that a stage this grand needs its lead actor to finally make an appearance. He raises his hands high, laughing mockingly at the sky above them. He claims that securing support from Jeroems through Princess Miriam would be a massive boost for his own people. Isn't a king's true duty to forge strong alliances with other powerful kingdoms after all? Corin channels power into his arm until it glows, retorting sharply. You talk big, but aren't you really just here to steal this for yourself? Ohad grits his teeth before flashing a smug grin. Trust me, this is where things get really intense. He's got some questions. How do you know the power of the sun, and how did you manage to obtain it? Driven by curiosity, Ohad asks why AA would hand over the lamb to Corin when it rightfully belongs to him. In the past, he would simply leave the battlefield immediately after the fighting stopped. Ohad's eyes widen as he grinds his teeth together. Now that I see you here, it all makes sense, he says with a voice full of praise and mockery. It would be a shame to kill such a handsome face. It would surely leave many girls crying. You have the talent to be a lead actor just like me. But Corin responds with ice-cold indifference. Beauty isn't just about what's on the outside. Hearing this, Ohad's voice drops into a dark, threatening tone. A brat like you dares lecture me on beauty? He reaches out toward Joel without even looking, demanding the sword immediately. Joel is stunned, his face full of confusion. Why would you want a sword that has already been destroyed? Ohad lifts the broken blade, narrowing his eyes as he throws Corin's words back at him. Didn't you say not to judge by appearances? His eyes suddenly sharpen, flashing like a hungry hawk. Suddenly, Corin's body is slashed open, blood spraying everywhere. You and I both saw that coming, but Ohad's reaction? Pure, twisted excitement. His friends watch in absolute horror, screaming Corin's name as their hearts sink. Ohad's expression darkens, his sharp gaze piercing through. With this broken blade, gutting a man like you is still as easy as breathing. There are some people in this world born with truly overwhelming strength. They crush monsters and evil spirits with ease. So, tell me what exactly defines the highest realm or a special grade level anyway. System backup initiated. Checking laws. Law 1 mission. I will never stand by and watch the pain of the innocent. Compatibility A+. Law 2 binding. I cannot perceive things that are merely spirits. Damage increased by 50%. The vow I will save this world. Ohad rest compatibility A+. Clone stats increased by 200%. Player Corin Locke. Defeat evil and save this world. Stats increased by 200% as the reminder flashes again. Just how dangerous is this guy? Tezbanchara's subordinates really are nothing but a bunch of bloodthirsty savages. Every one of them is an elite, but this man is on a completely different level of power. In a one-on-one duel, distance is everything. Using a spear gives me a massive advantage in reach. Suddenly, Ohad swings his broken sword at Corin. He catches the spear's shaft, offering a bit of praise. This spear is incredibly light and fast. Ohad seems to have the upper hand as he mutters how much he wants it. As soon as he speaks, he kicks Corin back with immense force, sending him flying. Corin's body is completely spent, leaving him with zero strength to resist the brutal assault. A master of every weapon he steals, Ohad Rest handles any blade as if it were his own soul-bound tool. While raining blows on Corin, Ohad voices his confusion. He closes the distance, one eye glowing with intense light. Why would AA give a legendary weapon to a useless guy like you? Ohad grills Corin for answers. Is it because you are supposed to be special? He grabs Corin's wrist, demanding the truth. Do you possess an aura, light, or magic that surpasses everyone else? Today, I am going to find the answer I am looking for. Ohad flings Corin into the air. Trust me, you and I need to see what comes next. All right, stick with me, because you and I are about to witness a clash between two literal giants. I am the only one special enough for this stage, O declares, standing as unshakable as a massive mountain. Suddenly, O pours every ounce of his crushing pressure into the weapon in his hands, his expression turning ice cold as he prepares to strike. He sneers that Corin is nothing more than a flashy show-off with zero right to stand beside him. That razor-sharp spear point is now inches from the forehead of a sweating Corin. Your place is off this stage, O growls, declaring that today, Corin Locke, is the day you finally meet your miserable end. But Corin counters with the returning horse spear, a secret family technique he has been practicing just for this fight. He launches himself high into the air, diving straight for O. O reacts instantly, using his incredible agility to shift his stance and intercept the incoming blow with his feet in a blur of motion. Even a master like him cannot dodge it all. A thin red line opens on his face as a spray of fresh blood hits the air. The two warriors create some distance, and seeing the wound he inflicted, Corin cannot help but let out a mocking little smirk. You seem pretty confident that any weapon will do, Corin says, narrowing his eyes. But when it comes to the spear, you simply cannot beat me. O actually takes the hit to his pride and offers a rare word of praise, admitting that it really is a magnificent spear. With a simple snap of his fingers, a swarm of lethal blades manifests around him, and his eyes ignite with a terrifying, supernatural glow. Trust me, when a master shows respect like this, it means someone is about to get hurt. He snatches a blade from the air, the absolute strongest weapon belonging to Dan, and pours his power into it until it begins to glow with a divine chant. Fragarek. A blinding, horrific light erupts from the blade, threatening to swallow everything in its path with its immense power. Oh, looks like he has lost control of his bloodlust, screaming for them to settle this with one final strike. In response, Corin's gaze transforms into something primal. He grits his teeth and accepts the challenge. Both of them roar as they charge forward, refusing to give even an inch of ground in this final confrontation. Two massive, clashing auras collide with explosive force, creating a shockwave that proves these two are perfectly matched in their destructive power. The force is so violent that the very earth is shredded. Roel quickly moves to shield Mirawam, completely stunned by the sheer scale of the chaos. What on earth is this? The crowd can only stare in pure terror as the two forces collide, releasing a godlike power that shatters the earth and sends shockwaves through the entire realm. Everyone is left wondering the same thing: who could possibly possess enough power to cause this kind of world-shaking cataclysm? Only one who stands above the masses. A player who has broken every law of common sense and logic. Corin stands alone in the settling dust of the battlefield after their life-or-death struggle. O lowers his head, his eyes heavy with complex emotions as he speaks in a low tone. Killing you now would be such a hassle, he mutters. He points his sword to the sky, admitting that even failing would be just as annoying for him. Corin is absolutely trashed, staring in silence as O gives him credit for actually surviving that world-shattering attack. He shoots one last look at Corin, his voice sounding hollow and drained of its earlier fire. You have earned your right to stand on this final stage, he acknowledges, finally looking the man he calls Corin Locke in the eye. He calls it a draw and turns toward the hole, but Corin isn't ready to let him walk away just yet. The fight isn't over, Corin shouts, but O doesn't even look back. He simply tells him that his true fated opponent is not him. A sudden realization floods O's mind as he prepares to depart from this battle once and for all. Pay attention here, this is where the old man realizes just how wrong he was about our hero as that glowing portal slowly starts to vanish. As the portal fades, O's voice echoes one last time, admitting that choosing this boy was actually the perfect decision. Corin is left alone in the wreckage, but the silence is broken by the frantic, terrified screams of his friends calling out to him. Warren and Marriott rush to his side as he collapses. He tries to calm them down, insisting he is fine, even though he is clearly at his limit. He is just putting on a brave face to keep Obress from coming back. If the old man thinks Corin still has fight left, he won't resume the attack. His jaw is set tight as he glares toward the horizon, his mind already racing toward the next move. The threat is gone for now. Your army can't set foot in the sanctuary anymore, Princess. The soldiers who were once full of fire are now broken and hopeless after witnessing that god-tier battle. But a desperate voice calls out for Princess Mirawam, and Corin's face goes pale with a sudden, chilling realization. Wait, that legendary clash didn't just destroy the ground, it shattered the curse and every binding contract along with it. Every vow is now completely void. Ren looks on in horror. It turns out the snake never cared about who won or lost this fight. It was just waiting for the exact moment when everyone was too weak to fight back. Mirawam doesn't even try to hide it anymore. And that sinister look in her eyes? Yeah, you and I both know this is far from over. Thank you, Senior Corin, she purrs. You and your friends have conveniently used up every bit of strength you had left in those battles. You see, there is an old story that explains exactly what is happening right now. If Estelle Hadatha Ella stood out as a legendary saintess because of her natural holy power, Mirawam Elizabeth was famous for her intellect and warmth, qualities she refined to become the next queen. As per usual, alright, stick with me here. We're starting with a world where everything seemed perfect, as Estelle clung to Mia's side like a shadow, begging her to stop studying and just play. I know Mia would sigh helplessly, but even though she acted annoyed, she spoiled Estelle more than anyone else in the world. Even the maids were moved by how close they were. They couldn't help but gush over the princess's beautiful and genuine bond. The other maids agreed, noting that with a bond this strong, the king wouldn't have a single thing to worry about. These were the nurses and maids who raised them from birth. But suddenly, a warm, familiar voice called out from the hallway. Mia, my darling daughter. Mirawam ran to her mother, the woman she loved more than anyone else in the entire universe. Maria Elizabeth Elis was Mirawam's whole world back then. But that peace was shattered on a night with a moon as red as blood. Princess. Mirawam caught her falling nurse, who gasped out one final, desperate warning before she collapsed. You have to run away now. Her spirit was instantly crushed. This trip with her mother was supposed to be a celebratory holiday, a day to remember forever. It was a day that should have been happier than anything. Driven by panic, Mirawam ran through the halls, screaming for help, only to stumble upon the horrific sight of her nurse's end. Watch closely. Mirawam desperately searches for anyone who can protect her as her entire world starts to crumble. The scholars who taught her magic, the nurses, and the maids who raised her, every single person who made up her world was gone. Mirawam's soft sobs echoed as she ran blindly through the carnage. Please, she begged. Stop teasing me, don't do this to me anymore. Right then, a familiar voice cut through the air. Mia. Mirawam froze, her eyes widening in a mix of pure shock and hope. It was Maria, but she was brutally wounded. Still, she smiled gently, calling out to her daughter with her final, fading strength. My precious daughter. And just like that, Mirawam's inner world shattered. She collapsed to the ground like a broken soul. Mother, she whispered, tears streaming down her face. And there he stood, his hands completely drenched in fresh, bright red blood. That day, at the hands of the Silver Wolf, the father she trusted, everything was lost because he hesitated in the demon war. He covered up her mother's death as an accident. Meanwhile, Estelle became a saintess of the New Order, protecting the very demons responsible. As for Mirawam, she was locked away in a dark dungeon, crying until nothing but tears of blood leaked from her eyes. Crushed by their so-called greater good, she was abandoned. But Mirawam wasn't about to just sit there and be forgotten by history. Revenge became her only fuel. She replaced her fading holy power with dark, volatile magic to keep herself going. She used every political trick she knew to expand her influence and build her own secret faction within the kingdom. Eventually, Mirawam seized the title of Saintess of Jeru and took command of the military. That was when he finally approached her. Test spoke in a low voice, asking if she truly wanted revenge. Without waiting for an answer, he handed her a mysterious black stone. She held it, her mind full of questions. Test simply explained it was the infinite snake of Midgard. You and I both know this kind of dark power comes with a terrifying price. Let's see exactly how much it's going to cost her. Mirawam knew nothing in this world was free. If a spell could steal every life nearby, surely there was a heavy price to pay. The price is the life of the caster, he said coldly. To his surprise, Mirawam's lips just curled into a dark, knowing smile. Snapping back to the present, Mirawam stares down at Kuss, her lifelong dream finally within her grasp. As she controls the infinite snake, she realizes she hasn't cared about living since the day she lost everything. Her life was already over. Her smile loses all traces of humanity. If she achieves her revenge, her own life is just an unnecessary sacrifice. Deep red liquid begins to spill across the floor as snakes, with glowing crimson eyes, slither out from the shadows. This is Mirawam's unique magic, Midgard's infinite snake. Cuss blocks the path, yelling for everyone to run while Chi-Chi screams in terror. But what about you? Chi-Chi cries out. Cuss grits his teeth. The words of explanation stuck deep in his throat. I have a job to do, he thinks. He remembers his own darkest days and refuses to be a helpless victim ever again. Suddenly, a piercing scream rings out from behind. The infinite snake has locked onto Chi-Chi as its next target. No. He's faced with two impossible choices. I still have things I must finish. Tears stream down his face as he curses his own powerlessness. But then, a very familiar voice echoes through the chaos. What on earth are you doing? He quickly scoops the girl up, leaving the fight to Elisa while Chi-Chi huddles in his arms. Uncle? Corin's voice cuts in from a distance. If you go now, do you really think you can stop Miroam alone? Or were you just planning to throw your life away and beg her to stop this whole massacre? Trust me, you and I can see he's pissed as he snaps back. What do you even know, you puny human? All right, you and I are about to witness a man fight fate itself. Corin brushes off the warning, knowing he can't just stand by. The man stutters, frozen for a moment. He looks at Corin's battered body in total disbelief. Wait, those wounds, how are you still standing? But Corin only cares about the mission. He tells the man to go, protect his family, and leave the rest to him. Determination burns in Corin's eyes. I have my own job to do. Then, he charges alone toward the massive infinite snake. Corin frowns, whispering to himself. He never expected he would have to face this nightmare of a monster all over again. The infinite snake, Midgard Ouroboros. A mythological beast summoned by the most dangerous forbidden magic in existence. Corin remembers everything from his past life. This beast slaughtered thousands and was the same magic that killed Miroam. History is about to repeat itself. Suddenly, his weapon crackles with lightning. Corin lunges forward, unleashing a devastating flurry of strikes on the enemy. The system identifies it. It's a legendary rank weapon from the twin spears of Manon Marley, the Crimson Spear. Grr. Now pay attention here as he strikes. The image of Miroam flashes back. He's being forced into the same cruel choice as before. Kill her with his own hands or face the blinding red light erupting from his cross-shaped slash. The system confirms a massive boost, dealing 350% extra damage against all beast-type enemies. The target is cursed by the Crimson Spear's wild hunt. Corin charges inside, where a mocking voice greets him immediately. A man who clings too much isn't attractive. Sir Corin, you really should learn when to give up. Even though he expected it, Corin is still surprised. Miroam is right there, cutting off his hope before he can speak. Anything you say is useless now. Miroam's eyes burn. I've seen destiny. Every plan is complete, and I'm finally the one laughing. Everything is drowning in smoke and flames because all her scores have finally been settled. Corin speaks softly. I know you'll trigger the Midgard Ouroboros right here. That snake won't stop until your life is extinguished. It won't die until it reaches the northern continent. Hearing this makes her visibly shake with agitation. How do you know? I heard the House of Banthas was on the opposing side. Miroam regains her composure and shrugs. The snakes suddenly swarm into a single point, forming a black stone in her hand. Thanks for confirming that for me. The stone flashes brightly, signaling the beginning of a dark finale for Miroam. Finally, my wish will come true. The massive snake begins coiling around the buildings of the entire city. The black stone glows as the sacrifice begins. Miroam uses her own body to fuel the magic, her voice full of spite. This pain is nothing compared to what I've survived. But Corin's next words make her freeze in her tracks. It's not like Gia's magic. I've seen it myself. The spear glows, scattering the snakes. It's the power of the death god's gem. He blasts them all away. Miroam grinds her teeth and summons another wave. Don't bother, it's all useless. Midgard is already active. No one can stop it but me. Corin yells back while tearing through the smaller snakes. This isn't our first time meeting. I'm sick of this. His power and the infinite snake's aura clash head-on in an epic struggle. You and I can see he's in serious trouble. They're using their bodies like ropes to bind Corin tight. The snakes try to pull him into the center of the core. Using every ounce of strength left, Corin miraculously reaches Miroam. I'm not the kind of guy who listens to words. A second later, his hand finally touches the black stone. A blinding light explodes from the stone, along with an overwhelming pressure that shakes the area. He refuses to back down even as she screams that she'll never stop the magic. That it's her destiny. Then, Corin says something confusing. That destiny. Please, just stop talking about it. Corin declares he's going to crush that cursed fate once and for all. That's exactly why I'm here. Despite his words, Miroam refuses to back away from her path. The Ouroboros is already moving. What do you think you can do? Corin just grips his hands tighter, ignoring his system as it glitches. Don't you get it? This magic drains the caster's soul until they die. Corin has made a choice to sacrifice himself. If the life of one person is enough to make this beast move, then another life can be used to stop it. Her eyes widen in pure shock. What? What did you just say? Miruam looks at his growing power and questions him. No way. You really mean to trade your life just to stop this? She glares back, refusing to lose. You think I'll just give up on this magic because of that? Why would you go this far and throw your life away for me? Corin just gives her a slight smirk. You think I have some grand goal? No. Corin speaks every word with absolute certainty. I'm simply done with losing anyone else I care about, and that's where we leave it, trust me. She's completely shaken. What? What are you even talking about? On the other side, the infinite snake is tearing through the battlefield while Elisa shouts through the chaos. Stick with me here, you are about to see a broken man face his darkest moment. The landscape has completely shifted under the glow of a bright blood moon. Corin is confused as he watches the mother goddess fall. Why is he inside Miruam's memories? Is the snake stealing their life force together? Their minds are now connected. A moment later, he finally starts to realize the truth. This is the source of Miruam's deep hatred, her most painful and hidden memory. Limping to her feet, Miruam snaps back. You don't understand anything about me at all. She turns with lifeless eyes. What comes next is a literal hell on earth as she starts her story. Her father covered up the truth as an accident just to keep peace after the war. Using racial equality as an excuse, even Estel protected those monsters who did it. Just thinking about it makes her hands shake with fury. That's when her dark plan was born. Now, pay attention, this is where we see the cold, calculated steps of her revenge. Until this very moment, with her vengeance in reach, she's still completely alone. Losing everyone and being left in the dark, those days were her true nightmare. Corin responds with deep empathy. I know that feeling, he says. But Miruam cuts him off, calling his words a joke. She looks at him with pure contempt. You will never truly understand my pain. Have you ever felt the agony of losing your entire family? She asks, knowing about his living parents. They are still safe in the capital. What if I killed them and brought their bodies to you? Before she can finish, Corin answers her softly. No, I've already lost the people I loved most. Suddenly, the vision shifts to a snowy field. Miruam stands over a pile of corpses. You think showing me this will make me feel guilty? She freezes. In front of her, Corin is holding her own dying body with a shattered heart. Mia, why? He asks. She struggles to speak, saying she just couldn't stop herself. This makes the real Miruam furious. You and I both know what's coming. But the twist here is absolutely insane. But Corin insists this isn't some vision of the future, it's actually the past. Looking into her eyes, he explains that he was sent 3 years back in time. Miruam is shocked. What? Corin begins to explain the details of his previous life. In other words, in the timeline I lived through, your death has already happened. She's losing it, unable to believe him. Corin, stop talking this absolute nonsense. How is this any different from the destiny left predicted for me? Everything is still going exactly as planned. To her, fate is something absolute that can never be changed or escaped. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a quiet room filled with sunlight and a gentle breeze. Corin calmly watches the tragedy unfold. I'm not here for fate, I'm here for the family I lost. In this life, her charm spell failed, but he remembers it with a gentle warmth. In the past, things were different. They were happy because they were actually husband and wife. Miruam stammers, calling it a lie, as the world shifts back to a snowy night. Corin's voice echoes. Does this look like an act? The memory of Miruam wipes his tears, saying she loves him. It's an undeniable truth. Her wish to save the world was actually real. She couldn't stand seeing innocent people die. Her quiet sobbing echoes through the vision. Our child. I wanted so badly for them to be born. I'm so sorry I couldn't do it. With those words, she's gone forever. The real Miruam stands frozen, completely speechless. What Corin is protecting now is the family he already lost once. She remembers his words about the pain of being left alone. He smiles and tells her that he has felt that pain more than enough already. Miruam closes her eyes and makes her final choice. I have to stop this. And as she calls out to the serpent, you and I are left wondering, is it too late? Stick with me, we're about to witness a desperate struggle for survival. Her eyes widen in terror while he curses under his breath. Damn it! Could these blackstone runes be an ancient rune-bound script? The moment Test has been waiting for has finally arrived. All efforts to resist are futile as the werewolf tribe continues to be slaughtered by the infinite snakes. They're backed into a corner with nowhere to run. Trapped and helpless, they can't resist this overwhelming and fierce magic power. He marvels at the glowing stone in his palm. The infinite snakes have moved, and every magic user there is dead. This is just how the world works. Test makes it clear there's no way you're escaping this fate. Corin Locke grinds his teeth in frustration. Miruam begs to help, but Corin refuses to let her take the risk. He completely objects. Pushing her away, Corin forces Miruam to distance herself from the dangerous black stone. I am sorry. Before her vision fades, he flashes a smile, losing her once again in the chaos. Now pay attention, because this is where the sacrifice gets real. Miruam falls while Corin endures all the agonizing pain. He realizes that after the brutal fight with OH, His mana and the light from his 3 aura cores are completely drained. Suddenly, a notification pops up. The backup system begins to verify the commandments. Corin is tense but curious. The first commandment. We shall not stand by while disaster strikes the innocent. Compatibility is A+. The second commandment. No judgment of spirits, granting a 50% damage boost. Third commandment. We shall save this world. The set effects of Kai and Eat boost his mana by 200%. He feels like he's been reborn. That bastard Banzat. The system confirms high compatibility and boosts his stats by 300%. Corin focuses all the external power of the Black Stone directly into his own body. Once someone intervenes, the story shifts into a new direction. We don't act for fate. We're here to protect the things we swore to guard forever. The others are shielded now. The commandment is clear. We will save this world. Miruam waits for the final result as the commandment to help the innocent echoes. The system calls out to Corin. Hero Corin Locke. Destroy the evil and save this world. An extreme surge of power floods his entire body. Kaiole, the sun descends. Cracks appear on the black stone while the infinite snakes outside the city start to vanish slowly. Her mind goes blank as she stares in shock. Suddenly, Miruam spots something right in front of her. She rushes over as Corin's body falls. Without a second thought, Miruam desperately tears at his clothes. She watches him closely and prays, "Please, just wake up." Miruam places her hand on him, feeling utterly helpless. She tries mouth to mouth, begging for him to return. Miruam breaks down in tears as her spirit shatters. "You and I both felt that relief, right?" His voice finally calls out, "Don't make that sad face." She freezes for a second. Corin gently strokes her face, and finally, Miruam is able to smile again. Using the last of his strength, he whispers a gentle compliment. "You know, after such a brutal fight, you look much prettier when you're smiling like that." As the two of them share a happy moment after the disaster, the Magic Clan members slowly begin to surround them. But they aren't here for anything good. They start hurling accusations at her, completely ignoring any lack of proof. "This woman is the Snake Princess, isn't she? This whole mess is her fault, right?" However, at this critical life or death moment, a calm voice cuts through the crowd. "Stop this. So, this is where you have been hiding." Recognizing the imposing figure walking toward them, the surrounding magic users immediately change their tone, gasping in shock. It is Lord Cuss. Suddenly, she is pulled back into a terrifying and frantic memory from her childhood. The image of a wolf transformed under the red moon still haunts her. "Was it you back then?" Filled with heavy hatred, as if her smile was just an illusion, she stands up and glares at the silver-furred wolf, who obviously remembers exactly who she is. "It has been 10 years, Princess Miruam." Cuss's voice turns into a low, aggressive growl. "Since that day 10 years ago, I haven't spent a single moment without feeling regret." Intense killing intent radiates from him, constantly locking onto his small prey through this dark declaration. "Today, I will fix every single mistake." But the Miruam of today doesn't flinch, even when facing such a powerhouse. "Yes, you are going to regret not killing me when you had the chance." Suddenly, an unexpected change occurs, causing her pupils to shrink in total shock as she stands there without any hesitation. Cuss drops his massive aura and kneels right at Miruam's feet. "Trust me, you and I didn't see that coming." The agony in his soul seems to spread through every single cell of his powerful body. Every word is heavy with regret as he speaks. "I truly repent for what happened on that day." It is not just Miruam who freezes every demon there is, stunned by what they are witnessing. "What is this, Master Cuss?" Ignoring the chaos, Cuss continues by dragging his memories back to that fateful night. 10 years ago, on the day I sent your mother away, the end result was that I put my entire tribe into grave danger." Before he can finish pouring his heart out, someone else jumps in to defend his actions. "Master Cuss, your daughter already." Cuss immediately turns and snaps 3 words with a rock-solid voice. "Be quiet." Once the noise finally fades away, he lowers his eyes to the ground, filled with overwhelming emotion. "Pay attention here, because you and I are about to see the tension hit a breaking point as a battered Corin stands with eyes full of sheer determination. "Just do what you have to do," he says, emphasizing every word. Cuss speaks with a steady voice once more, giving his final order to his people. "My death here is voluntary. You must never, under any circumstances, try to seek revenge for me." He lowers himself even further, bowing his body nearly 180 degrees before the silent Princess Miruam. "Please, just take my head right now, Princess," he begs with everything he has. "I truly hope you can find it in your heart to let go of your hatred for my people." As his final words fall, a heavy, suffocating silence grips the entire tense atmosphere like a tightened string. But before she can even decide how to respond, a different voice cuts in, making Miruam jump in surprise. It is a young wolf boy from the demon tribe. Despite his fear, he stands his ground. "Master Cuss is like a father to me. Please do not kill him." Cuss is so shocked he can only mutter one word. "You?" But the boy interrupts again, apologizing to the princess. The boy's actions trigger a painful memory for Miruam. Please, I beg you, spare her life. Our mother, please save her. Save our mother. The image of Cuss looking conflicted while raising his sharp claws is still burned into her brain as if it happened only yesterday. A bead of sweat rolls down her cheek. I know what you are thinking. Can she really just let go of 10 years of hatred as her battle spirit vanishes while Cuss grabs the screaming boy by his collar to end the chaos? No, let me go. The boy's cries echo in her ears, creating a chaotic wall of sound. But the princess seems to have realized something, and she quietly closes her eyes to find some peace. A second later, as if she has made her final choice, she drops to one knee and shouts to stop the group in front of her. That is enough. Looking up at the warm sunlight on her face, a relaxed Miruam gives her final answer. I want to stop now. After a battle that shook the heavens, it all ends with Cuss's apology and her choosing forgiveness. The kingdom's sky is filled with flying white papers and loud shouts. Special news here. Special news here. The humans reading this shocking news cannot believe what they see. The ones behind the queen's death 10 years ago were actually the demons. Some are completely stunned. What? I thought she died in a tragic accident. An image of the king is placed in the corner of the newspaper, showing the truth that was hidden for 10 long years finally coming to light, leaving everyone completely speechless. But look at this. Let us go back to that day. The day he decided to stand up and announce the story of the past to the whole world, saying 10 years ago, I lost my beloved wife. Even if exposing the truth destroys the royal family's image, the king remains absolutely determined to speak every single word to his people. But the origin of everything was that my wife was too obsessed with the old religious teachings. And that is where we leave it, a cycle of revenge finally broken by the truth of a queen who slaughtered demons. Trust me, you and I won't forget this twist. Stick with me, we are about to witness the agony of a powerful elder who could do nothing but watch his only family vanish into despair. He could only lower his head, hiding his expression from the world as the king continued his grim tale. Later on, my wife was hunted down and killed by a grieving father who had just lost his own daughter. Corin stepped forward to bring the truth into the light, finally asking the most critical question of the entire situation. Why exactly did you hide that? What was the real reason for keeping it a secret for so long? A heavy silence fell, as the king drifted back into his memories before finally answering. He explained that the grieving father actually managed to restrain his rage during those final moments. The image of the crying princess was burned into his mind, leading him to spare my daughter's life that day. Now pay attention, a secret 10 years in the making is finally being dragged into the light by the king himself. Bridge Hasson. Alright, you and I are diving into a scene where a king is forever torn between rage for his wife and gratitude for his daughter. Cuss knows the full truth, making his internal pain even sharper. He is caught in the middle, feeling both a father's fury and a king's heavy sense of mercy. His fingers tighten on the throne in a sudden grip, proving just how much pressure and discomfort is surging deep inside his heart. For too long, I have been the only one putting off this impossible decision. After that tragic day, it felt like he was the only soul left who knew the cold truth, suffering in total isolation as he mourned the loss of his wife. And because he spent those long years isolated in his own grief, the king couldn't even mention Miruam's name without ignoring the heavy heart of the daughter he had left all alone in the cold shadows. In this moment, the gap between king and princess vanishes, leaving just a father who finally sees everything. It took me this long to find the courage to fix this mess. I am truly sorry. After 10 long years, the truth is finally bared to the world, and Mia can finally let her spirit fly away like an eagle landing safely. Finally, the bill passes. Demons are now recognized as full citizens of Estel, and the world begins to change forever. Marriott arrives and runs toward Corin with pure joy, shouting her little brother's name over and over again. Bridge #2. Now, pay attention, the trial for the assassination attempt is finally starting, and Cuss is definitely being led away in heavy iron handcuffs. Given the gravity of his crimes, it seemed certain that Cuss would be facing a death sentence. But the final verdict is reduced to 15 years. Corin explains the details under a glowing orange sky. Why the light sentence? Miruam just shrugs it off. Honestly, who could have guessed? My mother's crimes are public knowledge now. If she found out, she would probably be absolutely furious about it. She quickly changes the subject to something else entirely, just as a tiny snake peeks its head out from the shadows. You are just in time. Look at this. Corin realizes instantly, is it possible that this is the infinite midge he saw during that fateful moment back then? But the snake princess shuts that down quickly with a very long and detailed explanation. Not quite. Midge was just a vessel. This little one right here is actually the true infinite snake. Even without its power, it found its way back to me. She doesn't linger on the mystery of the snake's identity for long. Corin asks if she's keeping it as a familiar, and Miruam nods without any hesitation at all. Yeah, I am curious to see how it grows. Her next words leave Corin completely red-faced. Motherhood is a duty. I haven't experienced it fully yet, so I will start here. Pure shock is written all over Corin's face. You really do remember everything from that time, don't you? She is blushing, but clearly loves teasing him. I really didn't expect you to be quite so rough with a lady like me, you know. Bridge, #3. You and I can see Corin is totally flustered. How much did their memories actually sink? Seeing him frozen like a statue, Miriam can't help but turn away and burst into laughter. I am just kidding. Like a goddess descending from above, she shines brighter than the sun before it sets. Thank you for all of the guidance you have given me recently. It is not just the teasing. Corin's cheeks are glowing because his heart is actually skipping a beat. However, he quickly pulls himself together as the time comes for them to say their goodbyes. It is getting cold, so please get home safely. Miriam simply nods and agrees to leave. Walking firmly across the stone path, her gentle voice echoes through the air as she softly reminds him that autumn has finally arrived here today. As the storm passes, a cool breeze blows in, signaling a new season and a fresh start. Soon, the moon is hanging high in the night sky. Back in her room, Miriam finally feels the heavy weight lift from her weary shoulders at last. Every hardship is over. It feels like an era of true peace is finally within their reach. Now, her gem-like eyes are filled with nothing but pure love and an overflowing sense of happiness for the future. But her peace is shattered in an instant by a stranger's voice. You're looking pretty good, aren't you? Without a second of hesitation or panic, Miriam summons her fierce snakes and snaps back at the mysterious intruder immediately. You certainly are impatient, aren't you? Coming to find me so quickly. Sadly, her snakes are wiped out instantly. I really don't like playing around with toys like these. The intruder is none other than Test Banzard, who declares his arrival with absolute arrogance and a voice that carries zero doubt about his power. Without a single shred of mercy for an old acquaintance, he grabs Miriam by the throat and delivers a chilling announcement that changes everything between them. Bridge #4, trust me, you and I just witnessed the start of a nightmare. All right. You and I are about to see a destiny get completely rewritten. Your future was never a certainty, but the ending? It always seemed to stay the same. His cold gaze locks onto her as he delivers a chilling truth without a hint of hesitation. She is destined to be destroyed by the player. Tete takes matters into his own hands to force the timeline back onto its original path. That is your final end. Miriam closes her eyes, waiting for death to strike. Suddenly, a deathly silence fills the air. The grip on her neck loosens, and a spear slams into the wall right beside her. Under the suffocating pressure, she uses every ounce of strength to let out a trembling question. Are you not going to kill me? Isn't this the perfect chance you've waited for? Tet holds a crystal glowing with a ghostly blue light. I am not even sure anymore. He stares at the shining crystal in his hand, his face showing a rare moment of deep thought. The fact that you are still alive is something I never predicted. His red eyes pierce through her soul. Even so, it leaves my heart feeling restless and uneasy. After all, we were once allies with the same goal. Tete suddenly lets go, leaving her on the floor. Now pay attention here, I'm going to spare your life, but stay away from Corin Locke. Miriam stares in shock at his warning to stay away until the eternal winter begins. He walks toward the moonlight streaming through the window. You better not try anything clever. I am always watching your every move. Tete tilts his head, showing a sharp, frozen profile. If you mess with my chessboard, you will pay with your life. We will meet again soon. On the floor, countless severed snake corpses lie scattered in a pool of dark, foul blood. This is the brutal proof of the savage battle that just took place. The scene shifts to a grand academy where golden sunlight brings a peaceful contrast to the darkness. In the hallway, Melina waves with a bright smile. Senior, thank you for walking with me today. You and I can see Jeramon hiding behind the wall, and yeah, he is absolutely losing it. No, this cannot be happening. He can no longer control himself and rushes out from his hiding spot. His voice cracks with emotion. Jeramon, is that you? Melina asks, looking very surprised. He gathers his courage to ask the question burning in his mind. Are you dating Corin this Friday? She confirms it directly. That is right. Then she looks confused. How did you even know about that? Her short answer hits Jeramon like a bolt of lightning. Why, Melina? Why him? Why are you dating Corin? Did all our time together mean nothing? He clutches his head in agony and jealousy. Why does it have to be Corin? Seeing his extreme reaction, Melina steps closer with worry. Jeramon, are you feeling okay right now? He tries to believe the best, refusing to accept the painful reality right in front of him. No, I trust Corin. He knows I like Melina, so he would never do this to me. To him, Corin is the perfect senior who always cares for those under him. An amazing person like him would never act this way, but Jeramon's faith is shaking. Corin's smile suddenly feels fake. No, it cannot be real. His rage finally explodes, his face twisting as he thinks about Corin's true, flirtatious nature. How could I trust a playboy who flirts with everyone? He rushes forward and grabs both of Melina's hands. Melina, I have to be honest. I do not want you to go because of me. Jeramon's face turns bright red with embarrassment. He gambles everything on this moment. I like you. What? Her cheeks turn as red as a ripe peach as he holds her hands tight. The shyness spreads everywhere as she gathers her courage to speak from the bottom of her heart. I like you too, Jeramon. Melina secretly glances to the side, her heart overflowing with happiness. She gives a hidden thumbs up. Thank you, Corin. The jealousy operation was a massive success. And that is where we leave it, a perfect plan for a perfect couple. Wild, right? You and I are jumping in just as Mariette and Elisa start fighting over who gets to feed Corin sweets. Corin, try this. Do you want some honey candy? He happily accepts all the love coming his way. He puffs his cheeks, chewing the sweet honey candy with total satisfaction. Autumn really is the season of harvest. After all the hard work he has put in until now, you could say his efforts are finally bearing fruit. Under bright red maple leaves, Melina and Jeramon walk hand in hand, soaking in the peace of a beautiful afternoon. Since the raid on the Magic Tower, where Corin and his brave allies faced life-threatening danger, going through endless, exhausting battles that left his body scarred, his spirit has never once flickered or cooled down. From that grueling trip to the Holy Land, every single memory is burned deep into his mind. The Academy sky is brilliant blue, framed by the fiery red and orange of autumn maples. It feels like even a survivor of chaos like him is finally allowed a brief, quiet moment of peace. Corin takes a deep breath, closing his eyes to savor this rare tranquility with a warm, satisfied smile. Right at that moment, now watch this. A playful voice rings out, calling him little brother, as Corin jumps in total shock. A flash of pure white fabric enters his vision. It is Saintess Estelle, walking over with a friendly wave. I told you to call me big sister. Corin gets flustered as he notices everyone's eyes locking onto them. People are staring, and Mariette's expression immediately turns dark. Not senior, but big sister? Whatever, that doesn't even matter. Estelle ignores the judgmental stares and excitedly pulls out a piece of paper. Look at this. It is a flyer for a famous beauty pageant. The Autumn Maiden? Is she actually entering this contest in Merkava? The headline on the ad is impossible to miss. Vote for your girl, the Autumn Maiden contest. She is convinced her beauty and fame will be unmatched. That's right. Your big sister is going to sweep every single award. Corin still feels something is off. But shouldn't you be heading back to the Holy Land for the Harvest Festival? Estelle has already cooked up a bold travel plan to make sure she can handle both. She will stay at the Holy Land with her followers and rush back just in time for the Autumn Maiden Finals. He is sweating bullets at her sheer recklessness. Can she even do that? The Autumn Harvest Festival is a huge celebration in almost every culture. The festival atmosphere is electric, with glowing lanterns and crowds filling the busy streets. Last year featured an inter-academy festival. Boys and girls walking together under the autumn sun, creating memories they will never forget. The excitement is peaking as everyone focuses on one main event. But the Academy always hosts a massive, national-level harvest festival every single year. The main event? Those stunning red shoes walking across a carpet of golden maple leaves, signaling the start of the ultimate beauty showdown. Tradition says you must gift a golden basket won from the festival games to your chosen Autumn Maiden candidate. The race to claim that title is going to be intense and full of surprises. Let's pause here, because you and I know this is actually a classic story quest from the original game. The icon shows a small, determined girl holding up her index finger. Those golden baskets are definitely meant for her. But if you are a male player, you have to win a contest and gift the basket to the heroine. The competition throws some seriously tough challenges at them to prove their worth. Back to the present. Estelle gives Corin a beaming, expectant smile, holding out her hand with a demand. So, enter the contest, win it, and give that basket to me. He is caught totally off guard, staring in disbelief. Me? Why me? She does not hold back at all, pouting right there in the middle of campus. Just do it, I said do it, or I'm going to be really mad. Corin panics as the gossip around them starts heating up. Saintess, please. People are watching. Just calm down. But she is not listening to his protests. Estelle stands her ground. I do not care. You have to take responsibility for this. Jeramon grinds his teeth in pure jealousy. That lucky idiot. He screams internally, even the Saintess is into him. Amidst the chaos, Mariette steps in, making things even more unpredictable. Estelle looks a little surprised. Junior Mariette. The mood suddenly drops. Mariette is not smiling like usual. She is looking dead serious. Corin would not like that. Corin feels like he is caught between two volcanoes about to erupt. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see who survives this silent showdown. Stick with me, because you and I are about to see our hero get cornered by the most dangerous force on Earth, jealous women. Corin's face goes completely pale. Senior, you were never even interested in things like this, were you? Her eyes glow with a haunting red light as she whispers a chilling question. You are going to give that ribbon to me, right? Before he can answer, another hand grabs his arm from the other side. Corin, me too. Even Elisa is jumping into the fray. Corin, I want to try it out too. He is getting hit by one shock after another. What is happening? The ghost of despair is written all over his face. He realizes he is right in the eye of the most brutal war imaginable. Wait, what is wrong with everyone? Only one thought is screaming in his head. I am totally dead. If this keeps up, the Harvest Festival is going to be a massacre. Marriott does not back down, doubling down on her claim. You are not planning on giving it to the Saintess, right? I was the first one to ever approach you, Corin. Estelle smiles dangerously while gripping her thorn staff. Death might actually be a mercy compared to this. Warren giggles, full of confidence for the upcoming festival. This is my first harvest since waking up, so being with you should be fun. The girls are sure he won't abandon them. Every single eye is now locked onto that tiny promise. That ribbon. Pay attention here. 4 pairs of glowing eyes are drilling holes straight through our main character. You will give it to me, right? His back looks so lonely, surrounded by these predators. The pressure is suffocating. Cold sweat pours down his face. Corin knows every choice leads to a different kind of punishment. No matter who gets the gold ribbon, the ones left out will definitely make him pay the price. In a corner of the schoolyard, Elle and Jer are wearing sunglasses, eating popcorn and enjoying the show. Are we finally going to see Corin get torn into 4 pieces? Coming to the academy today was definitely worth it. Corin looks for any opening to escape this nightmare. Suddenly, he bolts like an Olympic sprinter, leaving a cloud of dust behind. I have something urgent to do, so I will skip this part. See you all later. He runs like a madman, not daring to look back for even a single second. Exactly. Before making a choice that leads to disaster, he needs to find a loophole. Corin immediately thinks of the only person who can solve this impossible deadlock. The director of Merkaba. I will talk to Master and ask her to cancel this whole beauty contest. Trust me, he really thinks she's his savior. Even if the sky falls, there has to be a way out for me. Elle and Jer just watch him run away. That idiot. He probably thinks he just pressed the emergency exit button, but behind Corin, the bloodlust and obsession of those 4 girls have already reached a boiling point. It is a terrifying sight. He keeps running, screaming in pure, unadulterated desperation. Master, help me. His friends wonder why the button he pressed looks more like a self-destruct trigger. Corin slams into the heavy wooden door of the director office, his voice hoarse as he breaks the silence. Master! Aaron looks up at him, still keeping the calm aura of a legendary master. My disciple, what is the matter? He tries to swallow the panic rising in his chest. It is about the festival contest, Master. She slowly stands up from her red velvet chair. Ah, the festival. Then, Aaron drops a total bombshell. During the faculty meeting earlier, something quite embarrassing happened regarding that event. Corin gasps in total shock. Something embarrassing? He has a bad feeling that whatever is coming will be worse than anything he imagined. No way. Aaron runs her fingers through her silver hair, looking unusually shy and feminine for a change. Her next words shatter his last hope for a peaceful life. They requested that I also participate in the contest this year. She hasn't noticed his soul leaving his body yet. By the way, Corin, are you entering any events? Her next question is the final nail in the coffin for our poor protagonist. I wonder, if I win, who will you give that ribbon to? Every logical thought in his head just went dark. Corin stammers, that ribbon. Inside, he is just screaming at the heavens. His knees give out as he collapses onto the cold floor. I will give it. The shock just won't end. Oh, give me a break. A twisted smile forms on Corin's face as tears start to fall. That gold ribbon? I am going to hang it. And that is where we leave him between 5 dangerous women and a gold ribbon. You and I both know he's doomed, right? All right. You and I are watching a protagonist who can't catch a break. Corin kneels before Aaron, his voice heavy. I have to give it to her. His determination is rock solid now. That golden ribbon? I'm delivering it personally. He tells himself there is no more running away. He is at the point of no return, and he knows it. Corin falls silent, planning his next move. Aaron watches him, her eyes filled with worry as she sees his heavy heart. You look terrible, Corin. Is something weighing on your mind? She is completely caught off guard by his sudden request that follows. Master, at midnight on the final day of the Harvest Festival, he begins, standing tall before her, with a request. Could you spare a moment to meet me at the clock tower? Aaron Danua blushes, pressing a hand to her chest. At midnight? She hides a small smile behind her hand. All right, I'll be there. But Corin isn't finished with her yet. He turns to leave, emphasizing every single syllable. I will definitely make you the autumn queen of this entire festival. Cut to the Merkaba Academy cafeteria. You have got to be kidding me, Jer mutters, teasing him between mouthfuls of rice. I warned you, didn't I? Did you really think you could carry this whole burden by yourself? Lag adds from the side. Now, pay attention. Here are the 5 candidates. Estelle, Marie, Elisa, Horain, and Aaron Danua. He is totally doomed. Corin is drenched in sweat, feeling the walls closing in on him from every single direction. All 5 of them are silently pressuring him to give them the ribbon. But there is only one of him to go around. He remembers his big promise to Erin Danua. He's already sworn to give her the top prize. Corin holds his head in agony. What am I supposed to do now? Jer talks with his mouth completely full of food. Just pick one and get it over with. What's to think about? But Corin immediately shuts that idea down. I can't. The others would be devastated. His friends just sigh at how naive he is. Suddenly, a new voice chimes in with help. Don't worry, buddy. There is one way out of this. Corin looks up, eyes wide with hope. Wait, really? How? Lag leans in and whispers. Just turn yourself in. It's the only way. Jer gives 2 thumbs up in total agreement. Not a bad idea. I'm in. Just go and self-destruct already. Corin glares at his useless friends, feeling completely abandoned. But no matter what, he isn't giving up. No matter how insane the challenge, Corin refuses to back down right now. Lag scoffs. Just drop it. You are just wasting your energy on something that is literally impossible to pull off. Suddenly, Corin stands up, muttering. If the situation is this desperate, he'll just have to adapt and win it all. You and I knew he was crazy, but he's actually winning all 5 golden ribbons. He raises his hand, shouting with burning resolve. I'm entering all 5 categories and I'm taking first place in every single one. The kid nearby is horrified. Jer whispers, this guy has lost his mind. Is he doing this just for his playboy reputation? Corin just ignores them and walks away, laughing to himself. He knows exactly what needs to be done for them. It's my responsibility as a friend. I have to protect all of them equally. I can definitely make this happen. Just watch. Flashback to 3 weeks before the festival. There is a small mountain north of Maba City called Soron Peak. During holidays, people gather here for moon watching. It's a gentle climb with a breathtaking view of the entire city below. This mountain is usually packed with hikers. But lately, there has been a lot of talk about a very strange event. A crowd of people are doing push-ups as a voice thunders over them. Why do you sound so weak today? Is that all the strength you've got? Let me hear you shout louder than that. 1, knees down. 2, hands down. They follow his every move. 3, jump up. Keep moving. Don't you dare give up. There we go. Great job. Nearby, 2 women are whispering to each other. What in the world is happening here? I heard he is a student from the Guardian Academy. He's been coming here every day to lead these exercise sessions. One girl blushes, unable to take her eyes off him. Other girls rush toward him, admiring his physique and calling his name. Oh my God, I have never felt muscles this firm before. Corin, just look at those incredible gains. Corin Locke, the former national team coach candidate, has arrived. And he is ready to put on a real show today. He rips off his shirt, showing off his shredded six-pack. The muscle magic performance for the ladies has officially begun. The crowd goes wild. Holy crap, that's amazing. Please marry me. They are practically throwing themselves at the guy. All that female attention only fuels Corin's fire. He is feeling better and more motivated than ever before. He should be focusing on the festival, but the reason for this intense effort is actually surprisingly simple for our hero. He pulls his shirt on and gets serious. Listen up, everyone. You and I know the festival is coming. Are you ready? All right. You and I are witnessing the first calculated step for the upcoming festival. Switching scenes to 2 weeks before the harvest. Corin stands tall and raises his muscular arm to motivate a group of hooded people. Jer watches from a window high above, wondering if those are actually mages sent from the magic tower. Lack follows his gaze and confirms it, surprised that he once held those people in such high regard. Yet Corin is ordering them around like simple servants, while his own complex preparations are moving forward quite smoothly. Corin points ahead and reminds them to follow his instructions exactly as they discussed for the Harvest Festival next week. 1 week later, at the training hall, a voice echoes through the silence of the fading evening sunset. Elisa praises his incredible power control, then bows her head while admitting she has absolutely nothing left that she can teach him. Corin catches his breath on the floor, claiming that she is being far too modest about her own skills. He points out he keeps losing to her, but she admits that if they were in a real battle, she would surely fail. Elisa stares at her feet, confessing she cannot even imagine a scenario where she could actually win against him. She admits she should have trained harder, but she always avoided her sword out of her own deep inner fear. He grabs a cup of water to encourage her, saying that the amount of time spent training isn't the only factor. What truly matters is the intensity and experience gained from facing off against someone with high-level skills. He realizes she has massive potential and asks if this worry was what was truly bothering her heart all this time. Elisa considers his words, wondering if she should finally try to face her own grandfather to gain that high-level experience. She suddenly looks over at him, calling his name with hesitation as his movements come to a sudden halt. Now, watch this part closely, because she's asking if he has a plan for those elusive ribbon awards. Corin turns pale as her words echo in his ears, explaining that even the president is joining along with 4 other rivals. Elisa giggles at his shock, sitting close and placing her hand on his as she asks for his thoughts. She asks if he understands the whole situation, and Corin can only look away while stuttering a nervous response. Elisa speaks her mind without hesitation, telling him she has sincere feelings for him and expressing it with all of her heart. Corin is completely tense, only managing to squeeze out a simple thank you in response to her sudden confession. She leans in even closer and whispers that he doesn't necessarily have to give that ribbon award to her. Corin's eyes widen in total surprise as he realizes that she truly and deeply likes him for who he is. She won't lose to anyone in terms of love, but she secretly fears she won't be the one he chooses. Because of that fear, Elisa chose to take a step back from the very beginning of the race. She accepts the role of the one who yields, a habit she has formed ever since she was a young child. But Corin firmly refuses, bowing his head as he vows to win a gold ribbon just for her as well. Elisa is shocked by his words, but Corin is already beginning to lay out his insane and selfish master plan. Let's be real, his plan sounds totally selfish, but he's aiming to give every single girl a gold ribbon. She warns him that to do that, he must win first place in 5 entirely different categories of the Harvest Festival competition. Corin stands up slowly, ready to face the massive challenge he just set for himself. He says a guy who can't decide and keeps stringing girls along deserves to suffer through some hard work like this. Elisa tries to stop him, but he interrupts, insisting that she is absolutely worthy of receiving such a precious reward. Corin looks back with total determination, firmly believing that she deserves it more than anyone else. Back at the special dorms, he asks Jen if the examinations are finally taking place during this week. Corin decides to skip the exams and retake them later, making John think he has completely lost his mind. John warns him it is a bad idea, but Corin's face just darkens as he explains his desperate situation. I have to win all 5 contests, and preparing for that many events means I have absolutely zero free time to spare. One of them mentions Miruam, the snake princess, and wonders if she will be joining the festival. She is busy at an event in the capital, so John suggests he should just aim for the bronze or silver prizes. Why kill yourself for gold? Corin dismisses the idea of accepting anything less than the highest honor. Silver and bronze ribbons just aren't worthy of being given to the incredible and noble ladies in his life. Trust me, this moment hits us hard. Trust me. You and I are about to see what happens when a hero refuses to leave anyone out. Jen crosses her arms, questioning him. There is no way he can handle this many events at once. Looking exhausted, he points to the list. He has finally locked in the 5 competitions he is entering. She spots the circled names and wonders. A hunting festival, a food fair, and even an auction? John jumps in. Does he really think he has what it takes to sweep every single category? Corin points to the map, piquing their interest. There is always a way, and that is why I called you. The Harvest Festival finally kicks off. Day 1 is here, and it is time for the hunting competition. An announcer takes the stage with a microphone. Attention everyone. The first long-awaited event is finally starting. Get ready to start. The Autumn Harvest Hunting Festival. This is the big game tournament everyone wanted. The rules are simple. Special creatures are released into the woods, and contestants hunt them down for points. Now, watch closely, because Corin is about to pull the most ridiculous move you have ever seen. What on earth is that? Alex looks at Corin in total shock. Is that thing even a dog? He smiles and confirms it. Exactly. But Alex is skeptical. That looks less like a dog and more like a wolf, Corin excitedly explains. They are a special imported breed. I spent a fortune to get them. Alex looks at John and Jen, feeling incredibly suspicious. Still, their size is absolutely insane. Corin just laughs. But look at them, are they not adorable? And naturally, the rules state that contestants are allowed to bring along professional hunting dogs. Corin gestures toward John. They have gone through a very long and professional training process. Good boy, give me your paw. John actually lifts his hand and follows the command perfectly. Corin apologizes to them in his head. Please help me out this once. Alex is still totally confused. Should we really let this slide? Corin immediately asks them. Is there a rule about how big the dogs can be? He admits there are no regulations. He whispers. Sir, do you actually know why rules were created in the first place? To make people follow them? Right then, the girl on stage announces the start of the hunt. Corin sees his chance and says he is dead wrong. He charges forward with glowing eyes. You and I both know this is cheating, but rules exist for us to exploit every single loophole. The hunt for the gold ribbon officially begins. Shortly after, the girl announces the shocking results. The winner of the hunting festival has everyone in the crowd talking and complaining. Is that dog not a bit much? Where did he even get it? Everyone mentions Corin Locke. Nearby contestants look at the trio. I have a strange feeling I have seen those beasts before. Corin holds the golden ribbon, grinning like he hit the jackpot. Finally, I am the champion. John says the tournament was a success. Jen wonders what his plan is for the remaining events. He gives a mischievous laugh. Of course I do. I have a perfect plan ready to go. She warns him that his plans usually fail in weird ways. Corin tells her not to jinx it. Corin thinks about the 5 ribbons. It is now day 2 of the Harvest Festival. The charity auction is up next. They are not selling people, but rather exclusive date tickets. Someone calls out 13 gold coins. Luna waves to the crowd as the bidding continues to rise. Sold. The date ticket with Luna from the night department is officially closed at 13 gold coins. Run quickly drops to one knee before her. Senior Luna, will you spend the whole day with me? She asks shyly if it is really a junior. This is a total surprise. By the rules, whoever wins the auction becomes an exclusive knight and spends the entire day with the winner. It was a plan to satisfy the romance of the knightly spirit, and it worked perfectly. Plus, the fact that all proceeds are donated fits the mission of the academy quite well. Everyone is gossiping. I heard Senior Back is appearing today. I have to win that ticket. And that is where we leave things with the whole academy going wild for a chance at love. Alright, you and I are about to dive into the most chaotic auction in Manhwa history. Since this is a celebrity auction, the competition is going to be absolutely brutal. Inside a mansion at night, a voice rings out. Buy that playboy yourself if you want him so bad. Corin told me not to show my face, but I refuse to let other girls steal him. You have to bid for me. She clenches her small hands, her eyes sparkling as she pouts. We are friends, right? Isabel just sighs and gives in. Most bidders here are just students looking to spend about 4 gold coins. The absolute maximum anyone can probably afford is 10 gold coins at most. But considering Corin is the man of the hour, his price might hit 50 gold. Soon, the host points right at Corin, announcing the final auction theme. The hero who saved thousands of lives, our academy's greatest talent, and the man destined to be the next special grade knight. He bows as the crowd screams his name. Corin Locke has arrived, but the boys are not happy. Now here is where it gets crazy. Watch as the jealous male students start losing their minds. A playboy? That sounds a bit harsh. Corin is actually a really great guy. I have seen it myself. Exactly, let's pool our money and try to bid. Meanwhile, Corin just stands there in his suit, listening. Let's get down to business. Honestly, Corin, how much do you expect your price to be? He thinks to himself. My plan for being the final item is actually very simple. Corin looks up. The highest bid earlier was 13 gold coins for Senior Luna. He suggests starting at 14 gold. Meanwhile, Jen is already standing by with a pouch of money. Corin sighs. It is a waste of money, but I will just buy myself to get this over with. The host quickly announces the start. The date with our very own Corin Locke starts at 3 gold coins. Hands fly into the air. 4 gold, 5 gold. The host is hyped as the price keeps climbing. 6 gold, 7 gold. Suddenly, a muscular arm shoots up, leaving the host totally stunned. 9 gold. Jer screams at the top of his lungs. I am not letting Corin go eat with girls. His friends laugh along. Corin, you are eating with us. We will not let you steal any more beauties. You and I both know Corin is a magnet for trouble. And here it comes. 20 gold coins. Everyone stares as Isabel holds up 2 fingers. 20 gold. Someone actually bid 20 gold coins. Corin pouts, realizing what is happening. This is definitely Senior Marie's doing. She is going for first place. But this battle is spiraling out of control. Jen opens the money pouch and starts panicking. Someone bids 21. Jer counters with 22. Corin is just standing there wondering why this is happening. Isabel pushes up her glasses and drops the hammer. 50 gold coins. Corin can hardly believe it. Why would you go this far? Corin freezes in place. No, Isabel, I get it now. But seriously, is this not a bit much? She just smiles wickedly. Just go on your date with Marie. The host shouts in excitement. 50 gold coins. Does anyone have a higher bid than 50? Suddenly, a mysterious man speaks up. 1 platinum coin. The entire crowd goes deathly silent. Corin is stunned, doing the math. 1 platinum means 100 gold. That could buy an entire floor. That is enough money to buy the finest stallion in the entire southern region. Isabel is worried. Who would be willing to throw away that much money for just one single day? Then she recognizes him, Duke Mard. He looks down and greets her. It has been a while, Isabel. The crowd whispers. Why is the Duke here? A man of his status? Isabel can barely speak. Uncle, why are you here? Mard just smiles. It is pretty obvious, isn't it? Isabel, my Marie asked you for a favor, right? All just to date this playboy? The next second, Mard starts screaming like a literal demon from hell. Corin Locke, over my dead body. Marie is not standing by you today. She is spending the day with her father. Corin scratches his cheek awkwardly. Sorry about that, sir. But Mard just yells. Do not call me sir. So what do you and I take from this? Never underestimate a protective father with a platinum coin. History is always written by the victors. Stick with me as Isbel desperately bids 110 gold. He just laughs mockingly. Isbel, my child, I am sure my daughter gave you plenty of money for this. But that amount is nothing compared to the price I am about to set. That cash is just pocket change I gave her personally. 1,000 gold. A voice echoes through the silence, and it looks like no one else is going to top that bid. He adjusts his suit with a smug grin. Then, I will take it. Suddenly, a new voice makes him freeze in his tracks. Dear, what are you doing here? Min pushes the door open, demanding to know if he is trying to sabotage Mary's date. He jumps out of his skin in total shock, shouting for his wife. She immediately grabs his collar and starts scolding him. I am truly done with you, she says, dragging him out by force. The kids are waiting, so follow me right now. He cries out for her, but she stops with a sudden blush. Oh, son-in-law Corin, let's all have a meal together soon. He bows politely and tells her to stay safe. Even while being dragged away, he screams. Who is she to be your mother? Who exactly is your mother here? Seconds later, the door slams shut. Isabel holds her coin bag, feeling relieved at 1,001 gold coins. It cost way more than I ever expected, but this is exactly what I need to do to stay alive. The host shouts for any other bids at 100. Corin just lets out a heavy and very tired sigh. I finally got the ribbon, but I was definitely not looking forward to this specific scenario at all. He thought it was finally over. But watch this, a voice calls out 2,000 gold coins. A girl appears at the main entrance. Everyone turns in total shock, shouting what in unison. Cut to a mansion. As the Autumn Harvest Festival begins, the city of MK3 is buzzing with major excitement. Mur Academy's presence alone is enough to guarantee the total safety of the city of Makanba. Because of that, the nobility naturally step up as the main sponsors for Guardian Academy. You look stunning. The crowd raises their glasses to Principal Erin, asking if she has any free time later. Managing and entertaining these wealthy sponsors is one of the core duties of being a principal. But Erin Danua is lost in thought, realizing how much she misses her dear students right now. She stares at the crescent moon, noting the Harvest Festival has returned. It is an ancient tradition older than her, a celebration with a deep, noble history that has spanned across countless generations. Originally, it was a sacred sacrifice to show gratitude and respect to the Earth Mother, Dan Nanda. During this event, the Dan Nan gods receive offerings. First is Da, the bringer of fertility to our lands. Then comes the sun god Nuda and the light god Lo, who both nourish the growing trees, followed by the gods who govern the rivers and ensure the rains and winds remain favorable. And the god of music adds a lively rhythm, making the Harvest Festival even more exciting for everyone. Now pay attention to the highlight. The chosen autumn lady receives a blessing from the god of beauty. Erin remembers clearly how those blessings once brought prosperity and warmth to the entire world. She looks down and whispers, so many of our ancestors once stood right here in this very spot. Now, those loved ones are just distant memories filled with a longing that can never be satisfied. Erin Danua looks up and speaks. It has been about 2,000 years since we last met, hasn't it? She addresses the god of beauty, Orist. He gives a mocking smile, asking if she is the one cleaning this academy. So many layers of protection? It is a shame we have to meet through an illusion after all this time. Erin is curious. Why have you become a subordinate of Tethys and started interfering with this world? Orist explains that the end will eventually claim victory over everything. Soon, this entire land, including the place you created, will be nothing more than a pile of rubble. He emphasizes that in those ruins, no one will be talking about justice or things like beauty anymore. The time for both you and I has already come to an end. In the silence, he muses that a new era needs a light to shine down on the ruins. Cut to a luxury hotel in Makaba. Corin and Estelle are sitting together in a high-end restaurant. She reaches out with her toe to touch his leg. Trust me, you and I are in for a wild ride. Stick with me, you are about to see Corin get caught in a very awkward situation. The team was doing great since they just snagged another ribbon. Estelle starts teasing him, rubbing her foot against his calf while calling him little brother. Corin's face turns red as sweat pours down while he tries to keep his cool. She rests her chin on her hand, locking her fingers with Corin's. With a seductive whisper, she asks if he wants to play a wicked game with her. Corin is totally panicked. He definitely did not see this coming. She paints a dreamlike future where the Agam heir becomes the sun god. While she claims to be the earth goddess of Andre, her foot continues to tease him under the table. She talks about merging their powers together forever. She tells him to imagine the child they would have together as her foot moves dangerously. That child will surely possess massive power and save countless lives in the future. Wouldn't you agree with that? Estelle blushed with an excited smile, imagining a child with her looks and his strong body, a being that would be truly godlike. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Estelle realized that his attitude had become incredibly strange. Brother Corin! Without warning, he grabbed her foot and started tickling her as hard as he possibly could. She fell back into fits of uncontrollable laughter until Corin finally stopped. He then stood up with a determined look and demanded an answer with a loud voice. 2,000 gold coins is just a joke to you? Estelle stammered in shock at Corin's sudden and aggressive outburst. He was absolutely furious, gritting his teeth as he barked, "Don't you dare call me brother. And that goes for Senior Mary too. I know what you're thinking, how could a saintess be this reckless?" Estelle still didn't see her mistake, arguing it wasn't even that much money. Corin slammed his hand onto the table with immense force. He emphasized that it is a massive fortune, and definitely not the kind of money to be thrown around recklessly in a place like this. I never wanted a situation where people use money to buy Dai Bang. Estelle took a deep breath to stay calm. Her tone shifted as she calmly stood her ground, asserting that while it could be seen as buying with money, she had no regrets. And that's where we leave it in that moment. Both she and Mary would have done the exact same thing. All right, stick with me because our goal is not to buy Dai Bang. Her eyes burn with resolve to stop him from being sold like property. Estelle understands Corin better than anyone. She knows exactly why he needs that auction, and she blames herself for everything. She knows her younger brother is pushing himself in too many contests at once, and she hates being the reason for that burden. Estelle's hands are shaking, clenched into tight fists. Even the thought of him belonging to someone else for a second is too much. She finally confesses her true feelings. Honestly, just the thought of it makes her feel absolutely sick. Seeing her pain, Corin softens his voice to reassure her. He says, "Do not worry." He steps closer with a firm promise. "I swear, from now on, I will never let anything happen that makes you feel this way." He gives her a confident, radiant smile. Now pay attention, because Corin loves happy endings, and we are skipping ahead to the Academy's massive Day 4 Harvest Festival. God Academy usually trains guardians to fight off spirits, but plenty of students here are chasing the path of pure scholarship. Magic researchers and merchant groups are all gathering at the Magic Expo to show off their latest breakthroughs. It is an open stage where anyone can register without limits to prove what they have achieved. Since their rival, the Tower, collapsed recently, a massive crowd has flooded into the Academy this year. People are bringing all sorts of inventions. One shows a portable water purifier for explorers, while another created a magic ice shaver for snacks. The common folk focus on inventions that make life easier. The crowd is buzzing with curiosity about these new gadgets. Then there is this guy showing off a rocket designed to reach space orbit and land back on Earth. What even is a rocket? Some geniuses are clearly looking way too far into the future. And trust me, you and I are about to see something that leaves the entire crowd staring in absolute shock. Talk about a powerful impression. A vehicle suddenly roars in, smashing through everything in its path. "My booth!" Dagma screams in pure rage. Which madman is launching a terrorist attack? She stares in disbelief, trying to see who is behind the wheel. A figure stands tall on the vehicle with his arms crossed. It is Corin, wearing a clown face, proudly announcing his masterpiece. The victim points a finger in a total fury. What is wrong with that guy? He destroys a booth just to pull out that pile of scrap metal? It is just a carriage. So, you and I have to wonder, is this guy a genius or just insane? Stick with me ignoring everyone else. Dama demands absolute silence. She shuts her eyes, trying to focus on a single sensation. Can't you hear it? Now pay attention, because she's picked up on something haunting that beast's heartbeat. Finally, she reaches a terrifying conclusion. Its body is made of scrap iron, with mana pulsing like blood. Trust me, you and I just found a real nightmare. All right, you and I are about to see a carriage that is completely different from those rickety old wagons. Dema inspects it closely. This beast is growling with a desperate need to run. She opens her eyes wide and asks the boy curiously, "Corin Locke, how on earth did you create the soul of this wild beast?" Corin shuts his eyes, already anticipating this. "Professor Dema, I knew you would notice that." He starts sweating bullets, hiding the fact he only designed the initial concept. "I just offered a ticket away from the potato farm, and the system basically built the rest automatically." Dema decides to reward him immediately, declaring there is no need to see any other entries. The magic exhibition is won. This victory happened because he knew exactly what the judges were looking for. Chun-sik hugs Corin while sobbing loudly. They did it. No more getting kicked out of the office now. Corin comforts the old man gently. No more returning to those potato fields. You have worked hard, my friend. Chun-sik, from hunting and auctions to this magic fair, the market is absolutely buzzing with people today. Greetings, Sir Knight. Corin responds with a friendly smile. Hello there, Anna. Is little Nabi still running away from home? Everyone is loving the stall. Hey, my sisters and friends are here. This tiny shop is actually pretty cute. Wait, is eel really good for men? Come pour us some wine, kid. Corin keeps serving everyone with a bright grin. Coming right up, boss. He has been non-stop, finishing every quest on the board, and even offering free training. He helps everyone. Soon, Corin is declared the top winner. His stall has officially broken the record for the highest revenue ever. This result was totally obvious. Now pay attention here. He has 4 gold ribbons, leaving just one more competition he is incredibly confident in. Day 5 of the Harvest Festival is the mock trial, where participants act as prosecutors and defense lawyers. To keep it realistic, cases are based on real school events. It looks tough, but for him, this is easy mode. Not long ago, he memorized the entire Kingdom Law book just to protect demi-human rights. Among all these students, Nobody understands the kingdom laws better than our main character. Plus, the professors acting as judges are only there to moderate. The real verdict comes from the student jury, so he just needs to win over the crowd. The trial begins. The prosecution charges Corin with littering for throwing food out of a classroom window. Hearing this, he just smiles confidently. How can anyone defend that? Well, watch him win. Corin counters with sparkling eyes. What are you saying? The defendant was simply returning nature back to nature. His words leave the prosecution completely speechless. Wait, what? The opponent slams the table in protest, but the judge is actually nodding in agreement with that logic. Food definitely comes from nature. A trembling, angry voice continues. Your Honor, please. The girl tries again with a new charge, skipping outdoor class just to go hang out on the streets. Corin points forward with total confidence. He was just pioneering his own unique path in life. Ega agrees with this argument once again. Another person points a finger to accuse him. The defendant conducted secret experiments in the dorms that almost caused a massive explosion. Corin just shrugs his shoulders. But everyone is safe, right? Ega accepts this. As long as students are safe, Corin is invincible. All right. Not guilty on all counts. You feel that energy, right? The crowd is going wild. Corin Locke. Use that silver tongue to sweep them all. Ega slams his gavel to quiet the hall. Order. There is still one final case for the deciding round. For the grand finale, I invite the prosecution to read the indictment. Corin grins, feeling untouchable. All right. Time to go grab my 5th gold ribbon. The prosecution gets to work. I hereby indict the defendant of this case. Jorin Joker. Corin freezes, trying to remember the name. That annoying face adjusts his glasses and begins reading the charges with a sharp gaze. Defendant Jorin Joker used his handsome looks and smooth talking to date 5 different girls simultaneously, so he is now being charged with being a total 2-timing player. Corin slams the table in absolute rage. Dating 5 girls? Objection. Trust me, you and I need to see if he survives this. This just got real. All right, you and I are diving into a trial where the law says hanging out with multiple girls isn't actually a crime, especially since the defendant never once asked them to go on official dates. Corin turns around with his final conclusion on the matter. Exactly. Since they're just friends, shouldn't friends be allowed to act like that with each other? The entire area below is completely swallowed up by a heavy silence. Lark takes this chance to pour gasoline on the fire. Dating, kissing, even sharing a bed? Is that really what you call a relationship between friends? Corin turns pale as a ghost and screams. Who said that? He just sneers back, twisting the question. What do you mean? Who said it? This is just a story about the fictional character Jorin Joker, lawyer. The atmosphere suddenly turns incredibly awkward for everyone involved. Corin is still desperately trying to flip the script. Think about it carefully. What if Jorin Joker had his own hidden pain or secret struggle? Like, for example, maybe he's saving the world and isn't allowed to date anyone for a short period of time. Ega suddenly slams his gavel down to deliver the verdict. Finally, the judge has reached his own personal decision. According to the jury's final vote on the defendant Jorin Joker, everything is finally coming to a close. Day 5 of the Harvest Festival finally comes to an end. The current tally is 4 gold ribbons and 1 single silver ribbon. Staring at the table with an annoyed face, Corin spots a different color. He is still totally losing his mind over this result. Those damn jury members. What's wrong with Jorin Joker anyway? He's completely rejecting the final verdict they handed out, getting torn into pieces matching the number of girls he led on. Now that is way too extreme for any punishment. The other 2 look at him confused. What's the issue? Director, you're scum. Corin collapses, racking his brain for a new plan. One more. He's still missing one. The competitions are over, so he needs to find another way to make it happen. Damn it, does he really have to do that? Ren seems to guess his intention and asks him to confirm it. Are you really planning to enter that? Corin doesn't even hesitate. In his desperation, it's the only option left for him. Trust me, you're going to want to see this as the final day of the Harvest Festival begins. Up until now, every single one of his plans had a massive chance of hitting some kind of unexpected glitch. Well, he's not exactly the brainy type. Pariho handles all the planning, while he's just the guy who executes the mission. Since bad luck keeps hitting him, having a plan B and plan C ready is now just basic survival for him. He tells himself this isn't hard, it's the most masculine thing a man can do. There is absolutely zero shame in this. He starts hyping himself up. Be proud. Corin's eyes snap open with pure, unfiltered determination for the task ahead. Corin Locke then puts on a wig and fully disguises himself as a girl for the grand finale of the Harvest Festival. The final event is officially open. It's time for the legendary cross-dressing competition to begin. The Academy's cross-dressing contest is an official way to win a gold ribbon, but there's a catch to it. He regrets not just going to class and taking the normal route. Nobody actually volunteers for this mess with a smile. Most of the participants are only here as punishment or because they lost a bet they couldn't pay. They're just going through the motions to get it over with, except for one person who actually wants to win. And trust me, we have never seen Corin this focused as he repeats the same mantra over and over. I will win. I will win. The judge quickly calls up the first contestant. All right, participant number 1, Peter. Corin's eyes widen in shock. What on earth is that? Below him, the audience is screaming and cheering wildly for Sister Jer. He's completely stunned. Why is that guy suddenly so enthusiastic about being the center of attention? Don't tell me. The host calls for the next set of contestants to step onto the stage right now. The hype in the air is getting insane. People are shouting that they'll wait for this group's official debut. Corin watches them, sweating from the pressure. These bastards, he refuses to lose another gold ribbon when his image is already ruined. I absolutely have to stop that smooth-talking bastard from walking away with the gold ribbon today. Trying to sabotage my first place? Corin tries to steady his breathing. Fine, I see your level now. Radiating intense energy, he declares he's going all out. When it comes to dancing, he actually has a bit of hidden talent. Back in the military, he spent a lot of time watching and studying idol dance videos. Corin closes his eyes, realizing the absolute key to victory is total immersion. He steps on stage and performs with expert skill, almost as if he's under his own hypnotic spell. Jer is kicked off the stage in a total rage. Corin's absolute mastery has crushed all his rivals. This stage belongs to him now. Every single person in the crowd looks up with eyes full of love and adoration. You and I just watched Senior Corin absolutely own that stage, leaving the entire crowd completely mesmerized. All right, you and I are about to see the craziest tournament forfeit in history. I surrender. I give up. The remaining contestants fall silent, and even the host is frozen in shock. Suddenly, Corin's very presence feels magnetic. Blushing, he finishes a flawless performance. The final tally? 15 total, 4 injured, and 10 choosing to simply walk away. The announcer quickly declares the outcome. Not just a survivor, but the champion Corin Locke. He finally secures that coveted gold ribbon. Success. As the sun dips, the city is blanketed in night. Erin points toward a fruit shop in the commercial district, explaining that was the Academy's original birthplace. She begins recounting its history. Long ago, before the prestige, it started as a humble orphanage. It all began with Josephine and children who lost families to monsters. Erin leans back, soaking in the view. Great, right? Our city. Corin approaches from behind, asking why she is not enjoying the Autumn Goddess Parade. Do you not feel like you are missing out? Erin looks completely satisfied. Festivals are for students, and I am already happy enough thanks to my favorite pupil. She sensed his inner fire. From the moment you asked to meet at the clock tower, I felt your serious determination. Erin turns, sensing something off. Did something happen? Talk to me. Corin steps forward, finally voicing his true desire. Master, my wish is for everyone to be happy. He speaks with raw sincerity, for himself and for others. Even if some people consider these citizens to be nothing more than worthless strangers, or if his ideals are called fake and overacted, Corin carries a noble heart. If possible, I want everyone to find happiness. That is his purpose, to protect the simple right to live. Erin looks at him with total trust. If it is you, I know you can make it happen. Suddenly, he grips her hand tight, promising to succeed. Then, Corin pulls Erin into a desperate embrace. He frowns with ironclad resolve. Until this nightmare is over, you must stay right by my side. Erin blushes, completely stunned. Corin, it is starting. Now pay attention, because this is where the story takes a dark turn the moment the Academy begins to fall. Time will freeze exactly on the hour. To be precise, everyone has been dragged into a world where time stands still. The source of this temporal stasis is hidden right at the top of the clock tower. The first rune T, the ancient artifact Tezbanazat hid when this school was first built. He has forcibly activated every single rune carved throughout the entire city. Thousands of teleportation runes resonate, shifting the entire city and the Academy buildings into the Shadow Paradise. The fallout is catastrophic. The Academy crumbles as shadow monsters swarm the streets. Ordinary students find themselves unable to move. Even the elite students try to fight back, but their resistance does nothing to change the inevitable outcome. They fall one after another. He and Aubrey watch as the shadow beasts begin their massacre. This was always an impossible mission, a scripted tragedy where key figures were meant to die. Flames engulf everything in sight, but then, a familiar spear suddenly appears through the smoke. Among the chaos, Erin and the Master have finally joined the battle. Can you believe that? No matter what he tried in his past lives, Corin could never stop this tragedy from happening. Every single time, the righteous Erin stands up to protect the heroes of the Academy. She is always ready to sacrifice her life for justice and her students. Erin turns with a bright, reassuring smile. I am the adult here, and it is my duty to protect children like you. She bravely walks into the roaring inferno. Indeed, today will be your final night. Erin glances at him, her voice trembling. Corin, destiny is already written. The clock strikes midnight. At exactly 00, a massive wave of power erupts. That familiar T rune glows as thousands of others across the city resonate. On the streets, panic begins to spread. The letter T appears everywhere, but this time, something feels strangely different. Fortunately, this is not a teleport rune. People are still filling every corner of the busy city streets. Autumn is for harvesting, after all. They surround a boat carrying 4 girls. You and I just witnessed the true fruit of his struggle. Since his reincarnation, Corin has fought tirelessly just to reach this level. Alright, you and I are heading back to the legendary Mokava Academy. Corin never once had the intention of quitting. He constantly strives to master his duties while leading and guiding everyone around him toward success. Listen carefully, just like I said. After those constant failures, everyone started working together and reporting all their hard-earned results directly back to Corin. These reports are everywhere, all part of the process to finally fix everything. Back in reality, he pulls Erin into a tight embrace. She should have always been right here. The city is currently drowning in pure joy, and the simple daily lives of people, it's the very future he received from others for a better tomorrow. Pay attention here as he rests a hand on Erin's shoulder. Corin silently swears he's just repaying her kindness, all while truly dreading the dark future ahead. The freezing winter is fast approaching. Can he truly survive those bitter winds and make it through safely to welcome the arrival of spring? Corin could never forget Erin's special birthday. He wishes her a happy birthday as his face lights up while calling out her name. A gentle smile quickly spreads across her lips as she whispers, "Thank you, my student." Erin flushes deep red, feeling truly happy. She calls him her good student, making everything in Corin's world right now feel incredibly satisfying and perfect. Trust me, you and I just saw our hero's most successful autumn yet.